The young man drenched in sweat panted and complained, "Hell, truly hell on earth. Going to school felt like torture." Sung Woo had thought it through carefully. He had to rent a room. Otherwise, the only option was to quit school and return to his hometown. Senior Sung Woo, a former Special Forces sergeant, saying such weak words like that. The young man still wore a vibrant expression, deliberately teasing Sung Woo. Someone who had endured such harsh training, yet could not withstand 2 hours in a lecture hall. It was hard to believe. Sung Woo did not care about the teasing. "Han-ho, wait until you finish your military service before talking to me. Then we will see how strong your endurance is." Han-ho felt slightly uneasy. It seemed he was avoiding enlistment, so he chose to study instead, but his eyes still showed determination. Sung Woo brushed off his words. It was said that Han-ho had delayed his enlistment for some reason. 3 years ago at the freshman welcome ceremony, he had already warned him about this. "Do whatever you want, but do not become useless." Han-ho followed Sung Woo into the corridor. Seeing that he no longer hesitated like before, he stopped slightly, asking with concern, "Han-ho, are you crying?" "No, senior, look up at the sky," Han-ho said in a hurried voice. A faint circle with the number 99% appeared in the sky, making him panic. However, it was too blurry. Sung Woo could not see it clearly in time. Teased Han-ho back, "You must have remembered it wrong," but Han-ho insisted he saw the words "monster loading," reaching 100% before disappearing. It appeared right above that library building, senior. In just a moment the sky returned to normal, with no trace of what Han-ho had said. Sung Woo felt like he had been fooled. He grabbed Han-ho by the collar slightly. "What monster are you talking about? Can you even tell reality from a game?" Han-ho still believed he was not mistaken, but lately he might have been drinking too much and started to hallucinate. He slapped his own face hard to stay alert while Sung Woo went to buy a cup of coffee. Sung Woo immediately refused. The lecturer had already prepared the materials and entered the classroom. Suddenly, Sung Woo's body emitted a strange blue light, a very incomprehensible feeling. But Han-ho kept talking, so Sung Woo did not notice that abnormality for even a moment. After that, he said goodbye to Han-ho and walked into class. In the classroom, all the lights had been turned off. Only faint light from the window and the projector screen illuminated the room. Sung Woo nodded off again. He regretted not having coffee with Han-ho before class. His eyes gradually closed. It seemed today's lecture would pass in a daze. Suddenly, a glowing square window appeared, snapping Sung Woo awake, with large text displayed on it. "To survive in the world about to be destroyed, what profession is the best choice? Please make your selection immediately." Sung Woo kept rubbing his eyes repeatedly. He thought he was hallucinating. At that moment, the projector light flickered and went out completely. The light outside also disappeared. The entire room plunged into dense darkness. The whole class erupted in panic. In broad daylight, everything had turned pitch black. This was truly too strange. Even more strangely, all phones stopped working. Suddenly, a girl shouted in panic, "What is this? Am I the only one seeing it?" It turned out everyone had the same interface as Sung Woo, like a projection app, but he was certain this was not an ordinary application. Another window appeared, showing 15 seconds remaining. A blinding flash erupted, and cards began to fly out one after another. They looked like tarot cards but had no names. On each card there were only strange red stars. Everyone could see those cards. A senior signaled everyone not to touch them randomly, otherwise unpredictable danger could occur. But Sung Woo did not think so. If nothing was done, what would happen after the 15-second countdown ended? Could it be that they had to choose cards like a game of chance? Only 15 seconds remained. Now only 10 seconds were left. He had to make a decision. Countdown continued. Someone touched an empty card. Immediately a sword fell down right onto that person. Sung Woo realized that person had chosen the warrior card, and a set of equipment also appeared. This proved they had to choose something suitable to survive in this world about to be destroyed. Sung Woo looked more closely and discovered that each card also had different star ratings underneath. Because he did not fully understand anything, he chose the option with the most stars. The result was announced. Sung Woo's chosen profession was Purple Lotus. That was a spirit mage with 5 stars. The job selection process had ended. Notice board displayed those who failed. They would be selected again next time. Sang returned to the room. It felt as if they had just stepped into another dimension. Only those who chose the warrior card at this moment had a chance to see the sword in their hands. Due to what had just happened and the strange objects falling, they panicked. Is this really a sword? It feels like rain. The four-eyed boy chose the warrior card, became a warrior and received a sword, but Sung Woo became a spirit mage and did not receive any reward. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out. The door was blown open. A young man rushed in a painful state. Behind his back something was gripping him tightly, calling for help. "Someone, please help me." He collapsed onto the floor. Strange thing on his back kept attacking, making him scream in pain. He reached out toward everyone. "Please save me." Those were his last words before he collapsed. The thing behind his back slowly stood up, its golden eyes open wide with terrifying fangs. Everyone panicked and ran away from the small but vicious creature. Only Sung Woo was left facing the monster. He cursed inwardly, always the one left behind. It even caught the monster's attention. His body stiffened in fear. Everyone hurriedly urged the four-eyed boy. "Minsu, quickly use that sword, tack it." Minsu was trembling as he was pushed towards Sung Woo. Sung Woo looked at him as the last savior in this crisis. "Minsu, do you still remember me?" Minsu shouted angrily, "Damn it, why do you all keep looking at me and forcing me to do everything?" Sung Woo's last hope slowly faded. The monster immediately rushed forward quickly, with a knife in its hand. It made a chattering sound like a monkey. Instinctively, Sungwoo turned and ran, but he suddenly thought that if he turned away now, he might end up like that man and be taken down immediately. So he gathered all his strength. He spun around and kicked it straight. The monster was flung far away, growling in anger. Sungwoo calmed down. It only weighed about 15 kilograms. He grabbed a nearby chair as a weapon, but the tables and chairs were knocked over and stuck together. The monster noticed something unusual. It immediately rushed forward. Sungwoo faced fear and the threat of death. He used all his strength to pull the chair free. He forcefully struck down on it. The monster lay motionless, dead. Blood spread across the floor. Sungwoo and everyone could only stare in shock. Only a few seconds after having just gone through a nightmare, suddenly an information panel appeared, announcing Sungwoo had hunted a goblin and received 10 gold. Sungwoo looked at the notification in confusion. At this moment, understanding the meaning of the notifications became extremely important. The names and rewards made everything feel like a game. Another window appeared. Your power is to turn those who have been defeated into subordinates. Information about the goblin appeared. When becoming Sungwoo's subordinate, it will be a level 1 skeleton. Sungwoo curiously tried to click it. Blue flame burst out from the goblin, causing everyone to panic. Behind you. Sungwoo also turned to look back behind him. From the goblin corpse, dense green flames gradually gathered and formed a new shape. Finally, it turned into a goblin in the form of a skeleton. It knelt at his feet in a submissive state. In its eye sockets, only the characteristic flickering green flames remained. Sungwoo suddenly remembered his profession had summoning abilities. He could call these undead creatures as his subordinates. That was the power of a necromancer. The door was suddenly smashed open by 2 other goblins. Despite their small bodies, they were extremely ferocious, ready to take down opponents many times their size. People in the meeting room began to panic and tried to run away. But at that moment, Sungwoo was standing closest to them. A system notification appeared stating the goblin skeleton soldier was awaiting orders. Sungwoo did not know how to give specific orders, but in the urgent situation, he only thought one thing: fight, kill them. The goblin skeleton soldier immediately stood up, moved toward the 2 goblins who were confused about what was happening. The skeleton soldier decisively rushed forward and stabbed the nearest one hard, but it still could not finish it off immediately. The other one also rushed in to attack the skeleton soldier. It slashed off one arm of its opponent. The battle unfolded in chaos between both sides. Sungwoo realized the situation was not good at all. If he just stood by and watched, very likely soon, he himself would have to directly face them. These goblins were small, so they were not too dangerous. With stronger weapons, they would be much easier to handle. Sungwoo remembered Minsu had a sword, so he told him to throw it over. Minsu held onto the sword tightly and shouted, "This is mine, I picked it first." Sungwoo helplessly said, "Then handle them yourself." And looking at the 2 goblins snarling fiercely, Minsu was so scared he was trembling, let alone fighting. Sungwoo sighed, leaned on the chair, then decided to use the old method. He signaled the skeleton soldier to act. He threw the chair out, and the skeleton soldier immediately reacted. The chair flew and hit both goblins head-on. Thanks to that, the skeleton soldier had a chance to rush in and finish both off. Each time a goblin was killed, Sungwoo received 10 gold. This time he gained a total of 20 gold. However, his skeleton soldier had been heavily damaged. The battered skeleton soldier limped step by step toward him. The flames in its eye sockets flickered as if waiting for praise. But Sungwoo hesitated for a moment, then said one sentence. "I'm sorry, but your face is really a bit scary. Can you turn away from me?" The skeleton soldier finally looked disappointed. Even though it was originally a goblin, it still could not have a normal human-like face. Under the influence of the necromancer, the skeleton soldier still obeyed him absolutely. The 2 defeated goblins also turned into Sungwoo's skeleton soldiers, but this was already the maximum summoning limit. A professor walked over trembling and asked what was happening. Before he could explain, a cry for help rang out nearby. A girl panicked because she could not contact the police. Sungwoo guessed this situation was happening throughout the entire school. He stepped forward and pulled up the window curtain. A blazing red light filled the entire room, but it was not sunset light. It was fierce flames were erupting from continuous explosions. Sungwoo was stunned. It was very likely the situation was occurring on a global scale. After a while, someone ran over shouting that they had to leave immediately. The entire school was gradually sinking into a sea of flames. The blonde-haired young man cheerfully held a car key. His car was parked in the parking lot. Just as he arrived, he saw a disturbance at the end of the hallway. 2 goblins were lurking, preparing to tear them apart after just taking down a man. When seeing them rushing in, everyone immediately turned and ran away. A nimble goblin almost reached a girl. At that moment, Sungwoo's skeleton soldier appeared in time, without delay even though he was on the ground floor. Sungwoo shouted for them to go first, saying he would stay to handle it, but then it felt wrong, so he changed his mind. To be more precise, those things, everyone scattered in all directions. Sungwoo felt helpless, intending to call out after them, but he gave up, each person for their own survival, and he would not take responsibility for their deaths. At this point, though still not fully clear, he was certain the game had rules and everyone was forced to follow them. First was the job allocation. The initial monsters were quite easy to kill. Sungwoo was not sure if he was right or wrong, but it seemed the survival rate would be higher fighting them. At least he still had teammates. The teammates were ready to support the fight, though these teammates had no flesh, so they looked weaker. Two goblins coordinated against Sung Woo's skeleton soldier. In the end, its skull was shattered, falling to his feet. When destroyed, it returned to the void and could not be resurrected. Sung Woo gritted his teeth, standing aside watching, and supported his skeleton soldiers in taking them down. Now it was 2 versus 2. The skeleton soldiers charged in, risking their lives against the goblins. In the end, Sung Woo obtained 20 gold in his pocket. He scratched his head and sighed in relief. Well done. At this moment, Sung Woo received a level 2 notification. He then looked closely at the panels and tried opening the status screen. Indeed, all his information appeared there, from name and stats to money. Sung Woo was confused. In games, when leveling up, players usually receive points to allocate into stats. At this moment, the system gave 5 upgrade cards to choose from upon reaching level 2. Sung Woo's eyes were full of hope, so this game really was a disguised gamble. Anyway, this was an important element in the game, so Sung Woo was very cautious. He chose a random skill card. The card opened, announcing that the maximum number of summoned skeletons increased by 1. Thus, Sung Woo summoned another skeleton from the 2 that had just been defeated. But at this moment, his mana dropped to 3 out of 30. Sung Woo did not expect these skeletons to be so cheap. After hearing this, all 4 of them looked at him with sparkling eyes. Sung Woo waved his hand with a disgusted expression. Being looked at by skeletons like that gave him chills. After that, he steadied his spirit. For now, things were fine, but the future was uncertain. Right now, he needed to survive to escape this place. Sung Woo looked through the window. Below the schoolyard was a brutal scene of slaughter. He punched the door. Damn, I thought this place would be better. If he went down right now, it would be over. Everywhere was dangerous, but staying here, who knew when things would improve? Sung Woo decided to take 4 skeletons and go down to the lower floor. One of them led the way, cautiously going down. Just then, he met a young man running up with a knife. Coincidentally, that young man was Hanho. They made eye contact. Hanho screamed in fear. While screaming, he stabbed the skeleton's skull with his knife, making it flinch. Sung Woo immediately recognized Hanho. He looked up at him with a tear-streaked face, then pointed at the skeletons holding their heads. "Who are these guys?" Sung Woo told the younger one to relax, since they were all already his subordinates. The skeletons were tending to the cracked head of the one in front, while Sung Woo was talking with Hanho, not knowing what the kid was thinking as he chose the thief profession, making Sung Woo lose interest in taking in acquaintances. Hanho unexpectedly chose it because it was a star, and also because of a bright constellation. "It's fine, right, senior? Yeah, just consider it that way." Sung Woo could not bear to break his dream. The 2 of them went to find somewhere safe. As long as they stayed behind those skeletons under 1.5 meters, they would be safe. Suddenly, the status window displayed a notice about a fusion skill. As long as there are 5 thief sword formations, critical rate increases and you gain an additional 10% gold. Hanho suddenly pointed at the window and asked Sung Woo, "Hey, you can see it too, right, Sung Woo?" Sung Woo nodded. If they used the same type of equipment, they would receive a special effect. If their combination was a bit better, they would gain even more benefits. Not only the player, but also his bone soldiers would benefit from it. Although he was not sure, the skills of these skeletons were quite formidable. Even when playing solo, just the bone soldiers alone allowed him to receive party buffs. Suddenly, the 3 leading bone soldiers stopped. In front of them was a goblin squad. There was a much larger boss together with several minions following it. It seemed like there was an effect when 4 or more bone soldiers were present. In Sung Woo's team, the enemies had their power reduced by 30%. The reduced power was affected by aura. The goblin sensed something was wrong. He panicked and stepped back. Sung Woo smirked in satisfaction. It looked like they were lucky this time. His 4 bone soldiers rushed forward to overwhelm the goblin. They quickly took down several of them. Hanho watched excitedly and jumped up. The joy did not last even 3 seconds. The goblin captain made a move, raising his hand high. A strange formation appeared from his wrist. It turned out he had activated a wild skill of the same type. It boosted the strength of his goblins. Battle became tense again. The goblins had turned the situation around. Hanho immediately lost his excitement and pulled Sung Woo, wanting to run away. But he tried to analyze the situation in front of him. The goblins were obeying their captain's orders, so he needed to cut the grass and remove the roots completely. Sung Woo's eyes were fixed on the battlefield. The formation on the goblin captain's hand. It ordered one bone soldier. The bone soldier immediately rushed in to attack. Captain was above. It severed the arm that was casting the goblin captain's skill. Captain made it roar in anger. The goblin captain kicked straight in. The bone soldier was knocked far away, but the mission was already complete. The goblins no longer received power and were killed by the bone soldiers. The clashing sounds kept echoing continuously. As the bone soldiers eliminated the goblins, the goblin captain picked up a new weapon, attacked and took down 1 bone soldier. The remaining 3 coordinated successfully and sent it away. Defeating the goblin captain, Gopi granted 50 gold, plus an additional 10% from his party effect. Hanho panted at the tense situation that had just occurred. He went down. The goblin captain's equipment dropped. A low-level boar spear here with no special effect at all. Rarity is at a fairly normal level, but that wild bracelet has high rarity, and also comes with a special effect. Increases small monsters' power by 20% when facing goblin-type creatures. For skeleton troops, they also gain a 20% increase. Increases speed by 50% and buffs skills when a full goblin party is assembled. Finally, the Wild Frenzy skill used by the goblin leader. This is a D-tier buff skill that increases damage by 10% and speed by 20% for 10 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. Sung Woo was quite satisfied with the loot, so he felt pleased as well. Because of that, he did not hold back his praise for his skeleton troops. He no longer felt dislike and placed his hand on its head. That gesture made the skeleton troop happy, as if celebrating, the flame in its eyes curling like it was smiling. That scene sent a chill down both Sung Woo and Han Ho's spines, and they quickly stepped aside. It was an indescribable feeling. They continued moving forward. Unexpectedly, they found a place where a large crowd had gathered. Sung Woo immediately signaled the skeleton troops to hide in another room. Everyone would panic if they saw them. In the crowd, a man who did not seem pleasant was loudly calling out to everyone. "We are trying to contact the police, and the student council is also scouting to see what happened this afternoon." Angry girl wanted to break the door in front of her, because she did not believe the police would come to rescue them. That man shook his head, saying he had tried everything but still could not make it work. Why can't it be broken? Seeing the girl getting agitated, he could only advise her to calm down and follow instructions. Sung Woo realized that he was senior Jin Sao. He was obsessed with hierarchy systems and was known for harassing female students. It seemed he had ambitions to secure a position in the student council, so he was trying to show off. Sung Woo calmly walked up to open the door, but he was loudly shouted at. He was told to stay away from the door and asked if his ears had a problem. Sung Woo turned back and looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Jin Seok took a deep breath to calm himself, then quickly regained his fake expression. Sorry, I was a bit tense today, so I got a little sharp. You two may be new here and not know yet, but I just want to protect everyone." Sung Woo clearly felt his arrogance and sensed something was off. Jin Seok recognized him. Sung Woo also introduced Han Ho to him. He scratched his head as if lying, saying he thought he had met the kid before, and he did not come to school often. Sung Woo was speechless and did not understand why he was suddenly interested in school matters today. Seeing that both of them had weapons, Jin Seok suggested they join the defense mission, and Sung Woo did not refuse. Suddenly, Jin Seok asked about their professions. He looked at the spear in Sung Woo's hand and guessed he was a spear user. Then he said in a mocking tone, "Not sure if you will be of any help to us." He proudly tapped his shield, boasting that he had once killed a green monster of the goblin type, which was not easy to take down. He was confident in his 2-star card defensive warrior class. "If anything happens, just hide behind me." Sung Woo slightly twitched his mouth, while Han Ho awkwardly hid behind him and forced a smile. At this moment, a man named Minsu Hudson rushed over. "Sir, I think I heard goblins on the upper floor." Jin Seok immediately ordered everyone to stay silent and hide in the cafe. As for Minsu, he stood guard at the entrance. Sung Woo signaled Han Ho to follow him so they could talk privately. The two arrived in front of the door and saw a lock. The door had been sealed by a powerful form of magic. To open it, they had to defeat the final boss to release the magic. If they did not attack the monsters within the time limit, they would grow stronger, and the remaining time was just over 2 hours. Sung Woo tried to open the door, but it did not work, as Jin Seok said. Han Ho guessed the 2-hour limit. If they failed to kill the final boss in time, everyone could die. Sung Woo immediately set out to find and eliminate the final boss. They could no longer rely on anyone coming to rescue them. At this moment, those who were not calm would be the first to be in danger. Suddenly, Jin Seok brought Minsu to Sung Woo, saying, "The two of you know each other since you are in the same class." Minsu turned his face away and reluctantly said that they did know each other, so Jin Seok grouped them together and allowed them to become his close juniors. Sung Woo immediately objected. "Didn't you read the notice at the entrance?" Jin Seok scratched his head and said he had read it. They could not go out and could only wait for rescue teams. Sung Woo strongly objected, questioning how he could naively believe that the police would come here. If this incident was happening worldwide, who would even have time to rescue them? Suddenly, Jin Seok asked an unrelated question. "Hey, you did military service, right?" Sung Woo nodded, and he immediately became strongly confident. "So why do you doubt it? Our military is powerful. They will definitely step in and everything will be fine." Sung Woo gritted his teeth. The army is not God. It cannot save everyone instantly. But the situation was tense, so he did not want to escalate them further. Sung Woo sighed, then walked away, causing Jin Seok to be startled. Seeing the two move toward the door, he raised his voice in threat. "Stay away from that door. If you want to live, hide in the coffee shop." Suddenly, Minsu shouted that the goblin monsters had appeared, making him panic and nearly lose control. From the staircase, 5 goblins walked down in a line. The people hiding in the coffee shop also noticed them. All faces turning pale, Jin Seok quickly regained his composure and raised his shield. Everyone raised their weapons. They had to stop them, not let them enter the safe zone. Minsu panicked and pointed in another direction. "Brother, more of them are appearing in the hallway." But this time it was Sung Woo's skeleton troops. Seeing those cute skeletons, Jin Seok still shouted angrily, "Damn it, what is going on?" Sung Woo stepped out to clear the path for his skeleton troops, also stating that they were not goblins. He swung his cold pitchfork and walked forward, saying that rights must come with responsibility, and if an uncontrollable leader is allowed to lead, everyone will die. Jin Seok was punched in the face and angrily questioned, "So you think you're that strong?" That might be the case. Sung Woo glanced at him with a gaze as cold as steel. Key skill level 1 was activated, reducing goblin strength by 30%. Goblins sensed the overwhelming power of the approaching skeleton troops. Fear rose within them and they turned to flee, but it was not that easy. For Sung Woo, the hunt had only just begun. A blinding flash of light burst out, making everyone in the coffee shop look outside in curiosity. Even stranger was the scene right before their eyes. Goblins were fighting each other right in front of them. Sung Woo's skeleton troop, completely dominating the situation. One goblin clutched its head in pain, staggering. Still dazed, it was pierced through by Sung Woo's pitchfork. The next two were tightly restrained by the skeleton troops. Immediately after, they also collapsed under the power of the pitchfork. Jin Seok and Minsu retreated in panic. He tried to run, but Sung Woo rushed forward, eliminating each one. 3 were taken down. The remaining 2 held hands and fled. Sung Woo immediately ordered the skeleton troops to block their escape route, holding them back for him. This time he deliberately gave the command out loud, so that everyone could see how he was fighting. Through this they would understand he was controlling the situation, and could work together to deal with the monster horde. Working together was easier than fighting alone. Sung Woo activated his combat skill. At the same time he buffed the skeleton troops. He also used the wild bracelet to increase resistance. With the bracelet and skill, goblins were nothing, but there were definitely stronger monsters in this game. Jin Seok's subordinates watched Sung Woo fighting, and realized his ability to control was extremely unusual. The people in the coffee shop also gradually found hope in him. At the same time, a goblin slipped past 2 skeleton troops to escape. Sung Woo immediately took momentum and raised his pitchfork, and pierced through its body. He sighed in relief, glad he handled it in time, otherwise it would have been trouble. The battle ended, everyone rushed out cheering, astonished by Sung Woo's overwhelming strength. They even wondered why he was studying literature. Sung Woo walked around but gained nothing. It seemed normal monsters did not drop equipment. Luckily he received a reward ticket after killing 20 monsters, and he was the 34th out of 100 people to achieve this. Sung Woo received the ticket, but did not see it in his inventory, so he was unsure how to use it. At this moment the skeleton troops returned completely. Praised, all 4 skeleton troops glowed with joy. After that he led the army back. Opposite him was Jin Seok standing below with an unhappy expression. "So how is it? Am I useful?" Jin Seok's face was extremely ugly, as if he was barely holding back his anger. After a while, everyone gathered in the cafe. He informed the ordinary people that they were being held captive by an extremely powerful magic. They were being controlled by a powerful spell. The only way out of here was to eliminate that person. The boss was hiding somewhere in this building. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, not daring to say anything. Even a goblin alone made them turn pale, so how could they possibly face the boss? He continued speaking. They only had 2 hours to act. After 2 hours, no one would know what would happen, but it would definitely be terrible, since it was a boss and could not be fought solo. A young man at the end of the line tremblingly raised his hand, saying he had seen it when running up to the rooftop. A gigantic monster had once beaten the professor to death. Prepared to leave there, he asked if anyone wanted to follow him. As expected, everyone stood frozen like statues. No one dared to look him in the eye. He had already anticipated this reaction. Hanho whispered into his ear, "Senior, maybe I should stay here." He smiled and patted his shoulder. "No, you have to follow me to buff the bone soldiers." Hanho tried to find reasons to stay, but he of course did not agree. Suddenly a girl stepped forward and started talking, saying that if they fought, the outcome would not be promising. Those newcomers panicked even at small monsters. It was really frustrating. Girl named Junjisut, a veteran hunter. To her, Sung Woo's bone soldiers were more useful than those weak ones. Her sharp gaze made those around her not dare to speak a word. He was also not sure about this battle. No one knew how strong the boss was. He turned to ask Jin Seok for his opinion. Jin Seok shamelessly said he would stay to protect the students, but everyone looked at him with disgust. He did not force him, only told him to stay and defend and enjoy his role as leader. Thus a temporary formation was created consisting of he, Junjisut and Hanho joined as well, although Hanho was not very satisfied. He walked while reminding Hanho not to let his guard down. At that moment Jisut spotted 2 goblins rushing up from below. In front another group was blocking the path. He signaled, "You handle the rear, I will handle the front." Without him saying anything, Jisut already moved. He immediately sliced off a goblin's head. The remaining one had no time to react. It was already pierced through the abdomen by a single strike. She finished both cleanly. Jisut sheathed her sword and took a deep breath. Hanho could only stand and watch. He had not even understood what happened before she was already done. He happily said to Sung Woo, "Brother, this girl is really amazing." Meanwhile, he had already taken down 5 goblins. Hanho gave a bitter smile since he was the weakest one. "Nothing, I understand now. General Li Shun really is on another level. They continued forward and encountered a new situation. Professor Huang was sitting slumped against the corridor. Body covered in injuries, he cried in pain. My students, they are all dead. It is all my fault. He stabilized the situation so the professor could explain. After leaving Sung Woo, they had reached the research room safely. The professor thought staying in one place was not safe, so he decided to go to the rooftop. He only followed the survival book instructions. He did not expect to encounter a terrifying monster as soon as he went up. All the students who followed the professor had been killed. In the end, Professor Hong gave Sung Woo his final instructions. Never go to the rooftop. Do not go there. You must survive. After speaking, Professor Hong also left this world. Sung Woo's face darkened as if suppressing his rage. At this moment he received a side quest. Avenge the professor. The target was to kill the boss. However, his choice could affect his fate later on. Sung Woo kept hesitating over the word fate, then helplessly told himself, damn it, why do we have to suffer through something so terrible? Sung Woo walked straight to the rooftop. Hanho called after him, do you really have to face the boss? The skeleton soldiers also stood still observing Sung Woo's reaction. His eyes were full of determination. He directly opened the door and entered the final boss room. On the rooftop was a scene of blood and chaos. Goblins were collecting corpses. Bodies were scattered everywhere. The scene made Sung Woo frown, unable to hold back a curse. Damn it. Hanho's gaze looked into the distance in a daze. Where a goblin was dragging the body of an unlucky young man. That was your classmate. Jezut gripped his sword tightly, wanting to rush in and cut them down immediately. Sung Woo immediately signaled to stop. They needed to assess the situation as they were not strong enough yet. But this was also a trial to train them. Sung Woo signaled the group to move forward. The goblin spotted the intruders and immediately alerted its companions. Very quickly the entire goblin pack gathered in front of them with weapons in hand. Although they were less than 1 meter tall, when they appeared, caused Hanho to panic completely. Hey, maybe we should retreat. But in Sung Woo's dictionary there were no words for running away. He had to fight in order to become stronger. Sung Woo activated the wild bracelet. All skeleton soldiers gained 10% increased damage, 20% increased attack speed. Both sides rushed into chaotic battle. The goblin holding a dagger missed its strike into the gap between the skeleton's arm bones. In that moment of opening, it was sliced into multiple pieces. Sung Woo also quickly joined the fight, using the corpses as shields to counterattack. Clearly, there was no need to question the strategy. Skeleton soldiers split each goblin in two like chopping firewood. Only Hanho remained standing in a corner holding a dagger. He had thought his ability would be useful, but it turned out to be useless. In desperation, Hanho threw his dagger toward them. Unlucky goblin had its head pierced by the dagger. Died instantly. At this moment, Hanho finally remembered this was his specialty, so he continued throwing another dagger. The result was still not a single hit. Hanho looked down at his own hands, his eyes filled with determination. Found it, this is my fighting style. Back on the battlefield, the skeleton soldiers affected by the evil aura had their stats reduced by 30%. Sensing they were overwhelmed, they began fleeing in chaos. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the direction of the lockers. A large goblin carrying a beastly face with lion-like fur, wielding an oversized ricemore hammer. The small goblins threw down their weapons and knelt before it. The professor turned back to witness this scene. It seems this is the goblin leader boss. The skeleton soldiers they needed to eliminate. After getting a protector, the goblins once again surged with momentum, launching a fiercer attack than before. Sung Woo realized this situation would drag on and become even more dangerous, so he began to increase support instead of defending as before. Kill them all for me. Skeleton soldier was holding down a goblin on the ground. It immediately charged straight toward the goblin chieftain. In an instant, it was completely smashed by the chieftain. Its soul dispersed, and Sung Woo immediately summoned a new skeleton soldier. The new units were quickly deployed onto the battlefield. Goblin chieftain shifted its target to another skeleton soldier. Another skeleton soldier was taken down. Sung Woo's mana had been consumed by nearly 2/3. There were still corpses around for him to use. Suddenly, daggers flew in from nowhere, pierced straight into Chieftain's arm. Hanho appeared looking flashy, taunting, "Does it hurt, you bastard?" Chieftain swung its arm violently, knocking the daggers to the ground. It immediately went berserk after being provoked by Hanho. Chieftain chased while swinging its weapon in attack. In its hand was a baseball bat. Hanho ran straight toward the skeleton squad. He looked relieved, thinking he had been saved, but the chieftain simply spun around and swept away the entire group of skeleton soldiers. One skeleton was sent flying, taking the chance to stab a dagger into the chieftain's body. The chieftain roared and counterattacked with its foot. It kicked the skeleton hard, sending it flying far away. The kick completely shattered the skeleton. Not stopping there, Jisut moved around behind it to attack. She slashed a deep cut into its back, forcing it to flinch in pain. Jisut wiped the blood off her sword coldly. "This is the first time I have had to go all out, you bastard." Sung Woo could not help but be shocked by Jisut's sword skills. Every movement was too fast. If not for her, he would have lost long ago. Sung Woo immediately regained his focus and adjusted his strategy. He summoned more skeleton soldiers to form an encirclement with Jisut around the chieftain, first attacking from behind. Although it did not deal much damage, it was enough to distract it. It also caused it to lose its line of sight for a moment. Sung Woo took the opportunity to throw a spear forward. The spear brushed past the chieftain's thick hair, leaving a large wound on its face that made it roar in pain. Vented its rage on a nearby skeleton soldier. Sung Woo had no choice but to summon another skeleton soldier, but his mana was also about to run out. Suddenly the chieftain pointed at each skeleton soldier one by one. The skeletons seemed to be smiling in a strange way. Sung Woo did not pay much attention to it. He was only worried about whether this battle could be won. Suddenly the chieftain roared loudly, its power surging in an instant. Sung Woo was also sent flying far away. If this continues, everyone will be wiped out. He needed to find a way to finish it immediately. Sung Woo's gaze suddenly lowered. He saw two swords nearby. The chieftain looked increasingly overwhelming. It grabbed a skeleton soldier by the head with one hand. With the other hand it blocked Jisut's sword with its bat. At this moment Sung Woo had already returned, and was much stronger than a few seconds ago. He held two swords in both hands, signaling the skeleton soldiers to block the chieftain's path. But before anything could be executed, the two skeleton soldiers were completely overwhelmed. He almost got blown to pieces. Something suddenly shot past the chief's head at extreme speed. It turned out to be a sword. The skeleton soldier with only one leg and one arm still tried to grab the sword. It used the falling momentum to launch an attack at the chief. The coordination was quite good, but it was still blocked by the chief. It seemed they had finished the opponent on the spot. System notifications suddenly appeared. Thanks to party combat, a synergy effect has been unlocked. Warrior level 1 effect activates when the party equips 3 swords. It increases attack speed by 10% and reduces weapon weight by half. The previous skeleton soldier also became a one-handed warrior, an independent entity when using only one hand to wield a sword. The chief began to feel confused by the sudden power. It was suppressed in a completely unexpected way. Sung Woo also began to pay attention. If the weapons are linked properly, it might be possible to defeat it. Sung Woo threw a chair toward the chief. Jisut and the skeleton soldiers also rushed in to assist together. The three-direction attack put the chief into a passive situation. He did not know where to defend. While hesitating, it was hit by a chair. Then a series of attacks left it stunned. Finally came the one-handed warrior strike, but its speed did not seem much faster. Because of that, it was still countered on the head by the chief. Suddenly a dagger was embedded in its arm. It caused the chief's weapon hand to freeze. Manhwa then appeared from the rubble. The chief struggled to pull the dagger out. Sung Woo immediately realized the opportunity. He signaled the one-handed warrior to attack. As soon as it rushed forward, Sung Woo spoke as if bidding farewell. "Goodbye and thank you for accompanying me this far." It was his most resilient skeleton soldier. From the classroom until now, he would not forget its sacrifice. Sung Woo shouted loudly, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. But the one-handed warrior narrowly dodged the attack. The chief's counterattack made him freeze for a moment. In an instant, the chief's head was severed and flew off. The blade cut through the air after the decisive strike of the skeleton soldier. The system reported that the one-handed warrior could withstand 88% of damage from the first attack of the boss. And finally, they successfully defeated the skeleton chief. Sung Woo received 225 gold and leveled up to level 3. Manhwa hesitantly asked Sung Woo where he got that skeleton soldier from. It seemed to be the first one he killed using the chair and table fist technique. The skeleton soldier suddenly glowed, then transformed with new armor and emblem on its forehead. It evolved after absorbing magical power from the skeleton chief. Its defense increased, and it gained a command attribute. Sung Woo pointed at the strange emblem on its forehead. "What is this? You put that symbol on your forehead without asking for permission." He checked the skeleton soldier's status window again. Thanks to the command attribute, he could enhance formation strength from squad level to legion level. It seemed Sung Woo would need to recruit more followers again. Manhwa and Jisut also leveled up. Jisut reached level 3 like Sung Woo. She hadn't yet chosen her level up reward, so she asked for his opinion. Everything was random, they could only rely on luck. Manhwa was surprised that Sung Woo could also see his cards. When reaching level 2, he chose a random skill. It automatically increases the number of skeleton soldiers that can be summoned. This time Sung Woo obtained a basic bone weapon crafting skill. Sung Woo can create weapons from the bones of dead enemies, including swords, hammers, spears, or bows. The quality of the weapon depends directly on the materials. As the skill levels up, he will be able to craft more types of weapons. In addition, there was a side quest to avenge the professor. Sung Woo completed it and received the corresponding skill. Random factors and fate were also altered. The random skill increases the number of summoned skeleton soldiers by 1. In total, he can now summon 5 subordinates. Sung Woo kept thinking about the change in fate. Perhaps he would need to choose quests more carefully in the future. Suddenly, a cloak fell down in front of him. It landed right where Manhwa was standing. This thief cloak increases stealth stats against monsters by 50%. He immediately put it on after finding his fighting style. It was stealth followed by striking at the right moment with daggers. Meanwhile, Jisut received a red stone called Flame Stone. Manhwa thought it could create fire, but it turned out not to be the case. If weapons are sharpened with this stone, they will have a chance to inflict a burning effect when fighting monsters. Sung Woo called everyone back. Perhaps the door had opened. In the cafe, Minsu turned to ask Jin-seok. "Jin-seok, are we going to stay in one place forever?" Question made Jin-seok's face wrinkle like a dried jujube. Everyone was whispering because they did not join the boss monster raid. Everyone regretted not following Sung Woo. Minsu was about to say more but was grabbed by the collar and lectured. "Damn it, you dare talk behind my back while I am protecting you. If you want to talk, then say it to my face." And he walked straight toward the crowd. His face furious, he shouted, "Are you all talking behind my back? If that is the case, then do not expect me to protect you anymore. Get lost." Everyone was confused by his attitude. Where were they supposed to go if they left? Jin Seok angrily cursed, telling them to go to the rooftop and die like Sung Woo, hearing him constantly claim he was protecting everyone. Everyone laughed mockingly. Only Sung Woo could protect us. Do not make me angry anymore, you bastard. Both sides argued fiercely, the atmosphere tense as if it was about to explode. Jin Seok pointed upward, claiming that Sung Woo must have been dead for a long time. Suddenly everyone fell silent, making him even more smug. "Keep talking, you dogs. Why are you silent? Who got killed?" A familiar voice made Jin Seok's face turn pale. He turned around and saw skeleton soldiers pointing swords at him, making him jump in shock. Sung Woo felt helpless toward this guy. While he was off defeating the boss, this guy was causing trouble at home. He stepped forward and pushed the door open wide. Jin Seok's expression turned extremely ugly, his voice choked up. "No, impossible." Jin Seok stood up abruptly, flustered and panicking. Sung Woo saw this and was about to say something to him. Jin Seok scratched his head, stammering incoherently. He was about to speak but was immediately interrupted by everyone. Everyone looked at him with doubtful eyes. What is this? This guy always boasts about strength, now he looks like a coward. Sung Woo and the skeleton squad moved outside. Everything was eerily quiet. There was no sign of any monsters. Sung Woo checked the situation and signaled for everyone to keep order and move out. Everywhere were traces of blood and corpses, and piles of monster bodies stacked together. Sung Woo was worried that goblins might be hiding somewhere around them, because they often organize group ambushes. Suddenly Han-ho spotted a group of people standing not far away. Among them was a young man wearing a white shirt who stood out. The man in white signaled to his group. Sung Woo saw weapons covered in blood in their hands. It seemed they were survivors of the battle with the goblins in this area. Jin Seok recognized the student council president and rushed over happily. The president appeared quite calm upon seeing that he was still alive. Jin Seok approached him submissively and flattered him, saying he believed the president could easily wipe out the goblins. He said he was happy to meet him again here. Then he whispered something into the president's ear while glancing at Sung Woo. He was no longer speaking behind his back but directly in front of him. The president smiled gently like a saint and stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Dae-sung, the student council president. I assume you have all been through terrible things, just like us when fighting the monsters." Many people seemed to trust Dae-sung's promise of protection more than Jin Seok, which made him irritated as he pointed toward Sung Woo's skeleton soldiers. Sung Woo explained that this was a profession ability he had obtained, but he immediately objected, asking if he would accept creatures that had killed people. Sung Woo realized Dae-sung was trying to paint him as a danger in everyone's eyes. He wanted to force him to destroy the skeleton soldiers if he wished to join his group, but Sung Woo naturally could not agree and he had no intention of obeying him. Dae-sung continued his manipulative words, "So you want to keep unknown monsters by our side?" Han-ho showed dissatisfaction at those words. "They may look a bit scary, but if you look closely they are quite cute. You just need to open your heart." Sung Woo signaled Han-ho and the skeleton soldiers to stop causing trouble. He firmly stated he would never abandon them, because that would be no different from throwing away his own weapons. How could he survive in this world? Dae-sung kept a calm but condescending expression. "If we protect you, then what do you need them for? I will give you one last chance. If you want to join, you must personally destroy those creatures." "Hey, are you deciding our fate on your own? We never said we wanted to join your group. Does the student council think it can decide everything? How absurd." Big sister Jizot immediately drew her sword to defuse the situation. Dae-sung recognized her as the president of the physical education department, but in a situation where the school had collapsed. What meaning did that title still have? Dae-sung lowered his voice and told Jizot to calm down and follow them or she would regret it, but she did not listen at all. He always pretended to care about the school, but in reality he had embezzled hundreds of millions from the festival fund. "I was the one who exposed that on the school forum." Upon hearing this, Dae-sung's expression immediately changed. Having his leverage exposed, he no longer forced them and instead switched to warning them about dying to monsters. Seeing them actually leave, Dae-sung deliberately shouted as if trying to hold them back. "You will regret this. Without joining a party you won't get the effects. You will all die miserably, you trash." After leaving there, Sung Woo curiously asked why Jizot hated the student council so much. She simply said she saw him as trash. He often secretly harassed female students. Several people in the department had reported it to her. Even with a high position, his nature was still trash. Sung Woo nodded, still scanning the surroundings. For now, they needed to avoid crowded buildings and find a way out of here. But Jizot chose to avoid populated areas while retreating, because monsters usually target places with many people. Sung Woo thought for a moment and suggested taking the hillside path behind them. It led directly to the main gate and was fairly empty. The surroundings were indeed extremely quiet. The silence made Han-ho feel uneasy. Suddenly Sung Woo signaled the group to stop, and remained silent, making Han-ho's heart skip a beat. At the end of the stairs, a figure was slowly standing up. A blood-stained weapon blade slid across the goblin corpses on the ground. Huge monster revealed a ferocious face. Its red glowing skin and overwhelming aura filled the area. Just looking into its eyes was enough to make one shiver. The monster was even larger than the goblin chief, making Hanho want to turn and run. Based on Sung Woo's experience reading novels, creatures that appear after goblins are usually types of snails. The red snail let out a furious roar and charged straight at them. Sung Woo no longer hesitated and instead looked extremely excited, because he intended to add another subordinate to his collection. Get ready, let's fight. However, facing the snail's fierce momentum. As it approached, Sung Woo began to feel something was wrong. Leijia signaled everyone to quickly get out of the way. The snail rushed forward along an extremely fast trajectory. Like an arrow, it sent everyone flying to both sides. Hanho luckily fell into nearby bushes and shouted, "Damn, how can this monster even exist?" As soon as it landed, the snail immediately turned to search for its target. Jizut, being closest, was instantly targeted. She tried to block its attack with her sword. On the second strike, Jizut could not react in time. Skeleton soldier rushed in and pushed her aside, and took the full slash from the red snail. Sung Woo immediately ordered the bone assassin skeleton soldier to block the red snail. Its small body was completely no match for the snail. The snail continued to launch another attack. Luckily, thanks to the 88% damage reduction effect from the first attack, it managed to avoid being killed in time. After that, the bone assassin's skeleton jumped up and delivered a slash. A slash cut along the snail's arm, causing it to fall to the ground. Sung Woo signaled Jisut to go up higher with him, because fighting at a lower position would put them at a disadvantage. Jisut gritted her teeth and ran up, though after blocking a strike her arm had gone numb. Once they reached the top, Sung Woo quickly discussed a strategy. They could not engage in direct melee and had to use a method similar to the battle with the goblin chieftain. After a while, the snail climbed up as well. Sung Woo and the others hid behind dense bushes. The snail discovered them and immediately roared before charging. Sung Woo's plan was to use skeleton soldiers as sacrificial shields. Even though there were many corpses around, he still had to carefully manage his mana. The snail crashed into the trees exactly as he had predicted. With its body, moving through the forest became difficult. It realized it was being surrounded by trees and skeleton soldiers. Hanho jumped out from the bushes, threw a weapon, and signaled the attack. Skeleton soldiers also rushed in at the same time, simultaneously focusing their attacks on the snail under command. The snail swung its arms to block, but could only defend partially. Right in the middle of the chaos, two skeleton soldiers leapt directly in front of it. The snail smashed one skeleton soldier's skull. The remaining skeleton clung tightly to its arm. Another skeleton soldier rushed in, causing both of the snail's arms were completely restrained. Taking this chance, Sung Woo and Jizut immediately charged in, but one skeleton was still not enough to lock down its leg. It could still swing its weapon to defend itself. Jizut quickly slid down, slipped between its legs, and slashed deeply into its hamstring. The snail collapsed, and Sung Woo immediately cut off its weapon arm. Finally, the bone assassin skeleton leapt up and delivered the finishing blow. Sung Woo obtained an additional 107 gold after defeating the snail commander. He did not expect that he had just faced a snail leader. It seemed it was only second to the goblin chieftain. With this experience, they learned more about how to fight this new type of monster. Sung Woo wanted to summon the snail commander, but his level was not high enough to call such a large creature, so he felt a bit regretful that he still could not acquire a new subordinate. Sung Woo remembered he had not asked Jizut about her class. She said she had chosen the 3-star hunter class out of preference. Hanho pouted, "So I'm the only one who pulled a 1-star. Sung Woo had now fully recovered mana and wanted to try his new skill immediately. He experimented with crafting weapons from bone, wanting to see what kind of weapon this snail could create. The status window showed he could craft 6 swords, 5 hammers, 2 spears, or 4 bows. Because hammer weapons were higher grade, Sung Woo decided to choose hammers. From the energy of the snail corpse, bone hammer weapons gradually formed. Although slightly smaller than Sung Woo expected, they were still usable. Sung Woo threw the new weapons to the skeleton soldiers. All 5 skeleton soldiers were equipped with hammers, activating a sustained force effect that increased damage by 30% when injured. In addition, there was the on-hit job effect, increasing the chance to stun the enemy by 5%. It also increased damage against medium-sized monsters by 10%. Sung Woo saw the leader skeleton using a hammer, so he threw a katana to Hanho. He was just excited, then Sung Woo immediately poured cold water on him. He said to keep the sword for now, and take it back when needed. Don't you see the dual-wield effect, or do you want to lose an arm? After that, the group continued moving. When they arrived, Hanho pointed forward in shock. "Oh, look there. Why are there so many cars there?" In front of them, the school gate was completely blocked by a line of cars. More importantly, the gate had been sealed and they were forced to break through. At the same time, they had to defeat the final boss within the remaining 8 minutes. That moment, the system announced that the OCD Sun team had appeared. They track prey by scent, and the stronger the prey, the more warriors it attracts. Hanho read the announcement and panicked at the feeling of being hunted. Gisod realized the stronger they were, the more they would be surrounded. In that case, following a large group was not necessarily an advantage. At that moment, a swarm of snails was violently chasing the Dae Sung group. Screams echoed loudly toward Sung Woo. Hanho felt completely cold. If they had been with the student group at that time, they would have been eliminated. Sung Woo now had another option. Following the crowd was not always safe. The important thing was to find the right synergy effect for each type of monster. Luckily, he had chosen the Necromancer class. The system announced the first wave would consist of 5 snails. Hanho thought it was fewer than the student group, but 5 was still enough to scare him. At that moment, the growling of the snails rang out. The sound sent chills down Hanho's spine. A pig-faced armed group seemed to be searching for something, clearly hunting them. Sung Woo observed his surroundings and smiled confidently. He had just come up with a good plan. Hanho put on his helmet, preparing to run with the others. Sung Woo's plan was not to retreat, but to use their advantage. He intended to use the terrain and skeleton soldiers to set a trap for the snails. When the snails arrived, they immediately felt something was wrong. Skeleton soldiers appeared scattered everywhere. They stood naturally on the ground. The snails looked at each other in confusion. Suddenly, someone spoke from the roof of a car. It was none other than Hanho, who was always afraid of death, but this time shouted at the snails. "Hey, you fat pigs over there." The snails immediately became enraged at the provocation. They roared and charged forward to grab Hanho. Suddenly, the car door swung open. The impact of the door made them lose balance and fall to the ground. Sung Woo and Jisut jumped out from inside the car. The skeleton soldiers also sprang from the car roof, attacking the snails with bone weapons. This made it clear why the snails were quickly overwhelmed. After clearing the snail monsters, reward notifications rang out continuously. Most importantly, Sung Woo reached level 4. Summon limit increased by 2, raising the total to 7 subordinates. But the problem was that his mana was still capped at 50. "Oh, I've got a new skill," Hanho said while holding a larger weapon than before, his eyes shining with excitement. His skill was Sonic Wave Slash, unleashing a series of extremely powerful consecutive slashes. Jisoo gained 2 more strength points. Her whole body was filled with momentum, as if new energy had been added. Now even a hand-to-hand duel with hunters was no longer a problem. Sung Woo signaled Hanho to return the katana to the skeleton commander. If they wanted to use skills, they could only use daggers. Hanho suppressed his sorrow and returned the sword to the skeleton commander. "From now on, you have no chance to show off anymore." After a while, the group continued walking around the campus grounds. Sung Woo immediately signaled to stop. In front of them were 7 hunters. They were destroying a bus. Sung Woo guessed another team was fighting there. A spear was thrown but could not take down any of them. Sung Woo guessed that if it continued, the people inside would die. He sought want to rush in and save them. If they formed a pincer formation, it would be easier to take down the hunters. One side would attack while the other from the bus would coordinate. The idea was fine, but Sung Woo was not sure if the people inside would understand. Their group might even get into trouble if the other side ran away instead of fighting. Sung Woo immediately thought of another way to show the hunters the strength of humans. Inside the bus, everyone was panicking. Blonde-haired boy was also panicking. "Attack already, don't you know how to use a spear?" Li Jiangsu shouted in fear and anger. "If you're scared, then go fight yourself." They're holding a shield and a sword and still standing there. The others hugged each other, sitting on the ground crying. At that moment, the skeleton squad rushed in. They rammed straight into the hunters, pushing them back. Blonde-haired boy saw Li Jiangsu stand up and sighed in relief. But the scene in front of them made everyone freeze for a few seconds. The skeletons were fiercely fighting the hunters. People on the bus panicked, looking out, not understanding what was happening. After a while, it became strangely quiet outside. Suddenly, a skeleton poked its head out and waved, startling Li Jiangsu so badly he fell backward. And knocked on the door demanding they open it. They had just been saved and were already being chased away. The people in the bus were still hugging each other, trembling, crying because they could not believe they had just been saved. Han held a bone hammer in his hand. He smashed a nearby vending machine because he had no small change, so he had to do it this way. Truly, something is better than nothing. The machine was still broken. "I'll pay for it," the blonde-haired boy said, but the machine was already broken. After finishing, Sung Woo decided to keep moving, but he suddenly remembered what Jiangsu said earlier. Mistisu said there was something that could drop items. He had tried it, but due to low gold, he only got 1 attempt. If done correctly according to instructions, items could be obtained. Hanho finally broke the vending machine and handed Sung Woo a can of Coke. An E-rank vending machine displayed a control panel. Sung Woo curiously pressed it. Unexpectedly, it was another gambling game. The lucky wheel was divided into 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. Gold was the highest rank. Hanho was drinking Coke while curiously looking at the machine, thinking that anything could drop out of it. If he wanted to know, he would just have to try. Hanho had 360 gold. Sot had 584 gold. When it was Sung Woo's turn, he modestly said he only had about 1552 gold. Sung Woo remembered that last time he had received an ultimate grade ticket. The unlimited draw had no level restriction, so he decided to use the opportunity immediately. Sung Woo immediately chose to spin at gold rank. Luck screen spun like a roulette wheel. Lottery-style background music played, making the whole group tense up. "Oh, nice." Hanho cheered as the wheel stopped at the highest tier. As expected, the most important thing for survival in this world was still luck. Sung Woo obtained the legendary Ocean Spirit tier orb. It increases maximum mana by 300 and mana recovery speed by 200%. Hanho kept urging Sung Woo to spin again. When he had money, he chose the silver spin, but he lived a frugal lifestyle. so Sung Woo only spun at the bronze level, but he ended up getting a second-tier Vanguard shield, so it also received a second prize, a longsword. As for Han Ho, it was unclear what he got. He only got a C-grade medical pouch with various colored bottles, leaving him disappointed. Sung Woo told him to stop complaining. Maybe there was a high-grade healing potion inside. Jisuk guessed that things on the other side were probably chaotic, unsure whether they should go help. Han Ho guessed he would use that car ramming move again. But Sung Woo only smiled meaningfully. This time he would go bigger. On Daesung's side, the hunter group was in action. The goblins were rampaging wildly everywhere. Daesung fought while ordering them to maintain formation. He intended to force a bloody path forward. Bro, there are still people trapped behind. Hearing the report, Daesung gritted his teeth in annoyance. Forget them, we don't have the strength to take care of all of them. He ordered Jin Suk and Hyung to continue the operation. Minsu carried his shield to the front line to block attacks. At that moment, a bus rushed forward at terrifying speed. After smashing straight into the goblin horde, the bus then swerved and hit several more goblins. On the bus, Li Jiang Suding were driving together. Aha, let's go! The bus aimed directly at the fleeing crowd. Sung Woo stuck his head out and called for them to get on quickly. The people in the coffee shop recognized Sung Woo and regretted not following him from the start. A goblin went berserk and charged forward. Jisot immediately jumped down to face it. These guys, I will not lose this time. The goblin unleashed a powerful strike, but it had no effect on Jisot's sword at all. She smiled proudly. She had blocked it without feeling any pain this time. Her flaming weapon burned the goblin. Jisot seized the chance to finish it off. She happily turned back to report her victory. But on the other side, Sung Woo was not any less impressive. The skeleton soldiers continuously threw daggers at their targets. They drained the goblin's health steadily. Then they withdrew the daggers in formation timing, repeating the same process on another goblin. Everything unfolded exactly according to Sung Woo's plan. The tactic was constant non-stop movement, combining spacing control with relentless attacks, while also distributing the skeleton formation properly, making sure no monster could escape. Jisoo tightened her sword grip, feeling her pride suppressed after losing right from the start. Sung Woo was truly the one with superior ability. At this moment, Daesung's group arrived in a filthy and exhausted state in front of Sung Woo. He deliberately asked them a counter question. Daesung lowered his voice, trying to stay calm. What is wrong? Didn't you say you didn't want to go with those monsters? Don't stay angry for long, you already came back. You are not heartless, right? Sung Woo was not cold-blooded, especially when he saw that man abandon others and run away. Daesung continued to defend himself. He said he was performing a calculated retreat strategy. I also hope everyone on the bus thinks the same as him. Sung Woo's words and the gazes of those around him made Daesung fall silent. But things still did not end there. The orc chief had truly become enraged because of the failed hunt. From somewhere, everyone could feel its ferocious breath closing in. Sung Woo immediately stepped onto the bus. If Daesung cooperated, he would let them get on the bus together. Jin Seok turned to ask Daesung, but he had no other choice but to respond. Sung Woo was not someone who easily let things go. He demanded Daesung hand over his armor. Daesung immediately reacted strongly. Why must I hand over my armor? Don't I have the right to protect myself? Sung Woo blinked and replied calmly, I will protect everyone, but everything has a price. We do not work for free for anyone. System notification, you have reached level 5. From now on you can summon medium-sized monsters into the formation. Sung Woo thought happily, medium level, so I can summon more teammates. He continued calculating the benefits from the skill card. Now he could summon up to 9 skeleton troops, and the number still doubled. Suddenly a foot rushed forward. Sung Woo startled and turned to see who it was. It turned out to be an acquaintance. You asked it, what is wrong? Not satisfied. He introduced this as his most reliable skeleton troop, so he equipped it with the best gear. He also named it Rai because it only had one right arm. If it is uncomfortable, you can take it off. Just as he was about to help Rai remove its armor, Hanho interjected. Hanho pointed toward the crowded distance and asked, should we get another bus? Sung Woo answered firmly, of course we will save more people. The bus is still moving on the road. He added that there was no need to waste effort searching around too much. Then he observed everyone on the bus to understand the situation. Sung Woo announced loudly, from now on we will have to face the boss. System confirms Orc has declared direct war. All survivors must fight to survive. Sung Woo explained this is a mandatory mission. To leave the school they must defeat the boss. A man spoke in warning, I saw them in the gym. Their numbers are even larger than before. At least more than 100. The words caused panic on the bus. System continues, due to overdue mission, debug mode will activate. A series of penalties are applied to those not participating, including reduced movement and attack speed. Everyone panicked. How can we fight that many, nearly 100 monsters? Sung Woo calmly thought he already knew how to deal with it. Even 100 would not be a problem. He declared he would fight alone. Having many weapons does not mean they are useful. The decision shocked Jisoo and Hanho. Jisoo screamed and Hanho also strongly objected. Sung Woo repeated firmly, I will face all those orcs alone. People murmured, is he crazy or has he just been lucky so far. Dice Sung sitting behind laughed contemptuously. That idiot Sung Woo. Jin Seok also joined in mocking. He dug his own grave, probably just lucky until now. Dying would be better. He continued mocking. A failure will surely die because of that stupid decision. Jisoo shouted angrily, Sung Woo, are you okay? Even if they join forces, they still cannot fight that many monsters. Sung Woo replied seriously, you said the same before we fought the boss on the rooftop, but reality proved otherwise. Human strength cannot compare to skeleton troops. He added that she had supported very well, not denying it. He stepped forward and patted her head, then explained this decision was carefully considered because this battle is extremely dangerous. Jisoo fell silent. She understood he always calculated before fighting, but this time it was still too risky. The sunset fell. The entire campus was plunged into an eerie silence. Sung Woo's skeleton troop squad was ready, standing on both sides like a guard army. He walked among them, not alone, though he still felt heavy pressure. On the upper floors, many eyes were watching. No one dared to breathe loudly. A trembling voice spoke. No way is he really going to solo it. The bus stopped not far away. Sung Woo was already in armor, standing ready. People on the bus panicked. Han Ho turned pale. Jisoo said she would support if needed. The driver was ready to accelerate and retreat. From a distance, the orcs were advancing. Sung Woo stood alone facing them. They growled and moved forward, their numbers like ants, like throwing eggs against a rock. The leading orc charged forward, baring its teeth and roaring. Sung Woo quickly glanced and wondered if the red-marked one was the commander. But there was no system notification. It must just be a sub-boss. As expected, the red snail roared and swung its axe, while the swarm behind it charged together. Sung Woo turned to his skeleton soldiers and ordered them to advance. He quickly placed the shield on his back onto the ground, preparing for battle. Sung Woo told Rai he would hold position here since it never left his side. He calmly observed and calculated. This stair area was similar to the back of the school, so it was easy to control. Looking at his skeleton soldiers, Sung Woo felt a trace of regret. If you survive, do not forget me. As soon as the skeleton soldiers went down the stairs, the snail-like monsters charged up like beasts. Notification appeared, Wild Frenzy activated, increasing damage by 10% and attack speed by 20% for 10 minutes. A loud shout rang out. Battle began. Countless daggers flew through the snail monsters' heads, causing panic. Sung Woo's skeleton soldiers coordinated effectively. The monsters were almost wiped out without losses. Seeing its subordinates defeated, the red boss roared in fury. It charged straight into the formation, but the thrown daggers caused no damage. Sung Woo panicked slightly, realizing throwing attacks were ineffective and he had to switch to close combat. The skeleton soldiers understood and rushed in for direct combat together. Sung Woo prepared to deliver the finishing blow from above, but the red boss blocked the skeleton soldiers' attack with its bare hands. It bared its fangs and roared, eyes like a beast, its aura ferocious. Sung Woo realized this was a life or death battle, but also a decisive opportunity. Most skeleton soldiers were knocked back, their limbs heavily damaged. Roy saw his comrades being destroyed and became enraged, wanting to rush in. Sung Woo held it back and signaled to wait for the right moment. Looking at the destroyed skeletons, he said in a low voice, not your turn yet. The red boss smirked and raised its hand to attack again. In an instant, its head was split in two by a razor-sharp slash. It fell. The snail monsters panicked and scattered without understanding what happened. The attacker was a skeleton soldier, its entire body covered in a strange blue light. Sung Woo thought it was time for the orc skeleton to enter battle, and another monster immediately fell. System notification: Death has submitted to your command. Sung Woo's body also glowed blue. Notification panel appeared. Combo effect activated. Manji Warrior level 1. The snail monsters were surrounded by Manji skeleton soldiers, completely falling into a passive state. Fighting intent surged. Sung Woo ordered total slaughter. The skeleton soldiers instantly grew stronger. He resolved to move forward even if he had to sacrifice everything without retreating. The army felt no fear, while the snail monsters gradually ran out of strength and will. Sung Woo satisfiedly watched the blue glowing skeleton soldiers fighting. They were born from death. Thinking this, he revealed a cold smile like the god of death. Standing among the skeleton army, he whispered, this is the style of a necromancer. On the upper floor, windows opened. Everyone witnessing the scene below was stunned. Someone said, it seems everything is over. The crowd pushed forward to look down. People discussed, what is he? Has he obtained a real class? On the bus, everyone was shocked by what was happening. Han Ho shouted excitedly, Sung Woo must be using a new skill again. Why did he not tell me? Jisoo commented, everything is within Sung Woo's calculation. He predicted almost everything. Notification appeared. Sung Woo checked and saw his mana had almost fully recovered. He also obtained the legendary item Ocean Spirit Tier, which increases mana and recovery speed. Sung Woo was shocked. This was truly the power of a legendary item. In his hand was a glowing blue gem. After the battle ended, the skeleton soldiers seemed happy as if they felt pride. Next notification: Snail team stats reduced by 30% due to level 1 evil aura. The snail monsters roared in anger after being weakened, but their leader still held fighting will, reducing the negative effect by half. Unwilling to accept it, the boss and its subordinates charged in to counterattack the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers did not retreat either. The chaotic battle erupted again. At this moment, Roy could no longer stand still. It joined the battle. As if understanding its master's intent, Rai accelerated forward following mental command. It rushed into the snail encirclement and unleashed continuous slashes. Truly Sung Woo's favorite, Rai struck decisively without hesitation. Roy had endured enough of seeing its comrades slaughtered and grew even more furious. Wherever it passed, blood splattered and the snail monsters fled in panic. The boss spun wildly trying to track it but could not keep up with Rai's speed, roaring madly. Roy, with a small stature but still standing among the Manji Corps soldiers, looking like a true leader. Sung Woo watched the fierce battle, then ordered to wipe out the remaining enemies. Upon hearing the order, all Corps soldiers immediately surged in to surround them, leaving the enemy completely helpless. After the battle ended, Sung Woo sat down tiredly. The system immediately displayed a reward notification. The notification stated that the reward this time was a lucky spin ticket that had been sent. This is the reward for eliminating 100 monsters. He is the 21st in history to receive this limited mission. Only for the first 100 people. Sung Woo was surprised and wondered if he was ranked 21st globally, not knowing who the other 20 were. While thinking, a loud noise rang out, startling Sung Woo. He looked toward the bus and wondered who was driving it. The bus was racing out of control, continuously crashing into parked cars on the road. Sung Woo stood up angrily, thinking they were fleeing instead of facing the boss. It was extremely foolish. But then he realized it was a group of students, making Sung Woo even more confused whether they had been captured and grabbed by monsters. One of the group screamed and cried for help desperately. Sung Woo gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to find peace as everything kept getting messed up. Although it was not his concern, Sung Woo still decided to rescue those who were trapped. Seeing this, the crowd also became enthusiastic, saying they would join the battle and protect themselves. Sung Woo looked at them and thought he still wanted to handle it alone, but still warned them not to touch his core soldiers. The door opened. Inside was dark and gloomy. Sung Woo stood in the center with 2 core soldiers guarding his sides. Inside was a horrifying scene. Floating corpses made Hanho tremble. The atmosphere was filled with dread. In the distance was a shadow of unclear shape, emitting an extremely oppressive aura. Sung Woo looked closely but still could not identify what it was, but his instinct told him it was the boss. Captured people had been beaten to exhaustion, while monsters stood waiting to finish them off. Sung Woo shouted loudly, ordering them to prepare for battle, about to face the monster boss. The captives were badly beaten, left only to tremble and cry. Sung Woo thought they might be holding the students as hostages. Dae-sung was now panicking and crying loudly for help. Jin Seok also looked miserable, begging in despair. Everyone placed their trust in Sung Woo, but he shouted for them to be silent, unable to endure the chaos. Sung Woo coldly said they were only selfish and now must bear the consequences themselves. He said he could not save everyone, while silently judging the other side as not negotiable. Sung Woo ordered a full assault, prioritizing a preemptive strike on the boss and saving as many students as possible. Everyone thought he agreed to rescue them, but one person still screamed in panic. Immediately, a cold slash ended Dae-sung's scream, leaving the entire group in shock. Everyone witnessed the horrifying scene. Many vomit on the spot from shock. Jisoo gritted her teeth and cursed, then rushed into battle together with the core soldiers. Sung Woo looked at the monsters, trying to understand their purpose but still unclear. The monsters' sharp fangs looked extremely horrifying, as if they wanted to devour everything. Purple light spread everywhere, causing panic among everyone. The overwhelming power made many collapse and struggle to breathe. Jisoo also tried to hold on. System warning affected by hell breath, entering weakened state, mana being burned. The mage boss Ox finally appeared and began to act. Enho trembled as he took out a potion and forcefully opened the cap. He drank it all and wiped his mouth, gasping from exhaustion. He handed the potion to Sung Woo, but the scene before him made him freeze. Sung Woo's body emitted a powerful green aura, completely unaffected by the purple aura. He did not turn back, only said to protect Jisoo for him. Sung Woo smiled faintly, thinking this aura was strange but quite interesting. System notification stated mana greatly increased due to hell breath, making Sung Woo excited. The system explained his body had adapted, increasing all stats and expanding summon limits. Sung Woo confidently said he wanted to know the secret behind all of this. The monster boss roared in panic, realizing the abnormal situation. Hanho excitedly said this was like the previous advantage, fight together. Sung Woo smiled coldly, saying this time would be completely different from the last battle. System notification stated the corpses were ready to obey your command. The corpses had become your subordinates. Hanho looked around in shock, not understanding what was happening. You possess this kind of power. The system continued activating combined effects for the entire team. The entire team received buffs increasing attack speed, weapon weight, and reducing damage resistance. Hanho almost wanted to cry due to the overwhelming number of monsters. System notification stated one-handed special warrior activated, causing massive damage on the the first attack. Warrior level 3 requires 30 war kites or more, increases 15% damage and 20% attack speed in the first 20 seconds of battle. Orc Hunter level 2 requires more than 30 orcs in the party, increases 20% surrounding perception and 10% damage in combat. Rebirth phase 2 requires 30 undead or more, has a chance to randomly regenerate, and increases 20% efficiency in pursuing living creatures. Hidden party structure level 1, when commanding more than 11 members, increases 5% damage and 5% defense. All power converged toward Sung Woo. He thought to himself, I will show you the true power of death. Under the fierce attacks, the orcs grew even more berserk, roaring and shaking the surrounding ground and rocks. The system announced that orc bone soldiers had awakened. They rushed straight toward the orc leader. Bone Soldier charged forward swinging its weapon. Immediately the leader was surrounded and had no time to react. Immediately after, a fierce clash between the orcs and Sung Woo's bone soldiers erupted. The system continued reporting that orc bone soldiers kept awakening. Whenever one fell, another rose again, leaving the orcs only able to roar in despair. The system once again reported orc bone soldiers awakening. Before it stood Sung Woo, who had evolved. He asked, how is it? This is your situation. No matter how strong you are, you cannot escape one thing. That is death. As soon as he finished speaking, Sung Woo's eyes turned as cold as the god of death from hell. Order C had never witnessed such a scene, so terrified it did not even dare to scream. It desperately charged toward Sung Woo in attack, even knowing there was no escape. As it rushed in, it was evaded. Sung Woo said in contempt, useless trash. Bone soldiers immediately swarmed in like predators. It realized it could not win, so it turned and fled. Sung Woo instantly saw through its intent and shouted, trying to run, there is no chance. The orc roared in a suicidal charge, its eyes white like a wild beast. Before it could react, Sung Woo's bone soldiers simultaneously attacked the orc boss. It was like a beast being torn apart within the encirclement of bone soldiers. The orc boss was now extremely disheveled, struggling in despair. In the end, it was exhausted, reaching its trembling hand toward Sung Woo. When the opponent was exhausted, Sung Woo ordered Rai, and it immediately rushed in. Of course, Rai would not spare this monster. It charged forward, and Sung Woo simultaneously gave the order to finish it off. The system reported 1555 gold obtained from defeating the boss. Elite goblin bone soldiers leveled up. Command and defense attributes increased. Sung Woo thought as expected, Rai could level up by defeating bosses and expand the subordinate list. The list displayed veteran goblin bone soldier level 3 katana weapon, undead race, commander level 2. Manhwa asked in surprise, what is in the monster's mouth? Is it a new item? The system warned that this item could activate demonic attributes, but requires sacrifice to use. Sung Woo thought, demonic attributes, it's similar to a mage type. Sung Woo stepped forward and picked up the gem to inspect it. The system reported Blood Demon Stone activated, legendary rarity. Magical equipment that activates demonic attributes, absorbing enemy power when the opponent's mana is depleted. After absorbing hell energy, the berserk state also disappeared. At the school, light gradually returned. System announcement that the boss had been defeated. Everyone cheered loudly, saying they had taken down the boss. Someone spoke up saying that although they did not want trouble, they would try to help in the future. Others also agreed. He really has potential of a hero. Sung Woo thought he did not need anyone else in the party. A small group was enough to survive in this world. After the boss was defeated, the barrier disappeared. Those inside rejoiced at finally being freed. Some even wanted to stay because it was safer here. In the silent courtyard, a pair of slender legs quietly appeared, observing everything. People gradually dispersed. The streets became a bit more lively. They looked on and talked, some curious where he would go, feeling like they wanted to follow him. Han-ho checked his phone and worriedly said the situation in the world was no different, not knowing if his parents were safe. Hearing this, Sung Woo felt a brief sadness and sighed, as he was also missing his family. He looked back at his bone soldiers, and at that moment a bus was also approaching. Lee Jiangsu poked his head out of the window and called, "Get on, I am driving a military vehicle. I can take you to a safer area." But Sung Woo refused. He wanted to go somewhere else first. Lee Jiangsu did not force him, only told them to come by. Although he knew he was hiding something, he loudly called everyone onto the bus. There would be another vehicle with enough space for the rest. He wished Sung Woo and Han-ho good luck and waved goodbye. The convoy gradually left. Sung Woo's group watched them go. Han-ho asked where they would go next and where Jisoo was. Jisoo smiled bitterly and said she was at the dorm since her home was in Jeju, making Han-ho sigh helplessly. Jisoo asked if she could join since she did not know how to help but still wanted to contribute. Sung Woo agreed immediately. Han-ho teased her with a mischievous smile. Han-ho joked that they should cut off an arm to become a one-armed warrior, creating combo effects for the team. Suddenly Jisoo shouted to get down and rushed forward, pushing both of them down, avoiding an unexpected situation. In front of them was a gigantic creature, its mutated skin resembling an abnormally enlarged crocodile. Manhwa asked in panic what it was, all three of them staring tensely at the grotesque creature. At Li Jiangsu's bus, the vehicle suddenly braked hard while in motion. Everyone on the bus panicked. Someone shouted why they stopped. Jiangsu replied the engine could not restart, and moving forward would mean certain death. Minsu quickly realized the monsters were being drawn to the sound of the engine. Sung Woo froze, looking at the creature and thinking it might be a dragon. System notification: Wyvern Leader Zone has appeared. Danger is that they can fly and appear in groups. Sung Woo bitterly realized he was not strong enough while the city was being destroyed. But he also understood this was an opportunity to grow stronger, so he tightened his resolve. Sung Woo stood up and told Jisoo he would not run, but instead actively hunt these monsters. He emphasized adapting to the environment, only hunting strong monsters instead of weak ones. In his mind rose the belief that humanity would dominate. Jisoo and Hanho were also ready. Sung Woo clenched his fists, determined to find a way to control and exploit them. The three moved straight toward the monster swarm, formation clear and without hesitation. Sung Woo's skeleton soldiers immediately entered defensive mode according to the system. System confirmed the player had completed the basic tutorial. In another place, the streets were devastated, vehicles scattered like a dead city. A creature was running wildly, emitting strange cries in panic. It was a goblin clearly fleeing in extreme fear. From the shadows, countless pairs of golden eyes and sharp fangs watched it. Behind it, skeleton soldiers pursued fiercely, putting the goblin at a complete disadvantage. Those golden eyes seemed to be its own kind, yet they terrified it. The skeleton soldiers also rushed forward with overwhelming momentum. They tried to open an escape route, but the goblin fled in panic. From behind, a hand grabbed it and pulled it back, making it scream in fear. System notification: killing a goblin grants 10 gold, Sung Woo calmly said, just as expected. It turned out the goblin was not the hunter, but the prey being hunted by Sung Woo. The goblin was quickly eliminated by skeleton soldiers, the system continuously reporting gold rewards. And Sung Woo reached level 6, the announcement voice confirming it. Hanho panted and complained while Sung Woo simply replied it was nothing much. Sung Woo was still not satisfied, thinking goblin hunting gave too little money. System continued requesting selection of an upgrade card. Sung Woo chose to increase strength. He happily thought that if he could gain 3 strength points, there was no reason to refuse. Right after selecting, his body was filled with power. System stats updating shocked him. System additionally added 10 gold from the eliminated goblin. Then he consecutively received another 8 gold and then 10 more. The three of them gradually wiped out the entire goblin swarm. Jisoo reported that she had finished, while she had also cleared her own area. Sung Woo satisfiedly assigned Hanho to collect the dropped daggers. Very quickly the backpack was filled with collected weapons. The skeleton soldiers were also working non-stop. After finishing, Sung Woo decided to ignore goblins and switch targets. Hanho questioned the reason, while Jisoo guessed they would hunt bigger monsters. Sung Woo explained goblins only give 10 gold, while larger monsters can give up to 80 gold. Therefore, hunting stronger monsters would bring much higher profit. The group continued forward, the city eerily empty with no signs of life. Hanho commented that they looked like an army of the undead moving. From afar he saw a military convoy and alerted everyone. As expected, ahead was a convoy stopped in the middle of the road, supplies scattered everywhere. Sung Woo observed the scene and asked if this had once been a battlefield. Suddenly a figure emerged from behind a vehicle, startling Sung Woo. A soldier cautiously asked if they were human and pointed behind them. Sung Woo calmly replied they were human and had no intention of harming them. The soldier happily called his comrades, confirming they were allies. Sung Woo watched the soldier walk into the vehicle to assess the situation. The person inside the vehicle awkwardly explained they could not move due to a leg injury. Sung Woo quickly realized it was likely caused by a goblin dagger. The soldier explained that goblins attacked like children, but were extremely ruthless, and even after killing them they still suffered losses. Sung Woo interrupted in alarm upon hearing that. "Kill them, what about your guns?" Kim immediately replied, "The guns cannot be used. Although not broken, for unknown reasons they could not fire, so the military was forced to use spears and swords to eliminate them." Suddenly Hanho hesitantly spoke. "Brother," then he took out a red vial from his pocket. Kim immediately got excited upon seeing it. "Wait, I have seen other players have that. Could you give me some?" Sung Woo cut in. "Sorry, but in this situation no one gives anything for free." Kim struggled to stand and asked again. Then exchanging information, Sung Woo questioned. "Information?" Kim explained he would share everything he knew or had witnessed. Sung Woo nodded, told him to speak first. The sergeant began. "There was a pack of giant wolves, as large as bulls. They wiped out our entire battalion." He continued, "And regarding green cores, have you ever seen the blue type?" Hearing that, Hanho and Jisoo looked at each other, both curious. He said he had seen it over there, near the parking lot on this route, and the subway transfer station area. He guided them to scan with their phones and install the app. This is the only means of communication now, a virtual social network. Sung Woo thought this was likely an app for survivors. Then he handed the medicine to the man. Kim asked next, "Where are you going? We will return to base." Sung Woo looked at the soldier's corpse and asked directly, "Returning to base will be safer." Kim explained that since players appeared, good weapons had been collected by higher-ups, so they only had melee weapons left, but for him it was not too difficult. Sung Woo smiled lightly. "We still have a few places to go." The sergeant did not stop them, only wished them safety. He added a reminder, "Watch the sky." The sergeant asked back, "The sky?" Sung Woo calmly said, "Sometimes there are flying lizards up there." The sergeant and his men turned pale, then thanked him for the information. They then quickly left. Sung Woo's group watched them for a while. Then the group continued their journey, the three of them with the core soldiers wandering through empty streets. They quickly arrived at the place Kim indicated, an area with green cores. Sung Woo pointed there and said, "These are green cores," then opened his phone to download the app. Han-ho suspiciously asked if it was a virus. Sung Woo sighed. "Do we even still need phones now? Even if there is one, it does not matter." Everyone followed the instructions, reading the notes before installing. After installing, just as Sung Woo predicted, it was a survival app. He cursed the person who created it internally. Communicate they must post publicly, making Sung Woo even more irritated. Jisoo read carefully and said each post costs 1,000 gold. Han-ho was shocked, equivalent to killing 100 goblins. Everyone checked if there was any new information on the app. The first post was a level 8 group searching for survivors around the adjutant area. Comment asking for the address was replied to, saying they would meet at a nearby apartment complex since posting costs were too high. Han-ho realized that place was near his home. Sung Woo asked whether they should go. He thought they used 1,000 gold so easily, while he was only level 6, and they were already level 8. Sung Woo felt something was off but still wanted to meet the high-level group. The group quickly moved toward their base. Shortly after, those previous comments were deleted by the poster. Someone wondered why they could not read the comments, and asked why they were deleted, whether it was important information. The poster replied they were only deleted because of meaningless spam telling everyone to just come. In a dark corner, the poster with a suspicious expression was watching the situation. That man smiled, revealing sharp fangs, clearly not a good person. On the tall buildings, dim lights gradually appeared. A goblin holding a knife rushed forward fiercely, but before it could attack, it was taken down in a single strike. A man frantically swung a baseball bat, screaming continuously. The goblins stared with murderous intent. He screamed for help. A little girl behind burst into tears from fear. People on the building looked down, hope flashing as they saw them. They begged to save the child. Those above coldly pulled the curtains shut, pretending not to see. A pack of goblins rushed in like predators, targeting the two people. Suddenly a knife flew in, piercing a goblin's head. The entire pack panicked. It was core soldiers. Fortunately, Sung Woo's group happened to pass by in time. The goblins were quickly wiped out. The man tightly hugged the little girl in fear. Sung Woo approached and said gently, "Now it is fine." He asked if they could take them home. In the coldness of the world, Sung Woo's words brought a bit of warmth. The weak man said his home was in that direction. He added that they were almost out of food. Before he could finish, Sung Woo interrupted and gave him some supplies, telling him to use it for now. On the other side, Han-ho and Jisoo were still finishing off the remaining goblins. Under their pressure, the goblin horde panicked and fled to save their lives. But how could these two possibly let it escape? Han-ho laughed loudly. "Look at those fools." Jisoo also added, "They walked straight into a dead end." Han-ho asked if this was a dungeon. "Hey, should we go in and clear it out?" Just then a man rushed over in panic to stop them. "Wait, do not go in there." He sadly explained, "That used to be my best friend's cafe. Inside there is something even more terrifying than those goblins earlier." Sung Woo just gave a faint smile. "Worse than that. Thanks for the warning." System notification, "You entered the Elder Smile Holy Land dungeon." Sung Woo immediately shouted, "Run!" Han-ho and Jisoo did not understand but quickly followed. In the chaos, Sung Woo angrily shouted, "Run faster if you do not want to die." After running a bit, Han-ho suddenly shouted, "Ahead." Sung Woo calmly said, "It is just small goblins," but everyone was still uneasy. Skeleton soldiers immediately rushed in and eliminated them all. The system continuously reported additional gold rewards. Han-ho turned pale and said, "This is creepy." Sung Woo reassured him that the skeleton soldiers could handle it. Skeleton soldiers quickly wiped out the remaining goblins, fluids splattering everywhere. Han-ho tremblingly asked Sung Woo if he could handle what was ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced the Elder Smile dungeon has appeared. Our skeleton soldiers have been destroyed. It seems this one is much stronger than those goblins. Looking at his crushed skeleton soldiers, Sung Woo gritted his teeth, thinking if he could not control it, they would be destroyed. They moved too fast, making skeleton attacks ineffective, but there was still another way. System notification, basic bone weapon crafting skill. Sung Woo began calculating. He planned to mix skeleton bones to create weapons. Although it would take time, it was highly effective. Jisoo was struggling against a massive slimy monster. She threw a skeleton towards Sung Woo and shouted to catch it. Sung Woo immediately took it and began crafting a basic bone weapon, but the goblins still rushed in to stop him. They spat slime, sending Han-ho and Sung Woo flying back. Another skeleton soldier was sacrificed, devoured by the monster. System confirmed it had returned to eternal void. Sung Woo gave a cold smile. You have made a huge mistake. As expected, the giant goblin exploded not long after. Sung Woo immediately ordered it to be finished off, completely destroyed. A liquid like blood flowed from its body. System requested all liquid be collected into empty bottles. Skeleton soldiers quickly complied and gathered a large amount. Sung Woo judged this was like a highly corrosive acid. It could be useful later. He discovered a rare core inside the goblin containing acid capable of dissolving everything. While observing, Hanho handed him a phone showing something strange. He wondered why most comments were deleted. There must be some hidden meaning. Sung Woo took the phone to investigate. Hanho also felt it was very unusual. Sung Woo thought no one would waste 1,000 gold for nothing. There must be a secret behind it. He was confused, trying to think but still could not find an answer. It fell moonlight covering the sky. In a dark corner of the tunnel, someone was discussing something. One of them wondered why they had to capture monsters. He said killing people gives 5,000 gold, plus 1,000 per level. It is even easier than killing monsters. Another laughed slyly, saying this was even more comfortable. He smoked while watching cars pass by. Inside the car, someone asked who the real master behind them was. The person beside him panicked, his body trembling violently. He muttered about Professor Red. The person next to him suspected he was a serial killer. The leader became even more frightened, recalling that terrifying voice. In his memory, corpses were piled up. A cold, bloody hand reached out. He was severely injured, retreating in panic without daring to resist. Only the words monster remained in his mind. Professor Red said perhaps the end of the world had come, then walked closer. In front of him was something neither human nor demon, saying it needed food. Back to Sung Woo, he called Han Ho and he responded immediately. Sung Woo asked sternly if he was ready to kill a person. A convenience store covered in blood and handprints. Something bad must have happened inside. System notification that person has joined Vampire Road, converted into a low-level vampire. The monster panicked, thinking why everything had turned out like this, weakly crying for help. He thought he was just entering the convenience store to harvest a few stray prey, but before he could act he heard desperate pleas for mercy. But his thirst was still not satisfied. Only the sound of miserable screams echoed continuously around him. The eerie figure immediately rushed in, pinned the man down and frantically drained his blood. The vampire leader stepped out looking satisfied. Well done, truly my son. The man was still lost in bloodlust, not fully rational but unable to stop. Vampire leader laughed smugly. Grow even stronger. Meanwhile he remained immersed in his meal. From deep within his consciousness, a faint voice seemed to call. Brother, it turned out to be just a dream. The subordinate nervously asked, are you all right, boss? He stammered that nothing was wrong. The subordinate happily held up his phone. Boss, the prey has appeared. He continued. Number 157 is reportedly with 3 others, currently at the park. The boss immediately became excited and stepped on the gas. Good, move out immediately. Prepare to harvest the 17th blood bag. The car sped off, his thirst growing stronger. The vampire judged the apartment complex as an ideal location. Spacious and convenient for hunting prey. Moreover, residents in such buildings usually do not interfere, exactly as he had expected. He thought those people would eventually become the next prey after the previous targets were dealt with. A subordinate from afar reported excitedly. Boss, the prey has arrived. That group was Sung Woo and the 3 of them, walking down the street in black clothing. As soon as he saw them from afar, the vampire became excited. Blood, that is the scent of fresh blood. He immediately ordered to speed up. The subordinate floored the gas, trying to ram into the 3 black-clothed figures, but the situation was different. It turned out to be only Sung Woo's skeleton soldiers. He had already anticipated this and set an ambush from behind, causing confusion. The vampire immediately realized they were skeleton soldiers and explained it to his subordinate. From within the light, bone structures gradually formed, the system announcing the summoning of skeleton soldiers. The vampire's car was violently pushed back, causing the people inside to collide heavily. The vampire gritted his teeth in pain and cursed, his rage exploding. Suddenly a powerful fist smashed through the car window, startling him in shock. Before he could react, that hand grabbed his nape and dragged him straight out. Slamming him to the ground, he gritted his teeth and cursed, still not understanding what was happening. The man read the code from the message, making the vampire instantly alert. It was Sung Woo's group. He pointed his sword and asked, is it you bastards? The blade pressed close to his face, making him momentarily unable to respond. Sung Woo thought to himself. From the beginning it felt strange who would waste 1,000 gold on meaningless comments. Clearly there was a scheme. He said coldly, no need to think to know what kind of trash you are. Han Ho whispered, this world is truly terrifying. Sung Woo continued, I used bait, but I did not expect you to try to ram us with a car. The vampire roared in rage, do you know who I am? Before he could finish, Sung Woo kicked his face, sending him flying backward. His subordinates panicked and called for the boss, but they were already restrained by skeleton soldiers. Sung Woo looked at him with a deathly cold gaze and asked, how many of you are there? If you lie, your head will be gone from your neck. He let out a strange laugh. My head? He rushed forward and roared. Do you think killing people once makes you so great? But before he could act, Rai swung its axe down. Blood splattered as the vampire's arm was severed. He screamed madly, while his subordinate watched in absolute terror. Subordinate was nearly screaming in tears, fully realizing the opponent's terror. Sung Woo said coldly, "Well done, Rai. In this world I am not yet cruel enough to kill people, but my skeleton soldiers are different." As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton soldiers raised their weapons in unison. He was completely unable to resist, only able to collapse and scream in despair. Sung Woo saw his abnormal expression, thinking he was in so much pain he had lost his mind. He then turned to another subordinate of his and asked, "How about you?" That man was so terrified tears were streaming. He continued, "Be gentle, or do you want to choose a leg?" As soon as he finished speaking, in the group of 8, one person's blood suddenly splattered. He did not have time to react. Turns out it was a vampire. He quickly rushed in and delivered a fatal strike to his own teammate. Jisoo exclaimed in shock. He killed his own teammate. Hanho could not bear it, feeling nauseous and horrified. His severed arm flew out like a sharp blade accompanied by a ferocious roar. He looked at his dead teammate, then immediately rushed toward the blood-sucking vehicle, crawling like a starving man. The remaining ones laughed in satisfaction. "There it is. This is amazing." Sung Woo could no longer endure it. He shouted in disgust, "You madman." The system announced, "Your stamina has been restored by absorbing blood. Experience and strength also increased." He continued, "My original profession was ninja. After being bitten by the boss, it became a low-level vampire." He let blood drip from his hand, watching in fascination. When becoming a vampire, level is locked at level 1 and cannot level normally, but there are many other restrictions. If you kill and drain blood from humans instead of monsters, you gain experience. After drinking blood, his true nature began to show. The system continued to announce his strength, speed, and stamina increased again. He fell into a wild state. Stats increased 20% for 10 hours. After ending, all current stats are reduced by 50%. Sung Woo, after hearing Makadong's analysis, was surprised. "So there is a job even worse than mine." He then spoke, "Everyone take guard. A single mistake and we will lose our lives to him." Sung Woo's eyes flashed with killing intent, his voice deep like a demon. "Attack." Upon hearing the order, the skeleton soldiers under Raiden's command immediately rushed toward Mark Vampire. He shot forward like an arrow, continuously striking. Wherever he swept, the skeleton soldiers were sent flying. Sung Woo watched in panic and thought, "He is too fast. Is his target to break this barrier?" The other hand, with vampire sharp claws, viciously scratched toward the skeleton soldier's face. He continued to frantically sweep them away. Sung Woo's skeleton soldiers fell one by one under his hands. It seems his main target is humans, not these bones. Upon seeing Sung Woo, he immediately laughed in delight. "There you are." Sung Woo panicked and could not react in time. Luckily, Raiden quickly commanded the remaining skeleton soldiers to coordinate and block him. On the other side, Mark Vampire immediately raised his blade towards Sung Woo. He had recognized the commander. Under his overwhelming pressure, Sung Woo could only raise his shield and retreat. Suddenly, from behind, an attack rushed in to protect him. It was Jisoo. She slashed at Mark Vampire, but it seemed to have little effect. The impact drew his attention to her. He turned and gave a cold laugh. "Thought it was a kitten? Turns out a lioness. If so, then I will taste your blood first." He rushed forward, swinging his hand toward Jisoo's sword. From behind, another sharp aura also rushed in, making Mark Vampire wary. He turned to dodge. Now both front and back were surrounded. Hanho sneered, "Don't forget about me." Then he threw a series of knives to distract the vampire, and this method proved quite effective. Hanho successfully provoked him, making him roar in rage. He immediately charged straight toward Ho at terrifying speed. He panicked and cursed, "Damn, so fast." Seeing his teammate struggling, Raiden also rushed up, using full strength to block the vampire. The skeleton soldier was slightly faster, slipped behind and slashed at him. At this moment, Sung Woo also charged with his shield. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Take this." He continued attacking fiercely. The system announced, "Your equipment has been destroyed." Sung Woo angrily shouted, "Trash." Then he provoked, slow as a turtle, and quickly slipped past. He truly went berserk, roaring, "Take my attack, weaklings." While he focused on Sung Woo, Jisoo attacked from behind again, but he easily dodged it. It seemed Jisoo used too much force. If it hit, it would have been a fatal blow. He laughed proudly, too predictable, then turned to attack Jisoo. At the same time, Raiden rushed in support, slashing at his sharp arm. He clutched his arm in pain and screamed, "Blood, my arm." Sung Woo immediately ordered a full assault. Everyone rushed at him together. From afar, the vampire's subordinates also appeared quickly. "Boss, we are here." He looked at his subordinates and smiled in satisfaction. Good. At this moment, he no longer looked human. The subordinates arrived and panicked, seeing his condition. "Boss, your arm." In a moment of distraction, someone suddenly attacked his injured arm, causing blood to continue flowing. Sue was only waiting for an opportunity to ambush, knowing she was not his direct opponent. She had just drawn her sword when Raiden also rushed into attack. The team coordination became more and more seamless. Immediately after, the skeleton soldiers rushed forward, swinging their axes down hard. Surrounded from multiple directions, their formation was slightly shaken. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It seemed the previous attack had caused heavy damage. Sung Woo stood still, his voice cold. If you believe so much in the monster's recovery ability, then try recovering your head for me to see. As he finished speaking, he coldly swung his sword down. The system immediately displayed a warning. You have killed a level 1 player and received 1,000 gold. Thought flashed through his mind, gold from players. At this moment, Sung Woo began to understand the situation. Sung Woo asked fiercely, so this is how you all earn gold? They remained silent, which was equivalent to admitting it. Sung Woo roared in anger, bastards. He stepped closer, his presence like a god of death from hell, coldly asking, you are the level 8 group, right? Even though he already almost knew, he still wanted confirmation. After they admitted it, he said in a low voice, drop your weapons or I will send you to hell. Under the overwhelming pressure, they all immediately threw their weapons to the ground. Their vehicle was quickly destroyed by skeleton soldiers to block any escape route. From the confession of a subordinate, he learned they were working for a boss. That man said they did not know who it was, only receiving orders through a big boss, and did not expect things to end up like this. Sung Woo thought. He wondered if the boss was the one who turned that person into such a state. Was he human or not, and what profession did he have? He estimated that that person's strength was around 5 stars. In any case, this showed there was a powerful hidden enemy lurking in the city. He continued asking, how many people have you killed? The man honestly replied around 20 or more. Hearing this, Sung Woo's eyes turned cold, filled with killing intent as he looked at the group of murderers. The skeleton soldiers immediately understood the intent, raising their axes to finish them off. The group panicked and begged for mercy, saying they were only following orders. Even so, he could not forgive the murderers. The skeleton soldiers quickly struck, and the system immediately announced that Sung Woo received a large amount of gold from eliminating them. Jisoo and Han were shocked, seeing him act decisively. Sung Woo, what are you doing? Sung Woo did not turn back, his entire body radiating killing intent. If I do not kill them, they will continue harming others. Evil is hard to change. Jisoo sighed, that is true, I do not object anymore. Night fell, everything returned to silence, only the military headquarters remained lit. Everyone discussed the victim's previous comments. Before being deleted, someone witnessed the incident and reported it. A soldier frowned in frustration. Even after joining the military, survival is still extremely difficult. There is nothing more to say about this world. A comment mentioned Sung Woo. The writer wanted to meet him and the skeleton soldiers. The soldier wondered what skeleton soldiers were. It turned out to be Kim. He smiled to himself, thinking it was probably that group. Just as he expected, they were truly strong. A comrade rushed in urging him, Kim, hurry and assemble. But he was still focused on reading comments about that group. He quickly left a compliment under the post, also mentioning the victim Sung Woo had saved, then told his comrade he was monitoring the situation of that benefactor from before. Dawn quickly came at an abandoned high-rise building. Inside, someone was reading the comments and thought, this is indeed interesting information. He stood up and put away his phone, thinking he did not expect there were still such good people outside. Then let us begin. At the same time the gate swung open, blinding light pouring inside. Below the city, the streets were silent, vehicles overturned everywhere, the scene like a dead city. Hanho was checking comments on his phone when he suddenly exclaimed, Sung Woo has a new post. The post was created by prosecutor Ion Dangpo, allowing free comments, each comment limited to about 200 characters. If you want to change your nickname, it costs 100 gold. Hanho continued, unbelievable, this person spent 1,000 gold to open free comments. Jisoo also quickly checked her phone. Most comments were looking for members. Sung Woo already knew most of the information, but he still checked regularly to update new things. Hanho said many people were praising him in the prosecutor's post, but Sung Woo replied calmly, I do not care. Sunset gradually fell and the afternoon quickly passed. Everyone arrived at a building. Hanho spoke, we are here. Sung Woo pointed forward, your house has finally been reached. Hanho trembled in worry, I wonder if my parents are alright. Hanho urgently pointed upstairs, my home is up there. Sung Woo reminded him, stay calm, we do not know what is inside yet. Jisoo looked around, there are many strange traces here. Hanho kept praying with folded hands, hoping everything would be fine. Right at the door, Hanho noticed a long and sharp slash mark. He shouted loudly, Mom, Dad, open the door, it is Hanho. Immediately after, the door opened quickly. His parents rushed out emotionally. Is that really Hanho? Both could not believe their eyes. In the evening at the ruined apartment of Hanho's family, the inside was desolate. He had just lifted his food but paused in surprise and asked loudly, Dad, did you not choose any profession at all? He continued talking about poker, wondering why his father never drew another card. The father smiled awkwardly, saying he thought it was a winning hand. He got angry, so that is why you always lose everything and run out of money. Sung Woo asked, may I ask how you two resisted the monsters? He continued, the monsters almost wiped out other houses. How did your parents manage to resist them? His father said they used nasal spray to fight the monsters, leaving everyone stunned. His mother added that his father used the spray to attack them while escaping, looking very proud. Hearing this, Hanho almost choked. and Sung Woo was also surprised by this strange method of defense. Han-ho's mother thanked the two boys for bringing supplies, then apologized for having little at home and could only offer tea. Jisoo quickly said it was fine, and Sung Woo stepped forward to accept the thanks and replied, "Thank you, ma'am." And Woo spoke up boastfully, "Hey mom, I am strong too. I even used a dagger to take down those monsters." Hearing that, his mother immediately darkened her face and stayed silent. His mother reminded them that the building heating system was broken, so it would be very cold at night. But the water supply still worked normally, so the kids could take baths comfortably. Night gradually fell. In this chaotic world, the most frightening moment was when darkness descended. Beneath the building, someone was silently watching upward. It was unclear who they were, but those people showed sinister smiles while looking at the brightly lit room of Han-ho's home. Inside, Jisoo had finally finished bathing. She wiped her hair and walked out, saying she was done. She thanked Han-ho's mother for lending her pajamas, saying that after days of wandering outside, she could finally bathe comfortably today. Jisoo felt like a completely different person. Han-ho's mother sighed in admiration, saying Luna really needed a lot of training. He immediately replied, "Of course, Jisoo is 30 times stronger than her." After bathing, it was Sung Woo's turn since there was only one bathroom, so they let the girls use it first. He relaxed and enjoyed the shower. It had been a long time since he last felt such a comfortable bath. The most important thing was that Han-ho's family was still safe. On the way here, besides Han-ho, he had also been constantly worried. Sung Woo secretly sighed in relief, glad that their senses were not sharper, otherwise things would have been different. His mind appeared worst-case scenarios if things went bad, especially without enough support equipment. To him, having a place to return to in this chaotic world was already a small happiness. Looking back and seeing Han-ho and arguing made the atmosphere warm again. After bathing and quickly washing clothes, everyone immediately cleaned their weapons, all of them busy. Suddenly Han-ho asked if they had made any plans. Staying here forever was not a good idea. Sung Woo replied that he would continue his journey. He added that the monsters below were just scout soldiers. There must be a large monster race living around this area. Sung Woo thought that the problem was he still had not chosen the next destination. At least he needed to identify a specific place. Suddenly Han-ho shouted, "Sung Woo, look at this." He sighed helplessly, not knowing what he was looking at on the internet again. Han-ho continued, "This is not a joke. Prosecutor Yong Dang-po just left a comment. That person just posted again, creating a shelter called Adjutant Total for everyone, needing new leaders, more gold and resources, and having a selection test for recruitment." Jisoo checked it and asked if it was trustworthy. Han-ho said the group seemed good, but there were still things worth considering. Sung Woo spoke up, "So this is why they posted it yesterday." The space suddenly grew heavy because of his question. Everyone fell silent. Sung Woo judged that the place created by the prosecutor might be real. The current world was like a game where skills and professions existed. He added that yesterday they spent 1,000 gold to create a trading place. It was hard to believe it was unconditional kindness. He reminded everyone to pay attention to other comments, and they quickly checked their phones again. Below were many praises and thanks, but also quite a few doubts. Jisoo and Han-ho also saw many comments expressing gratitude toward the poster. Sung Woo said they were building initial trust by creating a good image, gathering everyone together and then controlling the shelter. He guessed this was a way to form a new organization, secretly collecting gold and medicine. Han-ho was stunned. There really is no such thing as free kindness. Sung Woo carefully analyzed that this was only speculation. Han-ho's parents were still safe, and the place was quite far, so it was best not to go there. Han-ho mentioned another post by that man looking for girls, with many critical comments below. He frowned and skipped it. Han-ho continued searching for the next destination. Holding up the phone, "This place in Suwon seems quite good. There is a section Chief Gu, a 2-star priest, but it requires a fee." Sung Woo did not like having to pay fees for a shelter, but still found such models quite noteworthy. He asked Han-ho, "Suwon is not far by bus, right?" Han-ho replied it was about 20 minutes. Sung Woo raised his phone, "Then the next destination is here." Han-ho happily said he would go ask his parents right away. Everyone quickly packed their belongings and prepared to leave. Han-ho's family was also ready. Sung Woo politely apologized for making them move. Han-ho's father smiled and said it was fine. He said that since Sung Woo brought Han-ho back, they trusted him. Han-ho's mother also added that this place was not safe. There were monsters and bandits. Sung Woo was surprised to hear about bandits. The uncle explained that they might be a group of dropout students who specialized in bullying and robbing others. Sung Woo scratched his head, not expecting there to be such thugs around here. Just as he finished speaking, a group on motorcycles rushed toward them, shouting loudly. A girl sitting behind one of the bikes loudly cursed them with vulgar language. Hearing that, Han-ho froze. Jisoo tried hard to hold back her laughter until her whole body shook. The leader shouted loudly, "This road is under our control. If you want to pass, hand over your supplies as a fee. Otherwise, do not dream of peace." Sung Woo silently observed. Behind him, the core soldiers stared at those thugs with glowing blue eyes like death itself. Before he could finish speaking, the leader panicked when he saw those blue glowing eyes behind them. They screamed and revved their engines, fleeing in complete chaos. The gang scattered and ran, not daring to look back. Jisoo and Hanho were confused, not understanding what had just happened. Sungwoo turned back to check. A warning voice said something was approaching. From afar appeared a creature with dog-like legs and sharp claws. Cars on the road were thrown aside. It seemed they had just encountered a massive creature. Sungwoo became tense, still unable to identify what it was. Everyone immediately drew their weapons. It was a pack of giant wolves. They slowly approached as if hunting prey. He realized they were not attacking immediately, probably having wolf-like instincts, so he told everyone to retreat. He understood close combat would be very dangerous. With their sharp teeth and claws, they could take down the entire team. Their bodies lay horizontally like hunting beasts, while humans stood upright vertically. Sungwoo silently calculated his retreat route and path carefully. If he slipped even once and fell, there would be no chance to stand back up. His life would surely fall into their hands. Manhwa worriedly stood up and asked, "Brother, is it safe to hold out here? Is there any adjutant supporting us?" Sungwoo answered directly, "No." He said that if he were in their position, they would surely flatten the entire area. Hanho panicked and asked back what they should do now. Just as they finished speaking, a giant wolf could not hold back its roar and charged straight forward. As expected, the giant wolf was far stronger than ordinary wolves. It madly charged and slammed into the door. Suddenly, a glass bottle flew in from nowhere, hitting the wolf's head and shattering, the green liquid inside spilling out. Hanho asked in shock with his mouth open, "Do we use that, brother?" Sungwoo only gave a slight response. He explained that it was slime fluid. Once it touched, it would explode, causing the wolf to panic and howl. Then Sungwoo looked at the skeleton soldiers and ordered, "It is your turn. Throw the spears." The skeleton soldiers immediately obeyed. Dozens of sharp spears were thrown precisely toward the pack of wolves. He thought to himself that against quadrupeds, long-range attack tactics were the most effective. Only one wolf remained, likely the alpha that had not died. It saw its companions fall and charged in madness. On Sungwoo's side, he quickly ordered all skeleton soldiers to attack. As soon as the order was given, the skeleton soldiers rushed straight toward the giant wolf. At the same time, the fierce wolf bit off a skeleton soldier's arm and chewed it fiercely. The slime suddenly spread across its body upon contact, immediately taking effect and throwing the wolf into chaos. Sungwoo smiled in satisfaction, saying, "You have never heard not to eat food from strangers." He had secretly coated slime fluid on the skeleton soldier's hands. Its mouth felt like it was burning in intense pain. At that moment, Rai did not get a chance to recover and rushed straight in. A decisive sword strike pierced straight into its head. The system reported 240 gold received for killing a wild wolf. After that, Ryan quickly retreated, and thus another wolf fell. The skeleton soldiers on the other side were still fighting the remaining wolf. Seeing this made them even more alert. However, very quickly, a series of blades pierced through its abdomen. The system reported Sungwoo received another 240 gold and leveled up to level 7. Like this, one by one the wolves fell. Sungwoo earned more and more gold from this unexpected hunt. Jisoo felt sad seeing Sungwoo defeat all the wolves alone, saying she could not help all. Sungwoo comforted her, saying it was just that this strategy did not suit her. He thought that for Jisoo's profession this was almost a failure, but physical development would suit her better. Just after the battle ended, without rest, Sungwoo turned to look at Hanho, who was happily introducing skeleton soldiers and Rai to his parents, thinking this boy was truly carefree. The system reported that the corpses were not eligible for summoning. Your level is not high enough to summon large monsters. Sungwoo felt regretful that he could not summon them yet. After that, he told everyone, "Leave here quickly. There are definitely more monsters around." In another development, those sharp teeth opened again and roared fiercely. They were wyvern-flying creatures chasing a helicopter at extremely high speed. The people on the helicopter shouted in panic, "Go faster." The pilot helplessly replied, "This is already maximum speed, sir." The man became even more furious and shouted that such monsters should have been reported in advance. The pilot thought to himself that he had previously rejected the sergeant's report. It seemed he belonged to a faction opposing the military, wanting to take command. But the biggest obstacle was these monsters. System warning, the wyvern leader has appeared. The dragon quickly caught up to the target. It used its claws to grip the helicopter body tightly. It was unclear whether anyone inside was still alive. Under the monster's attack, the helicopter could not withstand it. Parts began to fall off. Then the helicopter exploded midair, creating a shocking blast. In the sky at this moment, the wyverns had become the rulers. They quickly swarmed into the city, many of them in different forms, continuously destroying everything. Sungwoo and the others stood inside a building observing the entire situation outside. He panicked and said the military aircraft. Hanho also trembled and said he had partly expected it, but did not think wyverns were this brutal. On the rooftop of the high-rise building where they were hiding, the dragons were still quietly sleeping. Hanho's father said he had seen them sleeping here before. His mother worriedly asked what to do since the adjutant area was right in front. Sung Woo turned and said they could not take risks. It was best to wait until they left, then find a way to retreat. Night fell, the dragons were still sleeping on the rooftop with no sign of leaving. Inside, Hanho's parents had fallen asleep, but none of the others could sleep. Suddenly Sung Woo sensed something and became alert. The system announced, in this apocalypse world, which profession will help you survive, choose now. Hanho loudly advised his parents to choose the card with the most stars. His father confidently said he had played cards for nearly 20 years and could not be wrong. The system required choosing a career card linked to the current profession, which surprised Sung Woo. Very quickly the system announced they only had 15 seconds left to choose a card. Sung Woo thought linked card means related to his profession. Just as he thought, the card in front of him suddenly disappeared, making Sung Woo startled. He realized someone had taken the card first. This was a speed competition. He understood this was like a fast reaction contest. Hanho muttered, "More stars are better." Sung Woo calmed himself. If it is a linked card, then more stars are not necessarily better. He thought he needed to choose the most suitable card to support his mage profession. While still considering, his hand quickly grabbed a card right in front of him. System notification. You have selected the link card for mages. The link card is merging with current class. A new skill is being configured. This is a buff for allies and a debuff for enemies. Sung Woo thought to himself, necrotic radiance is a buff for allies and harms enemies. Not bad. Over there, Hanho quickly raised his hands to his head, muttering that it was really bad. He teared up. The 4-star card he intended to choose had been taken. Only a 1-star priest card remained. Sung Woo cursed inwardly. Truly fate. Hanho was still struggling. The skill he received was creating a protective shield for 10 seconds after defeating an enemy. He wondered if he was a ranged damage dealer. His father quickly stepped forward and asked Hanho whether this card from father was fine. Hanho was in tears but still looked over, saying yes. He asked what was wrong. The son of his father was in turmoil. His card is an engineer class, able to create an adjutant zone. Upon hearing that, Sung Woo was extremely excited and blurted out that they no longer needed to move to the Sugun Weizong zone. The sky was nearing dawn. The place they chose to rest was very quiet. Perhaps this was truly the safest temporary adjutant zone. Father of Hanho was still diligently studying new techniques. He happily asked his son whether he had seen these moves before. His son asked his mother what card she got. She replied she was a cook. He was surprised and said she should have chosen something more helpful for combat. She replied that she was a cook. He was surprised and said she should have chosen something more helpful for combat. His parents suddenly cried while holding each other, asking how old and weak people could go fight. They lamented loudly and Sung Woo turned and asked what card Jisoo chose. She said she chose a 3-star assassin class. The skill was Keen Senses, a passive ability that enhances and adjusts the senses in dangerous situations. Sung Woo stroked his chin and thought, Keen Senses. Jisoo really was very calculating. He was very effective at using others, and could assess situations extremely clearly, which was essential for survival. No matter how hard he tried, he could not become someone like her. It turned out Jisoo had always been trying to catch up with Sung Woo. She also wanted to become stronger. If she could not be like him, she would find her own path, both physically and mentally. She must become stronger. Sung Woo continued speaking. Sir, could you explain the skills of the pioneer? Father of Hanho replied that he would explain in detail after a moment. The pioneer item can create an adjutant zone to avoid monster attacks. This area is limited to 200 square meters and 10 meters high, acting as a defensive shield. It can still be destroyed by attacks with enormous power. Sung Woo calculated, right now it is very difficult to create and maintain an adjutant zone. Gathering a large group just to collect gold is not a wise choice. After thinking, he said it should only be used when truly necessary. They still needed to find a place to create an adjutant zone first. Father of Hanho asked if that was true. Hanho was surprised. Senior, are we not going to the adjutant zone in Sugun Weizong anymore? He turned away and said it was no longer needed. Sung Woo looked up at the sky. Any group would have to obey a leader, so meeting them would be exhausting. He observed the dragon above. It was moving as if it had been asleep too long and was beginning to awaken. Dragon in the sky had fully awakened and began to take flight. Sung Woo turned and instructed Hanho to check if any shops were still open nearby. He quickly agreed and searched on his phone. Sung Woo thought they needed gold to level up. They did not know when they would encounter a being like that wyvern again. Hanho scratched his head in confusion and said he could not find anything nearby. Suddenly, the surrounding silent space trembled violently like an earthquake. Outside, a group of motorcyclists shouted that the wyvern had disappeared and told everyone to hurry. Hanho immediately recognized them and said those guys looked like the kids from yesterday and told them to ask them. Sung Woo had an idea. Those people had stolen gold from others, so they would probably know where to spend it. In fact, there was a large supermarket nearby, but Sung Woo's group did not notice it. T-Sung was angry. Damn it, because of that wyvern they had a difficult night. They were stuck in that meat shop for so long. Young-sich was happy, saying at least they had meat to eat. Yeon-sik asked T-Sung whether he could spin the silver roulette this time. He lazily replied to gather a bit more first. T-Sung continued saying last time the survival pack was terrible, so he hoped this time there would be something more useful. Then he shouted loudly that they were back, and asked if everyone thought they were dead. But no one inside responded. He was surprised and wondered why it was so quiet. One of them tremblingly called his name, but T-Sung quickly became alert and told them to be silent. The group began moving cautiously. In this chaotic world, they all knew what to do in moments like this. They went down and slowly reached out to push the door, wanting to see what was inside. Outside, they were all shocked and wondered what was going on and why everyone was gathered here. T-Sung was confused but forced a smile and wondered what this atmosphere was and where Ju-jin was. Min-sik stammered in fear and said he had come and said they had not collected enough money, so Ju-jin. T-Sung rushed over in panic and asked what had happened to Ju-jin. Nearby Ju-jin shouted to be quiet. T-Sung was shocked and asked if he was all right. When he removed the mask, T-Sung panicked and asked what was wrong with him. It seemed she had turned into a vampire. Be quiet, do not say anything. I can smell human flesh and every time I do I become hungry. Someone sat cross-legged on the table looking at them and shouted asking if there were any points left. So there was still a weak appearance for them to bully the leader Guseok of their group. He recalled how he killed that person. He laughed at the corpse and asked why it died like that, bastard. T-Sung was furious. How dare that brat attack them? The man on the table continued that next time would be Ju-jin's turn. He slowly stood up and said he had said before, suppressing bloodthirst only harms you. You need a certain amount of blood to stay conscious. Do you kids not understand? T-Sung shouted, a certain amount. Do you know how many people Guseok has killed? The masked man laughed loudly and asked back if he dared to talk against him. He continued threatening the leader watching them, thinking how long they could survive if they did not obey them. T-Sung looked at Ju-jin in fear and said they should be left alone, and they would gather enough. But that man immediately stood up and walked toward T-Sung saying he was wrong and he must die. He pressed his face aggressively against him, threatening that if they did not obey, he would kill all of them. Faced with the warning from a terrifying vampire, T-Sung, despite his young age, could not stop his legs from trembling. Roth continued issuing orders. Within 2 days they must earn enough 10,000 gold, otherwise your neck will be the next target, and there will be no way to escape. Suddenly a shout came from outside the door, making Ruth turn back in curiosity, the voice from beyond yelling, "Who are you people? Release me." Sung-woo objected, "Shouldn't you treat us like real customers? This shop is about to run at a loss." He asked back in surprise, "Alright, you are my customers, so what do you want?" Sung-woo raised his sword in front of him with imposing pressure, making the other party confused as he asked again, "What is it?" He repeated clearly, "Give me everything you have, not afraid of losing to us." The vampire sneered maliciously, saying they were not customers but madmen. T-Sung silently thought a bloodbath was about to happen. Seeing the familiar sharp teeth, Sung-woo immediately recognized them as vampire fangs. He asked if he was the gang leader of the apartment complex. Being recognized unexpectedly, he became somewhat flustered. Roth immediately channeled internal power into his sharp claws, preparing to act. He rushed toward Sung-woo at high speed, growling and asking if he had killed his subordinates. But before he could reach, Ruth was blocked by Sung-woo's skeleton army. The clawed hand was instantly seized by a bone hand unable to move. Rose screamed in horror, "What are these things?" T-Sung panicked and fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Are they dry bones?" Sung-woo approached the vampire and asked, "Did you cause this?" He did not answer, only cursed angrily and gritted his teeth in hatred. Before he could react, blood splattered onto T-Sung's face, and he only heard the vampire's screams. Sung-woo launched an attack while activating the power of his skeleton army. Roth was lifted into the air by the skeleton soldiers, blood dripping continuously as he trembled violently. Sung-woo slashed once more, making him scream in agony. He coldly warned not to move or he would be beheaded. The skeleton grip tightened, causing him intense pain. Sung-woo continued asking, "You are the vampire leader, right?" Even with a sword at his neck, he remained silent and gave a cold smile without confessing anything. He suddenly broke free by force, shattering the surrounding skeleton bindings. Immediately after, Sung-woo's sword pierced through his neck. At that moment, Rod snapped the sword in his hand. The system immediately notified that the item had been destroyed. He went mad and charged toward Sung-woo in rage. Sung-woo raised his hand to block in front of him. From behind, another attack rushed in to block Ruth. Before he could react, a dagger pierced through his body. Hanho smiled and said, "I told you not to move. Follow Senior Sung-woo's words." Jisoo quickly swung her sword and cut off the vampire's arm. He screamed in pain just like the previous leader. The severed arm immediately regenerated into a blade form that was burned by fire, limiting regeneration due to the blazing grindstone fire effect. Jisoo's sword blazed like flames as she charged forward in a powerful attack. But Roth quickly noticed and dodged the attack. He managed to avoid that fatal strike. After that, he counterattacked fiercely toward her. Jisoo calmly bent her body to evade the strike. At the same time, she smoothly rotated her wrist force. She shifted the sword to the side to counterattack. The sharp arm was cut off again, vampire blood flowing like a river. He became furious, roaring and lunging his claws at Jisoo. The two fought fiercely, neither willing to give ground. They exchanged continuous blows, the battle still without a clear winner. Suddenly, Rod grabbed Jisoo's sword, surprising her, but his body could no longer continue attacking as planned. The system notified that the refined sensory effect had been activated. Only then did she realize this was the refined sensory effect she had been sensing. From behind Roach, a surprise attack struck, causing him to spit out blood. The system continued announcing that the disciple forced slow effect had been activated. The enemy bound by the contract will enter a weakened state. Jisoo thought that under normal circumstances, she would have been defeated, but she was still holding on. This skill was truly worth it. The system reported Roth was weakening, activating a chain of 10 combos. Roth could not endure any longer. He collapsed, trembling, likely not surviving much longer. So you finally got scared? Stop, what do you want? Sung-woo showed a clear look of satisfaction. So you only now decide to speak. He silently calculated that the opponent was controlling the skeletons, could be killed in one strike since he was quite weak. He planned to pretend to talk and close in before striking. Before he could finish thinking, the bone soldiers delivered a heavy punch to Ruth's stomach. Immediately after, a barrage of attacks rained down on the vampire, leaving him only able to scream helplessly. Sung-woo added, for creatures like you who possess monster bodies, this kind of situation is the right way to talk. At this moment he looked like a messenger from hell, and if words were not enough, he still had plenty of weapons. Taesung hid in a corner watching, terrified as he looked at Sung-woo, and thought the man was truly frightening. They had encountered him before and he had even mocked them, but now he truly had to be wary. Just who were those people? He finally caught up blood but still forced a laugh. Do not think this makes you impressive. And the commander's plan is complete. Small fry like you will. His appearance at this moment was even more horrifying than before. Realizing he could not extract anything from him, Sung-woo coldly ordered Jisoo finish him. Right after receiving Sung-woo's command, knowing she could kill that disgusting creature, she immediately swung her sword decisively to finish Roach. And the system announced that 322 gold was obtained after killing him. A terrifying man fell right before Taesung. He panicked and screamed upon witnessing the scene in front of him. Suddenly Taesung shouted loudly, please spare us, we have nothing to do with them. As if hearing Sung-woo's words, he cautiously asked back in worry, spare you, how is that possible? I already said from the start, hand over everything you stole. Dawn quickly broke and the supermarket became much brighter and warmer than at night. All of Taesung's group's gold had been transferred to Sung-woo's people. Hanho even complained, this is less than I expected. Sung-woo smiled, kid, you were ranked 3rd last time, remember? Jisoo looked at the covered vampire corpse, the boss's body lying there. Sung-woo spoke, I'm not really sure who they are either. But it is clear they were prepared for battle. Their strength increased abnormally fast. Maybe they belong to some system. Jisoo sighed, Sung-woo adapts so quickly. How can there be people like that? Sung-woo replied, it is not adaptation. Do you not think they originally belonged to this world? Aside from the commander, the others could turn people into vampires. They spread like a virus. He thought to himself that these creatures could not be underestimated. Just earlier they had to work together to take down one of them. If they came all at once, it would be extremely dangerous. This would sooner or later spread. They needed to prepare early. They had to become stronger. Sung-woo turned to Taesung. I heard there is a shop here. Taesung broke into a cold sweat, whispered to his companions, then bowed his head. I will lead the way this direction. Suddenly the system announced a card selection event for the second wave of players. Everyone panicked. Hanho asked, what is going on? Do you see this, senior? Sung-woo flinched as a red window appeared, an uneasy feeling rising from the card selection announcement. Suddenly Minsu grabbed his head in pain and screamed. Taesung quickly ran over. Taesung grabbed his hand and asked, you did not choose anything, but he only stammered. Minsu screamed, I do not trust this system, I have a bad feeling. Sung Taesung angrily said, you do not know what will happen. But he kept arguing, not only me, others did not choose either. The system continued to announce that the answer was, if you refuse to become a player despite having 2 chances, you will be turned into a monster as punishment. As soon as it ended, Minsu immediately transformed into a half-human half-monster creature. Everyone run. Sung-woo felt fear. If the transformation completed, it would be impossible to win. But there was still time to retreat. He shouted loudly, everyone attack now. Jisoo was shocked. Roy immediately rushed forward to lead the charge toward the mutated group. Sung-woo gritted his teeth, sorry. But there is no other choice, they have lost consciousness. Roy and the bone soldiers fought fiercely, the mutated beings were stronger than expected. Sung-woo was surprised to see them counterattack clumsily despite their tough bodies. Roy and the bone soldiers continued attacking relentlessly to eliminate them. You received 3,000 gold for hunting 2 dire wolves and leveled up to Martial Leo 8. That made Sung-woo freeze. Just 2 monsters give 3,000 1,000 gold. He was shocked because dire wolves were only worth 240 gold, yet those creatures were this strong, they almost lost their lives. After that, Sung Woo chose a random stat increase card. Agility increased by 3 points. Sung Woo was surprised that randomly choosing a card brought such luck. Jisoo explained that his strength focused on controlling skeletons, so this upgrade was quite suitable. Hanho was stunned, not expecting they would soon face opponents like this, the difficulty suddenly rising. Sung Woo thought that there was a direction in mind. They would go together with family members. He looked back. Until now he had not the skeletons appear because he feared leaving a bad impression on other survivors. The situation had changed with the appearance of people who did not choose a profession in the same group. There was a possibility the whole group would turn into monsters, he silently calculated. While he was thinking about the possibility of facing that situation, the system continued to announce, "Those who have died will become your disciples." Sung Woo accepted the enhancement but remained lost in thought. Even though the form was somewhat grotesque, he no longer cared about others' gazes. Seeing the new disciple, Sung Woo could not help but feel excited, even able to face vampires or dragons one-on-one. Sung panicked seeing his friend like that and quickly tried to stop him and shouted. Sung Woo did not forget the main issue. He asked Sung about the shop. The boy stammered, saying he could not reveal it before, but now it was an old car shop. However, the manager there was very dangerous. They only had gold taken away. The remaining people even had to obey his orders and offer tribute to others. Hearing this, Sung Woo became more curious and decided to go there. The group and skeleton soldiers immediately set out, the two enhanced disciples leading the way. Sung Woo observed the surroundings. They moved stealthily, but the atmosphere was strange. There were no guards. Suddenly in the silent night from afar, a loud scream broke the silence. Sung Woo signaled to stop and told everyone to look ahead. A giant bear was fighting with another being. The vampire angrily roared and kept pointing at the bear. The bear seemed out of control, repeatedly lunging to bite and tear the vampire. He had to constantly struggle to dodge attacks. Sung Woo thought he understood. That bear was originally a kidnapped human. Without choosing a profession, it was turned into a monster. Therefore, it completely transformed into a monster. He observed and thought they might have been killed by the kidnappers themselves. Karma. Finally, the vampire nearly went insane. He roared and charged in, cursing that the monster was just prey daring to resist. The black bear roared violently like a mad creature, struggled fiercely, tearing off even chains and attacking wildly. Blood from both sides kept splashing and flowing. Sung Woo observed and realized the opportunity, thinking this was the moment. If executed precisely, he could kill two birds with one stone, using the chance to eliminate both at once. Both the black bear and the vampire roared, seemingly fighting to the end. The vampire charged while screaming, determined to destroy the monster. The black bear also roared and rushed forward at extreme speed. Suddenly the vampire stopped. A strange blue light flew in. Scene change. Hanho's parents were separated and moved in adjutant area, two skeleton soldiers closely protecting them. Father, worried, asked why Hanho and the senior had been gone so long. The mother was also uneasy. Finally, he said, thinking back, it was normal, because they had killed others before. The mother was still worried, but they were too young, hoping everything would be resolved properly. Roy and Sung Woo skeleton soldiers quickly joined the battle. They charged to attack both the black bear and the vampire. The chain binding the black bear trembled violently, then suddenly rushed toward the vampire. The chain struck his eye, causing him to scream in pain. The black bear seized the chance to finish the vampire, delivering a powerful blow, sending him flying. The chain was extremely tough. Even with full strength, the black bear could not break it. Sung Woo observed more closely and noticed the chain. It seemed it had been captured before. Seeing the corpses around, he guessed the vampires might have been killed by it. Then it shifted its target to the werewolf disciples, because it sensed they were a greater threat. The black bear charged, grabbed a werewolf and roared fiercely. Sung Woo turned pale, realizing he was wrong. The situation was not as simple as he thought. Not like an ordinary bear. The wolves hunted in packs. He thought the werewolf disciples would be at a disadvantage, but they quickly gained the upper hand. Sung Woo shouted to encourage them, "I will turn it into your ally, move forward." Werewolf disciples quickly down the black bear. System announced, received 3,500 gold from hunting the monster bear. The bear quickly collapsed, its last breath fading, while Sung Woo just watched without expending any effort. Sung Woo turned to skeleton soldiers and ordered to process the corpse to turn it into a subordinate. System announced the corpse had been controlled. Sung Woo wondered its size should have been limited to average level. Suddenly Hanho shouted, realizing this bus was the school's shuttle bus, the same one Jiangsu once drove. Jisoo quickly recognized the situation. Sung Woo continued, saying that it seemed Jiangsu had used this vehicle, but it had been attacked by vampires. He recalled Li Jiangsu's words that he would bring everyone to a safe camp, but the more people gathered, the more enemies appeared. If they rushed in blindly, it would be no different from walking straight into death. Sung Woo immediately asked T-Sung where the store was. He quickly replied, "Yes, this way." But at that moment, Zujin showed signs of abnormal behavior. Her fingernails began to grow longer as if she was still transforming. T-Sung kept calling out in panic. At this moment something seemed to take over the girl's body, wearing a strange smile, and saying that all children were precious to it. It continued saying it was curious about the one who had killed its children, and he remarked that that person seemed very hateful and cruel. Sung Woo silently thought the girl's body had been taken over and death might be approaching. He said he thought a lord would be less talkative, but you are quite talkative. For Sung Woo it did not matter, but this skill was quite troublesome. He smiled smugly, saying he had to explain too much to fools, which was why he had the nickname Professor. He turned away to observe the situation and said he only acted according to his own preferences. He taunted the vermin, saying you are all dead for sure. System warning, you have been afflicted by a low-level curse and divine power is required to dispel it. The professor laughed madly, shouting that everyone would die. He said he would devour their remnants, crush everything, and then consume it easily. Suddenly Sung Woo rushed forward at extreme speed, startling him in shock. He was not affected by the curse at all, instead becoming even stronger, and kicked the opponent flying. Professor was thrown far away and screamed in anger. Han, who standing beside, exclaimed there was no need to continue listening. Senior, are you still human? Trung saw a red mark on his hand and guessed it might be from the curse, but he felt nothing. Han, who said his brother had sensed an abnormal aura. Sung Woo remembered he had once received a card before the karmic priest. While being treated, Sung Woo thought that if this person were a priest, the world would be in chaos. Han Ho continued, saying he could sense something abnormal, as if begging him to wait a moment. System warning, Vampire Lord Poison skill. You have been detected by blood pursuit. Your location will be revealed every 12 hours and cannot be dispelled due to weak divine power. Special challenge has appeared. The challenge is called No Refuge for the Wicked, requiring you to eliminate those who are hunting you. Rewards include 3,000 gold and a C rank item. It only ends when one side dies. Sung Woo thought there was no more time. He had to act before they grew stronger. He stepped forward and asked again for the store location. T-Sung still hesitated and did not give a clear answer. Sung Woo lost patience and shouted loudly, where is the vampire nest? System notification, welcome to the D-rank store. Jisoo cautiously asked if this time it was not a roulette spin. This is a lucky sphere. The D-rank store only sells up to platinum tier. Hanho asked in surprise if they were choosing a sphere. Sung Woo immediately stepped forward, saying let me vouch for it. System display, you have received an unlimited level ticket. He calmly reanalyzed that previously rewards were limited to 100 people after killing 100 enemies. Now platinum items reached up to 1 million gold, far higher than before. He decided to keep the ticket and prioritize gold for survival first. Notification appeared. You can add 1 to 3 limited spheres, or 5 out of 100 spheres, exchangeable for 1 normal sphere. He thought irritably that the designers must be selling even their souls. Thinking back on the previous rewards, it was best to choose the highest rank no matter the cost. Jisoo was worried. Hanho also advised this might be a failed choice. But unexpectedly, Sung Woo still took first place and received a random profession skill. The skill can be upgraded to master level without special training. The skill creates a subspace as a resting place for disciples. However, the space only works when disciples are in intact condition, and summoning too many will cause a widespread curse effect. Sung Woo was happy, saying how lucky. Hanho and Jisoo also wanted to try immediately. Sung Woo tested the new power, raising his hand to let the skeleton soldiers and disciples rest temporarily. He was satisfied because the skill helped expand storage and manage forces better. Stealth movement and expanded activity range would be useful when encountering other survivors. After that, Sung Woo asked whether the two had obtained anything good. Both looked downcast. Only a B-rank survival box, bandages, medicine, rope, and black oil. All basic items plus a set of armor for a bull trainer. Sung Woo said calmly, then keep moving. And Ho shouted unwillingly that next time he would definitely do better. On a high-rise building, a mysterious voice echoed. Do not expect too much from those slaves. Where did I go wrong? Li Jiangsu said all survivors should get on the vehicle. While he realized he had underestimated the situation, he thought about Sung Woo. He should have gone with that man. The military camp called Adjutant Total that was supposed to be safe had already been devastated after passing wyvern and monsters. The military camp was now in ruins everywhere, smoke and fire covering it, completely lacking its former Adjutant Total appearance. The people beside him kept screaming and asking Li Jiangsu what to do. If this place collapsed, they were surely doomed, panic never stopping. Li Jiangsu gritted his teeth trying to stay calm, but was still thrown into confusion by the non-stop shouting. He angrily thought he was just a driver, so why was he under such heavy pressure? Suddenly a woman in the vehicle raised her phone and shouted for Li Jiangsu to look at it. He read the announcement about Adjutant Total Zone. The woman confirmed they would head to Tsuanhua Sung and asked if they would continue. People behind kept urging him, demanding he quickly decide the next next destination. Li Jiangsu regained his composure, thinking he had survived thanks to avoiding wyvern tactics, so he needed to become stronger. Then he loudly decided to continue according to the new plan. Thinking back, he regretted his rushed decision and told himself to be more careful. Danger surely still lay ahead. He realized this place was a nest of monsters disguised as humans, vampires. They were deliberately luring people here to make it easier to strike. The man behind kicked him hard in the back, urging him to move faster. He sneered mockingly, treating them like slow slaves and threatening that if they did not obey they would be sent to the kitchen to work. He even discussed with his companions that they should replace this useless group and kill any resistors to level up. They planned to steal gold and kill victims to gain strength, treating it as a profit scheme. Li Jiangsu despaired, thinking he would be killed like those before him. The vampires roared, urging them forward and threatening punishment if they moved too slowly. Suddenly a man in front stopped, causing the vehicle to jolt. Li Jiangsu bumped into it and panicked, asking why. Ahead was Rai, a sign that Sung Woo's group had appeared. Standing before the enemy, Rai raised his sword ready for battle. Two vampires were surprised, thinking it was just goblin-like skeletons, and Li Jiangsu also realized the same. The vampires showed disdain, thinking these were just weak new monsters. One rushed forward, attacking Rai with sharp claws, growling fiercely. Suddenly from behind, a sharp strike came flying and leaving him no time to react. The others were also injured by bone spears piercing through them. They fell in pain, screaming in shock, not understanding what was happening. Before them stood a massive army of bone soldiers and dire wolves, an overwhelming presence. The battle situation completely tilted towards Sung Woo's group. The vampires were being suppressed. Sung Woo slowly stepped forward, observing the monsters disguised as humans. Li Jiangsu was overjoyed as if seeing a savior, quickly calling out Sung Woo's name. Sung Woo walked up and said he had wished Li Jiangsu good luck before sunset, but it seemed the prayer did not work. He sighed upon seeing Li Jiangsu still alive. He realized they became stronger at night, and comparing himself to Sung Woo, felt the gap was too vast. A vampire stood up and roared, declaring he would kill Sung Woo. Before Li Jiangsu could react, Sung Woo had already rushed straight into the battlefield. Everyone was shocked seeing him charge in so recklessly. Sung Woo coldly said these were monsters disguised as humans, so there was no need to hold back. He declared only one would be left alive, killing intent spreading and making everyone shiver. Mr. Su was shocked, realizing Sung Woo had become far stronger than before. Not only Sung Woo, Jisoo was also growing significantly stronger. And Ho as well, their growth greatly surprised him. A vampire panicked and begged for mercy while revealing information. Sung Woo immediately asked in detail about the forces inside the factory. He confessed that an S-rank vampire leader was there along with about 12 players, the strongest around level 4. Sung Woo pretended to be satisfied but had already decided not to spare them. The vampire tried to say more but was interrupted as the situation suddenly changed. Jiangsu suddenly rushed in and finished him with a fatal strike. He coldly said he understood the situation and could not let him live because he had killed his friends. Jiangsu trembled. Even though they had shortcomings, they did not deserve to die like this. He painfully recalled his memories with his old companions. Someone stepped forward to comfort him, reminding him they had survived, so they must continue. Those creatures always hid and harmed the community. They could not be taken lightly. Not everyone was calm enough to make decisions in such harsh circumstances. Sung Woo said the world was heading toward destruction, and they had to eliminate those enemies. Inside the factory, the manager was still working under pressure with no clear plan. From above, 3 people were watching the activity below and discussing. A vampire complained about the current mission and its pointless prolonging. He said humans were only a secondary resource, much easier to control than the monsters outside. The leader calmly said that what they were doing was business development. Even the director had his own calculations, and all of them were fighting for survival to become the leader. Subordinate standing beside him excitedly said that he also wanted to become the leader. Manager Macaron continued, if they worked hard they could become official employees, just like how he was promoted while wandering in the warehouse, and the boss would do the same. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling the vampire, saying they were not official employees, more like monsters. Near the entrance, a tall figure with a cloak fluttering in the wind stood firmly and shouted, calling out someone's name. It was Sung Woo. He coldly replied, business development, you turned it into forcing others to abandon being human. The vampire manager and 2 subordinates immediately jumped down. The surrounding minions also took combat stances. The arrogant manager shouted, asking who they were. The prisoners in the iron room were overjoyed upon seeing Sung Woo. Someone exclaimed that it was him. Confirmed he was the boy who had appeared at the school and saved them all. The vampire manager roared, asking who woke them up, telling the dogs to shut up. Then he turned to the prisoners with a threatening gaze. Sung Woo asked sternly, did you not receive any message from the boss? Did they not tell you who I am? A man stammered that he was the one who killed Manager Park, then looked at Sung Woo to confirm again. He gave a cold smile, saying they were playing company games, further enraging them. He said they knew he was crazy, so they rushed in. Sung Woo replied coldly, because I have skills. As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent flashed in his eyes. The vampires panicked. The manager roared, asking what this dangerous black smoke was. The system warned that the ruined sword would affect the entire current area. He was even more shocked, unable to understand what was happening. The ruined sword was summoned. Sung Woo stood like a demon from hell, pressuring the vampires heavily. The system continued warning that he was under a death curse. All stats were severely reduced. They trembled, repeatedly panicking and asking what this thing was. The vampires tried to flee, but skeleton soldiers immediately rushed in to block their escape. The manager shouted to stabilize the situation, saying they only needed to kill the controller. Very quickly, the corpses were turned into Sung Woo's disciples, causing total panic among the vampires. Manager Macaron was shocked to see the skeleton soldiers revived. He angrily cursed that bastard. White mist continuously surged. Even after being defeated, they kept reviving, making the enemies unable to resist. The manager rushed in, kicked away a skeleton soldier, and roared that they only needed to kill Sung Woo. Suddenly, a vial of liquid flew straight into his face from somewhere. Manhwa smiled smugly, glad that the attack had hit its target. The vampire screamed in pain. Acid began corroding his face until it started smoking. He clutched his face in agony, screaming desperately in place. Jisoo quickly rescued the hostages, then reported to Sung Woo that everyone had been freed. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotion. Jiangsu immediately drove over, telling everyone to carry the injured and move quickly. The manager screamed in despair, trying to chase them while declaring they were his food. From afar, a force rushed in at extreme speed and knocked the VAR manager away. The system announced that Nature Rage state had been activated for 10 minutes, increasing speed and attack power. Manager realized the danger and thought he must evade, but he was severely weakened by the curse of death affecting both strength and vitality. A powerful vortex of energy surged forward. Effect activated, attack speed increased by 20%. It then continued rushing forward, while the manager thought he had to complete the mission. He tried to hold on to his will and continue acting. The vampires were completely at a disadvantage. The broken walls and fragile windows made the abandoned factory a disadvantageous battlefield for them. In this situation, failure was already anticipated by Sung Woo. Manager gritted his teeth, admitting the enemy was too strong and his mind was in chaos. A subordinate rushed in requesting to share power to support the fight. Manhwa shivered at the sight and panic called for his senior. He felt his body gradually transforming and becoming frighteningly stronger. The boss's power was erupting beyond control. After evolution, the system immediately issued a highest level danger warning. His body had completely mutated. It looked like a mass of flesh covered with sharp fangs. Sung Woo calmly observed and realized he was no longer human. The vampire was now crawling instead of walking on two legs, rapidly moving toward everyone. Sung Woo's skeleton soldiers immediately moved forward to block and protect everyone. The vampire became even more furious, turning back and roaring for everyone to shut up immediately. Bone soldiers continued their attacks, while the manager alone charged straight through the encirclement without retreating. From behind, dire wolves leapt in and tore at him fiercely, temporarily putting the manager at a disadvantage. Even so, he did not give up easily, continuously launching powerful counterattacks. He unleashed a heavy punch that sent one dire wolf flying far away. Even after knocking one down, the others kept rushing in, forcing him to break the encirclement with speed. The dire wolves were not to be outdone. One clawed his back heavily, causing him intense pain. Jisoo saw the two sides locked in a stalemate and began to watch impatiently. And she no longer hesitated, gripping her sword and rushing straight into the battlefield. However, she did not attack head-on. Instead, she flipped behind the enemy and delivered a swift, clean slash. Caught off guard, the vampire manager roared in true rage, cursing loudly. Rai was about to rush in to help, but Jisoo pulled him back. Because of the overwhelming force of the pull, Rai's body spun around, and he could not react in time. He alone still resisted the entire group of bone soldiers, showing no sign of exhaustion and even looking down on his opponents. Jisoo loudly warned him not to underestimate them. As soon as she finished speaking, two bone soldiers immediately lunged in and stabbed straight into the manager's body. The system announced that a dead entity had become your disciple. Manhwa exclaimed in shock that Jisoo was too strong, while Sung Woo watched tensely and realized the situation was not simple. He realized the man was erupting with power from blood and explosives, and if it continued, he would not last long. However, the monster body could be destroyed, and if his attack pierced through the ORC defense line, it would be extremely dangerous. The real issue was that this man was only a disciple of a high-level vampire. Sung Woo felt a chill. If even the disciple was this strong, how terrifying would the true original be? Suddenly he became sharply alert. The system again announced that a dead entity had become your disciple. A team power has been activated. A link effect has begun. He smiled faintly, thinking he would fully exploit this power to take down the enemy. At the same time, he would also make full use of the dire wolves. It increased attack speed, defense, and strength in close combat terrain. The vampire was startled as he felt the power of the bone soldiers surge dramatically. Without giving him time to react, Sung Woo ordered the dire wolves to attack immediately. 3 dire wolves lunged together, coordinating to leave him completely unable to counter. He cursed in despair, and his body began to gradually disintegrate. Sung Woo coldly said to go report to your master that the plan in this area had failed. The system announced that he received 10,000 gold for killing a special player. Sung Woo was surprised to hear the term player, even though he looked like a dire wolf monster. He looked at the corpse and considered turning it into a disciple, but due to the vampire's regeneration ability, decapitation was required to fully eliminate it. In this case, it had been destroyed, so it could not regenerate. The system immediately issued a warning. The dead entity has become your disciple. Sung Woo ordered, from now on you will serve me instead of your former master. After subduing the vampire manager, the system allowed him to access the sealed memories of the disciple. Sung Woo was surprised memory fragment and wondered what it was. Immediately after, dark images suddenly flooded into his mind. He was shaken. This was something he had never experienced before. He suspected this might be a necromancer ability, then heard a voice echoing. That voice confirmed this was exactly what it intended to convey. Mysterious entity asked, "Think again about the purpose of this game." The vampires fell silent, looking at each other. No one answered. The atmosphere fell into absolute silence. He drank blood and said there could not be no answer. Even though he himself did not fully understand everything, he continued that evolution was the key and called Manager Kim to confirm. Manager immediately responded respectfully, as if completely controlled. He affirmed that the words of the god or supernatural entity were absolutely correct. Whoever they were, they had been given a special chance to exist. Weak beings like bone soldiers must be removed from the evolution system. Humanity had reached its limit. Even without this event, it would eventually be replaced. This was a step toward a new existence. Sung Woo listened to everything and gritted his teeth, realizing the one behind it was the vampire lord. He said this was a mission and everything must be completed together. Sung Woo silently repeated the word mission. The vampires shouted in agreement together, showing fanatic enthusiasm. They roared that they would be absolutely loyal and follow to the end. Sung Woo suspected this abnormal fanaticism, wondering if they had been brainwashed after drinking that substance. A strange instinct of loyalty turned out to be the reason their organization became powerful in just a few short days. Denver raised a glass of blood and declared, "We are holding a celebration feast, and Weizong will be the opening location." He immediately became excited when thinking of this plan, a true grand feast where all neighbors were invited to participate. Manager Kim, your task is to handle the supply of meat and collect the necessary materials. Sung Woo was speechless at these people, only able to curse in his mind, truly insane. Harvesting human flesh, turning slaves into warriors, holding a slaughter feast, they were carrying out a sick plan. The goal of the plan was to turn the entire adjutant area into bait to gather people. Ridiculous yet unexpectedly effective. The system suddenly displayed a hidden quest notification, leaving Sung Woo surprised. Since Feng Su died, it has appeared twice. What more do you want from me, system? This mission requires stopping or allowing the massacre led by Rai, a choice that can save many people. Or you can let them die and take control afterward. The decision is yours and will affect the future. Jisoo spoke up to stop him, telling Han Ho to wait a little longer, as she was still hesitating about something. After that, a strong hand suddenly pressed down on top of Han Ho's head, causing him to startle in confusion about what was happening. Sung Woo frowned in anger and asked what Han Ho had eaten. Han Ho trembled and stammered, "Senior, it's not like that." Sung Woo continued questioning that he had said he would do everything Sung Woo ordered. Correct. Han Ho immediately panicked and quickly denied it. Sung Woo smiled and said Han Ho should complete this mission with him. Han Ho panicked and asked back, "What do you mean?" Shifting scene elsewhere, a cold hand clenched in rage. The branch manager had been killed. Yang exclaimed in shock. How could this be? He had obtained power from the director yet was still taken down. Rot scratched his head, feeling that the man was stronger than initially expected. He thought, unable to understand how he could kill the branch manager with just a few weak skeletons. This troubled him. Yang continued, "Would this not affect the director?" He let out a strange laugh. "Are you looking down on me?" His voice was soft but carried killing intent. Yang panicked and flushed, awkwardly realizing she had forgotten the master was an extremely cold-blooded person. He observed and said Yang was not wrong, just irritated because the plan kept being interrupted. But as long as he used a curse to track him, after the feast ended it would be his turn. He wanted to know who that person was. In the afternoon at the factory area, the surroundings were quiet. Everyone was busy with their own work. Some were transporting supplies, some were gathering weapons. The injured were being bandaged. A complaining voice rang out, "Still not finished cleaning." Clearly too much time had been wasted. Han Ho turned to Sung Woo and asked if they really had to do this, causing him to respond in slight surprise. Jisoo said that if so, a massacre would occur in Weizong. Sung Woo explained it could not be stopped early. so they had to prepare with full force. Jisoo asked what he was looking for. Jisoo found several bottles at manager Kim's place, seemingly medicine. Sungwoo was quite surprised. Sungwoo curiously picked them up to examine. Jisoo said those people were hunters, so they had quite a lot of useful items. Hanho suddenly cheered in joy. He had worried that a power outage would cause trouble, but did not expect things like this to exist. He found a small charger that could supply and recharge power, with about 87% battery remaining. He quickly plugged in his phone to charge. The system reported it would be fully charged in about 10 minutes. He was surprised by the convenience. Jisoo handed over a white bottle saying it was an intermediate divine medicine that could treat many illnesses and support wound recovery. He examined it carefully and was satisfied, thinking it could definitely be used. Everyone cleaned until evening. In this chaotic world, the daytime atmosphere remained eerily silent. The T-Sung group stood before Sungwoo and bowed in thanks. The young boy happily looked toward his girlfriend. They thanked him for being accepted and provided with treatment medicine. He felt quietly happy that her condition had improved even if not fully healed. Sungwoo coldly said that if she was controlled again and attacked, he would not hesitate to act, so she must be closely monitored. Sungwoo looked at T-Sung, feeling that he seemed to want to stop him, though he did not fully seem like a gangster. Said there was no such thing as free help. There would be work for them later. T-Sung immediately agreed. After speaking with T-Sung, he turned to Hanho's father and said they could begin. The man immediately agreed happily. The man excitedly said he could finally use mysterious power, while Hanho standing beside was speechless. The area quickly became a frontline base protected by a shield from the center. People inside could recover stamina, and the manager could set entry restrictions. Everyone was surprised by the feeling as if they had entered a sauna. Hanho's mother cooked many dishes, surprising everyone that food like this could exist here. Thanks to the special dishes, everyone's stamina increased significantly. The effect lasted about 20 minutes. Jisoo felt a pang of sadness because they had struggled so hard to adapt to the current situation. Sungwoo asked Jisoo if she had received any special quest. However, she quickly denied it. Sungwoo thought that Jisoo seemed to be overly obsessed with preventing this massacre. She had not taken on any special mission at all. In fact, this was not even a mission. It was just that he and the vampire lord were natural enemies, so conflict was unavoidable. But Jisoo was different. Sungwoo said directly, "You know, preventing this massacre is not your responsibility, right?" He loudly replied, "Yes, but..." Sungwoo looked at her sternly and cut her off. "Are you still trying to stop it just because of conscience?" Facing that firm attitude, Jisoo lowered her head, biting her lip. "No." Suddenly she said angrily, "If you avoid it, one day you will be killed by something else, even something not a vampire. I am just fighting to survive." Suddenly the system appeared, leaving both of them confused about what was happening. Guidebook entering new phase, Chapter 1. The system does not care how players act, but they must become strong enough to continue surviving. Warning: the event will occur in 7 days. Entry into the combat zone is prohibited. Gold is doubled. Second player receives rewards. A boss will appear in the area. Sungwoo thought that if what the system said was true, then this was only the beginning. But what did it mean by prohibited combat zone? After the announcement, Jisoo became even more determined. She must survive in this insane game. Hearing Sungwoo, Hanho was unwilling. "Senior, this is too much. You dragged me into a dangerous mission but let Jisoo stay out." Hanho felt it was unfair and shouted. Sungwoo replied that since Jisoo became an ally, she had already worked very hard. He said half-jokingly, "She is strong enough to survive on her own, but if it were you, you would be gone in less than half a day." Hanho gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, have you heard that defamation is a violation? There is even a comment under your post." Sungwoo replied, "We cannot just stand by and watch Makazan deceive people, so I wrote a warning post. The content is not to trust anyone who helps unconditionally at this time." Many people agreed, but some also opposed. Sungwoo did not care. Even if it was not this matter, he would still warn them. He was about to say more when Jisoo cut him off. Prosecutor Young Dangpo also commented, "As expected from a famous person, there are many replies." That person posted calling for a survival community, self-reliance. The goal is to protect the adjunct zone, save survivors, and eliminate monsters. After reading it, Sungwoo understood. This guy did not want them to join, but was advertising that his faction was not evil. Hanho was surprised. Is that true? This person is dangerous. Sungwoo also understood clearly. Ambitious people had begun to reveal themselves. He changed the topic, "But senior, where are we going?" Sungwoo said, "We need to level up." "What level are you now?" Hanho hesitated. "I am level 5. Sungwoo thought, truly weak. Surviving this long is already luck. After a while of conversation, they arrived at their destination. The vehicle stopped. Lai Jiangsu happily said, "Sungwoo, we have arrived. Now we need to walk further." Hearing this, everyone quickly got off the vehicle, preparing to walk. Hanho looked ahead and gritted his teeth. "Senior, this the destination?" Sungwoo calmly replied, "Yes." In front of them was a desolate scene with abandoned cars. In the ruins, dozens of eyes were watching Sungwoo's group. At noon, sunlight shone through the supermarket, making the space extremely glaring. From the sky, a large fireball suddenly fell to the ground. Hanho closed his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth while shouting, but the fireball kept coming. Sung-woo immediately pulled him to hide behind a nearby car. Hanho panicked, "Senior, this attack." He immediately recognized it as a fire attribute monster, a rather strange skill. But before they could finish speaking, a huge explosion rang out. The explosion shook the area, and the monster was also affected. For Sung-woo, these kinds of monsters were not a big problem. His werewolf team quickly took down one monster. Jisoo rushed in and slashed hard at the remaining monster. The monster opened its mouth wide in shock. Before dying, it looked at Jisoo as if seeing a grim reaper approaching. They quickly wiped out all the monsters. Hanho said, "I thought they were like goblins." Jisoo wiped her sword. "They are not too dangerous, but they use magic attacks." Sung-woo thought that the goal of this trip was to help Hanho level up and find new strength. As for him, just the skeleton werewolves were enough to greatly increase his power. He knew skeleton werewolves were strong enough to handle low-level vampires, but Kabazu using magic was still not enough to trouble them. While thinking, Jisoo looked ahead. "Sung-woo, this supermarket scene is just like our construction site. The desolate scenery, scattered vehicles, corpses and blood everywhere looked extremely horrifying." Sung-woo judged that there might have been many people gathered here before, like some kind of tutorial event. Jisoo curiously asked, "Are there still survivors inside the supermarket?" Sung-woo replied, "Not necessarily." Sung-woo added, "The more people there are, the easier it is to attract monsters. The survival rate is very low." Lee Jiangsu interjected, "Then remote places like Jeju or small islands would be safer." Both agreed. Sung-woo remembered that Jisoo's family was in Jeju. Realizing that, Jisoo said, "No need to worry. We have already decided not to meet again." Then she became slightly somber. "I believe they are still living well. They have always been capable." Sung-woo silently thought she was quite complicated. It was not convenient to ask further. Every family is different, not like Hanho's. Setting that aside, everyone continued moving into the supermarket. System notification: "You have entered a large dungeon, Kobu Mage Fortress. The entrance has been sealed by magic. Find a way out." Jisoo looked around and realized this entire place resembled a dungeon. She panicked and called out to Sung-woo. They were standing on a strange purple glowing circle. Jisoo thought in shock that this might be some kind of magic formation. From the purple light stream, a shimmering gate gradually appeared at high speed. It was a passageway but shrouded in dense darkness. The space inside was gloomy and gave off a terrifying feeling. Hanho immediately turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Monsters appeared faintly, their eyes glowing like owls, making him panic. What kind of cursed place was this? Monsters were talking among themselves, saying humans had fallen into a trap. Another said he came alone, so now he would just wait for death. Hearing them speak, Hanho was stunned, not expecting monsters to be able to communicate. Hanho forced a smile to calm himself, even if he came alone, but then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Alone? It seemed he had truly fallen into a trap. There was no one around him anymore. Before Hanho could calm down, the monsters suddenly roared, the leader ordering an attack. "Kill him." The others cheered, "You have no way out." Hanho was in complete panic. He had never fought alone in such a situation before. The dagger in his hand dropped. He desperately shouted for Sung-woo to help. Monsters grew even more excited, continuously mocking and laughing at his weakness. Hanho painfully thought of his family, feeling as if he was about to die in this dungeon. But then he realized he did not feel any pain. Two daggers were still stuck above his head. Rai appeared from behind, explaining that the skill after killing enemies only created a protective barrier. The monsters began to panic, not understanding what was happening. As Hanho stood up, he regained confidence, becoming more aggressive and challenging them. Jisoo panicked and urged Jiangsu to quickly go find Ho and Sung-woo. She feared if they were separated it would be very dangerous. Just then she heard Hanho's voice. Jisoo immediately rushed over, anxiously calling Hanho's name through the area. Up ahead, Hanho stepped out holding dual daggers, calling out to Jisoo and Sung-woo. Jisoo looked around in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. Hanho laughed loudly, proudly showing off his newly acquired skill. He continued boasting about his achievements, treating the weak monsters like trash. Jisoo was still worried about Sung-woo, but Hanho reassured her that he would be fine. Fortunately, Sung-woo was fighting together with the monsters and other trapped creatures. In a short time, most of the monsters had been wiped out, corpses scattered everywhere. After finishing, Sung-woo continued leading his group of creatures to search for the remaining people. He told himself he was still worried about Hanho, hoping he was together with Jisoo. As he went deeper into the warehouse, Sung-woo discovered a severely injured but still living person. Looking closer, he realized the person was still breathing despite being covered in blood. Sung-woo calculated the injuries were too severe. Even his medicine would struggle to save him. The man weakly pointed in a direction as if asking for help. Sung-woo followed his gaze and saw a box on the shelf, likely what he wanted. He stepped forward and took the box down, wondering what was inside. When he opened it, the system immediately issued a notification. It was an unidentified egg, an item of the Dragon Knight, capable of changing fate when hatched. Sung Woo looked at the egg with suspicion, not understanding its true meaning. Before he could ask, the man coughed blood. The weak man said that the boss had taken his barcode. Sung Woo asked in confusion what a barcode was. The man explained it was an identifier of ownership, but he did not have much time left to live. Sung Woo became angry, feeling helpless in this cruel world. He realized the man was a 5-star knight, making his fate even more regrettable. Sung Woo guessed the man had been ambushed while heading to a supermarket and had his mark stolen by the boss. By assessment, this was a highly potential class, but he had not yet developed before dying. Sung Woo looked at the egg, a sense of regret rising in his heart. Even though they were strangers, he decided to treat this as a final message to end this damned game. Other monsters rushed in, shouting to kill the newly appeared humans, but immediately the creatures accompanying Sung Woo charged forward to block them. The monsters were quickly eliminated, the last one only managing a desperate cry. Sung Woo coldly decided to both avenge the man and continue tracking the mark. After the battle, he obtained an additional 150 gold from killing monsters. When one group was wiped out, another continued to flood in endlessly. They looked toward Rai and the bone soldiers in disgust, identifying the targets over there. Sung Woo was surprised to realize the monsters kept being eliminated yet showed no sign of retreat. He quickly calculated the situation. They seemed to have no clear strategy. Even though they could not last even a second, they kept charging like a horde of zombies. Both sides kept fighting non-stop. A loud explosion rang out, making Rai flinch slightly. In the middle of the battle, one of them laughed loudly, praising the magic for being beautiful. It was the kobold mage. He used a defensive dagger to block the skeleton soldiers' attacks. This kind of wall formation could be broken with a single strike. From the kobold mage radiated an extremely strong green aura. It seemed to be the strongest in the group. With a single strike it was finished. Sung Woo received 800 gold from hunting the kobold mage. He coldly looked at the remaining kobolds. Now they were all surrounded front and back. Sung Woo was determined not to miss any target. The skeleton soldiers immediately rushed in and swept them all clean. The amount of gold gain kept being added continuously. He finally leveled up. Sung Woo could not help but be surprised. He chose skill A, hoping damage would be increased. The new skill named Corpse Explosion, creating explosions from corpses, made him quite surprised. Explosion, why he did not know why kobolds were so numerous. They kept rushing in chaos, screaming and attacking non-stop. At this moment, Sung Woo suddenly signaled his subordinates to stop, ordering everyone to fall back. His expression turned grim. This was the newly obtained skill, and just in time a test subject had appeared. The kobolds did not understand what was happening, only saw the opponent's body emitting a brilliant golden light. Immediately after, their bodies all exploded with terrifying destructive power. Some inside were still observing the situation outside. They had sent many troops to fight Sung Woo's group. The leader looked confused. An explosion. One behind asked, a magic accident. The leader immediately ordered an inspection. Before they could react, Rai rushed in from outside, sword in hand, charging straight forward. The kobolds could only watch, blood splattering everywhere. A massacre continued. They panicked and launched fireballs in counterattack toward Rai, screaming in rage. But Rai was like a reaper. Before they could act, he already circled behind the enemy. Rai's sword kept swinging continuously like a true assassin. Sung Woo was satisfied. As expected, Rai had completed the mission very well. Being praised, Rai could not help but feel slightly shy. After that, he quietly observed and sensed something abnormal in the monster gathering area. There might be a change coming. In the distance, a kobold with fierce eyes was looking at him. It was the high-level kobold mage boss. It raised a sturdy barrier. Most attacks could not penetrate it. Sung Woo deliberately provoked it. Bored, so you do not dare to charge? You are stalling for time, right? The monster opposite only silently stared at him. System warning, kobold mage is casting a basic death curse. Those under level 10 will be killed immediately. Time remaining is counting down. Hearing this, Sung Woo panicked. Instant death. If under level 10, the whole group would be wiped out. And the fact that the kobolds kept charging was to buy time. Only now did he realize it. He calculated if it could not be broken by attack. The kobold mage laughed. Useless. Die. After that, he decided to accumulate power for the strongest strike, ordering skeleton soldiers and disciples to gather. Kobold mage looked confused, not expecting Sung Woo to find a way to counter it. From the other side, strange sounds kept going. Kobold corpses piled up everywhere. Sung Woo threw all kobold corpses toward the mage, leaving it confused. Finally, it could not hold back anymore. What exactly are you doing? Sung Woo smiled coldly. Thanks for waiting. Goodbye, high-level kobold mage. As soon as he finished, the door closed and he ordered explode. The kobold mage still did not understand what was happening, but a scorching golden light burst out, dazzling it. Immediately after, the entire room turned into a sea of fire, a huge explosion shaking the area. Inside quickly became a ruined scene, thick smoke and dust everywhere. Sung Woo peeked out to check. Maybe due to distance it was not effective enough. The kobold boss was still unaffected. It roared in fury. The system reported the boss converted vitality to reduce casting time. The time was nearly halved. Sung Woo gritted his teeth and cursed, still not enough time, while it laughed triumphantly. Tree roots began spreading everywhere. The space turned gloomy. Sung Woo immediately urged, move fast. He shouted there might be a core nearby. Find it quickly, the subordinates immediately complied. As expected, the dungeon core was ahead, surrounded by layers of brown roots. Rai quickly rushed in, cutting all surrounding roots. The system announced the dungeon core was destroyed, remaining time only 19 minutes. Sung Woo tightened his grip. If they rushed, there was still time. He calculated he had separated some mage corpses to use as disciples. These were apprentice level 1 mages. When conditions were met, they would increase casting speed by 20%. At this moment, he could view the memories of the dead. Sung Woo once thought it was only a dream. Unexpectedly, he could truly view monster memories. He pointed in that direction to confirm the location. Though slightly blurry, he finally confirmed the dungeon core location. The next area is the first floor electrical control room, surrounded densely by tangled vines. Bodies of Kobo-type creatures lay scattered in piles, the scene chaotic and disordered. Sung Woo glanced and immediately understood the situation. It seemed Jisoo had finished dealing with them, which relieved him slightly. Sung Woo looked forward excitedly. The core is fine, Jisoo. It looks like an emergency message has been sent to the entire group. Suddenly, a Kobo in front collapsed to the ground screaming in pain, making Sung Woo flinch. Sung Woo shouted in panic, Jisoo, go find Hanho and Lee Jiangsu. I will handle the remaining core. Contrary to expectations, Hanho happily lifted a Kobo as if it weighed nothing. Senior Sung Woo, you're late. The scene before them, Sung Woo and Rai were stunned, repeatedly rubbing their eyes to confirm what they saw. Sung Woo darkened his expression, completely unable to understand what was happening. Jisoo quickly stepped forward. Sung Woo, I destroyed the core, but what the hell is going on here? Explain it. The boss seems to have some kind of plan, but I want to know more about Hanho instead. Hanho spoke, talk about that later, there is not much time, finish the final core first. Sung Woo was slightly surprised but still nodded. Alright. The system warned of a time limit. They only had 13 minutes, 27 seconds left. Everyone immediately went all out in the attack. The Kobo roared, stop them! Sung Woo tensed. There was no time left. He had to focus on destroying the final core instead of fighting. Jisoo rushed toward the Cobalt and shouted, Sung Woo, they are panicking here. Do not let them get close. Bone soldiers charged in, while the Kobold also rushed forward like moths to a flame, making the battlefield chaotic. Sung Woo quickly calculated. These creatures were desperately protecting the core. He immediately crouched and called out, Rai here. Hearing the command, Rai did not hesitate and leapt up, swinging his sword in a fierce attack. Roy successfully destroyed the final core. The system announced, the dungeon core has been destroyed in time. Remaining completion time is 9 minutes 8 seconds. After that, Sung Woo ordered the bone soldiers, clean them all up. The Cobalt panicked and fled. Help! What do we do now? The system continued, all cores have been destroyed. The barrier will be lowered. Sung Woo sighed in relief. Now only the instant death magic needed to be stopped. He became furious, veins bulging. We suffered because of that bastard. Just wait, I will make you pay. Hanho spoke. Senior, defeating the boss should be easy, right? You even got an explosion skill from a corpse before. Sung Woo felt relieved he was back to normal. Hanho continued, the destructive power of the explosion might be even greater than from a corpse. Just throwing it into a building would be enough to bury the boss. Sung Woo thought for a moment then replied, a building, we will reorganize and fight the boss directly. There is not much time. They quickly returned to the mage boss location. Vines had now grown long and spread everywhere. The system warned, Sung Woo only had 2 minutes 12 seconds left. He was shocked to see them return. How did you come back? Sung Woo replied, your plan has failed, only 2 minutes left. The bone soldier stood in front, glowing with a deathly blue light. At the same time, a scorching wave of energy appeared ahead. The mage boss was thrown back, unable to react, only managing to scream in pain. The instant death magic had essentially been prevented. Sung Woo gritted his teeth. The magic you prepared has failed. Do you have any other tricks? If not, it ends here. It screamed in despair, blood flowing from its eyes and nose, vines from its mouth growing violently. As soon as he finished, Hanho panicked and shouted, Senior, because of what you said, it is transforming. The system announced the true boss, Duck Dolin, has appeared. It rushed forward frantically, no longer the original Cobalt. The boss transformed into a gigantic plant monster, chasing and attacking the bone soldiers. Its entire body was bound together by dense vines. Only its eyes emitted a cold golden glow. It could only growl instead of speaking. In that situation, before Sung Woo could react, Jisoo stepped forward to protect him. It immediately unleashed a powerful attack. Sung Woo shouted in panic, everyone dodge. Jisoo showed no fear, instead drawing her fire sword. If you are wood, I will burn you to ashes. Despite being small in front of the massive monster, Jisoo still made it hesitate slightly. Sung Woo shouted, Jisoo, move, while signaling to throw something toward the monster. Boss froze when it saw the fragments of corpses thrown in front of it. It paused to observe, unsure what Sung Woo was planning. Violent explosion erupted, blasting the boss backward. Sung Woo clenched his fist while watching. We did it right? And Ho, injured in the arm, said, Senior, that was only a diversion point. Clearly the boss had been blown apart. The monster began regenerating its body back to its original state, causing Sung Woo to exclaim in shock, regeneration. Very quickly after that, its entire body returned returned to its original condition as if it had never been injured. Immediately, it charged straight toward Sung-woo to attack. But before he could react, another heavy strike came crashing down, causing the boss's rear half to burst into raging flames. It screamed in pain, its body continuing to be burned by the flames. Han-ho panicked and asked if the boss could even be defeated since it kept regenerating. Sung-woo angrily ordered to keep attacking. The system reported the enemy had exhausted mana and was now using life force instead, an abnormal condition. Sung-woo said he had been using this technique from the start. Now its life force was also decreasing. Thanks for the information. This is the Blood Demon art. A demonic attribute absorption skill attacks drain mana, and when it runs out it also consumes life force. The boss roared in rage. Han-ho hid behind Sung-woo in fear, saying it still had not stopped. Sung-woo immediately warned everyone to fall back because a critical signal had been reached. The werewolf disciples quickly retreated, the boss heavily pursued but moved sluggishly. The group successfully withdrew from the area, leaving only the boss dragging itself behind. Before leaving, Sung-woo coldly smiled and said this was a gift for those on the first floor. After the skeleton soldiers and everyone had safely withdrawn, Sung-woo coldly ordered, "Detonate," and the flames erupted violently. A massive explosion lit up the entire space. The boss had no time to react. In the end, it was completely destroyed. Sung-woo received 840 gold from defeating the true boss. After that, he immediately leveled up to level 10. Sung-woo was shocked by the enormous experience from this boss. He received a roulette ticket upon leveling up, becoming the 69th person in history to obtain it. This allowed the ticket to be upgraded, expanding limits and increasing the number of disciples by level. Sung-woo was satisfied, hoping to gain another skill. This was a basic necromancy summoning skill. It could summon 10 zombies from hell, with no size restriction, but they would vanish after 10 minutes. Sung-woo was slightly startled when the system mentioned the number 10 zombies, thinking it was too many. He originally wanted to increase disciple limits to deal with vampires, but unexpectedly unlocked the ability to summon 25 undead, along with the corpse warrior coat. He spoke while gently stroking the new sword obtained after the battle. Sung-woo smiled confidently, finally having a chance to hunt vampires. The sword in his hand currently had no owner. It was considered the key to awakening an unknown entity. However, he did not have a suitable class to activate that power. To hatch the egg, he would need to wait 5,000 days. Sung-woo gritted his teeth over 13 years. Jisoo said it was punishment for choosing the wrong class. Han-ho complained that waiting that long would make him old. Sung-woo helplessly said the egg would only recognize him after killing enough strong enemies. He admitted he was in a situation where he had to be acknowledged by the egg, but the more he hunted strong enemies, the shorter the time became. Still, he thought that gaining 6 more strength would be worth it. This sword was quite durable, like picking up a powerful item. Han-ho reminded Sung-woo that his phone was lighting up, seemingly an important message. It was a message from T-sung, who had discovered a hidden comment feature, reporting that 100 to 200 people were gathering at Haegang Square. They had not seen any vampires. T-sung told Sung-woo to prepare 300 gold. Sung-woo read the message and sighed in relief because they were still safe in Adjutant Zone. He ordered gathering the survivors and carefully monitoring the Adjutant Zone. He remembered creating a hidden comment for T-sung for emergencies. He could not let them act freely. Sung had previously been very determined, saying he had been with the Makazon group so he could handle small tasks like this. Sung-woo sighed. This kid was really troublesome. Maybe that was why the vampires had not become stronger. While thinking, a skeleton soldier gently pulled his sleeve as a signal. Sung-woo looked in the direction the skeleton pointed and asked what they had found. In the distance, strange vines were growing long, as if something was being formed. It turned out to be 2 werewolf corpses, but strangely vines were growing from inside their bodies. The scene made Sung-woo shudder. He wondered if they had been controlled by plants after death. Sung-woo raised his hand, confirming the 2 corpses were under his control, increasing the total to 5 werewolf disciples. He recalculated the formation: werewolves, skeletons, bone soldiers, mages, and others, a total of 15 disciples. He decided to head towards Sugun Weizong to see the outcome of the vampires. Night quickly returned, a gloomy atmosphere enveloping the entire city. Scene shifted to T-sung's group. He said this was indeed the Adjutant Zone. No monsters were seen, and decided to observe further. On a high floor, a group of people was silently observing T-sung's entire group from above. They raised their heads, waiting for food to appear. One pointed into the distance. "Over there, do you see that kid? He is mine. His blood must be very tasty." The leader of the group shouted, "You all prepare to move." Another asked excitedly, "Is the banquet starting now?" That man narrowed his eyes, his expression vicious. "No, we are going to capture the kid who attacked the factory earlier." One asked, "Didn't the representative say it would start after the banquet?" A companion replied, "He said to conserve strength in case of major trouble." The leader fell into thought. The situation has changed. The target is currently nearby. Continued, "Is that guy stupid? If the report is true, he should know this area is under our control." The leader confirmed, "Trust me, we must capture and deal with him before he ruins the banquet." He smiled cruelly. "This is the boss order, kill him, leave nothing behind." Sung personnel quickly used their phones to send hidden messages so Sung Woo could grasp the information. The group of vampires quickly gathered under the parking lot. The surroundings were silent. One said, "The elementary school near the shopping center. They are closer than we thought." The leader replied, "It seems they are careless because they do not know the curse is affecting them." Suddenly a subordinate panicked and shouted, "Boss, I see traces of the wolf pack." The whole group was shocked to see a huge ferocious wolf lying rigid on top of a car. Its blood was almost completely drained. They approached to examine it. The blood was not fully dry. The claw marks resembled a werewolf but without bite marks. It seemed it had been turned into a subordinate of that being. The situation made the leader grim. He did not expect the opponent to possess such ability. He quickly sniffed and said, "The scent of wolf blood is in that direction." They discussed, "That wolf lost to such a weak opponent. If there are still traces, they will soon come here. It seems he does not know how to hide them." Following the blood trail, one said, "Boss, all the blood traces lead toward the hall." Vampires grew excited. "Do not let them escape, everyone charge." The leader roared, "By the Lord order, his summoned disciples are skeletons. Just be careful of the bone wolves." He scoffed. "At most just a few wolves. I can handle them," he said confidently. "I once served the Lord. I can defeat 2 werewolves at the same time." Very quickly they entered the hall. Their red eyes were terrifying. One kicked open the door and shouted, "You dare challenge our lord? This will be your grave." He looked around. "Is this all?" The boss said there were 10 of them. They grew even more excited. One said, "No problem. Have you prepared the necks? Their blood is filthy." Group laughed cruelly. The leader looked pleased. "Oh my, that guy is scared and running away." They immediately rushed toward Sung Woo, but he suddenly ran out of the door. They shouted, "He is blocked! That idiot!" Sung Woo was running then suddenly stopped. He turned his head, his eyes cold. "So you all have come to die yourselves." They did not understand. The leader asked again, "What?" Sung Woo replied, "You all are uneasy when I am near. Dogs that are released usually become more sensitive and violent." He continued, "You came here like this. You still do not understand my power." The vampire roared, "Are you talking about those skeletons? How many do you have?" He smiled slyly. "Not just skeletons, but special skeletons." System notification appeared. Skill distant falling blade is beginning activation. Sung Woo now looked like a demon stepping out of hell, threatening the vampires. System continued. Skill zombie summoning will be activated. They panicked. "Zombies, damn it, we are not ready." He calmly sat down and observed. "You all are the same. You do not know who the real hunter is." Shortly after, many vampires were taken down. Sung Woo received 2,000 gold each time a player was killed. He asked, "Do you understand now?" Taking advantage, Roy commanded the skeleton troops to advance, splitting into squads for battle and ambush. Command phase level 1. More than 11 members received increased attack and defense strength. The vampires panicked. "I cannot see anything, stop it." Another struggled to speak. "What is this smoke? My body cannot move." Sung Woo coldly explained, "The curse of death, substitute and bloodstone demon will activate when you engage in battle." Another vampire rushed in. "Brothers, why the rush?" He said, "Just kill the summoner and it will be over." Before he could reach Sung Woo, her body suddenly exploded. Rai swung his sword through, causing the enemy to disintegrate. Her entire body burst to intense flames. Rai continued slashing multiple times to ensure the target was destroyed. The 2,000 gold reward for killing a player was immediately added. The scene descended into chaos, skeleton troops and vampires clashing violently. The leader roared, "Damn it, you dare kill my people?" He rushed straight into the encirclement, trying to break the formation alone. But the zombies were not easy to deal with. They roared in resistance. He swung his claws. "Is this all you got? Bring more out." Even in madness, Sung Woo remained calm without any wavering. 2 zombies rushed in, one on each side, biting hard into Macarong, making him flinch. The gang leader was furious at this moment, struggling with all his strength and roaring from being held so miserably tight. He struggled, but seeing Sung Woo sitting there so calmly only made him even more enraged. That was right, the one controlling those small fry. Right after that, the gang leader charged forward as if seeing prey, growling that as long as he killed you, everything would end. Sung Woo's eyes suddenly gleamed. In the eerily silent space, the vampire's roar echoed and sent chills through anyone who heard it. "I will kill you." Meanwhile, the group below had already become slow-minded and disoriented. Only your Uncle T's enemy. Facing such an aggressive opponent, Sung Woo still sat there and raised his hand as a warning not to run around like that. He glared and gritted his teeth, not understanding what he meant, and asked again, "What did you say?" Recalling about 2 hours before the battle began, Sung Woo stood up and directed that he might have to wait for the vampires to appear. After that, he pointed to another skeleton soldier. "First go over to that side." It immediately obeyed and moved to the opposite side as instructed. Sung Woo nodded in satisfaction. "Good." Sung Woo continued, "Create an explosion." Those words startled it. Seeing that reaction, he asked again. Unable to do it, it did not respond and only trembled. He suddenly remembered, right, you are only a skeleton, not a corpse. Just in case, don't look at me like that. After that he came up with another idea. Zombie summoning will be activated in the area. Horrifying undead rose up from the ground. No one knew exactly what Sung-woo was planning. He looked at the zombies with a dark gaze. What about these dead bodies? It was unclear whether the zombies understood him, only that they seemed confused as if wanting to say something. Returning to the present, he spoke to the vampire. The consequence is that during movement the affected area will be determined. It turned out Sung-woo had triggered corpse explosion on the gang leader's body, tearing him apart in the blast. He was tormented by fire and heat, suffering so much that he could neither live nor die. And he continued screaming before collapsing to the ground. Sung-woo sat relaxed, observing the target as if it were sinking in a sea of flames. He still growled, "You bastard, I will definitely kill you." Sung-woo did not let him die easily. A werewolf disciple rushed in, grabbed the vampire's leg and bit down hard. A miserable scream rang out. He trembled. "Do you think you can stop the Lord? He is a great being." Sung-woo was annoyed, not expecting him to be brainwashed so quickly. Even facing death, the vampire still roared loudly. "The Lord will kill you." This made Sung-woo even more enraged. That bastard, that so-called Lord with the dragon mark, is a disgusting being. As soon as he finished thinking, rage exploded inside him, and he poured everything into the dagger in Sung-woo's hand. He gritted his teeth and stabbed down hard. Very quickly, he obtained 2,000 gold from eliminating the special player. System announced the egg will hatch in 49 days. He calculated. By then Mundo would have already been defeated. Gather all the corpses that still retain good shape here. Right after that, another disciple army was quickly formed. System notice, the dead have become your disciples. The player activates a fusion effect. Announcement: Bloodthirsty Stage 1. Fusion power requires 5 vampires. Blood absorption increases attack power. All stats increase by 10% in an explosive state before being defeated. Sung-woo was satisfied. Thanks to that, the strongest formation was completed. A faint message from Jisoo. They have started moving to another location. The manager who were just waiting also suddenly picked up weapons, and said this was a condition to be allowed into the adjutant zone. He felt something was about to happen. Sung-woo understood that Jisoo and Han-ho had successfully slipped in. He thought, perhaps he sensed his subordinates were eliminated and rushed into action, but now they have become my disciples. Sung-woo was certain, the situation has changed, this will be your end. On the other side, Rot angrily smashed objects. Blood splattered and he quickly left. Night fell, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Everyone began gathering together. A man panicked and pointed to the sky. "Look over there." Everyone simultaneously looked up. In the distant sky, the bodies of slain werewolves were impaled on sharp stakes. Everyone turned pale and murmured in shock, "Damn it, why did they do that?" Defeating all those werewolves was truly astonishing. Werewolves could even kill wolf packs, so how did they capture them? Han-ho gritted his teeth. "Jisoo, sooner or later it will be our turn. You already guessed it. But it seems they are confiscating our weapons." A searching man said happily, "We understand some people will not be pleased, but this is for the order and safety of the adjutant." He continued, "We are the ones who captured those 4 werewolves, so we do not need your weapons." Jisoo warned, "The vampire's subordinates do not want to take weapons, they only want to make it easier to strike." Ta Sung behind shouted loudly, "Sister Jisoo." Everyone there was irritated. "What are you doing? Do not cut in line." T Sung quickly ran back and whispered to her. Her 2 swords had already been hidden exactly where she had instructed. He added that thanks to Yeonsik being a 2-star thief, everything went smoothly, and no one noticed anything. And Ho asked what about him, and whether he had prepared according to his request. T Sung nervously replied yes, everything was ready. Den Luxwat shouted loudly, "Anyone still carrying weapons will be caught when we inspect them." The scene quickly fell into chaos, and finally it was Jisoo's group turn for weapon inspection. But because they had prepared in advance, they carried no weapons, so after inspection they easily passed through. Rot roared in anger, "What is going on? How can this happen? He had sent so many subordinates. Why did they all lose to a fool like that?" On Han-ho's side, he gritted his teeth. It must be Jisoo. Those masks were to hide their fangs. Jisoo silently calculated. The weapons were already handled now. According to plan, they only needed to wait for Sung-woo. The vampire lord, he must take responsibility for all of this, she thought while glaring at him angrily. Rot began manipulating the crowd psychologically, standing high above with arrogance, as he issued loud warnings. Han-ho fearfully told Jisoo they were surrounded. Vampires wearing masks were all around them. The vampire lord spoke. "How ridiculous, humans have already stopped evolving." He continued asking what everyone thought about this disaster, whether they had wondered why everything happened. He asked again if anyone wanted to answer. The crowd below was in confusion and chaos, not understanding what was going on. Rot said angrily, "This is exactly why you are nothing. Fate is merely victims of evolution." After that, their subordinates slammed their weapons heavily into the ground, producing a resounding metallic echo. It was unclear what these things were, but they were planted scattered around the area. He continued speaking. "Those chosen for evolution would be different. Before he could finish, their masks were ripped into the air, revealing their true nature and shocking the crowd. The vampires revealed themselves, baring fangs and laughing loudly. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Everyone remained in panic, not understanding what was happening or why it was happening. Some people screamed that this area was not safe and told everyone to run immediately. The pillars planted earlier were actually electric traps, continuously releasing powerful currents. The vampire smiled with satisfaction. Come here, come closer, I will grant you rest. The crowd was in complete chaos. Everyone panicked and pushed against each other, not knowing what to do. Jisoo loudly ordered everyone to fall back behind her. Those devices were electric traps and could not be escaped easily. The leading vampire wondered who that was and why he had a weapon in his hand. Suddenly a bus appeared from afar, rushing forward, catching the vampires off guard. People on the bus shouted to aim at them. The bus crashed straight into the vampires, making them scream in pain. After that, the bus quickly approached Jisoo and stopped. Manhwa pointed and said the electric net had stopped. Run. Everyone immediately followed. The vampires were furious at the appearance of the bus, causing their prey to escape. Bus stopped, the doors opened, and the people inside stepped out. Rot trembled, grinding his teeth as he said, "You bastard." Sung Woo stepped off the bus holding a sword, smiling as he asked whether being a little late was okay. The leader, Sung Woo, mocked them. "Were you not holding a party? What a pity, the strong ones had already been taken down." Rob stepped forward and laughed loudly. He thought they would be late, but it turned out to be perfect timing. The appetizer had not even started. He immediately changed his expression. "Since everyone was here, let the feast begin." Rod added that the situation was a bit messy. Lady Yang had not finished speaking but already understood. Yes, a feast must have food. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang shot forward at extreme speed. Yang ordered the students to capture the fleeing ones. The others would assist in dealing with the main targets. Rod saw Sung Woo standing still and mocked him. "Are you not going to stop them?" Sung Woo confidently said Minsu would handle things over there reliably. Jisoo and Manhwa were assigned evacuation duty, guiding everyone to the safe zone. Roger laughed mockingly. "How ridiculous. Without Minsu everything would already belong to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the ground. The vampire lord immediately recognized it as the bones of a wild wolf. A giant wolf leapt down from the rooftop, rushing straight toward Rot. He and his companions remained still watching, as if they did not see the threat at all. He waved his hand, causing the wolf to explode. Roger laughed coldly at their contempt. Another wolf continued charging forward, baring its fangs in a fierce attack. He was not at a disadvantage either, fully prepared to handle it. A clawed hand grabbed the wolf's head, restraining it. Sung Woo calmly said while controlling it, "Just as expected. A well-prepared feast is always more interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of goblins appeared, making the vampire freeze in shock. The continuous waves of attacks plunged the area into complete chaos. A massive explosion rang out, shaking the entire area. Vampires outside panicked as they looked toward their master, and kept howling as they called for him. Vampire leader lay motionless on the ground. The remaining group began to panic, chaotic like headless snakes. How could this happen? One man shouted to calm the adjutant. "Stay calm. The representative may not have fallen like that. I will handle it. The rest go kill those others." Sung Woo quickly rushed onto the bus to escape. The others discussed that he had driven the vehicle away. The vampires immediately rushed to block the door, not letting him escape. They had to finish him here. Suddenly they froze, looking inside the bus. What is this? Where did he go? Only monster corpses are left here. One man looked up at the roof of the bus. "Damn it, everyone get out of the way." Sung Woo had already been outside the bus at some point. He calmly observed, "You all gathered in one place. That is quite convenient." Sung Woo's face turned cold and ruthless. He activated the corpse explosion skill. The bus quickly burst into intense flames, chaos inside forming a massive explosion that shook the area. Outside, only one man stood frozen, looking at the bus sinking into a sea of fire and panic. "It cannot be. We were wiped out like this." The hand of the Macazan overlord still twitched slightly, but no one noticed the small sign. The team sent out quickly heard a thunderous explosion, panicked and discussed. That explosion, just now, something may have happened to the representative. Yang turned back, her voice still calm. With his power, he should definitely be fine. She secretly worried, even so she felt uneasy. Going there alone is no different from suicide. Then she shouted loudly, "Focus on chasing the victims. Do not waste time worrying about useless matters." But without knowing when, they were scattered on the ground, all already dead. No one left alive. Yang panicked. What exactly happened? Behind her, a pair of vicious eyes was staring at her intently, and Yang seemed to have sensed it as well. She was not at a disadvantage, immediately leaped back from the danger zone. Two forces collided violently. That was Jisoo. She quickly swung dual blades in continuous attacks. Yang growled, "Who are you?" Jisoo did not answer, only stared with cold eyes. "It is over, vampire." Yang sneered, "Knowing my name and still daring this, truly arrogant." She laughed mockingly. "You are not to the taste of the representative, but thrown to the subordinates they would probably like you." She shouted angrily, "Shut up, charge." Yang replied, "Fine, I will tear you into 100 pieces, you bitch." approach. Jisoo assigned Han Ho to protect the adjutant. Inside the building, everyone hide safely. Hee-sung stepped forward. Brother Han Ho, everything is still according to plan, he said happily. Like this, even tomorrow night, the dragon pack will not dare approach. Han Ho nodded. Indeed, as expected from Senior Sung Woo's plan. T-sung handed over a bag of weapons. These are the daggers I brought. He smiled brightly. I think they will not be needed. Han Ho hesitated. This kind of thing always causes trouble. A man stepped forward, mocking voice. Your perception is quite good. When the manager left the adjutant area, I thought he had been overly cautious. The appearance of this person startled both of them. It was the vampire manager. He looked lazy. Fighting is troublesome. Why don't you come capture me? He bared his sharp fangs. If you do not act, I will help you level up. T-sung was excited. I knew it. The college student brother is indeed more mature. I believe you. Han Ho was like petrified. Did this really happen? What should be done now? T-sung immediately rushed forward. Brother Han Ho, kill him. That vampire looks weak. Han Ho gritted his teeth. Wait, stop, idiot. The man rushed forward. Do you look down on me? Even if weaker than others, I am not an insect. He growled, but not to the level of being worse than worms. At this moment, he completely transformed. Vampire aura burst out, making T-sung panic. At that moment, from behind, daggers flew continuously, making him startled. Ambushed, he screamed in pain. Indeed, he was weaker than other vampires, only able to stand frozen, unable to react. Taking the opportunity, T-sung threw a powerful punch at him. He immediately flew up, dodging the attack. Han Ho's daggers continued to fly, forcing him into a passive state midair. As soon as Han Ho finished speaking, the manager fell heavily to the ground. T-sung cheered. Got him. He happily said, Brother Han Ho, our coordination is better than I thought. Han Ho was sweating. Impossible. I just defeated a vampire. But a thought flashed, making him pause. Wait, I still have not received reward points. As expected, the manager was not dead yet. Daggers shattered on his body. Not bad, you bastards. He stood up, laughing coldly. You scratched my handsome face. Scene shift back to Sung Woo. All low-level vampires had been dealt with. The bus was still burning fiercely. The vampires inside struggled in pain but could not escape. Sung Woo stood outside calmly, observing. It has begun. Flames burned almost everything inside the bus, with no sign of stopping. On the roof of the bus, a giant with demon-like wings stared at Sung Woo. Growled, I will say this last time, you are surely going to die. Sung Woo transformed, wings spread wide, facing him directly. No way it ends so easily. Both sides immediately engaged in battle. Sung Woo ordered, all skeleton soldiers and disciples attack. The man roared fiercely, I will kill the skeletons first. Woo immediately ordered them to use spears for self-defense. Instantly sharp bone spears were launched simultaneously. But that thing seemed to have no bones, like a solid intangible entity. Retracted his wings, then shot straight into the sky. Immediately after, he violently dove down toward the snail herd. Then using his hands with shark claws, he easily crushed their bones. Sung Woo watched from earlier, gritting his teeth and realizing these snails were nothing to him. Each one was taken down by him, then he leapt up and kicked down hard, aiming directly at their ribs, causing bones to continuously shatter. After landing his hands on the ground suddenly cracked open. The system announced that the skill summoning the dead had been activated in this area. Zombies kept emerging from underground. The vampire was shocked. Zombie. He raised his claws and realized it seemed his subordinates had died because of this. He roared fiercely, I am the vampire lord. Even enraged, the zombies still slowly advanced. Before he could react, a zombie had already lunged and bitten his hand. This only made him more furious. A thing that only had a head yet kept attacking. Was that a zombie? He placed his other hand in front of it and smiled slightly. I appreciate you. One bite made me bleed. He exerted force, sending two zombies flying far away. Sung Woo ordered the wolf beasts to prepare for action. Pointing forward, it was time for corpse explosion. He used his wings to dodge the flames, seemingly avoiding a fatal strike. Then he waved his hand, internal energy erupting outward. Something kept firing out from his body. Sung Woo immediately understood and covered his face. Blood bone frost. Was this his active skill? You gritted your teeth, thinking. He converts blood into bone and fires it under high pressure, not too strong but enough to prevent his body from exploding. After calculating, Sung Woo thought about Severus and the combined power of the wolf beasts. Thanks to the fused power, his physical strength increased, enough to face opponents like these bastards. The vampire was knocked back by his attack. He barely managed to regain his balance. He still said arrogantly, a surge of anger rising, do you think you can win with just that level of power? Then he swung his hand forcefully. The wolf beast was instantly beheaded by that attack. Sung Woo was shocked, 3 wolf beasts taken down at once. Everyone, keep your distance and attack with spears. Hearing the order, they counterattacked, but the vampire did not flinch at all. So boring, is this the limit of these undeveloped ones? Sung Woo asked, evolution, you call that monstrous appearance evolution? He laughed loudly. So what, isn't it better this way? We are superior to those lowly beings. His red eyes grew even more ferocious. Powerful beings must punish the weak. He continued, isn't human history also developed like this? But modern society full of lies turned me into a wandering serial killer. Then that day came. Those at the top realized this was just a boring false world. My body is far superior to your weak human bodies. He recalled humans need evolution to dominate this world. After receiving that card, everything seemed to change completely. Sung Woo held his forehead and sighed. He thought there was a noble reason. Turns out it was just a twisted evolution theory. The CEO asked him, "Do you really believe in something that was erased over 15 years ago?" He remained stubborn. "That is the past before the system existed." He continued, "Our existence is proof of evolution, surpassing the old race." Sung Woo said coldly, "But it seems this new race will also be destroyed by old ones like us." Before he could react, he heard Lady Yang's. She screamed, "Boss, save us." On Jisoo's side, a long sword had pierced Yang's body, blood flowing continuously. "I cannot believe it. I evolved yet I was attacked by a small woman." He roared in fury, defeated by a girl like this. The arrogant man was now in a miserable state, still unable to accept reality. Impossible. Yang frantically swung his claws in the air but could not touch Jisoo at all. Despite strength and speed beyond humans, he still did not understand why he was being overwhelmed. Jisoo smiled, quite surprised. "Your auntie-style attack has no effect on me." She gritted her teeth, thinking, even if not as strong as Sung Woo, constant hunting had made her improve a lot. As she leveled up, not only her stats increased but combat experience also helped her grow stronger. "That is why I know you are underestimating me too much, old hag." Yang is struggling to defend against Jisoo's relentless and powerful attacks. Meanwhile, Jisoo quietly judges that although the opponent is far stronger, his fighting style is simple and predictable, mainly intended to intimidate psychologically. She concludes that the opponent must have accumulated experience from working under the Vampire Lord. While thinking, Jisoo suddenly unleashes a powerful sword strike that completely freezes the opponent. Yang is knocked down, unable to react, only looking up at the sky and crying out in pain, "Damn it." Jisoo walks up to the dying vampire, face covered in tears and mucus, then softly says, "Auntie, thanks. Thanks to you I proved to Minsu that I am not weak." As soon as she finished speaking, she tightened her grip and stabbed straight into Ayang's chest. A miserable scream echoed through the mountains and forests. "Lord, please save me." Before the words could finish, blood gushed out. After finishing, Jisoo let out a relieved breath, finally having taken down this cunning woman. Jisoo calculated that Hanho was evacuating everyone and everything would end once Sung Woo defeated that lord. On this side, T-Sung and Han-Ho were lying on the ground, trembling all over. The boy tried to ask Han-Ho, "Are you okay?" The vampire manager stepped forward, originally thinking they were weak, but did not expect them to be this resilient. Han-Ho asked back, "Can you still fight?" The two were now nearly exhausted, but still trying to buy time. The manager laughed, saying, "Killing you is a waste. Why not join us? This is a rare opportunity." Han-Ho was stunned by his offer. "What is that?" "Do you want me to become a vampire?" He continued, "You already chose your card in the tutorial, right? That is the path of survival in this chaotic world." The two were momentarily unable to respond. He continued, "Instead of choosing a class to survive, you should choose another direction. The option that ensures the highest chance of survival is to become a parasite." He recalled the chaotic world before, where people who had never fought, like students, cleaning staff, and even small shop owners, if they were thrown into this distorted world, what would they do? The best choice is to cling to the strong to survive. Join us. Survival is the top priority, is that right? Strange light flickered in the manager Makaran's eyes. Han-Ho was briefly stunned, then gritted his teeth. "You are right." T-Sung beside him panicked and shouted, "Han-Ho." He continued, "But what should we do? It seems we are much weaker than you." Han-Ho stood up. "There is not only the two of us." From afar, a motorcycle rushed straight toward the vampire manager. He was surprised, a motorbike. As he turned to look, Han-Ho had already moved extremely fast. "During the fight, do not think you can deceive me." He dodged to the side, then laughed loudly, "Idiot, you just killed your teammate." Because he dodged, the dagger instantly flew toward T-Sung's teammate at high speed. But unexpectedly, the one who blocked the attack was not T-Sung's teammate. A goblin rushed out as a shield, and the dagger pierced straight into its head. He laughed, "From the beginning I was not targeting you, but that goblin." Suddenly he panicked. "What is this? Or am I mistaken? Is that kid getting bigger?" Han-Ho calmly said, "Confidence is what makes a real man." He went mad. "I do not know what skill that is, but even if you grow 4 legs, the result will not change." The manager rushed forward and threw a heavy punch at Han-Ho. He paused. "Why is there a metal sound?" The giant Han-Ho said, "From the moment you targeted my goblin, my body became invincible. You have no chance of winning." As soon as he finished speaking, Han-Ho unleashed a shock strike that made the opponent's body tremble violently. He screamed in pain, but it did not stop. T-Sung's group immediately rushed in to coordinate, delivering heavy continuous punches. After being hit repeatedly, the vampire manager fell into a stunned state. He wildly swung his claws. "You bastards, do you think I cannot counterattack?" Facing that ferocity, T-Sung felt a brief fear, but Han-Ho immediately stood in front. "What are you going to do?" Han-Ho turned back and said, "To stop you, I had to move very fast. Do not think you can escape." Dark night covered the city, and on the high building a chilling scream echoed, making anyone who heard it feel terrified. The vampire manager frantically slashed at Han. "Why are you not falling? Die. T-Sung gritted his teeth and rushed in to support, delivering decisive iron punches. A powerful surge of energy burst from the boy, knocking the vampire away. He thought their attacks were not very strong, but their coordination was excellent. He had lost advantage and was injured by them. He angrily looked at Han-Ho. "Moreover, they have a moving shield that is too fast, very troublesome." During the fight, Han-Ho began to feel his power weaken weakening. Damn it, my ability is getting weaker. The manager gritted his teeth. Correct, there cannot be such a strong skill without a time limit. He declared it is over. Hanwho gradually returned to his original form. He threw the dagger into the sky but hit a falling goblin instead. He was surprised again. A goblin. A familiar voice sounded. Well done, Hanwho. I heard you had to deliver those goblins to adjutant. Thinking about it, my mission is even harder. Hanwho asked, which floor have you reached? He immediately grew large again. As long as the goblin that fell is killed, the power will not end. The manager angrily said, you once said you would sacrifice others in exchange for survival, right? Hanwho said, seriously, you are wrong. True survival is having trustworthy teammates. He thought of everyone and the power of unity overcoming hardship. This is what we have created. This is how we exist, love and peace. Hanwho spoke while recalling peaceful days when they were still together before the apocalypse. The vampire manager did not believe his eyes. He growled, impossible. He still looked down on them, thinking they were just brats, then ordered his subordinates to charge. The Macazon manager closed his eyes and took the blows, unable to resist being struck repeatedly. The vampire lord roared in anger, idiot, how could you lose to such lowly humans? Sung-woo darkly thought, vampires are not as scary as imagined. They have more weaknesses than humans. The vampire lord lost patience, growling, enough, stop talking nonsense. Sung-woo calmly said, the first weakness of vampires is they cannot use weapons. Skeleton soldiers quickly surrounded them with spears. He continued, I thought you could use claws, but it turns out that is a fatal weakness. In terms of range and distance, without weapons this is a huge disadvantage. Sung-woo raised 2 fingers. Second point is regeneration ability. Because of fast healing they neglect defense and move too carelessly. He had just finished speaking when skeleton troops immediately attacked as Sung-woo calculated, injuring the vampire lord all over. He roared in anger, this is the true power of us. Third point, vampires do not have mana. All skills and regeneration depend on blood. He raised the gem. You still do not realize you are weakening yet remain arrogant. In his hand was the blood demon technique, able to absorb enemy power when they run out of mana to use as a substitute. At this moment the Macazon lord also realized his strength was gradually fading. He collapsed to the ground, trembling and cursing. Sung-woo looked down. Fourth point is you are too overconfident. If it were me I would ignore provocation and target the controller first. The Macazon lord was truly enraged. He screamed into the sky. He rushed forward in madness, but it was already too late. As long as enough blood is absorbed it is enough. From above Roy jumped down attacking with a sword. He was shocked. Goblin? The vampire swung his claws toward Roy. Sung-woo continued. Fifth point. System activated, melee warriors begin attacking. Roy slashed straight through the enemy's body. He continued, judging only by appearance leads to carelessness. He was continuously suppressed, angrily shouting, brat. From Ryan a vial of green liquid was thrown straight into his mouth. Liquid exploded, spreading and severely damaging his eyes. The vampire lord screamed in pain. The remaining liquid fell to the ground, corroding with a sizzling sound. He screamed in pain, realizing he had been tricked by the strange substance. Sung-woo and skeleton troops stood watching from afar, smiling in satisfaction. His vision grew dim, everything becoming blurred. Losing too much blood prevented eye regeneration. The lord trembled in rage. Sung-woo ordered, and everything here? He panicked, trying to listen for sounds to orient himself, sensing danger closing in. He roared, die never, I will not submit. Despite severe injuries, he counterattacked fiercely, knocking back the skeleton troops. Sung-woo calmly observed, still stubborn. He was nearly mad, left only with a primal thirst for blood. A sudden scent of blood excited him. He sensed a nearby source. He broke through the encirclement and rushed toward the scent, shouting, get out of the way. Sung-woo shouted, he is escaping, chase him, do not lose him, finish him this time. His speed was too fast, in an instant he vanished. He found the werewolf blood source and rushed like a long-starved beast. He thought even if the blood was no longer fresh, after recovery it would be enough to kill many more people. He saw 4 werewolves impaled on the rooftop. He told himself to be careful, but suddenly felt uneasy. Sung-woo's voice rang out, idiot, do you think my skeleton troops are just for show? He ordered the skeleton troops to block him, not allowing him to touch the blood source. The werewolf warriors moved to block him. Sung-woo said, there is not a drop of blood here for you. He was pierced by a spear, falling into a very difficult situation. Then he was knocked away by an aerial strike. He crashed heavily to the ground in pain. He coughed blood, still shouting unwillingly, I will become the ruler of the new world. Sung-woo looked coldly, truly stubborn and pitiful. He trembled in rage, growling, you. Sung-woo said, the banquet is big enough now, it is time for a grand ending. As soon as he finished speaking, the wolf disciples with sharp bone spears immediately rushed in, repeatedly stabbing the bodies of the vampires. He, though fierce, was exhausted from excessive blood loss. Only lying still taking the attacks, a miserable scream echoed out. Ruth was still not dead, as he said. His life was extremely resilient. Ruth gasped for breath and said, where this is. The remaining vampire corpses were quickly thrown toward Ruth by Sung-woo. He began activating the corpse explosion, a scorching light erupting violently. Ruth screamed in despair, I do not want this. Sung-woo spoke spoke his final words, live happily in hell. As he finished, the vampire bodies exploded. System notification, you received 10,000 gold for eliminating a special player. Exclusive mission and devoted mission completed. Reward received, 30,000 gold and a C-rank item. In addition, there was an exclusive skill. His fate from here changed. Sungwoo was satisfied. This boss raid was truly worthwhile. Everyone from Jisoo quickly gathered toward him. All were happy. Hanho shouted loudly, Senior, I knew you were reliable. Sungwoo turned back in surprise. He thought that everyone should have been in the safe zone. As the world was gradually collapsing, he gave a slight smile, also feeling relieved in his heart that his teammates were still in the safe zone until now. Sungwoo told himself he would continue living with the people in front of him. To him, they were like a second family. Ansang quickly broadcast across the entire city, causing people below to cheer in unison. They had really eliminated the vampire lord. People discussed loudly, not knowing who they were, but they had definitely saved them. Everyone agreed. One person said he knew them, the 157, the one who once saved him and gave him food. Another recognized him, the man from the apartment, the sole summoner. Hanho was very happy hearing this. Senior, it seems you are quite famous. Sungwoo calmly replied, this is only a residential area. Saving people is normal. Suddenly people pointed into the distance. Who are those people? The crowd became chaotic. Who are they? A group of soldiers quickly approached them with serious expressions, their purpose unclear. People wondered, the military, when monsters attacked they were nowhere to be seen. Now that it is over they appear. However, they did not show friendliness towards Sungwoo's group. A civilian asked, what is the military doing here? Are they deserters? A familiar voice then spoke, is everyone alright? Causing the group to be startled. The man smiled, I was curious who caused this battle. I did not expect to meet again. The group said in unison. Kim. Sungwoo stepped forward and shook hands. Glad you are still okay. Kim replied, thanks to the medicine you gave I survived. Sungwoo was puzzled. The timing seems off. Why did you come here? Sergeant Kim reported, we were tracking those who caused the disturbance here. We did not expect it to be this serious. The military arrived a bit late, but Sungwoo had already handled everything. Hearing Kim mention tracking, Sungwoo slightly frowned. It seemed they knew something in advance. It was best not to get further involved. He looked at the military group, a trace of caution rising in his heart, though he did not want more trouble. Kim continued, sorry. Someone wants to meet you. Sungwoo was surprised. Me, who is it? Kim stammered, this is an order from higher command in the South Korean military mission. At the military base, on the upper floor of the building, a man stood silently by the window. His face carried an unreadable expression, not very friendly. In another room, Sungwoo stood among skeletons and scattered monster corpses on the ground. He was reviewing all system information again. Sungwoo was satisfied. He obtained 150,000 out of a total 300,000 gold from the battle, much more efficient than normal monster hunting. He also received bone armor, a system reward after defeating the vampire leader. Bone armor is basic armor made from dead bone, with special durability. When used it will wear down over time. Effectiveness depends on material and quality. Higher skill leads to better refinement. He tried it on, it fit his body perfectly, feeling more flexible than expected. Even though it erodes over time, the armor still enhances defensive ability in combat. He took another quest item, a special demon crossbow. It is equipped with ammunition linked to a space storage system, allowing continuous firing without reloading. Sungwoo was satisfied. This item suits him well, especially for long-range combat, while a large sword does not fit his style. He clenched his fist. Today he had grown much stronger. He must keep improving. To defeat all enemies, he cannot remain weak as before. Sungwoo was determined to eliminate those who are evil. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Sungwoo. The voice made him turn back in shock. Sungwoo. A panicked cry echoed out, is anyone there? Please save me. He suddenly found himself standing inside a house engulfed in flames. Sungwoo looked inside in panic, seeing two figures trapped within the fire. The flames roared violently. The image of his parents appeared painfully real. The man in the fire shouted loudly, you are strong now, come save your parents. Sungwoo raised his hand to summon his sword, but his hand suddenly shrank. He froze, realizing his entire body was shrinking abnormally. The two people crawled toward him, shouting, why are you not saving your parents? We are in pain. Sungwoo ran away in panic, their voices still chasing him. Do not leave. Why are you running away again? He ran while crying, completely unable to understand what was happening. It turned out to be just a nightmare. Hanho shouted in worry when he saw him sweating. Senior Sungwoo. He sat up holding his forehead. Hanho spoke, you have been sleeping all day. You must be very tired. He said worriedly, I saw Kim and a few soldiers talking with him. Sungwoo remembered that Kim had once invited him to join their unit, saying to contact him if anything was needed. Sungwoo listened outside and thought there was no need to visit while he was this exhausted. After hearing Hanho, he immediately stood up to grab his coat. Hanho quickly said, wait a moment. The dream from earlier still lingered in his mind. He told himself to become stronger. He told himself he needed to grow stronger to save people and never abandon anyone. Outside, soldiers moved constantly, seemingly impatient while waiting for him to appear. A man asked Hanho if he was here. Hanho quickly replied to wait a moment. The man shouted loudly, wait, do you think this is a joke? Hurry up. Seeing Sung Woo, he said seriously, I am Lieutenant Park of Infantry Team 51. You are a necromancer, correct? Sung Woo was putting on his coat when he turned around, slightly surprised by his attitude. He sat down and spoke directly, we do not have much time, so I will get straight to the point. Sung Woo also sat down, slightly annoyed by the rudeness but still replied fine. The lieutenant asked, the incident in Weizong was handled by you, correct? We need a statement and future cooperation. Sung Woo calmly said, a statement is fine, but what do you mean by cooperation? The lieutenant said bluntly, join the military. It turned out they were targeting Sung Woo. That caused Sung Woo and even Rai to freeze. Sung Woo rubbed his forehead, join the military. He said, this proposal surprises me. What reason do I have to agree? The lieutenant explained the country is under martial law, the situation is urgent, so recruiting you is legal. He added, we can offer you special treatment. Sung Woo thought, in this chaos you still talk about legality, then asked, what do you want me to do? He replied, serve the country, reclaim territory, protect the system. Sung Woo thought, this is basically making me work myself to death. He said, seriously, you have served in the military before, so you should understand this. The current situation is very bad. Even mobilizing the entire population may not be enough. There is a traitor. The prosecutor has formed a separate force. Sung Woo immediately understood who they meant. He began to rethink what the prosecutor had done. From rescuing citizens in Yongdangpo and founding the first guild in Korea, to creating safe zones and maintaining security. Even in boss hunts, he was almost always the one behind the command. The lieutenant continued, this is not the time for pessimism. All citizens must unite under the military to stabilize society and become an heroic force. Kim and his comrades along with Sung Woo listened, but each had different thoughts. Suddenly Sung Woo objected, no, the military does not have the authority to decide this. The man snapped, what? Sung Woo continued, in this situation neither the government nor the military has the ability to control it. Only the people can save each other. It cannot be called an imposed force. The lieutenant trembled in anger, but could not respond, only hearing Sung Woo continue to criticize the system. Sung Woo raised his hand, you want me to be a hero or just a mercenary? The lieutenant shouted, are you saying you will oppose the nation? Sung Woo calmly said, people are dying, and you are unable to do anything. The nation's goal is already gone. His words carried deep disappointment toward the military. The lieutenant lost control and rushed forward shouting, you are insulting us and the country that raised you. Sung Woo did not argue, he waved his hand, this conversation ends here. He stood up and walked away, ignoring the lieutenant shouting behind him. The man shouted, you will regret this. Without discipline you cannot survive against the military. Sung Woo looked back annoyed, I feel more comfortable being alone. Inside the military area, soldiers continued normal duties, guards at posts and others moving constantly. Everyone was talking, with the military here everything should stabilize again. Hanho sighed, we were the ones who saved them. So why is it the military arriving late? Jisoo replied, it is understandable. She added, everyone needs something to rely on in this chaotic world. She continued, we do not need them to worship us, just for people to feel safe is enough. Hanho thought again, I feel more relieved. After all, they are experienced fighters. Jisoo agreed, yes, they are a professional force, probably the strongest right now. But their expressions were not good. She observed carefully and noticed it. Hanho walked over smiling, sorry. A soldier flinched, yes, what is it? He asked, you are from Kim's unit, right? Last time we met someone with him. It seems he was a soldier. Where is that person? Question suddenly made the soldiers tense up. They stammered, the current situation in the military is somewhat unstable. Hanho wondered, scratching his chin. I have never enlisted, so I am not clear about this. Jisoo standing nearby listened and wondered, Adjutant Nin, is he asking the position of a private soldier? Hanho stepped over and asked, Sister Jisoo, the atmosphere feels a bit strange, right? Jisoo nodded, I feel it too, I have a bad premonition. Shift to Sung Woo's side. In the corridor, he and Rai quickly left Commander Yi's room. The negotiation with the military was basically over. He had once wanted to maintain a good relationship with them. Thinking about Commander Yi, he felt annoyed. That man should know how to give proper orders. He did not expect him to even want him to enlist. Suddenly hurried footsteps came, a voice called out, Sung Woo. He turned back and saw Kim, the man bowing to apologize for putting him in an awkward situation. He smiled lightly. It is fine. This is the military, but it was the sergeant who suggested it. Kim stammered without a clear answer. Sung Woo sighed, it seems everyone is watching me too closely. Kim said seriously, we really need you, Sung Woo, but I do not know why the commander acted like that. He leaned closer and whispered, so I have to show you something, this is a secret. Sunset fell, the military area became quiet. Kim led the way in front, Sung Woo and Rai followed, almost no one around. Sung Woo thought, is this secret related to the information the military is holding? Finally they arrived. Kim said, wait here. He worried that if discovered he would be shot, but still had to get it. Sung Woo thought, what is he risking his life to show me? Kim carefully observed the surroundings and said softly, someone is here, hurry inside. In the long corridor, only Kim and Sung Woo remained. He looked at the object in front. What is this? Kim explained this is the prophetic stone. Translucent ice-like stone kept glowing continuously, making Sung Woo curious. The sergeant said these items are scattered across the world and can show part of the future. They do not show the full future, but the images are very realistic. Whoever possesses them gains a huge advantage, Sung Woo observed carefully. Looked at the stone, only one word echoed in his mind: future. Suddenly Sung Woo unconsciously touched the stone. System notification: you have touched Season 2 Prophetic Stone. Blinding blue light engulfed everything, making Sung Woo dizzy. His consciousness was pulled away. Where am I? He saw himself floating in midair. A skeletal skull appeared very close, startling him. It was a wyvern, but its body had turned into white bones. The scene before him was desolate and ruined. The city was full of corpses and half-dead creatures. Sung Woo floated in the air, observing the entire scene. A thought rang in his mind: this world has completely collapsed. In the distance, a figure stood on the back of a massive wyvern. Looking closer, it was Jisoo and himself, like a four heavenly guardians. Sung Woo looked around where his Han-ho then found him in the distance. Han-ho at this moment was like a zombie, controlling a group of skeletons. Sung Woo searched for the cause of this catastrophe. In the distance, a three-horned white-bone creature spewed intense flames toward him. Sung Woo thought, if I have to face this thing, it is too dangerous. Then he startled. A flaming skull appeared in front of him. It spewed violent flames forward, burning everything to ashes. Sung Woo felt himself being swallowed by the flames, his body as if burning. Back to reality. The stone fell to the ground and shattered. System notification: Season 2 Hell Adventure will begin on January 1. Sung Woo's hand trembled. He had to use his other hand to steady it. Kim asked worriedly, what did you see? Sung Woo replied, all bones in the dead, so I thought of you. System quest: who is the master of death? Objective is to choose the death scythe. The reward is huge. The location of the death scythe will be revealed upon reaching level 15. Sung Woo rested his chin. This item is indeed valuable. At least I now have a goal, Kim exclaimed in shock. Sung Woo was still haunted by the prophecy. Reach level 15 in 2 months before Season 2 begins. He calculated, if I cannot obtain the death scythe, I will follow the future I saw exactly. Sung Woo asked Kim, each area has a boss, right? Do you know where they are? He thought, every region has bosses from the start. Previously, I did not rush to deal with them due to danger, but now I cannot hesitate. Defeating them is the fastest way to level up. Sung Woo had just asked when Kim fell silent in thought. He then said he only knew one place with a boss monster, and that was the one causing Zhang Yi the most trouble. Zhang Yi's goal was to eliminate the threat and establish a main base, but without someone like him it could not be done, he said seriously. Suddenly Sung Woo spoke, tell him that you have convinced me to join the boss monster hunt. Kim immediately became happy, so moved that he called his name in a friendly tone. He turned away while walking, saying, but it is not free. Kim was surprised. What do you mean? Sung Woo turned back and looked straight at him. Of course, exchange it for gold, proper payment. Kim reported to Zhang Yi that Sung Woo demanded 1,000 gold to eliminate the boss, shocking him. It made the lieutenant furious. He said, is he crazy? What did he just say? Another spoke up, anyway, no one leads better than him. I once saw Kim fight vampires. His skill is truly on another level. The soldier recalled Sung Woo's battle with the vampires. The lieutenant was momentarily speechless, weighing the pros and cons. Is he really better than Kim? The soldier continued, only a small difference. Kim is alone, while he commands an entire army. The lieutenant grumbled, we are also the military. The soldier explained, even if Kim leads players or not, we cannot face his skeleton troops. He said he is not afraid of the skeletons created by him, but I worry soldiers will die during command missions. Even increasing troop numbers is useless. He is stronger than an entire battalion. The overly convincing argument gave the lieutenant a headache. The issue was that 1,000 gold was too much. Kim suddenly interrupted, Commander, I have something to say. No matter what, we must convince Sung Woo to cooperate. Kim confirmed he is very talented and even provides information about the elixir. I believe that money is just a mission fee. We cannot sacrifice more soldiers. Zhang Yi also calculated. Each soldier earns about 6,000 gold a day. Paying him is nearly 2 days of wages. In the end, he sighed, it is unpleasant, but the priority is still restoring the key area. He understood this was a fight for survival. The strongest monster was controlling the runway. It must be eliminated, otherwise we cannot move outside. The regiment sent many troops and players, but they were all wiped out within 10 minutes and forced to retreat. He regretted, if only the wyvern was not there, the central route would be the safest path. Fixing that area would bring a major promotion. Finally, he slammed the table. Damn it, no other choice, leave it to him. The lieutenant was still unwilling, full of frustration inside. He thought, that greedy guy, one day I will take everything back. Faced with that cold calculation, Kim could only bite his lip. In the afternoon, Kim brought 1,000 gold to complete the deal with Sung Woo, and it was finished immediately. Kim said, "We gathered it from the soldiers, please cooperate in the coming time." Sung Woo replied, "The 5-day route is too far, I just need to handle the inside, right?" Kim explained, "The area is still dangerous so it must be maintained, everything will be done in 3 days." He added, "You will go with Sergeant Kang, a survivor of the runway battle." The man introduced himself, "I am Sergeant Kang Jingguk, from now on you will assist me." He asked, "What level are you? If lower than me, then you're just an ordinary player." Sung Woo was annoyed by the condescending attitude but held back. He replied briefly, "I am level 10. That statement made all the soldiers freeze. He gritted his teeth, "Damn it, I have been killing monsters all day and got nothing. Are you joking?" Sung Woo scoffed, "It would be better if you could kill the boss." Han Ho and Rai standing nearby smiled slightly. He was furious, veins bulging. "Yes, but do not get arrogant. The runaway monster is not easy." Sung Woo did not care, kept walking and only spoke back, "Thank you for the advice. See you in 3 days, remember to level up." At night, everyone began buzzing with discussion. "Where is Sung Woo? Has he not left yet? He is amazing, I hope he continues to protect us." People discussed noisily. Li Jiangsu was happy to see that the number of survivors in the factory was still quite high. Han Ho's father asked, "Can we create a safe zone when it is still dangerous?" He replied, "Yes, but it is not urgent since the military is still maintaining it." Han Ho's mother worried, "So what will we do in the future?" His father said, "The most important thing is finding food." Li Jiangsu proposed building a survivor village, his eyes full of determination. He said, "Everyone is a survivor, so there will still be a lot of work to do. Those with crafting skills will develop the settlement. The military and combat-capable people will handle monster hunting and protection." Li Jiangsu looked up. "The goal is to continuously increase gold resources for the force." Han Ho's parents applauded in agreement. He quickly said, "Actually, this idea is Sung Woo's. I am not that capable." He admitted, "I was once an unsuccessful leader. Those who followed me before died because of my wrong decisions." He said sadly, "I am not capable of leading anyone." Everyone fell silent. Han Ho's mother burst into tears. Han Ho's father stepped closer and told him that leading others in this world is not something an ordinary person can do. Li Jiangsu lowered his head. "That is true." He continued, "This is a sad story. But when no one was capable of leading, you stepped up and made a decision. You did your best. That alone is an act of courage. Be confident you are fully deserving." Those words made Li Jiangsu burst into tears. Han Ho's father firmly told Li Jiangsu to become the village chief. He gratefully thanked the uncle, but in truth he did not want to shoulder such a heavy responsibility, so he decided to hand it over to him. On the other side, Sung Woo's group continued eliminating the giant monsters around them, all of them burning fiercely. Han Ho spoke up, "This feels like a joke." Sung Woo looked back and said, "Our level, this is normal." He thought that just 3 people and a skeleton could wipe them all out. If they were still alive and brought more of their kind, they would all be taken care of by that divine sword anyway. Han Ho felt proud of himself and his team. At this moment he had become much more confident. Sung Woo also thought that if too many came, then it could just be ended with an explosion. No matter how many monsters there were, they could not survive that powerful attack. The remaining ones, Han Ho recalculated and recalled the previous scene. The monster had charged fiercely straight at him, but Sung Woo quickly used the crossbow in his hand to shoot straight through its head. After eliminating the outside monsters, Sung Woo's group quickly moved inside. Han Ho said there was a dungeon sign over there, but he was not sure if it was correct. Dong Woo stepped forward to inspect it. It was the image of a hammer. It was probably a blacksmith shop. "Go in first." Hearing him, everyone quickly went inside. The system announced that you can combine items here. Soul Tears, Demon Bloodstone, Elder Slim Core, and the required fee is 100,000 gold. Sung Woo wondered if he could combine these legendary items, not knowing what special thing would be created. Sung Woo recalled all the items he currently had. "I already have Soul Tears, Demon Bloodstone, and some monster drops, along with the Elder Slim Core." Sung Woo understood that these items were all very important. Han Ho told him the result was completely random. He excitedly said, "You might get a suitable item, for example a dagger." Sung Woo confidently replied that, "You do not know my luck, and I already have 2 orbs. There is no way I will get a dagger." Jisoo had been silent the whole time. Sung Woo turned back and saw her quietly praying. The system announced the cost is 100,000 gold, and there is a 2% chance the orb will break. "Do you still want to continue?" Sung Woo firmly answered, "Of course, continue." The system continued that the orbs are beginning to merge. Step back to ensure safety. Sung Woo thought helplessly, are Jisoo and Han Ho treating this like a joke? Finally, the fusion process succeeded. The new item is called Chaos Crystal. This item increases 500 mana and boosts 3% attack chance from life force conduits. Sung Woo thought, chaos. Does it mean anything like a demon? This concept is truly confusing. Currently no item exceeds legendary rank, but I can upgrade it. Just absorb all enemy mana and transform the body into continuous absorption ability. Sung Woo calculated. Han Ho happily stepped forward. As expected, you received a very good item. Jisoo also congratulated him. Sung Woo thanked both of them. The system announced that Jisoo can also combine items. This surprised her greatly. She then combined a flintstone into her sword. The sword gained increased attack speed and a fire effect on each strike. Jisoo was very satisfied. Hanho was unwilling. Seeing everyone upgrading their weapons, he shouted, "What about me?" But the system did not respond and disappeared, making Hanho even more frustrated. He complained that only he got nothing. Sungwoo smiled helplessly. The adjutant said, "We will probably earn more gold. I will buy you an item from the shop." Jisoo also changed the topic and said there should be good items in the shop too. In the evening ahead of where they stood, everything had become ruined. Sungwoo asked in surprise what happened. Jisoo looked up and said, "If this is the case, then we cannot use the shop." Hanho's heart sank. Sungwoo looked at the vehicles blocking the entrance to stop monsters and felt this method was quite useless. He cried and asked who destroyed the shop. "This is something everyone needs." Sungwoo picked it up and examined it carefully and said, "Monsters cannot do something like this." Jisoo saw words cursing humans carved on the wall. She guessed it was probably done by a sentient being. She touched it and said, "Monsters cannot write something so complete like this." Sungwoo speculated that if it was a creature that understood human language and could write, what then? Unless it was a Disney character. But in the end, they still could not find an answer. Sungwoo suggested returning to the village first. The group walked through the night, the scene unusually quiet. Rai walked ahead to lead the way. Suddenly someone ran out to block them. Sungwoo was surprised to see Kim An appear here. The man said they were assigned to eliminate a few monsters here as part of a team mission, so it felt like returning to the past. Sungwoo asked in surprise, "A team mission?" Kim explained that this was like a daily mission. Every day they had to hunt monsters to submit to the unit. If they managed to do so, they would receive additional rewards under a combined mechanism. Sungwoo asked in surprise whether the rewards for soldiers were actually that good. Kim looked at a teammate lying on the ground with his face bandaged. He frowned and said that if the mission was completed, they could gain about 10% extra strength the next day, but he was not completely sure. Goblin-like monsters kept appearing from nowhere, making people suspect whether this was a feedback mechanism. Hanho thought Kim had a point since they truly did not know where they came from. Kim replied that he also hoped it was not like that, but if it was, it would be very worrying. The man gritted his teeth in helplessness. If he had to die like this, it would be meaningless. Jisoo wondered if no one ran away. Surely some people would stay behind to find their families. Kim said that at first there were many people, but they were defeated very quickly. Without reinforcements, the situation would be extremely difficult. The military definitely could not allow soldiers to desert like that. Those who fled were later punished very severely. He clenched his fist in pain. The military currently had no strategy other than sending people to the battlefield. They had all their gold and communication devices confiscated, and no longer had access to the community. Sungwoo also felt sympathy. If it was the military, then initial losses were unavoidable, but overly rigid control created loopholes for other organizations to grow. Kim said everyone should move immediately, since many were injured and needed to reach the nearest village for safety. In another development, a giant bear roared fiercely, raising its sharp claws forward. It attacked wildly, making no one dare to approach. The crowd rushed in to stop it, but were all thrown back. The panicked crowd fled, shouting that they had to retreat inside immediately. Jiangsu shouted loudly, commanding the combat team to hold out until everyone finished evacuating. He was busy with evacuation and did not notice when the bear had already closed in. Li Jiangsu panicked. He thought that if this situation repeated like before Sungwoo arrived, things would be very bad. Li Jiangsu gritted his teeth and charged forward. His teammates followed in panic, while the bear remained unfazed. It roared loudly and swept its claws, sending everyone flying. Suddenly it stopped because its target had vanished from sight. The bear stood there confused for a moment. Taking the opportunity, Li Jiangsu charged forward, thinking he had to protect everyone at all costs. He stabbed his weapon hard into the bear's eye, making it roar in pain as blood kept flowing out. The bear collapsed, holding its face, and Li Jiangsu sighed in relief at his success. He thought that if he could hold on a bit longer, there would still be some hope for everyone. Suddenly another bear rushed in after seeing its companion fall, and Li Jiangsu realized there were still 3 more. He cried in pain, and at that moment a familiar voice rang out. He looked back weakly. "You are late, Sungwoo." Roy immediately rushed in, swinging his sword to slash across the bear's arm. The bear roared in pain, and Li Jiangsu was finally saved, with blood still on his hand from it. Roy quickly finished it off, stabbing his sword straight into the bear's head. Jisoo smiled in relief. "Well done, Li Jiangsu." After saying that, she gripped her sword tighter. 2 bears had been taken down, but another one was still rushing toward Jisoo. Voice rang out, "Take your claws off me right now, you monster, I'm not in a good mood today." It was Hanho. Even though tears were still falling, he still charged forward. He unleashed a powerful strike toward the black bear. Li Jiangsu looked in shock at the precise spears piercing into the bear's head, wondering when such support had arrived. A familiar voice rang out. "I thought I would have to go all out for the raid. I did not expect to deal with these bears instead." It was Sungwoo. He appeared like the god of death and said coldly, "Prepare to be summoned." Kim and the entire force were stunned by the scene before them. Sungwoo summoned the fallen fallen bears to merge their power. He then quickly eliminated the remaining monsters. Not only Sung Woo, but also his teammates were strong. They coordinated extremely well in hunting monsters. A sergeant gripped his weapon tightly, trembling at the overwhelming gap. Although not as strong as Sung Woo's team, the successors and their comrades were still able to fight very well. Those who had been sent to this battlefield could not do the same. They could not be allowed to die in vain like this. He gritted his teeth thinking he should follow orders, but was not sure if he was doing the right thing. At this moment, Sung Woo's team had just completed the mission and approached, asking him to relay a message to the military. The mission to capture fugitives. He thought they could begin immediately. In the hall, the injured lay everywhere. Cries and calls for each other echoed, and chaos enveloped the entire area. In another corner, Jisoo and Hanho excitedly ran over to Kyung-soo, repeatedly praising him for doing very well. Unbelievable, you actually caught a berserk bear. Kyung-soo modestly lowered his head and said it was nothing special. He was also injured himself. Sung Woo had just appeared and added that reacting at this moment was not simple either. He had done his best to protect this village. While the atmosphere was noisy, suddenly a proud voice rang out, as if something was wrong. It turned out to be Sergeant Kang Jin-guk. He arrogantly looked around and smirked, saying this village was quite chaotic. It seemed someone had died. Sung Woo frowned at that unpleasantly. Was that his reaction upon seeing casualties? But he still explained that a berserk bear raid had occurred. Jin-guk nodded as if he understood, so that was it. He had also caught one of those before, quite strong. He silently observed him. According to information, Sergeant Kang Jin-guk was a 3-star martial artist. A bare-handed fighter. He even said he was not sure what card he had received. Kim suddenly asked Jin-guk whether he had prepared for the raid, because Sung Woo planned to implement the plan as soon as possible. That seemingly normal sentence made him furious. He glared and asked since when he became the spokesperson for that guy. Kim froze at that situation. He angrily rushed forward and kicked Kim hard in the leg, then shouted that Sung Woo must directly discuss the plan with him. No intermediary needed. He grabbed Kim by the collar and pulled him close, coldly asking if he was truly doing his duty properly. Kim gritted his teeth in pain but still confirmed. Sergeant Kang Jin-guk still did not let it go, his sharp eyes saying he knew Kim always complained about casualties in missions. He glanced toward the soldiers standing at attention behind him. The reward was also reduced due to poor efficiency. The commander always knew the soldiers' positions. This information made Sung Woo frown. So the military had such a system. Soldiers were nothing more than tools to earn gold. Kim suddenly exploded, shouting did he know how many soldiers had fallen. He died because of the unfair leveling system between privates and sergeants. However, Sergeant Kang Jin-guk still showed no regret. He coldly lifted the sergeant in front of everyone's frightened eyes, warning that if he did not shut up he should continue the mission and go collect gold. He said it was all due to his incompetence, not his fault. Kim Sang-gu closed his eyes trembling. He admitted he chose the battle blacksmith profession to save his comrades. Just as tension peaked, an unexpected hand grabbed the sergeant's arm to stop the situation from escalating. Sung Woo calmly said it was time to go. They did not have much time left. He turned back and stared at the opponent for a few seconds filled with killing intent. Then he threw Kim to the ground, muttering he would personally teach him a lesson. But Sung Woo urgently urged him due to the situation. Jin-guk reluctantly accepted, ordering all remaining troops to move to combat positions. Only close personnel remained in the area. Some helped Kim up, others watched them leave angrily. Sanju calmly commented that the relationship between sergeants here was quite complicated. Kim rubbed his painful neck, awkwardly looking at Sung Woo after witnessing what just happened, but he only waved his hand. Corporal Kang has an overly aggressive personality, so he took his anger out on you like that. Kim forced a smile, then pushed away the angry soldiers. They needed to quickly prepare for the raid. Sung Woo's team watched their departing figures with heavy emotions. After a while, an armored military vehicle sped down the main road. They moved continuously and quickly arrived at the first monster hunting point. It was once a very large airport, but now only ruins remained. Scrap metal was scattered everywhere, making everyone uneasy. The entire team could not believe what they were seeing. Could planes still take off in this condition? They decided to move deeper to check. Kang Jin-guk bragged, claiming the boss had once rolled in mud and he had already encountered it before. Sung Woo and his teammates silently cursed. Clearly he had just run away. Everything he said was nonsense, mostly bragging and jealousy. But from Kim they still gained some clues about the boss. Suddenly a massive figure appeared behind the building. The area boss monster officially revealed itself. Its appearance made Sung Woo freeze, unable to react in time, only managing to say it was larger than expected. The plan was to use 4 berserk bears to defeat it. It watched them with interest as if playing with prey, but the surrounding noise had attracted its attention. Its red eyes and sharp fangs stared down at the people below. It roared fiercely and charged down with terrifying speed. Corporal Kang still tried to stay calm, turning to challenge Sung Woo, saying if they wanted to retreat they would be refunded 100,000 gold. In contrast, Sung Woo calmly began activating his skill, as he still had many other plans. Under Sung Woo's command, creatures rose from the ground. They rushed in and violently bit and attacked the monster's legs to slow it down. The monster looked down and snorted in contempt, lifted its foot and stomped down heavily. crushing the creatures like tiny insects. With its stump, the ground shook violently like a terrible earthquake. Everyone panicked, holding their heads and shouting warnings to be careful. Kim rushed over in panic, face pale, asking what they should do next now that the zombies had been completely eliminated. But the young man still turned back, lightly waving his hand to signal him to stay calm. Now you will level up to deal with it appropriately. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding light suddenly erupted. The skill corpse explosion was activated. Zombies attached to the monster's body simultaneously exploded like bombs. The monster, caught off guard, let out a painful roar. Everyone, following Sung Woo's orders, had already hidden in advance, completely avoiding the massive explosion. They stood at a distance, observing the battle situation. It was clearly visible that one of its arms had been torn off, and amid the thick smoke it was heavily injured. But immediately afterward, a strange scene occurred. Bones, joints, and muscle tissue automatically reconnected. The bleeding stopped, and it rapidly regenerated. It should have been weakened by curses and continuous attacks, but it seemed completely unharmed. It had no special skills like sim or spirits, but its physical strength was terrifyingly superior. Perhaps this was the most dangerous enemy of Yu Sung-woo. Jin-guk then raised his head, clicking his tongue as if mocking the attack's uselessness, saying that even if they ran, someone would still die. You remained silent, not responding, still searching for a solution in your mind, but the most effective option from the adjutant was. In the middle of the formation, two powerful figures moved forward, carving a bloody path. Finally, it was their turn to enter the battle. It turned out to be Jisoo and Han-ho. Their moment to shine had arrived. Not far from the battlefield was the command center, where the commander's voice continued to echo. Prosecutor John Dong-Paul had gathered a group of survivors, and their number kept increasing each day. In Busan there was also a guild named Warang. Before he could finish speaking, the bold Lieutenant Park Ta-yong cut him off, gritting his teeth and saying those traitors were increasing as if waiting for the right moment. The commander glanced through national defense reports and wondered why they were not posted to the military community, thinking delays would reduce information spread. Lieutenant Park shook his head in opposition, emphasizing that the military could not trust unverified sources outside their system. News was extremely important. If military or government positions were exposed, enemies would quickly trace them. They did not know who created this system, so both the military and government were extremely cautious. The commander was half doubtful, wondering whether he should fully trust higher orders, since the system's influence was too great to ignore. This system seemed capable of controlling soldiers. While thinking, he suddenly remembered and asked whether the troops had been informed. After defeating the boss, that man was the next target. Anyone who refused cooperation would be eliminated. The commander nodded, confirming deployment. Sergeant Kang and 2 squads would carry it out. Kim would be forced to cooperate. The lieutenant still was not fully convinced, narrowing his eyes as he analyzed Kim and the team's weaknesses. Recalled them one by one: a sword user, seemingly a girl, so her real strength was unclear. A boy using a dagger, weak physique, often hiding behind a summoner and only hunting weak monsters. Park Ta-yong laughed loudly, ordering surveillance but no immediate action. They must obtain at least 1,000 gold, even more. The strange order made him pause. It felt more like a robbery than a military mission, with them valuing gold more than enemies. But he quickly reminded himself to obey orders. As a soldier, there was no other choice. Back on the battlefield, the monster roared in intense rage. It continuously swung its large staff like an ancient tree trunk, slamming down toward Han-ho. But Han-ho blocked it with both hands, forming a solid defense, while continuously taunting it. He even mocked it, saying he was a neighbor of the king. After a while of ineffective attacks, the monster stopped to catch its breath, accidentally exposing its rear weakness. Jisoo immediately rushed forward, stabbing her sharp sword into the monster's chest. It roared in pain, cold sweat pouring out. She quickly retreated before it could react and reach out to grab her. Jisoo landed safely at a distance. She observed and realized the boss, although large, was slow, and they still had a chance to win. Without hesitation, she turned and called Han-ho, saying the rope was ready and the plan could begin. Han-ho nodded, tying the other end of the rope to himself. The rope Jisoo carried was a special climbing rope, unlike ordinary ones. It was extremely durable and could not be cut. They would use it to bind the monster's legs. Han-ho moved extremely fast, wrapping the rope around the monster's body, leaving it unable to react. It could only roar helplessly. Kang Jin-guk stood below, completely stunned, not expecting the boy to be this strong. It was as if they were toying with a giant boss. Even attacking its head was no longer a problem. He suspected this guy had taken their points to increase his reputation. The system suddenly displayed a warning. Only 3 seconds left to create a barrier. Han-ho felt a surge of killing intent approaching, immediately turned and shouted to call Kim. He had just grabbed a bound goblin, lifted it up, and prepared everything. A shining dagger pierced straight into the center of the goblin's forehead, leaving it unable to resist. However, its dazed state inadvertently activated a barrier. Remaining soldiers saw the effect and quickly applied it to other goblins. Jin-guk frowned. Were they hunting goblins while preparing to fight a boss at the same time? Ultimately, this skill still had to be continuously maintained to kill monsters. It seemed that woman lacked real combat experience, because fighting monsters and fighting people were two different things. He had not yet realized the situation. At this point, it should have been enough to deal with the soul taunter. On the contrary, Sung Woo focused on observing, his mind quickly recalling old memories. In the previous meeting, Sung Woo had opposed Jisoo's plan as too dangerous and even suggested using the undead instead. But Jisoo insisted, arguing that if the boss landed a hit, they would lose immediately, so it was better for the two of them to participate more flexibly. She further persuaded him that Hanho's shield was enough to withstand the boss's attacks. Sung Woo was half doubtful but still judged it more like a transformation skill. After thinking for a while, he tried to stay calm and consider the safety level of both of them. Jisoo understood his meaning and immediately cut him off. They were not people for him to protect. Let them fight on their own as his allies, trust them more. Returning to the present, the giant wooden log in the monster's hand fell to the ground. Hanho at this moment bit down on the rope, tightening it one last time to secure the target. Behind him was the monster tied up like a rice cake roll. Jisoo took advantage of momentum, using her sword to lift the monster's leg upward. Losing balance, the boss crashed heavily onto the cold ground amid cheers from everyone for the victory, and the finishing blow naturally belonged to him. Sung Woo stepped forward with overwhelming momentum, ready to end the battle. He led the charge, his entire body filled with killing intent. Behind him, the undead and cursed spirits surged with energy. Facing the power of the soul summoner, Jin-guk gritted his teeth, knowing he could not launch a sneak attack now. Andes respectfully offered the red sword of the Dragon Knight to Sung Woo, the sword seeming to thirst for blood. He gripped the dual swords tightly, charged straight toward the monster and ordered a full assault. The undead team together with the bear monster rushed in to violently attack the boss. They continuously bit and tore, making the boss roar in pain. An undead delivered a powerful spinning punch to its face, making the monster cry tears. But it also counterattacked, biting the undead's arm with its ferocious jaws. Sung Woo appeared, his eyes sharp and cold. Was my attack good enough? Do you still need more seasoning? The boss panicked as its arm was still stuck in its mouth. Immediately after, a corpse explosion erupted violently like a bomb on the battlefield. It lay motionless, smoke rising from its mouth, its entire body trembling, almost unable to resist anymore. Sung Woo finished it off with a single sword strike, eliminating the area boss and receiving 22,000 gold. The system continuously notified that special rewards had been activated. All stats increased, and he also received an item box and leveled up. At the end of the day, Minsu's authority time remaining was 451 days. After the hunting trip, 98 days had been lost. He chose the National Artifact Crafting Advancement card, allowing the creation of more types of items. Jin-guk was still stunned, stepping back several paces, unable to believe the battle had ended so quickly. Sung Woo still did not know about the military's strange plan. He declared that the contract with the military had ended, and he would take the boss reward since he only agreed to kill it. Sergeant Kang began to worry, secretly observing and thinking of ambushing Sung Woo, despite their superior numbers. He confidently planned to approach and launch a surprise attack, believing he could handle the situation. But Sung Woo quickly noticed it and smiled coldly. Sergeant Kang, it seems you have put yourself in a difficult position. Everything was already too late. Jin-guk roared in anger after being exposed and charged straight at Sung Woo. A heavy punch created a shockwave that covered the entire area in dust. When the smoke cleared, eerie blue flames began to appear. Sung Woo had already formed a massive bone shield to block the attack, his body completely unharmed. In truth, when Jin-guk attacked, Sanju had already ordered Andes to block it. At the same time, blue light erupted, activating the weapon structure. Bone fragments separated under magic and changed shape. Quickly, the undead's body transformed into an extremely sturdy bone shield. The sergeant gritted his teeth in frustration when he saw the attack completely fail. The ambush plan failed. He angrily ordered a full assault and decided to handle Sung Woo himself. Without those bone creatures, the four of them were nothing significant. Thinking this, he continued rushing forward in a reckless state. He repeatedly punched the shield, making it shake violently. Sung Woo drew his sword, preparing to counterattack, but Jin-guk was a step faster, delivering a kick that knocked the sword away. He barely managed to swing his other hand toward him, but the man found the attack too weak and sneered, thinking that punch could do nothing. Before he could finish speaking, he swept his hand, creating a slash right in front of him. This time he immediately felt danger and quickly stepped back several paces. The man flipped backward repeatedly to maintain distance, still not forgetting to curse his opponent. A sudden cut mark appeared on Jin-guk's face, a sharp burning pain spreading clearly. Yikin panicked when he saw a small dagger in Sung Woo's hand, not knowing when he had drawn it. Seeing the confusion, he calmly explained that the bone armor weapon could change shape at will thanks to the skeleton weapon skill. Once the skill was mastered, changing weapon forms became much easier and more flexible. Blood from the wound on his face dripped down, highlighting the sharpness of the weapon. He angrily shouted that he was still stronger in close combat. Suddenly, the bone fragments under Jin-guk's feet began to move, making him stare in shock. Sung Woo still kept a cold expression, calmly saying that human bones could be used to create weapons. The skill-activated bone fragments rose into sharp spears, simultaneously piercing Jingkook's body like nails. He spat blood in pain, the thick stench spreading, while Sung Woo stepped forward and coldly asked again about his close combat strength. The man panicked and turned back, calling his subordinates to assist him. Contrary to Kang Jingkook's urgency, the soldiers and undead behind only stood and watched. The representative spoke, suspecting he was either pretending or truly did not understand the situation. One in the group declared he would keep his life and would no longer follow him. Jin-guk became furious, shouting that this was betrayal and threatening immediate punishment. The soldiers, accustomed only to hunting, had no intention of protecting civilians and served only for their own benefit. Dissatisfaction erupted. Soldiers began shouting in protest against his tyranny. At that moment, the commander and reinforcement unit appeared, shocked by the chaotic situation. He hurried to assist the injured officer, while Jin-guk felt both relief and rage that help had arrived too late. While the commander was treating Jin-guk's wounds, Kim from behind revealed that other units had already reported everything. The commander observed silently, realizing the situation was out of control and many were no longer fit to be soldiers. He signaled to continue rescue efforts, but also tried to calm the crowd, saying they had no choice but the military base. The commander narrowed his eyes in warning, as if confirming the others understood his meaning. Sung Woo and Jisoo watched and commented that the situation was completely backfiring. Both thought that if this man became a commander, his subordinates would suffer greatly. Another soldier loudly said they could not ignore desertion. The other firmly replied that they had lived in fear too long and would no longer submit. Jin-guk was freed, his body covered in wounds, but still viciously cursing and rushing forward. He pulled out a syringe containing a strange liquid, saying he did not want to use it but was forced to. The commander quickly tried to stop him. Ignoring the warnings, Jin-guk injected the liquid directly into his body. Sung Woo watched and wondered what it was. It did not look like normal medicine. His body immediately reacted violently to the injected substance. His body rapidly swelled, fingernails and toenails turning into sharp claws. Everyone panicked and fled, Kim commanding troops while warning his comrades. It was a transformation syringe capable of turning humans into monsters. The commander still tried to stay and urged Jin-guk to calm down. Before he could finish speaking, the transformed creature grabbed his head. Kang Jin-guk had mutated, his entire body covered in fur, growing into a massive beast-like form. Hanho screamed in terror that he had turned into a demon fox. Its red eyes scanned the area and quickly locked onto a target, charged forward wildly as if to tear the opponent apart. Jisoo immediately rushed forward to block it. The distance closed rapidly. Its claws were only centimeters away from her. She swiftly tilted her body, evading the attack with extreme reflexes. Jisoo held her ground, preparing to counterattack. She unleashed waves of flame sword energy, pushing the monster back. Immediately after, she swung her sword for a lightning-fast finishing strike. Blade pierced through its massive hand. But the monster did not weaken. Instead, it pulled back and sent Jisoo flying. She lost control and was completely dominated in movement by it. It slammed her violently into the ground. Her body was thrown far at her comrades. She coughed blood, severely injured, blood also flowing from her nose. A pillar of blue flame erupted like a signal of unleashed power. Sung Woo became enraged seeing his comrade injured, deciding no longer to hold back and to eliminate him. The spirit familiars under his control all rushed forward in an unrelenting assault. Blood and chaos blended together. No one knew how long the battle had lasted. The military aid vehicles had safely returned to the headquarters. A soldier reported to Commander Yi that all forces had returned. The bold man immediately became delighted and urged them to be brought inside. With permission granted, Kim led the group in. The soldiers followed behind. All had survived and returned. Commander Yi lost patience and immediately stepped forward to ask about the mission results. Kim calmly replied that they had defeated the boss. He became overjoyed, grabbed the sergeant's hand and kept praising him. Then he suddenly realized someone was missing and asked where Kang and the commander were. Kim calmly answered, "They are all dead." Park Ta-young panicked and stepped back. "So what about that guy?" At that moment, Sung Woo stepped out from the crowd, walked toward Commander Yi and demanded to talk. He mentioned Sergeant Kang and the plan to eliminate him. At night, in the quiet darkness, the sound of engines suddenly echoed. The guards immediately ran out to check. They recognized Kim from the first corpse, the one who had once accompanied the Air Force. Suddenly, giant bone bears stepped down from the vehicle. The guard shouted a warning, "The soul summoner is rebelling." But before they could react, the soldiers were overwhelmed and quickly defeated by the bone bears. A soldier approached Kim and asked what was happening. Kim smiled and replied, "We are now free." A few miles away at the Central Command base, Sanju dragged Commander Yi into the command room, casually opened the door and threw the bald man inside. The commander sat calmly sipping tea. He did not expect the soldiers to dare to revolt. He looked disappointed, thinking things had already begun to go wrong and should have been stopped earlier. Sung Woo replied irritably. If you send soldiers to die and they refuse orders, is that also rebellion? Commander calmly sipped tea. You pushed them into a corner. Your plan is quite dangerous. He said the soldiers survive by adapting, but this is war and sacrifice is necessary for survival. Sung Woo mocked, are you talking about system effects, forcing them to endure pain to obey orders? Exposed, he slammed the table in anger, but it is still effective. It helps the force survive. On the first day, the soldiers suffered heavy losses and were forced to fight in a brutal survival situation. Strange linking mechanism formed from shared losses. Many units failed, the military nearly collapsed, but this is still war. Sung Woo objected, this is not a war between humans and monsters with an organized system. This is a survival game. Everything is just pieces controlled by the system. He returned to the issue, why did you want them to kill me? Commander gritted his teeth, because you will eventually become a threat. Sung Woo proposed the idea of independent organizations, but he immediately rejected it. He said if society stabilizes, the military will quickly restore order. A large national system needs many operators and talents to reconnect everything. People like you will soon be eliminated. Independent groups like John Dung Paul must be erased. He insisted that this is the correct path. Sung Woo stared at him and mocked. Do you think those words apply to me? Do not make me laugh. He sighed and proposed, I have already freed the soldiers. Just pay gold, and I will withdraw after the mission ends. The commander shouted that gold and soldiers both belong to the national budget. Sung Woo became angry and warned coldly, if you do not want to die and hand over the gold. Under pressure, the old man reluctantly agreed, but demanded he leave with the vehicle as agreed. Even so, he still asked about not being able to return the soldiers, because they were needed for national reconstruction. He remembered the radiant faces of those soldiers. Sanji-hyu firmly refused, because he intended to turn them into slaves in exchange for combined power. With no other choice, the transaction still proceeded. He collected the gold as desired. Sung Woo was slightly surprised. Was that all? He had thought the man had gained more from group missions. Then he suddenly remembered something important, and asked where the beast transformation serum he had obtained came from. Startled, growling in discomfort, wondering why he should tell him. That was not part of the agreement. Sangju Dangma pretended to be in pain, continuing to attack his mentality. He was also thinking about staying a little longer. Just the thought of returning to a wandering life made him want to cry. You also knew you should not transfer money before signing the agreement. Before, that method had actually worked. He clutched his head in distress, admitting he did not know who they were, only that they claimed to be traveling sellers. They said they sold items not available in stores, so he bought a few things. Indeed, very suspicious, so where exactly are they? I only shook his head, saying he had received no answer from them. All they said was based on the luck of the Juliet spin wheel, which was extremely absurd and useless. That was their catchphrase. Hearing it, he decided to buy a few items. This made Sung Woo recall the phrase, fools who rely on luck will soon disappear, a new era will come. The luck slogan made him certain they had appeared on the store wall. Could they have been the ones who destroyed the place? He decided to leave, reminding him not to forget the combined power, and would check again with Kim. Suddenly he grabbed the bow, calling after him to stop for a moment, saying he had forgotten something. Then he turned around, repeatedly drawing the bowstring and firing sudden attacks. He called it national punishment. From a nearby door, another person rushed out with similar weapons, shouting to boost morale with his comrades. A loud explosion rang out. A barrage of arrows shot straight toward Sung Woo, dust and smoke filling the air. The bald man and his companions laughed loudly, thinking everything was over. But in the critical moment, he immediately raised a defensive shield, blocking all attacks. His expression remained calm, having predicted this. A man like him who only gives orders would not easily give up. Raider was shocked to see the target completely unharmed, exclaiming that he was a monster. Park Taeyong was calmer, urging his teammates to quickly shoot him down. Stop standing there. Right after the warning, Sung Woo controlled sharp bone fragments and sent them flying like arrows. They pierced straight into the heads and necks of the two men, finishing them cleanly. The gold reward on the system immediately increased for him. The commander realized his mistake, hurriedly retreating into the corner of the wall, panicking and shouting for everyone to stay away. In desperation, he pulled out a remote control device, saying it was a bomb. You thought he had no preparation. It was a condensed abyss essence item he bought from smugglers, once tested on mind beasts. If it exploded, both would die, but the threat backfired. Sung Woo did not flinch, even told him to go ahead. Not expecting this reaction, he stood frozen, his expression in disbelief. He repeated in provocation, telling him to detonate it. The boss monster bomb before only made him slightly uncomfortable, so he wanted to try this one. Hearing clearly, he retreated in fear, trembling and warning him not to come closer or he would truly die. Suddenly the window behind shattered, and as rushed in, grabbing his hand, causing him in panic to drop the controller. Taking the opportunity, he tightened force, crushing the opponent's arm, making him scream in pain. Sung Woo stepped forward, reminding him that he said he wanted to rebuild the country but never mentioned saving the people. He was not a soldier, only someone who cared about his own interests. Traitor was swiftly eliminated. He wiped the blood from his cheek in irritation, coldly remarking that a level 3 commander who called himself powerful had likely never tried to level up. As expected, he understood nothing about how the world worked, only focusing on collecting gold from the combination effect. But the amount of gold was not much. Sung Woo carefully observed the room, his gaze stopping at a suspicious cabinet in the corner. He ordered the undead to forcibly open it using power. The door swung open, Sung Woo's eyes immediately lit up. Inside were rows of secret liquids the commander had mentioned. Unexpectedly, the small amount of gold was all stored here. He carefully picked up a vial for inspection. It was the wolf beast transformation serum. At the treatment area, Hanho was focused on using healing magic. The boy, while working, asked Jisoo why it used divine medicine instead of the healing skill he had just learned. He gently explained that many soldiers were still injured and had not been treated. At the same time, she advised Hanho to further train his healing skill, as its current effectiveness was limited, but would be very useful if mastered. Hanho did not fully agree, but seeing his weak comrades, he could not help feeling sad. Suddenly, Roy stepped forward, gently patting his shoulder to comfort him. Hanho could not hold back his emotions and cried, saying he believed he had chosen the right side. Sung Woo just returned, walking over to ask Jisoo how much had recovered. She hesitated slightly, saying she still felt ashamed of herself. She thought she could handle the savage tiger, but was unexpectedly attacked, making her feel she had overestimated herself. He smiled, saying it was only because she had not mastered her profession skills, and she should focus on developing her specialty to deal with different types of monsters, because very few monsters possess tiger form or traits. Sung Woo also did not forget to praise Hanho, saying learning healing skills was the right choice. In the worst situation, they could still deal with Qualik's undead army. Priest profession specialized in anti-undead, melee with healing and shields, range with daggers, a rather strange skill set but very useful if developed well. So could he defeat him, he asked. While everyone was talking, Hanho noticed the strange cloak on him, wondering why its color was different from his. Sung Woo explained it was a shadow cloak obtained from a special item box after killing a boss, but items inside were random. The boy completely collapsed, cutting off his words and falling flat on the ground, crying and complaining. He did not want to hear or see anything anymore, wondering why it was always just you. Sung Woo awkwardly made a suggestion, saying the two of them could lend it to him. Kim stepped forward, breaking the atmosphere. He announced that everything here had been completed, except for those still searching for their families. The rest would join the village. There were still a few people holding on to their stance until the end. He could only think that they would eventually find their own path to survival. Because they believed those responsible and brave had died from the start, they no longer placed hope in the remaining people. Hearing this, Sung Woo happily called for everyone to return to the village, as there was still a lot of work to do. Only 3 days remained until the main mission ended. He was forced to continue hunting. After a while, the sky gradually turned gray, and the noise of people below also grew livelier. One group lit a fire to cook and shared food with each other. Another group continued to argue and conduct enthusiastic research. Another group was busy eliminating the remaining small monsters. People passed by each other but did not forget to wave greetings. The children of Tisung also actively joined the goblin sweep, causing them to panic and flee. The familiar bone sword was continuously stained with monster blood, and the system announced that Sanju had reached level 12. Looking at the piles of monsters lying everywhere, he was still not satisfied and clicked his tongue, thinking that at this rate he would not know when he would reach level 15. The card in his hand glowed intensely. His current power was 13 plus 6. Wondering if he could defeat those enemies with this level. Against that bastard it might not be enough. He had to reach level 15 as fast as possible to protect the Death Scythe. The system suddenly announced that Chapter 1 had ended. The gold obtained would be doubled in this event. The news made Hanho exclaim in shock. The guide for Chapter 2 had also been unlocked. Important notes were fully displayed. Sung Woo and his teammates discussed again. He did not think this game was very useful. The most important thing was raiding boss monsters. This was what he needed because it allowed rapid leveling. Second was angels and demons. He still did not understand what this would become. While lost in thought, Hanho suddenly called his name loudly, pulling him back to reality and telling him to look at the phone. It turned out the leaderboard had just been updated. On the screen, the South Korea regional ranking gradually appeared from highest to lowest. Sung Woo was surprised to see that the number 1 was already level 15, while he was still hunting continuously at level 12, wondering how that was possible. He was not even an experienced gamer, yet he still managed to reach that level. Jisoo noticed something unusual and added that the 4th and 5th ranked players had IDs suggesting they were from the same group, yet both were top rankers. Hanho again held the phone towards Sung Woo, repeatedly urging him to check the community. Prosecutor Johnny Ungpo, ranked 2nd, was looking for him. A blue light message appeared on the screen as a meeting request from the prosecutor. Sung Woo immediately became cautious, wondering why it was publicly posted on the community and what the purpose was. The Minsu civilization had collapsed, and the world had become selfish for the survivors. Prosecutor John Dong Paul, must have his own reasons for approaching him. He knew they would eventually meet, but trouble seemed to be arriving faster than expected. At the same time, in another city, the sky was filled with the red glow of flames. Massive pillars of fire rose violently, burning away all the filth below. 3 figures stood there observing the entire scene. The blindfolded man named Sung Manhwa excitedly said that the prosecutor's movement restrictions had been lifted. It was an opportunity to expand their power. The adjutant beside him sneered, wearing glasses and criticizing it as a foolish thought. They needed to focus on boss monsters, angels and demons to gather information. Manhwa angrily retorted, but still accepted it. Sensing the tense atmosphere, John Dong-po slowly spoke, explaining that no matter the situation, their mission was to handle everything. They would save people by eliminating monsters. To prevent the world from returning to chaos, they had to do everything they could. Hearing this, Manhwa seemed to awaken and praised Prosecutor John Dong-paul for his great ideals and kind heart. He believed this was the person who would save the country. Thinking so, he burst into tears, causing his teammates to shake their heads. Returning to work, the assistant chief checked the phone and reported that the prosecutor wanted to recruit the strongest player in the community. However, there were no clear traces. Therefore, she contacted the third-ranked player, the Soul Summoner, just below the top rankers. Manhwa was surprised and interjected, thinking he had helped many people in Xuan, but there were rumors that the world only followed money. The adjutant denied it, saying that person did not take money for saving people, and if he did, it was only a reasonable amount. In the current world situation, that was already considered very appropriate, perhaps compared to Prosecutor Johnny Ung-po. The community even praised that person more. The blindfolded man immediately objected, wondering how he could surpass their prosecutor. According to netizens, that person had contributed to destroying the Maka group, and the news was still spreading. However, it was all temporary. Reputation and support levels still had a large gap. Johnny Ung-po, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, saying this was the reason to investigate that person further. According to information, the Soul Summoner only operated in a group of 3, and had reached level 12 with that exact team. Except for the number 1 ranked player, his growth speed was almost unmatched. Perhaps they should start investigating more closely. If he became a threat in the future. Suddenly the adjutant's phone vibrated with a notification. She happily reported that they had received a response. Sung Woo was already waiting, so they needed to hurry and prepare to head to Sugun. Time passed quickly, and the day of the appointment finally arrived. Hanho held a goblin hostage in his arms, asking Sanju whether he felt uncomfortable meeting Prosecutor Johnny Ung-po. He clicked his tongue and replied that meeting once was fine. If gathering classified information, it would help level up faster. It would not be possible to reach level 15 through normal hunting alone. From afar, several masked horse-faced figures wearing helmets rode motorcycles and rushed in at high speed. Hee-sung immediately recognized an acquaintance. Ben Hector promptly warned of an incoming attack. Sanju frowned in confusion, saying what an attack meant. The boy angrily confirmed what he had said earlier, saying those strange bastards had attacked children. Young-sik had been taken away. They might be searching for the golden deer, and when they cannot extract information they immediately act. They did not catch up, but they would arrive soon. Yusu quickly assessed the situation. It seemed they came from another region, and were even using hostages to trace the location. Sung Woo went cold-faced and calmly instructed the boy to lead them to the group. Not far away, inside an empty alley, a group of heavily armed thugs surrounded a small figure bound on the ground, growing impatient as they failed to extract information. Young-sik had been beaten beyond recognition, but he still gritted his teeth, enduring, knowing that revealing the village location would mean death, only holding on waiting for rescue. The leader gradually lost patience and decided to finish him off to search for the prey himself, just as he raised a metal weapon to strike. Sung Woo's group arrived in time. T-sung panicked and shouted Young-sik's name. The leader stopped, turned around, and saw the group of kids from earlier had returned with additional people. He continued pressing for the golden deer's whereabouts, saying that as long as they led the way he would spare them. Sung Woo calmly shook his head, saying he did not know, and asked why he was pursuing the golden deer. With no clues, he grew even more irritated, thinking these people were wasting his time, but his gaze landed on the beautiful Jisoo. He showed a lewd smile and said this place was not bad. Then he even spoke curtly about wanting to date her. Jisoo's face turned cold, eyes filled with killing intent, almost wanting to kill him immediately. Those words hit his pride. He instantly went mad, swinging his weapon and launching a fierce attack. The tip of the metal weapon released an electric current spreading through the surrounding space. As he closed in on Jisoo, the entire weapon erupted in flames, extremely dangerous if dodged too late. He seemed out of control, continuously unleashing heavy attacks to overwhelm her. He arrogantly believed she only needed to endure the blows, but all attacks were easily evaded. In an instant, he swung horizontally, aiming to cut her throat, but Jisoo quickly lowered her body to Immediately after, she counterattacked, drawing her sword at extreme speed. From the advantageous position, Jisoo delivered a decisive upward slash. His arm was severed, he screamed in pain and collapsed. The subordinates panicked and rushed in to avenge their leader. One cloaked man launched a fireball from afar toward her. Jisoo calmly blocked it with her sword and deflected the fireball in another direction. The reflected attack hit the leader. She immediately charged into the remaining formation. Jisoo's killing intent erupted violently. Her fiery poisonous sword arc swept through. Anyone who approached was taken down. A man tried to raise a crossbow, but was beheaded before he could fire. Hanho returned in transformed form, eyes glowing red in warning, absolutely not allowing attacks on women. One man took Ansik hostage, pressing a knife to his neck and threatening. He ordered them to stand still, not realizing movement had already appeared behind him on the ground. Sung-woo suddenly emerged and instantly finished him with a single knife strike. The defensive line collapsed, the remaining ones fled in panic. Before retreating, they still issued threats to return. Seeing them retreat, T-sung rushed over to check on his friend. The boy forced a weak smile, saying he was still alive. Hanho took the opportunity to tease, saying Sung-woo looked more like a thief than him. Sanju replied that was why he lent him the cloak. But Hanho looked displeased, saying he did not need such cheap pity. He wanted something else. Sung-woo immediately stepped back on guard, holding the hostage defensively, causing Hanho to be annoyed at being misunderstood. T-sung looked at his friend worriedly, not understanding how important the golden deer was that it led Young-sik into this state. Suddenly, Jisoo noticed another direction and quickly called Sung-woo to look. At the end of the alley, a glowing creature stood silently. That was the golden deer they were searching for. At this moment, the system displayed a new mission notification related to capturing it. Jisoo carefully read the information. It seemed it had to be captured alive. Hanho added that it carried great luck. Before they could act, a purple-blue energy suddenly appeared beneath the deer, making it alert. Undead creatures were summoned and rose up to attack the beast, making it cry out in panic. Without hesitation, the golden deer used its glowing horns to break through all obstacles to escape. Seeing the target about to escape, Sung-woo immediately ordered the wild wolves to pursue. At a small fork, the deer suddenly changed direction and ran deep into the valley. The speed of Eksu was truly not something to be underestimated. He grew anxious, afraid of losing track of the creature, and silently blamed himself for being too hasty. Just as he reached the fork in the road, he saw it standing there, hesitant and frightened. Before them was a giant berserk wolf greedily chewing on the arm of a goblin it had just taken down on the ground. Berserk wolf sensed an intruder in its territory and let out a furious roar. Its sharp, cold eyes and long fangs bared in a threatening display. Even so, the native berserk wolf and Sanju remained calm as they stood directly facing it. They were ready for a decisive battle, with no intention of retreating. The berserk wolf's gaze shifted slightly. It stared at them for a moment and released an unsettling cold pressure. After a few seconds of hesitation, it let out a long howl and bolted through the openings, escaping. Finally safe, the group let out a quiet sigh of relief. But the relief did not last. The fake berserk wolf pack led by Sung-woo continued their mission, rushing in to take down the deer, which only managed to let out a brief cry before collapsing. And Ho witnessed everything, and only then stepped out in doubt, asking whether the wolf from earlier had really been frightened into running away. Wu did not answer, remaining silent as he assessed the situation. The captives kept attacking continuously, but once they sensed a disadvantage, they immediately retreated. So how could they deal with them? Truly troublesome. But it is time to keep the promise. We return to the village first. At night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Everyone gathered densely in the square, buzzing with discussion about whether Prosecutor John Dung-Paul would truly appear. The guild leader of the Free Guild, everyone was excited at the thought of meeting such a major figure. Suddenly someone pointed at the sky and shouted, making everyone look up together. Sung-woo's team also looked up. He could not help but be shocked to see a wyvern flying above. The strength of Korea's top guild was truly impressive. A series of high-end aircraft appeared in the formation they had just pointed out. After a while, the planes gradually landed at the reception hall. The prosecutor and his group stepped down with composed dignity. Sung-woo observed carefully and realized this was the second-ranked person in the system. The prosecutor approached. The man extended his hand and introduced himself, saying his name was Choi Jun and that he was pleased to meet him. The moment the two shook hands, a flash of light suddenly burst out. At first it seemed like a sign from the heavens, but it turned out to be people from Manhwa, Thailand using a flash camera to record this historic moment. The story of Prosecutor Johnny Unpo was recorded. Sung-woo suddenly noticed something unusual. He understood how guild members looked at their leader. In truth, he was quite attractive. Wait, something felt very strange. The people around also kept expressing amazement, both men and women. Some even looked at him with disbelief. Even though it was their first meeting, the villagers reacted like this. But calling him attractive did not mean he would give his full effort to work. His gaze felt like that of a vampire leader. Even Hanho could not hide his unease. Perhaps they were being too sensitive. As time passed, the two were invited into a private meeting room. Sanju politely led the way, inviting the prosecutor inside. Beer and snacks had been carefully prepared on the table. He opened a can of beer first, while the prosecutor calmly sat down and began sharing that over the past few days he had witnessed many unprecedented things. The expressions of humans in the face of the adjutant situation made him believe even more that coming here was the right decision. Sung-woo frowned as he sat down, taking a sip of water while asking about the adjutant situation in Jeondong-poma. The prosecutor sighed thoughtfully, clicked his tongue lightly, and said that indeed all survivors in Seoul had gathered there. Many people had died, but as the survivors concentrated in one place, the area had become much more lively. At present, there were about 30,000 people living in that area. Sung-woo was shocked by the enormous number. While the prosecutor calmly said it could soon exceed 40,000 people, it was truly overcrowded. He nodded, as if thinking of something, and said that such a large population might actually be beneficial, so that was also why he joined this community. The prosecutor immediately frowned in objection, saying he did not want to be misunderstood. His purpose was only to save as many people as possible. With a scale of 30,000 people, this was not a good situation. How many could truly adapt to this environment? The elderly and the weak only made up a small portion of that total. He felt slightly overwhelmed, not expecting that the man was leading 30,000 people. Perhaps that was why they needed a truly capable supporter. In truth, he had been observing Sung-woo for a long time, but at first he was not a top priority. He quickly recalled the ranking list. The prosecutor nodded, admitting he was not a lucky person, and the ranking list had already proven it. He was not as capable as others thought. He was simply worried because the world had changed and everyone depended on him. Sung-woo calmed slightly upon hearing this, sensing that the man was under too much pressure, but he should not say this to someone he had just met. The prosecutor gritted his teeth slightly, saying he was cold, but very direct and good at sharing emotions. He had lost his family in the disaster, was forced to survive and become stronger, but had gradually grown to hate this game system. For now he still followed the rules, but one day he wanted to break everything. He pointed toward Sanju, saying that was why he needed someone trustworthy by his side, someone who could share his thoughts and had similar abilities. He asked with doubt whether he truly rated him that highly. The prosecutor slightly shook his head and smiled faintly, saying he was not certain. The only thing he knew about him was his level, so he came here to verify it. Sung-woo vaguely understood that this person wanted to invite him to join his guild. Seeing that the other party had partially grasped his intention, he did not deny it, but if it were only for that reason, he would not have rushed here like this. Prosecutor Johnny Ungpo carefully opened the suitcase he always carried with him. Inside was the famous prophetic stone, emitting a sparkling light. He immediately explained that this was the reason he had hurried to meet him. Place your hand on it. Sanju observed it for a few seconds before finally deciding to place his hand on it. A dazzling scene like a time leap appeared. He had successfully entered the prophetic stone. In an instant, his entire body was transported and floated in the sky above Yoyudo. From somewhere, flames erupted violently, dyeing the entire space in a scorching red. A gigantic thing suddenly shot up from the ground at terrifying speed, dragging clouds of dust. From not far away, Sanju realized it was a tree rising upward. Soon that tree fully took shape, occupying the center of the vast city. He was shocked in fear, his eyes twitching. Could that be the world tree? As if understanding his worry, a booming sound erupted between the high-rise buildings. Roots from that tree continuously shot out like tentacles. They flexibly grabbed people, curling around or piercing directly through their bodies, taking their lives. The entire area was filled with cries of anguish and sorrow. At this point, Sung-woo released his hand. The prophetic image vanished, returning him to reality. The system flashed a notification, stating that what he had just seen was the future. If he did not stop the substitute, he would sow modified world tree seeds and offer humanity as sacrifice. The prosecutor also gently closed it and put it away, explaining that he could only see a portion of another person's future, but perhaps he and him had seen the same things. The world had once been destroyed by the world tree, so they were forced to join forces to prevent that outcome. The location of the world tree root was at Ioyudo, and the kickbox team there. He had confirmed it since Chapter 2 began. Sung-woo suddenly widened his eyes. He understood now, so he was gathering forces to form an assault team. The prosecutor, seeing the person in front had understood the issue, immediately stood up excitedly and said they needed human strength to ensure success of the kickboss battle. He was still not at ease, silently thinking he had no choice but to cooperate with him. Because the world was on the brink of extinction, he wondered whether he should tell him about the future he had seen, but then decided not to, because without the death scythe a catastrophic disaster would occur. If he could not complete this mission, it might be cancelled when he kills him, so for now he would keep it secret. After a period of inner struggle, Sung-woo nodded and agreed to join the force. The prosecutor rejoiced and quickly tried to say more, but he quickly stopped him, confirming that he would not join his guild. They would just cooperate temporarily for now. They needed a fair division of everything during the raid. Sung-woo's action went against expectations, making him unable to hide the discomfort in his eyes. However, with professionalism, he quickly regained his composure, shook hands in compromise with him, and proposed a 3-day deadline for further contact. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside the corridor. Han-ho, panting heavily, pushed the door open and rushed in, urgently reporting that the bandits had arrived at the village. Leader group with ferocious horse-like faces had returned. All three immediately rushed outside together with everyone. The prosecutor also drew the sword behind his back. With an arrogant tone, he said this was a good opportunity. He would show him their strength before joining the force. Prosecutor Johnny Ung-poo proudly led the troops, firmly calling out the expedition team. Dong Min-ho and his comrades responded enthusiastically, ready to deploy. Bandits also appeared at the scene at the same time. The leader had a rough face, smoking a cigar and looking extremely aggressive. Before entering battle, the prosecutor quietly said to Sung-woo that his profession was soul summoner. Right, understanding each other's professions could be useful, so he also revealed his own. His profession was expedition commander, able to assign members and gain resonance power from them. On the opposite side, the bandit narrowed his eyes and asked his subordinates whether the target this time was the armored one, but he shook his head and pointed at the round armored man and the sword woman. Sung-woo's group frowned after hearing themselves being specifically named. Han-ho thought something was wrong, but somehow not recognize them. They seemed to have been altered. Not wasting time, the leader smirked and spoke first, apologizing if he had caused trouble. He did not know there was a village here. He was only looking for the one who killed his brothers. If all the people here were killed, how much gold would that be? Clearly he had come here for bounty hunting. Faced with his threat, the prosecutor calmly responded. They looked just like villains in a movie. He had never seen criminals like this at the Seoul prosecutor office. Judging from their behavior, they did not seem to have ever killed anyone. No need to hesitate any further. The prosecutor immediately raised his sword high and ordered the expedition squad to eliminate the enemy. Seeing this, the bandit cursed in contempt, saying they would start with long-range attacks. Before they could even approach, they would already be completely wiped out. Immediately after, a rain of ice arrows and fireballs poured down onto the expedition squad. The prosecutor raised the tip of his sword pointing straight into the sky. He muttered an incantation, activating the shield of faith immediately. A thin golden barrier appeared, shielding and protecting the entire army on his side. Sung-woo and Han-ho standing behind watched in awe, astonished. The defensive magic seemed to have erased everything. The old square-faced man did not flinch. He sneered, treating it like child's play, thinking they were predators who would devour monsters and players in the area, then ordered his subordinates to continue the assault. A vicious man sped off on a motorcycle like the wind, raising an iron mace high in his hand, believing it was the ideal weapon to deal with an armored opponent. Immediately after that, a violent collision occurred. However, unexpectedly, the iron helmet showed no scratches at all. Still in confusion, the soldier immediately launched a full-force counterattack. Cold blade swept across the opponent's body, finishing him in an instant. The situation of the remaining ones was not much better. They rushed into fierce combat, but all attacks from the bandits were useless. He even used large trucks to suppress them, shouting that anyone who did not want to die should move aside. The prosecutor did not retreat. Instead, he raised his sword directly forward, ready to engage. Manhwa immediately understood the leader's intent and quickly ordered the punitive team to fall back so he could use his skill. Cross-spear skill was activated, cross-shaped light erupted, locking down the area around his position. Violent power quickly swept away the bulky vehicles and all obstructing enemies. Even the sky and earth seemed to tremble after that violent explosion. Sanju froze in shock, then continued attacking the two trucks in front at the same time. The recent victory boosted the punitive team's morale. They charged forward frantically again, causing the bandits to panic. He could not understand what kind of power they were coordinating. Suddenly, a series of fireballs rushed down from the sky at terrifying speed. Unable to defend in time, the punitive team was hit directly by the fireballs, and the situation immediately reversed. Two fireballs fell to the ground and turned into two giant axes. They plunged deep into the ground, cracking the area open, dust and debris scattering, the punitive team lying scattered. It turned out the one behind their reinforcement was the square-faced leader. He shouted loudly, calling the two axes back. As if pulled by a magnet, they obediently flew back into his hands with immense force. Holding the weapons in his hands, he laughed arrogantly, challenging that no one could stop this metal. Sung-woo and Jisoo darkened their expressions, realizing this weapon was definitely no ordinary item. Finally, prosecutor Johnny Ung-po could no longer stand still and decided to step forward to confront him. His gaze was calm, his aura making the opponent seem like a toy, ready to accept the battle. Pham, the leader of the bandits, was treated like a joke, angered to the point of bulging veins. He immediately launched the mythical twin axes, spinning like guillotines rushing straight at the opponent. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion erupted like a bomb, smoke and fire rising intensely. After a while, the smoke and dust slowly cleared to reveal the result. Prosecutor was completely unharmed, even using his sword to block the shattered twin axes, utterly disregarding his weapon. He then swung his sword in a decisive circle. The sword flashed, destroying the remaining part of the weapon. The man watched painfully as his weapon was crushed before his eyes, his whole body trembling helplessly. The adjutant, seeing this, became smug and adjusted his glasses, confidently saying the punitive team might be the strongest force in the country or even the world. Indeed, they were like a moving fortress. Sung Woo had never seen a team like this. He looked at Hanho, who still stood there confused and clueless. The prosecutor continued his actions, swinging his sword and activating a spreading golden light that enveloped and infused the bodies of the warriors. In an instant, they felt their physical strength surge, their spirit and vision becoming sharper. This was a skill that both healed and increased defensive power, making the formation nearly invincible with his support. Now finish off the remaining bandits to end the battle. The leader gritted his teeth, extremely tense. Cut to a nearby underground room. The injured people had been hiding for a long time. Hanho's father worriedly asked whether they intended to keep hiding like that. Lei Jiangsu awkwardly explained that they were not hiding, only staying alert while waiting for the battle to end. Kim, sitting in a corner, also spoke up, reminding them that no one here had ever fought before. Acting at the wrong time could backfire. Hanho's father quickly corrected himself, saying he was only curious about the guild's strength, not trying to make them fight. Struck in his feelings, Jiangsu awkwardly turned away, while Mr. Lee continued persuading them to come out and take a look. Although still hesitant, they finally agreed to follow, and he quickly accepted the arrangement. When they came out, they only dared to press against the wall to observe the chaotic battle in the distance, terrifying everyone. A thick toxic gas spread out, and the entire punitive team collapsed one after another like straw. White foam continuously spilled from the corners of their mouths. Tried to turn over, but their limbs were paralyzed, only able to lie there groaning in pain. The cunning leader pulled out a vial of toxic liquid, already equipped with a gas mask, laughing contemptuously because the opponent had not anticipated it. Condensed hell essence was a dangerous item sold by suspicious people, its effectiveness beyond doubt. Under the disadvantageous situation, prosecutor Johnny Ung Po began to lose ground. He had to use his cloak to cover his nose and mouth, and continuously swing his sword to disperse the toxic smoke. This was not ordinary toxin. The situation had become far more complicated. This battle was to prove the guild's strength to other forces. He said he had a way to resolve it. But first he had to take down the leader. He prepared to use additional power. However, just as he entered his combat stance, a figure slowly stepped out of the toxic smoke, causing him to pause. That person was none other than Sung Woo. He pulled his hood down over his head, signaling that the guild would take over the rest. He believed that full cooperation to deal with that man would be a better choice. Saw the newcomer not afraid at all, and even looking down on him, he immediately felt offended, cursed and boasted about the value of the item, then challenged, "Go ahead and try it." After that he threw the last vial straight down to the ground without hesitation. It shattered right at his feet. When the vial broke, toxic gas surged out violently, making the prosecutor step back on alert. Only Sung Woo moved closer to feel it. His body burst into blue flames, his eyes shining as they quickly purified all the poison. Just as expected, it suited him. In a beast-like state amid danger, Sung Woo tilted his head back and inhaled the toxic gas deeply, appearing extremely satisfied. It had been a long time since he felt this. His condensed hell essence was weaker than the elder's skill, but still usable. For the expedition team, he needed to show prosecutor Johnny Ungpo the true power of the soul summoner. The leader and his group saw he was unharmed and became suspicious, doubting the item was faulty and checking the gas mask. But right after that, the one who checked collapsed, foaming at the mouth from poison. Sung Woo coldly watched the self-destructive fool. He raised his hand, activating the next skill. Once he acted, he had to finish it completely. The death curse was immediately activated in the area. Hundreds of undead rose from the ground and rushed straight toward the enemies. The zombies even attacked the survivors, making the bandits scream in panic. Only then did they realize who they had messed with. That was the soul summoner they had heard of. The scene in front of them shocked everyone. Under Sung Woo's next command, more cursed spirits appeared to finish off the enemies. Bandits panicked and scattered, hurriedly reporting to their leader and fleeing into vehicles. They drove at full speed. Some were dragged down in the road, but no one dared to stop. Those who could not escape were blown up by Sung Woo like fireworks. Li Jiangsu and Mr. Lee, hiding behind the wall watching for a while, also sighed in relief. Sung Woo's power always made them feel safe. Suddenly Mrs. Lai appeared unexpectedly and asked what they were doing. The two were so startled they fell out of their hiding spot. Right at that moment, the bandit leader and his group also ran over. He immediately ordered them to be taken hostage. He said that was the only way to survive. If they resisted, only one would be left alive. Li Jiangsu turned pale, realizing the mistake, hurriedly told Han Ho's parents to escape while he stood in front to block them. Just when it seemed hopeless, a figure rushed in at extreme speed. It was Jisoo, but the bandits looked down on her thinking she was just a woman. Only the bold man panicked and warned not to touch her. As expected, when she swung her sword, flames burst out violently, enough to burn everything in front of her. The bandit leader said in fear that she was like a demon. Before he could finish speaking, he was stabbed through the stomach from behind and died on the spot. The one who delivered the finishing blow was none other than Sung Woo. The card in his hand flew out, glowing with a system notification. Just as expected, that target was the final one. The prosecutor approached, still cautious and covering his face, asking what that object was. He shook his head, not yet sure. The system immediately updated it. It was a hidden face pass that had been activated. Sung Woo frowned, reading the information without noticing that a space-time gate was opening behind him. Immediately, the gate pulled him in without giving any chance of resistance. Everything happened too fast, leaving everyone stunned, only able to watch Sung Woo being swallowed. Prosecutor Johnny Youngpo stepped forward trying to enter, but was blocked by lightning from the gate. The system announced he was not qualified because this place was only for one person. He silently looked at his hand, wondering what the item he had just held was and where that gate led. While he was still thinking, a blinding flash suddenly appeared behind him. A reporter was excitedly filming, constantly praising the soul summoner's power as beyond imagination. However, the prosecutor immediately showed discomfort and signaled to stop filming. He approached the reporter with an obviously pressuring attitude. He warned that recording was only allowed with his permission. Then he quickly softened his tone and explained that the image of warriors would bring hope, but information needed control. At the same time, he emphasized that the outside world was very dangerous and information must be strictly restricted. The naive reporter fully trusted him and happily agreed to only film under instructions. Meanwhile, Jisoo looked displeased, biting her lip while staring at the space-time gate with Hanho. After finishing his so-called lecture, the prosecutor asked where Sung Woo had gone. Jisoo glanced at him with an unfriendly look, thinking he was pretending not to know. The prosecutor bowed politely with a manipulative smile and tried to probe again about Sung Woo's location. Jisoo hesitated, unsure whether she should say anything since she did not know what had happened earlier. He quickly realized she was being cautious and suspicious of him. Even so, he continued persuading her, saying they were on the same side. He further explained the chaotic situation and matters related to Sung Woo. Hanho suddenly shouted in agitation, but Jisoo quickly covered his mouth. In the end, the prosecutor used psychological pressure, emphasizing that she should think carefully since no one could guarantee Sung Woo was safe. Was she planning to just stand there like a puppet while her teammates were in danger? Jisoo hit the exact worry in her heart, so she slightly frowned, her hand unconsciously tightening on Hanho's mouth, making the boy struggle to breathe. After considering it, she released her hand from the boy's mouth bone and looked toward the spatial gate, slowly saying they only knew Sung Woo had gone to the hidden stage and did not expect anything serious to happen. They simply trusted and waited for him because they were teammates. The prosecutor was quite satisfied with the answer. He nodded in thanks and did not forget to encourage that if it was Sung Woo, everything would definitely be fine. After chatting for a while, the prosecutor suddenly realized he did not know the other person's name, so she introduced herself as Jun Jisoo. Continued to praise her cheerfully. He meant her ability to stay calm and deliver precise strikes in that brief moment. Coincidentally, their guild was recruiting for the future and urgently needed people like her. They were also willing to fully support her to improve her skills, if she wanted. But Jisoo immediately cut him off, firmly refusing because she had already understood their intentions. In addition, she already had a trustworthy teammate. After saying that, Jisoo pulled Hanho away, ignoring the boy shouting for the prosecutor to remember him. After the two left, Minho growled in annoyance, unable to understand what she was thinking and whether she did not trust the prosecutor. The adjutant beside him thoughtfully adjusted his glasses, sighing that the situation seemed difficult. The prosecutor agreed, smiling slyly. Everyone here was hard to read. As for Sanju, he was pulled into the inner world through the spatial gate with tremendous force. Shortly after, he stepped into a completely unfamiliar dimension. Sung Woo landed and looked around, realizing he entered the Golden Valley stage. At the same time, the system displayed the rules of this game area. He read carefully and could not help but be startled. Was this really a bonus stage? Suddenly, a faint laugh sounded right behind him. Sung Woo turned around like lightning, discovering a goblin, and more specifically a golden goblin. From the surrounding buildings, more golden goblins gradually appeared. They were like starving ants, gathering more and more, seemingly identifying him as their target. After observing carefully, he realized they were hunting him. Sung Woo swung his hand, opening a spatial rift from nothingness. Goblins were pulled in and fell out from that space. Now let those useless shiny things see who is the one being hunted. Returning to the area outside the spatial gate, everyone was still busy cleaning up the battlefield. The adjutant, after carefully observing, she reported to the prosecutor that all injured members had recovered. Healing potions were ineffective, but antidotes had worked. The prosecutor listened and realized it was likely more of a curse than poison, but the antidote still worked. The condensed infernal essence created a debuff effect called infernal breath. Did the adjutant know anything about it? The adjutant thought for a moment and replied it might be an item from the Dark Sorcerer, a rare type that had never appeared in shops, and it was unclear where they obtained it. The prosecutor thought it was a special item obtained through a special method, but the reason was still unclear. Such a powerful item, yet it had no effect on Sung-woo. The adjutant called out to Manhwa, deliberately mispronouncing his name, making him startled. Manhwa understood the hint and added that after using a 3-star detection skill, he discovered it was not ineffective, but rather that he had been enhanced in power. The massive experience gain caused many other effects to awaken as well. Even vitality and mana increased along with it. It seemed the dungeon event and the infernal essence still had many unknown aspects. The adjutant suddenly remembered something important, asking about the reward distribution after the boss fight with the necromancer. The prosecutor confirmed they had to do so, otherwise Sung-woo would not cooperate. After all, everyone had witnessed it. If they lost that warrior, they would suffer huge losses. The adjutant confidently suggested she handle the contract since Sung-woo did not understand the world. She could draft terms favorable to them. She emphasized the boss reward was very important. Think of the 30,000 guild members under their management. Under Edge's strong argument, prosecutor Johnny Ungpo and Minho hesitated slightly. She was truly terrifying. Her true nature was fully exposed. The prosecutor considered it and agreed, but they had to ensure he would not become an enemy. She accepted the request, even though she did not like being the villain. Suddenly, the prosecutor stopped and softly asked about the prophetic stone. What did she think of it? Manhwa and the person beside him, who were arguing, stopped in shock, mentioning the prophecy-related item, initially skeptical but feeling fear when they touched it. The prosecutor silently recalled the feeling of doubt and fear. This was a common reaction for those who first signed a contract with the prophetic stone, but Sung-woo simply accepted it calmly. Prosecutor assigned the two to investigate whether he had ever touched the stone. Perhaps he had been overthinking. In that inner world, Sanju and the monsters were engaged in an intense and brutal battle. Explosions from corpses continuously rang out everywhere like fireworks going off in rapid succession. Flames and killing intent merged into one, making the golden goblins increasingly wary and fearful. His ability was necromancy. The more enemies died, the more he could resurrect and control. They were quite strong but still useless against him. Things had never been easy, so he stopped overthinking and kept it simple. Kill, and keep killing. He did not need to care about anything else. No need to care what others thought, nor worry about teammates. Even alone, this necromancer was an entire army by himself. No, in fact, it was even easier that way. While sinking into a somewhat arrogant thought of victory, suddenly Sung-woo's voice echoed in his ear. He reflexively turned his head, but he only saw spirits and a giant bear. The rest were goblins, the surroundings empty, carrying a sense of loneliness. After eliminating the monsters in the previous area, Sung-woo and his mixed army continued moving elsewhere. They walked for a while and eventually reached a fork in the road. In front of him appeared a system arrow with two choices, a left box and a right box of different sizes. Sung-woo thought quickly. The left box seemed more dangerous, but the greater the risk, the higher the reward. Thinking so, he decided to lead the group to the left. After walking a few more steps, they saw a massive wooden box floating in the distance. Sung-woo approached, but got no reaction. Slightly impatient, he sighed and ordered the cursed spirits to attack. They continuously fired bolts of lightning at the box. This action enraged the monster inside. It opened the lid, revealing sharp fangs and a bulging golden eye in the center. An event monster appeared. Its eye kept scanning around, searching for whoever disrupted it. Sung-woo observed from a safe distance, noting that its teeth were huge and it seemed extremely strong. Their overall power was superior, and the monster's weakness was quite obvious. Without a fixed body, it could still move but was heavily restricted. Pressured from all sides, he set up defense with bear spirits and wolf storms while focusing on offense. It was a perfect strategy. But suddenly, the monster curled up, its whole body trembling and emitting an unpleasant sound. Sung-woo frowned at the strange behavior, about to move closer to check but temporarily forgot his original plan. Immediately, the monster swelled up, using the opening to fling the cursed spirits away. The berserk bear and wolf spirits were thrown like bowling pins, dragged into chaotic pursuit. Inertia, the giant bears were flung backward by the immense impact force. Sung-woo's body could not withstand it and he immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. Seeing blood, the boss's eyes lit up and it let out a sharp screech. It opened its mouth like death itself and charged toward him at terrifying speed, forcing his allies to do everything they could to stop it. But the monster was too strong, the distance between both sides kept shrinking despite their efforts. Sung-woo felt a numbing fear crawl across his scalp. He realized he had misjudged it, thinking its movement was restricted. Since when had he looked down on it like this? Since when had he become so arrogant? Was it the lingering infernal power, or because everything had gone too smoothly? The dead obeyed his commands. Even the people he trusted only followed his will. The images of Jisoo and Hanho flooded back in his mind. He never expected that he had thought he no longer needed teammates. He truly had become arrogant. He had to correct his mindset. If he survived this time, he must be more careful. At that moment, the monster lunged from behind before he could react. A thud sounded. Sanju froze, feeling as if death was extremely close. It turned out the cursed spirits, berserk bears, and wolf spirits were doing everything they could to hold the boss back. He quickly regained his focus. First he had to take it down. Sung Woo desperately used his sword to pry open the monster's jaws. He forced its mouth open and immediately summoned undead to crawl inside. Once enough undead were inside, he pulled his sword back and retreated as far as possible. Roy and the others understood and climbed onto the monster's body to force its mouth shut. Roy smiled gently, looking toward him once more. Sanju could only painfully apologize. This battle had been a mistake. Corpse explosion was immediately activated. A massive explosion shook the entire area. The blast destroyed many surrounding structures. The concrete above was blasted open into a huge hole. Yu Sung-woo tensed, holding his shield while observing the situation. The system notified him that he had defeated the boss and completed the final stage. But in exchange, all his cursed spirits had been sacrificed along with the boss. Wasn't this too unfair? Sung-woo cautiously moved in to check the situation, lightly tapping the body of the monster. It seemed completely unharmed by the external explosions. If it was not struck from the inside, it could not be destroyed. Sung-woo was covered in blood and truly exhausted. He took an antidote and drank it, reminding himself to be more careful, because he could not recover immediately after a strike. One mistake was enough. This world was like a game, but death was real, not a game. There was only one life. No matter what, he had to survive until the end. That was the most important thing right now, because he had left his family behind and was still alive until now. After recovering his mental and physical strength, Sung-woo walked straight to the reward room. He pushed the door open and looked around. Was this really the reward room? The cabinets in the corner all had glowing locks, and the system displayed the items inside. Sung-woo read carefully and remembered. All items here were rare goods not sold in normal shops, mainly increasing skills and experience. There was also a type of wish paper, its exact function still unclear. He curiously touched it, and the system immediately displayed detailed information. It was a parchment that allowed making a wish contract with another player with self-set conditions. If not completed, the price would be life. Sung-woo frowned and thought, feeling this item could be useful, but his current points were not enough to take everything. In the end, he chose several items, including the wish paper, but still wondered whether this was the right choice. While hesitating, the system announced he had reached level 13 after completing the hidden stage. Sung-woo immediately forgot all doubts and smiled in satisfaction. His stats had also increased. This was the real reward. He chose to increase agility by 3 points. If he had been faster before, he might have avoided danger, but it was not too late now. After finishing, the system began counting down to send Sung-woo back to the real world through a teleport gate. He had what he needed. Now it was time to return to his teammates. Back in the real world that night, the full moon high in the sky. Sang-ju had returned. Prosecutor John Dong-Paul greeted him warmly, slightly surprised that he had disappeared but glad he had joined the raid. He only smiled casually and said he did not expect what happened. It was a waste of time. The prosecutor waved his hand, saying they had also put in a lot of effort. Since they could not go to Sogong, he brought this gift. Then he asked whether the contract and images could be posted to the community. Sung-woo looked at Jisoo for help in confusion, not sure whether the community had an image posting function. The prosecutor explained, pointing to the reporter behind him. This person had an item that could take photos and upload them directly to the community. He said they needed to give hope to people through images. Although a bit awkward, they were being seen as heroes. Sung-woo thought about it. It might draw criticism, but if it helped maintain a positive image, it was acceptable. After the agreement, the prosecutor and the raid team boarded the aircraft and left, leaving the three of them watching. Han-ho checked the items given by the prosecutor and suddenly shouted in excitement, saying they were all divine medicine. Prosecutor Johnny Unpo was amazing. Sung-woo did not react much, only telling the boy to check carefully before making conclusions. Jisoo also relaxed a bit and asked if the raid plan was finalized, and they only needed to follow it. Sung-woo nodded. If they wanted to become stronger, they had to go hunting to prepare for the upcoming raid. A few days later, in a ruined corner of the city, a group of goblins gathered around a corpse and smelled a strange fragrance. A group of orcs was also quickly attracted by the scent. They rushed in like starving beasts. The entire goblin pack rushed toward a box in the center where the smell was coming from. Driven by food, they fought chaotically to steal it. Suddenly, a nearby goblin began to glow. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred, leaving none of them able to escape. The three of them stepped out from their hiding place. Sung-woo happily said this was already the 5th time they could activate the warrior sword. Han-ho was amazed, while Jisoo looked on with discomfort. Han-ho picked up the item, carefully covering his nose but still excited. It was a monster lure, like fishing bait, but the smell was nauseating to humans. When the boy tried to show off, Sung-woo, Jisoo, and Rai all immediately covered their noses and told him to put it away because the smell was too strong. Han-ho said it was made by his mother, making everyone awkward. awkward and reluctantly praise it, though they still did not dare let go of their noses. Jisoo stepped back and said the item might be related to spoiled food, but opened a path for upgrades beyond hunting. Mr. Lee Hanho's father, who built the Safe Zone support system, was mentioned as the one who established the area's defense foundation. Thanks to that, the village remained safe and they did not need to worry for now. But as soon as he finished speaking, a group of young men on motorcycles rushed in, kicking up dust everywhere. It was T-Sung and his friends, shouting that they brought new information. They had discovered a shop in the north, but this time it had been destroyed, and it was unclear who did it. Sung Woo fell into thought, realizing that resource usage could greatly affect the situation, not just combat energy. Similar to how supplies ran out after hunting, even farming was no longer easy. Sung Woo ordered T-Sung to contact Kang-soo if they found a shop. If organization was not done in time, the survivors would be in danger. The boy quickly agreed. Sung Woo noticed a group of girls in the distance looking at him and talking. He wondered what they were doing. T-Sung explained that because of rumors that he had hit Jujin, he was seen as violent toward women. The boy added more details in a whisper, making Sung Woo's face darken on the community. He was a hero, but here he was seen as a villain. After some discussion, the group of young men finally left. Space became quiet again. Sung Woo regained his focus and announced they would continue the hunt. But suddenly Jisoo turned and walked away. She widened her eyes in shock. A strong sense of unease about being watched surged in her mind. Panicking, she tightened her fire sword into a defensive stance and shouted a warning to Sung Woo that someone was here. Immediately, a massive furry shadow smashed through the window of a nearby building and lunged out. From behind, another similar shadow was also charging in fiercely. Bear spirits and cursed spirits supporting him quickly detected them and blocked them. Only then did it become clear they were wind wolves. Sanju tensely drew his crossbow, aiming at one of the giant wolves, preparing to finish it off. Suddenly, a third berserk wolf appeared on the wall, jumping down while shouting not to shoot. He jolted and turned sharply, unable to believe the berserk wolf had just spoken. The situation was completely different from expected. Everything was still in a chaotic battle. A berserk wolf broke through the bear spirit's control, grabbing Han-Ho's food bag and terrifying him into thinking he was about to be killed. A single strike, the monster tore open the item inside. They quickly opened the box and began devouring everything, temporarily forgetting the people around them. But soon after, they began to realize something was wrong. Looking up, they found themselves completely surrounded with no way out. Sung Woo pointed his crossbow directly at them, angrily asking why they said not to shoot and demanding an explanation. Cornered, the two smaller berserk wolves panicked and asked the leader what to do. The large wolf reassured them, saying that even though they were surrounded, there was still a chance to escape. Sanju, if you do not understand, there is still a way to live. The large berserk wolf roared and charged forward, opening a bloody path. It fought recklessly, trying to draw attention so its companions could escape. Only then did he understand their intention, and immediately ordered the encirclement to tighten around the weaker target. The crossbow in his hand trembled. Sanju fired 2 arrows into the monster's back, causing blood to spray violently. Before collapsing, it tried to fling away a few more around it, shouting for its kind to escape. The smaller ones panicked and fled, running while apologizing and saying they would not forget this day. Finally, the large berserk wolf fell, howling in pain. Sung Woo watched from afar, coldly remarking that they had decent teamwork, but they were still the attackers first. It lay on the ground, stubbornly insisting everything was caused by food, making them lose control. He replied indifferently, really, then had it regained its senses yet. Sung Woo immediately drew a knife and stabbed into its cheek as a threat, making the berserk wolf panic and quickly confess. After turning into monsters, they were still assigned missions and acted on instinct, not fully under control. He narrowed his eyes and asked, what exactly was the mission? The berserk wolf rasped, very simple, eat human flesh. When they reached 10 people, they regained their original bodies. This information shocked Han-Ho, who had thought monster attacks were purely instinct, not realizing there was a purpose behind it. Sung Woo continued asking if there were many others like it. The monster painfully nodded, saying many players had been turned into monsters with no choice left. He realized it misunderstood, so he clarified, asking if there were many like it in this area. This time it fell silent, not daring to answer. Sung Woo's expression darkened, so they were still out there. They might be the ones who destroyed the shop and left the message about a new race. The berserk wolf protested emotionally, making the bear spirits restrain it, as they'd not want to confront humans at all. When they still had consciousness, they only wanted to live quietly, but not everyone was like that. There was a group that specialized in hunting players for revenge. Perhaps they were the ones behind everything. Sue was unsure and asked again. So there was a group of monsters that hated humans. The berserk wolf sneered, and humans too, those damn scientists. They were the real ones behind everything, always blaming monsters and even creating dangerous items. Sung Woo immediately thought of that item, his expression tightening as he confirmed. Was it the monster human serum syringe from those traveling sellers? But there was only silence in response. He thought it was stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements. The berserk wolf only shook its head in frustration. It had already told its kind to run far away and not return. Sung Woo drew his sword and coldly asked if it thought he would spare it. The monster lay motionless, accepting its fate and waiting for the final moment. Even when choosing a class due to suspicion and fear, he had chosen nothing at all. Worse, he had even stopped his own family. But his son Minsu secretly chose a class because he liked playing games. At this point, the berserk wolf burst into tears in regret. It did not know who had eaten first, only continuing to live because it lacked the courage to end itself. Hearing this, Sung Woo understood everything clearly, immediately raised his sword, and coldly said he could not forgive it. Do not blame him. In its final moment, the monster sobbed, thinking everything was unfair. It had chosen to live yet still failed. A dry sound rang out, ending everything. A while later, the trio continued their journey. Manhwa muttered in frustration, feeling that he was left with only a small amount of strength. Even so, he admitted the berserk wolf had its own reasons, and even knew how to protect its teammates. Sung Woo sternly reminded them not to hesitate like that. Even a moment of carelessness would immediately put them in danger. The scent-hunting monster he had just killed still had a family behind it. He would track the traces of the monsters that had fled earlier. Jisoo tilted her head and curiously asked what he planned to do if he found them, since in her view they seemed very young. Sung Woo gritted his teeth in annoyance. At present, he still had no clear plan, only searching for territory or where the monsters were hiding. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Sung Woo clenched his fist, wondering how far the system intended to push humanity as monster humans began causing chaos once they gained awareness. Some people also showed sympathy for the monster humans, but the problem still remained. No matter how it was denied, the one from earlier was still a monster transformed by the system. Those who lured monsters, lost control, and received missions to kill people, all of it proved that fact. Evolution method was the same as hunting players. Unfortunately, humans and them could not coexist. While walking and talking, the three quickly reached an area of the city with no people in sight. They continued walking around observing the situation. Manhwa complained irritably that he did not know how far those guys had run. Sanju reassured him that once they smelled the bait, they would soon be drawn in. At a corner, Jisoo suddenly grabbed the collars of the two hiding and pulled them out before they could react. The two small berserk wolves from earlier were tightly bound like mummies. They had fallen into a trap and could only weakly cry for help. A group of low-level monsters tried to rush in, but the leader stopped them, saying this was an offering for the queen. It stepped forward and thrust two spears straight into the backs of the prey's necks. The berserk wolves quickly went numb and could not move. They were dragged away in pain while the leader cautiously observed before leaving. After they disappeared from sight, the trio carefully stepped out from their hiding place. Discussed how the Cobalt were organized, using poison and coordinated hunting to capture berserk wolves. It was extremely dangerous. That was a shop sign. This was a dungeon sign. This subway station had both a shop and a dungeon, which made the shop safer. Then let's go, protecting the shop is the priority for survival. They entered the large dungeon, known as the nest of the poison spider queen. Walking through the long corridor, Manhwa worriedly said they did not bring goblins today because they thought it was only for bait hunting. Sung Woo reminded everyone to be careful of the terrain. At the end of the path, dense webs and many people hanging upside down appeared. Those people tried to cry for help when they saw Sung Woo's group. Jisoo did not hesitate, ignoring Sung Woo's warning, and used a fire sword to cut the ropes and save them. They were rescued and kept thanking them repeatedly. But right after that, a giant spider dropped from the ceiling. Hundreds of other spiders also rushed down, making Manhwa panic. Sung Woo immediately ordered a retreat. He activated a corpse explosion to block them. The spider swarm covered the entire area, making movement extremely dangerous. It was unclear where they came from. But the explosion attracted even more monsters. From the darkness, a large number of spiders and Cobalt poured out. Large numbers made Sung Woo suspect a symbiotic connection with the Cobalt. A Cobalt rushed in and was immediately hit in the eye by a thrown dagger. The one who threw it was Manhwa. The boy was confident in his skills. He declared he could handle them all. After a while of fighting, the monsters were rapidly eliminated. Manhwa in his transformed state became berserk, laughing arrogantly and treating the monsters as insignificant. The remaining Cobalt and spiders panicked, realizing he was the real threat. But Manhwa continued to provoke them, completely immersed in power and excitement. Everything gradually became clear. There was no need to think much anymore. Just kill, kill, and keep killing. No need for teammates. Being alone was enough, even more free. Kobo screamed and ordered the spiders to shoot webs and bind him. Manhwa frowned as he was surrounded by spider silk. Sung Woo realized this was a type of trap specifically used to capture werewolves. Even while bound, Manhwa still laughed in contempt, looking down on those thin threads. He immediately tensed his body and broke all the bindings, not being hindered at all. The spiders continued their relentless attack. Manhwa laughed loudly, immersed in victory and looking down on all enemies. Suddenly, the spider webs thickened and tightly bound him so he could not move. The Kobo cheered, finally having captured him. With no way out left, Manhwa, panic-stricken, turned to look at Sung Woo and begged for help in tears. Sung Woo was forced to activate a skill to break the encirclement. A large flame quickly burned away the inner lining material. After being saved, Manhwa collapsed, blaming himself for being too arrogant. Sung Woo had experienced that feeling before, so he calmly explained that the boy had been blinded by emotion and had acted too recklessly this time. Jisoo quietly observed from behind and could not help but sigh in admiration. There are still so many left. Soul Summoner waved his hand to summon undead, trying to clear the battlefield quickly to move on. After that, the tunnel continuously echoed with deafening explosions, thick smoke and flames, and countless monster corpses piled up. At this rate, they could wipe out all monsters in the subway station, even the other lines. It seems the next train line has been blocked. Could that be a boss room? Sung Woo looked up and carefully examined the ceiling. This subway connects to the department store. Right, then this is a dungeon subdivision. Keep moving. The whole team left, leaving behind the ruins of the fierce battle. Smoke and dust still filled the entire area. After fumbling around for a while, they finally found it. Sung Woo wondered, is this really the boss room? Just as he was about to open the door, the system warned that this room had killed 124 players. Han-ho and Jisoo paused slightly, worried about whether they should continue. This warning was definitely not simple, but Sung Woo did not hesitate and pushed the door open. They had already prepared for a much harder journey, so they still moved forward as planned. The group entered the large room one by one. As soon as they entered, Fap Sutron appeared with a sly smile. He waved his feather fan and greeted the cute players. Sung Woo was slightly confused. He thought the boss would be a spider queen. Han-ho behind him was amazed. This was not an ordinary weasel. It could even speak clearly. Those words made him furious. He shouted that he could not be compared to such ordinary beings. He boasted while pointing at his head, saying it was the crystallization of human intelligence. He had eaten 20 brains. He immediately understood. Eating brains increased intelligence. And as expected, monster evolution was tied to human death. He became more and more excited, licking his lips and saying that if they came, none of them would escape, because he was about to reach 23 human brains. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook violently like an earthquake. The Spider Queen boss also appeared, the largest spider they had ever seen. Its massive web was wrapped with countless victims, two bosses appearing at the same time. They quickly cooperated with each other. Fab Sutron stood on the Spider Queen's body, while it used silk threads to assist control. After merging, they laughed loudly, challenging whether the humans had fallen into despair. Sung Woo continued summoning undead in the area. He planned to use undead explosions as before, then let bone soldiers finish them off. Fab Sutron ordered the Spider Queen to launch iron webs first. The sturdy silk threads immediately tightened and restrained the undead. It turned and controlled the entire area without missing any target. Spider webs shot out like giant deadly bullets. Bone soldiers and cursed spirits were also tightly bound, unable to move. Fab Sutron mocked them. He had already predicted their plan to use undead for explosions. Sung Woo gritted his teeth in anger. He had learned human language and intelligence. Han-ho rushed forward recklessly, trying to attack first, but his attack failed. A single kick from the Spider Queen sent him flying far away. One side was physical strength and the other was intelligence. Together they were almost unbeatable, so obediently become food. The next wave of attacks began again. Jisoo immediately counterattacked, swinging her fire sword to create a ring that burned all the spider silk. Fab Sutron froze in shock. There is no such thing as invincible. Spider silk still burns easily. She continued spinning her sword, the flames growing more intense. Spider Queen began to retreat in confusion. Fab Sutron immediately spat water to extinguish the flames, using water elemental magic. Now fire was no longer their weakness. Sung Woo ordered bone soldiers to quickly surround the two bosses. Han-ho nervously asked what to do as the situation worsened. Sung Woo told him to go support Jisoo. He said that he already had a plan. The bone soldiers under his command earlier were struggling to withstand the fierce attacks from the two bosses. Mage Tron went berserk, radiating killing intent, his mind focused only on destroying everything, and to do so he needed to consume more human brains. But Sung Woo suddenly interrupted, launching a counter spell, saying that if he truly wiped everything out, he would no longer have a chance to eat human brains. The corpses created earlier by the Spider Queen were now completely under the necromancer's control. They had turned into undead in massive numbers with grotesque forms beyond his expectations. It seemed the most suitable place for him right now was her lair. With the undead reinforcements, Sung Woo's forces increased significantly. The Spider Queen fiercely swung a giant leg to attack. The force of the strike crushed a large number of bone soldiers and undead around it. But do not worry, he still has plenty of troops. Be careful, Spider Queen. He had just finished speaking. One part of her leg was immediately shattered. She screamed in panic, forcing Mage Tron to quickly calm her and tell her to stay composed. Immediately after, the spider mouth sprayed green liquid with an extremely foul smell onto the poison bear demons. However, that poison seemed to have no effect on them. The bear demons and bone soldiers continued charging under Mage Tron's control. He warned the Spider Queen not to waste effort. The poison was ineffective on them. Sung Woo observed from a distance and gave a cold smile. As expected, Minsu had also realized it. The Spider Queen immediately turned and swept her giant legs to clear the surrounding bone soldiers, but But Sanju continued casting spells on the undead across the battlefield. They were still under his control and preparing for the next counterattack, even though he was not sure he could win this battle. All of them were savage wolf race types, while the Spider Queen had dominant territory control, surrounded by extremely powerful monsters. Without strategy, they would exhaust and die. But if they used their minds, there was still a chance to win. A blazing pillar of light exploded, striking the center of the spirit cores and scattering them violently. Magetron and the Spider Queen immediately changed tactics, shifting their target to the Necromancer. Sung-woo quickly realized they were aiming for him. The Spider Queen closed in, using her giant legs to unleash a full-force attack toward him. He was slightly pushed back by reflex. It turned out Sung-woo had already created a defensive shield. His current stamina surpassed normal monsters, but its effectiveness against bosses was still unclear. If he could block this attack, he would have a chance to turn the battle around at that moment. The two bosses rushed in again with even more violent attacks aiming to finish the target. Another flash of light erupted as the spider arm struck him. Sung-woo only managed to widen his eyes in shock. A heavy collision sound rang out. Dust and smoke filled the air. Was this the end? It was not that easy. From within, a purple light burst out from the gem on his chest. The gem had helped nullify the Necromancer's attack, but then shattered. He knelt down gasping for breath. He had avoided the boss attack, but the situation was still dangerous. He had to survive at all costs. Now he would use the chaotic crystal. Activating recovery caused a severe mana depletion, so Magetron had now lost patience, constantly shouting insults at Sung-woo as an annoying bastard. Sung-woo did not care, continuing to fight and telling his allies to endure a little more pain to hold the line until the end. Without Jisoo's shield, Hanho would not have been able to hold on, and he could not stop now either. After a series of attacks, the Spider Queen gradually realized his attacks were nothing more than scratches. Magetron laughed loudly, mocking Sung-woo, saying he could still fight all day. He laughed in contempt, saying he was not a fool and would not continue this meaningless battle. He already had his own plan and had found the answer. Following Magetron's order, the Spider Queen used her tail to gather all spider warriors into one place. She gathered all undead bound by spider webs, concentrating them into a single point. Sung-woo immediately grew serious, a strong sense of unease rising. Magetron suddenly opened his mouth and spewed scorching fireballs. He intended to use firepower to suppress his recovery ability, leaving him unable to hold out. Sung-woo frowned in tension, realizing the enemy was more dangerous and calculating than he thought. While he focused on spewing flames, the bear demons and allies rushed in to attack from behind. They desperately used energy to block the incoming fireballs. But it was already too late. All of them were incinerated and knocked back like flaming projectiles. Magetron laughed triumphantly, declaring that he had reached his limit and there was no way out. At that moment, Jisoo appeared like a warrior, unleashing a flaming sword charge straight into the battlefield. He is the one about to be finished. Without time to defend, she charged straight at the Spider Queen and cleanly severed two of her legs. Magetron panicked. His plan was broken. He realized he had been too careless and ambushed unexpectedly. He looked around the battlefield and suddenly remembered there was still another opponent who had not been dealt with. As expected, the last one to arrive was Hanho, the boy stumbling in with a group of undead, smiling and thanking them for waiting, saying this was the secret weapon he and Jisoo had prepared. Seeing the army before him, the serpent mage could not hide his contempt, mocking whether this boy was brainless. These two had not even evolved yet. They could not even approach him, let alone attack. He was about to destroy everything, but before he could finish speaking, he felt the queen's body tremble violently. Hanho immediately smugly raised the bag of residue in his hand, boasting that he still had a special sauce, asking if he could see it. She was certain it would not withstand it and would immediately eat it. The stinky wolf cuisine effect had been activated. Upon seeing the pile of residue, not only the Spider Queen but even the serpent mage became agitated, drooling as if it were a supreme delicacy. Not far away, Sung-woo observed and let out a slight sigh of relief as things were going according to plan, since they had been distracted. Jisoo and Hanho released the undead army, while mixing in the bait residue, something even intelligent berserk wolves could not resist. Monsters were completely driven by instinct. The moment they grabbed the residue, the two bosses immediately devoured it without stopping. As for the serpent mage, while eating, he struggled with his rationality, repeatedly telling himself to stop and retreat or he would die. Sung-woo coldly objected. It was already too late. Once they had eaten it, they had to pay the price. When the zombies inside the queen's body detonated, a violent explosion of flesh erupted immediately after. Everything happened too fast, leaving them completely unable to react. Scene shifted to another city. A massive monster was thrashing about, bound tightly by iron chains. A blazing red sword light sliced across the space. The cannibal boss monster was split in two like chopped wood and collapsed to the ground. It turned out to be the achievement of the punitive expedition team, who surrounded Prosecutor Johnny Youngpo and cheered in victory. They had done it all thanks to coordination. This was a perfect battle, just as Manhwa thought. The leader's command ability was outstanding. However, the prosecutor fell into thought about someone else, assessing overwhelming strength and experience gained. Even while at the top, he would only grow stronger. Who was that number one? Where was he? How could he level up faster than him? His guild was the strongest in Korea, no one could lead a monster hunting force larger than him, but there was still a mysterious number one he had never seen. That was the most frightening thing. If that hidden top-ranked player formed a guild, then in a short time that guild would become the strongest. If he dared to stand in the way of his guild. While lost in thought, Manhwa interrupted, urgently reporting that the prosecutor should come immediately. The rankings had changed, a new person had appeared. Upon closer look, he could not help but swallow. Necromancer Du Sung-woo had risen to rank 2, pushing him down. Prosecutor clenched his phone in anger, unable to understand how he could have done it. Inside the cave after the violent corpse explosion earlier, the smoke and dust gradually cleared. The serpent mage lay battered and covered in injuries on the ground. He still tried to curse humanity. Manhwa did not hesitate, swinging his blade to finish him cleanly. The boy proudly looked back at himself, finally becoming an attacker, no longer a tank. After that, his body gradually returned to its original form. Unexpectedly, the Spider Queen was not dead and suddenly rose again. The screaming beside him startled the boy, his face turning pale. Roy rushed in from somewhere, directly stabbed a sharp weapon into her eye and finished her off. The system continuously displayed notifications of gold gain and level ups. Since Roy was also a boss contributor, he absorbed the Queen's power, significantly increasing attack while retaining its traits. Sung-woo drew his observation card. If the summoned monsters were enough, the raid plan would soon be completed. The Scythe of Death would definitely be found no matter where it was. The first awakening stage was not far away. Jisoo excitedly said that if they found the shop, then their objective for coming here would be completed. Decided to search around the area. After a long while, they finally found it. The three of them entered a C-grade shop. On the machine inside, a lucky spin system was displayed. Gold rewards and valuable items continuously appeared, looking tempting. Jisoo guessed this shop was different from D-grade or platinum ones, possibly costing 100,000 gold, so the mechanism would be different. The system suddenly updated the rules of the spin game. The three gradually lost patience. This was not a simple lottery game, but more like a life and death gamble. Sung-woo checked resources. Jisoo and Manhwa had 300,000 gold. He had 1.6 million and could increase odds using coins. Manhwa demanded to spin first. Jisoo disagreed irritably, and they finally agreed to use all three machines at once. On the first round, all three machines showed failure, and the following rounds were no better. Three heroes were in an extreme state of dissatisfaction. They became chaotic, continuously arguing with each other. Calm down, is this truly the right path? They might already be too late to turn back, but perhaps in the end they could still gain something. Seeing their repeated failures, the normal system opened additional bonus opportunities. Manhwa's face twisted in rage, almost going insane from frustration. They still kept rushing in without stopping. However, all results remained failures, whether quests or rewards. But it was not over yet. They had to continue until they reached 10 tickets. Suddenly, Manhwa stood up and said, "Alright." The little guy obtained a strange item, a magical scroll allowing random skill activation. Jisoo collapsed from failure, muttering that she was finished. Only Sung-woo kept gambling madly, using his last 10 coins. At the final moment, a miracle appeared. He narrowly took first place. Sung-woo's reward was the Ring of Darkness, allowing him to summon a shadow self to fight in darkness. Immediately after, a new quest was activated. It was a quest to collect a set of Tier 2 items, but if they were available in the shop it would be better, so he temporarily ignored it. He quickly told Jisoo that he would give her an heroic grade bracelet as long as she did not ruin the camera. Jisoo was initially holding her fire sword in a punishment stance, but then immediately smiled and agreed, making Manhwa suspicious of her tendency to switch sides. One moment later, the device would have been destroyed. After everything was done, Sung-woo decided to return to the village. First, they needed to set up a protection system. Saying and doing, the three returned to a welcome from everyone. Sung-woo and the high-level teammates quickly discussed the battlefield terrain. The guard system had also been significantly improved. The villagers were all busy with their own work. Not long after, the game atmosphere gradually became darker. Jisoo carried a large backpack, continued checking everything again, and finally the exchange event began. With strong teamwork spirit, Jisoo believed she would get good results despite the difficult preparation. Suddenly from afar, Manhwa ran over urgently to report news. He also understood and asked whether there was any news from the community. A series of trending news items of the day were displayed. The boy excitedly pointed at item number 7, the live broadcast section. There was only one video being streamed. Jisoo calmly observed and commented that it looked like an office checking surveillance cameras. But Sung-woo quickly noticed something unusual. He fell into thought, wondering if they were recording the entire attack process. System plan or the Wangbok Guild, this kind of personal broadcasting was impossible. Although the purpose was unclear, this was clearly a way to control public opinion, especially with him ranked second, causing a commotion in the community. This made them unable to ignore it. Judging from objectives and behavior, the prosecutor was not entirely bad, but greed could make people go astray, and he might even be trying to restrain Sung Woo. For example, deliberately making him receive as few rewards as possible. But in this situation, that was almost impossible, because the oath in the hidden stage could become extremely important right now. At that moment, a helicopter appeared from above and quickly landed near Sung Woo's group. Manhwa stepped down, introduced himself as the rescue member of the expedition team, and opened the door inviting them in. The man announced he had come to pick up the rank 2 player, and requested immediate departure. The adjutant stabilized the formation and the group began to set off. Su and Han who sat nervously in silence, while Sung Woo watched the sky worried about the wyverns above, unsure if traveling by helicopter was safe. The blindfolded man smiled confidently, showing his teeth, claiming their guild could handle anything. Their members were spread across Seoul. Wyvern positions and flight routes had already been fully mapped out in advance. The 2 pilots also added confidently that although nothing was absolutely certain, the priority mission must still be ensured. Sung Woo listened silently, acknowledging that with such manpower the guild operated very efficiently, something his small group could hardly achieve. Air transport was good, but was there another way? And from now on, the raid mission officially begins. The system suddenly displayed a new mission, and Manhwa panicked upon seeing it. The man became flustered, saying this was not in the plan, then decided to ignore it and let the prosecutor handle it. While Manhwa noticed he looked somewhat similar to himself, Sung Woo suddenly remembered something terrifying, holding his face and forcing down the rising anxiety. This was the type of monster raid mission he knew. It was a multiplayer cooperation type to take down a giant monster. The most important thing was coordination, because no one could solo the boss in this type of mission. If done in a group, there would even be a 90% reduction in power. This was clearly provoking them into soloing the boss, in order to obtain all the rewards for themselves. He clearly sensed that someone was watching this area. He had already spent too much time and effort getting here. There was no turning back. Perhaps the system had increased the difficulty of the raid. Everything had already come to this. He would have to face Prosecutor Johnny Ungpo and other captains, with no intention of stopping. The Free Guild encampment inside the city looked quite peaceful. The announcement of the boss Joe Udo raid under the name of the Free Guild was first made public by the prosecutor. He declared that he would eliminate all monsters invading the territory and launch a nationwide campaign across Korea. People watching the news on their phones became excited. As expected, the prosecutor would lead the strongest guild in the country. We're even preparing to livestream the raid. Attention was fully focused on this event. The system even turned it into an official mission. In the comments, there were opinions that the summoner should step forward to lead the battle. People were talking excitedly, and that person would also participate. It was indeed the rumored summoner. Above the guild grounds, a helicopter was approaching. Warriors looked up and smiled, saying he had arrived. Not knowing what kind of person he was, they were eagerly waiting for Sung Woo to appear. The helicopter slowly lowered its altitude in preparation for landing. 3 people stepped out of the aircraft, Sung Woo leading with Hanho and Jisoo behind him, along with 2 summoned monsters. The prosecutor greeted them, saying welcome to the Free Guild. He had come a long way. Sung Woo replied that he had only looked from above, but the area was arranged very carefully, clearly well prepared for the raid. Noticing the cameras, he thought this was a livestream meant to build the Free Guild's image, and possibly to showcase their strength. Sung Hun stepped forward with his staff, looking at them suspiciously and wondering if this was the rumored summoner. Only 3 survivors. Then he brushed his hair back and said he had heard there was a large group of survivors in Sugun. There was no need for so few people. Sung Woo stood calmly observing, evaluating what the other side truly wanted. The man spun his staff and said they had 31 elite players. He also asked whether the 102 big brothers in Gangnam would come. He was slightly surprised, thinking they were already applying pressure before any contract was signed. Wondering if it was related to the prosecutor, Sung Woo interrupted and politely asked if he could introduce himself first. While the blue-haired man kept acting up, Dong-hun introduced himself as Lee Sung-hun, leader of the DHO survivor group. Sanju recalled the rumors about Kang-hun, a famous fire attribute mage in the community. Not paying much attention, Sanju asked whether he was part of the dispatched army. He looked at his teammates and said that their group only had 3 people. What was the point of gathering so many? Was it to overwhelm by numbers? He continued asking whether they were here to fight the boss, or if there was another purpose. Kang-hun became angry but was stopped by the prosecutor. The prosecutor said Sung-hun should consider Sung Woo's abilities. He was not alone and also possessed an army of summons, which was why he was invited despite being far away. Sung-hun added that this was a serious mission, and they should not waste time, and to begin the meeting. When the leaders entered the meeting room, the others waited outside. The prosecutor and assistant sat in the center of the meeting room. Familiar faces surrounded them. They came from many different regions. A girl holding a tablet introduced herself as the chief expedition assistant Dong Yen. She continued presenting the plan. Everything had been agreed, but since the mission was harder this time, the rewards had increased. She said the dropped item was still unknown, but converted into gold it would be divided into 12 parts. Hearing the reward split, Sung Woo paused slightly. The others showed little interest. It seemed they had already tacitly agreed. He thought they were operating under the same benefit system. If it was divided this way, it was unfair. There were 10 captains besides him and the prosecutor, yet no one objected. Although from different teams, they were all part of the Free Guild. So out of 12 parts, they would take 11, while his team only got 1. The adjutant asked if anyone had objections. A familiar hand was raised. Sung-woo spoke up boldly. The girl smiled and invited him to speak, thinking it would be easy to bring him into the guild. Sung-woo stated directly why the reward should be split if this was a 1 versus 1 boss fight. The reward should belong to the winner. She replied that there was a special mission, so it had to be shared evenly. They could not agree. He immediately refuted it, saying this was fairness, not equality. Everyone had different strength. Calling it equal was no different from making him carry everything. The others fell silent. Sung-woo concluded that this was simply everyone benefiting from someone else's effort. Having their pride hurt, everyone began shouting in opposition and cursing him. They angrily asked back who exactly was leeching off whom here. A tall man angrily stood up in challenge, shouting that he wanted to test himself against the Soul Summoner. He called himself the first king of Incheon, Gwanseok, ranked 11th and famous for close combat against giant monsters. He continued to tilt his chin arrogantly, asking why Sung-woo was not answering. Sung-woo lowered his voice and told him to sit down. Hitting his weak point made the opponent furious, his eyes flashing with intense pressure. Seok roared in anger and cursed at Sung-woo. The prosecutor slammed the table hard, cracking it. He coldly said, "Then go ahead and try it." The prosecutor frowned, showing interest in that proposal. They were at the outer edge of the raid area. Lizard monsters kept rushing in with sharp weapons. While cursing, they launched a fierce attack and knocked the lizards away. Seok angrily cursed Sung-woo, saying he should have kept his mouth shut and obeyed. No one was on his side. His hands were now covered in the blood of the lizards. At the same time, the system displayed gold rewards for monster kills. Looking at the lizards ahead, Seok apologized for venting his anger, then asked if this was all they had. At that moment, another group of lizards rushed out from the darkness to attack. A huge flame suddenly erupted and shot straight toward them. The flames burned the targets, echoing screams everywhere. Kang-hoo jumped out, warning the leader to be careful, saying if he died they would be in danger. Looking around, he realized this was an ideal hiding place for the lizards. If they kept multiplying, it would become very dangerous. Seok confidently said this was exactly why they had to intervene, to destroy monsters and prevent the apocalypse. Sung-hun continued talking about the Fallen One, saying if it was not stopped, Korea would be destroyed, and the World Tree would be nourished by human sacrifice. Seok turned and asked who exactly the Fallen One was. Sung-hun explained it was only a title, not a specific person or monster. Therefore, they had to stay here to protect the area where the World Tree was developing. Seok smiled and said the prosecutor would handle all complicated matters. He kept his word more than those who only talked. In the sky, the sound of helicopters approached. He looked up and asked if the broadcast had started, wondering where the prosecutor was. Kang-hun looked at his phone and cursed, worriedly asking if the Soul Summoner was alright. Another person panic asked if he was dead. Then he sighed, saying it was inevitable sooner or later, but received news that they had arrived at the park. The leader asked in surprise if that was not the boss monster area. Sung-hun confirmed nervously that it was, and said the Soul Summoner might arrive there even before the other teams. On the other side, Sanju and the summoning army were entering the boss lair. In the archer team, one man was quite arrogant, a level 11 archer named Mai Ong. He was confident he had been a genius even before the world collapsed. Based on experience, he believed success did not depend on strength but on relationships and politics. He believed skills could weaken, but the ability to control others through words would last longer. He thought judging people only by skills was a mistake, and he still followed Sung-woo as part of the team. He once had the chance due to special equipment and met the adjutant assistant privately. She reminded him not to act too recklessly today. He thought the guild leader was checking the Soul Summoner as expected. This was a battle the Soul Summoner was bound to lose, since all 11 major guilds were involved. He smiled lightly, thinking that simply waiting would make everything unfold according to plan. That was only what he thought, but then he froze, wondering what was happening. He saw Jisoo sweeping through with a fire sword, charging straight into the boss lair, completely shocked. Mai Ong looked at her and wondered what was going on, why she was rushing ahead like that. And that giant monster was actually Han-ho in his transformed battle state. He was shocked that humans could transform like that, even taming monsters. What caught his attention the most was the Soul Summoner and that armored army. The system displayed Night Unit effect. 40 armored monsters or more would activate increased defense and shield effects. Mai Ong was astonished by the combined formation effect. Its power far exceeded expectations. Suddenly Sung-woo turned around and looked at him, making him flinch. He smiled and asked if he wanted armor like theirs, saying not to worry, they were all on the same side. As he finished speaking, bone armor immediately covered the archer team. They screamed in panic as they were surrounded by bone armor. Not long after, the bones formed into a complete set of armor. The archer team looked at each other in surprise, saying the armor was lighter than expected. Mai Ong silently cursed the system, hoping this game would end soon. Sung Woo looked at the people behind him and thought he was like a guide leading the entire team. Mai Ong stepped forward and asked if they had seen the Soul Summoner, saying he had once seen something at an abandoned station. If you cross there, you will see the park is the boss room. He pointed toward the glowing chamber. While wading through the water, the archer complained that the surroundings were quite frightening, and the further they went, the higher the water level rose. He kept muttering that there might be more lizard monsters ahead. Their vision was limited and the space was tight, so he suggested joining another team. He thought this situation would not be easy even for a necromancer, so he called Han-ho and Jisoo ahead and told them to fall back. The bear tank was gathering lizard corpses and tossing them into a pile. The swollen and decaying corpses of them floated on the water surface and were gathered together, then Sung Woo. When the skill was activated, a massive explosion instantly erupted. Archers froze in shock. The screen continuously displayed gold acquisition notifications. The nearby god lizard monsters were swept into the explosion and died, their bodies scattered everywhere in chaos. Looking at the devastated scene before him, Sung Woo said it was already dealt with. Mason Su was shocked, saying the gaps made it easier to observe the surroundings. In the sky, a helicopter was approaching. Han-ho pointed at the sky. A helicopter, is it filming us? Or recording a master-level performance showcase? On the aircraft, the cameraman shouted excitedly, too amazing. In armor covered with smoke and continuous explosions, he had to record this scene, a frame that could inspire survivors. The prosecutor was probably also mentioning it. However, before that, he was signed to film other teams. He did not expect to capture such an impressive moment. Audience reactions exploded, interactions surged, and they continuously praised Sung Woo. The assistant reported contact from the expedition team. He immediately raised his hand. Hand me the phone now. Before he could receive it, the person on the other end shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Turn the helicopter back immediately." He explained that they were instructed to film another team. The other side immediately raised their voice. "Do you not understand? I told you to monitor the situation of all teams. Turn back now. If you want to live, then follow my order." Hearing this, the cameraman quickly apologized and immediately turned back. The helicopter immediately changed direction and turned around. Sanju wondered, are they not filming anymore? Han-ho replied that maybe another team had an incident. Temporarily stopping the filming, Sung Woo's team continued silently wading forward. Finally, they entered the boss area, with Doi riding a bear leading the way. Jisoo said this used to be Gyeoidu Park. Now it looks like a wild forest. Suddenly a noise caused the birds in the bushes to scatter in panic. The ground trembled like an earthquake. Sung Woo immediately reminded everyone to be careful. Jisoo panicked, "Look over there quickly. There is a light in the northern direction." A massive pillar of light rose straight into the sky, as if piercing through the heavens. System notification, the god lizard boss, warrior leader has appeared. It seeks a worthy opponent. Defeating it grants a special title. Han-ho excitedly pointed at the pillar of light. That direction, let's go senior. Many helicopters were flying toward the pillar of light. Han-ho was shocked. What is that? Is it not the expedition team? Why are they so fast? Sung Woo thought they wanted to monopolize the loot, and did not expect them to even deploy helicopters. They flew straight ahead, ignoring everything around them. That man was more competitive than expected. In front of Sung Woo's team were many god lizard monsters. On the aircraft, Dong-hun looked down. Sanju thought that contracts are not required on the ground, but it is hard to trust them. Han-ho asked, "Senior, what should we do?" Sung Woo sighed. "What else is there?" He smiled. "We cannot fly, just keep moving forward. Maybe we should also find our own flying vehicle." While moving, they continuously received gold from killing monsters. Each time they were slain, the summoned monsters gathered the corpses into a pile. Suddenly a flash of light appeared beside Sung Woo, startling everyone. Han-ho turned and reminded him. His hand was an experience card, a rank C card. When used, it grants a large amount of experience, enough to level up, and emits a blue glow. He remembered this was an item from the Golden Dungeon. If used, he could reach level 15. If he reached this level and possessed the Death Scythe, he would enter his first awakening. System notification, enough experience has been gained to level up. Do you want to use the card? He smiled, of course. As soon as it was used, Han-ho, Han-hyo, and Jisoo immediately panicked. Immediately afterward, a blue light burst forth. When Sung Woo opened his eyes, he could not see his teammates, only a strange object in front of him. Above was a light spot. He wondered what this was, a prophecy, feeling as if his body was floating in midair. From that light, a figure seemed to appear. A blue entity gradually formed from the light spot. The entity spoke through the system. "You have arrived, Sung Woo, wielder of the reins of death." It continued, "Find the Death Scythe. Exclusive quest, Lord of Death. Objective, obtain the Death Scythe. Reward, first awakening with exclusive skill. If not strong enough, you will be assimilated by history monsters." In front of Sung Woo was an afterimage and a system interface appearing. A notification sound rang. He thought there might be an entity behind it. Looking at the afterimage, he thought it was trying to communicate, but he could not understand it. Perhaps that is why it had to use the system to convey the message. Standing before the floating entity, he felt strange, although unclear it felt quite peaceful. He did not know why, but he believed it would not harm him. It even felt familiar. Yu Sanju unconsciously responded when hearing the call from the system window, yes. The afterimage spoke a reminder, telling him to be more cautious about death. Faced with those suggestive words, he quickly raised his hand and rushed forward to ask again, wait, what does that mean? But before he could touch it, the blue afterimage had already vanished. Sungwoo slowly opened his eyes. Hanho and Jisoo kept calling his name in worry. They immediately turned to check his condition. You disappeared for about 10 seconds. Are you okay? He just smiled. His body had been transferred into another space, meaning the mission from the unknown entity was real. Looking at his teammates, he wondered, be careful of death. Could it be that my teammates might kill me? A loud explosion echoed deep within the forest. The entire Sungwoo group panicked. An explosion, smoke. Did that helicopter crash? Pulling down his hood, his eyes were full of determination. It was not the time to hesitate. Focus on hunting the boss first. Thinking that, he pointed toward the explosion and spoke to Hanho and Jisoo. From now on, wherever a boss appears, we immediately move there. Sungwoo turned back to speak to the people behind. If you cannot keep up, join another team to catch up with us. After speaking, the three of them along with Sungwoo's summoned beasts immediately rushed toward the explosion. On this side, flames erupted violently, burning across a wide area. What the hell is going on? Looking at the blaze ahead, he thought the helicopter must have been attacked while still in the air. A tree branch pierced the cockpit glass, likely causing it to go down. From the helicopter, the prosecutor stepped out amid the smoke and fire, carrying a person and shouting, "Wake up immediately." Everyone looked toward the prosecutor. That was the domain of faith. He had successfully activated it in a short time. Manhwa said happily that everyone survived thanks to the prosecutor's long-range skill. It was truly impressive. Dong-hun lowered his head sadly. There is still one person. I could not save the pilot. Looking at the monsters ahead, they decided to vent their anger on them. Another aircraft was flying in the sky. It was a live stream plane. The commentator said there were 17,555 viewers. The adjutant replied that attention toward the summoner was only natural. She excitedly said he was the hope of the country. The battle between humans and monsters raged on. The roars of lizards and the curses of the expedition team echoed continuously. Manhwa turned back, moved the helicopter, and eliminate them. The prosecutor had raised his sword, preparing to use a skill. The ultimate technique Spear 10 created a ring of justice light that shot into the lizard horde, shattering them apart. On the plane, the adjutant smiled. See that? That is Prosecutor John Dong-po. Dong-hun ordered, prepare the second raid wave and the boss appearance. The entire team immediately deployed. From deep within the forest, another huge explosion rang out. On the plane, they quietly said it has finally appeared. Lizard boss appeared, a terrifying crimson creature with small horns and a large sword in its hand. The prosecutor ordered the archers use long-range attacks, fire arrows. A system notification appeared. The lizard boss has received the swordsman blessing, reducing damage from attacks by 90%. Arrows fired, its body kept bouncing back repeatedly. He immediately ordered to stop firing and wondered whether they could even deal any damage. But it was nearly harmless. Its regeneration made all attacks meaningless. The boss calmly smiled. The lizard boss stomped on the ground and rushed straight toward the army. It struck the front line, knocking defensive shields away. Screams echoed everywhere, blood spread across the battlefield. It raised its great blade high, preparing to slash down. Suddenly something flew in and made it hesitate for a brief moment. A powerful strike came. It barely managed to dodge by tilting its head. The prosecutor stepped forward. Everyone fall back. Expedition team, handle this area. I will deal with him. He walked in front of it with confidence. Your opponent is me. The lizard boss growled, its cold eyes fixed on the prosecutor. Without hesitation, it immediately charged forward to attack. It swung its sword down. The prosecutor quickly raised his blade to block. Clash made the two of them seem evenly matched. Dong-hun thought that in terms of range, the prosecutor was superior to that great sword. Its attacks had wide coverage, but the prosecutor was much faster in return. While he was thinking, the lizard boss had already appeared right in front of him. The prosecutor smiled confidently. Victory would be his. In a one-on-one fight, he could win. He counterattacked continuously, blocking and striking back as metal clashes rang out loudly. On the helicopter, the adjutant kept praising Dong-hun. While fighting the boss, Sung-hun and An-sok appeared and shouted, "Jung-hun brother, we are here, leader of the Minsu Guild." Dong-hun looked into the distance, where green eyes glowed in the darkness among the bushes. He wondered whether the Guoling Pearl Soul Avatar had arrived yet. Seeming rather rushed, afraid of losing the opportunity, the prosecutor immediately thrust his spear again, aiming straight at the boss. Even after unleashing a powerful attack, he still felt uneasy. Something was very strange, but he could not figure out the reason. It still wore a smile on its face even while being overwhelmed, as if it was enjoying the battle. Dong-hun muttered, feeling an urge to tear its mouth apart immediately. The body of the lizard leader seemed to be transformed transforming, its back swelling as if something was pushing out from inside. It gathered energy and spewed a massive flame straight toward the prosecutor. He immediately raised a mana shield to block the attack. The other shield-bearing members were about to charge, but the prosecutor raised his hand to stop them, ordering them not to approach. Looking at his trembling hands, Dong-hun grew anxious as both his shield and defensive strength were depleted. He shouted that anyone who came closer would die. Ho pointed forward and shouted, "That is the boss." After spewing flames, it began to shed its form and evolve into a more terrifying beast. The true battle dragon had appeared, a massive fire dragon hidden beneath the lizard form. The second phase began, its blazing eyes turned toward the army. Prosecutor Dong-hun was extremely shocked by the appearance of the battle dragon. He looked up at the massive body, gritting his teeth as he said it had been hiding its true form all along. The battle dragon's attack forced him to barely block with his sword, letting out a cry. Dong-hun struggled to hold on, feeling as if his bones were about to shatter, realizing he was not its opponent. After the strike, he was pushed back slightly. The boss prepared another attack, using its tail to charge forward, and unexpectedly a sharp blade was attached to it, shocking him. The gap in strength was too great. He knew he could not block the incoming blade, so he bit his lip until it bled. Collapsed in shock as everyone watched. They anxiously called out Prosecutor Dong-hun's name. The prosecutor was severely injured, his life and death uncertain. The man on the helicopter looked down at the scene in disbelief, unable to believe it. The Stage 2 battle dragon growled, stepping closer to Prosecutor Dong-hun. Tears fell as Dong-hun painfully said that everything was over. Edge bit his lip, suppressing grief, but tears still fell, admitting the battle had failed and apologizing to everyone. Amid the sea of flames, when the boss was about to bite the prosecutor, another lizard suddenly charged from behind. Its appearance created a huge explosion upon landing. The battle dragon was heavily affected, roaring in pain. Berserk bears rushed onto the battle dragon from nowhere. Their attacks made it roar violently, covered all over its body. The boss became confused. The berserk bears on its body kept attacking, causing it to scream. The battle dragon tried to shake its body to throw them off. Sung Woo suddenly appeared with overwhelming momentum, driving his sword straight into the monster boss's head. The attack caused a massive shockwave through the battle dragon. The three people on the helicopter were shocked by his appearance. The assistant blurted out that it was a soul avatar. The cameraman confirmed it, yes. Viewers on the livestream also cheered as Sung Woo appeared in time. Lei Jiangsu cheered, "Sung Woo has arrived, he has appeared." Elsewhere, T-Sung praised that he arrived exactly like a main character at the perfect moment. The adjutant thought silently that she did not expect the soul avatar to arrive so quickly. But fortunately, from the helicopter she shouted that rewards no longer mattered. End this battle and save everyone. The monster was injured by Sung Woo's sword and screamed violently. Sung Woo stood watching. The monster cried out and then collapsed motionless. He frowned in confusion. A talisman. Sung Hun and Seok were eliminating the small monsters around them. Seok marveled at Sung Woo's tactics while the other believed they could win. On the helicopter, a subordinate reported that the station area was full of monsters, causing Edge to panic. The adjutant gritted her teeth in anger, cursing inwardly that the 1v1 boss battle was only a player option, while other monsters were not mentioned. So, this should not be called a challenge anymore. She immediately ordered communication to protect the soul avatar. Soldiers quickly formed a defensive circle around Seok and Sung Hun, blocking the monsters, declaring they would not let them pass. Hanho observed from afar with a sinister smile, thinking their side had chosen correctly. Giant berserk bear rushed in and struck the boss head with a heavy blow. It seemed this time it was nearly completely defeated. Hanho cheered in joy, finally bringing down the monster. Sung Woo looked at the monster's corpse in the water, his eyes full of suspicion. Was it really that easy to kill? Suddenly a shout rang out as the battle dragon's tail moved. The dragon was still alive. Everyone was confused, focusing their eyes on it. Hanho said confidently that the monster was no longer breathing. Jisoo also felt the same as Sung Woo, both sensing it was suspicious and something was off. The boss that had been lying motionless suddenly stood up normally. Only then did he realize it had likely entered Phase 3. The system announced that the battle had been activated. A hidden seed-like boss monster had appeared. The mission to identify similarities between the hero had been completed. Until the boss is defeated, all entrances and exits of the Widow area will be locked. War Dragon entered Phase 3, growling and staring at Sung Woo's group. Reading the system notice, Sung Woo frowned in anger, thinking the system interface was always abnormal, as if it was deliberately mocking them. Everyone panicked and shouted at the appearance of the boss monster. Those monsters looked strange. Block them. Do not let them get closer. Not only War Dragon in Phase 3, but also many green lizards appeared, shocking everyone. They looked like undead. They had to be eliminated. They seemed out of control, as if assimilated. Hanho and Jisoo took charge of commanding the defense against the lizards, which made Sung Woo feel relieved. He believed they could block these assimilated creatures. This guy was the real problem. He and Raging Bear had to directly face the War Dragon boss in Phase 3, an opponent with overwhelming strength. It spewed a powerful stream of fire, making Sung Woo immediately shout a warning. Fire attack is coming, dodge now. This wave of flame breath was many times stronger than Phase 2, causing everyone to be unable to evade and cry out in panic. Even its subordinates were affected. The level of terror was beyond words. Not only the punitive expedition soldiers were affected, even the lizards were burned to ashes by that fire attack. The power was so great that Sung Woo momentarily did not know how to deal with it, wondering what to do. The giant boss did not rush to attack. This time it released an energy explosion. The explosion created thick smoke, blocking vision and making everything around completely obscured. When the smoke gradually cleared, it reappeared in a terrifying form, completely unaffected, killing intent fully exposed as if it would continue hunting, as if the previous attack had no effect. War Dragon counterattacked with a violent wave of fire, forcing Raging Bear to struggle to block it. The system once again announced that Andes had been permanently killed. Raging Bear's entire body was covered in injuries. It felt like one more hit would be life-threatening. Sung Woo worriedly thought the team was in an extremely disadvantageous situation, with no clear plan left. I have to make it lose focus with an energy-draining attack. Another notification rang out, stating that the Dead Star was now under your control. He turned to Hanho and Jisoo and ordered, Hanho, Jisoo, retreat immediately. We cannot handle the lizards and the boss at the same time. Retreat to the strategy board and rethink. We will come back to deal with them later. As he spoke, he looked at the giant monster rampaging in madness. Jisoo looked at the expedition team and asked what about the others. Sung Woo calmly replied, split up and retreat before more of them arrive. Monsters usually attack crowded places. Sung Woo seriously advised everyone, no matter how dangerous it was, they must prioritize their own safety. Jisoo said nothing further, while Hanho obediently complied. Yes, senior. After saying that, Sung Woo urged the two to leave. Get out of here immediately. He ran toward the expedition team while shouting loudly, everyone retreat quickly. The expedition soldiers had no choice but to obey. The raid had failed. All of them retreated. While retreating, Hanho suddenly saw someone familiar lying motionless nearby. Getting closer, he recognized the identity and exclaimed in shock, Prosecutor Young Bo. Hanho shook him awake, worriedly asking why he was here. We cannot stay. We must run immediately. Suddenly, a monster roared and appeared right behind the boy, causing Hanho to turn back in fear. The boy panicked so much that tears streamed down his face, calling for Sung Woo for help. In his mind echoed Sung Woo's reminder, in dangerous situations, survival is the most important thing. War Dragon Phase 3 opened its mouth ferociously and charged at Hanho. Despite overwhelming fear, he still held Prosecutor Young Bo tightly to protect him. Fortunately, Rai arrived in time and blocked the attack, saving Hanho and the prosecutor from danger. Hanho stared in shock at the giant monster being knocked back and exclaimed in disbelief, what is that? I used the Net Fang skill to attack it. With its agile body, Rai easily evaded the monster's counterattacks. Hanho looked over and shouted, over there is. Before he could finish, Sung Woo jumped down from the back of War Dragon, stabbing an attack and muttered, oh boy, you should worry about yourself first. The stab into War Dragon's left eye successfully enraged it. Immediately, its blade-like tail swept over. The slash heavily injured Sung Woo's arm. Not only Hanho was shocked, but even he himself was surprised. Hanho panicked and shouted, senior. Sung Woo's arm had been severely cut by War Dragon's tail blade. He immediately disappeared before the roar. Suddenly, Hanho was grabbed by the collar and dragged away. Turning back, he realized it was the real Sung Woo, and asked in confusion, senior, what was that just now? He quickly replied that it was a substitute self. The system then announced item information, Black King Ring, legendary rank, ring type, effect, agility +3, stamina +2. When attacking in darkness, it summons a substitute self to fight alongside, dealing 50% of your damage. Sung Woo looked at the ring on his hand and thought that he could not deal direct damage, but it could make the enemy lose vision. He recalled the earlier battle, having gone all out to the point of nearly exhausting his energy. The substitute self with 50% power had struck its eye, making this attack much more effective. The battle dragon growled fiercely in rage, its breath heavy and ragged. It let out a loud roar, clearly showing its fury, then charged toward the group. Hanho panicked and warned the monster was approaching this way. Senior, it's coming this way. Sung Woo gritted his teeth and looked back at the rampaging monster, wondering if he had provoked it. Now it was targeting them. A sudden burst of firepower shot straight at the battle dragon, forcing it to retreat slightly from the powerful impact. The attacker was Jisoo. She had returned to the battlefield. Sung Woo was surprised to see Jisoo appear and said they should have split up. She firmly replied that she would fight together, because the three of them must always stand side by side. Everyone was happy with the decision. Hanho was so moved he could not speak. Sung Woo smiled proudly, but reminded them they were very busy. The group quickly regained their spirit and seriously faced the dangerous situation ahead. He gave the order and summoned his monster, saying they should deal with the boss first, then handle everything else. The system announced that the summoning ritual in this area had begun. The battle dragon continued to roar and attack in a chaotic state. Sung Woo counterattacked. The explosion from the corpses caused a significant shockwave. Watched the skeletons rush in but realized the situation was very bad. The explosive attacks had little effect on the boss. It was unclear whether intentional or not, but it did not eat any zombies. This stage 3 battle dragon was extremely intelligent. It only used its tail to smash the skeletons, blocking Sung Woo's plan, making internal explosions ineffective. Hanho and Jisoo on the other side were still doing their best to hold back the monsters. They poured all their strength into fighting the lizard monsters swarming in. The boss was destroying skeletons faster than Hanho and Jisoo could attack. A fireball from its fanged mouth appeared, startling Sung Woo. Fire breath. He immediately retreated, realizing Ho and Jisoo were still fighting behind, and cursed inwardly. They had flanked from behind. The fire breath erupted. A massive stream of flames rushed straight toward them. Sung Woo struggled to block it with the iron armor on his arm. Hanho and Jisoo realized the danger and shouted in worry, seeing Sung Woo taking the hit alone. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on against the terrifying pressure. When the attack ended, smoke gradually dispersed, covering the area. Sung Woo knelt exhausted, breathing heavily, realizing the skeleton army had been completely wiped out. He was almost out of strength, looking at the charging battle dragon and thinking he had depleted his energy. The boss continued to control its blade-like tail to attack. Just as Sung Woo was about to fall, Hanho rushed forward to block the attack and said he would protect his senior. The system warning rang, causing Hanho to freeze. A notification appeared: your armor has been broken. Losing armor meant imminent danger, but the tail kept rushing forward. Rai rushed in to block the attack with his sword, stopping it, but the sword shattered. He used his small but agile body to counterattack the boss. Roy seized the opportunity and used the monster's tail blade to cut it off, leaving everyone stunned. It cut off the tail. The battle dragon roared in pain after losing its tail. Roy realized the danger and pushed Hanho away to avoid the attack. Roy then exhausted and collapsed to the ground. The boss's claws swung fiercely. Hanho was thrown away and shouted in despair, "No, you idiot." It tried to raise its hand as a final goodbye to the boy. In the end, Rai was crushed by the battle dragon. His body shattered, leaving Hanho stunned with tears still falling. The system announced that your close skeleton had returned to eternal rest. The boy nearly went mad at Rai's sacrifice, crying and screaming for revenge while Jisoo tried to calm him. A massive berserk bear suddenly appeared, lifting both Hanho and Jisoo, leaving them shocked. Sung Woo patted the boy's head, gently comforting him and telling him to try to survive. He stood alone, facing the battle dragon directly to hold it back. Meanwhile, the berserk bear followed his orders and carried Hanho and Jisoo to retreat. They shouted back in panic. He tensed and analyzed the situation, realizing he had just recovered from the previous hit, and the monster was extremely dangerous. Its strength far exceeded expectations. Each attack was stronger than he had thought. It did not give up its target and continued fighting instead of chasing the retreating people. From the remaining bone fragments, Sung Woo formed a shield to defend against the attack. The monster launched a powerful kick toward him, but it was blocked by the timely bone shield. On the helicopter, everyone witnessing the scene was terrified and anxious. The adjutant's voice rang out, cutting through, "No, we still cannot end this." She believed Sung Woo was still fighting to the end and must not give up hope. The battle dragon's power was overwhelming, shattering the shield in two and leaving Sung Woo severely injured. Bone fragments scattered in all directions made Sung Woo grit his teeth and endure. He was struck in the leg by a tail like a whip, already severed, sending him flying far away. On the helicopter, adjutant anxiously said his leg had been hit. The man beside Jun said he did not think he could hold on any longer. The battle dragon was preparing to breathe fire towards Sung Woo, who lay trembling on the ground. He was completely desperate, thinking to himself that he had truly failed. He had survived until now, yet would he die like his parents? In his final moments, Sung Woo recalled his two close companions, Hanho and Jisoo. Yet he still smiled in satisfaction. At least he had not completely failed. The battle dragon boss unleashed a massive fiery breath. Sung Woo was engulfed in the flame breath. He gave up completely with no strength left to resist. Hanho and Jisoo's group had already retreated far away. Hearing the explosion, they desperately called out for senior Sung Woo. Opening his eyes, Sung Woo found himself in a strange void. Wondered where this place was and whether he had already died. Looking around the aftermath of the brutal battle with the battle dragon, he sighed. It was truly cruel. In truth, he had only survived by sheer luck. Thinking of his comrades, Sung Woo looked up at the sky as if seeing the silhouettes of Hanho and Jisoo. Those final thoughts made him calmer, even though death remained a heavy burden. A blue light appeared, calling his name, Sung Woo. He was startled, suspicious of the stranger. A mysterious black-cloaked figure appeared before Sung Woo, making him think he might already be dead and seeing death itself. He asked if the figure had come to take him away, saying heaven or hell did not matter. He was tired and wanted it to end. He said he was tired and only wanted everything to stop, confessing this to the black-robed figure. The figure chuckled softly, saying that at not even 30 he was already so exhausted. Sun Wu looked on suspiciously, wondering why the Grim Reaper looked like an old man. The figure said he did not come here to see him like this. Sun Wu blurted out, "Father." The man removed his hood, revealing not a Grim Reaper but his deceased father. Sun Wu called out "Father" in confusion, unable to believe what he was seeing. The man only smiled calmly, saying that it no longer mattered. Sun Wu fell silent, then sighed. It was all over after all. Perhaps this was the ending meant for him. Remembering that fire years ago, he sank into deep sorrow. Death was an invisible fear that made everything feel as if it had vanished. The flames seemed to devour everything, leaving behind a haunting memory. He thought that if there were an underworld, humans might fear less. Sun Wu noticed the sadness on his father's face and asked if his father was angry with him. He hesitated, then admitted that when the house was on fire, he had run away alone to survive. Painfully recalled the moment he fled out of fear of death, only to watch his father swallowed by the sea of flames. Remembering the days of exhausting labor, he choked up, saying he had tried to live with all his strength, and even on the battlefield, he had always tried to become stronger. Faced with fearful civilians and increasing dragons, Sun Wu said he had tried to control everything and believed he had matured. He paused, looked at his father, and admitted that in the end he still failed, meeting him again in this situation. He saw his father's body slightly trembling, without knowing the reason. The man laughed and asked if all this time he had only worried about such useless things, leaving Sun Wu startled. He teased that he thought he had grown up, but was still a child running away for fear of being scolded, leaving Sun Wu speechless, and unsure if it was really his father. The man seriously asked how old he had been at that time, and what he thought he could have done in that situation. Sun Wu wanted to argue but could not speak. The man calmly said he had not run away, he had only followed his father's instructions, telling him to remember it. Memories immediately returned to the burning house, his father saying they had still been together at that time. The great flames engulfed the house. He thought it was merely an accident while the whole family was asleep. His father stood in front of Sun Wu, trying to protect him and shouting that his mother was still in the room. His father patted his head and told him to leave immediately and not return. He clung tightly to his father's leg in panic. His father smiled and said he would save his mother and return to him. He was stunned as he realized the true memory. All this time he had been living in heavy regret. His father proudly said that they would never let their child rush into danger. He stood frozen, realizing he had forgotten this memory, and that his parents had always been good people. He calmly recalled the past, an electrical short circuit in an old house, causing the accident. His father said he had responsibility, but was not forced to save the family. The one who had to do it was the father himself. He replied that his father also could not save his mother, that he had failed just like him. His father asked back in surprise, "Did I fail?" His father said it was not a failure, he had saved him. His father looked at his son and affirmed that he was not a failure either. He clenched his fist and said he understood he was not a failure. He continued confidently, saying that from now on. His father interrupted and asked if he wanted to fight him. If he wanted to go back, Sun Wu answered that he would not lose again. His father suddenly pointed toward a distant direction. He turned his head toward the direction his father pointed. There a green light appeared. His father said the way back was over there. Sun Wu turned and walked away, but his gaze kept looking back at his father with deep longing and regret. He smiled, saying he was truly happy to meet his father again after a long time. His father urged him to hurry, because someone was waiting. Suddenly his father scratched his head and said he almost forgot, making him stop mid-step. His father threw him a wooden stick he had been holding and said it was his. System immediately announced a special quest, the Master of Death. Rewards will be given after completion. Fate will change slightly. Scene shifted to the real world. Chaos filled the space with screams echoing everywhere. The object fell to the ground, sending sand and dust violently scattering. Manhwa cried desperately, repeatedly shouting that Sun Wu could not die, while Jisoo was stunned into silence. Dong-hun tried to stand and said they had failed, even Sun Wu was gone. He looked at Jisoo and Manhwa with a strange gaze, thinking it was hatred. Perhaps they were blaming him. He painfully held his rai, telling himself this was punishment for himself. Looking back, he remembered Manhwa once saved him. That boy's passive skill could not be underestimated. System displayed a high-level passive skill, heroic spirit aura, causing those around to feel guilt and chaos, with stronger effect on the weak. He regained his resolve, thinking of his teammates and realizing the mission was to defeat the boss, but the strongest had already fallen. Dong-hun clenched his fist, blaming himself for being too hasty and blinded by rewards, leading to defeat in battle. He frowned, thinking he had to correct his mistake while the world was approaching its end. Manhwa ran over, shouting for the commander to calm down. He looked at her with mixed suspicion and anger, thinking he had been abandoned. Manhwa said they would retreat first, and he replied that it was exactly as he had expected. Leaving, Dong-hun looked at his injured teammates and silently apologized to Sun Wu, but still had to protect Manhwa and Jisoo. The four began to leave the dangerous combat zone. A black cloud suddenly appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Jisoo panicked, asking why the sky had darkened. Dong Hun looked at the black smoke appearing. His expression immediately became tense. System warning: the program has started in the area, causing Jisoo and Han Ho to feel intense fear. Above, helicopters were still providing support while the monster continued to roar in rage. Suddenly someone shouted upon seeing a blue light appear in the sky. Looking deeper into the light, there was someone fighting. She suspected it was a Reaper summoner. It turned out Sung Woo had returned with a powerful and unfamiliar new form. The adjutant and his companion turned pale, panicking and unable to understand what was happening, unsure whether it was a Reaper summoner or a monster. Sung Woo was still confused, wondering if his senses were wrong or if he was still alive. System notified that he had been revived due to the Reaper summoner title. Cooldown 21 days, leaving him shocked. System continued that First Awakening had been activated, allowing him to summon the Death Scythe and giant monsters, along with a secret shop coupon. Sung Woo held the scythe in his hand. Skill information appeared in the state of forming the Death Scythe. First Awakening level, active skill without consumption. He can transform into a lich for 1 hour each day. He smiled with interest, thinking this lich form was quite good. The war dragon roared violently in extreme rage. Sung Woo calmly said whether that dragon wanted to turn into their game. He raised his hand and calmly said it was his turn now. Sung Woo flew up, blue light exploding around him, signaling phase 2. His steps moved rapidly across the water as if gravity did not exist. Han Ho excitedly shouted that the senior skill had activated, while Jisoo was shocked that he was still alive. Dong Hun and Min Ho were stunned, unable to believe Sung Woo survived the fatal strike. Jisoo saw him and shouted, while Han Ho cried and ran toward the senior. Seeing Sung Woo's new form, Han Ho panicked, thinking he had become a monster. Jisoo quickly stopped him and explained it was an awakened state, not a monster. Facing the massive boss, the overwhelming power still made the situation extremely tense. Blinding light erupted, accompanied by bone-cracking sounds and violent roars. System announced that defeated members had been revived again. Reporters cheered excitedly, seeing skeletons continuously revive, calling it the immortal army of the Reaper Summoner. From above, a flame began spreading downward rapidly. The flame erupted violently, forming a massive explosion. On the ground, the monster's body glowed while Sung Woo began forming iron armor for defense. The spreading flame panicked Han Ho, while Dong Hun ordered everyone to retreat immediately. A weapon was drawn at extreme speed, preparing for a counter-attack. Sung Woo held his weapon and immediately charged at the monster. Han Ho suddenly hugged Sung Woo and cried uncontrollably, begging him not to abandon them, while Min Ho trusted him. Sung Woo returned to the battlefield, coldly asking the monster if it had used up its strength. He raised his scythe and said he possessed power and endless life. Skeletons covered in blue light simultaneously rushed toward the war dragon. The skeletons continuously rushed in, attacking with weapons in hand, making the monster scream in pain without stop. He shouted to create iron armor. Immediately a giant robot appeared behind him. Sung Woo angrily ordered it, beat it to pieces. The beast was completely unable to resist. Its body was continuously struck and blood splattered nonstop. The helicopter above commented that it still had not died. Those with weak mentality should not approach, only watch the broadcast. It let out weak roars, its breathing beginning to tremble and break apart. Sung Woo looked at it and continued, "That's right, finish it off." Then Sung Woo's substitute self wielded a sword and charged straight toward War Dragon. When the substitute self made contact, a portion of its body was immediately severed. The system displayed remaining time 4.335 days, right as the substitute self's sword pierced deep into its body. The system continued to announce, "You received 114,556 gold. Gold from eliminating the lizard tribe in the Jiao I Do Swamp province." The monster had been completely defeated, lying beneath a pile of bones. The system displayed the Amateur Hunter title, increasing strength and resistance by 30%. Everyone cheered in joy, shouting that it was finally over. Some still could not believe what they had just seen. Sung Woo only looked on and silently thought that he had finally defeated the boss. Everything had succeeded. Suddenly his hand was covered in green flames. Sung Woo softly said, "Come here." A dragon-shaped smoke appeared. The system confirmed the undead had become your familiar subordinate. Dong Hun looked at the scene in confusion, while Min Ho exclaimed in disbelief that he was controlling it. Sung Woo suddenly appeared in front of Jisoo, making Han Ho call out in shock, "Senior." He only whispered that he had died once before. The cleanup team approached the dragon corpse. The system displayed hero-grade dragon skin as crafting material. This was the super durable skin of a baby black dragon. Although not fully grown, it was still an extremely powerful material. The substitute self brought a purple item to Sung Woo. The system displayed a legendary grade dragon heart, extremely valuable, and must be carefully preserved. In addition, there was an unknown life seed, carrying a strange feeling and linked to the dark ending in the prophecy. Sung Woo returned to his normal form, thinking in his mind whether everything would be wiped clean after these items. The cameraman ran over and handed him the mic, asking him to please say something to the audience. Sung Woo coldly replied that those who promised to protect you were not trustworthy. Do not rely on them too much. Those who called themselves heroes saving people were in fact useless individuals being glorified. The system had evaluated many groups and concluded that a large number of them were unfit to exist. Sung Woo stated firmly that if one is not strong enough to enter danger, one cannot escape it. They must become stronger. Suddenly the ground shook violently, forcing everyone to bend down to keep balance. Behind them the volcano erupted intensely, everyone panicked asking what was happening. It was Jondingpo Station. The rescue team rushed in panic and called the commander. They reported that attackers had struck the station. Dong Hun immediately asked who it was. Sung Woo thought to himself that the Quan Bok Guild was attacking the station at this time. Helicopters took off and announced evacuation of the entire area, ordering the expedition team to move everyone onto the aircraft. Flames erupted violently, but strangely the smoke was black. Sung Woo confusedly recognized the sign of Abyss, suspecting a death bomb had been activated. Helicopter convoy quickly evacuated everyone away. Dong Hun knelt in front of Sung Woo begging for urgent help. He said many civilians were still trapped inside the station. They could not do anything more. Dong Hun told himself he could not just stand by. Sung Woo moved to help him up and said they would discuss it later. But it was not the time yet. Dong Hun, despite being injured, still tried to apologize. The helicopter reported it reached near the destination but would land at the outskirts due to thick smoke, requesting preparation. Below, rescue forces began extracting trapped people from the station. Jin-guk reported in panic that there were related prisoners, suspecting they were behind the attack. The assistant asked again. The adjutant urgently asked for the source. Jin-guk confirmed he had seen them exchanging symbols. Sung Woo heard everything and thought the Adjutant Guild also knew. This was a group related to science and funding. The surrounding atmosphere became gloomy, thick black smoke covering everything. Sung Woo checked and found it was lower than Abyss, but showed signs of strong spread, making it difficult for expedition forces to intervene. He decided to go inside, ordering everyone outside to secure the area. Han Ho worriedly asked if it was because of that group. Jisoo replied that it was a hostile human species creature. Sung Woo prepared for battle and said that if it was confirmed from the sponsor, then they were a threat that must be eliminated. He thought that if they targeted Jondingpo Station, Sugun Village could also be attacked once the main forces left. Bonehand slowly appeared. He resolved to capture them to verify the truth himself. Behind Sung Woo, a massive dragon skeleton appeared. He called it Dragon Bone and ordered it to be summoned. The station space immediately darkened, black currents of energy beginning to swirl. The So said there were still resistors. If so, then dealing with them would not be difficult. The Wolf replied that after the raid, most of the forces were already exhausted. Wolf angrily said that did humans think they would not attack again? How foolish. The So worriedly argued that they could not coexist with humans in the new era. The So frowned and asked how long this ritual would take. Zoi calmly replied that you also know about the rebels. That matter has already been handled by the mages. It is rare for anyone to be lucky enough to benefit from those mages' brains. Pig then asked again, why did we only manage to obtain the brains of the archers, even though I also used my claws? Zoi laughed and said, truly foolish, but at least you are better than those scientists. The wolf glanced behind and said, when we die, what do they plan to do with our bodies? Maybe they will be used to create a divine medicine. The pig replied, divine medicine? I would like to try it too. Suddenly Dragon Bone rushed in and directly suppressed Raging Wolf. The system announced you received 3,000 gold after defeating Raging Wolf. Then Sung Woo also appeared beneath Dragon Bone, walking faster and faster. As soon as he entered, he exclaimed that he thought the captured people would be scattered everywhere, but unexpectedly they were gathered in one place. After finishing, he turned and ordered Dragon Bone to return. Looking around the area, he thought this ritual was something unusual, but clearly they were not killing civilians, instead imprisoning them in this building. Thinking of this, he became determined. Now he could personally capture those monster humans and eliminate them one by one. On the rooftop covered in black smoke, a wild level 2 bull beast appeared. He was carrying 2 unconscious people on his back, hanging limply over his shoulders. The bull and his companions were cleaning up corpses. He growled, damn it, why are there so many? We need up to 200 people. The rat then opened a notebook and replied, they require capturing as many players as possible. There are still many on other floors. The rat sat down packing corpses and asked, are all of these for experiments? The bull replied, I am not sure what they intend to do. Bull rested his chin and thought, I heard it is to extract some kind of experience. The rat asked in shock, how could that be possible? The bull continued, we have already become monsters. Anything can happen. The rat replied, I used to think I was born a rat, but living like this is not so bad. Suddenly a notification appeared, the area has activated the Sangya sword, shocking the bull. He immediately opened the screen to check, just as the rat hurriedly shouted, boss look. Before he could finish, Sung Woo's Dragon Bone rushed in and suppressed the rat, pinning it to the ground as blood splattered. The bull roared, who are you? At this moment, he looked up and finally noticed something appearing above. Dragon Bone immediately slashed across his face, leaving him unable to react. Bull immediately counterattacked, ramming into Dragon Bone repeatedly while cursing what these monsters were. After stabilizing and looking again, the bull was shocked skeletons. The bull's legs ignited in flames covering his steps. Continued charging forward, roaring, iron horn. He attacked relentlessly, making Dragon Bone struggle against an opponent with intelligence. The system announced your subordinate has returned to the eternal realm of death. He raised his head and shouted into the sky. Where are the flyers? I know you are there. Come out, old soul summoner. Immediately a blade shot through the wind at extreme speed. It pierced straight through the bull's back, causing blood to spurt violently. He lost control in pain and stammered, "You bastard who knows no rules." Sung Woo coldly rushed in and replied, "Then what about you using poison gas? Is that rules?" The sword pierced through the bull's chest, finishing him. The system announced 30,000 gold obtained from defeating the level 2 wild bull beast. Sung Woo was slightly surprised. Level 2, the gold reward has doubled. Their growth rate is truly abnormal. Then Sung Woo summoned the corpse he had just defeated, thinking he had gained a stronger bone monster. The system confirmed the target is now under your control. Sensing the aura nearby, he frowned, thinking the other person was still alive, but inhaling the toxic gas would not last long. Thinking this, he immediately summoned bone monsters and shouted, "Advance, rescue everyone, clear the entire floor and evacuate them." The area was now filled with toxic gas, and the sky around the station was no better. Inside, Sung Woo and the bone monsters fought intensely. A golden circle appeared, the system warning that a powerful summoning spell was being activated in the area. Seeing this, Sung Woo was annoyed. "Another summon? What do you want now? I have no time to hesitate." He immediately led the bone monsters to retreat as fast as possible. He and his allies quickly approached the front of the building. Suddenly he stopped, his expression confused. Another beast emerged from the circle. He asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the dense toxic gas, Sung Woo thought he needed to find the one behind this, but the smoke had spread everywhere. Raging Wolf pointed at Sung Woo and shouted, "Soul Summoner." Another wolf asked who he was, and why hell power was ineffective. Raging Wolf shouted, "Capture him, do not let him escape. We can handle experiments later." Sung Woo looked at the magic circle, frowning. "So it is summoning magic." He raised his staff and said he had no time to play with them. The group looked at each other in confusion. Tonight the sky was dark, the full moon shining brightly. Sung Woo fought to protect humans and softly said thankfully it was already night. Then he transformed into the god of death with the death scythe. The system announced Death Scythe Summon. Duration 59 minutes 58 seconds, increasing summoning power and lich strength. Sung Woo said, "I can use it for 1 hour each day, but for you a few minutes is enough." Countless bone monsters appeared, causing the wolf pack to panic and retreat. Raging Wolf shouted, "Destroy its skull. If we do that, we will win." On the battlefield, the system continuously reported that your bone monsters were being revived. Sung Woo praised them. "You are quite good, but this battle is already lost for you." The wolf pack screamed in panic continuously for help. Raging Wolf was terrified beyond measure, but still thought, "If we bring this back for research, the scientists will go crazy." He sat down, placing his hand on the magic circle and murmured, "It is too late, Reaper Summoner." From the magic circle, black smoke was pulled upward. The system warned that an extremely dangerous summoning ritual was appearing in this area. He stood up, spreading his arms and mocked, "Idiot. Knowing our existence yet still daring to livestream. It is amusing to see you wasting effort in Jiao. Saying that, he reached his hand forward and continued, "From now on this world will..." Before he could finish, a massive explosion suddenly erupted in front of him, making him freeze. Without knowing what force hit him, he was blasted far away as if struck by a heavy blow. Another violent explosion continued to erupt, tearing apart the entire space. Sung Woo immediately spoke, "Retreat now." On the wolf's side, he lay motionless amid the ruins, barely moving. Sung Woo stepped forward and asked, "What did you summon?" Fierce Wolf still tried to reply arrogantly, "You humans are finished." At this moment, the building continued to explode, with warnings that an extremely dangerous boss was about to appear. System warning, the raid boss is entering the area. Someone sat down on the ground, still holding an empty water bottle. Dung Hun was seriously injured. He thought that even after using a stimulant, his condition had not improved. He might be at the edge of life and death. Thinking back to what had just happened, he frowned. Sung Woo had even died but still revived. He grew more irritated. The Korean peninsula was considered the safest place, but now it had fallen into such a dangerous situation. Hanho and Jisoo excitedly looked at Sung Woo's skeleton monsters and cheered. "Those are monsters summoned by the senior. They are saving people. The Reaper Summoner has saved everyone." Sung Hun looked at the cheering crowd behind him and felt regret. Realizing he had been wrong in his guild development approach, he bit his lip in discomfort, always thinking he alone was enough so he could not grow stronger. In reality, that was a mistake. System announced the summoning magic was beginning. Jisoo looked up in shock while Hanho sensed that the life signal of the underworld was gradually disappearing. Jisoo and Hanho led the team, quickly running toward the station. In front of the station, skeleton monsters were fighting fiercely. Voices said the Reaper Summoner was there. John surrounding post station was about to collapse. A massive hand suddenly rose from the ground. Its body stood up fully. System announced that the warrior ogre boss had appeared. Fierce Wolf smiled weakly despite exhaustion, still trying to say whether you can defeat it, and even if you win the plan will not be complete. Passing by, he saw Sung Woo staring. He shouted, "What are you looking at?" Sung Woo smiled faintly, probably too busy drawing circles so you did not watch the whole broadcast. Long Guo appeared and said that on our side there is also a very notable monster. Sung Woo's entity rushed forward, grabbing Fierce Wolf's muzzle, leaving him completely powerless and only able to endure attacks. Fierce Wolf was continuously beaten, blood gushing nonstop, but he could only let out weak growls. The crowd behind cheered happily, everyone unable to hide their smiles. Another wolf pointed forward and asked, "What is that?" What shocked him was Sung Woo's Longguo. He calmly said it was a notable monster. Hanho cheered, "That's right, finish him," while Jisoo admitted the battle was too terrifying. Sung Hun watched the scene and resolved to become stronger. He looked at Sung Woo fighting and told himself he must become stronger than the Reaper Summoner. Only then could he stop relying on others or the expedition team. The ogre completely lost control and went berserk. Sung Woo ordered the attack. Skeleton monsters immediately rushed in non-stop combat. But the ogre was too strong. It crushed the skeleton monsters in an instant. The system reported the summons had disappeared. Sung Woo was shocked. Disappeared. His skeleton monsters should have been able to revive infinitely. Sung Woo observed its combat speed and felt worried. Unfortunately, Longbone could not use firepower, but it could still be controlled. Longbone continued rushing to attack the ogre. The small one held the ogre's head tightly, making it stagger. Longguo continuously counterattacked, biting and suppressing it, making it unable to respond. Sung Woo maintained the advantage. Longbone was grabbed tightly. The ogre, temporarily unable to break free and continue attacking. It was pinned to the ground under the ogre's pressure with a murderous gaze. Sung Woo's other skeleton monsters immediately rushed in to assist. Skeleton monster pierced through the ogre's eye, making it scream in pain. The other skeleton monsters attacked together, overturning the situation as it lost balance. Longbone climbed up and fully restrained the ogre. The situation changed. Blue flames erupted violently. The ogre roared in agony. System rewarded 75,000 gold for defeating the ogre boss. Sung Woo stood on Longbone's back with skeleton monsters subdued below. System announced he reached level 16. A set of upgrade options appeared before him, including strength, skills, items, Call of Death, and other options. Skill upgraded to Mastery. Call of Death allows summoning 15 zombies lasting 20 minutes with 30-minute cooldown. Sung Woo admitted his power had clearly increased. Zombie control tactics improved, but the biggest reward was this. Ogre was revived. System confirmed the undead had become a familiar subordinate. System displayed the bracelet, Blessing of the Thunder God, heroic grade, capable of unleashing powerful lightning attacks, consuming all mana and recharging after 5 minutes. Sung Woo looked at the bracelet on Ogre's wrist and thought that if it consumes all mana, then it should be used by him. Longbone and Ogre suddenly high-fived each other, making Sung Woo slightly surprised. Had the two already become close while fighting together? Raging Zoe immediately flew a rage, feeling insulted, shouting loudly that this was completely absurd. "What have you done, you soul summoner?" Sung Woo only gave a faint mocking smile and replied that befriending monsters was his specialty. The words made the opponent even more furious, screaming for him to stop joking. From somewhere, a sudden slash shot through his body, leaving him only enough time to let out a pain scream. He was completely suppressed by Sung Woo's scythe. He calmly said he had not had enough fun yet. Now it was time to get serious. Raging Wolf trembled and begged him to stop. Before he could finish speaking, his face was already covered in blood and he collapsed. The system reported Sung Woo received 30,000 gold from defeating the level 2 Raging Wolf. When Hanho arrived, he saw that the Raging Wolf's corpse had already been dealt with, and he exclaimed in shock, how could he die so quickly? Jisoo replied that he had probably been too panicked. Donghun behind them muttered in regret, but in his mind he thought there was still another chance. Everything was not over yet. Sung Woo began handling the situation, and the system announced that the Raging Wolf corpse had become an undead subordinate. He could access its memories. Immediately after, Raging Wolf's eyes turned green and Sung Woo quickly invaded his memories. As soon as it began, a strange light appeared before his eyes, engulfing his entire vision. A silhouette gradually appeared within the memory. The surroundings empty, its purpose still unclear. Inside the memory space, Sung Woo carefully observed every detail at the train station, continuously analyzing the situation in his mind. He was not sure what this structure was, but he felt the system had arranged it for major missions related to the vampire organization. A group of monsters appeared, transporting something deeper into the train station. The bull told the rat to turn off the device, since they were about to enter a controlled area. Information could not be exposed. So I smiled faintly and said things were getting more interesting. The expedition team seemed to have failed. Sung Woo realized this was why the broadcast was interrupted. The younger wolf jokingly called the alpha wolf handsome boss, making him uncomfortable as he told him not to call him that. He quickly returned to seriousness, saying there was news that team had broken the rules of the Free Guild. The alpha wolf calmly replied that he was not clear about it. Raging Wolf laughed unpleasantly, saying even he knew about it, so why pretend ignorance? The alpha wolf clenched his fist, saying the leader had ordered that one day they must join the Free Guild, so this was a chance to make plans. Raging Wolf became dangerous, mentioning Geoidu, where a mad scientist's research center was said to be being built. Sung Woo frowned upon hearing Geoidu, feeling that South Korea was falling into danger. Alpha Wolf refuted that the information was nonsense. Raging Wolf replied that their leader was the head of that organization. Raging Wolf added that since joining the science group, things had been strange but interesting. They really liked Geoidu. The Alpha Wolf lost his temper and shouted for him to shut up immediately. The memory ended. Hanho nervously called out to his senior. Jisoo asked Sung Woo what he had seen. He calmly confirmed it was done. He then recalled the bone monsters, thinking the attack target at Yongdangpo was to see Zel Wido. At the same time, Gashindarim was also involved. He had found their traces. He walked past Hanho and Jisoo without paying attention to their calls, thinking he needed to investigate the enemy's next plan. Scene shift to Sindorim Station, the intersection hub of Line 1 and Line 2. This place was always crowded, people constantly passing through at any time. The director stood before a machine, excitedly saying there were many experimental materials here. He laughed loudly, saying the research center here was not only near the station but surrounded by countless test subjects. Truly a paradise. Chut stood on the experimental tank confused, asking to reduce the temperature, because the smell of corpses was spreading heavily. The director coldly replied that he had no patience left. Get used to it. The body would adapt eventually. The man explained his sensitivity to smell but was cut off, the director calling these animals strange. He continued saying he did not even know what scent humans still had, and asked if they wanted to become human again. The rat clenched his fist, insisting he wanted to return to normal, because becoming a rat was not his choice. The director turned to the chemical equipment and said the main headquarters was conducting research. He should also join the experiment. The men asked in shock, join the experiment. The director smiled dangerously, saying yes, the experiment would use rats as the first test subjects. He stepped back in panic, asking if this was a joke, but the director only smiled and asked if he was afraid. The director continued analyzing that living in such a transformed state was meaningless. Rats were the most despised species. He took out a pill, saying even if it succeeded, by the time it reached users it would already be too late. Rats had too short a lifespan. Hearing this, he bowed his head and thanked the director for his concern. Suddenly a guard dog rushed in, sounding the alarm, saying there was a riot outside. He continued saying a dinosaur was destroying buildings outside. The director calmly asked if the rat had taken the medicine, or if there was a special mutated individual in the group. He immediately ordered preparations. The situation was very critical. Everyone quickly mobilized, from dogs and rats to the director, all heading out to fight. The system displayed information about Stage 2 medicine, which could enhance strength but required many test subjects and easily caused resistance. The dog reported that the attack at Yongdangpo had failed, shocking the director. He deduced that this situation was related to that incident. Everyone began panicking, signaling a massive creature was approaching. Outside, Dragonbone was moving, causing all forces inside to be too afraid to come out. The director twisted his face and screamed in disbelief that it was really a monster. Outside, Jisoo and Hanno cooperated with Dragonbone to attack enemy forces and push deeper inside. He was horrified, thinking it was a skeleton or dragon appearing at Geoidu, then panicked and ordered a retreat. He ran while ordering them to hold the enemy so they could collect data and supplies. The director and the rat quickly fled up the stairs, leaving the dangerous area. Suddenly a strange light appeared, causing the mouse to immediately turn its head toward it. The institute director immediately shouted, "What the hell are you doing, you damn mouse?" He replied that he had only just smelled a strange scent, but he still hesitated, thinking he might have been mistaken. When returning to that area, he and the mouse hurriedly searched through the room. "Hurry, we need to take more things." "Yes, director." While packing and repeatedly reminding to bring more items, the mouse was again distracted by that scent. Suddenly a strange object rushed in and kicked the storage box away. The mouse quickly leapt up, grabbed the director, and jumped backward. The mouse immediately turned and shouted, "Who are you?" The director panic asked when he had arrived. Sung Woo stepped forward coldly and said, "You delivered the wrong item. I came to settle the score with you." He immediately stood up and asked, "What do you mean by settle the score? What are you talking about? Did you not send a monster to my place?" Sung Woo stood facing the two of them. Without hesitation, immediately summoned bone monsters. Ogre and a group of arms appeared. Behind them, Sung Woo's close companions also simultaneously manifested. The director stammered, unable to speak, while he calmly asked if you understand now. Looking at the ogre in front of him, Sung Woo continued, "You sent it to the wrong address." At At this moment he looked behind and saw many corpses lying everywhere. This is their research facility. On the ground there were also strange skeletons making Sung Woo suspicious. Not only human corpses, but also distorted experiments just as expected. Destroyed machines and humanoid robots made him extremely angry. These bastards treated humans as test subjects. Luckily Jisoo and Han Hu did not see this. At the same time, his two teammates were fiercely fighting outside. The director stammered, saying, "I did not expect it to turn out like this." Sung Woo replied, "Are you ashamed? Because it has been exposed." Hearing this, he angrily shouted, "What do you mean by evil action?" He pointed at the people soaking in the tanks and said, "This is science. I am elevating humanity to a higher level. You do not understand." He roared this as an experiment to achieve human immortality. Before he could finish, Sung Woo shot 3 arrows, knocking him down. The mouse panicked and ran over, but he coldly called it insane words. The director lost control and screamed, trying to rush forward, but was held back by the mouse in panic. Suddenly he took out a vial and said, "You have done enough. I will turn you into something more useful." He turned the mouse into a giant beast, causing it to angrily curse the director. Sung Woo did not hesitate to attack. The system displayed the mythic rank ring of the Dark King, able to summon a shadow self to assist in battle. Mouse Beast raised its hand to block the attack, its eyes filled with rage. In that opening, Sung Woo appeared instantly behind him. Sung Woo observed and thought its strength had been significantly enhanced, but there was still something to consider. He looked at the mutated mouse with slight suspicion. In less than a second, the ogre stomped the mouse into the ground. Sung Woo thought something was strange when the system reported gold received from killing the mutated mouse. The director screamed that he could not die here. Sung Woo immediately rushed forward and sliced off his left arm. He looked straight at him and said, "Next will be your lower body, if you do not want the same fate as that experimental subject." Sung Woo asked if he had taken poison. He weakly confirmed. Director said he used the mouse to buy time. His colleagues would continue the experiments as before. Sung Woo coldly replied, "That is even better. I do not need to get involved in this mess." The poison took effect, causing him to cough blood, but he still asked for clarification of Sung Woo's intent. Sung Woo raised his hand to use the resurrection skill, saying he would turn him into a bone monster and read his memories. The system reported that living beings cannot be turned into subordinate bone monsters, making him slightly surprised. Then kicked him hard in a vital area, causing him to collapse. The director cried while cursing that he was fighting unfairly. Sung Woo drew his sword and said, "You do not deserve to live," causing him to panic and beg for cooperation while revealing information. But in the end, he was still stabbed through the chest and died on the spot. The system announced he had become a subordinate bone monster and could read memories. A strange light appeared and Sung Woo gradually sank into the memory space. The image of the director sitting trembling, saying he was assigned to manage the research center. The opposite side confirmed that once becoming a doctor, he would be in charge of this facility. Sung Woo realized this was the key to everything, the mastermind behind the entire network. The doctor added that when arriving there, they should produce as much a gas as possible. Sung Woo asked again if it meant producing as much atmospheric pressure gas as possible. The man confirmed. The director proudly said he was the main contributor. Most items were created by him. He boasted that other products were only support, while this was life's work. He suggested they could manufacture it and directly send it to Jeondingpo for mass deployment. He continued that a teleportation mage would transfer the imprisoned bosses to Jeondingpo, releasing them one, leaving Sung Woo and the director stunned. Sung Woo was shocked and thought there were 3 imprisoned bosses. The director panicked and asked again whether it was safe to hand it over to those people. The doctor frowned and warned him to keep quiet. Without them, the plan would fail. He added that the 4 mages were even stronger than the top 3 players. They must utilize their power. Sung Woo bit his lip, thinking he did not expect those 4 to be evaluated as stronger than the highest rank. Sung Woo silently assessed the monsters as a group that did not choose cards and always sought reasons. Based on experience, he believed they could hardly be stronger than cheaters. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Even without choosing cards, it did not mean they could not evolve into something stronger. Thinking of that, Sung Woo's expression immediately became more serious. Moreover, those monsters were likely also receiving missions similar to the scientist group. Those special missions could help them grow beyond others, just like his own situation. Knowing they were stronger than cheaters made him even more eager to study them, even turn them into experimental material. After the director finished speaking, the doctor also interjected. Doctor emphasized in a low voice that the target was not to kill players, therefore torture was not allowed after capture. The director excitedly stood up, saying the goal was to create a new species, Zell Widow, believing humans could achieve advanced evolution. Sung Woo was shaken upon hearing new species, thinking he had to remember it as it might relate to their exclusive mission. While they were talking, the alpha wolf walked in and asked what they had been discussing. Sung Woo looked at the white wolf and immediately recognized it as an important figure he had encountered before. Upon seeing it, the director immediately stood up respectfully, saying, "You have arrived, third great mage." It showed displeasure at the title, saying it was not a mage. It irritably explained that its appearance caused misunderstandings, then was surprised that the director knew its name. Removed its glove, revealing sharp claws, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. It placed its hand on the director's abdomen, causing him to panic. Director panicked and asked what was happening, while the alpha wolf calmly said it was just a safety device. It said that for long-term cooperation, a communication support device was needed, one that could protect and send alerts when danger occurred. A stream of blue energy quickly invaded and spread throughout his body. System alert, memory is being invaded. Sung Woo panicked. What is this? The alpha wolf gritted its teeth as it recognized the identity, Soul Summoner. It said it had once blocked him at Jonyung-po, but did not expect him to reach Cinderim so quickly. It questioned whether he had the ability to read the memories of the dead. Sung Woo no longer concealed it, saying Cinderim was emptier than expected and the opponent's real body was elsewhere. Those words made the alpha wolf even more furious, its cold green eyes fixed on Sung Woo. It threatened him not to block their path, saying even if the battle dragged on their side would still win. It said he should not be deluded by rank. In their eyes he was nothing, then leapt into the air. Under the pressure of the massive monster, Sung Woo calmly stood still and asked who they were. The alpha wolf replied, Evolution Society, remember that name. It declared this was the organization that would end human history, then unleashed an attack that sent Sung Woo flying backward. He cried out in pain, realizing the opponent possessed mental invasion abilities, extremely difficult to deal with. He analyzed that they would summon 3 bosses in succession, and if they failed the plan, would definitely change. After that, Rai approached. Sung Woo struggled to stand and asked what had been gathered. It turned out to be a central region map. Points A, B, and C were marked in Bucheon and nearby Anyang areas. Sung Woo deduced that all arrows pointed toward Guido, where the bosses were located. He had defeated one of the 3 monsters before the dragon appeared, while the ogre was still near them. Sung Woo continued reasoning that the remaining member of the Evolution Society must be at the marked location. The sky quickly brightened, and inside the ruined building everyone was working in a hurry. Everyone greeted Sung Woo happily as he arrived. Hanho also looked proud. The adjutant approached him immediately and asked whether the mission had gone smoothly. Sung Woo did not answer and instead asked the adjutant to find Bucheon information and boss-related posts from the community. He said he needed to meet Dong-hun and told everyone else to leave. The adjutant immediately understood and stepped away. He entered and saw Dong-hun busy with a haggard expression. Sung Woo said that due to the major incident there was too much work to handle, then asked what had been gathered. He sat down and said a large-scale attack targeting Jonyung-po was about to happen, making Dong-hun ask back in shock. He explained that the group calling itself the Evolution Society was not actually targeting the Free Guild. Dong-hun was surprised as he had never heard of the Evolution Society and asked why they were attacking. Sung Woo calmly mentioned Geo Guido while maintaining his composure even in tension. Upon hearing this, Dong-hun immediately stood up. Impossible, was it not already resolved? The adjutant quickly reassured him that there was no confirmation, everything was only speculation. Dong-hun slammed the table, determined to stop them at all costs. He lowered his head and begged Sung Woo for help, surprising him greatly. He asked him to protect Jonyung-po, because only he was strong enough to handle hell power. He offered 1 million gold, even more, to request his assistance. Sung Woo considered whether he was being used, but the reward was too large to refuse. In the end, he agreed and reached out his hand to begin negotiation. Outside, while everyone was talking, Hanho saw him step out. Hanho and Rai rushed over as if they had been waiting already. Seeing their closeness, he teased that everyone seemed to have become too familiar with each other. Hanho joked whether he should mention that he had once been friends with someone who fought alongside their senior, and that Jisoo was far too famous. He felt irritated hearing everyone praise Jisoo for how beautiful she looked in red clothes, and how her hair flowed like petals when swinging her sword, making Sung Woo seem displeased. While talking about unrelated things, Hanho suddenly remembered the main matter and took out his phone, saying there was a community notification. He handed the phone to Sung Woo and reported that the ranking had changed. Prosecutor John Dungpal had been overtaken by Dr. Yu level 15 and dropped to 3rd place. Sung Woo was slightly surprised and thought to himself that the doctor could not be underestimated. That man made Sung Woo cautious as well. He wondered whether that man belonged to the Evolution faction. Sung Woo thought level 15 was the highest limit a first-time awakened player could reach. He was not sure whether only 5-star individuals could reach it or anyone could, but clearly Dr. Yu had reached level 15. He Was calculating the situation when Jisoo had just returned. Hanho ran up to greet senior Jisoo as she appeared. Sung-woo coughed lightly, then asked Jisoo whether she had gained anything after speaking with the Free Guild, but she replied no and felt irritated. Hanho angrily said senior should not think Jisoo would abandon everyone. He continued asking how shocked and how much Jisoo cried when Sung-woo died. Jisoo angrily shouted at Hanho to stop talking nonsense. As soon as she finished speaking, Jisoo drew her sword, making Hanho pale, but she insisted she was only telling the truth. In another place, Minghua was lying on the ground in panic. Sung-woo rushed over asking what had happened. Hanho helped him up. Minghua weakly said he only intended to inspect the suspicious vials brought back from Sindorim. He asked about the vials brought from Sindorim, which contained pure hell breath. When opened, it would spread toxic gas and affect targets. Dong-yu tightly held the vials, saying they were precious items, while Minghua nervously told him to seal them properly. He confidently said he was an assistant of the Free Guild and would act as a messenger. All three, Sung-woo, Jisoo, and Hanho, thought he might have been demoted. Minghua said the information they needed was provided by guild investigation members, then told them to go there. The two left first. Sung-woo called out asking whether Jisoo really cried when he died. Hanho was shocked by the question about Jisoo. Hanho whispered that she did cry but did not scream, and she might hate him for revealing the secret, making Sung-woo curious. Hanho joked that he only cried because Roy died, but he was fine and said if he died next time to make sure Roy was safe. After saying that, he hugged Rai tightly, making Sung-woo think that if they fell into water, Hanho would definitely save Rai first. In another place, a hand kept slamming the table in anger. Jung-hun was dissatisfied, saying recruitment was one thing but a debt of 1 million gold would not be easy to repay. He believed the recent boss fight was absurd for ignoring all subordinate monsters. The public criticism made him feel less reputable compared to Sung-woo. Currently, the public all sided with Sung-woo and Rai, forcing him to be more cautious. Jung-hun checked the system. The mission was to train 30 members to level 10 to achieve First Awakening before the World Tree appeared. This was a mission for punitive expedition team captains, only assigned to 4 or 5-star members. He thought he had to complete it as fast as possible to face other 5-star players. But only 14 people remained. 6 had died, making it too difficult to train the remaining 16 to level 10. He admitted only Sung-woo could do it, and began thinking of exploiting it. Jung-hun grew more anxious and felt he needed to act immediately. He became angry, seemingly determined to defeat Sung-woo. Outside, everyone gathered before Jung-hun and reported they had been summoned. Jung-hun ordered the hunt to begin tomorrow and requested team members be selected. The assistant said they needed time to recover the station. Going hunting now would be dangerous. Jung-hun cut him off, saying if delayed they would be overtaken and suffer greater losses. He said Sung-woo would soon deal with the Evolution faction, but inwardly wanted to turn him into a tool for the guild. Jung-hun shouted that their guild was the strongest in South Korea and would not fail. In the machine room, Sung-woo watched everyone working as if searching for something. Minghua reported there was information, and the other person confirmed Bukyeon and Belngai station areas had been investigated. Sung-woo urgently asked about the monsters there, confirming a boss had appeared during the counterattack and information had been concealed. He asked whether Belngai station was only black smoke and zombies, and received confirmation that it was correct. He turned and saw a golden light that attracted everyone's attention. It turned out to be Hanho, providing all information like a living phone. Sung-woo helplessly thought he was truly addicted to his phone. Though he had never seen anyone like this before, Hanho reported the town was safe and had contacted Tai-sung to stay within the area. Sung-woo analyzed the situation. Other areas were already cleared. Only Belngai remained. According to rumors, Belngai contained toxic gas and was full of zombies and was warned against entering. He suspected it was hell breath, possibly related to the Evolution organization or a laboratory. Sung-woo turned to Minghua and said he wanted a favor, and he immediately asked back. He only smiled lightly and said he wanted to borrow a knife, leaving everyone unclear of his intention. At night, the sky was covered with dark clouds, making the city gloomy. On the empty street, 2 people were fleeing in panic because of something terrifying. Many others were also running away, screams and heavy breathing echoing everywhere. One person ran while cursing that this time they might no longer be able to stop them. People shouted from above that the artillery team had arrived. Quickly deal with those zombies. The man urgently called to his teammates. Shoot quickly. If they cannot stop them here, the shelter will be in danger. A horde of zombies rushed rapidly toward the group below, but support from above arrived in time. Stones and explosive shells rained down, slowing them significantly. Outside, people kept shouting, "Hurry, get inside." Everyone seemed familiar with this situation. The zombies rushed madly as if trying to swallow everything. Their numbers like a small town condensed into one mass. The people in the camera room were panicking to the point of crying. No one could speak clearly, Because the zombies were too fast, they could barely escape. One said someone must stay to hold them off while the others scatter and run. They quickly split the plan, each going in a different direction to draw the monsters away from the shelter. One person threw a backpack of supplies toward the girl, telling her to bring it back to her family. And two people gritted their teeth and shouted, "We are here, you bastards." They were prepared to sacrifice themselves to hold the zombies back. A zombie was about to pounce when from afar a high-speed object streaked across the sky. Zombie horde was immediately attracted. All of them looked up at the strange object in the air. A massive flame exploded, burning the surrounding space and nearly incinerating many zombies completely. The two people who were about to sacrifice themselves froze in shock. The long-haired man asked his teammate, "Who is that?" Suddenly the other shouted, "It is a monster." A massive green smoke burst appeared and both of them startled. It turned out to be Sung Woo. He said to Jisoo, "I will use that skill. You move back." Sung Woo activated the blessing of the thunder god, consuming all mana to create a massive source of power. A huge explosion echoed and shook the area. Jisoo quickly rushed away from her original position. As soon as she left, Sung Woo continued to pour in power, causing the zombie area to explode violently once again. They were quickly swallowed by a sea of fire, leaving only screams and crackling burning sounds. Not stopping there, Sung Woo's large monster stomped down, crushing the remaining zombie corpses. Determined to eliminate them completely, people inside the building looked out in shock, stammering, asking what that was. Dried bones. Two people outside shouted in shock, "That is the one who appeared on the live stream, the one who killed two monsters. That is the Reaper Summoner." Everyone looked at him like a messenger of the underworld. Sung Woo stood there with cold eyes and a terrifying aura. Night fell, a helicopter hovered in the sky. No one knew who was inside. Below, Hanho's family and others stood waiting with banners, but they were all stunned speechless. Hanho smiled confidently, "The heroes have returned. Everyone calm down, my senior and I have taken care of it." Hanho's father disappointedly asked, "Only you returned? Where are the two seniors who came with you?" Hanho said quietly that they were worried about danger, so one of them stayed behind to assist. His mother thought the two had likely been left behind. Hanho continued, saying they needed gold resources to maintain adjutant. His father lightly scoffed, while his mother defended him for earning a lot of gold. Hanho gave a forced smile, thinking he had been abandoned, but the senior still trusted him with the mission. He then opened the suitcase holding Rai and said this was the right hand that the senior entrusted to him. His father was delighted. "If it is Rai, then it is trustworthy." Li Jiangsu also nodded in agreement. Kim Jin untied it and asked quietly, "Were you kidnapped?" Panicked and found it had disappeared. It seemed Kim's guess was correct. Hanho shouted to catch it, "Do not let it escape." Kim turned pale and confused, not understanding what was happening. After clearing the zombies, the scene became quiet. Everything was temporarily under control. Outside the room, someone was secretly eavesdropping, a few heads and hands peeking in to observe. "It is the Reaper Summoner. He really came. The symbol of justice and hope has appeared." It turned out to be a group of kids, likely fans of Sung Woo. He could only feel helpless hearing it. What justice is this? Jisoo sighed. She did not expect so many children. If they had not returned in time, they might have been in danger. But then she panicked, seeing blood on her neck. She quickly wiped it off, calmly saying she was used to the smell of blood. Sung Woo looked at her, thinking about that change. He fell into thought. Indeed, they had gone through a lot, but he still did not fully understand her. Sung Woo asked, "You said you used to live in Jeju, right?" Jisoo replied, "Yes." Continued asking, "Will you return to Jeju later?" Jisoo coldly replied she did not know. She was not sure about the future. She only knew her parents were fine. Every time family was mentioned, Jisoo became cold and distant. She said they were very frightening people, making her want to stay away. Sung Woo found it hard to understand what kind of family that was. She continued, saying that when she could leave, the world had already become chaotic like this. Sung Woo listened silently, sensing many unresolved issues between them, and wondered if he was being selfish. While thinking, someone opened the door and walked in, making Sung Woo immediately turn alert. A man in white walked in, smiling and apologizing for the wait. "I am Adjutant Min Suk." Sung Woo assessed that this man seemed to be the commander here, then stood and introduced himself. The other said he already knew his reputation, the Reaper Summoner. He looked at Jisoo and added, "And the fire demon beside you as well." Jisoo was surprised hearing that nickname. Jisoo laughed, "So everyone calls us by nicknames." Min Seok scratched his head awkwardly and apologized for the misunderstanding. Jisoo smiled awkwardly. "It is fine, but now want to meet the person who gave that name." Min Seok joked again, making Sung Woo uncomfortable. Min Seok said they had watched the battle video of the two. Both were outstanding and heroes to the children. Jisoo laughed hearing another funny nickname, while Min Seok said it was all named by one person, making Sung Woo irritated. Min Seok then returned to the main topic, but his vague way of speaking made Sung Woo start to feel suspicious. Min Seok expressed gratitude for the two of them saving everyone, but asked them to leave this place. It was unclear why Min Seok asked them to leave, leaving Jisoo and Sung Woo both extremely surprised. Min Seo said that for the past 3 days this place had been under heavy zombie attacks, and they had been trying their best to hold them off. Jisoo asked anxiously why everyone did not flee or ask for help, her tone full of worry. Min Seo gritted his teeth and said it was all because of that damn mission. Sung Woo also realized the same situation. Min Seok explained this was an area quest. Anyone within the zone was forced to accept it. If they left the building, they would immediately be chased by zombies, and the number of monsters would keep increasing over time. Half of the people here were elderly and children, so they could not abandon them, and outsiders also hesitated after hearing the situation. Saying this, Min Seok clenched his fists, trembling from overwhelming pain. Sung Woo fell into thought. This group's situation was extremely difficult to handle. The weak were almost powerless in society. In a crisis, the strong often had to sacrifice themselves to protect the weak, but if they failed, the entire force would weaken further. At present, they no longer had enough strength to fight the monsters. Min Seok was about to speak, but then stopped. He directly said that if they did not want to get involved in the mission, they should leave before midnight. Sung Woo realized it was a lie. His eyes were actually pleading for help. Even so, Sung Woo still decided to help, saying he came here to save Belngai Station. Min Seok and his wife were deeply moved and kept thanking him. Min Seok said it was already late and they should not disturb him further. His wife suggested giving them a room. She said she would leave the room for them, making Jisoo blush since it was only a room with a double bed. Both of them awkwardly refused and asked for 2 separate rooms instead. The children outside tried to hold back laughter, while Min Seok happily agreed and prepared another room. After the adults left, a child shyly asked if they could come in. Jisoo happily agreed since she really liked children. The children entered the room cheering excitedly, teasing and commenting about everything nonstop. One brave child asked if they could see the skeleton, surprising Sung Woo. Though reluctant, he still indulged them and summoned Roy. Roy was summoned and stood straight like a true warrior. The children cheered upon seeing Roy, excitedly calling him a living skeleton. Sung Woo helplessly thought that the more skeleton-like Roy looked, the more he would be teased by children. Near dawn, the city was shrouded in thick fog and a deadly atmosphere. Sung Woo tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep all night due to his thoughts. He silently thought that the children's smiles were rare, and there was still a bit of peace here. The system announced an area quest, City of Death, requiring a choice between Purge or Conquest, startling Sung Woo in the middle of the night. The system warned that difficulty had changed due to a player above level 15 in the area. He realized it might be related to him. Urgent footsteps echoed in the hallway, likely Jisoo and Roy. Jisoo opened the door and shouted that the entire city was falling into chaos like a sea of fire. Sung Woo quickly asked what she could sense. Jisoo closed her eyes to focus her perception, drawing Sung Woo's attention to her ability. She said she could feel vibrations everywhere around the building along with many movements. The system warned that zombies were hunting survivors. Sung Woo shouted for everyone to go to the rooftop, while the children cried in panic. Everyone gathered together. Someone said the situation had gone beyond control, completely different from before. Sung Woo cut in and said it was because the presence of a strong individual had increased the difficulty. He was angry at being treated like an experiment and vowed not to let things proceed as they wished anymore. Outside the hospital, zombies were swarming in greater numbers, about to break through the defenses. Min Seok loudly ordered non-combatants to head to the rooftop immediately as the situation was extremely dangerous. Sung Woo analyzed ghouls, higher-tier flesh-eating creatures above zombies in the fantasy world system. While he was thinking about the rules of this world, a child suddenly interrupted, breaking his train of thought. Min Seok gently asked the children how they felt and whether they should proceed to the rooftop as planned. The 2 children, scared and crying, confirmed that zombies were present and the situation was very dangerous. Min Seok reassured the children, saying he would protect everyone and not leave anyone behind. The 2 children gradually regained their courage and encouraged the adults to keep going. Everyone said goodbye to the children and brought them safely to the rooftop. The door was about to give way. Zombies were already pressing in. The situation was extremely tense. Min Seok ordered all windows to be blocked and all entrances reinforced with barriers. However, the number of zombies was too great, and the pressure made it nearly impossible for the defense to hold any longer. Min Seok gritted his teeth. In front of him there were at least over 200. Sung Woo quickly calculated. If trapped here, there would not even be time to retrieve the skeletons. Sung Woo suddenly made a decision and spoke to everyone. Let's go outside. Min Seok was surprised. What did you say? He explained that fighting inside a small building was not advantageous. The battle would drag on and exhaust everyone. They had to break the encirclement to escape outside. Min Seok immediately complied. In this game, standing still meant death. I trust you. Sung Woo thought. Unfortunately, explosives were nearly useless against the zombies. Right after that, he calculated and began summoning bone armor to wrap around his body. Sung Woo thought to himself, I will show you what it means to be unstoppable. He activated a composite shield weapon. When using this shield, physical power increased and rebound ability was also enhanced. The zombies, upon seeing him, rushed in like starving beasts, swarming towards Sung Woo. System announcement: zombies low level facing death aura, all stats reduced to 30%. Sung Woo's mount let out a loud roar, causing the zombies to scatter in panic and be thrown back. Sung Woo thought if injured by zombies there would be infection. Min Seok had once personally finished off teammates who turned into the undead, but with skeletons there was no need to worry about that. He immediately shouted, "Keep charging forward." Min Seo clenched his teeth and swung his sword down fiercely. The skeleton roared, its aura erupting with overwhelming pressure. Another move was a swirling wind blade, unleashed to slice the zombies into multiple pieces. Sung Woo admired. The captain was indeed very strong. He might even have a level 3 or 4-star profession. Sung Woo ordered the bone soldiers holding shields to fall back. The zombies in front rushed and then kept collapsing repeatedly. They still did not give up, trampling over each other and continuing to surge forward endlessly. Sung Woo raised his hand and thought to himself, talking to zombies is truly ridiculous. He stared at them coldly and said, "Let us see whether skills still work on the dead." He used Kill Burst Explosion. A violent blast erupted, sweeping away large groups of zombies at once. Everyone on Min Seok's side was shocked. The firepower was on a completely different level. One move had even blown open the escape route. Sung Woo continued calculating. Kill Burst Explosion had to be used carefully. There were children here, and loud explosions could also damage buildings. From outside came shouting, "Zombies are coming again." Even though many had been killed, there were still far too many. Min Seok called out when he saw him step out, but Sung Woo calmly replied, "We will move to a wider area." System warning: the area is dangerous. Large-scale plan is being activated. A skeleton dragon was summoned by Sung Woo. Everyone panicked when they saw it. The girl beside them exclaimed, "Drake." Immediately after, a wave of golden rewards appeared from killing low-level zombies. The summoned dragon swept away a large number of zombies. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes as they saw him easily break through the zombie horde. Min Seo turned for help. "Please save the people on the rooftop. I have prepared a bus at the underground parking lot for emergencies." Suddenly the system warned that the strength of allies was dropping toward a permanent death state, making Sung Woo startled. Another wave of zombies kept rushing in endlessly. It was unclear where they were coming from. Sung Woo felt slight panic. Although confident in attrition fighting, the numbers were too large. He had to conserve energy and prepare to summon the Reaper. He quickly thought there might still be other changes today, then turned to Jisoo and said, "Let's go." Jisoo covered her face and replied, "I am ready." Her mask was a purification and anti-toxin type made by Kim Elder from cloth soaked in detox solution. The zombies continued rushing madly, corpses piling up almost like a mountain. Jisoo swung her sword continuously in the air, the slashes forming a dense defensive layer. Sung Woo was satisfied. She was fast, precise, and very strong, perhaps even far beyond those he had encountered in battle. Very quickly, 2 buses from Min Seok were brought over, enough to carry everyone. A man ran down reporting, "The buses are ready. We tried to hold back the zombies, now we can take everyone away." Everyone reminded each other to stay quiet and careful. On the bus a child asked fearfully, "How long will we keep being chased?" Hyen Ho looked at everyone and reassured them, "It will be fine if we can escape this place." System warned again, "Ghouls have detected the scent of living humans and are approaching." Sung Woo was startled. "Ghouls," he said angrily. "Children, how are they supposed to fight zombies?" Min Seok shouted loudly, "Protect the children. They are targeting them." Min Seo recounted, "They broke the bus window and took my youngest son. I could not react in time." Min Seok painfully broke down, crying and trembling, afraid that it would happen again. A person stepped forward saying they would do their best to protect everyone. Sung Woo was frustrated at only being able to talk and not do more. Min Seok wiped his tears, moved, "Thank you, I will give everything to protect my family." The skeleton dragon led the convoy. The 2 buses were surrounded and protected by bone soldiers. Sung Woo calculated, escorting the buses would make movement slow, but it was the safest way to reach Bangai Station. To escape this damn game, they had to break through the encirclement. If they could eliminate the one behind it, even better. Someone said, "Why is it suddenly silent?" Another replied, "Ghouls do not make any sound while eating." Everyone panicked. Has this place also been attacked? Yesterday it was still normal. Jisoo leaned close to Sung Woo and whispered, "Something is approaching." Someone panicked. "They are coming, it must be ghouls." As soon as the words ended, blood had already been spilled. The ghouls rushed in at extreme speed. Sung Woo panicked. "Everyone stay alert, it is too fast." Jisoo shouted left, causing Min Seok to freeze and fail to react in time. A ghoul rushed in, stepped directly on Min Seok, and leapt into the air. It stood blocking in front of the 2 children, leaving everyone with no time to react, only able to scream in despair. Jisoo immediately drew her sword and rushed forward, slashing fiercely toward the ghoul, determined to protect Min Seok's family. Sung Woo gritted his teeth, realizing it was too fast, far beyond expectations. Only Jisoo could react in time. Everyone panicked, shouting that the demons had arrived, leading a horde of zombies charging violently. Min Seo's side trembled in fear before the overwhelming number of zombies and ghouls. Suddenly Min Seo seemed to want to say something, turning toward Sung Woo hesitantly. At the question whether a person turned into a skeleton could still retain consciousness, Sung-woo suddenly froze. Sung-woo turned firmly in his mind, telling himself, no, as long as he is still standing here, that will not happen. Min-seok continued, hesitantly asking Sung-woo, if I die, can you help me? Suddenly a shout rang out, they are coming, protect the children. A bone soldier rushed forward, but the ghouls were faster. They leapt onto its head and continued charging, making even Rai stunned. Sung-woo gritted his teeth, his whole body tensed from the speed and terror of the monsters. He moved strangely and unpredictably. He focused intensely to observe and find weaknesses. On the bus roof and behind there were also ghouls. They attacked the children simultaneously, as if they were their favorite target. Sung-woo ordered bone soldiers, stop them. Bone soldiers immediately rushed to push the ghouls back to the ground. But for every one taken down, another rushed in. As if stimulated, their strength surged. System message, one of your bone soldiers has been permanently destroyed by a ghoul. Looked at Sung-woo with a smug smile, as if looking down on his abilities. Min-soo angrily rushed forward shouting monster, then unleashed a lethal strike at it. Sung-woo shouted warning to Min-seok behind, but he seemed unable to react in time. Fortunately, Min-seok managed to raise his shield in time, blocking the ghoul's lethal attack. The battle became fierce. Min-seo continuously slashed the ghouls, tearing them apart, but their numbers did not decrease. He quickly closed in and looked at the demons in shock. Are they regenerating that fast? Seeing Min-seok losing composure, Sung-woo stepped forward to reassure him. It's okay. From now on I will control the situation. System announced summoning Grim Reaper in 1 hour, granting Sung-woo licked power, increasing each unit's army size by 50, increasing stats by 10, and allowing resurrection of undead within army limits. Seeing the devastated scene, he thought the situation was too bad to be salvageable. System announced he could absorb dead monsters into his army. Since they lost their contract after death, they became his subordinates. Sung-woo decided to subdue all ghouls, using them against their own kind to turn the tide. Min-seok held his shield firmly and rushed in, slashing precisely at the ghoul's joint, making Sung-woo satisfied. Min-soo aggressively struck weak points, each hit precise, causing ghouls to fall. Sung-woo commented their movements were very smooth. If ignoring skills, their combat ability was on par with Min-seok and Dong-hun. He roared inwardly. This time he would absolutely not let anyone take them away again. In his mind appeared images of his family and youngest son. Sung-woo's soldiers protected others as they advanced. One shouted, demanding to approach the ghouls. Sung-woo realized that even if they could defeat demons, they could not save everyone. Only Jisoo, Min-seok, and he could handle them. He assessed Rankers and Oxer were busy fighting zombies, and could not provide further support. He understood he could not act recklessly because others were risking their lives protecting his family. He told himself awakening was only the beginning. To survive, he must become stronger. His thoughts were not finished when a ghoul pierced into the bus, opening the door wide, causing Min-seok's wife to hug her child and scream in panic. She fearfully shouted that a ghoul had gotten inside the bus. The man rushed to protect his child, but was immediately pierced through the abdomen by a ghoul. The child witnessed his father's death before his eyes, stunned in extreme panic. Min-seok panicked and tried to use a barrier wall, but system reported skill was on cooldown, needing 2 more minutes. Losing composure, he rushed forward and hugged the ghoul tightly, determined not to let them take his loved ones. Min-seok seemed to have accepted sacrifice to protect his family. His wife and children cried in despair. Sung-woo panicked as Min-seok rushed into a death struggle. The child begged the necromancer to save his father. Sung-woo rushed down to assist, seeing Min-seok kill the ghoul, but he himself coughed blood heavily. Sung-woo tried to find medicine, but Min-seok called back, saying it was already too late. He trembled looking at the wound and understood everything was beyond saving. Min-seok still tried to say he only wanted to protect his family, begging Sung-woo for one last help. He trembled, begging Sung-woo, even if he must sacrifice himself, he hoped to protect his family. Then he collapsed in front of Sung-woo as if bowing to the god of death. System announced mission condition completed, turning night into Skoden, forcing Sung-woo to choose. Sung-woo gritted his teeth in anger, cursing the cruel system and this monstrous mission. Sung-woo looked at Min-seok's corpse lying there, blood still flowing non-stop. He thought he would accept the request, though painful, it was a choice to survive. Blue light flashed. Min-seok awakened in a suspended state, thinking he had died. A white skeleton appeared before him, confirming he had not fully crossed to the other world. He realized he had truly died and would never see his family again. He recalled the past, wanting to be a good husband and father, but everything was lost. His body began to strangely transform, and a voice announced the necromancer was turning him into an undead. Min-seok froze in shock. The Grim Reaper continued, and trust his family to that person for care. He will forget everything and return to the underworld. From now on there is no need to fear or worry anymore. At this moment, Min-seo gradually calmed down and accepted it. Yes, Sung-woo will protect his family, and he will forget everything. Forget everything. Hot tears of worried for his family kept falling. Min Seok painfully begged them not to take away his memories of them. He had to protect his family. The Grim Reaper replied coldly, how foolish. There is already someone stronger than you protecting them. Why still cling to such meaningless emotions? Min Seok gritted his teeth, his body trembling in pain. Even so, he still affirmed, because I am the head of the family, I must protect them. The Grim Reaper pointed at his chest. Is that so? Then let us see if you still have the ability to do that. A blue light burst out. Min Seok was engulfed in light and his body gradually dissolved. When he opened his eyes, Sung Woo was still standing watching. The system announced that he had formed a contract with an undead knight. His memories were retained, and he could join the Legion when conditions were met. Min Seok looked at his own body in shock. An undead knight. Even Sung Woo was surprised. You can communicate now, so you have fulfilled your final wish. Sung Woo looked at Min Seok in disbelief. This is the strangest type of undead he has ever seen. Watching Min Seok's figure leave, Sung Woo thought there were still many things he wanted to ask, but there were still demons to deal with. After that, Sung Woo gave an order. Go up and eliminate them first. It is time for the knight to return to the battlefield. At the same time outside, Jisoo was still fighting relentlessly. The sword in her hand continuously slashed down at the red demons in front of her. Each strike took down one of them. On the other side, her teammate was struggling. He frowned and said, we may need to find a way back to the bus. Jisoo frowned as well upon hearing this. She had gone too far, then nodded and replied, I will return soon. After speaking, she turned to the remaining red demons and coldly said, I will burn you two to ashes. At the bus area, everyone was trying to hold the defensive line against the red demon horde. Someone shouted, stop chasing, prioritize protecting the bus. However, some red demons still broke through and attacked Min Seok's family, causing her to panic and cry for help. Someone help me. The critical moment, a sword strike flew in and split the red demon in half. It was Min Seok's new form. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Seeing the one who appeared, Min Seok's wife burst into tears, and the two children also cried emotionally. At the same time, Min Seok was already surrounded by red demons, but he felt his current state was extremely stable. He could clearly sense the existence of undead after death. The undead knight was the strongest rank among them. Because of this, the red demons showed hesitation. This was suppression between ranks. At this moment, a red demon charged straight at Min Seok with ferocity. He showed no fear, gripping his sword tightly. Immediately after he counterattacked, one red demon after another was taken down. After a while, he sheathed his sword and thought coldly, all of them are just evil creatures. In the distance, the group watching was shocked, unable to understand what was happening. That monster was too strong, the others could not resist at all. The remaining demons immediately turned and fled. Min Seok did not give them a chance to escape. He raised his hand and formed purple iron chains. In an instant, the chains tightly bound the red demons. He then lifted them into the air and burned them continuously with flame. At this moment, Sung Woo stepped forward from behind and nodded slightly, trusting that this killer of the bloodline was indeed the correct choice. Min Seok felt a bit regretful and sighed softly. If I still had my shield, everything would be safer. Jisoo also came closer and said, Sung Woo, we have cleared all the red demons. After speaking, she looked at Min Seok as if wanting to ask something. Sung Woo understood and replied, I will explain later. Elsewhere, another group was also cleaning up and preparing to leave. They needed to quickly reach Bell Station, because it was their turn to carry out the attack mission. A few hours later, in a strange town, Sung Woo's group had arrived here after leaving. He sighed helplessly. Although it took time, they still had to leave in the end. However, the mission was completed. Min Seok looked around and said in a low voice, the black smoke here is denser than other places. Sung Woo looked at him, somewhat hesitant whether to speak or not. After a moment, he finally spoke, are you not going to say anything to your family? Min Seok shook his head. Now that I am dead, what else is important? I will tell them after everything is over. The children are strong enough to accept it. Sung Woo frowned upon hearing this. You are not wrong. But being dead and becoming an undead is completely different. Your wife will eventually realize it. Putting that aside for now, they continued deeper inside. The place was quieter than expected, with no guards at all. But then Sung Woo thought of another possibility. Maybe they had built an inner defense zone, using toxic smoke to block intruders. If that is the case, how could they possibly keep the boss here? When entering the mission area, the boss was still alive along with other zombies and monsters, not destroyed by any magic. The more he thought about it, the more confusing it became. It needed further investigation. At this moment, Min Seok spoke. Sung Woo, you are too calm. We should complete the mission as fast as possible. Sung Woo frowned and asked back, are you worried about your family? Jisoo will protect them. She has already cleared most of the red demons and zombies. And by the time night falls, the Lich's rest period will also end. The leader of the Evolution Society is the boss. If they did not have to face them again, it would be much better. But that was almost impossible. They quickly followed the passage leading down to the basement. Immediately after that, a white screen appeared before them, with several papers scattered and posted on it. On the papers, there was writing along with an official seal. seal. Min Seok frowned after reading. Was this a government seal? Could there be someone from the government inside the Evolution Society? Sung Woo was no exception. He once thought they only gathered somewhere after shocking all of South Korea. But in any case, this was no longer a trustworthy organization. After a while, they quickly pushed the door and went inside. Immediately, the system announced Boss King Growl had appeared. Everyone startled and looked inside and indeed saw the monster. Only its limbs were somewhat deformed. Sung Woo said in panic that this condition was very dangerous. Not only that, from its abdomen appeared a mark like an abyss stream. This was the reason zombies kept flooding. At this time they had spread everywhere. Min Seok frowned angrily. Who on earth caused this? While they were suspicious, a voice came from behind. It really is you. Did not expect to meet here. Turned back startled and saw .1000 group approaching. A woman behind said the upgrade mission made black smoke spread further, and the experimental subject I need came on its own. .1000 narrowed his eyes at Sung Woo and said, "First, do not argue. Perhaps you do not know, but I have a proposal." You chose a path related to death, and he researched it, but his method was completely different. Sung Woo frowned and asked in doubt, "Are you researching death?" He slowly explained, "I research abyss energy, the opposite of all life forms." His colleague believed this was a test for human evolution, so they must overcome it. He devised a method by removing cells in the human body to reach a transcendent state. Sung Woo gradually understood. New human, transcendence, all were pointing toward the same concept. .1000 continued, "If using that system, this is completely possible." The woman beside him also echoed, "King Growlin, this mission will assist our research." Even the summoner appeared, as if someone is guiding us. 1000 nodded and continued, "This game seems random but actually controlled by an AI. You and I meet because of this mission. You are getting closer to the correct answer. They are the good ending of the game you once witnessed." Sung Woo frowned and said you saw the ending of this game. Could the Evolution Society also have a Prophet Stone? Seeing his hesitation, Dark Thousand continued to persuade him, "Merge with us. Join us will benefit you." He stared at Sung Woo and asked, "Will you join for a noble mission?" Sung Woo responded with contempt, "You want to turn me into a pawn. No different from those using experiments to destroy humans. No organization under the name of a mission is normal. I do not care about motives, or those who force sacrifices." .1000 sighed, "If this were peaceful times I would have had time to persuade you with academic theory. Unfortunate." Sung Woo nodded, recalling school moral education classes. "You should study more to persuade others better." 1000 looked at him angrily and said, "I guess we cannot negotiate, you are too stubborn." At this moment a blonde man appeared and said the seal of the Night Ghost King would open in a few minutes. "Do not think you can do that." Sung Woo shouted and immediately ordered his teammates to eliminate them. Min Seok and the others rushed forward. Songguk remained calm and activated the perfect dance. Immediately Sung Woo's team skills were greatly weakened due to a 60% physical resistance reduction effect. Sung Woo bit his lip. This is the same skill as Han Ho. Are they support type? After thinking he shouted, "Healing power has no effect on the undead. Prioritize eliminating them. They may not have defensive shields like Han Ho." Immediately a barrage of arrows flew towards Seongguk. When the arrows arrived, the woman behind said disdainfully, "Such crude weapons dare to attack. Return them to you." She released a surge of energy, causing all arrows to fly back. Sung Woo quickly raised a protective shield, shocked by her object control ability. While Sung Woo was defending, Min Seok rushed straight towards Seongguk, but the opponent unleashed a divine power strike and knocked Min Seok away. Seeing this, Sung Woo shouted in panic, "Min Seok, brother." Songguk kept moving as if performing, muttering strange words. The woman angrily shouted, "Stop messing around." She pointed at the containment room and ordered, "Malleable experiment is inside. Protect it carefully." Hearing this, Min Seok immediately turned back. Indeed, inside were creatures imprisoned within an energy sealing field. There was also a strange shoe inside. Songguk did not stop and laughed. "We will attack again. Break formation. The summoner is nothing while we are performing." As soon as he finished speaking, chains suddenly rushed out and wrapped around the neck of his clone. Not only that, more chains wrapped around his arms and legs. In an instant, that clone turned into a pool of blood. A stepped onto the pool of blood and moved forward. Min Seok coldly looked at Songguk and said he would never forgive them. "These people do not deserve to exist." Songguk snorted, pretending to be strong. "You are just a larger undead. Use light divine power to destroy them." As soon as he finished speaking, the formation in front of him rotated and divine power attacked fiercely. Sung Woo shouted. Min Seok used defense, but Min Seok immediately activated a berserk skill and directly shattered the opponent's divine power. Seeing this, he panicked. "What is this? Change formation and restart." At the same time, Min Seok also noticed damage affecting his body but still endured it because the light divine power had disappeared. This was still not enough. He needed to overwhelm them further. Thinking this, he immediately unleashed a suppressive beam of light. In an instant, Songguk's clones gradually disintegrated, turning into pools of blood. At the same time, they were also absorbed by Min Seok. At this moment, the undead began to fiercely attack. Songguk hurriedly called for people to provide protection, but it was already too late. They had already rushed in. Seeing that scene, the woman behind him could not believe it and said it was unreasonable. The victory should have belonged to their side. At this time, Min Seok stepped in front of her and coldly asked whether she was the owner of the facility containing the experimental material. She was startled and immediately released a burst of energy, while shouting to get away and stay away from her. However, Min Seok was not greatly affected and said in a low voice that from a simple experiment, she had turned it into a cruel experiment for her own purpose. She became more and more panicked and continued shouting to get away and not approach her monster. Min Seok let out a cold snort and fiercely slashed her, saying coldly that the real monsters were them. She was thus finished by Min Seok. At this moment, applause suddenly rang out. Dr. Thousand laughed coldly and said excellent. After that, an object appeared in his hand. He coldly said that he originally did not want to reach this step, because in every battle he always had difficulty due to lacking combat skills. Having said that, he threw the object to the ground. Immediately a powerful surge of energy burst into the air. Seeing this, Sung Woo frowned and wondered whether it was an attack item and whether his profession was a crafter. Under his doubtful gaze, that energy continued to spread in the air. Immediately after, the ground rose with vines that tightly bound Min Seok and those around him. Sung Woo immediately rushed forward and swung his sword to cut down the vines blocking his path. After that, he continued rushing toward Dr. Thousand. An old cunning man like him would have to go all out to deal with it. He quickly activated the Lich skill. Dr. Thousand felt that the situation was bad, curled his lips into a smile and said that retreat was his favorite option. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out an object, and a deafening explosion immediately rang out. Taking advantage of that opportunity, he immediately turned and fled, using magic and lightning from the grenade to momentarily stun his opponents. However, he had not run far when he was shocked by the scene in front of him, because Sung Woo had appeared right in front of him. He coldly said that if he wanted that, then from now on he would no longer see the light. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked without hesitation, forcing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. He bit his lip and said unwillingly that Sung Woo had chosen a good card. There was no profession more suitable for self-protection than a healer-type protector. Having said that, he revealed a mysterious smile. But how would he protect others? They had already summoned countless zombies and dark spirits outside. Before Sung Woo could respond, Min Seok questioned how he could do such a thing while still human. He replied calmly that in a chaotic world everyone craved power. Humans have always created new weapons, and once perfected they are naturally tested. The simplest way is to bring them to the battlefield. They had once tried to control the Night Demon King but failed. Dr. Thousand laughed loudly with pride. How long could you protect humanity? Just wait and see. Sung Woo grew even angrier after hearing this, and coldly told Min Seok to finish him, and he nodded, saying he had waited for this moment for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck decisively. Before losing his breath, he left one sentence: "See you later." The system announced that he had killed a player, but it was only a clone. He shockingly said that the man was not the real Dr. Thousand, but one name in the list had disappeared, Dr. Thousand too. There were still 5 other doctors in the list, all clones of the same person. It turned out this was why that organization was so strong. They created countless clones everywhere and completed their objectives without obstacles. At this moment, Min Seok spoke up, reminding that it was not the time to think, because the Night Demon King had already begun to act. In another direction, Jisoo continued to eliminate monsters without stopping. After a while, she sighed in relief. It was temporarily stable. The people behind asked whether it was over. She shook her head and said not yet. They would definitely return. Hearing this, the people behind became angry, wondering where they came from since they had already taken down many on the way here. As soon as they finished speaking, a group of red-eyed monsters appeared in the distance. Jisoo bit her lip, determined not to let anyone get hurt. Even though Sung Woo trusted her despite the two being like rivals, he was already stronger now. She was also improving, but he kept growing stronger without stopping. In order to match him, she had to try harder. Thinking that, she rushed straight into the monsters. At this moment, they realized the number of monsters had decreased because the summoner was not here. Remaining monsters continued fighting when suddenly flames burst out. The flames created by Jisoo were meant to restrain them. She thought using Sung Woo's summoning skills would make it easier to handle. She was determined to seize the opportunity to break through and end it faster. She began swinging her sword, countless streaks of sword light tearing through the monsters. Outside, everyone watching could not help but admire her, thinking she must be related to the summoner because of how agile her combat was. Hearing this, Jisoo frowned but had no time to respond, still focusing on the battle. The people outside were blocked and could only watch, doubting her strength and whether she could defeat them alone. The monsters changed direction and rushed toward the bus to attack. The defending forces in front immediately became alert, unable to let them target the children. Jisoo also hurried from the other battlefield to provide support, but having to deal with 3 attackers at once made her quite overwhelmed. Not long after, a night demon broke free from Jisoo's pursuit and rushed straight toward the bus. A powerful energy beam from afar shot in and struck it down on the spot. On another side, the group of night demons had already closed in on on an area where the elderly and children could not protect themselves. Fortunately, before they could act, a chain suddenly appeared and tightly bound it. Not only that, the remaining ones were also bound by chains and thrown far away. Immediately after, they were torn apart, their bodies shredded into multiple pieces. Min Seok stepped forward from behind and asked the children if they were okay. The two kids immediately recognized his voice and cheered happily that it was Dad. However, upon closer look, his figure looked like a scooter. He did not know how to explain it and could only stand still in place. The children quickly ran up to him and looked up, asking, "Dad, did you transform? Did you become a fairy?" The innocent voices of the children left Min Seok unsure how to respond. After a moment of hesitation, he patted their heads and smiled. "Yes, Dad can turn into a scooter because of something." Just a moment, the innocent children who did not understand anything kept asking to transform like that, giving Min Seok a headache. On this side, Jisoo saw Sung Woo approaching and her eyes lit up with joy. He nodded slightly in greeting and said that with Jisoo here there was not much to worry about, though she would likely be very exhausted. Jisoo smiled naturally. "I think Sung Woo is even more exhausted than me." She slightly frowned at him and said, "Only the two of you faced the Demon King. It must have been very difficult." He hesitated and recounted the entire situation, flashing back a few hours earlier, when the Demon King officially appeared. Sung Woo's group immediately engaged it in battle, but they quickly sensed something unusual about that monster. They saw the Demon King roar loudly and then suddenly collapse to the ground. Min Seok frowned. "Does it look like it was waiting to die?" Sung Woo nodded. "I think it had been experimented on until completely exhausted." Min Seok fell into thought and suggested finishing it immediately. He sighed just as expected. Humans can sometimes be more terrifying than monsters. Back to the present, Jisoo fell silent after hearing Sung Woo's story. After a long while, he sighed and something hard to understand. "This is a very difficult battle." At that moment, the system suddenly announced that the main quest had ended, leaving everyone confused. On Donghun's side, they had just defeated the last monster and also saw the announcement, everyone letting out a relieved breath. Even though the quest had ended, T-Sung still worried about what greater difficulties might come next. Korea became the top-performing country, its achievements recorded, but paid for with many losses. At this moment, the system continued to warn that a commander-level monster leading a large army had appeared across Korea. Jisoo frowned. Min Seok asked if this was the reason the quest suddenly stopped. However, Sung Woo did not answer, only suggested moving out, as the quest was certainly not over. Perhaps from a tragic ending a better path would open, leading to a different outcome ahead. Even though the situation was unpredictable, the reward would surely be worth it. A great battle between necromancers and Korean hunters was about to begin. Thinking that, he smiled at the two behind him and suggested that since the mission was complete, they should retreat. In another small town, goblins were surrounding a residential area. They continuously attacked a person, making them scream in pain. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy struck and blasted all the goblins away. Han-ho bit his lip, looked at the goblins in front of him, and immediately ran away with all his strength. The boy was unwilling, running while saying he could not believe he had to retreat in front of goblins. Not only him, Sung Woo and his father were also retreating urgently. Soon they met Lee Jiangsu's team forming a defensive line ahead. They quickly rushed to the defensive formation and sighed in relief, finally temporarily safe. Goblins chased quickly, but were blocked by the defensive team's barrier. Han-ho's father helped the boy up and teased him. "I heard you defeated 120,000 goblins." The boy gritted his teeth and replied that he was only retreating to protect everyone. Their attacks had nearly put him in danger. At this moment, the goblins kept slashing at the defensive shield with their knives. Lee Jiangsu immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle, spears and shields in front, archers and mages in the back. They no longer relied on Sung Woo. He had already accumulated extensive combat experience against all kinds of monsters. However, the goblin numbers were too large, causing the defensive shield to quickly suffer severe damage. Seeing this, Han-ho suddenly told his father that he was grateful for raising him. The father frowned in annoyance and scolded him, "What are you talking about? Even if we die today, we must fight to the end." Han-ho retorted that his father should wish for him to live longer instead. The father angrily said he was only trying to motivate him. The father also said he must live longer too. "Look at your son here." As he finished speaking, Han-ho threw a knife and instantly took down a goblin. Immediately after, he rushed forward and shouted loudly, "Today in this place, I will become a legend." From then on, Han-ho kept charging into the goblins and slaughtering them non-stop. One by one, the goblins fell before the boy's overwhelming momentum. Looking at the pile of goblin corpses, Han-ho satisfiedly realized he had improved, now able to face goblin warriors alone. The boy declared himself the strongest player in Korea and shouted, "Move forward. This will be my greatest milestone." Goblin sneaked up from behind preparing to ambush him, but the boy already sensed it. He looked down at it disdainfully and said coldly, "You are not strong enough to harm me." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy surged forward like a storm, blasting all the goblins away. Outside, Sung Woo looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but admire. "Your son is really talented." Hearing this, Han-ho's father was unsure whether to be happy or sad, and said loudly that it was also ugly, but still his son so he would accept it. Look at that appearance, 3 different faces, as if it were Asura. Hanho's father was extremely dissatisfied with the boy's form. At this moment in the battle, a strange voice rang out. I do not like goblins. It would be better if all goblins disappeared. Hanho subconsciously replied yes, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked at Rai, who appeared and suspiciously asked what he was doing there. Not only Rai, Sungwoo's Skotten also appeared and began rushing to eliminate goblins. Sungwoo's group had returned to the town. Hanho happily shouted when seeing them senior sister Jisoo, but when he saw Min Seo standing next to Sungwoo, he became uncomfortable and said who he was. That was his place. After a while, Sungwoo's group fully appeared. Goblins were pushed back, they stabilized and moved in the inner base. Everyone was currently sitting together discussing the plan. Jiangsu seriously said a new phenomenon had appeared causing chaos. Many massive energy streams had attacked many places across the country. It may be better to stabilize in safer areas. The influence rules of the week in the region had completely changed. Hanho checked the news and panicked, saying Johnny Ungpo was being surrounded by thousands of snails, and they were looking for him senior. Sung Woo frowned and said, alright, if they are in danger we will help. Since we promised cooperation we cannot stand aside. Although the Evolution Alliance acting now is complicated, if not on the same side the situation will be very bad. Sung Woo came in from outside and said they had found the goblin base. On Pandan Mountain, according to traces, the base is located on that peak. Fortunately, the lords near the village are only goblins easier to deal with than those in Joniungpo. Sung Woo estimated more than 3,000, and there were also mages commanding them. Jiangsu's face became unpleasant. Goblins are weak, but large in number while we are short on troops. Sung Woo nodded. Indeed, need more caution. But Sung Woo added, our goal is not victory, but to gain as much gold and experience as possible. Lei Jiangsu admired that is indeed Sung Woo. He even planned monster hunting strategy. Sung Woo shrugged indifferently. I am not hunting them, you are doing it. This is an opportunity for you and the villagers. Lei Jiangsu and Sung Woo agreed to act according to his plan. On the top of Pandan Mountain, goblins were densely everywhere. Inside the mountain there was a deep base heavily guarded. However, this did not trouble Sung Woo. He silently infiltrated, looked at the abandoned factory and identified the goblin command center. This would be easier to handle. He thought of ways to deal with each high-level goblin. Small goblin group, but very dangerous when coordinated under a lord commander. But if the lord loses its head, it would no longer be controllable. Thinking so, he ordered the giant ogre to advance. Immediately, the giant ogre body appeared covering the entire goblin base. A powerful steel punch struck down inside. A large number of goblins were wiped out. Sung Woo gained a lot of gold. A few minutes later, he stood in front of the goblin lord. At this moment, he was like a cornered rat with no escape left. Min Seok behind coldly snorted. Finally met the goblin boss. Deal with it. Sung Woo frowned and ordered finish it as fast as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and cut off the goblin lord's head. Sheathed his sword satisfied, he smiled and said, begin the harvest. A few minutes later, below the town, goblins expelled from the base began pouring down. Lei Jiangsu had already arranged defenses and calmly gave orders. They are coming. Prepare. They are only leaderless ones. Calmly eliminate them. As soon as he finished speaking, a volley of arrows shot from behind, taking down many goblins. Everyone became excited, so killing goblins was this easy. The death of the lord greatly reduced goblin stats. Therefore, they were quickly eliminated by villagers. Sung Woo smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, hunting monsters was this easy. Li Jiangsu also nodded. Thanks to you. Sung Woo observed from above average villagers level 4. The gap in strength was becoming clear. The weak gathered in groups and easily became a burden. Professions like cooks, guides, or logistics all had roles, but survival difficulty was increasing. He had worried when Hanho was the first to arrive at the village. But they could still improve. The weak could also become strong. This system was indeed harsh. Those who knew how to fight were guiding elderly and children to hunt goblins. A child personally killed a goblin and reached level 2 happily crying. Thanks to Sung Woo's guidance, they achieved victory. Everyone was excited. Leveling up while gaining gold, everyone was thrilled. Sung Woo looked at the scene somewhat helplessly and sighed. Perhaps he was still more used to acting alone. But even so, this method was not bad. The next morning, Sung Woo gathered everyone and assigned tasks aiming for level 8 as proposed by Jiangsu. They had just defeated the nearby lord, so the weakened forces were wiped out, making monster hunting easier. Before he returned, he needed to focus on raising the average level to level 8. It sounded cruel, but he had no obligation to take responsibility for the weak. If they wanted, they could sink into their own confusion. Everyone had to know how to protect themselves. Hearing this, Li Jiangsu and Arahatan Sanu felt slightly displeased. After a moment, Li Jiangsu nodded and said he would not forget it. He still remembered when he was weak. He had always hoped someone would come to save him. At that moment, Hanho shouted, the helicopter has arrived. Stop complaining and move quickly. Hearing this, Sung Woo sighed helplessly. This was an agreement to protect each other for a period of time, so he still had to assist the Freedom Guild. In Zondiumpo town, 2 buses from Donghan's group were moving quietly along the road. Many people were seriously injured and exhausted. Dong Hun frowned and asked, "What is the situation with the new commander?" A person replied, "Please wait, you will soon see the northern border." Shortly after, a magical drone appeared in the sky above Johnny Ung Po to observe the situation. They quickly discovered about 200 monsters in the north. They were advancing very quickly toward them. At that moment, the person suddenly felt dizzy and gritted his teeth, saying the signal seemed to have been cut off. The adjutant said with an ugly expression, "Commander, we must withdraw from the bridge immediately. Thousands of red monsters from Gimbo are advancing. Splitting forces to handle both directions will be very difficult." Dong Hun frowned and said in a low voice, "Then concentrate on eliminating one side first and deal with the rest afterward." The adjutant immediately objected. "They are not easy to deal with. Large bodies and strong regeneration. If we deploy forces at the wrong time, we will suffer heavy losses." Dong Hun understood this, but they were lacking real combat experience. The main mission was to raise the Crusader army to level 10 or above. If they acted rashly, the guild would suffer heavy losses. But if they extended the distance from the target, they could no longer hunt in the area under the adjutant's control. The adjutant continued reporting, "All forces in Johnny Ung Po will be mobilized. Only minimal defense remains." Dong Hun thought for a moment and nodded. At that moment, Manhwa ran in shouting, "The necromancer helicopter has arrived. They are about to land." The adjutant immediately became happy. "If the necromancer arrives, we can defeat the Cho faction together, and then deal with the red monsters." Manhwa scratched his head awkwardly. The necromancer said to deal with the red monsters first. The adjutant was shocked. "What did he say? Have we reported the situation?" Manhwa nodded. "He said he will meet after collecting some bones here." The adjutant became even more confused. "What bones?" A while later, another helicopter appeared in the sky above Johnny Ung Po. Dong Hun looked up and asked suspiciously, "Is that the necromancer's helicopter?" The adjutant turned pale. "Do not tell me." While they were still uncertain, many spirits appeared and began surrounding the monsters. Manhwa was shocked. "What is happening? Why are there giant creatures again?" Dong Hun frowned. "Even Cho is a type of giant monster, but in front of that thing, they were different from children. In an instant, they were swallowed." At this moment, Sung Woo had obtained Death God authority, so eliminating monsters was no longer difficult. Manhwa could not help but admire him. He was already very strong. Now was like a fish in water. Dong Hun wondered whether basic awakening alone could surpass him. After the battle, the gap between them would become so large it could no longer be caught up, because he himself was an asset of the necromancer. At the same time, in a nearby building, 3 people were observing with binoculars. The adjutant frowned and asked, "The necromancer, is the Freedom Guild requesting his help?" The assistant replied, "Probably. Until last night it was still said to be Sung Woo." It was no longer even a small or medium guild. The Crusader army had disappeared, and both supporting factions fell into chaos due to the spread of the situation. On Sung Woo's battlefield, he had already eliminated all normal monsters. Soon after, a large monster holding an axe approached. It was the commander-type monster of the monster race. The moment it appeared, it swung its axe towards Sung Woo. Through the binoculars, the adjutant was shocked. "It is a boss monster. It looks difficult to deal with." Wherever it swung its axe, vines grew and bound the entire army of Sung Woo. The assistant said in panic, "It will not be easy to deal with." The adjutant wondered whether the necromancer could be stopped here, but she was overthinking. Sung Woo directly slashed at the axe handle, destroying its weapon. Then came a complete overwhelming suppression. The opponent had almost no chance to resist. Not long after, it was knocked to the ground. Sung Woo did not stop, continuing to overwhelm it until it was completely shattered. Then he coldly said, "Attacking without knowing your limits is naturally a path to defeat." Min Seok delivered the final blow, and the battle ended. Because their coordination was too perfect, the battle ended very quickly. Sung Woo said, "The Freedom Guild is waiting, let's go." At the bridge connecting Johnny Ung Po, Dong Hun was waiting for Sung Woo. "That is good, I am not late." Dong Hun nodded, "Thank you." Looking at Sung Woo, Dong Hun sighed. He originally wanted to use the necromancer to buy time, but you have also become too strong. Then he explained the situation. "A large monster army from the west is advancing. Unless they swim across, they must pass this bridge. They have used many methods to block other directions. The whole of Korea is watching. If he fails again, he will lose his position. He must prove to everyone that he can control this battle." In a tall building in Johnny Ung Po, news of the necromancer joining the battle spread, causing many people to begin supporting him. More and more people sided with Sung Woo, making the adjutant worried as crowd control became increasingly difficult. Another report, a group of survivors from Yusan also joined. They have about 200 people, and 5 buses from Nam Yangu are approaching. Manhwa asked about the plan. The adjutant thought for a moment and said they must accept them first, then slowly control and bring them to their side. Even the Rain Devil's army appearing in Gimbo could not be controlled. This massive force was advancing east, and reports said they had drawn very close. They needed to persuade each faction through a meeting between commanders, thereby forcing cooperation with the Free Alliance. Thinking this, she pushed open the door and entered the meeting room inside. Inside, many people were already waiting. Dong Hun and Sung Woo sat facing each other at opposite ends of the table. Start the commander meeting. Adjutant report the situation briefly. Adjutant reported in a stern voice. The Free Alliance had blocked most bridges, set up guards, and used drones to track enemy movements. After hearing this, the commanders all changed expression. All eyes turned toward Sung Woo, and he immediately felt uncomfortable under that attention. Dong Hun frowned. He did not like this situation. Sung Woo was an individual yet the strongest combat force, causing everyone to focus only on him. At that moment, the door burst open. A man rushed in panic and shouted, "Sorry, Commander-in-Chief." He reported that a survivor had just flown in from the west. Dong Hun frowned. Flew here. The whole room began to buzz with discussion, because the survivor's method of travel was said to be very unusual. Even Sung Woo was doubtful since the Free Alliance restricted helicopters due to dragon beasts. So what was that vehicle? After some consideration, Dong Hun suggested, meet that person first, hear their story directly. A while later they went down the building, but upon seeing it everyone was even more shocked. Someone warned not to approach or they might be attacked. Sung Woo widened his eyes, unable to speak. So this is the special transport. Before them appeared a massive beast resembling a griffin. Beside it was a girl holding the reins tightly. She reassured them that it would not attack humans unless provoked first. At this moment a subordinate reported to Dong Hun. That girl was the survivor. The girl quickly looked at Dong Hun and pleaded, "Please save me." Sung Woo observed silently, suspecting this was a group isolated by the Red Brain Devil's commander. But the girl panicked and said that a large number of Chinese players had appeared in Gangwon a few hours ago asking for help. Sung Woo's expression immediately darkened. Everyone quickly gathered to discuss the plan. They looked at the map, where a small island was connected to Gangwon by a bridge. According to analysis, a safe zone could be established on the island if the bridge was sealed and monsters were controlled. Since the small terrain was easier to handle, Hazen sighed in worry. Even knowing the Free Alliance was strong on land, they still chose to act in secret. Sung Woo recalled the chaos caused by monsters and looting in Gangwon, near Seoul, making the situation even harder to control. He looked at Hazen and thought that the groups should have cooperated better, but in reality they could not unify. A few hours earlier, pirates had appeared in Gangwon, making the situation more severe. Offshore there were countless ships, most of them fishing boats requisitioned from civilians. Everything was out of control. All attempts to stop them had failed, and the retreat route had already been taken over. Dong Hun asked, "How many pirates are there?" Hazen estimated around 1,000 people, possibly more based on the number of ships. Everyone was shocked. With the large population from China, there could be many players, making everyone worried about the risk of attack. The adjutant tried to find hope. Perhaps player hunting was rare, so those pirates might just be ordinary people. Sung Woo refuted, in the current situation they are still very dangerous because they directly target lives and property while their side is weakened. His words restored everyone's spirit. Yes, this must be handled. The adjutant firmly said the Red Devils were already troublesome enough, but it was still unclear whether the enemy was regular forces or pirates. The debate continued. If attacked from upstream of the Han River while defending the riverbank, it would be very dangerous. A solution was needed. Dong Hun made a decision. For now, focus only on dealing with the demons. He calmly deployed the plan, hold the Gimbo and Gangseo areas, and send scouts downstream of the Han River to investigate. The decision stunned Hazen, as it meant they could not go to Gangwon for now. She sat down in disappointment, her spirit collapsing. Sung Woo suddenly spoke. "I have another proposal." He proposed a pincer attack plan, splitting forces to attack the pirates separately, then coordinate with the survivors in Gangwon. Sung Hun was surprised by the idea, and Seok objected, saying their current forces were not strong enough to execute it. He added that even deploying helicopters would be difficult since the noise would ruin the stealth plan, but then he paused as if realizing something impossible. And Seok recalled Sung Woo's terrifying transformation power, powerful yet isolated. Dong Hun also looked at him, scrutinizing gaze. Can it be done? In Sung Woo's hand a light gathered. He assessed that his skills were not suitable for chaotic battles. Techniques like Darbus and Breath of the Abyss could not be used. He thought about player forces in other regions and felt they needed more information about the Chinese player group, as they might encounter them again. The system continuously issued debuffs. Movement speed reduced 30%, attack speed reduced 20%, command punishment effect causing units to lose contact and direction. Sung Woo immediately planned countermeasures, prioritizing striking the enemy leadership like before with the commander beast. He looked at Hazen and said if he was alone he could not use the griffin for a stealth attack. She immediately replied yes. After some thought, Dong Hun nodded. Proceed with that plan. The sky gradually turned deep orange. Hazen had climbed onto the back of a giant eagle. Han Ho was unconvinced, leaving us again. Jisoo only smiled and reminded them to be careful. Sung Woo said the griffin could only carry 2 people at most, so there was no other choice. The next meeting would be on the battlefield. He told Han Ho not to act on overprotective instincts. She was only a thief, not a defensive frontline, making him slightly uneasy. Hezun adjusted her glasses. Ready. Sung Woo nodded. I am ready, Hezun. The griffin took off, and everyone immediately felt a strong turbulence as they ascended into the violent wind. The griffin soared into the sky, making everything below shrink like a miniature model. Only then did Hezun remember. She apologized for not saying it earlier. They had to wait until near nightfall to approach the coastline. She explained the terrain clearly. Pirates raised giant bird beasts. They patrolled the entire island region by air. Fog covered the entire offshore island, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Many ships were densely anchored at the harbor. Inside, people were adjusting the lights. All right, the lights are on. 3 people sat in a dark room, only weak light illuminating them. Have the batteries been installed? Not sure. The light is too weak. Man sneered. Well, if the prison guards do not interfere, we will have even more fun. They were excitedly discussing the scouting team near the island, while comparing them to imprisoned captives. He grinned sinisterly. Once we reach the Korean mainland, golden women will all belong to us. Another complained about the lack of alcohol, while the one beside him bragged about the captain's crow controllability and escape tricks. In a hidden corner, faint lights spilled into the foggy space. They continued drinking and talking, leaving the continent as pirates might be easier to earn gold than fighting on land. While the captain was drinking, someone noticed something abnormal. Wait, something is wrong. Only a layer of thick dust surrounded them. There is nothing. I do not see anything. They immediately became alert and grabbed their weapons. My mission is hunting humans. Something is not right. The captain broke into cold sweat. A constant sense of danger was warning his enhanced senses. A chill ran down their necks, making everyone shiver. The sudden ambush threw everyone into panic. Enemy. Before they could react, a purple chain had already wrapped tightly around his neck and dragged him to the ground. The chain brutally dragged him across the ground. Min Seok gripped the chain. Do not let them cause more trouble. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw a faint figure. Hold him. I need information. After clearing this, everything sank into darkness. When he woke up, he panicked. Where am I? The griffin's face suddenly appeared right in front of him, making him turn pale. Monster. John quickly tried to calm the griffin. Calm down. We will hand him over to you later. The words made him even more terrified. Sung Woo threatened coldly. I can rid the memories of the dead. He immediately trembled in fear. He pointed directly at him. Choose. Confess everything or die. At another location, a massive explosion sounded, followed by the enemy's painful scream. Absurd. The pirate captain shouted. 90 people have vanished in just a few hours. He ordered a full area inspection, retrieve anchors, and search every suspicious ship. They immediately retreated in chaos. He tensed. Who are you? Do not think hiding on the island means you are safe. Find them, the captain ordered. The crowds in the sky were controlled into madness. Find the attackers and bring them here. A red aura spread around the captain, enveloping the space. The crows in the sky continued to be manipulated by that power. He laughed arrogantly. This is not a place for you to hide. Crew member reported. Found the missing people. The captain froze. Faster than me. He saw the bodies neatly arranged on the ship, even placed as if they were being cared for. The captain could not believe it. Who would bring corpses onto our ship? He recalled the bodies floating in the sea, wondering if this was a provocation. More reports kept coming in. Many other ships had the same situation. All ships have corpses, the report shouted in panic. Suddenly a huge explosion occurred. The captain covered his face to avoid flying debris. What is happening? The ships exploded one after another, making him even more furious. I am asking why they are exploding. A strange sound echoed, making everyone shiver. Retreat immediately. Purple gas spread through the air, toxic gas from those strange canisters. He looked up at the tall building in the distance. Black smoke engulfed the entire area. This is the breath of hell of a dark mage. We must leave immediately. Vehicles sped through the chaotic night sky. Captain gritted his teeth. They have surrounded the island. He realized this was as a coordinated attack to isolate and annihilate the entire force. The bridge ahead became the last hope. Hurry, escape through the bridge. He roared in fury. Those bastards are using biological weapons. If we are isolated, we are dead for sure. He thought of the main fleet and was determined to escape to report the situation. Light appeared at the bridge. Run faster. That is the only way out. The vehicles accelerated and rushed forward through the chaos. The deeper they advanced, the brighter the light ahead became. The death spirits standing around were engulfed as if submerged in a raging sea of fire. The captain could not believe his eyes. The ambush was too horrifying. What on earth had happened on this island? Sung Woo was like a messenger from hell, the one who had been defeated on China server 2. He remembered that China had 3 servers. He looked down at the convoy below, feeling as if an entire continent had appeared. From enemy memories, a large-scale pirate group had formed. Sung Woo recalled what the 3 had said earlier. The reconnaissance group planned to pass through Ganghwa Island to prepare main forces to enter enter the mainland. The captain immediately got off the vehicle and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Sung Woo stared intently, blue flames erupting violently within his body. You will all die here. A red system warning kept appearing, indicating a massive landing operation was about to occur in this area. The pirates inhaled the black smoke and panicked. What is this smoke? My body hurts. Look ahead. They fell into despair when they saw the mist army. Mist, it is the mist. The army surrounded them from all sides. Front and back were all enemies. There was absolutely no escape route. The captain roared in panic. They are coming from all directions. What is that monster? He grabbed a pirate by the collar and shouted to retreat. It is better to return to the island than face these things. But the mist army kept surging forward without end. It was already too late. There was no way to retreat. The captain used dark magic to control black crows, telling himself he could only rely on himself now. Crows under his command flew straight toward the mist. The pirates also resisted fiercely. The captain's beasts temporarily pushed back the undead. Sung Woo observed calmly. Is that the bird Hazen mentioned? A hand of mist reached out and instantly grabbed the black crow by the neck. The remaining crows were quickly eliminated as well. He curled his lips, not very strong, only enough to deal with ordinary zombies. The mist army was like an immortal force that could not be stopped. Captain panicked. Impossible, my demon bird is useless. The pirates cried out in fear. It is reviving. Captain, what should we do? The captain quickly climbed onto the bridge railing and shouted to retreat. He was the only one who could contact the main fleet. He jumped up. The black crow provided a foothold, allowing him to rise into the air. He was full of hope. Fly up first. I must escape first. Captain tried to escape but did not notice a bird following behind him. A blue bird rushed in and shattered the black crow in mid-air, causing the captain to fall to the ground. His body slammed heavily, suffering severe injuries, coughing blood repeatedly. He still crawled forward in despair. I must get out of here. Hazen rejoiced. The death mage has stabilized the situation. Everyone is safe and rearming to fight the pirates. Sung Woo praised. Well done. John rode in on a griffin. All thanks to you, death mage. The captain watching was shocked. What is this? Surrounded by blood, the captain panicked. What is this guy? Sung Woo said coldly. You are not qualified to ask. His scythe fell. Then tell me, who is your admiral? Is it John Gong? I am not sure if you still remember him. As the scythe struck down, the system announced he reached level 17. Able to read the memories of the dead, light of memory surged out. A faint memory scene appeared in his mind. Sung Woo hovered in the air, witnessing the captain's past memories, a massive ship. Looking at the people below, their clothing was of ancient style. A man stood at the bow of the ship looking out to sea. Where are we going? Is it John Gong? Sung Woo assessed. He is not like a madman, like a vampire or a mad scientist. Two events appeared in his mind. Server 2 was assigned to the Soul Mage, and Server 1, a self-proclaimed emperor, wanted to unify the world with expanding power. He clenched his fist. Server 3 is only a minor trouble, so what should we do? Minister suggested asking for reinforcements, but John Gong immediately beheaded him. Idiot. Blood covered his hands. The reason we drift on the sea is lack of strength and force. He laughed wildly. If it is not enough, then take it by force. The smile became as vicious as a starving demon. Sung Woo tightened his fist. Just as expected, those who covet territory will not stop. John Gong still looked into distance. What is lacking is taken, but there is no longer any ownerless land. A subordinate suggested attacking nearby islands to expand control and advance into the Korean peninsula. John Gong excitedly grabbed his hand. I think so too. He ordered the nearby Chinese islands to be wiped out, taking advantage of the chaos on the mainland. General Ingong led a small fleet to establish a forward base on the Korean peninsula. He ordered not to alert other forces and to wait for instructions. Ingong obeyed. John Gong looked at the system, seeking to exploit pirates to maximize gold gain. The system displayed a level 3 pirate alliance with over 1,000 members. Gold increased when killing players, making even Sung Woo cautious. In front of him were countless fallen bodies, behind him a powerful army. He sneered, heroes born in chaos are truly ridiculous. He looked back at the army. The goal was not heroes, but to plunder everything. Sang's memory stopped here. Sung Woo's mind immediately returned to reality. Sung Woo looked at the pirate captain kneeling in front of him, thinking that people who preach morals are often not trustworthy. And this was probably not only true in Korea. Sung Woo held a skill card in his hand. The pirate captain had already been completely subdued. A system notification appeared. He learned the skill Death's Ripley, and it had been upgraded from elite to master level. The skill consumes 110 mana, summoning 25 abyss undead with nearly infinite HP. He frowned slightly, feeling tense. Increasing power was good, but he was gradually getting used to fighting humans, which might cause unnecessary misunderstandings from his necromancer ability. Looking at Sung Woo's back, the other person asked anxiously, Sir Necromancer, what should we do next? A green flame appeared in his palm, transforming into birds flying in the air. He said, things here are done, now to Jimbo. Prepare for the real battle. The monster's terrified face was magnified right before everyone's eyes. The human army was ready for battle, their wary eyes fixed on the monster horde ahead. Manhwa grew tense looking at the formation ahead. All of them? Jisoo also panicked, realizing they were all far stronger than normal monsters, and Seok maintained a serious expression, saying these were only the vanguard troops. The monsters in the opposing formation were also holding stones, always ready for battle. Everyone grew more terrified upon realizing they were using other creatures as slaves. They were horrified by the brutality of the monsters. Master Hunter Jisoo immediately rushed forward to eliminate the monsters ahead. Roy and Jisoo coordinated smoothly, attacking the giant monsters together. Sharp blades pierced through their bodies before they could react. Manhwa looked at the monster horde with cold eyes, ordering continuous attacks. Manhwa charged forward, punching the monsters so hard that even the front line was shocked. Die, you bastards! Kanghun used fire magic, the flames erupting violently. Fire frenzy, burn them all! Monsters screamed in the sea of fire. Then the system notified that he received 100 gold for killing our orc demon. Sunghun felt excited seeing the power of his flames. It's been a long time since I felt this good. No one but me can do this. Immediately after, and Seok stabbed a monster behind Sunghun and shouted, "Don't let your guard down." He fought with full strength while ordering the rear troops. Warriors move up, protect the mages. His punches made the monster struggle to resist, but their numbers still overwhelmed them. And Seok gritted his teeth. The problem was not only numbers. Watching wave after wave of monsters rushing in, and Seok worriedly realized they were not afraid at all, only purely enjoying killing. He sneered confidently, but before he could unleash his power, Manhwa spoke, "Me too." However, the rear defensive line was struggling under the pressure of the monsters. They tried to hold formation to block their advance. Priests with strong physiques created zones of magical light, forming a defensive barrier ahead. They shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." This shocked the frontline warriors. Are priests more muscular than us? Suddenly they noticed something strange. Look, another orc army appeared ahead, surrounded by a terrifying purple aura, led by an orc mage. A massive orc raised its hand, dark energy swirling heavily around it. Seeing the enemy advance, the defensive team immediately shouted orders. Maintain shields, cast protection spells. A massive explosion erupted, smoke and dust engulfing the battlefield. Wounded warriors screamed in the smoke, "Hold the line, don't let them break through." The orcs led a pack of wolves straight into the formation. Manhwa panicked. "I'm not sure we can hold them." And Seok gritted his teeth. "We must hold as long as possible." Suddenly heavy footsteps and shouts echoed. "Move aside, everyone move." Everyone cheered in joy. The Crusader order has arrived. Their arrival boosted morale, allowing the human side to counterattack more fiercely. An orc stood high above, silently observing the entire battlefield. Manhwa immediately ordered formation, mages attack. Magical arrows flew precisely toward the orc. Those who had fallen earlier stood up again, shouting, "Our Crusader Knights are here." Seok continued fighting. "Stop dreaming, support the Crusader Knights." Manhwa shouted, "Full buff on them." Dunghun and his team cut through the orc troops, urging, "Hurry up, there is not much time." His face was full of determination, believing they could complete the special mission. Dunghun's sword glowed brightly, cutting through the orc ranks. He thought he would get closer to the necromancer after this mission. Crusader Knights gradually regained the advantage, believing today would be the day they awakened. One person shouted, "Commander, I reached level 10. Dunghun's expression darkened, "So it has finally come to this." A massive beam of light descended onto the battlefield. The system announced the completion of a special mission. Unique skill reward, awakening power, fate changing. Everyone was stunned by the light. Jisoo squinted. "What is that light? I can't see." Light from the sword continued shooting into the sky like a signal. Dunghun gripped his sword tightly. "All units continue fighting." The system announced across the region, healing increased, stats boosted for the Crusader Knights, and Dunghun leveled up again. Everyone looked at the light in their hands, feeling it as a symbol of truth and hope. Dunghun felt his comrade's will, his pride surging strongly. Memories of brutal battles surged back. He had once abandoned personal power to choose collective strength in a collapsing world. That small flame was the beginning of hope, a revolution that needed time to grow. Dunghun tightened his grip on his sword, power spreading across the battlefield. He decided to buy time so the liberation forces could hold until the end. In another place, a notification sounded, "Lady Levy, there is news about the pirates we previously defeated." He was extremely dissatisfied. Those bastards had caused trouble on the China server, and now they had dragged it onto the Korean server as well. Lady Levy immediately flew into rage after hearing this. "Those humanoid creatures. The trouble I thought had already been dealt with has spread to another country." The others quickly explained that this was not the young lady's fault. At that time she had diverted them to save everyone. The soldier clenched his fists in excitement. There was news that they had pushed them back in Korea. Lady Levy was shocked by those invaders. She smiled faintly. It seems Korea has quite a few experts. She was curious who had stopped those monsters. An orc struck down by Dong-hun collapsed. Immediately the system reported he received 3,000 gold for killing the raid commander. He looked at the fallen orc commander's corpse and let out a heavy sigh in the middle of the battlefield. Dong-hun surveyed the surroundings. The nearby enemies had been wiped out. It seemed this battle was over. Manhwa reported that it was a crushing victory. Only a few slipped through. Most had been completely eliminated. Dong-hun looked ahead and asked about their current situation. Manhwa checked the statistics. Losses were 3 Crusader units and about 100 players, much lower than initially expected. Dong-hun looked up at the sky. Perhaps they should reduce the number of Crusaders since human deaths could not be recovered. He thought of the Death Mage form. They still had not reached S rank like Sung Yusi, then looked back at the fallen warriors. Even though they had invested many resources in training, if they died it would all be for nothing. And Seok ordered everyone to rest first. If the orcs attacked while they were exhausted, it would be very dangerous. Dong-hun suddenly startled when he noticed something abnormal ahead. The others panicked. Another wave of attacks. Their numbers were still that large. Another wave of orcs rushed in, attacking as if challenging all of humanity. Hanho turned pale with fear. Their front line was too strong. Jisoo judged this was the main force. Adjutant Xiuk became serious. The situation was too dangerous. Their current forces could hardly stop that massive army. Manhwa pointed at the buildings behind and suggested retreating into the narrow streets to split enemy forces and find a chance to win. Dong-hun calmly asked if they retreat into the buildings, would they still chase them? He looked into the distance, worried they would head straight to Yeondongpo, where many people were gathered. Hearing this, Jisoo sighed helplessly. Of course they would rush into the most crowded place. Always like that. Dong-hun stood firm like a fortress. There was no retreat. Behind him the Crusader army also tightened formation. The orc vanguard once again charged like uncontrollable beasts. The people behind panicked. Many wanted to flee as they could not stop that terrifying assault. Jisoo calmed everyone, asking them to stay composed. At that moment Hanho shouted when he saw Jisoo in front. A bloodied orc corpse suddenly fell into the enemy formation. Immediately after, a massive explosion swept through the orc army, throwing them into chaos. In the sky, blue-colored creatures dove down attacking the orcs. Everyone was stunned by the aerial monsters. The orcs also froze when they saw their comrades' corpses continuously falling from above. Continuous explosions erupted in the middle of the orc formation, tearing their front line apart. Everyone cheered. The necromancer has returned. Senior Jisoo has appeared. Min-seok and Sung-woo appeared, causing the orcs to visibly panic. Dong-hun could not help but admire at aerial combat like modern weaponry, far beyond their close combat warfare. Unmanned aerial devices hovered above the tall buildings. On the live broadcast, images of the Death Mage's battle were transmitted. Everyone was shocked by the skeletal knight sweeping across the battlefield. The magic display showed information. Basic device used to project images from drones or cameras for 1 hour. After 4 uses it breaks. Everyone kept discussing, finding it hard to believe it was not a machine. But the power was too extraordinary if it was human. Amid the chaotic battlefield, some people still calmly commented, even changing their opinion about the skeleton creatures. Director outside was extremely excited as the viewer count skyrocketed. Online comments flooded in, arguments about the strength between the Crusader army and the necromancer, while the director dreamed of massive revenue. At that moment, a loud noise came from outside. People in the room immediately drew weapons in alert. Adjutant and a cloaked figure appeared, ordering them to lower their weapons. They were from the Freedom Guild. The director panicked, being ordered to stop the broadcast immediately or force would be used. Director angrily responded, claiming they were suppressing media and player rights to know. The adjutant sternly warned that media had been exploited during the El Uzoa terror period. Military information must remain classified. The director finally reluctantly agreed to shut down the camera and stop the broadcast. Soldier reported to the adjutant. She coldly confirmed she understood the situation. The adjutant gritted her teeth, worried that other hidden broadcast channels might still exist. As expected, even enemies in other countries were watching the battle live. At a distant base, Rai sat inside a cardboard box, silently watching the fire ahead. Manhwa panicked upon hearing news of attacks from multiple directions, southwest, and even pirate groups were approaching. He despairingly held his head. This place was truly hell. Sung-woo was also exhausted with no rest since the apocalypse began. Jisoo admitted that Korea was only strong on its domestic server. Compared to the world, it was still very weak. She clenched her fists, saying they needed to hunt more monsters to grow stronger. Sung-woo sighed heavily and nodded in agreement. Hanho stood nearby complaining about their survival journey, while everyone continued on the only path left, hunting to become stronger. On the world map, Korea was like a small iceberg, with limited resources, so the battle with the orcs was a major opportunity to gain gold and experience. Jisoo clenched her fist, telling herself that tomorrow she must eliminate as many monsters as possible. Sung-woo also thought they would temporarily pause conflict with other servers. He looked toward the Crusader army discussing. After the battle with the snail monster, they would would have to face humans, so they needed to discuss a plan with Dong Hun. Many thoughts crossed Sung Woo's mind. If those people were also players, what then? War would never end. Other regions were also gathering forces. If moving between servers became easy, they would have to face international players. So what needed to be prepared to counter them? When would this game end? As he wondered, the system appeared. In the sky, the necromancer's birds were flying. Everyone gathered around the campfire. Did you hear anything? No, nothing strange. Suddenly a tree root rose from the ground, making them startle. Not sure. Is that a root? At first it was only a small root, but soon it grew rapidly, piercing through the entire camp. Jisoo and Rai immediately reported to Sung Woo. Sung Woo, what is happening? Seeing a snail monster holding an axe appearing behind her, he quickly shouted, Jisoo, be careful behind. Receiving the warning, Jisoo and Rai reacted immediately, quickly subduing the snail monster. The noise caused chaos in the camp. What is happening? There is a snail monster here. Seeing enemies appear in the camp, everyone was stunned. How did they get in here? Hanho pointed this way. They are coming from this direction. Sung Woo focused and mobilized his energy. In front of them, snail monsters continuously emerged from the teleport gate. Sung Woo's face turned pale. They were using an infrastructure teleport gate. Looking at the rushing monsters, Sung Woo panicked. He had been too careless and failed to anticipate this. Soldiers behind were flustered. Quickly stop them. I have not finished fixing my equipment. He became even more panicked, realizing the snail monster's target. They were aiming for the guild leader. A strong light blocked their advance. System announced Tempo Dungeon opens in 1 hour, regenerating 2% HP per second. All Crusader skills increased by 5. Dong Hun erupted with power, overwhelming presence dominating the battlefield. Each of his slashes continuously blocked the snail monster's advance, and Seok stood up from the rubble shocked, thought he was surely dead just as expected. Took a deep breath, regaining calm. A surge of energy flowed into Seok and those around him. The power is increasing, so much energy. They continued charging into the counterattack against the snail monsters. Warriors attacked fiercely, use it as a stepping stone. Not only you want to destroy them. They were excited. We have passed the first gate, and Seok clenched his fist. He felt victory approaching, and his previous injuries made him stronger through recovery and leveling effects. Seok looked at the central light wide area support skill, almost like cheating, boosting the whole team stats instantly. Dong Hun continued to display overwhelming strength. Manhwa commanded another wing. We have passed the second gate. Check other areas. Someone was shocked. There are other areas. Where are the gates? But at this moment, monsters had already surrounded the entire area. Traces of the destroyed teleport gate still remained on the ground. Is it over? Has the necromancer cleared the third gate? Dong Hun sighed, a bit late, but perhaps like the first awakening, we are still far away. Jisoo pointed in a direction. Sung Woo looked there. Sung Woo was shocked. That stone emitting black smoke. Is that what creates the teleport gate? Manhwa observed. Wait, it looks like a magic stone. The snails are using it to deceive us. Be careful, it carries dark energy. Prolonged exposure will cause influence. When Manhwa touched the stone, a red system warning immediately appeared, just as I thought. At the same time, notification appeared. The path of darkness is a dark trap. If not destroyed within 30 hours, snail monsters will evolve into demonic state. Manhwa panicked. What is this? Hanho sighed. Even the system is deceiving us. Sung Woo recalled memories of the black stone and the monster he once encountered at the university. He felt dark energy spreading. This would be a formidable opponent. At that moment, Manhwa received a call. Why are you calling at this time? The person panicked. Is it true they are approaching here? Manhwa immediately reported to Dong Hun. We must evacuate immediately. Dong Hun was shocked. What happened? Wyverns are rushing in. In the sky, huge monsters were densely flying. The group was forced to retreat into a defensive corner. And so cursed. Why are they gathering at this timing? Sung Hun reminded, be quiet. What if they really come? Adjutant looked toward Dong Hun. Commander, we need more time. She warned, the large number of people may cause monsters to detect from afar. Everyone was helpless. We can only wait. Nothing else can be done. Hanho pointed to the sky. Senior cannot fight wyverns, right? You cannot fly. Jisoo looked on. 1 or 2 are fine, but this many cannot be handled in aerial combat. They recalled the appearance of that monster, the alpha wyvern and the wyverns under its command. They were regarded as the 3 sky overlords of the Korean region. Sung Woo showed regret. If these creatures still existed, the entire plan would have to be temporarily delayed. He wanted to capture it but could not find a suitable opportunity. The sunlight gradually broke through and illuminated everything around, making it clearer. The adjutant stood up to command and ordered the movement to begin. Observing their speed, they seemed to be heading toward the north of the Han River. Dong Hun's expression became extremely serious and he nodded in agreement. Under his order, convoys began to set off, announcing that the entire team was leaving the area. Hanhu stared at his phone, reporting that the Gimbo Plain area where those creatures appeared had turned into ruins, identical to El Yuzo. He continued, the once lush wetland plain was now only ruins from early morning. The adjutant reported from reconnaissance that they were gathering at Zimpal International Airport. Sung Woo became serious. It seemed they were waiting for them. Dong Hun firmly said they were surely preparing for a full-scale attack. Everyone nearby also felt confident and ready to respond. Sung-woo looked at the whole team, reminding them to be cautious as this might be a trap. Sung-hun looked at the system board, admitting it, but time was running out and only fighting remained. The enemy forces were extremely numerous, their eyes filled with killing intent and bloodlust. They stopped at a deserted land. Opposite them was the main enemy force. Some players were worried due to the overwhelming numbers, suggesting retreat if possible. Sung-woo noticed the wavering in the team, but at this point they had no way back. He worried that if the dark great magic was completed, the situation would become more dangerous than ordinary monsters. Sung-hun suggested using tax bombing strike to open the battle. They reviewed the map. Seeing the enemy position was suitable for that plan, they needed to create surprise to gain advantage from the start, avoiding being overwhelmed. Sung-woo's eyes flashed, agreeing to execute the plan. A massive bombardment explosion suddenly erupted across the battlefield. He observed and noticed a magical protective circle surrounding the explosion. Sung-woo felt a chill down his spine, suspecting it was dark mage magic. As the smoke dispersed, the enemy still had not appeared. Dong-hun believed they were stalling to complete their magic. He worried the enemy numbers were too large, suggesting they should take the initiative to attack. Sung-woo was irritated but agreed it was the best option at the moment. The adjutant worried about casualties. Even if they won, the losses could be severe. She thought about hidden forces, realizing there were many enemies still waiting behind. Sung-woo asked Sung-hun if he was worried. He honestly admitted he was. He smiled lightly, saying after the battle they should build a new alliance. Dong-hun asked in surprise about the meaning of that proposal. He explained that they needed a large organization like the model Dong-hun had built. The surviving people were still cautious. Even after gathering, they still lacked cohesion. He proposed linking them into a unified system for easier leadership. Warriors clenched their fists, aiming for a peaceful community in this chaotic era. Dong-hun still hesitated but stated he would try if there were no obstacles. Ships sped across the sea, heading toward Korea. Sung-woo recalled the captain who had been eliminated earlier and the memory of their defeat. Other forces also appeared in his mind, weak groups being continuously pushed back. The best solution was to eliminate them before they could grow stronger. The future army would have to face many nations and even stronger forces. Sung-woo thought about logistics, realizing a strong supporting organization was needed. Images of family appeared, but the current town was not strong enough. A stronger place was needed. Dong-hun also agreed a large community equivalent to a nation was still far away. He looked at Sung-woo, wondering whether this was an invitation for cooperation or a test of luck. The comrades who stood with Dong-hun became his source of strength. Not only equipment, a large organization could be the key to surpassing that man. Both shared the same thought, cooperation, while also calculating how to use each other. Sung-woo and Dong-hun laughed loudly. Jisoo sighed in relief, but Han-ho remained alert. They looked at the massive enemy forces, deciding to discuss later. For now, they had to deal with them first. Sung-woo proposed a strategy to minimize casualties, even if it was somewhat unusual. He made a gesture like drawing a bow, preparing for a sniper strike. They stood before the enemy's huge monster army. Ming-ho was tense, feeling as if standing before a slaughterhouse. The adjutant feared it was a deadly trap. Su said seriously that today they would be the ones to finish the enemy. Han-ho narrowed his eyes, holding dual blades, joking that there were too many pigs to handle. Monsters launched a simultaneous attack. The whole team shouted as they surged forward. Dong-hun quickly commanded formation deployment, frontline defense, mages in the middle, avoiding being surrounded. Many panicked, thinking they would surely die this time, but were immediately shouted at to stay silent as there was no way back. Dong-hun gritted his teeth, recalling past battles, where they had overcome countless seemingly unwinnable fights since the game began. Dong-hun's voice rang across the entire army. This battle today is simply a continuation of previous victories. He looked up at the system board, believing that from now on there would be even more difficult and exhausting battles ahead. Dong-hun turned back to look at his teammates, saying that ahead still lay countless trials that seemed impossible to overcome. He only said a single calm line, "Have we given up yet?" making everyone fall silent and tighten their fists. Immediately after, everyone shouted in unison that they would not give up, absolutely not surrender, and would advance toward the throne and face the game operator. Morale instantly erupted. They had witnessed countless deaths, but still made it here. No one had any intention of stepping back anymore. Dong-hun raised his sword high, declaring that today's victory would definitely belong to them. The system announced that the current area had become tempo territory for 1 hour, increasing healing effects, allies gaining 2% stats, and Crusader Knights gaining an additional 5. Monsters went mad as they surged forward, while mages continuously unleashed fierce fire attacks. Flames erupted violently, covering the battlefield, thick black smoke rolling upward, but the monsters showed no sign of weakening, continuously charging forward without pause. If they were pushed back now, everything would collapse. The front defensive line firmly blocked each wave of attacks, holding the formation steady. The spear unit at the rear also continuously counterattacked, preventing the enemy from closing in and splitting the formation. At that moment, they detected elite monsters appearing. All mages immediately entered a state of preparation. At the same time, they were also attacked by massive rhinoceros-like creatures charging in to break the defensive line. Both sides fought with full strength. the battlefield becoming a deadlock as neither side yielded. Most importantly, they still held the line, even though it felt like it could break at any moment. They shouted when they saw enemy siege machines advancing, while rear forces also began surging forward. The commander monster signaled the archer units behind to prepare a volley attack. Hun used a smoke screen to block the incoming arrows. He shouted to hold the position, trying to pull as many enemy forces into this area as possible. Hun looked toward the monster command formation, requesting to draw the leader closer. Griffin was flying in another area in the sky. It spoke, "It seems it is time to act. I will lower altitude." But Sungwoo's words surprised her. "No need, this is enough." He immediately jumped off Griffin's back and dove straight downward. The monsters below were startled and all looked up at once. Sungwoo felt slightly surprised you noticed it, but it was already too late. He controlled the scythe, unleashing a devastating bone magic attack. Continuous explosions echoed across the battlefield. The system displayed a notification, "Blessing of the Thunder God, hero rank, bracelet type," with the ability to absorb all mana and unleash tremendous power. Mana does not recover for 5 minutes after using an attack. If a non-mana user equips it, it can be used once within 24 hours without any cost. A purple circle suddenly covers the entire Okul army, but it was still not enough. That shield shattered under Sungwoo's immense power. You receive 1 800 gold when defeating a red Okul dark mage. You receive 1 500 gold when killing a red Okul guard, and additionally 1 200 gold from a red Okul warrior. You have received 1 200 gold when defeating a red Okul warrior. Hun also witnessed the effect of Sungwoo's aerial attack, like a sniping campaign using cannons instead of bullets. The ferocious and bloodthirsty faces of the Okul suddenly appeared. Monster Lord Okul Lord has appeared. Sungwoo smirked. "Do you feel insulted? You look quite angry." The other Okul suddenly turned and ran toward their legion. Minho immediately realized the intention. They were rushing to protect the boss. Chase them immediately. A red system suddenly rang out, warning that the awakening signal had been activated across the entire area. Warning, the death call has been activated across the entire area. Immediately after the necromancer's power erupted. Sungwoo's disciples receive a squarmation command system, classifying individual combined power, requirement command level 2. Attributes 30+, increases 6% attack, 6% defense, 3% single target damage. At the same time, the system introduces giant level 5 units, requires at least 50 giants, reduces damage from small enemies, and when more than 50 heavy armor units are present, increases 30% defense, creates a shield equal to 40% defense. A bottle among the Okul army suddenly glowed brightly. They were shocked when sensing a massive surge of power erupting from it. Hanho laughed loudly. "How is the taste, pigheads? This is what immunity to abyss breath feels like." Sungwoo softly marveled. It was a warm and pleasant feeling. He held the scythe in front of the Okul Lord and said, "Sorry for visiting so suddenly." Half of Sungwoo's face erupted in blue flames. "I only want a quiet conversation between two people." His scythe slowly swung up. Sorry, I said it wrong." Hun's disciples immediately rushed in. "I forgot there is still our side." The disciples' attacks continuously struck down, but the Okul Lord only roared and counterattacked fiercely. Min Seok's voice was heavy. "I cannot believe it is still standing after that hit." The Okul Lord used both hands to block consecutive attacks. While Sungwoo analyzed the difference of this boss, he saw it had been slashed and bleeding, but the good news was it still could not withstand the combined attacks of An and Min Seok. He rushed in again, swinging his blade at the Lord. A chain suddenly appeared, tightly binding it. Immediately after, 3 more chains restrained the full power of the Okul Lord. When Min Seok delivered the finishing blow, the system announced victory. Received 900,000 gold when defeating the Okul Overlord. Remaining time 3 days 7 hours 83 minutes. Roy became angry. "What did you say?" Min Seok quickly explained, "Brother, I did not intend to steal your monster at that time. It was a mandatory mission, so I had to do it." The disciples continued to surround the remaining Okul. Without their lord, the Okul trembled and dropped their weapons. Everyone immediately realized they had completely lost their will to fight after their leader died. Jisoo shouted, "Advance!" Everyone was boosted with morale and rushed into a fierce attack, causing the Okul to panic and flee. Manhwa angrily kicked an Okul. "Get lost, now you are my prey." He and his teammates on motorcycles kept charging forward, competing for targets. Hun gritted his teeth. "We have won. At this rate we will wipe out the red Okul." But Nyan-ho suddenly received a notification on the phone. "What is this?" you called urgently. He could not believe it. "What are you saying?" Minho quickly called. "Commander." He shouted loudly. "Recon drone reports a wyvern flock flying toward us." Hearing this, everyone panicked. "How far are they? How long until they arrive?" Minho replied, 3 kilometers away. "They will arrive very soon." Hun was horrified. "Wyverns, they are really coming here." He recalled their terrifying destructive power. They had been waiting for prey to leave the city before tracking them into the wasteland. and now they were about to appear here. Dong Hun immediately ordered, "All troops retreat, evacuate immediately." Everyone was confused, why retreat now? But the system had already announced that the wyvern boss of the area had appeared. They were in despair. It is too late, they are here. The wyverns appeared like a sign of death, their massive bodies covering the sky. Everyone had no time to react, cries for help echoed in despair. Sung Woo could not believe it. Wyverns again, we have barely rested and already have to fight again. Controlled the flock of birds to move the okal corpses. I told you, you have nothing to eat. The dead bodies of the okal became bait for the wyverns. Sung Woo shouted loudly, calling Sung Hun to immediately prepare the combat ballista. Dong Hun reacted instantly. The reconnaissance squad quickly deployed and prepared the ballista. In the figure cloaked in golden light, only the silhouette of a wyvern could be seen. Eat up. Everything in front is food, eat. The wyvern rushed forward to bite its prey. Sung Woo shouted, detonate. At that moment, the wyvern's mouth suddenly exploded. Sung Hun immediately saw the monster staggering in the sky. He shouted loudly, one hit, continue firing continuously. Sung Woo controlled a bone dragon and ordered it to finish it. The bone dragon obeyed and lunged straight at the wyvern's neck. When the wyvern collapsed, the system displayed that you received 754 the 30 gold for hunting a wyvern. Jisoo cheered in excitement. It worked, wiped them all out. The soldiers also grew excited as they continued hunting wyverns. Sung Woo's face under the death spirit mage state brightened. The monster once thought impossible to tame was now his. You have controlled an undead. He turned to Min Seok and said he could also ride it with her. Min Seok reacted in surprise. Alright, do it that way. After that, both of them rode the wyvern into the sky. They observed the entire situation from above. Sung Woo felt satisfied at finally being able to fly. Riding a wyvern was harder than a griffin but more stable due to its size. Min-soo interjected, asking whether they were hunting wyverns this time. Sung Woo replied yes, they would make them feel what it was like to be hunted. They immediately entered the center of the wyvern pack. Suddenly a wyvern broke from the flock and charged toward the ground below. It dived down to bite its prey. Sung Woo immediately recognized that stray monster. He quickly controlled the undead wyvern to chase it. The monster did not notice any danger despite breaking from the pack. Sung Woo shouted, Min Seok, grab it. Min Seok thought he would finish this one. Purple chains once again tightly bound the stray wyvern. Sung Woo urged, hurry, this one makes two. Another wyvern silently flew above his head. It tried to use its sharp claws to attack Sung Woo but was easily dodged. Damn, more are coming? Sung Woo quickly fired an arrow from his bow. He gritted his teeth as the bow was nearly useless, unable to even scratch their scales. The system displayed that you received 850,000 gold for hunting a wyvern. Time remaining to complete the mission is 3 days, 7 hours, and 2 minutes. A sword struck the wyvern above, causing Min Seok to fall down. Sung Woo, catch me, help me. You have tamed an undead. The wyvern opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs. This one is tough, almost dead but still refusing to let go. Sung Woo hurriedly shouted, come here, go. Rai was confused and being pulled away. What is this? It did not notice the wyvern's sharp jaws behind it. Monster bit in empty air. Its spine is dislocated. Its entire body was cut in half. Immediately after, several more slashes followed. Finally, its head was also split in two. You received 850,000 gold for hunting a wyvern. You have tamed an undead. Sung Woo felt slightly happy. By now he had already tamed 3 of them. Continued observing the birds flying in the sky. When the system announced that the area boss wyvern leader had appeared, the true monster revealed itself. Sung Woo looked at the massive wyvern swarm flying across the sky. A plan formed in his mind. They could only be handled one by one when separated. The entire pack was too dangerous. Sung Woo targeted a wyvern that was breaking away from the flock. The others continuously roared, creating deafening sounds. They seemed to understand each other, flying in circles, forming large and small rings. The wyvern boss let out a roar. Min Seok looked at the dense swarm and felt uneasy. This is too dangerous. Sung Woo agreed. He looked at the number of monsters, about 30. They could not handle all of them at once. Sung Woo looked at the vial in his hand. If they could not escape these monsters, they had no choice but to use this item. The system immediately displayed information about the breath of the abyss inside the vial. The boss ordered the other monsters to launch a simultaneous attack on the enemy. He shouted, use it immediately. A purple liquid instantly spread across the entire area. The wyverns clearly showed a disadvantage when coming into contact with the purple smoke from the vial. Their power seemed to be completely paralyzed. Sung Woo quickly noticed their abnormal reaction and thought that as long as the creatures were still alive, they would still be affected, although it might not fully neutralize them. Min Seok said coldly that they might not be able to withstand it, while Sung Woo remarked that it felt like something extremely hard for them to endure. Immediately after, the wyverns let out their familiar roar again. He was shocked to realize they were trying to endure it while the vial was nearly empty, and kept urging them not to let the creatures approach. At the most tense moment, the system displayed a cold warning, breath of the abyss at 1%. The wyvern's eyes suddenly turned sharp and bright. Immediately after, it suddenly turned its head and flew away. The remaining ones quickly retreated following the leader. Sung Woo sighed in relief. It was finally over. They could now set foot on land. The other teammates were also exhausted after the battle. The observing warriors were shocked, unable to understand what kind of coordination had just occurred when all the dangerous monsters gathered in one place. Jung Hoon expressed admiration, saying he was not arrogant when he planned to handle the pirates alone and could leave the force anytime if he wanted. The server Korea announcement confirmed the successful defeat of the fourth high-level monster. The top contributor reached KDA 157. When the announcement appeared, everyone cheered, affirming that this was a victory for everyone. Han-ho looked displeased at the ranking board. Even though the senior was the top contributor, he still did not hold first place. The KDA board showed rank 1 Han Kang level 19, rank KDA 157 level 18, rank 3000 level 17, rank 4 John Dong Paul level 16, rank 5 Choi Yun level 15. Jisoo was more optimistic, saying it would be worse if he had dropped in rank. Everyone looked back at their rankings and understood that what mattered was not only rank but growth in strength, and Sung Woo chose the level up card that increased strength by 3 in preparation for future battles. The intense battles just now were summarized, bringing a lot of information about their roles within the system. From now on, he had become a target for many other players, especially summoners, so he needed to upgrade his basic skills. Sung Woo looked at the ring he obtained after hunting the Lord. The system displayed Black Bottle Jade Ring, special type, effect increases magic curse amplification by 10, contains dark energy that can be dangerous to those without resistance. He slowly put the ring on his finger, believing that with Death Curse or Death Aura, he could still utilize its offensive power. Han-ho behind him kept complaining, "What is this? Senior only got one item for himself." Sung Woo began to worry about the future, especially if a large-scale dark ritual occurred and made many monsters stronger. He thought about possibly obtaining stronger items like Blood Demon Stone. Then the person behind slightly frowned, patted his shoulder, and said from now on they would live and fight together. Sung Woo looked at the exhausted warriors and realized they could not allow the ritual of the monsters to continue and had to stop it before it grew stronger. At the night camp, the number of survivors was only 492 players. After the battle, everyone discussed the casualties, now less than 1/3 compared to the first battle. More than half had died, and the Songzongu group had disappeared. Dong Hun said that the current survivors had become stronger. The others remained silent, unable to say anything more. He continued saying that battles would increase, so they needed to build a larger and stronger formation. Sung Woo looked at the remaining players, a faint hope rising in his heart, realizing that survivors would become stronger when facing reality, brutal but true. Sung Woo looked at his teammates. Jisoo had reached level 15. Han-ho was slightly slower but had also reached level 12. He still felt worried about the rankings. They were ranked 727. The disappointment still remained. Han-ho remained optimistic, holding the mic and complaining that they were just supporting roles and had not chosen 4 or 5-star jobs, while Jisoo sighed and asked if he planned to oppose the system. Sung Woo raised 2 fingers, reminding Han-ho that he had 2 chances but chose wrongly both times. Han-ho immediately reacted strongly, saying the senior was too lucky to understand. At that moment, several cloaked figures rushed in and reported to the commander. They reported that they had found a store at Jimbo Airport, but hearing this, everyone was shocked to find a status showing the area was inaccessible. Sung Woo immediately realized it was an inaccessible store, and that was not a good sign. It might be a special shop that only sold rare items. The others became excited, saying that even if they could not enter, they should still try, and many had saved gold for the next gacha. Everyone hoped to obtain luxury items from that gold, their eyes filled with ambition and calculation. Seeing their excitement, Dong Hun could only sigh and agree to send several teams to investigate the store. In front of them was a purple barrier. Inside the barrier was a locked symbol. Clearly something abnormal was going on. Sung Woo pondered and realized this was indeed the sign of an inaccessible store, and Seok wondered why they could not enter, while Sung Hun said it might require a ticket, though he was not certain. The system confirmed a secret shop ticket is required for access. Everyone grew angry, repeatedly striking the barrier but unable to enter, cursing and venting frustration. In contrast to them, Sung Woo remained calm, simply thinking about shopping. He gently touched the barrier, and the system immediately asked if he wanted to use a secret shop ticket. Sung Woo then remembered that he had received a secret shop ticket when he first awakened. Your maximum friend limit has been increased. You will receive a purchase ticket at the secret shop if you rank in the top 9 in your first awakening. Only for 50 people. When he successfully crossed the barrier, Sung Woo turned to look at Dong Hun. With a limit of 50 people, perhaps Dong Hun did not receive this reward. Seeing him enter inside, people around were extremely angry, wondering why only he was allowed in. Sung Hun felt disappointed, wondering if he was not a VIP. Sung Woo slowly stepped forward, only faint dust surrounding him. He looked forward, where a screen guided the entrance to the seating area. Sung Woo followed system instructions. Please be seated. This place was clearly completely different from a normal shop. 5 items will be displayed in turn. If you want to buy, confirm within 10 seconds. You cannot return to items you skipped. Sung Woo was extremely shocked, like an instant buy advertisement. Discount only lasts 10 seconds then disappears. First item is about to be revealed. Immediately after the signal, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. Expert-level golem crafting blueprint. Special grade consumable material type. Allows learning golem crafting skill when used. Description: use surrounding resources to create a giant golem. Additional available materials can be added. Price 1 million gold. You have 10 seconds. Urgent notice made Sung Woo panic mechanic. Golem crafting. Quickly touch the screen. Current gold 10 ton fine 65 fine 5 40 40. Only 10 seconds to buy. I will buy it. Must buy it. The second item will be revealed. 3 bottles of special grade panacea medicine set. Consumable type. Restores all abnormal states to normal after use. Price 2 million gold. This time Sung Woo seemed calmer. This was once a reward in previous advancement stage. Price too high, so he decided to skip, even if it might be needed in the future. I'm up. Third I'm open. Amazing skill enhancement. Special grade consumable item that enhances a specific skill after use. Price 3 million gold. He was rather indifferent this time. Not a bad item, but buying would affect the next 2 items, so he chose to skip. Time up. Fourth item announced. Dark Emperor bracelet. Legendary grade. Strength +3, agility +3. Allows teleport in shadows within 100-meter radius. Cooldown 10 minutes. Price 4 million gold. Sung Woo was extremely shocked. Power inside his body surged violently. This was exactly what he needed to complete the Shadow Emperor Succession quest. Shadow Emperor Succession quest. 3 of 4 items collected. Light flashed in Sung Woo's eyes. This was the last item. His heart beat faster than ever. Finally, the 5th item appeared. After the system announcement, another dazzling light burst out. Sung Woo's face could not hide his excitement. He did not expect to obtain this kind of tool. In front of him was a huge scroll. Position designated resurrection scroll. Special grade consumable allows resurrection at selected position after death. Price 5 million gold. Standing before the light, Sung Woo shouted, "Resurrection." He recalled past analysis. Resurrection was one of summoner skills. With it, he had defeated the dragon and completed the awakening quest. Sung Woo pondered for a long time. Although the skill had 31-day cooldown, it was still acceptable. He quickly realized one thing: this skill still had limitations. Thinking back, he had used it before. If killed during cooldown, it could not be activated again. He continued thinking, after resurrection the state would return to before death, so using it proactively on others might be a good strategy. He wondered whether resurrection was an advantage in combat. If killed by a strong boss then revived immediately, he could continue fighting. Moreover, this skill was only usable on himself. He fell into thought: if Hanho or Jisoo died, he could not resurrect them. In his mind, Sung Woo remembered his most trusted teammates growing stronger together and accepting all risks. Resurrection scroll would be a huge safeguard for the future when facing danger. Just as the system displayed a warning to stop selection, he kept pressing buy. I will buy it. I will buy it. The system displayed the evaluation process has ended. He happily said he had chosen the item. A magic circle appeared under Sung Woo. The system would automatically teleport him away in 10 seconds. The crowd kept cheering at the Minsu Alliance launch in the Seoul urban area. At this moment, everyone was enthusiastically participating in the game. Sung Woo kept tapping his phone, Jisoo wiping her sword and smiling. It had been a long time since she rested. Hanho pouted and complained, "Always going on hunts, humans should not live like this." Sung Woo rubbed his neck and said softly that the important thing was proper rest and information gathering. Jisoo nodded that the next match would not be small. Suddenly from the sky a giant eagle appeared. The rider shouted, "Pirates have appeared." Jisoo looked on excitedly. "Our short vacation is over." Dong Han held the report and said in a low voice that pirates had appeared in the West Sea, then asked how the group would respond. Sung Woo suggested dealing with them before they reached shore, but he thought no one could fight them at sea. Hanho laughed and said that if they knew what was good for them, they would not dare land. The vanguard had already been wiped out. Jisoo frowned. If the enemy knew about Sung Woo, they might try other ways to approach. She analyzed slowly. If they targeted the Korean peninsula, they would definitely gather information first. Not only through media, they might also kidnap other players to extract data. Jisoo turned to ask Sung Woo what he knew about the pirates. Sung Woo replied that was all he knew, thinking in his mind they were even more frightening than the memory of the dead. A band of pirates once expelled from Chinese territory. They called themselves rulers of the sky, land, and sea. Hanho raised his hand and stated that this seemed based on the Triad Society in Chinese history. He had also heard about it in some games. The boy resting his chin on his hand wondered why they used the Triad Society as a foundation, even going as far as claiming to be Liu Bei Guan Yu and Chang Fai. Su assessed that the leader had brainwashed low-level players. In their minds appeared scenes of the group being forced to chant that he was a good person. "Shut up. I will not say anything. Kill me if you want." Another person suspected whether they were acting like allies, always following a master figure. Izot confirmed that if they could dominate the world, it would become an enormous advantage. It would be terrifying if the entire world were operated under a triad-style philosophy. In Sung Woo's memory appeared thoughts of recruits being forced to drink a toxic liquor, possibly a method of brainwashing and control. Dong Hun calmly said it was not necessary to deal only with the leader. If even one was left behind, they would grow stronger and become harder to handle. Sung Woo cut in, but first go to Gyeongdu. Jisoo excitedly said they could finally travel together. They arrived at a city where giant monsters had appeared. Hanho complained that he still preferred helicopter escort duty. Hazen loudly confirmed that Don Pong was a very skilled driver. Jisoo laughed while riding on the back of a giant creature, and the boy sighed, saying Jisoo really was an athlete. Dong Hun looked at Sung Woo with hopeful eyes and asked him to help stop the pirates. Sung Woo replied with confidence that he would definitely stop them, but the Evolution Society was unpredictable now, so they needed full preparation as they might be plotting something. Dong Hun said with a determined gaze that the Evolution Society had a debt to repay, and he would mobilize maximum manpower to deal with them on a remote offshore island. Hazen asked his father if he was certain he had seen the pirate ship. He panickingly confirmed he had seen it with his own eyes. It was definitely a pirate ship. The girl still did not believe and asked again, but he angrily said that her uncle, the former leader, had been killed by monsters, so there was no way he could mistake their ship. Everyone looked toward the man regarded as the new leader of Jeodongdu Limunjin, who had once declared he would never leave his sea watch position due to hatred toward pirates. Hazen's father explained that he had seen a ship 12 hours ago. The ship had appeared around these waters, then circled the island and headed toward Gangho Beach. He confirmed that the pirates had never abandoned their ambition toward the Korean peninsula. Su looked out to sea and thought they might have docked elsewhere, with the remaining forces possibly heading south of the peninsula. And Ho asked whether the situation was acceptable, since monster clearing in areas outside Seoul was not yet complete. Once civilians were fully evacuated and only monsters remained, they would begin processing them. Sung Woo frowned and said no, they were not coming here for that reason. Taking over another server was not something that could be done with confidence alone. He recalled the pirate leader who wanted to rapidly grow stronger to enter major cities in Korea. That was the core objective of the Korean server. Sung Woo asked Hazen and his father if they intended to stay on the island even if the pirates returned. Hazen's father firmly said he had lost once before, there would not be a second time. This time he would take double revenge. Hearing this, everyone eagerly prepared to leave Jeodongdu to intercept, while Sung Woo thought Gangho Beach might be the second landing point. Sung Woo speculated that since the advance team had been wiped out, they might bring a larger fleet, and they needed to prepare for all landing scenarios. Sue asked where they could find a shop or blacksmith to prepare weapons, and Hanho replied that it would definitely cost a lot of gold. Hazen's father said there was a shop in the center of Gangho. Just then someone ran over shouting for the boss. The man reported in panic that pirates were approaching and had already prepared to open fire. Everyone was shocked and asked again, unable to believe the situation had changed so quickly before they were ready. Sung Woo observed and judged that this might be the main force rather than scouts, and they were moving in great urgency. He realized they might not know he was here or were underestimating their opponents, so he decided to prepare for battle. The moon had risen high over the remote offshore island. The massive ship was slowly approaching the waters. A subordinate of Zuan shouted that it was finally time to act after a long wait. They introduced themselves as the Ji-Gong Command Forces, operating under orders of the Supreme Commander. He declared across the sea that they would destroy all deep-sea monsters and confirmed their goal of seizing the Korean peninsula, causing increasingly extreme and militant comments within the ranks. Continued shouting that once they took the Korean peninsula they would return to the mainland, and that the final victor would reveal themselves. He mentioned a frightening figure in Korea known as the Bull Soul. Not long before, their advance unit had been completely wiped out by that person. This time they would not repeat that failure. Mages on the ship shouted that the army would advance into the Korean peninsula and execute the domination plan. The pirate captain looked forward and thought that the advance unit had been destroyed by Bull Soul. The subordinate of Ji-Gong laughed loudly and said it was only an advance unit. They could not be shaken by the destruction of a small fleet. He held up a phone mentioning Lady Levy, questioning her domination of Server 2 and showing contempt. He roared that after taking Korea they would return to Manchuria, and if the other side was confident they should meet at Server 1 for a decisive battle. His voice echoed across the deck, declaring they would broadcast across the entire continent the destruction of their enemies to prove the Red Revolution forces still existed. The subordinate of Ji-Gong silently thought the plan was already set, but still felt uneasy about what awaited ahead. Suddenly chaos erupted. He was horrified to see the ship under attack and people screaming to retreat. The Ji-Gong subordinate looked up at the sky and realized they were being attacked from above, wondering whether those bird-like monsters were truly controlled by humans. In front of him was the image of a mighty bird-like monster and that enormous creature appearing before him. The cult priest subordinates gradually recognized that it was the summoner. Blue energy projectile suddenly fired straight out. The old man holding a large cannon who fired that shot was Z-Swan, a great North marksman and ice mage. Scattered people on the sea cheered in excitement, believing the commander would lead them to conquer the land and defeat the enemy. The blue energy streams formed into bird shapes and turned back. The enemy was returning. Z-Swan immediately shouted, "All magic troops raise shields for defense and retreat quickly." The system activated quickly. A large-scale linked barrier was deployed in the area. Sung Woo observed from above. The offshore island was submerged in a raging sea of fire. Those on the ship, subordinates of the cult priest, sighed in relief. They were retreating. Finally, they were saved. Z-Swan looked at them and said softly, "It seems we have suffered heavy losses in a short time." The subordinates turned back in shock. "Commander." Standing on the deck, Z-Swan calmly asked if that was the summoner. He used corpses to explode and controlled bird monsters that were once human, information obtained from Korean prisoners. He frowned. "Very dangerous, but prioritizing subordinates is also a reasonable choice. Everything must be directly confirmed." Z-Swan's subordinate worriedly reported that more than 8,000 ships and 100 people had died. The casualties were too large, he emphasized again. Z-Swan glanced and replied coldly, "Things like that can always be replaced." Everyone on the ship immediately turned pale with fear. He continued in a cold voice, "The problem is we broadcast everything instead of editing the footage. We need to spread the glorious reputation so the commander of the heavenly realm can return to the mainland." Z-Swan looked at the phone, grinding his teeth when he saw the woman Levy had left sarcastic comments that humiliated him. A subordinate suggested, announcing that they were only ambushed unexpectedly to preserve their image. Z-Swan agreed, "Yes, pause for now. After dealing with the summoner, we will restart the broadcast." Hui man immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, Commander of the Earth." Z-Swan stroked his beard in satisfaction, assigning a small task: infiltrate Gangho Island, capture and kill the summoner. Z-Swan asked if infiltration was possible. Hui nodded. "That is not difficult for us. We are sailors." Continued coldly, "Even if the opponent observes from the sky, they cannot see everything under the sea surface." Everyone was gathered on small boats. When Sung Woo returned, the crowd cheered excitedly. "So amazing, that was so cool." He stepped onto land and thought that they should not celebrate yet. The pirate group was stronger than expected. The commander alone already had more than 1,000 people. Sung Woo frowned. Maybe more than 3,000 people, while their side only had about 800 gathered. He speculated that if this was not the main fleet, then the pirate force would be even more terrifying. It was hard to believe the number of dead and survivors when the game started in China. Haidu's father shouted that transportation of people to Gangho Island was ready. While he dealt with those bastards, Minguk behind replied, "Yes, boss." Everyone boarded the prepared ships. "Let's set off." We go to Gangho Island to block them. The last boats had docked. Sung Woo silently counted that there were 258 survivors from Yaozong Island, but only 100 were capable of fighting. Most had died in the first pirate attack. Unfortunately, they no longer had enough manpower as desired. Haidu's father asked in shock if he wanted to mobilize more people to monitor the situation. Sung Woo answered seriously, "The enemy may attack the same way I did," thinking he needed watchers, even though he could still fight himself. He was confused because Gangho Island was larger than expected. The man behind said they could use everyone except children. Sung Woo explained that even if they could not stop them, they must detect early when the fleet approaches the island. Heezen's father immediately sent people to monitor the sea. "I will do it now." Sung Woo's group had trouble with the children. They were too young but still insisted on fighting because they had leveled up and killed monsters before. Heezen explained they were relatives of victims killed by pirates. Having witnessed it themselves, they were emotionally driven to take revenge. Jisoo said she understood that feeling, but if children had to go to battle, then it meant they had already failed. Sung Woo suddenly remembered something, asking about a blacksmith. Hey John replied he would go find him immediately. He stood in the water and firmly said, "Take me there. I have documents and need preparation time." A group of people quickly moved from the sea to the shore. They removed their gas masks. Hui turned back and said, "Everyone is ready. Prepare to enter the forest." After putting on camouflage clothing, the group continued moving forward. They walked out of the forest into an open field. Hui stomped his foot and ordered a stop. "The device will be placed here." The group suspiciously asked if the captain really intended to use this item. It seemed a bit wasteful. Hui explained that other islands had used higher grade items. Even though the enemy was numerous, they were still defeated after joining this game. The system displayed information about a common grade minigame generator, territory creation effect, grid occupation division, increasing buffs, and lord title when fully occupied. Hui looked at everyone and said it actually did not need to be used, but the commander wanted to avoid mistakes, so it was still deployed. He firmly planted the flag into the ground. The game officially began. The system immediately scanned the area. Korean server and Iceland Island were recorded. A risky minigame was activated, random territory territories were divided. The event ends after 15 minutes. Hey John asked in panic what that was, a minigame. The communication device issued an alert. The summoner and pirates have appeared in the south. He was trying to contact his daughter via the ship, but at this moment a cargo vessel appeared again, rapidly heading toward the southern shore. Sung Woo thought to himself, they appeared right as the minigame began, whether it was the system or pirates interfering. The radio kept reporting that pirate ships were approaching and preparing to land in the west. Hazen said they had no time to prepare. Sung Woo believed this was definitely the pirates' plan. The system announced that a nearby territory had been designated Area C. Hazen worriedly asked what to do, while Jisoo calmly said this felt like a game inside another game. Sung Woo observed and said the core objective was to capture 3 territories. Enemies would fight for them at any cost, but this situation was completely beyond his expectations. Jisoo asked how they should deal with it. Sung Woo rubbed his head and said he did not like this kind of game at all. Han-ho laughed with hidden meaning, asking what he was worried about. The boy confidently said as long as they cooperated it would be enough. Han-ho was a game master. Sung Woo looked at Han-ho and thought he had chosen a 1-star thief card and a 1-star priest card in the Apocalypse game, a rather strange choice. Everyone began to think he had made a wrong choice from the start by using cards with female character images. Sung Woo questioned him again whether he was truly a game expert. Han-ho immediately reacted fiercely. Who would say that? He had once stayed up all night at internet cafes because he had no friends. Do not judge him. Jisoo joked that he meant he had no friends and only knew how to grind games. Han-ho angrily confirmed it was almost like that. The boy sighed and said he was not familiar with gacha games before, so he struggled. But with this type of game it was different. Sung Woo seriously noted that he went to internet cafes more than school, then asked how to win this match. The 2 road-flying creatures gliding across the sky. Han-ho pointed at Flag B ahead. Sung Woo realized this was the central point of the 3 territories of Gangho Island. He analyzed that they were more flexible than pirates thanks to wyverns, so they should prioritize capturing the nearest base. He quickly approached the flagpole, an area usually guarded by monsters, but none appeared this time. Han-ho landed safely. The system announced territory capture had begun. Do not leave position. Process ongoing. There were 100 seconds remaining. They could not attack or use summons during this time. Purple chain shot out from Sung Woo's hands. He remembered Han-ho saying they might need to solve a puzzle or wait out the timer to capture the flag. Sung Woo thought that was possible, but being locked during capture felt like a trap. Jisoo asked again whether everything would go as predicted. Sung Woo nodded in agreement. Jisoo sensed something unusual and said something was approaching. She thought pirate forces were very large and would attack all bases simultaneously. The pirates were pleased seeing the base, thinking they had arrived correctly via teleportation, but they realized there were people there. System reported 71 seconds remaining for capture. Jisoo looked at the mages and confidently said there were only 2 of them. 71 seconds was enough to deal with them. Sung Woo thought Jisoo only needed to handle enemies if they arrived. She also confirmed 1 minute was enough. Jisoo continuously swung her sword, attacking the mages. The system announced 10,000 gold received for killing a player. The mages angrily rushed in, thinking she was too aggressive and needed to be dealt with immediately. Jisoo calmly swept away their attacks with her sword. The mages panicked, thinking she was like a monster and shifted targets. Jisoo broke through the encirclement and left the area. They screamed and chased after her. They shifted their target to Sung Woo, determined to kill him. The system activated a footprint tracking skill notification. The skill allowed tracking targets through enhanced senses, consuming mana based on distance and only working when traces existed. Jisoo showed no fear and continued charging forward. She slashed repeatedly, causing the mages to panic. Unable to understand why she suddenly appeared, the mage shouted, ordering an immediate regroup for counterattack. The group simultaneously pointed weapons at Jisoo and attacked. Thousands of mages gathered. The commander was ready for battle. He sternly ordered toward the nearest territory A. Ziquan looked at the soldiers and thought the core strategy was maintaining overwhelming numbers to control the battlefield. His eyes sharpened, admitting he was only suited for large-scale tactics, but he was most confident in this territory capture game. He recalled in his youth he had dreamed of becoming a professional Go player. He wanted to control battles like a chessboard, using pieces to achieve dominance. The professional path was too difficult. In the end, he remained an amateur even in old age. He reflected on his life, seeing the apocalypse as a final chance at 60 years old to start over. Because Ziquan was assigned to coordinate troops in place of the heavenly engineering general, he held real command authority. Felt ashamed that players from smaller nations had to face such harsh conditions. The system announced Point B had been captured. Enemies received a 5-minute buff, increasing defense by 30% and endurance by 5%. A subordinate asked in shock whether it had really been captured. Ziquan calmly replied there was still hope to take at least one territory. He assessed that the situation had exceeded expectations, especially since the opponent still had small forces. He angrily shouted upon learning they had lost 2 areas. Subordinates hurriedly apologized and said they did not know what happened. Ziswan gritted his teeth. Those bastards had already figured out the rules of the game. Impossible. That item was a reward from their special mission. The man looked worried at Ziswan. General, we do not have much time left to consider, he interrupted. Yes, our forces are still far inferior in numbers. Ziswan ordered the formation to split, dispersing to other areas. First occupy the nearest base A, then advance to base C. The subordinates immediately carried out the order. He noticed something unusual and immediately signaled. Wait, everyone stop. Ziswan's subordinate looked at the pile of corpses and exclaimed, what are these monster corpses stacked up for? He frowned in anger, thinking those corpses could explode. This was a trap set by the summoner skill. Ziswan made the decision. He did not think a summoner would be reckless enough to ambush here, but there was no need to take risks go around those corpses. The subordinate spoke. General, there are monster corpses here as well, and over there too. Ziswan clenched his fist in anger. Those worthless bastards. He roared, do they think they can win this way? Continuous explosions echoed. Ziswan ordered fire mages to burn the monster corpses. Sung Woo asked nervously what to do, whether they would be drawn in when the corpses were destroyed. And who had already predicted this earlier. Monster corpses acted like observation towers, detecting enemy position and speed through explosion sounds. It was clearly a trap, but they were forced to destroy the corpses. Even though it consumed mana, they still had to avoid the risk of corpse explosions. The boy added that if the monster corpses kept piling up, they would be forced to abandon the base and retreat. This plan was quite reasonable with their support. Hezin wondered, if they abandon the base, how can they win? Hanho sighed, she really does not understand anything. The boy said this kind of game is not about winning, but about provoking the opponent. Hanho pointed at the explosion and said they outnumbered them. Even if they lose 1 or 2 bases, it does not matter. As long as balance is maintained, there is no major loss. Boy confidently said the rest depends on the seniors, and he understands Minsu better than anyone. Ziswan's subordinate pointed into the distance and shouted base A has been spotted. Everyone was shocked. Who is that? It is Liling Shadowblade, a teammate of the summoner. The boy laughed loudly, mocking them. Foolish pirates, you struggled just to get here. Han, who stood on the cliff looking down, did you crawl here because you were afraid of corpse explosions? Even if the senior is not here, does no one know how to use their brain? The boy thought excitedly that although risky, provoking the enemy was more beneficial, breaking their morale was best, just as expected. Ziswan roared, you short one, do you dare compare intelligence with me? Hanno became furious, what short one? The boy immediately retorted, you cannot do anything to me either, afraid of those corpses, just an immature fool. He shouted back without giving in, immature fool, you dare insult me? Truly not all East Asians are polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Ziswan ordered an attack. Artillery fired directly at the boy, kill him. Hanho quickly ran away, run. System notice you have captured point from the opponent. Ziswan clenched the flag tightly. Even if he could not catch that short one, at least they had taken part of the territory. Contacted via radio, how is base C? You are too slow. The group replied in a cold voice through radio, subordinates have arrived at base C, but the summoner is also there. We will report after dealing with it. Also currently handling vampires, mutated dragons, and zombies. The group looked confidently at Sung Woo, hero of a small nation. It seems he did not expect them to arrive so early. He is currently unable to move because he is in the process of capturing the flag. Sung Woo stood calmly among hundreds of monsters. He said calmly, all of these are monsters summoned by the summoner. Leader said a direct attack would be difficult. Let me open the path. The other objected, saying they would secretly approach to retake the base. Sung Woo sneered inwardly, truly knave. When capturing the flag you cannot move, but you also do not receive buffs if you are not holding the flag. The group became smug. We arrived at the right time. System notification, base C, capture the flag to reclaim the uncontested base. He was confused. Why does the system say the base has not been captured yet? Group realized the problem. This is a trap. Retreat immediately. Bear-shaped monsters continued to ravage the surroundings. Sung Woo remained calm. He did not like Hanho's overconfidence, but the idea of using a fake flag was quite good. He recalled Hanho's words, using fake flags or hiding flags was meant to deceive opponents. The key was to disrupt the enemy, but he still felt he did not want to fight directly. He spoke, you are surrounded. Capturing the point is easier now. The group turned back in panic. Surrounded how? One of Sung Woo's eyes flashed. It is best to deal with them here. The group immediately ordered, no other choice, summon water monsters. The summoned water monsters appeared instantly. They swam forward, continuously closing in. The entire forest area was quickly flooded with water. The group removed their breathing mask and sighed. This summoner is truly troublesome. Does he even hope to create a water battlefield in the mountains? He shouted, all summoned monsters will be quickly destroyed. His bone soldiers will likely be swept away too. If lucky, they might even kill him. A voice came from behind. He might already be dead, unable to survive against the power of the water forces. System display. Water Army Level 2. Equipped with over 20 sets of swim gear as armor. Increased underwater mobility. Plus 10% combined effect. The group looked around, ordered, find him, see whether he is alive or dead. A familiar voice came from above. No need, I am here. The group immediately panicked, unable to believe he had evaded in time. Sung Woo thought to himself, like instant teleportation. Thanks to the item effect, he could easily fly up and said loudly, just having good equipment is enough. System display, Darking Bracelet Legendary Grade, Strength +3, Constitution +3, Teleport 100 meters, cooldown 10 minutes. The group shouted in disbelief, you are still alive, but your skeleton army has been destroyed. You are just a lone summoner. A burst of light erupted from below. The group announced the area had entered a wet state. They had a movement advantage. System notification creating bone weapons. Sung Woo held his weapon and said, I am the one with the advantage. The air is better than the ground full of water. The water monsters were caught off guard by the attack. System notice, you have turned corpses into undead under your control. The group was shocked to see water monsters being turned into skeleton soldiers. Sung Woo thought, unsure of the taming mechanism, but the undead are stronger than before. Just kill and convert them into undead and it is enough. He shouted angrily, bastard, you are playing dirty. Behind Sung Woo appeared Kwanzan drone. The group resisted while calling through the radio, shouting and requesting General Ji Gong for reinforcement. Zi Swan calmly said, your team has proven the value of monster training, but we must withdraw and apologize. He continued, we will form a new team, but we will not forget that the sacrifice helps analyze summoner strength. Woo asked in panic, what do you mean, Ji Gong? Zi Swan thought that he could extract all information about the summoner. Although the sacrifice was large, tactical data was the most important. He planned to use pawns for control, but could not send them to the base near the summoner. Observing the situation, he decided to hold base A, then attack C through B. Half of the troops were ready to attack B. Zi Swan was furious, using the capture of C to wipe out dwarves and Koreans at base B. The radio rang, the attack team at base B reported, Jigong confirming whether B has been captured. The subordinate panicked and reported monsters have appeared. Han Ho's group kept attacking, terrifying the enemy even though there were only 2 of them. They reported that almost all forces have been wiped out. General. Zi Swan angrily smashed the computer. His whole body trembled, unable to believe the perfect strategy had failed. Subordinates asked for instructions. He ordered a temporary retreat to adjust the strategy. Blood stained the blade. Ji Hun in combat state calmly declared he would destroy all invading pirates. Everyone admired them for defeating the enemy without being injured. He looked at Han Ho. He proudly showed off his achievements. Han Ho secretly laughed at his arrogance. Han Ho shouted that his shield skill had helped him a lot before, confusing others. Jisoo asked what to do next. Han Ho said they would handle it the same way as before. The kid shook his head. That old method no longer works. In the game, it is best to pause and reassess. Otherwise, they will break apart on their own. Han Ho explained this is an unfair game. The enemy has items and many factors that can change the situation. He clapped his hands. They must finish everything before the enemy can calculate further. Han Ho contacted the radio asking if Sung Woo could hear him. Sung Woo replied very clearly. He said he would use overwhelming power to sweep away the enemies. Signal was transmitted from the control device. The subordinate panicked and reported that the summoner had appeared. Jigong lost his composure, unable to understand why they were overwhelmed despite superior numbers. Subordinates reported that players from the Korean peninsula were also appearing. Zi Swan could not understand the enemy strategy. Why abandon B to attack C? He thought the opponent could not resist base buffs, so their decision was incomprehensible. Zi Swan thought the Korean server was weak and only rose due to luck. With John, he could control the entire forest and believed this match would be an easy win. A trap warning appeared. Bone mage soldiers emerged, causing Zi Swan to panic due to numbers exceeding expectations. A giant bone soldier appeared. He realized he had misjudged the summoner's ability. Zi Swan became disoriented, realizing the bone soldiers could not operate too far from their master. He guessed the summoner had left base C, and it was unclear how many teleportations remained. The subordinate immediately moved toward base C, searching for the flag and preparing defenses. The sky suddenly darkened, causing panic even in broad daylight. A giant robot appeared in front of them, shocking them as if the game had been hacked. The robot stared at them with cold eyes, making them tremble in fear. The subordinate trembled, unable to believe they were facing a legendary warrior, thinking they had become the villain side. Someone suddenly realized something was wrong and said calmly to look closely. Those machines were not simple. They examined it carefully and concluded that although it looked like gold, it was actually earth, a golem made of soil. The group shouted and rushed toward the robot. Not a legendary hero, just a fake, only an outer shell. Destroy it. Golems can be controlled from a very long distance. The group quickly regained their morale. This This golem was made of clay, so it was fairly fragile. Finish it off. It was regenerating itself, leaving them stunned. Save me, its regeneration ability is too impressive. They were shocked by what they saw. It had taken a hostage. The legendary hero was holding a hostage. The robot suddenly spoke. You are mistaken. With this technology, I do not need to take lowly hostages. I am assigned to protect Base B. From now on, weak life forms will be eliminated. The group panicked. Is that AI? Do not run. Fight. Robot released a massive energy. Its regeneration is not infinite. The issue is that it consumes too much mana to sustain. But thousands of other monsters were still rushing in. Sung Woo entered combat mode. When will the energies of this battlefield finally run out? System display. Charles Crystal Legendary Spherical Type. Increases energy 500%, recovery 250%, absorbs energy and life force 3% on attack. Ziquan's subordinate looked at the screen and said, "Is this all we are capable of?" Ziquan trembled and thought, are necromancers always this cold? Or has he become too strong compared to before? The past and current data are completely different. Gritted his teeth. If the misleading information is removed, then he has grown at extreme speed. What exactly is happening? I told the master that it was impossible to win, but now everything is in chaos. The subordinate shouted, the hero is collapsing. Mages freeze his legs. The mage cast a freezing spell on the target ahead. Qin looked at Sung Woo and said, big brother, our moment has come. They charged forward to confront the mages, causing the enemy to panic. Skeleton warriors are too strong, unbelievable. Ziquan looked at the screen and ordered, attack the summoner, kill him and everything will disappear. Descendants of level 3 knights formed a defensive layer. More than 30 people formed a protection circle. Increasing all stats by +2, stronger when close together, only activates when using melee weapons. The mages realized why they had to wear traditional outfits. The synergy allowed them to face the summoner. The mages discovered Sung Woo's trace. He is over there, no undead protecting him. He is now a weak target. They all rushed in together. He is alone now. No summons left. This time we will finish him. Sung Woo immediately swung his scythe. Blood fell like rain where the mages stood. They trembled in fear. Sung Woo spoke in a hoarse voice. Weak ones, if compared to undead, it is not wrong. Sung Woo smiled in excitement. Do not compare me with you, especially when I am a lich. Death Domain. When the lich is activated, summon count +50, all skills +10 levels. Allows undead to resurrect and recover without limit within the area. Sung Woo swung his scythe continuously. Although not used to this weapon, compared to Crooked it was nothing. What mattered was overall power rather than weapon efficiency. Ziquan looked at the computer screen and could not help but tremble. He angrily shouted, is this being broadcast live? His subordinate confirmed it was. I had started recording everything when preparing, but he cut in and shouted, what are you doing? Do you want us all to be destroyed? Ziquan immediately ordered to switch channels. Yes, broadcast base B for me. Ziquan nervously ordered his subordinates to broadcast scenes that could boost army morale. He silently thought Base C had been destroyed by the golem, so the next wave of attacks would be much more difficult. Fleet's strongest warrior Black Wolf was at Base B. Whether pirate or beast tamer, he was completely different. The camera turned toward the forest where Jisoo stood. Base B appeared with a woman there. Ziquan's subordinate excitedly shouted through the microphone. She is the only gatekeeper at Base B, and the Korean side seems to be focusing their attack there. He introduced Black Wolf, a swordsman so strong he was called that, making him pity the woman. Ziquan's subordinate thought they should only broadcast overwhelming victories of their side. 10 million viewers in China were watching, needing to select the most impressive moment for close-up shots. Jisoo stood upright in a powerful combat stance. On the live broadcast device, a notification sounded that Black Wolf had been defeated, shocking the subordinates. Jisoo's eyes were cold and sharp. She decisively slashed and destroyed the remote control device. Subordinate reported Ron had been destroyed. Ziquan immediately ordered the broadcast to stop to prevent morale collapse. The mages used shields to block monster attacks, trying to delay time for reinforcements from Base B. A mage exclaimed Black Wolf has been killed. Another was in complete panic. Do you have a phone on the battlefield? He is the strongest warrior, right? There is no way someone could be stronger than Black Wolf. The soldiers panicked and felt as if the battle was already lost. Ziquan immediately acted, shouting advance. He fired cannon shots continuously at the monsters and called for the summoner to reveal himself. He confidently declared he would duel the summoner. Show yourself. In the distance, Sung Woo coldly observed Ziquan. He noticed him and shouted that he had found the necromancer. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired a powerful energy blast to eliminate the criminal. Sung Woo used his magic power to block the energy blast. Ziquan was shocked to see his cannon strike being blocked. He realized he was still affected by the cannon's energy. Unable to fully neutralize it, his body was restrained, and even after blocking it, the cold still caused freezing. Ziquan replied firmly, how long do you think you can hold on? I will turn you into an ice statue. Hanho, hiding behind the bushes, suddenly spoke. Why are you treating an old man like that? At least let them know who you are. Ziquan was startled. The boy sneered, indeed a dwarf devil. It is all because of you. My strategy has completely collapsed because of you. Ziquan continuously fired cannons at Hanho without stopping. The boy laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, your attacks are too easy to dodge. Sung Woo gradually disappeared, causing him extreme shock. He suddenly appeared right behind Z-Swan. Never turn your back on your enemy. As soon as Sung Woo finished speaking, he swung his scythe horizontally at his body. He roared in pain, "Dwarf devil, you speak so coldly, it looks painful, but you should smile." Sung Woo looked at Z-Swan and said, "You have finally been reversed." He froze. "I already stopped the broadcast." Z-Swan's subordinate held the radio trembling. "I have no choice. It is Ultron Gong's fault." Sung Woo held his scythe coldly and said, "You have failed, Z-Swan." Harada heard everything through the radio. "No, there are still enemy forces." His eyes turned sinister. "We need to study the summoner's skills, habits, and teammates to compensate for today's losses. In fact, we still gained a lot." Harada smiled faintly. "If you lend me your words, I can control your pieces at will." A sudden shout startled him. Sung Woo spoke. "Sorry for the interruption, but I have to end this game." He said decisively, "If you still treat the Korean peninsula as prey, then come here yourself. I will fight you one-on-one." The mages kept shouting, "Do not give up, we still have the advantage in numbers." They swung their swords fiercely, ignoring the scouter and focusing on destroying the defensive line and the front lane players. Mage kicked a player aside and smirked. "Oh my, so childish, kid, you did quite well." He pointed his blade at the boy's face. "Even the weakest player will receive a huge reward." The boy cried, "You are my father's enemy." System announcement: the Korean team has scored 1 point. Effects have been activated for the winner. Mage immediately became excited upon hearing this. Game effect activated: defense plus 30%, stamina 5%, attack 20%, physical strength 5%, speed 20%, agility 5%. All skills increased by 3 levels, health regeneration 3% per second. He panicked while looking at the notification board. Release it. Boy suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. "Who are you calling weak?" The boy's eyes lit up. "Say that again." The mage stammered in fear. "Wait, we can talk this over." The boy crushed the mage's head, causing everyone to gasp in shock. "They have taken the base, we have lost." Sung Woo reached out and grabbed the flag. This was the reward effect after winning the minigame. He excitedly said these buffs were quite significant. It was ridiculous that those who once ran away now wanted to take another island. System notification: the minigame will end in 8 hours. Sung Woo smiled coldly. 8 hours is more than enough to handle everything. In an empty clearing in the forest, someone lay scattered on the ground as if asleep. Eason's father subdued the remaining French force. The host trembled. "Everything is over." He looked into the camera and continued, "The players have fled. We surrender and admit defeat." Sung Woo thought, "Our viewers hoping the number of pirates will decrease." In the live chat they called him the Emperor of the Season server. I think so too. From rumors and images it seems similar, but he is still below the Nanju Battlefield Emperor. That Emperor once controlled 400 creatures, definitely superior. Sung Woo looked at his phone in confusion. "Who is the Emperor?" The host stammered, "That is, the winner of Server 1 from Shaanxi to Beijing, who called himself the Emperor." He asked why he was being compared. The host explained it was because his abilities were similar to the Soul Summoner era. Sung Woo thought, high-rank jobs usually specialize in building armies. The Demon Lord Vampire can infect players to create troops. Crusader Guild Master trains them, while the Human Commander uses brainwashing abilities to build forces. If he creates an army from monsters or corpses, would he be like the Emperor? Sung Woo asked the host what his profession was. He scratched his head. "I do not know either." He rested his chin and thought, the strongest person in China would not easily reveal information. Everything was becoming more and more confusing. And Ho suddenly spoke. "Finally, there are items." Earth General said, "We can collect usable loot." System display: Dwarf Pistol Level 3 High Grade. Can infuse mana into bullets. Consumes 10 mana per shot. The boy happily looked at the 2 pistols. "There are 2. Alright, I will give you 1. Han Ho looked at Sung Woo and handed over the remaining 1. Considerate sharing. Sung Woo held the gun and exhaled. "I will check it later." Han Ho moved toward the player corpses. "The remaining items belong to you. They are not too strong. But there are quite a lot of them," he said while looking at the boy. "Hunters using everything from their prey is natural." As soon as he finished speaking, Sung Woo used his ability on another player. "Me too." System notification: you have turned a dead enemy into a subordinate. You can rid fragments of the corpse's memories. He quickly activated his ability to read memories. In front of them was a massive ship. Sung Woo saw Z-Quan talking with another person in a room on the ship deck. He said an angel statue had been found in the south. At that moment someone spoke. "An angel statue? This is the first time since the demon statue was discovered on Server 1. A subordinate under Z-Quan shouted. "Oh my god, is this a sign that a higher race is about to appear? What effect does the statue have?" Sung Woo suddenly recalled something. "I almost forgot. The angel and demon systems said they would be updated in the future." Z-Quan frowned and said only the commander could touch the statue. According to him it gave a mission, but did not reveal details. His subordinate immediately exclaimed upon hearing this. "What? You are the Heavenly Engineering General?" He really did not tell you. General Sung Woo was extremely curious in his heart, and the other man also wanted to know more. Z-Quan looked at them seriously, and said he would explain after capturing Seoul. "Now focus on the mission first." He pulled out a blueprint and shouted loudly. Now back to work. After capturing Ganghwa Island through the minigame, the Hui group will infiltrate Seoul and use this scroll. Everyone looked at Ziquan in shock. His subordinate gritted his teeth. Heavenly Earth General, is this not a demon gate? Ziquan released a cold killing intent. Yes, after activation the demon gate will open for 24 hours and monsters will pour out. The monsters will disappear after 24 hours, but that is enough to devastate the entire region. If things go smoothly we can enter Seoul easily. He further explained it can open hidden dungeons, but because of the high difficulty, it will be used as a strategic weapon. His subordinate asked whether it was wasteful to use it in a minigame. He replied, "It is completely worth it." Ziquan smiled sinisterly. If we control South Korea, the rewards are priceless, and the commander will surely think the same. Sung-woo quickly snapped out of the memory stream. He wondered if this was the end point of the memory, because previous fragments helped solve many issues, but this time it was unclear. Sung-woo walked toward the cargo area, thinking he should find the scroll first. It might be inside the crates. Ezen rode an eagle and waved reporting, "Necromancer, we have completed reconnaissance." He landed on the ground and Hudson ran over reporting that pirates were retreating to China. Many troops were still stuck on cargo ships. Sung-woo deduced there were still a few hours before the minigame ended, so the pirates could not leave the shore yet. John further reported that there were mages guarding the deck at all times. They believed they only needed to hold out a few more hours. Sung-woo analyzed that the massive shield over the sea made it very difficult for undead to penetrate. He looked out across the sea. Sung-woo smiled, suddenly remembering a useful card. Massive ships sped across the sea. Sailors felt something strange. The surroundings were too quiet and reminded each other not to let their guard down. They shouted with determination. As long as they held on, they could escape the hell of the Korean peninsula. Suddenly, they noticed something in the sky. Enemies were approaching. Sung-woo's group had appeared above the massive fleet. Chaos erupted on the ship. Everyone shouted, "Activate the shield. Prepare mana." The commander laughed loudly. Whether beasts or undead, they could do nothing at sea. Eisen warned that breaking the shield would consume a huge amount of mana to maintain defense. Sung-woo calmly judged that they could not break through from the sea surface. They had to find the underwater shield source. The mages on the ship panicked when they discovered something rushing up from below. Mermaid undead emerged, shocking everyone. Oh, those are the necromancer's undead forces. They were being slaughtered and were reminded these were only mid-tier undead. The mages still boldly claimed they could handle them. Sung-woo laughed and interrupted. The deep sea is a hidden treasure. No one knows what still exists down there. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic monster emerged from the deep sea. Sung-woo recognized it as a sea serpent, a sea monster at least 10 meters long. Hunting it required hours of battle, even as a juvenile, and constant reinforcements were needed to take it down. Sailors panicked as the shield began to flicker. They hurried to deal with the skeleton troops to support the mages. He looked at Sung-woo and assumed he only had a few weak skeleton soldiers. Jisoo suddenly burst out of the water, terrifying the sailors. Red Demon. He frowned angrily and charged forward. Everyone panicked and shouted, "Too fast, we are done for. Run." Looking down at the water, Sung-woo said it was all over, then ordered to board the ship. Sung-woo's group quickly seized the ship. He satisfiedly looked at the result. They had completely robbed the pirates. Hizen said they were building a base, so they obtained a lot. Hanho happily ran over holding something. "Senior, look at this. Device. Oversized charger. Rare grade, can generate electricity or charge batteries. 68% energy remaining." Hanho reported it was found in the engine room, apparently used to supply power to the entire ship through small devices. Sung-woo judged that they were storing energy in many places. He said the treasure might be in the captain's area. The group gathered around a safe. He used force to pry open the safe. Sung-woo picked up a scroll, finally found it, truly an item from his memory. Special scroll demon name scene opens a demon gate lasting 24 hours, leading to a star tomb. Extremely dangerous. Requires level 35 and contains many rare rewards. Level 35. Sung-woo sighed, so that was why it was used in strategy. He smiled quietly, thinking that using it correctly would bring much greater benefits. Old memories suddenly resurfaced. Hanho looked at Sung-woo and thought this guy was probably planning something dangerous again, but the rewards would surely be huge. Put the scroll into his pocket, not usable yet, so he would keep it for now. Just then, Jisoo found another item. The system displayed special grade oath conclusion, allowing an automatic contract mortgaging 80% of earned gold, total 13 for fom 5548 gold. Sung-woo held the item and felt pleased. This was exactly what was needed to manage an entire group of people. He confidently said it could be rented or sold to allies Minsu. It would definitely fetch a high price. The minigame adventure ended with the opponent winning. Rewards would be distributed immediately afterward. Hanho happily said it was finally over. Jisoo also commented that the rewards this time were quite good. The system notified that you received 1,500,000 gold from minigame rewards. You have reached level 19. Sung Woo felt his stats had increased steadily since the pirate battle. For this level up, he decided to choose a random skill from the skill card. The system notified that you learned the basic Poison Cloud creation skill. Basic Poison Cloud skill consumes 30 mana, creates a poison cloud area lasting 10 minutes, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Sung Woo was surprised. He did not expect to obtain a Black Mage skill. He was satisfied since the area skill did not affect summons. This was a huge harvest. The pirates were like a gold mine. The next morning, everyone began moving and transporting goods. In the training room, Han Ho was holding his phone excitedly reading the daily news summary. Everyone applauded and laughed lightly at his presentation. Kids sighed. The reaction was too cold, as if no one wanted to listen. Han Ho began reading the news. The Minsu Alliance city was attracting strong public attention. After its establishment, many survivors around the city gathered in the Yongdeungbo area. The Liberation Association continued spreading rumors, causing expectations that the Minsu Alliance would grow stronger. Sung Woo thought these survivors were similar to them. The issue was how the alliance would use these resources. Han Ho continued. The second news reported that the average level in the Sugan region had increased to 8. The kid frowned in annoyance. Some even boasted that they had reached level 11. As for him, he had only managed to reach level 14 with difficulty. That growth rate was already quite fast. Sung Woo and Jisoo frowned. Han Ho immediately retorted that thanks to his intelligence they had won the battle. He confidently said he was a model for 1 to 2 star players, and had learned a new shadow skill. Han Ho coughed lightly, then changed the topic. The necromancer had reached level 19. He said that put him tied for first place with Kang Seok, but then Han Ho added that Kang Seok had reached level 20 just 1 hour earlier. Jisoo quickly stepped in to calm everyone while Han Ho continued mocking. He said doing so also made Jisoo feel pressured as support. Jisoo further wondered if summoning many monsters would definitely leave witnesses. So how could he stay at the top of the ranking while remaining completely anonymous? How did he actually level up? Sung Woo speculated that he only hunted large numbers of monsters in isolated areas, which was why he leveled up so quickly. Han Ho suddenly noticed and asked Jisoo about the new sword in her hand. Jisoo happily replied that she had just picked it up on this trip. Jinan hero grade sword, capable of cutting through magic. The sword made from rare Jinan metal could emit waves that disrupt mana and break spells. Han Ho teased that Jisoo had too many swords and looked more like a rogue than a teammate. The kid became embarrassed. Everyone gathered in a large building for a meeting. Suddenly, someone looked up and spotted a helicopter approaching. A helicopter landed right in front of Sung Woo group. Manhwa stepped out and praised Sung Woo for the victory over the pirates. Sung Woo thanked her and asked why she had come so early. Manhwa said there was an unexpected matter. News about the top rank Kang Seok had appeared. Sung Woo confirmed that he had arrived at Yongdeungpo. Thinking about the development of the Minsu Alliance, Dong Hun felt worried. Manhwa said he had made an unexpected request. Manhwa's voice turned serious. He wanted to meet Sung Woo. Sung Woo was surprised. Manhwa said he considered him an important factor for Korea. He was very rude, saying he would only talk when the necromancer appeared. Sung Woo refused and told him to wait a little longer. He used the excuse that he needed to reforge items so he could not meet yet. Manhwa looked confused and asked whether this would make the situation more complicated since it was a request from the top rank. Sung Woo looked seriously toward him and said, Sir Adjutant General, the fact he is rank 1 does not mean we must follow all his requests. The Su Alliance has just been formed, so you need a solid foundation and must demonstrate stable power that is hard to shake. Manhwa scratched his chin and agreed yes. Sung Woo then turned away and said just tell him to wait. He felt a chill down his spine, as if trapped in a struggle between 2 rank 1 figures, like a small shrimp between 2 colossal whales. In the city, inside a building far away in the Sun Square district, the group gathered in a neat formation inside the research room. Suddenly someone ran in and reported loudly, Former Adjutant General. The Adjutant General has just made contact. She immediately asked what did he say. The person at the door stepped in awkwardly and replied that he said to wait, because the necromancer still had some matters to handle. The adjutant scolded angrily, I assigned him work because he has been idle lately, yet he cannot even complete something this simple. The messenger gave a forced smile and said, but he has always been a good person. Then we have no choice but to wait. She stood up and called the swordsman Nam. Dong Hun thought silently ranker number 1 Kang Seok had always been above him even before Sung Woo surpassed him. He had always wanted to meet that person at least once, but the system issued a warning that an unknown energy source was covering the entire area. He struggled forward and thought he never expected things to turn out like this before he even got to meet him. The system kept warning that a strange energy source was enveloping the area. A figure carrying immense energy was advancing forward. A helicopter appeared in the sky, flying past the buildings and creating a majestic scene. Everyone looked up toward the helicopter. Had once thought they needed to join the Sil-Su Urban Alliance to meet Sung Woo, but now the opportunity had come. He was the team leader capable of guiding the Korean peninsula through many crises, the necromancer. Everyone could clearly feel the difference when facing Sung Woo directly. They could not believe he was truly rank 1. Even Seok felt he was completely different compared to before the pirate battle. Sung-hun also realized Sung Woo had brought back an extremely high-grade and valuable item. It was the legendary Fire Dragon crossbow, capable of continuous fire, and when infused with mana, it could unleash a rain of arrows for 1 minute. In addition, Sung Woo also obtained the Cloak of the Southern King. The legendary dragon cloak allowed stealth in darkness, but could be nullified if attacked or detected by tracking skills. Everyone focused their gaze on Sung Woo, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He had killed the sky bird and used its hide to enhance the Dark King cloak, and also used Dragon Heart to strengthen its power. In addition, Sung Woo used enhancement stones found in the Golden Dungeon to reinforce both items, ready to face rank 1. After landing by helicopter, Sung Woo and his team got into a vehicle and left. Hanho and Jisoo looked out the window. Everything had changed greatly. Infrastructure had developed and players were far more numerous. Manhwa added that in a short time more than 6,000 people had joined and even formed separate groups. However, the number of members was still increasing. Other groups mostly only sent representatives. Sung Woo also thought the same. The more people, the harder it was for Dong-hun, but for low ranks, numbers were an advantage. While thinking, Manhwa pointed in one direction and asked if they saw it. There were many temporary tents and guards standing watch with stern expressions. That was the area of the Sioux Reform Alliance. Manhwa gritted his teeth and said they were very troublesome. Sung Woo saw the soldiers wearing uniforms and asked if they were military. Not entirely, they were players from the government and Nam Duong Chao. Most were soldiers who had merged with the military forces in the Beijing Key region. It was a strong force, but they did not want to cooperate and even used psychological warfare and political infighting to obstruct others. Sung Woo worried they were deliberately luring his team in just as Manhwa meant, like the apocalypse novels he had read before. After a long journey, they arrived at the new headquarters of Eternal. As soon as they entered, they heard loud shouting demanding to meet the number 1 player. Those blocked outside shouted and cursed continuously in anger. Not only that, they pushed against the guards to force a way through. When they saw Manhwa, they demanded he not obstruct player interaction. They demanded equality and claimed Manhwa was building a dictatorship within the Eternal Alliance. Manhwa did not understand what they were talking about. He only said the other person did not want to meet outsiders. He still did not stop, claiming Manhwa was plotting to seize the number 1 rank and using the necromancer to manipulate the situation. When he mentioned Sung Woo, he did not know he was already present, so when Sung Woo spoke up, he was startled. Members of the Sioux Reform Alliance did not expect Sung Woo to appear and did not even know when he had arrived. Sung Woo explained that he had agreed to cooperate, and no one could force him to do what he did not want to do. He gave a cold smile and asked if Sung Woo had misunderstood something. He denied that Sung Woo had joined voluntarily and claimed he was still too young and easily manipulated. During the contempt, Sung Woo's eyes turned cold. He slowly walked closer to him and said that if he was giving advice, then he would return the same advice. Sung Woo's gaze became sharp and full of killing intent, reminding him that in this era one should think carefully before speaking. All members of the Sioux Reform Alliance were frozen by Sung Woo's aura and attitude. They hurriedly left but still tried to save face, continuing to pretend to threaten Sung Woo. When those people left, Manhwa finally had the chance to explain that they were members of the Min Sioux Reform faction. Their leader had ordered them to come here to cause trouble, but Eternal could not identify who was behind it. Sung Woo reminded Manhwa to be careful when cooperating with this group, and he also suspected the Evolution Society had infiltrated them. Chaos at the entrance quickly ended. Sung Woo followed Manhwa's guidance and continued upward. Upon reaching the top, he saw Dong-hun already waiting, but he looked extremely exhausted. That condition was exactly as Sung Woo expected, a leader burdened with too many responsibilities. Dong-hun had many questions about the Chinese server, but Sung Woo needed to meet someone else first. Kang Seok said he came for an important matter related to the fate of Great Korea, but Dong-hun could not determine his identity. He did not even know whether Kang Seok was human. It felt extremely strange and incomprehensible. He refused to communicate, so Dong-hun hoped Sung Woo would meet and talk with him directly. Fate could be decided in that very moment. Dong-hun spoke while leading Sung Woo deeper inside. The deeper they went, the more an invisible energy spread and invaded the area. Dong-hun was also powerless and could not identify what type of energy it was. This invisible energy continuously suppressed Sung Woo, causing all of his stats to decrease. They were forced to move faster, because the slower they went, the stronger the energy impact became on Sung Woo and the more his stats dropped. After enduring for a while, the two finally arrived. When the door opened, Sung Woo saw a glowing object on the table. That glowing thing was a small girl, making him wonder whether she was a fairy or Tinkerbell. Butterfly Dong-hun was already familiar with her, but this was Sung Woo's first time seeing the girl. Butterfly immediately flew away at high speed. Girl informed Kang Seok that a guest had arrived. Meanwhile, the invisible energy still reduced Sung Woo's skills, especially his level 4 skills, which dropped sharply. Kang Seo came out after being called by Butterfly, but the closer he got, the faster and stronger Sung Woo's skills were suppressed. Sung Woo clearly felt something different about him, unsure whether it was aura or a system warning. Kang Seok's entire body was covered by a radiant and overwhelming aura. The system notified Sung Woo that he had encountered a god and was qualified to directly face a god. Sub-divine energy suppressed his power, causing all stats to decrease by 7. Kang Seok spoke. It seems Sung Woo had already realized it. He emitted an overwhelming pressure, as if punishing Sung Woo for seeing his true identity. Sung Woo felt it was absurd why Kang Seok was a sub-god. According to the job classification system, he was a 6-star level, far beyond 5-star in every aspect. Sung Hun had to wait outside because Kang Seok wanted to speak with Sung Woo privately. However, being alone with him was more oppressive than expected. It was almost impossible to stand firm under that presence. Contrary to Sung Woo, Kang Seok calmly asked whether he wanted Coke or Sprite. Even here, he still acted like a shop owner. Sung Woo only asked for water, while Butterfly excitedly shouted Sprite. Kang Seok handed water to the girl and told her to drink less, because if she drank too much, Butterfly might not be able to fly like before. However, she still drank very quickly. Kang Seok's warning was already too late. After finishing, Kang Seok stated his purpose. He had always wanted to meet Sung Woo, the star of the Korean server. Sung Woo told himself to be careful. Information about Kang Seok was the most important right now. The equipment he carried all seemed to be high-grade items. They were completely different from normal equipment, but Sung Woo reassured himself that his own gear was not inferior. Sung Woo bowed and thanked him for agreeing to meet, and mentioned the Ziwi battle, which impressed him greatly. Butterfly also liked it. Butterfly did not like that name, did not deny that the Ziwi battle was truly amazing. She even begged to ride a giant bird once. Sung Woo pointed at Butterfly and asked Kang Seok whether this girl was an item. Butterfly immediately became furious, unable to believe she was called an item. Kang Seok asked if he had ever played Tamagotchi, and said that to him, they increased happiness. He even believed that watching them be happy made him feel better, almost like a form of antidepressant. Butterfly hit Kang Seok on the head, strongly objecting and saying she could take care of herself. Without further delay, Sung Woo went straight to the main topic, asking about the fate of this land that was about to happen. Kang Seok was slightly surprised by the directness, but first wanted to explain his item. During a hunt, he obtained a prophetic stone and saw a video related to Badi Engine. From Sung Woo's reaction, he guessed that he also knew what a prophetic stone was. That stone showed images of BAD Engine 15 along with Richie and the World Tree's journey. Kang Seok explained that when looking into the prophetic stone, the predicted future could gradually become reality. The more it was seen, the more the prophecy would come true. For example, a Hell Gate once opened, with a recommended level for the party of 27. Kang Seok realized the minimum index was 27. For him it was insignificant, but it was a major problem for the team members. It would be much faster if Sung Woo experienced it himself instead of only hearing explanations. As he said, Kang Seo directly showed him the operation of BAD Engine 15 of the Korean server. A strange blue light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black sky. Sung Woo was swallowed into a completely dark void. It felt as if the entire world had been swallowed by darkness, as if this was caused by the gate opening. Between the sharp claw-like currents, Kang Seo and Butterfly stood still there. Butterfly pointed toward the prophetic stone, but even without guidance he could still see it. Kang Seo walked up to the prophetic stone and slowly placed his hand on its surface. A seemingly light touch erupted into an extremely terrifying surge of energy. The system announced that a level 1 Hell Gate had officially opened. A red spatial rift appeared in the sky. That rift continued to expand over time. Inside it was a gate like a sea of fire burning violently. Hell gates simultaneously opened in 2 different areas. From within the gate, a massive armored boss charged straight out. From the other gate, a swarm of other grotesque beasts also poured out. If the Hell Legion could not be stopped, the future would head toward a far worse outcome. Over time, the Hell Legion would devour the souls of the land and grow stronger with raging flames. Sung Woo had finished viewing everything Kang Seo wanted him to see. He understood that this game intended to destroy the land at any cost. Kang Seo could handle most of the monsters blocking the way by himself. Now they had to face the Hell Legion appearing from 2 different directions at the same time. If they failed, the enemies would keep respawning continuously. That was also why Kang Seo came here. Sung Woo was shocked to learn Kang Seo was a solo player, just like he once thought he was the only one capable of handling level 27. The Hell Legion was advancing north and would grow stronger, expected to reach Yongdangpo in a few days. Currently, no one except Kang Seo was capable of dealing with it, so he came to assist until Sung Woo left the city. Kang Seo suggested handling it together before they grew stronger, then splitting the rewards. Sung Woo frowned, wondering if he was helping or had another hidden motive. But this was not Kang Seo's fault, since he had only accidentally obtained the prophetic stone. Even so, the proposal was still strange. Sung Woo guessed he was looking for a hunting party, and first needed to know what the reward was. The reward this time was a legendary great item whose value exceeded imagination, meaning there was only one item and only one person could possess it. Therefore, Kang Seo challenged Sung Woo to join this game if he was confident enough. Sung Woo let out a faint annoyed breath. They had just met and he had already pushed things this far. After thinking, he grabbed Kang Seo's outstretched hand and replied, "Then let's give it a try." Dong Hun stepped outside. He began explaining to everyone about the Hell Gate and the Hell Legion. Dong Hun was worried the situation was too chaotic with continuous major events. He only hoped this was not real. But everything was real. The adjutant team had sent scouts to verify and found monsters turning Pierongtik and Ansong into seas of fire. The boss was a heavy armored monster. Behind it were hellhounds chasing everywhere. They burned everything they passed, making reconstruction almost impossible. They were advancing toward Yongdang Po, and although it was not their final target, it was still on their route. Suwon village was also at risk of being destroyed since their path could not be predicted accurately. From pirates to the Hell Legion, Sung Woo realized the situation was getting worse, but he had already chosen to cooperate with Kang Seo. Sung Woo told Dong Hun to make a plan immediately, since the enemy was growing stronger every second. Dong Hun would handle the evacuation of players and villagers of Sugun. Even if only a support, he still felt powerless. He understood that he had to rely on Sung Woo to grow stronger, and everything would change if a full alliance could be formed. Instead of trusting the mysterious Kang Seo, Dong Hun believed it would be safer to fully support Sung Woo. In the end, they agreed to cooperate, working toward a common goal for mutual benefit. Kang Seo led the way, then suddenly stopped in the middle of the road. He asked Sung Woo if he really had companions with him and wanted to speak to them. He turned back and coldly said that anyone could die at any moment. And Hong went pale and trembling said he thought Sung Woo told them to go eat pork cutlet. On the contrary, Jisoo remained quite calm since she was used to life and death situations like this. Only by overcoming danger could they grow stronger and increase their chances of survival. Kang Seo was satisfied, thinking that mentality was correct, then prepared to teleport to Osun together with Butterfly to open the gate. Butterfly excitedly flured Hanho and Jisoo to introduce herself. Hanho greeted her, but received an irritated glare from Butterfly instead. Butterfly immediately kicked Hanho hard, telling him to get out of the way. "Why does that boy smell like trash like this?" Kang Seo had to speak up to make the girl stop before Butterfly finally spared Hanho. The girl flew high and created a teleportation circle. Kang Seo announced to prepare for teleportation. Everyone quickly braced themselves. As soon as the teleportation announcement ended, the circle immediately released a shockwave like a small explosion. In an instant, the whole group was safely teleported to Osan. Hanho had been keeping his eyes closed and only now slowly opened them to look around. Even Sung Woo was surprised that the teleportation happened so fast. He did not hesitate to praise Butterfly as an extremely high-quality item. Kang Seo did not refute it, because whenever she ate what she liked, she became very happy and extremely useful. Butterfly got angry and kept punching Kang Seo on the head, refusing to be called an item. Kang Seo said Sung Woo's group could go to Pyongtik, while he and Butterfly would go to Ansong to handle things first. After splitting up, Kang Seo gave Sung Woo an item he had never seen before. Kang Seo explained this was Butterfly's skill, allowing them to communicate anytime if attached to the hand. Butterfly also reminded Sung Woo not to laugh, because if he did, the item would disappear. Kang Seo and Butterfly left, and before going he still wished Sung Woo's group good luck. And Ho could not help but admire that Kang Seo truly deserved to be top 1, except for Butterfly's mouth. Hanho hugged Jisoo tightly. If anyone asked, to him Jisoo was still number 1. Their team rode wyverns flying over buildings to observe the surrounding situation. At the same time, Butterfly also contacted them. Sung Woo could hear clearly. This magic was indeed very useful. Jisoo noticed something strange. She told Sung Woo to look to the left of the building ahead. In that area, many people were running in chaos. They were being fiercely chased by hellhounds. Butterfly had forgotten to tell Sung Woo an important piece of information earlier. It was that the armored boss had just awakened after the Great Inferno. Could shoot fireballs, so everyone had to be extremely careful while flying. Butterfly had just finished speaking when a massive fireball appeared in the sky. It rushed down violently, striking the tall building below. It looked as if it wanted to erase everything. Hanho exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" Sung Woo replied that it was the giant flame. The giant flame picked up a piece of rubble it had just created after destroying the building. Without hesitation, it hurled the chunk of rock with tremendous force. The stone shot forward like a fireball, tearing through the wind. Caught off guard at such close range, Sung Woo could not dodge and shouted to Hanho to brace himself. The wyvern was struck in the stomach by the giant flame. Fortunately, neither of them were seriously injured. However, the wyvern was injured and was forced to fall freely downward. Hanho Hanho burst into tears. This was also why he had always feared the sky. Jisoo noticed the dangerous situation of Sungwoo and Hanho and immediately controlled Rai to fly over for rescue. With one hand she held the reins tightly, with the other she grabbed Sungwoo's arm. Hanho was held securely in the wyvern's mouth for protection. Jisoo could not steer back upward in time. The group was heading toward a collision. The wyvern carrying 4 people crashed heavily into the building ahead, creating a shocking explosion. Jisoo asked anxiously whether Sungwoo and Hanho were okay. Before they could respond, the hellhounds appeared right after. Seeing the critical situation, Jisoo did not hesitate to draw her sword, her eyes firm as she charged toward the enemy. With a single Z-slash she struck with extreme speed and decisiveness. Jisoo easily cut down the rushing hellhounds. Those behind were horrified as their comrades were cut in half in a single strike. Jisoo continued to take down another hellhound. The system notified her that she received 10,500 gold. At this moment Minseo suddenly appeared right beside Sungwoo. The scene before him was chaotic. He knew he had to prepare himself. Since Jisoo had acted, Rai also did not stand by and watch. It and Jisoo rushed in together, continuously attacking the hellhounds. Minseo admired Jisoo's clear improvement, and was also determined to become stronger. With that said, he unleashed a series of chains to attack the enemy. He then pulled them all into one mass, tightening the grip so none could escape. Sungwoo ordered everyone to retreat immediately. The massive monster was about to approach. Could not waste his awakening skill, and also had to conserve his summoned forces. If the giant flame was discovered, scouting could be used as a decoy. Though unwilling, it was still a better option than using the awakening skill. He commanded everyone to turn into the left alley ahead. Sungwoo kept urging everyone to run faster and not stop. The giant flame was steadily closing in, the distance shrinking more and more. It was powerful enough to crush even a wyvern, making confrontation nearly impossible. The most important thing now was to find a safe place. Sungwoo summoned Skull as a decoy. Although difficult to summon, he could not afford to hesitate and ordered it to block the escape route. Behind them was still the terrifying pursuit of the hellhounds. Their attacks were extremely powerful, even capable of breaking through Skull's defense. Sungwoo was forced to summon 2 more skulls and ordered them to charge forward. Once they reached the position, he ordered them to hold the line. From above, the giant flame's enormous hand descended as if to crush everything. The sight terrified Hanho, who had just regained consciousness, almost making him faint again. Sungwoo thought he needed to conserve strength to face the armored boss later, but the giant flame was becoming more dangerous and could not be underestimated. So other than risking everything, he had no other choice. The building was engulfed in flames, screams for help echoing inside. There was a bus like the initial refugee group, but they ran into the burning building. Screams continued to echo, adults repeatedly telling children to step back. Minseok could not bear it and decided to rush in to rescue them, even if he was stopped. Everything that happened was witnessed fully by Sungwoo. The burning building and screams reminded him of his parents' death. Back then he was too weak to rush to the sea of fire, but now things had changed and he would fight. He summoned the death scythe, leaving the rear to his teammates for protection. Jisoo stopped him worriedly. The opponent was level 27 and wondered if Sungwoo alone would be okay. Sungwoo fell silent for a moment, then still moved forward, saying he would find a way to resolve it. He would assign the Hellhound Pack to Jisoo and Minseok to handle. The 2 of them were strong enough to deal with them. Sungwoo's task now was to take down the giant, as normal attacks were completely ineffective. In its complete state, its head seemed to be the weak point, but it was too high and its entire body was wrapped in flames, making ordinary soldiers burn before they could get close. Therefore, he decided to try a new skill called Toxic Decomposition, to see if it would be effective. When Sungwoo activated the skill, the sky was dyed a dark eerie purple, accompanied by continuous lightning flashes. He wondered whether that poison would affect the fireball, but what mattered more now was the rain, not the toxin. The heavy rain poured down, making the giant scream in pain. Sungwoo was glad the effect was working. However, his joy did not last long when the giant began to counterattack. It formed a massive fireball. Then it gathered all its strength and hurled it straight at Sungwoo. He immediately raised armor and a defensive shield to block it. Even if it was just a small fireball attack, Sungwoo still had to exert full strength to stop it. Jisoo and Minseo were also affected, all falling into panic. The giant itself was affected by the earlier rain, showing clear discomfort. This made Sungwoo even more certain the head was the weak point. He just needed to target it. The giant continued swinging its massive hand down again. Covered in a sea of flames, it charged toward Sungwoo. A tremendous strike rang out, creating a huge explosion with thick smoke and fire. Fortunately, this fire could not kill Sungwoo, thanks to his 60% fire resistance. The giant looked confused, not understanding why he was unharmed. When it leaned down to look at Sungwoo, that was his opportunity. He immediately rushed straight toward its head. Without hesitation, he jumped up and grabbed its neck, even though it was completely unguarded. Sungwoo's summoned bone soldiers had melted away. He only had one final chance left. Sungwoo drew the dwarven cannon gun, a weapon that could be loaded with mana. He immediately fired 3 consecutive shots at 3 weak points on the giant's head. Roy at this moment also rushed to assist Sungwoo. Roy also together with Sungwoo continuously attacked its head, making the giant in pain but unable to counterattack. After a barrage of attacks that seemed to crush the head, Sungwoo finally saw the core inside. He ordered the skeletal Oxer to hold the monster back a little longer. Then Sung Woo closed in on the core and gripped it tightly. When the core was pulled out from its head, it meant the giant had been defeated. He received 2.8 million gold from hunting the fire giant. Han-ho looked at Sung Woo defeating the giant as if it were a dream. The people who witnessed it also cheered in joy upon Sung Woo still alive. Min-seo also had to admit Sung Woo was incredible. At this moment from afar, Butterfly contacted Sung Woo through magic as she had just remembered something to mention. He needed to crush the core inside the fire giant's head. This was extremely difficult. Even Kang Seo had struggled with it. But Sung Woo replied that he already knew, leaving Butterfly extremely surprised. Because he had just pierced through the fire giant's head, Butterfly fell silent and said nothing more. From the communication device came an alarm. Butterfly told Kang Seok that the situation was bad because Sung Woo was progressing too quickly. Sung Woo thought that if it was just a bet with Kang Seo, he could handle it easily. He also obtained an item, the Fire Spirit. It contained the primordial power of fire, something that does not exist in nature, and if conditions are met it can be controlled with mana. According to Sung Woo's crafting experience, this was an extremely valuable material. However, he had been marked by the Hell Curse, hunted by demons, and the curse would only be lifted after defeating the armored boss. Sung Woo had never intended to run away, moreover for him Kang Seo was an advantage. If there was a chance, he would face it directly. Now was the time to start setting traps. With the fire giant destroyed, the sky gradually returned to its normal state. Sung Woo chose the school's sports field as the battlefield, a spacious place that would not spread fire, very suitable for a boss fight. People followed his instructions, gathering all fire extinguishers from surrounding buildings and preparing them on vehicles. They were grateful to Sung Woo for saving them, originally intending to move following news but accidentally fell into the Hell Gate. Sung Woo explained that instead of blindly going north, they could increase survival chances by helping defeat the boss here. They buried all corpses in the Hell area and would handle everything in one decisive move. Han-ho reported traps were set, now they should retreat and hide. At that moment thunder appeared in the sky, strange as if the weather was disturbed. Han-ho panicked asking if others saw it too, afraid he was hallucinating. Huge dark clouds began to roll in, covering the entire sky. Countless lightning bolts continuously struck surrounding buildings. Everyone witnessing was horrified by the apocalyptic scene. The direction Seth targeted was Ansong, where the armored boss and Kang Seo were located, leaving Sung Woo unsure whether this was a skill or the boss's attack. Set points in another direction, discovering they are advancing toward them. Sung Woo orders everyone to quickly retreat into the building. At this distance, the heat of the flames is extremely scorching. The burning hot wind feels like fire, but still cannot compare to the earlier blaze. Sung Woo has no other choice but to act as bait, because he has high fire resistance. He has prepared everything almost completely. Now come here. The army of hell is approaching. The space is covered in a sea of fire. Sung Woo needs to wait for them to get closer. However, these creatures are quite alert, constantly sniffing around. Therefore, Sung Woo is forced to act as bait before they detect anything unusual. He uses a crossbow to continuously fire at the hunting dogs to provoke them. Being attacked, the hunting dogs immediately rush toward Sung Woo. Sung Woo is impressed. Their coordination is very fast. Luckily, they have lost their guard. If they have already come this far, then it is time to begin. Hunting dogs that just arrived are suddenly ambushed and fall into chaos. Sung Woo uses Corpse Rampage skill, quickly eliminating them, continually receiving 15,000 gold reward. Everything has been cleared. From now Sung Woo no longer needs to worry about small monsters. What needs to be done now is to focus on the main target. The armored boss finally appears. Its body is covered in flames. Looking directly at it is dazzling. Sung Woo begins the second phase of the golem summoning plan. Under the command, the corpses of the hunting dogs suddenly rise into the air. They transform into giant ugly corpses. Sung Woo's army activates Armor Break Tier 1. There is a 6% chance to stun, increases damage to medium monsters and 15% against heavily armored targets. This is what Sung Woo prepared specifically to deal with the armored boss's armor. Next, he orders all corpse birds to fly up high. The corpse birds circle around the fire extinguishers. Reaching height, they dive toward the armored boss's position. The armored boss is continuously attacked, its large body making it difficult to evade. When struck with fire extinguishers, the surrounding temperature drops due to reduced oxygen. However, surprisingly, it can still create fireballs. It throws fireballs into the sky, causing the corpse birds to be blown apart. Sung Woo is surprised by the boss power, immediately orders Han-ho to act. Han-ho takes position, the firefighting team is ready for battle. The boy tells Jisoo to open the water, turning the entire area into a large basin. Even though the boss can vaporize before impact, they continue spraying to reduce heat. Han-ho grits his teeth, treating it like a steam bath and continues. Sung Woo takes position, loudly orders to prepare for attack. Min-seo asks whether it is necessary to break that armor layer. I replies to just hit it directly. Sung Woo's ability helps turn corpses into a supporting army. Min-seok understands the issue and decisively joins the battle with Sung Woo. System warning, a weak soul has been activated in the area. The call of death echoes. Min Rai and Sung Woo luckily dodge the armored boss's fire punch. Flames are still too strong. Sung Woo orders the firefighting team to continue extinguishing. The firefighting team rushes to surround the boss's entire body. Create a smoke screen, making the flames less effective due to lack of oxygen. Hanho, while spraying water, is excited. This is the natural law. Continue. The sky remains shrouded in darkness. The armored boss is covered in thick smoke. He is furious but cannot do anything due to loss of vision. The temperature has dropped significantly. Sung Woo can approach. He seizes the opportunity, commanding the equipped team to attack. They rush in, continuously striking the monster's armor. Small watermarks begin to appear on the armor. The armored boss is furious, swinging its arms in a fierce counterattack. Despite armor and shields, the team is under heavy pressure from the boss's attacks. Sung Woo needs to make this boss completely unable to move. During the intense battle, Sung Woo charged straight into its punch. Hanho and Jisoo witnessed that scene and panicked, shouting Sung Woo's name. Luckily, Sung Woo remained safe. He circled around behind Rai, the armored boss. The armored boss Rai resisted, and its armor was also shattered by Sung Woo. He ordered Minsu to quickly bind it and restrain it within the attack range. Meanwhile, the bone soldiers would push the armored boss into the predetermined trap position. However, this boss was not easy to deal with. It still had enough strength to resist. One of its punches eliminated a unit in Sung Woo's army permanently, unable to be resummoned. Its flames were too strong. Sung Woo could not afford to lose more troops. They were too weak. On Hanho's side, the situation was also depleted. He shouted, asking whether there were any water mages left, needing more fire support. Sung Woo had to stay highly alert. Rushing only made everything more chaotic. He used Drake bone soldiers. They bit down on the iron chains and pinned the armored boss down. The armored boss had been knocked down. They needed to quickly pull it into the trap area. Golems advanced and pinned it down. Even the undead also joined in restraining it. Sung Woo would expend all his mana this time, pushing himself to the absolute limit. He activated Corpse Rampage, forming a massive fireball. The fireball spread across the entire area. Jisoo quickly ordered everyone to lie down at once. Sung Woo successfully defeated the infernal armored boss Rai, and received 4.5 million reward points. He leveled up and received the title Hell Pursuer. Before he could celebrate the completion of the mission, Sung Woo suddenly noticed something unusual. He remembered the mission required killing the boss within 2 hours, and he was unsure whether Seo had completed it. Butterfly reported an exact difference of 118 seconds. Sung Woo had lost, and all their efforts felt meaningless. Kang Seo might receive a legendary item. Though his class and skills were still unknown, he remained a top-tier player. Sung Woo felt a slight disappointment, but at least he had completed his own mission. While feeling down over the loss, a seed suddenly appeared in front of Sung Woo. He had met the conditions to become a guardian and was qualified to plant the World Tree seed. Could plant the World Tree and directly influence its growth. This was a unique mission exclusively for Sung Woo. He received the title Guardian Holding Death. Death was not evil but part of the world's balance. He saw the World Tree's BAD engine, and it did not belong to anyone but to the Guardian. This was an opportunity only he could obtain. It was completely different from others. Even Kang Seo had no such chance. Sung Woo took a deep breath, reminding himself to stay calm. This was not something to rush. Now was the time to reorganize everything, even without receiving a legendary item. That did not mean he received nothing. He obtained the unique tier Imperial Prison Armor, which auto-adjusted size and could not be removed as it was bound to the wearer. Sung Woo reached level 200, and the skill he chose was Corpse Rampage. The Corpse Rampage skill had reached mastery. The explosion is created by using corpses as a catalyst. It increases damage by 30% after detonation, along with an abyssal breath containing the power of death. After the upgrade, Sung Woo tested the skill and felt its power increase dramatically. Even in small amounts, it still increased his stats and benefited his summoned forces. Today was truly a huge harvest day, Sung Woo thought. However, most monsters, bone soldiers, and forces had been wiped out, making recovery difficult. About 30% of his main forces had been lost. While he was thinking, Hanho ran over to report major trouble. Sung Woo asked anxiously what had happened, looking at the people behind Hanho and realizing they were not refugees. They were the wide area monitoring team from the Minsu Alliance. Sung Woo guessed this was a volunteer unit deployed across regions to gather information. They demanded that Sung Woo evacuate the area immediately. About 15 minutes earlier, they detected a large group appearing from the Songtan region. With such a diverse monster composition, it could be the Evolution Society. Sung Woo was surprised, wondering if they were waiting for the chance to eliminate him. They might think this was the best timing, right after he had finished a battle and was away from Minsu Alliance. A report had been sent to Yongdangpo, and the commander and reconnaissance team would arrive soon, but the enemy numbers were very large. While everyone was still worried, a beam of light suddenly swept across the area. Light struck the building and triggered a massive explosion. That was where Squad 3 and Squad 4 were hiding, and the building began to burn fiercely. The Evolution Society had appeared. It seemed they had already surrounded everything. Sung Woo told Jisoo to withdraw inside first because the enemy force was overwhelming in numbers. She estimated more than 300 advancing toward the area. The surveillance team confirmed a similar number. The number was not the main issue. What mattered was the composition of their main force. If it truly was 300 mutants, everyone would have no way to survive. Another burst of firepower struck, continuing to bombard the building. Refugees panicked, wondering if this was magic. What exactly were they attacking with? Sung Woo realized they were trying to restrain them, not precisely target the players. Like a warning not to attempt to escape by flying away from here. Their power was comparable to heavy firepower, though not unlimited. Sung Woo had to abandon using Wyvern. The Evolution Society had prepared very thoroughly based on analysis of his abilities. A man unable to suppress his curiosity looked out the window and was instantly sniped. Jisoo could see their main army closing in from the front. With overwhelming momentum, they advanced, filling the area with dust and smoke. Their commander ordered Squad 1 and Squad 2 to locate Sung Woo and eliminate him. Monsters moved like lightning, breaking windows and breaking into the building. The refugees were in extreme panic, not understanding what was happening. The monitoring team contacting Minsu could only rely on Sung Woo, begging him for orders. Sung Woo could not summon large undead inside the building, but also could not abandon them and charge out. He ordered protection of families and for everyone to hide in classrooms. He would not let them get closer. Sung Woo gritted his teeth, realizing they were hunting him and limiting the forces he could use. Outside, the sound of truck engines still echoed. From the trucks, countless monsters of the Evolution Society disembarked. They had blood-red eyes, ferocious faces, and massive bodies. They were not normal, clearly products of cruel Evolution Society experiments. Sung Woo decided to let Jisoo and Hanho protect the remaining people. This corridor would be handled by him alone. His divine ultimate skill only had 14 minutes remaining. All skills were on cooldown. Fortunately, they were not disabled after undead revival. He had no other choice but to hold out until the Crusader team arrived. The Evolution Society searched everywhere and identified Sung Woo's location. Sung Woo immediately fired repeated bolts from his crossbow toward them, but they had prepared in advance and activated protective shields. None of them were injured. This made Sung Woo both shocked and suspicious whether they had magical support. They even had gas masks, clearly having prepared everything to kill him. Behind Sung Woo, mutants had also blocked the escape route, fully surrounding him. Min Seo appeared, saying he would handle the rear. A member of the Evolution Society loudly ordered that if no one remained, kill him. Sung Woo was ready to cut down anyone who rushed in, without hesitation for even a single unnecessary movement. He received 25,000 gold from hunting stage 2 werewolves, and the number kept increasing. Even without summoned troops in Lich King State, all of Sung Woo's stats were multiplied tenfold, allowing him to easily handle mutants. The current problem was the first floor, where far more dangerous mutants were present. Even though his troops were continuously destroyed and revived, they still could not stop them. No one could rush out because there were snipers outside. They even had long-range anti-air weapons. If Sung Woo summoned large bone soldiers, they would be targeted immediately. On this side, Jisoo and Hanho were also trying to eliminate the mutants climbing into the building. If this continued, they would not be able to hold out for long. The Hellgate and Ampo items, Sung Woo needed them to break this situation, including the gate leading to the underworld and the beast human serum. These were spoils from enemies, but extremely dangerous items. Seven Dragons had once said he never wanted to use them due to unknown side effects. If the underworld gate was used incorrectly, everyone here would be wiped out. These items were once pyrostrategic weapons used to destroy targets. Now they could no longer be kept. Sung Woo decided to use the serum to disguise himself as a golden beast human, and to use the underworld gate when they let their guard down. He would take this opportunity to escape. Sung Woo should prioritize survival rather than keeping these items. He would execute the plan he had just thought of, while Min Seok would handle this area. Sung Woo quickly moves down to floor 1 to execute the prepared plan. The area below is densely covered by experimental objects, creating a chaotic scene. Sung Woo and Rai immediately enter to eliminate these creatures. However, each one only yields 100 gold, leaving them quite surprised. Rai cannot believe such a low reward, even they are far stronger than goblins. Sung Woo unleashes Corpse Rampage, scattering the experimental objects in all directions. During the explosion that creates thick smoke, the sniper group completely loses vision. An opportunity appears. Sung Woo quickly activates Disorientation Mark in the combat area. He creates gas using a skill, but the opponents have already prepared gasks. This is the moment Sung Woo uses Beast Human Serum to begin the transformation. Roy is still alone, resisting the evolved creatures. He is knocked back, suffering severe injuries. Sung Woo pulls out a syringe and stabs it straight into his body. At first the body does not react. He stands still for a few seconds. Then a violent reaction erupts, even while Sung Woo is in lich state. Terrible pain surges in, as if the body is being crushed and the face is about to shatter. The system announces that Sung Woo has reached a special condition. Lich Victor inherited from the death of the werewolf beastman. A blazing red circle appears in the sky. It begins absorbing energy from the surrounding environment. Gas is drawn inside, leaving the evolved creatures confused about what is happening. The red circle continues devouring all the gas. Creatures stand frozen watching but cannot react. Meanwhile, Sung Woo temporarily gains the power of the death god Anubis. He enters a demigod state for a short time. All stats increase greatly, and he can use soul capture skills. Demonic Strike and Dusk Assault are activated. Sung Woo's new form shocks the evolved ones, their eyes widening. A strange energy weakens their bodies, and all stats drop significantly. They do not understand why their strength suddenly declines so severely. The leader shouts orders to attack, believing this is the necromancer's scheme. They all rush forward but cannot find Sung Woo anywhere. At the same time, Sung Woo has already moved behind them without anyone noticing. He delivers a clean sword slash, eliminating all targets in an instant. Sung Woo clearly feels the difference compared to previous power-ups, perhaps because before he focused on skills and summoning, while Lich Anubis boosts raw stats, making him feel as if he has surpassed human limits. Sung Woo successfully captures 11 enemy souls. He uses these souls to strengthen the undead army. Sung Woo is surprised that this ability can also buff summoned troops. The evolved ones try to calm themselves and order the archers to prepare to fire. The archers quickly take positions, drawing weapons and readying their shots. However, they still cannot hit Sung Woo as he keeps disappearing before their eyes. Sung Woo suddenly counterattacks from behind the enemy formation. A single clean slash pierces through the formation before they can react. He gains 21,000 gold from killing second-tier ratmen and captures 3 more souls. When Sung Woo reappears in front, they immediately fire to avoid losing track again. But they are still missiled and cannot track his movements. Sung Woo keeps appearing abruptly in multiple locations. Just a few basic sword strikes are enough to gain 8 more souls. Realizing the enemy is too dangerous, they decide to fully surround him. The commander orders preparation of holy silver arrows. They simultaneously draw bows, aim, and shoot at Sung Woo. One arrow hits its mark, purifying his summons and returning them to a death state. They rejoice that the weapon finally works and can counter the necromancer. If the enemy has new weapons, Sung Woo will respond with new methods as well. His weapon is enhanced by demonic bombardment strike. He can use captured souls to detonate them with a destructive curse. The evolved ones are swept away by Sung Woo's slash, only able to scream in panic. The rat men try to raise shields but cannot withstand this level of attack. The entire defensive line is broken, leaving them panicked and cold sweating. Sung Woo judged that his new skill might be close to a finishing move. He continued to rush in and attack without pause. Creatures on the rooftops were also eliminated by his burst skill. It was simple, but he obtained 34 souls. Sung Woo felt extremely satisfied. His weapon continued to be enhanced by Demon Impact Strike, gaining 55 more souls. He used the souls obtained to strengthen his undead squad. These evolved creatures still believed they could win. The leader ordered his subordinates to stay away from Sung Woo. All their forces focused on stopping the undead, while he directly faced Sung Woo. Now only he and Sung Woo confronted each other directly. He was shocked that Sung Woo had changed his fighting style. He did not expect Sung Woo to be a werewolf, thinking they were the same race. Sung Woo scoffed, saying wolves and cattle call themselves the same race. He angrily retorted that they'd not define race using human concepts. Those had disappeared with the collapse of the era. Sung Woo indifferently said he had heard enough of that reasoning and asked if he was one of the 4 great beastmen. He was surprised that Sung Woo knew of their existence. Sung Woo did not want to waste words, raising his blade to end it quickly. Sung Woo swung a horizontal slash, creating a terrifying crimson scene. He was not defeated, angered at being underestimated, and called himself one of the 4 great beastmen, the Crimson Commander. He activated Chain Warrior Shackles, sealing all of Sung Woo's weapons for a short time. During this time he rushed into attack, but such attacks were ineffective against Sung Woo. In this situation, Death God form still had a 7-minute cooldown, while Werewolf form needed over 14 minutes. Fortunately, the transformation state was not cancelled even though Death God was sealed. The Crimson Commander clenched his fist, declaring that it was time for him to become a hero. Sung Woo felt irritated. This battle could not be dragged on any longer. Crimson Commander observed Sung Woo's expression and thought he was losing patience, a bad sign. Sung Woo was surprised that he could read animal expressions. This guy was quite interesting. And he was still human. He had been a veterinarian, so understanding animal behavior was a basic skill. Sung Woo could have overwhelmed him if his skeleton support was here, but he could not risk finishing it now, in case this was a tactical trap. Sung Woo used another entity to appear behind him, making him think it would be a one-on-one fight. He scoffed, thinking this style of fighting was truly weak. Perhaps Sung Woo did not know, but he was not a fighter who used weapons. If the opponent fought barehanded, he would not even need a shield. Sung Woo mocked him, saying in a cost of strength between a mage and a warrior, who was really the coward. The Crimson Commander became furious, saying he talked too much like a weakling. He unleashed a flurry of kicks at Sung Woo. Sung Woo was suppressed, unable to counter due to his skills being sealed. He continued using Refinement Fist. One punch left Sung Woo severely stunned. Blood leaked from Sung Woo's mouth as he grabbed his throat tightly. He lifted Sung Woo up, mocking the Korean necromancer for having nothing left without weapons and summons. He sneered that beastmen were superior to humans, and human existence was worthless. He was about to continue attacking when Sung Woo managed to block it in time. Sung Woo said, "You ask what I still have, it is overwhelming level difference." The physical stat of 52 combined with his beast form, he was not inferior in physique. He easily broke his arm. In close combat, he was confident he was stronger than his opponent. He was beaten repeatedly, his teeth nearly shattered, cursing in rage. He slammed him to the ground, both hands driving down hard. He was unwilling to accept it and decided to use his final trump card. He pulled out a syringe from between his claws. He injected himself to increase his strength. He excitedly declared the battle had only just begun and would show Sung Woo his true power. At that moment, the weapon seal ended. Sung Woo was confident he could finish it quickly. The school was still burning fiercely, the flames consuming the entire area. Inside, Jisoo had eliminated all evolved creatures within minutes. One survivor remained. It saw the refugees standing nearby. It raised its hand, preparing to attack without hesitation, but Hanho managed to rush in and cut him down. The finishing blow granted him 100 gold for eliminating the experiment. Jisoo observed that all enemies had been cleared, while Hanho had become more confident after the battle. But Jisoo did not pay much attention to his words. At this moment, she only cared about the situation outside. She wondered what kind of battle they were fighting out there. Hanho thought that after this battle, it would be hard for even a single building to remain standing. Outside, Sung Woo had already picked up his weapon and dodged the dangerous attack from the Crimson Commander. He became furious when he saw Sung Woo still managing to take a weapon, wondering when he would finally run away. Where was the one who always boasted about strength now? He raised his hand and declared he was a level 4 beast, nearly equal to awakened beings. He claimed he had evolved beyond limits, surpassing all other beasts and calling himself a super beast. He rushed forward like lightning, attacking straight towards Sung Woo. Sung Woo no longer paid attention to his arrogance. There was not much time left. Sung Woo activated Demon Bomb and threw it straight at the opponent. He scoffed, saying only 2 words too slow. He did not expect himself to be struck by a deadly poison from another direction. He immediately fell into chaos, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his entire body in severe pain. Even so, he still cursed Sung Woo as despicable, asking what trick he had used. Sung Woo calmly replied that he should have been suspicious from the moment the strange rain began. Sung Woo deployed Grave Light Assault, using energy from destroyed souls to form the attack. This skill deals extremely powerful magical damage at the point of contact. It was like a violent whirlwind tearing through the Crimson Commander's body. He was trapped inside it, unable to escape, only able to scream curses in despair. He tried to speak filthy words, but Sung Woo decided to silence him completely. His entire body was bound by the hand of death, twisted like a powerless corpse. His allies witnessing the scene grew even more panicked. If even their commander was like this, what would happen to them? Even with his mouth restrained, he still tried to shout for the entire area to be destroyed by bombs. They were determined not to let Sung Woo escape easily, but he only sneered in contempt. If they wanted to do that, they should have acted earlier. It was already too late to use bombs against him now. He opened a space gate and said his final words to him. It was over, Crimson Commander. But another hand suddenly appeared, blocking the space gate. The one who appeared was the White Commander, another leader of the enemy faction. Sung Woo felt annoyed, thinking he had arrived at the worst possible timing. He hesitated for a moment and decided to retreat temporarily. The White Commander ordered the Crimson Commander that everyone must retreat immediately. At that moment, a strange lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the sky. The Evolution faction did not understand what was happening, falling into continuous panic. Sung Woo was also surprised by the phenomenon and stopped to observe. The lightning struck down directly, weakening both the Crimson Commander and the White Commander. Kang Seo appeared and said he had been told to wait until Sung Woo finished his task before coming. Kang Seo sat down, his tone full of sarcasm, asking if this was the #1 star of Korea. Kang Seo stepped out with one pant leg torn, likely from a previous battle. Butterfly mocked them for being naive enough to think they could overwhelm others with numbers. Kang Seo casually waved his hand, not even needing to use a weapon. Blue was easily defeated, his body severely injured. Kang Seo stood motionless and cold, while Butterfly continued watching with interest. The Fairy Flower faction still refused to give up, continuing to deploy the Thunder God cannon. They were ready to sacrifice all archers to eliminate Sung Woo. A large number of fireballs showered Sung Woo and Kang Seo. Fireballs formed a massive sea of flames with terrifying power. But Kang Seo still stood there calmly as if nothing was happening. He simply raised his weapon and blocked all the incoming attacks. He easily shattered the attacks, mocking their choice of wrong weapon. Even so, the cannon strikes still destroyed many surrounding buildings. Kang Seo's expression did not change at all, treating everything as prey. He swung his weapon, releasing a terrifying bolt of lightning toward the Crimson Commander and White Commander. The White Commander tried to form a mental barrier to defend against the attack. The Crimson Commander still had not understood who was targeting him. Only the White Commander stammered, realizing this was a top-tier powerhouse. He said they were not Kang Seo's opponents. One move would be enough to finish them. The White Commander opened a teleport gate, accepting temporary defeat. He stepped into the gate, still leaving words of a rematch. But Kang Seo did not allow them to retreat so easily. He unleashed a flash of lightning. The White Commander escaped, but the Crimson Commander was heavily injured. Bai Jihui cried out in pain, but the gate had already closed and swept him away. Kang Seo looked irritated that he had lost his prey after such a long time. The battle ended, leaving behind a desolate scene, everywhere engulfed in smoke and flames. At the same time, Sung Woo's beastman state also ended. He did not expect the pain to be so intense, his body suddenly becoming abnormally heavy. When the power disappeared, all stats dropped sharply for 24 hours. The consequence of temporarily becoming an archgod was severe. Kang Seo was surprised to see Sung Woo reach a temporary archgod form, thinking he was hiding something interesting. Sung Woo thought Kang Seo was also an archgod, but his power was permanent. He asked him what he came here for. Kang Seo said he came to greet him, but did not understand why the evolution faction treated it as a threatening act. He paused, observing Sung Woo closely as if calculating something. Kang Seo admitted Sung Woo's reputation was not exaggerated and wanted a long-term cooperation. Sung Woo was only 2 minutes ahead of him in eliminating the target, a gap that could definitely be overcome. Kang Seo believed forming ties with an equal opponent would be highly beneficial. Sung Woo also admitted that relationships are often influenced by real strength. Sung Woo was still slightly trembling, asking what an archgod was, whether it was a type of class. Kang Seo was surprised, thinking he had already experienced it, then laughed and understood the situation. Kang Seo explained that an archgod is not a class, but a state of power achieved when special conditions are met. He also achieved it that way, but Sung Woo only had a temporary state, meaning he had not truly grasped the essence of this power. He created a stream of light that floated in front of Sung Woo, saying that if he wanted to understand more, he had to find it himself. Kang Seo left and said they would meet again. Butterfly also wished Sung Woo a safe journey. Sung Woo watched Kang Seo's silhouette, wondering whether he truly came to help or just to verify his strength, or whether he simply wanted to confirm if Sung Woo had entered the archgod realm. In the sky, Minsu Union's helicopter finally appeared. Manhwa blamed herself for arriving too late and not being able to support Sung Woo in the previous battle. Sung Woo did not blame them. The early warning alone had already been a great help. He was also exhausted. Being transported by helicopter was a relief. Manhwa hesitated and apologized, but said there was something important she needed to report immediately. Manhwa seriously said they had just discovered the Angel Stone statue in Seoul. The helicopter brought Sung Woo's group back to a safe base. Soon after, they returned to the Minsu Union headquarters. Manhwa was delighted to see the spoils. It seemed the Evolution faction had left behind many valuable resources. The Thunder God cannon was a mana-consuming weapon, but very useful in siege battles. The adjutant reported that besides these, there was also a truck full of weapons, like an abandoned military depot. Sung Woo requested that one Thunder God cannon be sent to Sugun village, and the spoils be distributed properly. The most important item was the commander's bracelet. It had the ability to temporarily seal an opponent's weapons. In addition, there was a mountain spirit shield. Could block 3 magical attacks. Sung Woo also obtained 2 Beastman syringes, adding to the one he already had 3 chances to transform in Anubis, and also a level 4 Beastman Bone Soldier. This was considered the strongest version of the Beastman Bone Soldier line. The adjutant reported that the next mission was related to the Angel Stone statue in Namsa. Since it was a fixed object, they had to wait 24 hours after discovery before moving it. There were about 17 hours remaining, during which they were sealing information to prepare for transport. Jisoo sighed in relief, finally able to rest after a long period of tension. Everyone went inside to rest temporarily. Manhwa scrolled his phone and saw that Sugun village had developed significantly. It was now almost a complete village. All members were above level 8. They were even holding a party. Only Sung Woo's group could not attend. Sung Woo thought about continuing to grow his strength. If multiple class groups were combined, this place could develop into a real city. The situation on Gangwon Island was abnormal. Pirates were appearing more and more along the shore. From the captured ones, they confirmed links to China Server 2 and a plan to invade the peninsula. Manhwa asked whether the pirates would return. Sung Woo said yes, but not now. Jisoo analyzed that the Vanguard team had been eliminated, so the enemy would definitely reorganize their forces. Therefore, they needed to strengthen their formation to prepare for a larger war. The system announced Chapter 2 had ended. The power balance had been reset after eliminating the monster commander. Manhwa excitedly asked if the storyline had ended, but Sung Woo confirmed everything had only just begun. Chapter 3 opened with faction choice, forcing players to choose between angel or demon to continue survival. Manhwa leaned toward angels, saying no one would choose demons, but those words made Sung Woo fall silent. In addition, there were several important warnings. They could form a covenant with the selected race through the representative statue, thereby receiving the ultimate mission. Each team would have group missions while also unlocking multiple, large-scale dungeons. This event lasts 7 days. Choosing either angel or demon is not related to good or evil. The two factions are actually just the names of 2 teams. Angels are beings that represent good, demons are beings that represent evil. Sung Woo wondered whether the angels and demons in the mission were truly the same as what they had known before. Manhwa was shocked, even thinking they might be aliens playing with them. He continued his speculation, thinking they were being mocked for choosing factions. Sung Woo did not care about Manhwa's nonsense words. The truth was still unclear, but would be revealed once the game began. At the moment, he had no choice but to wait for the angel statue to appear. appear. 17 hours quickly passed from morning to night. The angel statue was also about to arrive. Drones were on patrol and sniper teams took position. The main storyline began. Forward teams attempted to protect the statue. Manhwa thought they would not dare to attack, but still remained cautious. Due to security concerns, only a few members of the Minsu Alliance were informed about the angel statue. A helicopter loudly carried a massive container holding the angel statue, delivering it to the safe zone. Dong-hun approached Sung-woo, hearing that he had encountered many problems. He wanted to talk more but first needed to inspect this. Before them stood the stone angel statue, bearing the mark of a high-ranking race. Sung-woo was shocked. It truly was the image of an angel. Dong-hun did not deny it. It was an angel with a sword and crown. Sung-woo thought the sword and crown must have special meaning but could not yet interpret it. The system notification required them to place their hands on the statue. Dong-hun and Sung-woo both touched it, receiving the Angel Faction group mission, increase defense, gain buffs, and receive gold rewards when killing the Demon Faction. Dong-hun thought this would divide players. Sung-woo agreed, but everyone would still choose it because the buffs were too beneficial. The system asked whether to choose the Angel Faction, warning that leaving would be punished as offending the Angels. Dong-hun wondered whether choosing the Angel Faction was truly correct, not only because they found the statue first. Humans could be harmed when bound to a statue of unknown good or evil. Although he had agreed with Sung-woo, Dong-hun still had many doubts. Sung-woo could not choose a faction because he possessed a chaos item, needing to destroy a crystal to remove its attribute, though he had to abandon this just for an unknown angel faction. Moreover, Sung-woo had a bad feeling about this statue. While thinking, he received a hidden mission. The third option was to destroy the statues of the high race. Sung-woo did not hesitate and immediately accepted the hidden mission. Sung-woo had angered the high race and was placed under a worldwide player bounty. Dong-hun angrily asked what Sung-woo had done. He did not understand why the system demanded Sung-woo be killed immediately. Sung-woo guessed Dong-hun had chosen the angel faction, making the situation more complicated. Dong-hun angrily said that no matter what, there must be a clear explanation. They could not ignore the system message. Sung-woo drew his "let's make things simpler." Sung-woo swung his scythe without hesitation toward Dong-hun and destroyed the angel statue. Sung-woo successfully destroyed one of the 3 high race statues. Dong-hun panicked seeing the statue destroyed, not understanding what Sung-woo was doing. Sung-woo said this was the third option. There was always another path to conquer the game. He did not accept a fate controlled by an unknown entity. Sung-woo left, not wanting a bad ending anyway. Dong-hun gritted his teeth and asked if Sung-woo understood what he was doing. Sung-woo stepped forward, light appearing after the statue was destroyed. Sung-woo obtained angel wing fragments, allowing short-range teleportation when used. Demon faction could not use this item, but it could serve as an emergency escape if the statue was destroyed. Was this an item meant for losers to retreat, since the battle was about destroying each other's statues? There were rumors that another angel statue still existed somewhere. There was information that pirates had discovered another angel statue. Sung-woo no longer needed to wait, he could handle both at once. After making his decision, Sung-woo turned back but was met with Hanho's displeased attitude. The boy did not even look at Sung-woo, questioning who he was and why he had turned himself into a powerful enemy without discussion. It seems it is time for us to end this relationship. Hanho pointed at the system notification and asked Sung-woo if he could see that content. Hanho loudly said he only acted that way because he could not see it, if it were not for a bit of conscience. This reward would have driven him insane. Sung-woo broke into a sweat and asked if this was a huge amount of money, while she calmly replied 50 million gold. Hanho and Jisoo were in the dominant position. They looked at Sung-woo reproachfully, demanding that he listen to their opinions before making major decisions next time. The sound of hurried footsteps was approaching Sung-woo. Dong-hun stepped forward, calling Sung-woo's name but then hesitated and did not continue. Finally, he coldly said the angel statue was something they had found. Destroying it without explanation was unacceptable. Sung-woo explained it was only intuition so he could not be certain, thinking that even explaining missions would be hard to be believed. Dong-hun still frowned. He trusted intuition, but this was not the time to test trust like this. Everyone was buzzing in discussion, wondering what the sacred treasure was and whether it really increased stats as rumored. It was like increasing power by 6 to 7 levels. Everyone focused their eyes on Sung-woo. Dong-hun declared he was the leader. If he turned shared assets into an enemy, then cooperation was over. Sung-woo understood their reaction, treating it as a direct blow to trust. Everyone shouted at once, ready to fight right there. Each of them gripped their weapons tightly, eyes filled with killing intent. Hanho panicked and hid behind Sung-woo, urging him to say something. Sung-woo wondered whether he could defeat the Crusader recon team after his first awakening. Dong-hun signaled for calm, declaring that the Yongdangpo alliance would remain neutral. Sung-woo sighed in relief, grateful to be spared even though the mistake was his. Dong-hun left, saying the faction choice would soon change and urging Sung-woo to hurry. In Sugan village, Jiangsu was urgently patrolling and organizing spoils from the Yongdangpo alliance. Mr. Lee asked if they had arrived yet and received the answer that they were coming soon. At that moment, Sung-woo's team appeared. Jisoo landed the helicopter first, followed by Sung-woo. Li Jiangsu came to greet them, saying that no one in the village chose Angel. All chose the third option. Sung Woo shook hands and was surprised that no one chose Angel despite the huge reward, making the village unique. Li Jiangsu said they had reinforced defenses and did not expect the Union to also provide helicopters. Sung Woo denied it, saying all of it was his team's spoils, because on the way here they had been attacked. In the Minsu Alliance reconstruction area, the Union was a coalition of many guilds, so even if Dong Hun chose the third option, it was only the decision of a small group. Dong Hun said they were punished immediately after choosing the third option, and not everyone was willing to accept such a trade-off. Sung Woo checked his phone and saw the community in chaos. Many people were threatening to kill him. Some even live-streamed it for views. Just moments ago they were praising him, now they had quickly turned their backs. Sung Woo said to ignore it. Although he had expected it, it was still worrying. He believed that once the situation changed, everything would quiet down, but suddenly his stomach hurt sharply. It was the seed he had obtained after the previous battle with the armored boss. Although he did not yet know what it was, Sung Woo was certain it was a special item. When certain conditions were met, Sung Woo became the vanguard of a new team. If the World Tree seed was planted, it would become a sacred tree blessing the team, but it required completing the third option quest. Sung Woo was surprised to learn the World Tree was a sacred tree, and still hesitated about where to plant it. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to plant it immediately in Sugan village. He also had to protect the tree until it fully matured. If destroyed, the World Tree would bring catastrophe, so hiding it was nearly impossible. Sung Woo needed a safe place with trustworthy people to protect it, and the village square was chosen as the location. Once the decision was made, all villagers were immediately mobilized. Excavators were brought in, ready for rapid construction. With good coordination, a massive pit was dug in a short time. Hanho shouted, demanded to leave part of the square as a helicopter landing pad. Sung Woo sighed due to the lack of space, making Hanho slightly irritated. Hanho knew that but still wanted to keep the area for adjutant air technology. The boy could not give up that idea. Li Jiangsu suggested building a low fortress around the World Tree, at the same time installing Thunder God cannons for defense. The Yongdangpo Alliance had sent 2 cannons. Someone suggested placing more at Mount Pandan and disguising them for concealment. On the road, 2 motorcycles sped forward like beasts, roaring through the dust-filled air. T-Sung reported that there were no new monsters appearing around the area anymore. A few small creatures still remained underground and in abandoned buildings, but the Hellhounds had almost completely disappeared. The racing gang group was responsible for clearing abandoned cars and repairing roads, and had also taken control of a shop near Sung Woo's area. The funding sources operating these facilities were also being built and growing very rapidly. Residents voluntarily signed contracts. All initial efforts were acknowledged and properly rewarded. Jisoo lifted a rock 3 times her own body size and felt that life here was gradually improving. However, they did not have much time to enjoy it due to being continuously assigned missions. After a long period of cooperation, the World Tree cultivation site was finally completed. Sung Woo carefully took out the World Tree seed in his hand. He stood silently looking at the seed for a long time. The residents around him were amazed when they saw the seed for the first time, because it was extremely special. Sung Woo began planting the World Tree seed into the ground. A mysterious life form began taking root deep in this land. Sung Woo had to protect the World Tree until it reached a certain size. If the World Tree was destroyed, the consequences would be an irreversible disaster. The mission was applied to a team of 226 people, all of whom had to participate. Everyone worriedly asked whether they had to protect it, and if another attack wave was coming. Just as they finished speaking, the ground shook violently as if something massive was moving beneath it. A massive group of monsters was heading towards Suwon village with a violent momentum as if to seize the entire area. They moved toward the 3 o'clock direction at high speed, clearly targeting something specific and impossible to stop. It was a horde of oxer and kobolds emerging from the sewers and rising to the surface. This was clearly a defensive battle. The commander ordered all forces to deploy immediately. Defensive units quickly took their assigned frontline positions. Mobile defensive structures were built firmly. Hanho was shocked. Sung Woo called them mobile ramparts. Sung Woo explained that combining mobile ramparts allowed them to defend a very wide territory range. Clerics, archers, and mages climbed the walls, forming an extremely tight defensive and offensive formation. Each mobile rampart could also function as an independent defensive tower. After the Yongdangpo crisis, this force had been prepared with many talents. Sung Woo stood on the rampart observing and remarked that no class had been wasted. Jisoo also praised the preparation and coordination of forces this time. A goblin horde was approaching. They prepared to use area magic to eliminate them. The kobolds at the 1 o'clock direction were pushed back and could not climb the walls. Undead and divine summons that Sung Woo had called were also deployed into battle. The battle became intense, and from afar 2 people were observing through binoculars. They were live streaming. The MC excitedly shouted that he had found the necromancer. The MC believed he was clever for tracing the location where Sung Woo and Dong Hun had previously met. He continued commenting that a large battle was unfolding and monsters were gathering everywhere. The MC remarked that Sung Woo fighting against his own species looked extremely impressive. impressive and cool. However, at that moment Sung Woo was standing on the battlefield with an enormous bounty on his head. He chose the first option and thought it was a huge opportunity, causing bounty hunters across the server to begin moving. He was currently broadcasting a signal calling those hunters to gather. He announced that Sung Woo was in Suwon village and told them to come eliminate him. Since they were only a tracking group, they left the fighting to professional necromancer hunters. While the MC was live streaming, Sung Woo suddenly appeared right beside him. The killing intent in his gaze made the MC scream in fear that he had been discovered. An undead smashed through the door and rushed into their area. At that moment they panicked and hurriedly apologized. All monsters had been cleanly eliminated by the villagers of Suwon. The MC was also subdued and captured by the undead. Hanho checked his phone and nervously reported there were 5 live streams, one of which claimed it would kill Sung Woo. On the screen was a live bombing mission broadcast. He declared he would blow up Sung Woo and those who followed him. He was Kim Kin-hong, rank 10 floor 16 from Sihaeng, possessing a nuclear bomb weapon. Kim Kin-hong's livestream was highly professional and organized. He shook the bomb in his hand, provokingly asking if Sung Woo liked bombs. Without waiting for an answer, he threw the bomb and mocked them, saying they always liked blowing people up. The bomb exploded with extremely terrifying power. The building behind was almost completely destroyed, debris shattered everywhere. He proudly declared himself #1 in explosions, since his profession was terrorism. He said the bomb just now was only his weakest skill, used purely for creating explosions. He still possesses a type of bomb that can be created every 24 hours, and he is still considering how to use it. He issues a challenge to Sung Woo, saying even if he acts, the opponent cannot withstand it. The guys following you are useless too, whether you run or die is up to you to decide. He intends to detonate the entire area, and all rewards will belong to him. Hanho feels confused. Is he openly provoking, or just bluffing, or has lost his mind? Jisoo asks worriedly if he is not lying, how can they stop that bomb? With the current situation, they have no way to relocate the headquarters in time. Sung Woo also feels uncomfortable, because he is not only targeting him but also wants to kill all players to take experience rewards. Sung Woo silently thinks, eyes darkening, then slowly walks toward the World Tree area. Jiangsu advances to Adjutant Town, a place that has been relatively peaceful recently. Only occasional wanderers but no real danger. Sung Woo reminds everyone not to be careless, because not only monsters but others are also targeting them. Most videos in the community may be fake, but there will definitely be people exploiting this situation. Sung Woo feels everything is becoming more troublesome. At the same time, the World Tree seed has developed to 11%. However, after reaching 11%, it no longer increases. Jisoo asks Sung Woo, after forming a third faction, what should they do next? He does not yet have a definite answer, but believes his choice will lead to a better outcome. This game has only one ending. Sung Woo does not see angels or demons in the Prophecy Stone, but he believes they will not bring a good ending for humanity. Therefore, it is best for them to decide their own fate. Moreover, angels and demons are not on humanity's side. Just from the missions alone, it is clear they see humans as low-level tools to be used. Even without a third option, Sung Woo will not join either of the two sides. Li Jiangsu grits his teeth, saying that in that case they must find the one behind this game. He truly wants to face the one who hid the truth and caused the deaths of countless people. The atmosphere returns to peace in Shigun village, but that peace does not last. A massive explosion suddenly tears through the silence. Jiangsu panics, immediately orders Ron to be deployed and calls Sung Woo for support. The bomber is the terrifying Kim who previously appeared on the live stream. He plays with the bomb in his hand confidently, thinking that waiting 24 hours for it to explode is too naive. He has already prepared everything, so even running is already too late. He decides to push everything into the climax immediately. He wants everyone to witness Sung Woo's downfall. His skill can destroy an apartment in an instant. Red Storm has been activated. Even the defensive layer cannot block this attack. Everyone immediately lies down to avoid danger. At that moment, something suddenly appears behind him. Without hesitation, Roy immediately jumps up at extreme speed to intercept Kim's dangerous attack. In this unexpected situation, Kim shows clear panic as everything unfolds completely outside his plan. He stands frozen, unable to understand why the bomb did not explode as planned. Sung Woo coldly asks, "You said this is a skill, not equipment, right?" Kim the horrified pulls out 3 more bombs in panic, asking why everything failed again. Before he can throw again, his hand is burned black. Sung Woo, expressionless, coldly raises his gun and fires without hesitation. The civilians behind the shield are still trembling, tears streaming down nonstop. Sung Woo unexpectedly orders to start filming. That action makes the opponent even more terrified. He says this is an announcement, turn back and upload the video. Sung Woo declares with killing intent that from now on he will issue 3 warnings for the entire Korean server. He will hunt down all those who have claimed they want to kill him and his master. Kim still stubbornly holds the bomb, but is shot down immediately by Sung Woo. Sung Woo continues, saying this includes those aligned with both angels and demons. He emphasizes that everyone knows his profession, so this is not everything, but if anyone joins his third faction, everything will be different. Sung Woo is not skilled in strategy, so he chooses to solve problems with strength, to ensure dangerous people do not dare to target his people. At that moment, those who had previously provoked Sung Woo online simultaneously go live begging for forgiveness. forgiveness. They panic, admitting their mistakes and pleading to be forgiven. And of course they are willing to join Sung Woo's third faction. Minho found these guys truly ridiculous. At first they were still boasting, while Edge felt Sung Woo at that time was extremely terrifying. Adjutant showed Minho the warning message that Sung Woo had sent to everyone. All negative comments had completely vanished, leaving only endless praise for Sung Woo. Dong Hun sat in silence, his expression darkening. He felt the most shameful person was himself. Dong Hun had no other choice but to leave Sung Woo and stand on the angel's side. This was not what he wanted, but it was a reality he had to accept. Dong Hun spoke up, ordering the recruitment of more search team members to expand the hunt for new targets. Minho could not believe it. Did Dong Hun intend to oppose Sung Woo, who once declared he would wipe out both angels and demons? Dong Hun admitted sadly that he did not want to make an enemy of him, but could no longer continue together. Sung Woo was someone who could still be reasoned with, so negotiation was still possible. He had to act carefully now. Dong Hun told himself he must become stronger so he would not be controlled by anyone. Adjutant panicked and reported that an angel statue had been found in the Gimbo area, which somewhat lifted Dong Hun's spirits. He immediately ordered Titan security and prepared the artifact for transport. The adjutant was slightly hesitant because what they had found this time was unusual. It was a four-winged angel statue. Dong Hun was shocked. He did not expect such a hierarchy to exist. In Sugun village, everyone fought day and night to protect the world tree. Jizot continuously slashed at the monsters rushing in. Hanno kept punching the monsters without pause. Sung Woo's undead squad had also taken down many more monsters. Jiangsu warned that there were 3 monsters on the right, asking Yong to immediately defend and block them. The vehicle team was also cooperating very effectively in combat. He kept reminding everyone to deal with the monsters that had already been knocked down. The World Tree sapling had reached 99% maturity. They gained large amounts of experience thanks to their diverse combat style. At the same time, they were under heavy pressure while protecting the World Tree. The growth process was nearly complete. Everyone was giving their all. The World Tree finally entered its initial maturity stage. All players participating in the quest received stat increases, and a blessing lasting 24 hours. Sung Woo observed the tree. From the outside it looked no different from an ordinary pine tree, but he could clearly feel the energy spreading from within it. The World Tree had borne its first fruit. Only those deemed worthy could obtain it. Sung Woo did not hesitate and immediately ate it. It contained mysterious energy, and absorbing it would grant special power. After eating the World Tree fruit, Sung Woo established a direct connection with it. When the World Tree matured, he would gain a certain amount of stats. He could also teleport directly back to the World Tree from anywhere. Sung Woo was satisfied both stat increase and teleportation. This reward was completely worth it. Previously, Sung Woo did not dare to confront pirates for fear of not being able to retreat in time, but now with the World Tree, he felt much more at ease. The energy from the World Tree spread out and could attract more monsters. The situation therefore became more dangerous. The villagers panicked when they saw black shadows appearing in the northern sky. It was a swarm of wyverns rushing toward the village at extreme speed. Lei Jiangsu was frightened, wondering whether they could withstand such a large number of wyverns. Sung Woo remained calm. If it were before, it would be impossible, but now things were different. In the sky, countless wyverns were heading toward Sugun village. They began descending lower and lower. Their appearance was extremely ferocious and terrifying. There were so many that no one could tell the exact number. Hanho wondered why they kept circling, making him feel dizzy. A leading wyvern was observing from a distance, evaluating Sung Woo's strength. It kept its distance, controlling the swarm without directly attacking. If it judged the opponent too strong, it would retreat immediately without hesitation. This time Sung Woo was determined to eliminate them all as resources for the World Tree. The leading wyvern let out a fierce roar. It ordered all remaining wyverns to charge and attack. Lei Jiangsu announced that the aerial battle had officially begun. Everyone prepared themselves. A wyvern opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp, savage teeth. This was the opportunity. Aim directly into its mouth and fire the thunder cannon. The thunder cannon pierced through multiple wyverns, creating an extremely massive destructive impact. The wyverns dived straight down from the sky, attempting to eliminate their targets with free-fall attacks. Villagers never expected that they had truly taken down the wyverns. Meanwhile, Sung Woo flies up without hesitation to engage them in battle. He begins eliminating them, the reward for each wyvern reaching 694,132. Sung Woo taunts, "Where is the leader? Shouldn't you come down here?" While waiting, he has already absorbed enough souls. The leader has also discovered the location of the Thunder God cannon. They immediately rush in, aiming to destroy the weapon capable of aerial strikes. The wyverns are fully prepared, even biting onto the cannon barrel. Sung Woo quickly transforms into Nezo robot form, locking his arm into the wyvern's mouth. The wyverns realize the disadvantage and retreat in panic. Sung Woo operates the Thunder God cannon, charges mana, and unleashes a super destructive Nezo blast. He will not let a single wyvern escape. The other wyverns below continue launching their attack. However, the entire area is covered by shields, and this time they are not using the Thunder God cannon. The villagers grow anxious as another wave of attacks arrives. The defense system may not hold, and the World Tree risks being destroyed. At the same time, disorientation mark and the response forces begin acting in the area. If the wyvern's vision is blocked, Sung Woo will use summons to protect the world tree with steel shields. They continue to be attacked with magic, a rain of arrows flying non-stop toward the target. Sung Woo fully utilizes souls to enhance his offensive power. He orders everyone to immediately dodge and take the aftermath behind them. Sung Woo throws a massive mana bomb toward the wyverns. The explosion tears them apart into pieces. Manhwa realizes the opportunity has arrived. The villagers rejoice, thinking victory is theirs, and begin counterattacking the isolated monsters. Su has discovered the leader wyvern. It is preparing to spew something out. It spits out a green liquid. The thick solution looks extremely disgusting. The liquid falls onto scattered corpses on the ground. The corpses begin to revive. Sung Woo immediately orders everyone to stay away from the bodies. Sung Woo activates a skill, transforming the dead wyverns into another form. The battle situation in the central area remains extremely tense. Sung Woo realizes this is no longer a battle of humans. Mr. Lee agrees this level makes survival extremely difficult. The leader wyvern roars in furious rage. It turns around intending to flee. Jisoo quickly notices it. Sung Woo immediately orders a pursuit, not allowing it to escape. Sung Woo activates a soul attack skill, light erupting violently. The leader is bound tightly like a sticky rice cake, unable to move. Jisoo and Sung Woo work together to pull the leader back. Now they will make it experience the feeling of free fall. The wyvern leader is thrown violently to the ground. The impact creates a massive shockwave, dust rising into a thick haze. Sung Woo stands in front of it and says, "Is this the first time you are shocked by an opponent?" Sung Woo swings his blade. "Today they've conquered the sky." The wyvern screams in extreme pain. As it opens its mouth, Sung Woo immediately slashes across it. Even while restrained, it struggles violently. Jisoo steps forward and tells Sung Woo to step back, leaving him confused. Jisoo activates a skill, her eyes glowing orange like the sun. The wyvern's entire body turns bright red as if burning under sunlight. Immediately after, Jisoo charges in and unleashes a series of rapid slashes. The monster is heavily injured and finally collapses in agony. It is over, it can no longer move. Sung Woo mutters softly in thanks. Min Seo feels the situation is very bad, as if everyone is relying too much on him. Min Seok steps forward and finishes off the wyvern. He receives 4 full 500 as the reward for the kill. He receives a special reward for eliminating the monster leader, and obtains the title Sky Ruler. Min Seok looked pleased, saying the value was 700 days. If they killed 4 more monsters like that, it would meet the standard. However, the reward was not over yet. The experience card B grade that Sung Woo received from killing the underworld armored fiend had been activated. Sung Woo had accumulated enough experience to reach level 21. The reward this time was an additional 3 summon slots. If not for continuous revival, this increase seemed rather small. Jisoo looked up at the sky and sighed, feeling nothing was truly satisfying. They had successfully stopped the wyvern squad. At the same time, the world tree had advanced to its second growth stage. A certain amount of stats was added through the connection between Sung Woo and the world tree. Lei Jiangsu was shocked to see the tree growing so fast, even reaching into the clouds. Han Ho looked at the leaves and wondered if he alone could see their strange color. The system announced that the world tree was being influenced by Sung Woo. The world tree learned a new skill, Divine Shadow Orb, creating a magical barrier to protect the area. It could raise defensive walls and block unauthorized intruders. It also unlocked an additional skill, Soul Keeper. Mr. Lee suspected that this tree might be turning into an entity that devours souls instead of a normal world tree. Han Ho teased him, saying his father was overthinking and that the village protection skill had already been surpassed. Mr. Lee angrily struck Han Ho, making him yelp in pain while still complaining about family violence. Sung Woo silently felt relieved, thinking if that terrifying Kim guy had actually dropped a surprise bomb, the situation would have been very dangerous. At that moment, the world tree could have vanished, but now it had formed a concealment layer that no one could infiltrate. The Soul Keeper skill also indirectly strengthened Anubis. If Sung Woo disabled Anubis, all souls used for the skill would disappear as well. When facing strong enemies, he would have to undergo transformation and continuously gather souls. Therefore, letting the world tree supply souls for Sung Woo was the optimal choice. Moreover, it was environmentally friendly as well. Even though the world tree kept changing from its original form, it was still growing stronger every day. The entire Sugun village was now living safely under the protection of the world tree. Meanwhile, the Angel faction raised Sung Woo's bounty to 70 million gold, the Demon faction to 25 million, and the bounty quest became global, making all players target him. Han Ho read the announcement with a pale face, unable to believe Sung Woo had expanded to a worldwide scale. Sung Woo worried whether the shift to an international scope meant the Korea server could no longer control him. Han Ho also panicked, thinking that if this continued, the pirate group would spiral out of control. Jisoo agreed as well, since they were already hostile to that faction. If the bounty increased further, they would definitely become even more excited. Hu An from Manhwa said the pirate community was discussing Sung Woo, calling him the Reaper Summoner Punisher. They had prepared to hunt him with about 3,000 Angel faction players participating. Their plan was to punish the necromancer and take over the Korean peninsula, possibly do a crowd effect. A call to eliminate Sung Woo was spreading on the forums, leaving Jisoo only able to sigh. Sung Woo decided to observe the situation a little longer before acting. The full moon shone brightly as clouds drifted gently across the calm sky. The entire Sugun village sank into a rare silence after a long period of chaos. In contrast, Han Ho looked at his phone and grew angry, saying that even after victory, there were still many threats, with news of a pirate parade. They even planned to live-stream the event as if they had nothing else to do. Jisoo added that not only them, but other top server players were also highly interested in this reward, who were also curious about the one who had defeated the Upper Vine race. Targeting Sung Woo was effectively targeting the entire Korea server. If the angels and demons were controlling this mission, Sung Woo should have been compensated. Suddenly, the system announced that the World Tree was paying attention to him, and a new quest had been created. This was a group quest named Counterattack Strategy, requiring the broadcast of Sung Woo attacking enemy factions. The superior race was using many ways to damage his reputation, and if failure spread, he would be punished. Sung Woo wondered whether the system was trying to make the game more dramatic. He took out the angel fragment obtained from cutting down the angel statue and examined it. Then he decided it was time to respond to the pirate group. Divine Shadow Orb barrier formed, allowing only 226 people inside and blocking all intruders. The barrier radius was about 2 kilometers, and authorized people could enter and exit freely. Sung Woo asked Mr. Lee whether budget funds were being used to support the operation, confirming the allocation status. About 10% of the village gold was currently being used, and with sufficient batteries and water filters, they were waiting for drones to appear in the shop. Sung Woo added that they should invest more in parts, offensive weapons, and crafting blueprints. He agreed with this direction and even wanted to develop weapons like a thunder cannon, encouraging material purchases. Manhwa reported to Sung Woo that he had just received a message from Manhwa. The pirates would begin their parade at 3 p.m. from the memorial. In addition, beastmen who had been expelled or looked down upon would also participate to strengthen unity. Jisoo looked disappointed, so they were planning to use the beastmen they hated to fight against their faction. Sung Woo decided they should probably join the battle quietly and make things more interesting. At this moment at the Yongdongpo headquarters, everything was still calm as usual. In the room, the sound of fingers tapping on the table echoed steadily, tap tap. Dong Hun's group mission was to eliminate the demon faction in Unchangbu District City, destroy the northern demon statue, and if they failed they would lose the statue vault. The four-winged angel statue forced them into action. Although the reward was not great, they could not avoid the battle. Dong Hun asked who was holding the northern statue. Adjutant guessed it might belong to the Minsu Reconstruction Alliance. Those people, after failing to attack Sung Woo, shifted the blame onto him. If they belonged to the demon faction, then a clash was unavoidable. The guards hurried in reporting that the Arahatan-sen area had been attacked. The surveillance team confirmed they had seen players in person, not monsters. Dong Hun broke into a sweat. Players, could it be that the demon faction had appeared? Urban war officially began between the angel and demon factions, fighting for control of the Bukhansan area. Wangun University and Niangni District. Players from other factions could participate anonymously in the battle. The war between factions officially erupted. War brought suffering and death. Countless people fell in meaningless conflicts. No one wanted that to happen, but everyone was drawn into its allure. People were curious who would fight, for what reason, what the outcome would be, and which heroes would emerge. All attention was focused on Sung Hun, the center of the Korean server. He kept posing in front of the camera, making sure every moment was clearly recorded. Sung Hun was once a famous influencer in the Korean online community, under the alias Kanggun. In this world, influencers could still easily become famous. Sung Hun confidently asked how many viewers there were today. Around 50,000 people. The director announced there was 1 minute left before going live, asking everyone to prepare. War live streaming was dangerous because it could reveal positions and troop strength. Sung Hun did not expect that Dong Hun himself would propose this idea. Volunteers from various regions also joined the broadcast for propaganda and entertainment purposes. Sung Hun believed the broadcast would attract more participants. This was his perfect stage. He confidently declared he was more important than the summoner commander, demanding everyone focus on him. The director reluctantly agreed, while An Seok felt annoyed, remembering the battlefield. Sung Hun thought the war between the two races could not compare to these small tricks. He was irritated seeing Sung Woo being praised, mixed with jealousy and worry. However, he comforted himself that once the angel and demon war erupted, Sung Woo would be overshadowed. Sung Hun clenched his fists in anger, vowing to see what the third faction could accomplish. When the signal started, Sung Hun quickly entered character, happily greeting the audience. He boasted that he would unleash hellfire for his viewers, treating it as his personal stage. The director suddenly cut in, making Sung Hun angrily demand the reason. The director showed his phone revealing only 19 viewers. Sung Hun could not believe it, and Seok said Sung Woo had started his own livestream channel so everyone had switched to watching him. Sung Hun became furious, insisting nothing was more important than his battlefield broadcast. He grabbed the director's collar, shouting and asking where Sung Woo was. The director said Sung Woo was heading toward the ocean. It seemed he had left the area. Sung Woo and his teammates flew toward the pirate territory. His expression was calm yet determined, showing no fear at all. Sung Hun froze, wondering if Sung Woo was targeting the pirates and their main forces. The pirate territory was bustling with ships operating everywhere, people lined up neatly preparing for a major event. Above them, drones recorded the entire situation below. Inside the temple where the angel statue was placed, Heavenly Commander Adjutant stood still, observing the statue. Only when his subordinate reported the time had come did he leave his position. The Heavenly Commander calmly walked out of the temple. Outside was an unprecedentedly bustling scene. The MC announced that the Heavenly Commander and his subordinates would immediately meet the Red Revolution faction. He and his subordinates sat down, stabilizing their positions. After the failure in the China 2 server, he had chased his opponent all the way to the sea region. Because of that, he now controlled the entire island. Other servers also sent special envoys for live streaming. The entire mainland was watching. Everyone would witness how he overwhelmed his opponents with absolute and merciless power. The MC invited the Heavenly Commander to give a few words. He stepped forward as the MC respectfully handed him the microphone. He held a microphone and spoke, saying he had awakened in a sea of blood since the apocalypse began and now the forces on land were gradually retreating. He believed the other factions were wary of him, but he had no intention of returning anytime soon. Tomorrow he would cross the sea to North Korea. After taking over that place, he would confidently declare control. Just as he spoke of being the true master of the 6 halls, the ground suddenly shook violently. His subordinates around him panicked, unsure what was happening, suspecting aftershocks from the explosion. A beam of light suddenly appeared above the Heavenly Engineer General. The one who caused the shock was Sung Woo, appearing in the sky. At the same time, a flock of wyverns appeared, causing the witnesses to panic. Sung Woo drew the death scythe and delivered a light slash. The wyvern souls immediately rushed down to attack the crowd below. Only then did everyone recognize Sung Woo, the infamous necromancer of the Korean server. The Heavenly Engineer General remained calm, only wondering why Sung Woo had appeared here, especially since he was holding the head of the angel stone statue in his hand. At this moment, the Heavenly Engineer General finally let out an angry curse. Sung Woo chose the third option, destroying the statue of the superior race, then crushing the angel statue's head. The Heavenly Engineer General showed a dangerous expression, saying the one who came to destroy the statue was bolder than he expected. He continued speaking about the summoned beasts, far from the rumors that they were just walking skeletons. His subordinates immediately split into groups, mages and archers attacking from range while he protected the Heavenly Engineer General. Sung Woo stood above observing the chaos below and found it quite interesting. Looking carefully at the crowd, he quickly identified the Heavenly Engineer General among them. Jisoo reported that there were many snipers on the walls and buildings, with enemy forces concentrating in this direction. Sung Woo guessed the enemy had prepared for an external attack, but the longer it dragged on the worse it would be for them. Not everyone in the force was truly an enemy, but it was clear they had been surrounded by defensive troops. Sung Woo ordered Jisoo to continue with the original plan. For now, they needed to deal with or negotiate with the sniper group. Sung Woo ordered the wyverns to fly up and eliminate all snipers. The enemy ordered a retreat, but it was too late. The wyverns were too fast, and they could not react in time. The Heavenly Engineer General began analyzing Sung Woo's formation. He realized Sung Woo had over 40 aerial units, with buffs for flight speed, teleportation, and long-range attacks. He looked at Sung Woo and smiled, a necromancer, interesting. In the chaotic battlefield, he wore a dangerous smile, completely opposite to his earlier dignified appearance. Sung Woo continuously swung his spear, taking down many opposing players. Manhwa stood beside him cheering excitedly, treating Sung Woo like the strongest idol. But the boy still wondered why the Heavenly Engineer General had not acted yet, or if he had been suppressed into freezing. Sung Woo stopped and said the long-range forces had almost been wiped out. Now it was time for the pirate leader. On the ground, the Heavenly Engineer General looked up angrily at the sky battlefield. He immediately ordered all aerial targets to be shot down. Instantly, Sung Woo felt his body being pulled downward as if losing gravity, realizing it was gravity magic. A normal player using such powerful magic. At the same time, one of the Heavenly Engineer General's subordinates was casting a spell, his face tense. He kept coughing but still forced himself to shout, relaying orders to the entire faction. At that moment, Sung Woo felt a wave of energy spread across the area. Not long after, he was pulled down to the ground. The Heavenly Engineer General's subordinates cheered, believing the necromancer had been taken down. Sung Woo looked at this scene and fell into thought. It seemed this was a mind-cleansing effect, just like those dragons before. Thinking so, he immediately summoned undead onto the battlefield. Then he ordered them to launch a full assault. The undead rushed in like a storm, slaughtering the enemy subordinates. Despite the sudden gravity effect, the attack on the pirate camp remained stable, which was quite strange. The Heavenly Engineer General still stood motionless on the wall, not moving at all. He was confident in his strategy, believing numbers gave him a huge advantage. But he also understood Sung Woo possessed an almost infinite undead army with no fatigue. Whatever he was planning, Sung Woo would end this battle in one strike. Immediately after, he infused full mana into his spear. Without another word, he slashed down, causing a massive explosion across the area. At the same time, in a small underground chamber inside the castle, Jisoo was moving to search for imprisoned captives. Earlier, Sung Woo told her that he would hold off the pirates, while her mission was to rescue the hostages. She sensed that not far away, many people were gathering. She immediately rushed toward the direction she had just sensed. Not long after, she stopped in front of a large door. This seemed to be the place, but there were no guards. She suspiciously approached. A creature suddenly attacked from behind. She jumped forward in shock, creating a safe distance from the creature. Jisoo frowned as she observed it. It turned out to be a giant centipede. If she remembered correctly, Sung Woo once said the pirates used poison centipedes to control their subordinates. Could it be that those guys were raising poisonous centipedes using prisoners? Thinking that made her even more enraged, she immediately swung her blade to attack, ending everything here. Not long after, she killed the centipedes and broke the door to rescue the hostages. The people inside immediately told her to run, but Jisoo interrupted, saying she had already dealt with the poison centipedes. However, their faces were still panicked, saying those were not ordinary poison centipedes. Outside, after clearing the trash mobs, Sung Woo looked up at the Heavenly General Commander on the city wall. He sneered, saying that if he had been slightly stronger, he would have left a scar on him. After speaking, he clicked his tongue in regret. The opponent was shocked that the mana bomb did not detonate. Clearly, that attack could not be blocked directly with the body. But he had his subordinates form a flesh wall to defend against it. Sung Woo said in a low voice, "Even after losing your subordinates, you remain calm. Or are you just pretending?" The Heavenly General Commander snorted coldly, contemptuously, saying those were just bodies lying on the ground. He smiled faintly, calling them subordinates was too generous, they were merely pawns. Sung Woo felt increasingly that he was insane, saying coldly that being brainwashed to this extent was pitiful. Having said that, he swung his spear again along with a mana bomb attack. He gritted his teeth, saying, "Let's see how you defend now that all your defensive forces are gone." The Heavenly General Commander still smiled calmly, saying that to become his subordinates they had to reach that level. The moment he finished speaking, from underground, a giant centipede suddenly emerged to block Sung Woo's attack. He coldly said his class was Cult Leader and Beast Tamer of Evil. All monsters were his subordinates. Sung Woo looked at the giant centipede in shock, wondering why he did not summon them earlier but instead gathered forces first. He replied that powerful monsters bring destruction but are hard to control, easily turning on each other if left unchecked. In addition, building his own force was a way to survive in this chaotic world, and through it he had also created special items. Just then, more people rushed in from behind, shouting that the Heavenly General Commander was in danger. Sung Woo clicked his tongue, realizing the pirates had flooded in to support him. The Heavenly General Commander smiled smugly, speaking while climbing onto the centipede's back to retreat. Sung Woo frowned, wondering why someone with such power would not fight directly. He felt something was wrong and decided he had to stop him, but the pirates kept rushing in to block him. He shouted loudly, calling his undead to rise. Immediately, waves of undead surged out to attack. Meanwhile, he quickly chased after the target. On another side, the Heavenly General Commander had already reached another area. He muttered, calling out the necromancer, then expressed gratitude. He thanked him for allowing his pieces to fully unleash their potential. While opening the Ghost Gate scroll, he hesitated for quite a long time, unlike usual, because he disliked killing his subordinates personally. At this moment, Sung Woo caught up, angrily shouting that he had sacrificed his teammates. He noticed a blazing red hellgate appearing ahead. In the distance, Hanho panicked as he sensed the entire island being covered by a barrier, with no escape route left. Sung Woo fell silent, realizing it was a seal. Even the skill returning to the world tree might be blocked. The Heavenly General Commander spoke again, calling Sung Woo the demigod Anubis. He had transformed into a beast war form and continued speaking. In this world, before or after the apocalypse, only the strong survive. In an instant, the area was covered by a faint skeletal layer, forming a death poison formation. One side was a battle beast. One side was an infernal demigod, seeing who would rule this ruined world. A brutal, decisive battle was about to erupt. 1 year before the world collapsed, at an abandoned temple, the Heavenly General Commander at that time was still an ordinary man, sitting and eating buns while resting. A stray dog from somewhere ran over and sat beside him, looking rather pitiful. He showed no mercy, kicked the dog away and coldly said, "Get lost, this is my food." While eating, he thought about the damn site manager at the construction site. That man made him work all day without paying wages, only throwing him a few torn steamed buns. He did not notice several more dogs appearing in the temple behind him, growling, and continued eating indifferently. Ferocious dogs kept staring, forcing him to look up. He irritably asked, "Did you guys even call your buddies over?" With no other choice, he poured all the buns in his bag onto the ground. He sighed helplessly, considering it surrender, even though it was stolen food from the manager. His life was truly miserable, born poor with no parents. If it continued like this, he would become someone who bullies others. Not wanting to become that, he tried to work like a normal person, but fate did not let him go. He turned back to look at the Buddha statue behind him and fell into thought. After a while he muttered, "People say good deeds are rewarded. I am being kind to you all here." He wanted to live like a normal person and be rewarded for good deeds, but life at the construction site was still full of injustice. He was even bullied repeatedly by that damn manager. He lived in hiding, sneaking around like a wanderer in an abandoned temple. In the end, he realized that living an ordinary life was harder than he thought. Hard labor, low wages, indifferent people, even the smallest mistake was enough for them to crush him. He once thought ordinary people would help each other, but when he was in trouble, no one helped him. Just then, while he was complaining, the manager shouted again, "Why are you not working? Do you not want your pay?" The sky suddenly darkened. A notification appeared requiring a choice to survive in a ruined world. Everyone panicked. Heavenly Engineer General even thought it was an eclipse, but all surrounding light had completely vanished. Then in front of him appeared a series of strange cards. What exactly did this thing want him to do? While he hesitated, the system began a countdown with only 10 seconds left. With no time left, he randomly chose the card with the most stars. Immediately after, the light began to return. The crowd panicked and kept discussing. At that moment, a desperate cry for help rang out. Everyone turned back and saw a group of goblins rushing to attack humans. In an instant, the area fell into chaos. People panicked and fled. Even Heavenly Engineer General was running when a cry for help suddenly came from behind. After some hesitation, he still softened and reached out to help. Unfortunately, everyone around him was trash. Immediately after, that man grabbed his hand and threw him backward. That guy mocked, "Idiot, become bait and buy us more time." Only then did he realize this might be the price of kindness. But just as he fell into despair, someone appeared, killed the goblins, and saved his life. The leader spoke to reassure them, "Everyone stay calm. I have a warrior card. Gather here." After speaking, he turned to Heavenly Engineer General and said, "You two, do not hesitate. Get up." As soon as he finished speaking, Heavenly Engineer General pressed a knife to his throat and coldly asked, "Are you trying to use me as a shield?" Saying that, he drew the knife back, and now he understood that there was no such thing as human life here. The weak die, the strong survive. No matter which side, this world was only a battlefield where humans slaughtered each other. So he decided to follow his own choice, devour the weak to grow stronger, then return to the abandoned temple after dealing with the goblins. But when he stepped inside, he was shocked. Those dogs were dealing with 7 goblins. He smiled in satisfaction, "So you guys did it, good job." But immediately after, the pack of dogs bared their teeth and charged at him, making his spine go cold. Truly, beasts are just beasts. He coldly thought, beasts are indeed just beasts, then activated the skill to tame the pack of dogs. As expected, not long after, the pack of dogs became much more obedient. He sneered, "That's right, now you know who is on top. This world is a battlefield, only the winner survives." He wanted to see how long he could exist and how far he could shake this world. Back to reality, Sung Woo narrowed his eyes at the beast warrior form in front of him, falling into thought. That man coldly spoke, "Necromancer, you are impressive." He did not expect him to use this method to suppress evil. As soon as he finished speaking, a tentacle monster immediately appeared. It rushed toward Sung Woo, but was blocked by him. He silently observed behind him, realizing he had sealed the area with Skotten like a stopper, reinforced by souls and infinite regeneration ability, making it extremely difficult to break. But this time the situation was not in his favor. The time for his first awakening would take longer. His first awakening stage would develop toward forming an army. In short, his attack style and his opponents were completely different. He would deliver a finishing blow to the head before time ran out. According to his calculations, thanks to the first awakening and the increasing demigod stats, he would have an advantage in physical ability. After thinking it through, he immediately rushed forward without hesitation. However, the opponent still managed to dodge in time. Lightning constantly shot out from his body. Immediately after, he threw a fierce punch toward him, sending Sung Woo flying back several meters. He could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Seeing that, the Heavenly General Commander snorted coldly, "I thought you could win in a direct fight. All the gold and items obtained on this island, did he really invest them all into those who would become sacrifices?" He asked if he knew how much effort it took to create this body. Sung Woo finally realized his stats were higher than his own. At that moment he suddenly spoke, strange. He clearly heard the sound of Sung Woo's ribs breaking. "How are you still able to move?" "It is thanks to the Chaos Crystal. Without the item boosting stamina and mana, he would have already collapsed from that last hit." Seeing him silent, he continued asking, "Are you healing yourself? Is it an item or the power of a demigod?" "Whatever it is does not matter." He activated War Hand. A barrage of lightning spheres flew towards Sung Woo, causing him to cough up another mouthful of blood. He said coldly, "I only need to beat you to death." Only now did he realize the opponent was too strong. All calculations were beyond expectations, and the area had been sealed so he could not escape. He had never felt such anxiety before. If he could not find a way out and turn the situation around, he would die. While he was still thinking, the Heavenly General Commander continued to press his attack. At that moment, Rai suddenly appeared blocking in front of Sung Woo. When the game began, even though Sung Woo chose 5-star class Necromancer, he still had to face countless dangers. Unlike other classes, he had to fight monsters without weapons. He was forced to confront and survive against monsters far stronger than humans. The first reason he survived against overwhelming foes was skill, and Rai also played a very important role. Rai's redirect skill could deflect most enemy attacks, unless the opponent was too strong or used area attacks. While he was thinking, the Heavenly General Commander pushed Rai back and looked at him contemptuously. Pathetic, a necromancer who only relies on those monsters. Sung Woo immediately became angry. What did you say? He is my best one, always exceeding expectations. However, he did not expect Rai's redirect skill to fail. The Heavenly General Commander said coldly, then I will take him down first. You have used enough tricks, now it is over. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in coldly to attack, but Sung Woo showed no fear. He calmly responded, because the second reason he survived was team coordination. With a loud explosion, something suddenly detonated in front, making the Heavenly General Commander suspicious. What is it now? Sung Woo frowned slightly. If Rai and he attacked together, Min Seok would have to take damage. They needed clear role separation, each focusing on their role. If done properly, even a strong opponent could be eliminated. Immediately, the three of them coordinated perfectly and launched a finishing attack. The Heavenly General Commander was pushed back, frowning in rage. Not only those two. So you are saying this is the true power of a necromancer? He said coldly. Do you think just summoning one by one can stop the demon? Sung Woo calmly replied, they have been soul-enhanced. If kept like this, they will be fine. But as soon as he finished speaking, his creatures pierced through the defensive layer. Seeing that, Sung Woo frowned. How can they break through? The Heavenly General Commander laughed proudly. The more creatures I kill, the stronger my demons become, even if they are on the same side. Larger monsters were restrained by Sung Woo's summoning technique, but the smaller ones still devoured each other and evolved in time. Being alone, he lacked numbers, something the opponent had already noticed, but he still stood calmly and said coldly, the third reason I have survived until now is strategy. Hearing that, he frowned in confusion, gritting his teeth while staring at him. At that moment, a group of people rushed in shouting, destroy the monsters, stop the gate in front of Heavenly. He was shocked. Slaves, but if we deal with the thieves first, it would not be bad. When the ghost gate opens, players receive a hidden quest. Sung Woo nodded in satisfaction. If they participated actively, he would also benefit by receiving a personal quest. This was an opportunity to achieve absolute status like Kang Seok, not just temporary divinity as he had now. At that moment, Jisoo also arrived and suggested joining. Seeing the increasingly large army, the Heavenly General Commander was surprised, then regained calm. So everything is related to your power. He did not expect this was not just martial arts, and even more, he did not expect it. Sung Woo remembered your provocative gaze at him, yet you were afraid. Hearing that, he let out a cold laugh full of contempt, but it changed nothing. Whatever it is, strength, intelligence, power, or martial arts, only the strong can survive. Whether it was him or Sung Woo, as soon as he finished speaking, he launched a lightning-infused punch forward. The three people on Sung Woo's side still coordinated well to defend. The situation had balanced out again, but time was not on his side. He had missed that move. That skill could have turned this dangerous situation around. At this moment, Tiangong General suddenly roared with fury. Just as I thought, kill the target first. Right after that, he immediately rushed forward to attack. Sword light rampantly slashed straight toward him. The sudden attack shocked Sung Woo. This bastard, he had hidden his move until now. Tiangong General said proudly that powerful skills consume a lot of mana. Even he did not dare use them casually. But to deal with him and the constantly regenerating creatures, he was forced to use them. At this moment, the battle situation began to tilt heavily to one side again. Sung Woo was extremely worried as he was forced back step by step. He could barely hold on anymore. He was battered all over, biting his lip, having already tried his best yet still losing. At the brink of danger, Hanho rushed in from afar shouting that he was the sole summoner of Sugun, while complaining about being forced to fly around. Jisoo panicked when she saw the kid and called out loudly, but ahead was only thick smoke and flames. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, Hanho's figure gradually appeared. The kid smiled smugly, thinking he had looked really cool just now. He had nearly died there, senior. On the side of the other players, spears falling from the sky pierced the monsters, causing many of them to collapse. Hanho ran to Sung Woo, excitedly showing off and asking how Senior felt. Sung Woo quickly nodded, saying it would be wasteful, if only used for filming. Hanho became even more excited, raising his nose proudly, boasting about his high-altitude strike, and even claiming he surpassed the Pirate King. After speaking, he pointed toward Tiangong General, who was slowly getting up, urging his senior to finish him off and record it quickly. He calmly stated that victory already belonged to them. Unless he had healing skills or potions, he no longer had the ability to fight. Tiangong General revealed a bitter smile smile, admitting that he was exhausted and had been forced into a corner. He still looked at Sung Woo provocatively, asking whether the soul summoner had recovered. He calmly asked what that was for. His profession had its own duty. Tiangong General chuckled lightly, saying he would soon experience it too. His special mission was to kill 100,000 people in the war. Meanwhile outside, the massacre continued without stopping. Because of this, he had unintentionally completed his objective, laughing that the battle was not over. Sung Woo cursed inwardly, realizing the opponent was also doing a divine mission, then immediately ordered full force. But before he could act, a bolt of lightning struck down from above. The lightning struck Tiangong General, burning his newly restored body. Sung Woo was shocked, realizing the one who attacked was Kang Seo. Outside the castle, a figure stood on the cliff. It was Kang Seo. On his head was a strange owl-shaped item. He kept observing the front and muttered that the power was weaker than expected. Butterfly angrily scolded him for wasting the item. She then softened and said he was a player with a rare item and might be an ally. Kang Seo refused, saying the soul summoner was quite calculating but could still be used. He smiled mysteriously, wondering whether those creatures would obey. Right after that, he waved his hand. A series of lightning bolts appeared in the sky. They headed straight toward the pirate castle on the island. That was the reason he had to eliminate the obstacle. Tiangong General was instantly struck by thousands of lightning bolts. On the cliff, Kang Seo withdrew his hand after the attack. He looked at his charred hand and frowned. Butterfly asked urgently whether Kang Seo had caught him. He replied that using almost all mana while flying only ended up helping the soul summoner. On the island, thunder and lightning caused smoke and fire to rise everywhere. Tiangong General was burned black but still breathing. Jisoo asked in shock whether he was still alive. Hanho confirmed he still had a faint breath. At that moment he roared unwillingly, "I have lost." Sung Woo mocked him, asking if he was dissatisfied because of interference. He shook his head, saying it was not that, just that he was not strong enough. From the very beginning, he had never shown mercy to humans. He looked at Sung Woo and calmly requested to be killed, admitting victory belonged to the soul summoner. As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his spear forward. The man immediately collapsed and died. But the system confirmed he was an official player belonging to the Angel faction. He was slightly surprised, not expecting him to belong to the Angel faction. He always claimed to be of the Thuongdang clan, but after his subordinates were killed, all he could do was increase the bounty. At that moment, Hanho suddenly spoke, "Senior, there is an item here." The item the boy was holding was a demon cave key. Aside from increasing mana, it was almost useless to him. Yet he still carried it with him. Sung Woo thought that after completing the mission it should be destroyed. In another place in a town, the sky suddenly saw a streak of light shooting into the air. At the same time, many people crossed over the high-rise buildings. He stopped on a rooftop. The leader said they were about to reach Sugaon Fortress. Rest for 10 minutes, then continue. "Captain, the reward this time is really 3,500,000,000 gold." The captain frowned and said in a low voice he was not sure of the exact price, but it would be a bargain since the target was in the main base of the summoner. Man continued, "Even so they were exhausted. Operations involving the summoner meant very few personnel. Even Team 1 could hardly participate." The captain snorted coldly, "Without Team 1, so what? As long as they destroy a small town before the summoner returns, no one would notice." The Evolution Association also provided high-grade equipment, including a mana recovery device that could create a barrier breach after 10 minutes. After speaking, he ordered the movement. If this base town was destroyed, the summoner would also find it hard to move freely. On the island, after defeating the Heavenly General, Hanho suggested taking a photo. The boy ran around Sung Woo and Jisoo, repeatedly saying, "Senior, strike a pose, it looks great." After taking the photo, he excitedly said he would cut out the part where the seniors were injured, edit it and post it, turning it into a one-sided victory. Sung Woo only nodded indifferently. While Jisoo covered her mouth laughing, Hanho was annoyed, thinking it was all for the mission. The counterattack, guerrilla and propaganda mission had completed phase 1. 3 more levels remained. The next phase would begin in 20 seconds. Jisoo looked at the beast corpse on the ground, shocked that the monster controlled by the Heavenly General was only level 1. So what would the next wave be? Sung Woo calmly said whatever it was, he was fully prepared and could block everything. For the mission, he had prepared carefully, taking out Phalanx Shield level 2. There was also the giant Levinam, level 7 Iron Armored Knight. In addition, there was killing enhancement from collected souls. At this moment, Sung Woo spoke coldly, "There is not much time left, come out." Immediately after, the second gate opened, a black arm rose from the lake. Hanho was shocked, something is emerging. A large number of monsters emerged from the sea of fire. The players were immediately affected, all stats greatly reduced. Looking at the monsters, Sung Woo was shaken. Beings from another dimension. Did the Heavenly General keep these items for them? A swarm of monsters bared their fangs and charged toward Sung Woo's group. Even so, Sung Woo stood calmly, coldly observing. The monsters were immediately weakened by his divine power. He smiled in satisfaction. It seems the sub-divine attribute is effective. Thinking so, he immediately rushed forward. One spear killed a monster. He said coldly that clearing them was not difficult. Outside players were shocked. He killed monsters in a single blow. After killing them, he tried to capture them, but the system said it could not nurture alien creatures. He was slightly surprised but did not insist, looking at the demon gate in front, wondering what was behind it. Currently it cannot be determined, but he believed he would be fine, so he decided to stop here. At the same time, in a small town, the townspeople watched the battle, constantly discussing and praising the summoner. Duzion sat on the back of a giant bird, proudly saying who summoned the summoner. The villagers immediately cheered. The girl happily said the summoner truly deserved it. Even if others doubted, she still believed the third faction would survive. Elsewhere, at the Expedition Guild, many were watching the battle. The assistant beside Dong Hun frowned, saying they were observing to evaluate him as a future enemy. But he was too strong. Dong Hun said Sung Woo had become much stronger. Manhwa said she thought they should negotiate peace with Sung Woo, toward cooperation and harmony. The assistant asked irritably if they were still in a state of war. Meanwhile, on Sung Woo's side, monsters continued attacking. The players were unable to resist and were overwhelmed. Jisoo quickly ordered everyone to retreat. Then she rushed forward, swinging her sword to burn the monsters in a sea of fire. She also leveled up to level 17. Hanno did not join the fight, only stood recording in the flames. The second wave of monsters was defeated. The third wave will begin in 20 seconds. Survivors hurriedly used healing potions to treat their wounds. Jisoo looked at Sung Woo and asked how much time was left. State duration was only a little over 8 minutes. Tram voice, we must finish in 8 minutes. It is time for the Demon Realm Gate boss to appear. Tighten the encirclement and unleash full power when it reveals itself. Time passes quickly. The final wave from the monster gate officially begins. The gate rapidly releases an intense surge of heat. Yisu cried out in panic, Sung Woo, I have a bad feeling they are at it again. Sung Woo also sensed it, his expression turning grave. Soon after, the flames inside the gate twisted into a vortex of fire. They spun violently. He hurriedly ordered everyone to dodge immediately. The summoned entity, reinforced with multiple buffs, fortunately avoided any damage. At this moment, the Demon Realm Gate boss appeared. A gigantic humanoid creature stepped out from the gate of hell. In its hand was a staff, its red eyes filled with murderous intent. Its aura reduced all players' stats by 50%. All players felt as if they were being suffocated, barely able to breathe. Sung Woo also realized the extreme level of danger. But no matter how strong the opponent was, as long as he kept attacking continuously, he could still find an opening. That was how he had defeated difficult bosses before, and this time would be no different. But at the moment, he truly did not have much time left. At that moment, the monster began to move. It threw a punch into empty space, followed by a streak of lightning rushing straight forward. Immediately after, a shield appeared in front of it. Sung Woo was stunned speechless. Any creature that touched the shield was torn into pieces. The monster now looked like a death god from hell, everything in front of it stained with blood. It did not stop. Its eyes suddenly fired out 2 beams of flame. In an instant, flames erupted everywhere, dancing wildly through the air. All players witnessing this scene were horrified, unable to believe what they had just seen. Manhwa was also extremely shaken, trembling as he muttered that it not only created a divine tier shield, but also attacked like that. We are finished. The battlefield erupted into total chaos, some rejoicing, others terrified. The monster continued to slowly advance forward. Sensing the danger, Sung Woo shouted for everyone to retreat, while he himself rushed straight toward the monster. Jinsu screamed in shock, Sung Woo. The other players were also confused, wondering why he was charging in. At that moment, its giant foot lifted, preparing to stomp down. Manhwa quickly shouted, Senior dodge. He remained standing calmly. Suddenly an anomaly occurred. It phased straight through his body. He frowned slightly. What just happened? It was thanks to the keychain hanging around his neck. It carried system authority. No entity could resist it, no matter how strong. But Sung Woo thought that if he used this item, the opponent would immediately detect him when he attacked. However, after weighing it, he ignored the concern, since a single moment was enough. That was sufficient for him. He immediately charged forward with his spear. The sudden action made the monster Vuchi slightly stunned. He intended to finish it in one blow, sweeping his spear across its face. Immediately after, the monster let out a painful roar. But Sung Woo could still feel its lingering breath. It was not dead yet, so he activated Dusk Annihilation. The forces behind him also moved into combat positions. Fight, he shouted, full power attack now. The moment he finished speaking, all teammates behind him rushed forward, beginning a full assault on the monster. Roy descended from the sky, slashing down hard on the monster's head, splitting it apart. The Demon Realm Gate boss was thus defeated. Sung Woo reached 22. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally over, and he had leveled up. Not only that, he also obtained a new skill, Spectre Summon. The skill allows him to summon 2 invisible wraiths. Sung Woo felt delighted after seeing this as combat power increased. Next step was to enter the Demon Realm, but he felt doing so now was too risky, and his Anubis state had also dissipated. While hesitating, the system suggested storing the Dungeon Conquest state into a Demon Realm scroll, but the difficulty would increase after storing it. Seeing this proposal, he happily muttered that this was quite good. Higher difficulty meant higher rewards. After speaking, he immediately followed the system instructions, and the item information was updated again. The players cheered together. Finally, it was over. We won. Long live the necromancer. Not long after, the system announced that a powerful force had left Sung Woo's body, causing him to feel his strength gradually decline. He returned to his normal form, his entire body soaked in sweat, gritting his teeth as he silently thought this would be the last time he ended up in such a situation. At this moment, the system continued to announce that he had completed the mission and could choose between common divinity or a job change ticket. He frowned when he saw the job change ticket, muttering that he did not need it. Hanho needed it more, but right after saying that, he remembered that muscular figure and let out a faint laugh. Perhaps Hanho no longer needed it now. His potential was actually the greatest in the group. He was still hesitating when the system continued to present choices, including common divinity like Anubis. Nados was also included in the hidden selection list. There was also the god Yamurai. He frowned slightly and muttered that there were several death-related gods. Only 3 could be chosen. Curious about the abilities of the others, but probably unable to know them. After thinking, he decided to choose the common divinity of Anubis. Looking at Anubis' new stats, he became happy again. This meant he no longer needed to use the beast transformation essence vial. However, the duration of the form was only 1 hour, currently level 1, so it could still be upgraded later. While he was thinking, the surviving players approached and gratefully said he was their savior, and they were willing to support him anytime. After that, they asked about joining the third faction for support. Sung Woo immediately shook his head and refused, saying the faction foundation was not yet complete, then asked back why they wanted to join the third faction. The players immediately fell silent, not knowing how to respond. After a while, the leader hesitantly said it was because of Adjutangai. Nothing was more important than their lives after the pirate attack. Sung Woo frowned upon hearing this, coldly saying that if they only wanted survival dependence, they should follow the superior race instead of the third faction, because he would not be able to help them in that way. The leader panicked and asked what the purpose of establishing the third faction was, and whether there was anything else to pursue beyond Adjutangai in this world. Sung Woo did not answer, sinking into thought. He chose this faction purely at random, but destroying the stone angel statue was because he already had a firm hypothesis that if he escaped the superior race, something might happen. After thinking, he muttered that he would find a solution to resolve this strange phenomenon. After saying that, he left coldly and stated he would not randomly accept people into the faction, only gathering those who shared the goal of ending the game. The aggressive players looked at him completely speechless. After a while, the leader clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, saying they might yet be qualified to join. Sung Woo did not care, continued walking and asked whether the live stream had ended. The only response was Hanho's panicked voice. "Senior, there is an urgent call from the town." The boy reported hurriedly that the town seemed to be under attack while they were away. Hearing this, Sung Woo's expression immediately changed, and he urgently suggested returning to the town right away. Hanho sighed and added that it seemed they had already captured the enemy without any damage. This world had turned into a game. In the end, was this a game of gods or demons, or a conspiracy of a higher power, or a dream? No one cared about that anymore. What they cared about was only how to survive and complete missions. When death was always near, they had no time for doubt. And Seok hid in a corner secretly checking his phone, muttering in disbelief while a madman and a revolutionary had appeared. The user with the nickname Gambiti1994 was expressing opinions about the necromancer. Seok watched the views rise and said in dissatisfaction that he was overdoing it, but the reactions were quite positive. At this point, he paused and scratched his head. Compared to him, he continued hesitating and said he was not sure if this method was correct, but his subordinates trusted it, and they no longer believed in angels or demons. In another place at the townport area, Uzion suddenly declared that they would also go hunting from now on, because if they continued like this, the whole group would die. Hearing this, Heedzen's father hurriedly tried to reassure her and told her to calm down. He advised her not to rush, to be careful to protect herself and avoid casualties. Teenager suddenly interrupted, saying Heedzen was not as careless as you think. The plan had already been set. Zion firmly looked at her father and said, "Let's go. We need to mobilize all manpower to restore and maintain infrastructure." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately agreed, saying they had relied too much on the necromancer, and this time they should contribute back. Heezian's eyes were full of expectation, believing that one day she would become a pillar of the third faction. At the same time, in a bunker on a small island, Hanho had just obtained 2 blade segments and happily exclaimed that he had finally gotten them. The boy had been waiting a long time for a unique weapon. Sung Woo felt slightly confused since his power was already superior. Hanho smiled awkwardly and said that with bare hands, how could he compete with weapons? But since he said that, just treat it as correct. Sung Woo pouted after hearing this, then no longer paid attention to the kid, shifting his gaze to the pile of items in front. He remarked that they had obtained too many items, wanting to clear them all but perhaps should leave some resources for the people to recover. The only thing he could not bear to leave behind was the Earth Silver Cluster, which was very useful for his finances. At this time, Jisoo also happily murmured about this mission and experience points. She had reached rank 5. Hanho, having just checked the rankings, was also excited, saying that rank 2 and rank 5 were both from their third faction, which would definitely greatly affect promotion. Sung Woo was not too concerned, calmly suggesting returning to town and opening the World Tree return gate to go back. Sugan Town, an open field piled with items, swords, shields, and all kinds of weapons. Lai Jiangsu and the other two were also present at this place. He returned and brought the pile of items for everyone to see. Sung Woo looked over and asked what this was, while Jiangsu said in shock that it was loot taken from pirates. The town residents, seeing the pile of weapons, were very happy and satisfied, especially the crossbows and shields. Another person asked in doubt whether they might be stronger than the self-punitive expedition team. Sung Woo immediately shook his head after hearing this. With their current development, this was impossible. Sung Woo ignored everyone's discussion and turned to ask Jiangsu about the intruders, why they were not chased and instead captured. Lai Jiangsu looked slightly awkward and after a while slowly recounted everything. Previously, they were as usual patrolling at night. Someone hesitantly asked that since there was the World Tree Shield, why still patrol? The glasses-wearing man immediately reminded not to rely too much on it. In games and novels, skills or equipment that can bypass shields always appear. He also pointed at the shield as an example. As soon as he finished speaking, someone behind shouted loudly to run away. Glasses-wearing man irritably asked what happened. The other hurriedly said they had already broken through the shield, and they were much stronger than them. Upon hearing this, the glasses-wearing man quickly looked again, then urgently said they must report immediately. If they could not handle it, they should request reinforcements. Outside the shield, mercenaries were trying to infiltrate. The captain impatiently asked how much longer. The subordinate replied it was almost done. Immediately after, the shield was suddenly struck by a burst of energy. Not long after, a large hole appeared. The captain immediately ordered to rush in and eliminate the town according to plan. Upon receiving the order, the mercenary group immediately sneaked into the town. They had not gone far before being blocked by an electric barrier. Not only that, there was ambush on rooftops, a barrage of arrows aimed directly at them. At this moment, the captain realized something was wrong and quickly shouted that this was a trap. He immediately used the buildings to try to pass the barrier. He also told his subordinates to be careful, but before they could act, a blazing fireball appeared in the sky. Quickly rushed straight toward the mercenary group. In an instant, they were burned by the flames, screams echoing everywhere. Turning to the present, Li Jiangsu shyly looked at Sung Woo and said that half of the enemy forces had been eliminated immediately, while the rest were surrounded and forced to surrender. Sung Woo, after hearing this, did not know what to say, only gave a perfunctory praise, while Li Jiangsu laughed proudly. After all, they had to protect the people. At this time, Sung Woo further reported that the hostages had been divided and taken to 2 warehouses in the exhibition area. They were being treated so they could be visited later. Sung Woo thought for a while and said he would look at his exclusive mission reward first. This time he received the 3rd faction Earth Silver Cluster, along with their flag planted on the roof of the tallest building in the town. After checking item stats, he slightly frowned. The wide area buff effect was quite strong but only temporary. The 3rd faction was still unstable. Compared to higher races, it was not worth mentioning. They seemed to possess a type of enhancement that greatly increased all stats when attacking. The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt, finally only able to sigh. The town world tree was still low level and not stable. With this situation, he needed to build a stronger organization to fight without relying on buffs. By evening, the moon was high in the sky. In the exhibition room, Sung Woo, Jisoo, and Hanho interrogated prisoners, coldly asking which hunter guild they belonged to. The captain, now bandaged all over, trembled and said there was a famous guild that rented out strength in the current situation. Sung Woo coldly snorted, saying he understood, then this was probably their last day. The captain looked at him in panic and hurriedly said that the guild had attacked this place. They had no hostile intent, only made a serious mistake. But he had just finished speaking when a pair of feet stepped closer. Jisoo coldly looked at him and said it could not be forgiven. Even if they wanted to, they could not let it go. The captain became even more panicked, explaining he only managed the area so did not know much. If failure was discovered, someone would come to negotiate. Sung Woo was surprised. There was actually negotiation. He thought this could still be bargained. Hanho sneered coldly, mocking that they were naive to think this was just a business deal, then waited to see if anyone would come to negotiate. Outside the town, a car stopped in front of the shield. A man got out of the car, loudly claiming to be the negotiator of the Hunter Guild, and requesting to meet the leader. He received the news and had someone bring the negotiator and his escort inside. While moving, the negotiator could not help but think that this mission was very easy. How could it fail? He began to suspect there was something wrong with the information. This was the biggest risk their guild had faced since its founding, so he temporarily wanted to negotiate first. After a while, he arrived at the main hall where Sung Woo and 3 others were already waiting inside. Sung Woo looked at the man opposite and asked coldly, "Are you the negotiator?" His aura made the other party panic and break into sweat. At the same time, he felt an immense pressure weighing down on his body, making his steps stagger. Seeing the other side still silent, Sung Woo stepped closer and said briefly, "Speak." The negotiator forced himself himself to calm down and gritted his teeth and said, "Nice to meet you, Necromancer. I am Kai, leader of Negotiation Team 2 of the Hunters Association." He took a deep breath and continued, "It seems we have disturbed you. I am here on behalf of the Hunters Association to negotiate. I would like to offer my apology to you." Although calm on the surface, he was extremely panicked inside by this overwhelming aura. Sung-woo remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he observed him for a very long time. Finally, he spoke his voice, "Icy Evolution Guild." Kai's expression immediately changed and he quickly replied, "What are you saying? We are the Hunters Association." He let out a cold laugh. "I do not have time to deal with you. While you stall here, the target of the request may have already escaped." His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and he said in disbelief, "Impossible. Isn't the Necromancer the hero of the Korean server?" He briefly thought that offering compensation would solve everything, but Sung-woo continued coldly, "They are not foolish enough to just stand still, especially when they do not know how to deal with it. You already said it when that bastard Kim the terrorist invaded here, that you would kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the sweat on Kai's forehead kept increasing, dripping onto the floor. The situation was completely beyond expectations, leaving him stiff and unable to say anything further while Sung-woo continued his pressure. "I can read memories from your corpse." He gave a cold laugh, his voice full of killing intent. "I will kill you, then track down your organization's base and eliminate all of you." He looked at him in warning. "I give you 10 minutes. Try to make me change my mind if you can." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the lid of the black box he was holding. Inside was gold and treasures. He cautiously asked, "What do you want, gold or items? I came to negotiate and am ready to make up for our mistakes." Sung-woo remained calm and replied, "Killing you and reading your memories would be troublesome, so speak. You want to know where the Evolution Guild base is located." The next morning, Kai's car quickly left the town. The three Sung-woo stood on a rooftop observing from a distance. Han-ho hesitantly asked, "Is this really okay? What if he returns and cooperates with the Evolution Guild?" Sung-woo slowly explained, "Since they are a guild, they will prioritize the side with more benefit. Even if there is risk, there will definitely be a follow-up response. He must resolve all matters in Korea as soon as the opportunity appears." At that moment, Taesung ran over carrying bundles of grass excitedly, saying he had dug up glowing grass from Mount Pandan. "It seems to be an item." Sung-woo walked over to inspect and picked up a few of the items they brought back. The system quickly confirmed the identity of those items. He quickly reminded, "Be careful." Sung-woo added, "We will build an alchemy room. There is already someone assigned as an alchemist. Even without a foundation, they can learn and experiment at the same time." Hearing this, Sung-woo was quite satisfied because potions are extremely important before and after combat. If used well, their power will increase drastically. At this moment, Han-ho suddenly shouted, "Senior, my father leveled up." The father immediately became annoyed. "Leveled up? What do you mean? Am I an item?" Han-ho leaned in and whispered, "It seems he no longer needs mana or gold to expand the adjutant area anymore." The father thought for a moment and said, "If it is about after the tree grew, then it seems I just received a new integrated notification. He has obtained a sub-skill called Void Eye. When closing his eyes, he can sense and observe things near the White Leaf region." Han-ho, hearing this, immediately shouted excitedly, "Truly a divine shield. This is amazing." The father, pleased by the praise, said proudly, "Not only that, son, when near me, if you close your eyes, you can link up to a maximum of 3 people to observe through the shield together." Then he laughed loudly, "One day my shield will extend beyond the town and become famous across the world." Han-ho pouted, "Then you do not need a wallet anymore. Give the money bag to me." Hearing about money, he coughed lightly and hesitated. "The one holding the bag also has authority. Should I?" Han-ho immediately replied, "Did you forget how many games you lost?" Right after that, the two began arguing loudly. Sung-woo remained silent, watching and sinking into thought. The world tree is dangerous, but it will certainly have a major impact on the situation. At only level 2 and already this strong, if it continues developing, he will widen the gap with other factions. At that moment, a voice came from behind, startling him, and he turned around. Taesung rode in on a motorcycle with Zujin, urgently saying they found a new shop, but something about it is very strange. He tried to check its rank, but the system reported access was forbidden. Hearing this, Sung-woo immediately became tense and frowned, asking, "Where is it? Could this be a secret shop?" Secret shop coupon he obtained after defeating the leader unexpectedly had to be used so soon. After a while, they arrived at a shop near the town. Sung-woo followed Taesung's guidance to reach the correct location. At this moment, the system displayed a prompt asking whether to use the secret shop coupon. Sung-woo observed and ordered those behind him stay here. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the barrier and stepped inside. Taesung was shocked. Even though it is forbidden, he still entered. Truly impressive. Inside the shop, Sung-woo walked while thinking about how last time he used 10 seconds to pick several high-grade items. This time he had more than 148 million gold, so he no longer had to worry about shortages like before. Lucky this time he might obtain that important item. The shop system invited him to sit down and began explaining the trading rules. A total of 5 items were displayed, and he only had 10 seconds to decide whether to buy them or not. The first item was a set of 5 rare panacea potions. This was an item he had missed before, so this time he bought it without hesitation. The second item was an extremely rare legendary Asura robe. Sung Woo could not help but widen his eyes in shock. This was what allowed him to use Tiangong's skills. Its value was twice that of the first item, even stronger than the Dark King robe, but it was part of a set and could not be separated. After thinking for a moment, he decided to buy 4 more weapons, planning to give them to Han Ho as secret weapons. The third item was a universal key. Sung Woo frowned slightly, because up to now Mimic had not produced any decent treasure. Then he wondered whether it could break zone limits and barriers. Thinking so, he decided to buy it as well as backup since he still had enough money. The next item was an extremely valuable legendary demonic face armor. Just one look and he knew it was made for Jisoo. If this opportunity was missed with Jisoo's luck, it might never come again in her lifetime. For her future, he decided to buy this equipment. When only the final item remained, the system reminded him to choose after viewing everything, causing Sung Woo to ask again in annoyance. The system did not respond and continued displaying the final item. The moment it appeared, Sung Woo was shocked. On the screen was a mythic-grade heavy divine bow with extremely overwhelming stats. He immediately stood up in shock, having never seen mythic equipment except the World Tree Seed. The influence of the World Tree. He understood mythic items could not be underestimated, and their usage conditions were extremely strict. Just firing one arrow required 100 physical strength points. Even with buffs from Lick or Anubis, his limit was only around 57. This was not something he could use immediately, but even so he still wanted to buy it for the future, because he did not know when he would ever see it again. Time passed quickly. He hesitated for a long time, until only 3 seconds remained. In the final moment he pressed the screen hard, acting with urgency but without shouting. After the final item was revealed, Sung Woo sighed in disappointment since his goal was the Dark King set, but expectations had been too high. The chance of getting exactly what he wanted was very low, but there was still one item left, so he had to try. When the Dark King set is completed, he believed his strength would increase dramatically. In Sugan Town, after selecting the items, Sung Woo returned. He quickly handed the purchased items to Han Ho, making the boy laugh excitedly. Han Ho looked at Sung Woo and asked whether he had been beaten badly by Tiangong General, and whether he could really keep these items. Sung Woo immediately frowned and retorted in annoyance, saying he was not beaten that badly. Han Ho pouted and teased him, saying he had seen everything. He was about to retort angrily when he suddenly heard Jisoo crying, then turned back in confusion. Han Ho quickly whispered that Jisoo had almost smashed the shop after failing twice in a row. Jisoo calmed down, then gratefully said the item suited her very well and thanked Sung Woo. Sung Woo nodded, and at this moment Han Ho said the factions were leaning toward the Liberation Army. A few hours earlier, the radio announced that only the final stronghold, Bukhan Mountain, remained. Sung Woo frowned as he recalled that if 3 regions were captured, a 30% attack and defense buff would be granted for 7 days. It was said that the Minsu Alliance had gained the advantage through fast and precise raids. It seemed the punitive force had turned the tide of the situation. The more he thought about it, the clearer one thing became. Neither side was particularly strong, not even enough to pose a threat to him. His experience far exceeded them. His goal was to nurture the World Tree and take over the Korean server. From there he would find the cause of the phenomena and use power to uncover the truth. Elsewhere, a fortress had completely fallen. Han Ho stood on the ruins holding the liberation flag and shouted in victory. Immediately after, Dong-hun held a press conference announcing the official urban battle report. Han Ho was shocked upon hearing the news, not expecting everything to end in just one day. Sung Woo fell silent, then said if it was already over then leave it as it was, making Han Ho ask the reason. He slowly explained that there was still one final mission number left. At this moment Jisoo had just defeated another monster. She turned back and said the system would not disappear. Han Ho asked in confusion whether they would continue participating. Sung Woo nodded, saying the Thracian War was nearing its end. At the same time, a fierce battle was unfolding in the large mountain range. The silence of the forest was shattered, with trees being destroyed everywhere. Outside, 2 people stood on a building facing Bukhan Mountain, while reporter Min Seok was broadcasting the shocking event live. After speaking, she pointed toward the mountain and announced loudly that this might be the second location of the urban battlefield on an extremely large scale. The entire Bukhan Mountain was covered by a giant dome enveloping the whole area. The scene looked like a twisted forest, where even light could not penetrate inside. At that moment, the mountain suddenly shook violently, startling her as if an earthquake had occurred. When the dust cleared, a giant serpent appeared. Min Seok hurriedly said it was the Imugi Cave, likely the boss location. Only about 34 hours remained before the 3 factions would enter direct confrontation, with no clear winner yet. All information broadcast by Minsu was transmitted for everyone to follow. At the punitive expedition base, Manhwa helplessly said they had no choice but to confront Sung Woo. Dong-hun also fell into thought for a moment and admitted that fighting him was nearly unavoidable. Once entangled in the system, the final encounter with Sung Woo was highly likely. Adjutant looked around at everyone and sighed, saying everyone was extremely worried. Han nodded, admitting he had also felt uneasy before. But right after that, he stood up and firmly said he would not accept defeat. The demon faction's power had weakened, so they only needed to focus on dealing with the necromancer to win. Adjutant nodded and discussed countermeasures against the undead army, while Manhwa voiced dissatisfaction in protest. Before he could finish speaking, he was startled to discover reinforcements had joined the demon faction. The one who stepped forward to announce it was Belmjian, who live-streamed his official joining of the demon faction. He declared as guild leader that all 254 members would participate in battle and ally with Min to rebuild UZU and secure victory for the demon faction. As the Gangwon-do players may already know, they were survivors from the hellish battlefield known as Mount T-Big. That place was filled with countless monsters and terrifying commanders. They had been fighting continuously for a long time until now. In the end, they achieved victory. After speaking, he slammed the table and declared he would continue conquering new battlefields and win again. After Belmjian's declaration, the system immediately opened a betting board for the upcoming battle. Sung-hun cursed the system as insane for turning war into a gambling den, while Sung-woo saw it and suspected the overall reward rate of 1%. After thinking, he suggested pretending to be weak first to make the opponent lower their guard. He planned to create the impression of defeat to let the enemy become careless, then suddenly counterattack, while Han Ho and the others assisted in preparation. At that moment, Jisoo opposed the betting as dangerous, making Sung-woo's expression darken, while Han Ho asked whether gacha would be better. Jisoo pouted and said at least her gold gacha was more fair than this. Han Ho calmly replied that he would not cause any more trouble. Sung-woo agreed, then asked again how the fake weakness plan would be carried out. Han Ho thought for a moment and said they could use a few suitable people for the plan. On another side at the Angel faction base, Dong-hun stood on a high platform declaring that the Liberation Army would lead victory in the second match thanks to buffs from the previous winner. Legendary items would be distributed to Urban Player Alliance groups, ensuring fair benefit allocation. In the chat window, most players expressed trust in him. The Demon faction also refused to back down and continued live streaming their declaration of confrontation. The host excitedly introduced the event to the audience. The figure behind the curtain was the chairman of the Minsu Reconstruction Alliance. A middle-aged man stepped out, and many recognized him as Chairman Lee Yong-hoon. Even the chat was buzzing with discussions about his appearance. On the platform, Lee Yong-hoon loudly stated that he had contributed to national development and would lead the Demon faction to revival. He claimed that not only his Demon faction, but also many other players from Busan belonged to it. He wanted to contact them and promised to grant 2 reward items to those who joined the alliance. At the same time, a legendary item would be given to independent players who chose to join his faction. The method of participation was simple. Just hold a betting ticket and join the Demon faction. Details would be posted to the community. The chat window instantly exploded after this announcement. At the same time, another shocking piece of news spread across the community. Someone reported seeing smoke rising from the necromancer's main base. Izin read the news and saw the arguments in chat, slightly startled, but she quickly showed disdain, believing it was just fake news. Inside the Shugentown base, all activities continued normally as if nothing had happened. Han Ho monitored public reactions and satisfiedly said the plan was going smoothly, and they were preparing to deploy actors. Immediately afterward, a group of mercenaries slowly entered the area. The captain worriedly said that doing this might upset the guild due to reputational damage, and they could be exposed for staging it. Before he could finish, Jiangsu coldly interrupted and asked if they intended to start war again. The captain immediately panicked, quickly denying it, while Jiangsu continued his subtle intimidation. He also said they could seize the death scythe first, making the captain even more uneasy. In the end, he gritted his teeth and ordered filming to begin. Right after that, he and his 2 subordinates stepped in front of the camera, announcing according to Han Ho's script. After the announcement was released, the situation shifted between the 2 factions. Han Ho widened his eyes. The number of supporters for us has dropped sharply. Jisoo was suspicious. It seems not everyone believes that announcement. Sung-woo nodded slightly. Only a few reckless people would invest in this risky game. Just wait until the end before putting in capital. Also, arrive at Bukhan Mountain as late as possible, so the opponent thinks Sung-woo's group never appeared. Hearing that, Han Ho excitedly shouted, "Got it, it is time for Asura Han Ho to show himself." A few days later, several helicopters suddenly appeared over Bukhan Mountain. Immediately after, a group of people aggressively entered the mountain area. They were Dong-hun's people. The demon faction had also arrived here. As soon as the 2 sides met, they glared at each other, not forgetting to exchange provocations. Someone loudly cursed the other side as a bunch of nobodies who only know how to kill monsters and have no ability to expand influence or compete seriously. The other side did not back down, sharply retorting and mocking that the opponent was just a braggart who would be defeated sooner or later. On another side, reporter Minsia was still on site. This is the entrance to Bukhan Mountain, where the second contest is about to take place. She turned to her assistant and asked, "Both the angel and demon factions have arrived. How much time is left?" The assistant looked at the clock and replied, 1 hour 10 minutes. Hearing that, Minseo panicked. Could it be that that soul summoner was seriously injured like the Hunter Guild rumor said? He still has not appeared. Could it be that they will never meet him again? As soon as she finished speaking, the assistant quickly said, "Reporter Minseo, look at the sky." Not only her, all nearby players simultaneously looked up. Everyone's expressions immediately turned ugly, because at this moment a huge dinosaur appeared in the sky. On its back was a person. It was the soul summoner Sungwoo they were waiting for. Sungwoo, Jisoo, and Hanho quickly landed. Seeing the three of them, the players immediately burst into discussion. They really came, they look quite decent. Minseo immediately stepped forward wanting to interview them. "Please stop for a moment, can I interview you please?" However, Sungwoo did not say a word and just walked past her. Minseo froze, quickly called after him, "Soul Summoner, please wait." But he completely ignored her and gave no response. She immediately got angry, and her people also protested. "This is too much. Does he think he is a celebrity? In this world, media still has great influence." Sungwoo walked straight toward Donghun and slightly nodded in greeting. "Long time no see." Donghun calmly replied, "In the end we meet again as enemies." Although he did not know what was inside. As long as they avoided fighting, both sides could remain stable. To be honest, even as an enemy, Donghun did not want to kill Sungwoo. They were once allies and understood each other. But if they were forced to act, then so be it. On another side, Belmedian observed the meeting and muttered in doubt, "What are those two talking about?" He could not hear clearly, so he approached the vehicle and said, "Elder, it seems that Soul Summoner is still safe." Inside the car, the old man Yi Onghon replied unhappily. As expected. He snorted coldly and angrily said everything was within expectations. That kid still only thinks about money. After speaking, he ordered his subordinates to bring a box containing 4 arrows, blood god arrows. Then he instructed, "We only have 4 arrows, use them carefully." Median nodded. Without them, even a hit to the heart would be enough to cause fatal damage. Yi Onghon frowned and warned, "Even with 4 chances, make sure the first shot is accurate. If it misses, the opponent will detect the power of the arrow." Median confidently replied, "Trust me. But where did you get this weapon? It looks like it was made for the Soul Summoner." Hearing that, Yi Onghon coldly said, "You do not need to know." He smiled bitterly. Truly a businessman keeping secrets well, I understand. But he continued, "Do not focus only on the Soul Summoner. There is also his companion, that swordswoman. She has reached level 5, not someone who got here just by relying on the Soul Summoner. In the pirate elimination video, she personally killed monsters capable of crushing tanks." Belmedian nodded, "I have seen it." Yi Onghon warned she might be the key factor, prioritize dealing with her first. Belmedian regretted it. "What a pity, she is actually my type." At the entrance of the third faction, Sungwoo's group stood before the gate. Sungwoo nodded in satisfaction. One path per faction like this is not bad. But Hanho was unhappy. He complained, "I feel like I am being left out." At this moment, the betting had ended. Most of the money was placed on the angel and demon factions. Hanho immediately brightened up. "If we win, the reward will multiply exponentially." Jisoo was also excited. "This is even better than gacha. At least the result matches the effort." Sungwoo fell into thought. Like this, there is no need to worry about capital. Their group was small but elite, so it would be hard to attract investment. Therefore, the best option was to use this opportunity to profit from the other factions. Shortly after, the city contest officially began. Sungwoo's group stepped into the gate. A flash of light burst out, and all 3 were transported to another space. Hanho slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He complained, "It is dark, are we still trapped in here?" Sungwoo calmly replied, "This is a dungeon." At this moment, Hanho noticed something unusual and was shocked. "Why are there giant trees here? Is this really a frozen zone?" Jisoo frowned. It seems they removed native trees and replaced them with another species. The system quickly issued Phase 1 mission, capture Dark Manryu and find the key. Ho asked in confusion, "What kind of monster is Manryu?" Jisoo sighed and explained, "Manryu is a type of monkey." Hanho was surprised, "Is that a foreign language?" Jisoo snapped, "It is Korean." Sungwoo thought to himself, "This kid is really hopeless, even a college student does not know this." Sungwoo spoke up, "I am not sure what darkness is, but dealing with those monkeys in here will not be easy." He told the 2 to always stay alert for attacks from above, but as soon as he finished, a piercing scream came from afar. 3 immediately became alert, realizing it was from another faction. The struggle had officially begun. In the demon faction area, the group that was attacked fell into panic. They could not identify the position of the monkeys at all, so they had no choice but to attack randomly everywhere. Soon after, they were controlled by the monkey horde and hung from trees. Some angrily tried to resist, but they could not escape the monkey's claws. Many were overwhelmed and severely injured. In an instant, the demon faction was nearly completely wiped out. At the same time, the angel faction was also surrounded by monkeys and unable to retreat. Dong Hun saw the unfavorable situation. His expression darkened and suggested splitting the formation to lure them. He intended to take a desperate gamble, but it was not feasible, because they did not know who held the key and how many losses they would suffer. In truth, the mission was not too difficult, but starting with such losses was not good. That moment the system announced that the third faction had obtained the key, leaving Dong Hun stunned speechless. How could this happen? Back a few minutes earlier, in the forest where Sung Woo's group was standing, Jisoo's sword light cut through, severing many branches. At this moment, Jisoo was closing her eyes in concentration. She used her demonic sense skill to perceive all surrounding movements. Thanks to that, she could identify the weapon's location. After a while, she slowly said she heard a metallic sound. It might be the key. Immediately after, she looked up at a monkey above and identified it as the main target. Han-Hu looked up and observed, annoyed, saying the area was too chaotic. Only she could see clearly, even finding it would be hard to retrieve. Sung Woo calmly said they had to make it fall, then immediately raised his hand to deploy poison arts. Lightning flashed, a light rain began falling across the vast forest. Rainwater quickly thickened over the treetops. When it touched living beings, the rain produced abnormal effects. If they did not resist the poison, the only option was to climb down, and the monkeys began jumping down from the trees. Han-Ho exclaimed in shock, "There it is." Once on the ground, death was already waiting. Sung Woo used Ghost for ambush. It was the best climbing creature in his lineup. Immediately after, a massacre began. Noticing the weight and numbers were too imbalanced, Sung Woo called Min Suk for support. Very quickly, Min Suk appeared. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned hell chains. Iron chains as if alive wrapped around 7 falling monkeys. Min Suk tightened his grip, quickly subduing them. On the other side, Jisoo continuously used her sword to cut down monkeys. With additional support from Minsu and Kang Seo, the situation increasingly tilted to one side. The remaining monkeys, sensing danger, retreated to higher branches. Han-Ho frowned, saying they did not want to come down anymore. Sung Woo replied they had to force them off the trees. As soon as he finished speaking, multiple green lights appeared in midair. They transformed into eagle shapes, diving down to attack the monkeys above. At the same time, Sung Woo activated another skill, Thy Bao. Flames erupted violently in the air. The fire quickly spread up the trees, forcing the monkeys into a dead end. Although not as strong as the original, it still carried hellish heat. In an instant, countless burning monkey corpses fell to the ground. Sung Woo coldly said they now knew whose territory this was. Han-Ho shouted, "This is the power that defeated Senior. Assure a power of mine." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy's eyes lit up with excitement. Immediately after, throwing knives began flying toward the monkey horde. Sung Woo helplessly watched and thought that he was already strong yet still loved throwing knives. On the other side, Jisoo had found the monkey holding the key. She did not hesitate to attack and seize the key. However, after obtaining it, the key floated in midair and glowed. Sung Woo frowned and said it seemed to lead them to the next area. Just follow it and see. Shortly after, they entered another area of the dungeon. This place was brighter and had far more trees than before. Han-Ho looked around in shock and exclaimed that this place was too radiant. Even the green moss was glowing. The system suddenly announced that Stage 2 was poison resistance, requiring them to hunt 100 giant poisonous hornets and collect poison resistance buffs to clear the stage. Hearing that, Sung Woo slightly frowned and repeated, "Giant hornets." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant hornets were already rushing in from afar as if provoked. Han-Ho cried out in panic. They looked like swarms of drones. Jisoo also nodded, saying they were too large, like an illusion. The chaotic sound made Han-Ho tremble, muttering that provoking a hornet nest was madness. Soon after, he panicked, noticing Sung Woo smiling mysteriously, and asked if he really intended to do it. Sung Woo let out a cold laugh, taking out an automatic crossbow, and saying hunting them one by one would take too long. Burning them all was the fastest way. After speaking, he raised the crossbow and fired straight upward. Fire-infused arrows tore through the wind and shot out in rapid succession. However, the swarm of hornets immediately formed a defensive shield. Han-Ho exclaimed in shock that they even had god-tier skills. Sung Woo calmly replied, "Then there is only one way, go up and eliminate them directly." After speaking, he summoned baboon bone soldiers. Hornets immediately spat out venom stingers to attack. However, after poison resistance was activated, their attacks became almost ineffective. Because of this, the baboon bone soldiers easily closed in on the nest and began destroying its inner structure. The hive suddenly fired a powerful beam of light, pushing back the bone soldiers. Sung Woo immediately summoned bear-human bone soldiers for support. They rushed in at extreme speed, surrounding the hive and unleashing continuous attacks. The powerful strikes began to crack the hornet's defensive shield. Seizing the opportunity, Sung Woo fired rapid shots with his crossbow. Flames erupted violently, burning the hive. The number of dead hornets quickly rose to 34. Han-Ho shouted excitedly, "At this speed, we will soon collect 100. But Sung Woo shook his head, saying it would not end there. Hanho asked in surprise what the real purpose was. Sung Woo smiled lightly and answered simply, become the leader. On the demon faction side, they finally eliminated the monster guarding the key. The key fell into their hands, but then floated again and moved in another direction. The entire demon team immediately chased after it. While moving, someone said 20 people had been sacrificed, but it was not a big loss, which made Belgian angry because it was the second time. He understood that a formation of only melee and ranged fighters would struggle to complete the mission, but still tried to form a raid team. They had to protect the mages and priests to ensure the main damage dealers could reach the target. What irritated him most was that they were once again slower than Sung Woo. He shouted in anger, afraid the chairman would look down on him, while his teammates tried to calm him, saying they already had the key. At this moment they also received the second mission notification. Almerian complained that this mission was to capture an old man, first monkeys now an old man. At least it was not a hidden item search. He ordered the team to split up since the target of 100 must be scattered everywhere. However, after a long search they still could not find any. Belgian lost patience and roared, "Where did all the hornets go?" At that moment he spotted a hive on a high tree branch. He frowned in suspicion. Could it be like that? In an instant the area was engulfed in a sea of fire. Belgian angrily shouted, "You damn sly bastard, daring to pull a trick like this." Outside the dungeon, the adjutant press group was still on standby. The host looked into the camera and said they had been waiting for over an hour since the three factions entered the dungeon. The Soul Summoner and the third faction were still leading the situation. Somewhere else, someone rejoiced upon hearing the news, saying they had trusted the Soul Summoner from the start. However, the person beside them mocked that it was just someone trying to profit from betting. The other shyly explained they invested because of recent performance. The other coldly said he was just a rookie. The chances of losing were very high. The listener argued that it was not certain the Soul Summoner would lose, while the other calmly said he did not deny his achievements, but the situation was different. He emphasized that the Soul Summoner was alone, while the other two factions were entire armies. The listener argued that the Soul Summoner was not alone, but the man said this was still dungeon warfare. Chairman Li Yanghwan would not join a losing battle. Even though strength was everything, he still had the ability to analyze the situation and preserve forces through negotiation. The Soul Summoner could not possibly hunt the emoji boss in such a short time. Moreover, the demon faction would surround them from all sides. The chance of failure was extremely high. The listener began to worry, wondering who this man was to analyze the situation so sharply. The man laughed confidently, claiming victory would belong to the demon faction, just like their betting win 7 years ago. The other person quickly fell into despair, realizing he was nothing more than a gambler. But the man remained confident in his own deduction and said calmly, "Did you not hear it?" The victory cheers of Belmedian from the conflict guild echoed out. The dungeon, Sung Woo's 3 members quickly moved on to the next stage after clearing the second floor. At this moment, the poison resistance buff of the entire group had also been activated. On the 3rd floor, they also appeared and defeated the major boss, the Master of Black Mountain. Hanho noticed a strange mark on the wall and muttered that this must be the boss room. Sung Woo stepped back and gave a signal. Jisoo nodded slightly in response. She understood his intent, immediately closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, but felt nothing, as if an invisible veil covered everything. Sung Woo frowned, realizing Jisoo's senses had been nullified. He deduced the boss here was extremely high level, especially Emogi, a creature that had once trained to become a dragon. Even so, the three still continued deeper inside. As they went further, Hanho became more uncomfortable. The air was too suffocating. Jisoo also agreed. Sung Woo fell into thought, sensing divine pressure. They were likely close. As expected, just a few steps later, powerful divine force suddenly surged in. In an instant, all 3 of them became serious. This was it. The dungeon boss, Emogi, was here. At that moment, 2 burning red eyes suddenly turned toward them. Hanho panicked. "Senior, what is that?" A massive dragon appeared before them, the boss Emogi. Sung Woo observed it closely, feeling a trace of tension at its terrifying size and power. That meant the creature was not only huge but also extremely fast and agile. While Sung Woo was thinking, Emogi suddenly spoke, "Welcome to this land." Sung Woo was shocked that it could speak, meaning it had intelligence. He frowned, saying it speaks clearly, unlike the others. Emogi snorted coldly. "You came all the way here and that is all you have to say? Without language no world can exist. Those creatures only perceive themselves and the external environment. I am part of this world, I possess complete consciousness." Hearing this, Sung Woo froze slightly, finding it somewhat reasonable, like a conversation before battle. Emoji continued, "Only 3 of you. I sense many other presences, but they are wandering outside." Sung Woo looked straight at it and asked, "Will you fight us?" Emogi said in annoyance, "Did you not come here to kill me? Why speak as if I am the aggressor? Whether voluntary or forced, entering this place is an act of invasion." All 3 fell silent, and Emogi grew angrier. Silence means admission. It snorted coldly, unable to refute my perfect logic. "I will take it as your admission. Then take responsibility for your choice." As soon as it finished speaking, the ground shook violently. Sung Woo immediately warned, "It is attacking, get ready." The system announced that Emogi had summoned Black Hellfire. Sung Woo froze. Magic? It is using both intelligence and physical power. He immediately told everyone to evade. In an instant, magical flames spread across the area. Then they spiraled together, forming a violent fire vortex. Sungwoo gritted his teeth, damn it. He immediately summoned the death scythe. Emogi stared at him. Do you carry the power of demons? But Sungwoo did not answer, only asked coldly, then what about divine power? As soon as he spoke, Rai also appeared, carrying the power of the god of death Anubis. Emogi was shocked. A dog? Not only demons but also this? While it was speaking, Sungwoo had already summoned a massive spirit, unleashing divine power in response. Emogi roared, Necromex has appeared. I was careless, this creature is no longer human. Immediately after, a massive magic circle appeared in the space. A series of formations unfolded, blocking Sungwoo's attack. Sungwoo frowned what it was blocked. Emogi taunted, is that all you have? Two massive energies collided, throwing the entire area into chaos. Sungwoo quickly summoned another monster, Raivan. Emogi looked down on it, useless. Emogi's green energy surged forward, instantly knocking his summoned creature back. At this moment he realized he was not its opponent. Hanho panicked, Senior, what do we do now? Jisoo frowned, getting close is also difficult. Sungwoo struggled against Emogi's hellfire, realizing he might need to use his resurrection skill here. But if he did, Jisoo and Hanho would be in danger. He could not give up. The system could not naturally create such a powerful monster. It must have a hidden purpose. Thinking that, he suddenly realized a possibility. Could it have a special strategy? Hanho immediately inferred it could be due to exploiting terrain or skill cooldown timing. He wondered whether the opponent's attack range was limited. Sungwoo recalled the mural outside, where there was a triangle shape behind the fake serpent. The system suddenly displayed a notice, souls bound to the owner of the soul. At this moment, Sungwoo realized he had been wrong targeting Imugi. The real answer lay elsewhere. Thinking this, he quickly combined a mana bomb with his weapon, intending to destroy the wall shielding Imugi. Before he could act, Imugi suddenly let out a roar of agony. Jisoo's system also malfunctioned, the entire interface temporarily freezing. Jisoo panicked and shouted, could this game have crashed, Imugi stood still at this moment with no reaction at all. Sungwoo looked up, becoming even more suspicious. Could the system really have malfunctioned? But right after he realized this might be an opportunity, he had to act quickly. However, none of the monsters obeyed his command. Sungwoo frowned deeply, sensing something was wrong. How had he been controlling them before? He thought his skill might have disappeared, but he was still in the Anubiswa state. It did not disappear, only shifted into an unusable state. While thinking, Imugi asked him if he had ever felt being watched. He sighed and added, but now it is no longer like that. We are temporarily free, Sungwoo. Hanho, hearing this, immediately questioned it in doubt. Did it just call his name directly? When did you two know each other? Even Sungwoo was shocked, feeling everything was too strange. A boss monster knowing a player's name and suddenly losing hostility. He was certain the system had malfunctioned. Something beyond control was interfering. Mugi seemed to read his thoughts and continued, saying there was not much time. This place was not within the creator's sight, so it would eventually be noticed. Jisoo murmured with a frown, the creator, Hanho asked in confusion, Buddha or Asura or something. But I am an atheist, Imugi looked at them calmly and replied, of course not the gods, you know. They are entities that created this world and the system that exists, as well as the source of the power you are using. Sungwoo immediately frowned, deducing that the system was inserted into this world by another entity, possibly the one manipulating everything behind the scenes. He asked directly, who is the entity that created you, Imugi shook its head helplessly, saying it did not have enough authority to know the existence of the creator. Sungwoo pondered for a moment, then nodded, thinking it made sense since the system limited its cognition. Imugi nodded, then said that a mysterious energy source had invaded it. Although only for a brief moment, it still sensed part of that entity's nature, then moved closer to Sungwoo to explain further. Jisoo rushed forward in alarm but was stopped by him. Sungwoo told Jisoo to stay calm and listen first, then decide later. Imugi continued, saying that an entity wanted to directly contact Sungwoo. These entities were similar to the creator but could not manifest directly, so they were sending messages through Imugi's mind. Sungwoo frowned and thought, if there were multiple such entities, then the system was not created by only one being, then asked what they wanted from him. Imugi replied coldly, the goal was to make the system collapse. Hearing this, Sungwoo was startled and asked again whether they wanted him to end this game. He continued questioning why they chose him among all humanity. Imugi slowly explained that they had observed everything and understood all developments. They were searching for someone who could break free from the system's guidance. That person was Sungwoo. Therefore, they wanted him to survive, destroy the system, and would definitely contact him again when the opportunity arose. Imugi said that it just realized its own existence was meaningless. All memories and history were fabricated, a being born only to be destroyed with no meaning at all. It suggested that after being killed, they should take the inverted scale on its body. Hanho asked in shock about the inverted scale. Jisoo explained it was a reversed scale, its weakness. Imugi calmly said this was a gift from that entity, containing power that could detect when being watched. After speaking, it fell silent as the system began to recover, then created a large flame engulfing the surroundings. The entire area instantly fell into chaos. Hanho shouted in panic that they were talking but suddenly attacking was cheating. Jisoo also failed to react in time, thinking they would have to continue fighting. Sung-woo realized it was all just a staged performance. To avoid being detected by the creator, it was creating traces of a fake battle. Thinking this, he immediately ordered both of them to listen carefully to instructions. He seriously instructed that when the recovery bar reached its threshold, they should act as if they were fighting normally. At the same time, Imugi also said everything would begin now. Sung-woo. It demanded that he kill it and survive until the end. It said to destroy the system and reclaim their world. Then the flames erupted violently as if to burn everything down. Facing that terrifying pressure, Sung-woo clearly felt that if he was hit, he would have no chance of survival. The attack had no mutation or breakthrough at all, and this speed could be completely evaded. The power in the strike was real, enough to avoid the creator's suspicion. However, if observed closely, the attack was quite useless and Hanho was fully immersed, loudly shouting that the divine lizard was quite tough. Jisoo also charged in fiercely, swinging her sword while shouting. As soon as she finished speaking, her sword slashed straight at its head, but the opponent managed to dodge in time. Sung-woo ignored everyone and moved past Imugi toward the rear, making it pretend to panic and shout not to go that way. Silently thought it was decent acting. After thinking, he pouted and said this place felt very unusual. As expected, behind it appeared an object resembling an ancient jar. Before he could observe it, the serpent tail whipped over, forcing him to dodge in surprise. Yuji rushed in fiercely, roaring in anger that the intruders must not touch the dragon answer jar. Sung-woo now realized that if everything was too gentle it would easily raise suspicion. Thinking that, he immediately threw a mana bomb straight at Imugi without hesitation. But the attack was blocked by a barrier. Just as expected, direct attacks were ineffective. However, that was enough to obscure its vision. Imugi roared in fury, "You insects, get out of my sight." Immediately after, it released a green energy wave that shattered the shield in front. But at that moment, Roy had already rushed in to block its path. Imugi angrily swung its massive tail to Roy. But right then, Sung-woo smashed the hidden jar. Imugi screamed in rage, saying those bugs dared destroy its ancestor jar, while Sung-woo silently thought its acting was Oscar level. Even the creator would likely have no suspicion at this point. Thinking that, he immediately ordered a full assault, saying that without its magic it was just a large dragon. Imugi showed no fear and roared as it charged into battle. But it was all acting. Sung-woo lightly swung his sword. It was slashed repeatedly, blood spraying everywhere. The massive body finally collapsed to the ground. Before dying, it muttered in pain that everything was unfair, making Sung-woo silently admire its immersive performance. Before fully dying, it weakly said it never expected to be killed by Lux. Sung-woo let out a helpless sigh, then reached out to pick up the dropped item. It was the item left behind by Imugi before its death, but strangely no information was displayed, making him wonder about its function. At this moment, the system suddenly issued an online warning, making Sung-woo flinch. So someone is monitoring this. This meant a being known as the creator was observing him, and it displayed no messages even capable of hiding the system. What on earth is going on? What is the creator? An existence equal to the system but with a different purpose. Who are they and why are they participating in this game? While Sung-woo was still thinking, the system announced that the third faction had won the urban battlefield. Sung-woo immediately felt pleased upon receiving 300 million gold. Soon after, the ground began to shake violently. It made the group think it was an earthquake, but then the ground began to open abnormally. Hanho, who had been smug earlier, laughed loudly and mocked those who chose the angel and demon factions. Sung-woo ignored him and focused on the fact that the PK restricted zone around Bukhan Mountain had been lifted, wondering if the opponents had given up. However, he was certain they would not give up easily. As expected, right after the mission ended, the Belmerian faction immediately became furious and cursed continuously. MGN trembled in rage, reporting 741 intruders and 211 casualties. It was a humiliating loss, gaining nothing while suffering heavy damage. He gritted his teeth, pulled his sword from the ground, and roared that it was not over yet. Even in defeat, they still rose again, having taken Mount Tebek, the territory of the commander monster. He raised his sword to the sky and declared he would turn Buhan Mountain into the grave of the summoner. Prepare for this situation, Chairman Lee Young-hoon had already prepared 320 reinforcements outside. Plan B was established to respond to unexpected situations. Elmjin gritted his teeth and vowed to capture and eliminate the summoner. Outside the dungeon, after Sung-woo defeated Imugi, the giant roots covering the mountain began to shift. The adjutant observing outside shouted that the massive seal covering Bukhan was gradually disappearing. And there, the winner of the necromancer faction was stepping outside. Everyone immediately turned their eyes toward the entrance, and sure enough they saw Sung Woo and the other two walking out from inside. Seeing Sung Woo's proud expression, Adjutant immediately felt displeased but still maintained a professional attitude, commenting that the third faction had taken down 2 undefeated groups and risen to the top of the Korean region. But just after he finished speaking, Jisoo shot him a gaze full of killing intent. The assistant beside her panicked and asked the reporter Adjutant if she had done something to provoke her, while she quickly shook her head and denied doing anything at all. But in reality that was not the case. Jisoo was swinging her sword to cut down something rushing toward her. Only upon closer inspection could it be seen that it was an arrow she had split in half mid-air. Adjutant immediately understood the situation and shouted in panic that there was a sneak attack. Someone was attacking the Necromancer faction, the battle had just ended, and had immediately turned into another confrontation. Just as he finished speaking, a barrage of arrows was fired from the forest behind them. The watching crowd screamed in shock that there were enemies behind as well. Sung Woo frowned. The first 2 arrows were clearly aimed at him, a sense of unease rising. At that moment, Jisoo suddenly shouted and stepped in front of him, making him slightly startled. She said in a low voice that the archers would definitely continue attacking. She would deal with them and told him to be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately rushed forward. Her movement was like lightning, every sword strike taking a life instantly. Adjutant witnessed everything from outside and exclaimed in shock that this was no longer human, but the red demon of the third faction, the one who defined the difference. Sung Woo, protected by everyone inside, only lightly sighed that those adventurous reporters live streaming were truly reckless. Manhwa sighed helplessly, unsure whether after everything ended they would survive Jisoo's hands. On the other side, Belmerian's forces fell into chaos. He gritted his teeth and ordered them to stop her. That red demon could not be allowed to continue. But before he could finish speaking, Jisoo had already appeared right in front of him and coldly asked who he had just called a red demon. Belmerian panicked and immediately ordered the crossbow unit to retreat and called in the mages to join the battle. He roared in anger, unable to understand where this woman had come from to block even his sniping team. This was also why his superiors had ordered her elimination early, but he did not expect her to be this dangerous. He bit his lip and calmed himself, believing there was still a chance. As long as she was taken down, everything would turn around. He turned and ordered his subordinate to call Ijin, use the painting, finish her off. YG immediately obeyed and took out a huge landscape painting. Instantly the mountain and river painting technique activated. A massive surge of energy shot forward. Jisoo panicked. Before she could react, the attack had already arrived and she could not block it. In an instant her figure vanished without a trace. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a completely unfamiliar place, surrounded by majestic snow-covered mountains. This was the deep valley of the Tibi mountain range. Outside, Belmerian was extremely pleased, thinking he had finally sent that demon far away. He confidently led his troops forward despite having failed many times before. But this time he believed he would be the final victor. Seeing this, Sung Woo's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said he had warned them many times. After speaking, he summoned the god Anubis. A strange energy invaded Belmerian's forces' bodies, severely weakening their function. They panicked and shouted about what was happening, while Belmerian forced himself to stay calm and ordered preparation against the death summons. He had studied him carefully, knowing that when he summoned a large number of death summons, black mist would appear. It could create curses or debuff effects. After that they would be hunted, so they must not engage directly, or they would suffer negative effects. So he ordered the entire army to slow down. He did not expect their bodies to continue weakening. He angrily cursed the experts for failing to warn them about this. At this moment, Sung Woo coldly said this was the final warning. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent erupted, making all of Belmerian's troops tremble in fear. Before them now stood a massive dragon with sharp fangs. He coldly declared that from today, the Korean region would no longer have any demon faction. Seeing the giant creature appear, Belmerian's forces widened their eyes in disbelief. Before they could react, the dragon charged straight into their formation. They immediately fell into complete panic and scattered in all directions. But it was already too late. Sung Woo had sealed off their escape route with killing intent. Reporter Adjutant outside exclaimed in shock that he looked like the embodiment of death. The Taebi and Gangwon forces were completely wiped out, unable to resist. On the battlefield, Belmerian still struggled, gritting his teeth and saying that just because he could summon things, did he think he could win? Sung Woo replied with a cold smile that everything would become his guild's territory. Belmerian refused to believe it and ordered that without the red demon here, the opponent would definitely fail. As soon as he finished speaking, Sung Woo immediately frowned in surprise. Right after that, 2 arrows tore through the wind and pierced straight into his chest. Going back a few minutes earlier, in a forest not far from the battlefield, an archer was fiercely drawing her bowstring, preparing to fire. The archer was a woman. She took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and regulated her breathing to control herself. When she was in the archery club in high school, she had once been regarded as the #1 genius archer on the Korean peninsula for 50 years. Many months later, outstanding archers continued to appear, but she devoted her entire life to professional archery. She gritted her teeth and muttered. The first 2 shots missed. This time she must hit the target. As soon as she finished speaking, she released a volley of arrows, creating the scene where Sung Woo was struck. Nguyen Jiang spoke. An archer is shooting from that direction. After speaking, he immediately stared toward the forest. When she noticed his gaze directed at her, she smiled coldly in contempt, thinking that even if he looked like that, what could he do? Being killed by a god-tier archer like me would be an honor. But she misjudged. Her arrows were not aimed at Sung Woo, but only at his skeleton soldiers. Sung Woo murmured, so the final shot aimed at the head was just a normal arrow. So she only has 4 special arrows. Seeing Sung Woo appear behind the skeleton soldiers, the opponent was shocked and could not believe it. Hanho beside Sung Woo smiled proudly, as if the plan was not as bad as he had said. Earlier, when he realized Jisoo was in danger, Hanho panicked and shouted, "Senior, Jisoo has disappeared." Sung Woo was slightly worried but still reassured the boy, "Calm down, Jisoo is a ranked player." In reality, Jisoo was fine. She had only been teleported or temporarily sealed by the system mechanism. Han-ho thought for a moment and asked, "If Jisoo is no longer with us, how do we deal with those arrows aimed at you?" Sung Woo also began to worry. A while later, Han-ho suggested using werewolves as bait to exhaust all remaining arrows. However, there were still many people watching them from around. But Han-ho smiled mysteriously, who said that being watched means you cannot use magic. He whispered that they had something enough to divert all attention. What Han-ho referred to was the body of Imugi. Therefore, Sung Woo summoned it to draw the attention of the Belgian faction. Back to the present, feeling safe, Sung Woo pulled out the special arrow from the skeleton soldiers. Someone asked if that was the arrow aimed at him. He smirked and replied, "Now you know where it came from." On the other side, Ket realized the situation was unfavorable and fled, muttering he could not die here. He had to retreat immediately. There was no way to stop the necromancer anymore. But before he could get far, Rai suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Without saying much, he immediately fired. Causing her to fall to the ground, he coldly said, "Consider this a fanfarewell." On another side, the Belgian group hiding in the bushes regretted not attacking decisively. If they kept hiding in the forest like this, they would definitely be discovered. Belgian still tried to reassure them. In such a large forest, it would be hard for him to find us. But just after speaking, he realized something was wrong. They had been cursed with dark magic. His face turned pale as he shouted in fear. The necromancer is observing the battle from the sky. He was right. Sung Woo was only observing without directly acting. All of his subordinate troops were still continuously slaughtering enemies. The demon faction panicked seeing this. Where is the reinforcements? Clearly, Elder Wai Huan said reinforcements were coming, but at the critical moment none appeared. They only then realized he had been escorted away from the battlefield. Belgian angrily roared, "That cunning old man abandoned us." After that, he forced himself to calm down and ordered Eugene to take out that box. Eugene hesitated and said, "If they retreat now, it is still possible." But he retorted, "There is no way back. Even reaching Tebich would not allow return." Eugene continued advising to take advantage of the opportunity when the monster on Tebich appears, but Bulmishan still refused. No one could stop him. To escape, the only option was to leave the box behind. Eugene sighed helplessly and made a decision and immediately handed the box over. Without hesitation, Belgian swallowed what was inside the box. In an instant, his body underwent a violent transformation. His entire body was engulfed in crimson light. Soul energy spread, his body boiling from within. He regained confidence and said, "As expected, the combat body matches the dark element well. Because of this, we can win." As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt into the air and slammed down onto the ground, causing the earth to explode. All of Sung Woo's skeleton souls were destroyed. He roared toward Sung Woo, "Come out, necromancer, face me directly." He continued mocking, "Other than hiding behind skeleton soldiers, what else can you do? A coward who only knows how to hide like a rat." Outside the battlefield, even as the fighting raged on, Adjutant continued broadcasting. All players on the Korean server were curious about the true appearance of the Soul Summoner. Inside the battle, Sung Woo sneered at Belmjian's words, still trying to fight one-on-one at this point. "I have killed plenty of types like you." Belmjian showed no fear, calmly replying that he had always survived by his own strength and body. And this time was no different from before. He was no different, unlike you who only hide behind cowardly subordinates. He angrily pointed at him, mocking that someone who only talks still dares call himself strong. Sung Woo chuckled lightly, calmly replying whether there was a need to say that out loud. Outside, demon faction members were collapsing everywhere. Eugene rushed over and urgently told everyone to rescue and stabilize the injured. Then he stepped forward to help someone up, softly saying to stand. The other gratefully replied that he was very kind. But upon closer look, both realized they were enemies. The one helped up was Hanhu. He reacted extremely fast and threw a punch, sending the opponent flying. Remaining enemies immediately rushed rushed in, thinking he was the weakest in the Soul Summoner group and easiest to deal with. Manhwa immediately got angry. The weakest, they will regret saying that right now. He shouted his title Asura Hanho and charged straight into battle. The opponents mocked him as just showing off useless moves as he rushed in. Hanho ignored them and directly launched a massacre. The commander shouted to steady the team, do not panic, even if injured keep fighting, he is just a monster relying on grinding mobs. But when he saw Hanho's face clearly, he froze and asked who he was. Hanho had transformed, remembering Tingong General and the overwhelming power he had shown. Thinking so, he shouted that even if that man was not here, his power still existed in the artifacts of demon god Hanho. He did this thinking the reporter would record it, and he would soon gain fans. But Hanho was mistaken. Adjutant was currently watching the battle between Sung Woo and Belmjian, stunned speechless. The battle between the Soul Summoner and the guild leader was extremely brutal. Inside the battlefield, Belmirian had been knocked to the ground by Sung Woo. He coldly looked at him and said he had told him before, types like you, I have met many times. Even after transforming, Belmjian was still no match, coughing blood from the beating. He bitterly muttered why he had become so miserable. There could be a level gap, but not such an extreme stat difference. Sung Woo suddenly spoke, guessing that you have gained many bonus stats from hidden missions. Hearing that, Belmjian was immediately shocked. Because his words were completely correct, he was level 18 and rank 10. He had once thought the bonus stats from hidden missions would let him match top rankers. He even hoped to make up for it by absorbing mountain spirits. Sung Woo saw through his intention and coldly said, not only you, many others also choose this dangerous path. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his spear straight at him. Belmjian screamed that it was impossible. Sung Woo did not care. One spear strike sent him to hell. Witnessing this, the demon faction fell into extreme panic, weapons dropping from their hands. They knelt down crying, it is over, the leader is dead. Aizen quickly surrendered, bowing and begging for mercy. Sung Woo did not respond, only stood still. The system announced mission rewards to him. A special item that allows reaching a divine state, but it seems he is not yet qualified to activate divine conflict. After thinking, he looked at Eugene and asked where she was. Eugene asked blankly who he meant. He mentioned Jisoo, the one wearing sportswear. Eugene blurted out, that demon, then quickly covered her mouth. Then she took out a mountain water map, pointed at a location and said she was here. Sung Woo returned to his normal form and asked where that was. Eugene replied it was the deepest part of Mount Tibich. He continued asking whether that place was completely monster-free. Since they had said Mount Tibich was cleared, Eugene hesitated and said it was indeed cleared but not completely. That was an exaggeration. They had tried to eliminate them, but the monsters only grew more numerous and stronger over time. And they fought for territory, and some groups even unified parts of the mountain. A being known as the Mountain Root King had appeared. Sung Woo frowned, is there really a monster king? Eugene said they had not confirmed it, only seen it through mission notifications. Some of his teammates had moved to other areas. Hanho Minsu nodded, that is why he joined the demon faction, because they needed forces to build a migration guild. Hearing that, Sung Woo's expression became even more unpleasant. Things were getting more complicated. Monsters could not be allowed to continue evolving. Hanho leaned in and asked Eugene if there was any more information, even promising better conditions for cooperation. Eugene immediately refused, saying she did not drink alcohol because she was only 18 and not breaking the law. Hearing that, both Sung Woo and Hanho darkened their expressions. 18 means she is a high school student. Sung Woo angrily shouted, forget the appearance, how can a high school student dress like that? On top of that, not drinking alcohol but still going around looting. At that moment, someone suddenly approached from behind. Sung Woo turned around and saw Donghun leading a group over, so he suspiciously asked what was going on, thinking he was not the type to stir up trouble like the guild conflict over graves. Donghun explained with a serious expression that the wide area surveillance team had discovered a group of demon faction members preparing an ambush and had already subdued them. However, the leader had escaped, so they were planning to track him down and destroy the command center. But upon arriving, they saw Sung Woo had already finished handling it, and he smiled lightly. As expected of you, it seems the situation here has been properly resolved. Their team had previously failed dungeon reconnaissance and did not want to repeat mistakes. So this time they intended to wipe out the demon faction and seriously take responsibility for clearing the remnants. Hearing this, Sung Woo fell into thought for a moment before speaking that he had a proposal. He would handle the demon faction in the northern urban area, and there was no need to expend too many forces. Liberation Army would take over control of the city area. Donghun frowned and said that the reconstruction of the Minsu Alliance could not be free, asking what conditions they wanted in exchange. Sung Woo directly said he wanted the wide area surveillance team to help find information about the Taebik mountain range. Those people had used teleportation magic to take Jisoo away, so he could not contact her through the community channel. Hearing this, Donghun did not hesitate and agreed if that was his request. The two sides quickly reached an agreement. different. Although they were competitors, there was no need for hostility. In this world, friendly diplomacy was still very important. Outside, Adjutant immediately narrated the live stream, emphasizing that this was the necromancer's victory and even the swordsman had to acknowledge it. At this moment, she had also successfully leveled up. She was delighted while recording the entire event. If she could interview the necromancer group, the viewership would surge, but she knew it was very difficult. Just as she thought this, Sung Woo stepped forward and asked if he could say a few words on the broadcast. Adjutant immediately agreed happily, saying he could do whatever he wanted. Sung Woo quickly stood in front of the camera. Everyone in the world was watching him. He then coldly declared that before the end of the day he would destroy the Uzeongbu headquarters of the demon faction. Everyone understood the reason. Killing did not distinguish between people, it only distinguished between living beings and death. Therefore he warned that if they did not want to die, they should evacuate and take their families away. This was the final mercy. For dawn tomorrow there would be no survivors left. After speaking, he handed the microphone back to Adjutant, who, despite her fear, still told the players in Uzeongbu to evacuate to safety as quickly as possible. She hoped they would not confront him directly. Soon after, the assistant reported that the Uzeongbu demon faction was live streaming a response to the necromancer. Hearing this, Sung Woo frowned and asked if they were broadcasting. A few hours later, at the final base of the demon faction, because of Sung Woo's declaration and the commander of this place, they gathered waiting right in front of the gate. Not long after, monstrous birds appeared flying in the sky. Someone recognized them as Sung Woo's mounts. He slowly landed on the ground. A middle-aged man stepped forward to greet him, introducing himself as Lee Min-cheon, the former administrator of the Uzeongbu shelter. Sung Woo did not care who he was, only asking whether what was said on television was true. Min-cheon nodded, confirming that they had surrendered unconditionally. Reconstruction Minsu Alliance leadership, including Lee Yong-hwan, had fled in panic. The players here had never accepted being controlled by the Reconstruction Minsu Alliance. Therefore, their participation in the plan was mostly forced. He hoped he could understand them. Sung Woo fell into thought, realizing they had quickly severed ties with the Reconstruction Minsu Alliance. At the moment, he did not care about that, only narrowing his eyes and asking where that thing was. Min Cheon pointed the way, saying it was being stored down this path. He quickly followed, while nearby residents whispered about him. He heard it, but did not care. At least he had left a strong impression and attracted much notoriety. But he had also obtained the final item. It was the stone statue of an evil god, the final item for the hidden quest of the third option. Soon after, Sung Woo arrived at the destination, carefully observing before falling into thought in front of the fire cup and the inverted spear. Along with the image of an angel holding a sword and crown, he wondered what this really was, whether it was guidance for each faction. Whatever it was, that dream could not become reality. Immediately after, he ordered Rai to destroy the statue in front of him. Players in the base immediately noticed their level had dropped and felt unwilling. Even so, Sung Woo completed the mission and received the reward, opening the opportunity to form a third faction. While he was still thinking, Han-ho brought an item over and seriously said they had found something similar to the angel statue. It was a demon horn fragment. After looking at it, Sung Woo only sighed. Another unusable item for the third faction. Even though he had exploited many system loopholes, it was probably nearing its end. Sung Woo was preparing to leave on the back of the monstrous bird when Min Cheon called him back, asking to join the third faction. Because the statue had been destroyed, they had to suffer many penalties. But Sung Woo politely refused, saying that they could not accept them at the moment. He does not encourage or force anyone to participate, but wants everyone to prove their own determination and value in winning the game. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew away, leaving the people behind in despair, since even surviving was difficult, let alone winning. In Suhan Town, Sung Woo and the two others had been back for several days. However, Han-ho kept frantically searching his phone. After a while, the boy nervously said Jisoo had not left any message, fearing something had happened. Saying that, he turned to look at Sung Woo beside him and suspiciously asked whether Jisoo being Jisoo meant she should be fine. Sung Woo thought for a moment and reassured him that Jisoo would not easily fall into danger like that. Although he wanted to immediately go find her, doing so now could make the situation more dangerous. There were still many guilds hunting him across the Korean peninsula. The Evolution Guild and the Minsu Reconstruction Alliance were also among them. Other opposing forces had also begun to reveal themselves. No matter how careful he was, if he searched loudly like in Mount Tebek, he would still draw attention. If he became a target, it was fine. But if Jisoo got involved, it would be very dangerous. The Punitive Expedition Guild surveillance team was numerous and skilled, so it was best to wait. The World Tree had now reached 83% growth progress at level 2. Everyone stood under the tree canopy. Li Jiangsu sighed that without lights at night it became even more noticeable. Sung Woo also nodded in agreement, saying that hiding it was no longer useful since it was too visible. Han-ho suggested that if it could not not be hidden. They should increase its sacredness and reduce its external presence. Sung Woo ignored it and continued selecting the foundation location for the third faction. When the system required a name, he decided without hesitation. He chose the World Tree as the root and named the third faction the World Tree faction. Immediately after, the faction established by Rai was officially announced. He also received rewards and various other benefits. The residents of Sugan Town received the information. They immediately cheered with joy. Li Jiangsu looked at the reaction and sighed, saying that without a clear faction the villagers felt abandoned, and Sung Woo agreed. At that moment the system issued 2 new missions: purge the seeds of evil, destroy the World Tree faction and kill Sung Woo, and a second mission to bring members of the World Tree faction to the Demon Stone altar. Before things could stabilize, the system issued another mission. The target this time was to hunt and protect players belonging to the World Tree faction. Han Ho looked at the system reward, initially displeased, then excitedly said Sung Woo was worth 500 million, causing Sung Woo to warn him to stay away with caution. In an instant, he thought the atmosphere would turn sorrowful for those who had died. But he was wrong. Han Ho's father was the first to react in dissatisfaction, saying they were being hunted. Immediately after, many other players also voiced agreement. Sung Woo looked at their reaction and was speechless, wondering who exactly had turned these people into this. However, he quickly guessed it. Who else could it be? Li Jiangsu beside him said happily, unlike before, to survive they only knew how to run away. After speaking, he turned to look at Sung Woo and said they had prepared for battle, this time on a larger scale, a complete preparation for war. Upon hearing this, Sung Woo smiled. Alright, this time we'll prepare carefully. He smiled mysteriously, looking toward the distant place. Whether that place was enjoyable, those people truly still did not take their eyes off him. It would make everything interesting. At another development, the Warring Guild of the Demon faction suddenly issued an official statement regarding the world mission. A leading figure spoke boldly. Demon faction in Busan, let our Warring Guild face them. We can choose peace and diplomacy. At the same time, on an airplane, a woman was also watching news about this incident. Many people expressed different opinions. Some supported Vu, but there were also many opposing opinions, all kinds of viewpoints. After finishing watching, she sighed helplessly. Doctor, this world is full of fearful people, unable to move toward a greater future. We will arrive soon. After a while, the plane finally landed on a ship. Many people were already waiting there. The leader greeted formally Dr. Du. You have arrived. This is our first time meeting in person. Dr. Du slightly nodded and said with a smile, hello Arahatan-san, whether the elder personally came here. Arahatan-san shook his head and replied, Dr. Du, the Yakuza boss did not come directly, but we will ensure sufficient manpower, please understand. Dr. Du slightly frowned. I understand, then who is coordinating here? Arahatan-san immediately replied, it is boss Okada Akira, the man known as the Sword Saint, one of the guild training supervisors. Both were quickly brought into the room. An old man was already half-kneeling waiting there. His eyes were sharp and cold, looking forward, an extremely overwhelming aura. Dr. Du clearly felt this aura, but he still stood calmly. Okada stared at him for a long time. Finally, he raised his hand in gesture and politely said, Dr. Du, thank you for coming here. Dr. Du quickly sat down and said calmly, very pleased to meet the Sword Saint, and it was fortunate to stand behind that sword hilt. After speaking, he pointed at the sword behind Okada. Upon hearing this, he immediately laughed loudly. You even know the nickname of the Japanese server. It seems you are very interested in Japan. Your information is quite impressive. Time passed quickly. The ship drifted across the sea. In Okada's room, dishes rich in Japanese flavor had been served. The two ate dinner together. After a while, Okada asked in a low voice, so the Target View and the Evolution Guild is this person? Dr. Du quickly nodded. The world mission specifically named a man called the Soul Summoner. Okada gave a faint laugh, placing his wine cup down. In a polite tone, oh my, I just came here to have a little fun. This is no different from catching carp with a metal sheet. Okada knew Sung Woo well, the one who once caused chaos across the continent during the conquest. If he could handle such a difficult prey according to information from the Korean server, it would be a major achievement. After thinking, he immediately said, I will send out my most elite team. You do not need to worry, Dr. Du. Dr. Du nodded. I trust the Great Han mercenaries. But they failed. The target must have prepared in advance. Okada narrowed his eyes at him, anger appearing on his face. He said coldly, I hope you do not compare us with those mercenaries. They are knights who carry honor and loyalty, completely different from those who act for money. Dr. Du gave a faint smile, of course. Who would dare underestimate the sword of the Yamato Guild? But he still reminded him that the opponent was not simple, yet he did not want to listen. He waved his hand. Do not worry, we have ninjas, a group of elite assassins specialized in killing, sweeping, and eliminating strong opponents. They are all well trained. Even gathering 15 elite ninjas is not easy. Without waiting for Dr. Du to respond, he continued, the discussion is over, I must leave now. Dr. Du hesitated, then stood up to bid farewell. It is my honor to meet you. Before he could leave, Okada called him back, frowning and said, the Yakuza leader has ordered that item must be obtained before acting. Dr. Du frowned at him and replied coldly, I will deliver it today. Immediately after, Dr. Du and his team boarded the plane and left the ship. On the plane, the woman accompanying Dr. Du asked in confusion, Doctor, who is the Yakuza leader? Dr. Du said in a low voice, it is the Yamato Guildmaster, controller of Kyuzu, an old man who has not awakened despite reaching level 22. He was probably very impatient because of the awakening materials, and he happened to possess one of them. The girl asked hesitantly, this time will be different. Can the ninjas capture the soul summoner? Dr. Du gave a cold smile. We only need them to delay time. Even if the Yamato Guild fails, the plan must still be completed. Then everything will end. Another development at the base of the World Tree faction. Sung Woo's group was still discussing the plan on the spot. Jiangsu looked displeased and thought that even though they had prepared for battle, their forces were still too weak. Sung Woo immediately frowned and objected, stating he had only recruited a very small elite group. This approach was meant to reduce risk, avoid reliance on numbers, and build a more solid foundation. Lei Jiangsu spoke up at this point. Fortunately, there had not been many casualties so far. Sung Woo, standing beside him, sighed with worry. But if they engaged in large-scale combat, safety could not be guaranteed. The population of this town was only 226 people. Even small losses would be a fatal blow to them. Lei Jiangsu understood this well, but blindly accepting people would become a burden. Moreover, it would also be difficult to detect those with malicious intent. Sung Woo suddenly spoke about burdens and foundations, then just keep it simple. He slammed his hand on the table, firmly saying he would utilize all resources to militarize the civilians for the upcoming manpower war. Everyone quickly realized the coming days would be very different. The immediate issue was equipment and items. Over several consecutive days, Sung Woo continuously crafted items. Thanks to spoils from the Conquest tournament, he created a new high-grade semi-repeating crossbow. Manhwa beside him excitedly cheered, saying it felt like the era of the Great World Tree had returned, and also reminded Sung Woo that there were still over 300 million gold. After resolving the item matter, the next step was hunting monsters. Lei Jiangsu presented a report map. The old hunting grounds had been cleared, but many new dungeons had appeared, among which there were 4 large-scale dungeons to choose from. Sung Woo did not hesitate, immediately suggested splitting teams and activating each dungeon. Everyone would participate with him. Sung Woo was slightly surprised and asked back whether he would directly lead them. Sung Woo nodded decisively, saying, let's go, quickly clear these dungeons. At a mountain area beside the town, the hunting zone was located here. Sung Woo's group entered the dungeon. At this moment, everyone was already exhausted, continuously gasping for breath. Hanho's father was even more exhausted, almost unable to continue walking. Sung Woo turned back to encourage him. Endure a bit longer, they were almost there. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook. A gigantic monster rushed forward from the front, with more behind it. Seeing this, everyone immediately became alert. The leader calmed them, saying, do not panic. With my experience, I can handle them easily. Immediately after, the group cooperated closely to eliminate the monsters. Series of continuous attacks were unleashed. They focused their attacks on the weak points at their knees. Not long after, the entire monster pack was eliminated. After the battle, they found the entrance to the second floor. The group quickly withdrew and sat down to rest on the spot. Sung Woo then said, at Silo Park there is a large 3-layer dungeon. Just continuously clearing the first floor and retreating repeatedly would be enough to gain a lot of experience, without causing casualties. Lei Jiangsu, hearing this, felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, no one had been injured, but the situation was still not good. Because all participants were completely exhausted, they had been fighting continuously for 11 hours. Sung Woo still calmly said the faster they fight, the more experience they gain. Lei Jiangsu advised that humans are not machines and will eventually collapse. Hearing this, Sung Woo pouted and said that was exactly the process Hanho once went through. As he finished speaking, it sounded like Hanho's laughter echoed in memory. After that, everyone let out heavy sighs. Sung Woo glanced at them and asked whether there was a problem, whether it was not efficient. Everyone continued sighing, truly too exhausted. Although no one died, there were many injured, and spirits were depleted, even after using healing medicine. However, they still could not stop, because their strength was increasing. Those who came later were stronger and quickly catching up, so competition forced them not to rest. Seeing this, Sung Woo smiled lightly and ordered everyone in the town, listen. There was no time to rest. Monsters must be dealt with while they were still active. After continuous training, next was resource gathering and production. Wherever Sung Woo led people, everything proceeded in that rhythm. This made the workers in the area extremely frightened. They kept bringing animal corpses back, leaving the workers no time to rest. The workload was overwhelming. They worked in tears because Sung Woo's group acted as if they did not know fatigue. The medicinal liquid storage was quickly filled, but they still continued collecting more herbs. They even ordered prisoners to go up the mountain to dig medicinal herbs, causing the prisoners to work themselves almost insane. The cycle of combat, crafting and gathering continued without pause, increasing strength, accumulating resources, and bringing in talent. In Sung Woo's mind, this was a true economic economic explosion. But Jiangsu and Sung Woo thought that in the real world he would probably be a wealthy capitalist. Sung Woo did not know this thought, only silently looking into the distance, still worried about Jisoo. In the deep snowy mountains of Tibik Range, Jisoo was already very exhausted, breathing heavily. An arrogant voice sounded, "You call us monsters." That voice snorted coldly, saying perhaps we should be the ones asking who the real monsters are. Voice belonged to the mountain range king. It looked at Jisoo with hateful eyes, grinding its teeth, saying, "Do you not see that humans are the truly terrifying ones?" Jisoo narrowed her eyes looking at it, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Perhaps she would hardly be able to return anymore. While Sung Woo was expanding territory, a punitive scouting team entered the snowy mountains searching for the target. They tried using magic aircraft, but it was ineffective. The leader listened to surrounding sounds and said he could hear monsters moving across the mountainside. Perhaps this was why the contest guild had withdrawn, because the area was full of aberrant creatures. Each creature here is like a true boss. The environment here is extremely harsh. Even large-scale monitoring teams have difficulty. No one believed anyone could live alone in this place. The leader said that if they saw her fight with their own eyes, they would understand she was not an ordinary person. The girl beside him frowned and said this was not a battle that could end quickly. The leader paused and wondered how the summoner would react if only her body was found. The girl thought of Sung Woo's fierce gaze and immediately suggested continuing the search at once. From the cliff came a loud shout, "We found a witness." Shortly after, the group approached a small house. That was the house of an old man and two granddaughters, likely the witness mentioned. Leader explained an old man and his two granddaughters lived in the mountains. They had stayed with the missing person for only a short time. The leader asked in shock whether he was saying she left on her own. Old man answered loudly, "Yes, the girl in red." The other person continued asking where she had gone. Old man fell into thought, recalling before answering, "That girl never returned after borrowing our clothes and leaving. I lent them because I feared she could not withstand the cold." The girl accompanying him frowned and said according to the granddaughter, she seemed to have accepted a mission. Another person whispered it might be related to the Great Mountain King. Perhaps she was following a mission route. The leader immediately objected it was impossible. She could not go seek that monster on her own. At that moment the old man suddenly cried out. The leader asked whether he had remembered something. Old man slowly nodded and said that girl had eaten a lot of stored provisions. She also hunted wild beasts and left them behind as repayment. He had never processed that meat. On the other side, the old man's young granddaughter was signaling to the scouting team. That person reported the granddaughter said the Great Mountain King possessed the Shadow King item, but its meaning was unclear. The leader frowned upon hearing this, his expression turning grim. Shadow King had 2 stars. This information was not in the system. If she was truly heading to the Great Mountain King, tracking her would be extremely dangerous, almost a suicide mission. He decided to return and report this situation to Sung Woo. In another place in a city, the city had just experienced battle, streets filled with monster corpses and ruins. A teenager in military uniform sighed, jealous of the World Tree District. The other area was developing strongly, while theirs remained the same, even though this place had once changed. As he finished speaking, he saw 2 people approaching. A friendly girl spoke up, saying they only wanted to ask for directions. The teenager immediately panicked. In this world, strangers always made him wary. A man jumped out of the vehicle and asked Sung Tai what was wrong. Sung Tai remembered his group had 26 people, so he calmed down and said they seemed to be lost. Someone did not believe it and said getting lost in this world was unlikely, suggesting to seek support forces. The girl approached and asked whether this was the road to Sugun. Sung Tai frowned. The sign was already clearly written. He pointed irritably at the sign, saying she could not see it, or she could not read. The girl still smiled and repeated the question about the direction. Sung Tai grew more angry, grinding his teeth and saying do not repeat the question again or she would regret it. At this moment the girl suddenly revealed a frightening smile. She said calmly she did not need the sign because she could not read. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold voice sounded behind them. A report came that it was dealt with. Sung Tai turned back in shock, seeing his teammates had been taken down. The girl laughed sinisterly, turning the surrounding area into a death zone, leaving behind the unfortunate. Sung Tai knelt in fear, begging for mercy, and said he would lead the way to Suwon. The other person coldly said what they needed was not a guide. Sung Tai trembled. She coldly laughed, saying they only needed to access the phone to obtain information from the Korean server. She turned away and mocked that he was lucky to still be alive. Not everyone who met the #1 team survived. She said even if it was not him, they would find someone else. Sung Tai did not dare resist, only nodded. He hesitantly asked who they were, not like people from this area. The girl coldly replied that they were teachers who came to teach this server a lesson, then demanded to be led to the summoner. Another area at Seoho Park. In the 3rd floor dungeon of the restricted zone, monster corpses were scattered everywhere. An underground world boss roared violently ahead. Leader used a shield to block and ordered its legs to be frozen to prevent approach. Li Jiangsu behind immediately commanded the Air Force to concentrate fire on the target's legs. First team prepared to freeze again. Alternating attacks help solve skill and magic cooldown problems. This is the most effective strategy when facing monster bosses. Though these bosses are not easy to defeat, it was now pulling out something. Very quickly after, a handheld slingshot appeared in its hand. Immediately, it aggressively fired stones toward the group ahead. Leader hurriedly shouted to use defensive magic. A magical shield quickly formed and blocked the monster's attack. Jiangsu smiled in satisfaction, praising the team for being well trained in defensive magic for situations like this. They could even withstand 1 or 2 strikes from the lightning god's mace. Immediately after, the entire group rushed forward to attack the monster. Hanho stood outside frowning and muttered that these so-called fake bosses appear too often nowadays, but are actually just knockoffs. While the boy was still speaking, the monster had already been defeated. The crowd immediately cheered in celebration. They had finally defeated it and gained a level up. Seeing their reaction, Sung Woo could not help but laugh. As rank and confidence increased, it would make the Tree World faction stronger each day. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted to look over there. There was something on the wall. Sung Woo followed the pointing direction and saw a closed gate. Jiangsu frowned and said this was the second time they had encountered something like this. The dungeon seemed to leave no clues. This might be a hidden reward only unlockable by personal skill. Sung Woo looked behind. No one here had that ability. Ion Sik was a super thief but was still in training. However, Sung Woo only smiled mysteriously and said he had found a way. Saying that, he quickly took out the master key he had. Without hesitation, he inserted it into the lock of the door. Immediately, the door slowly opened. Seeing what was inside, Sung Woo could not help but feel amazed at the overwhelming beauty. He did not expect thieves to have collected these things. Even Hanho could not help but speak up. This thief truly had strange hobbies. He understood their uses and collected them all. Before them was not only a sea of gold but also a divine war chariot. Sung Woo observed for a moment and said it did not resemble weapons from history. At the same time, it seemed to contain magic power. Li Jiangsu happily said they had a good weapon for the upcoming war. It can fire 40 consecutive shots, cause strong explosions, and has no cost for producing ammunition. This is something that could help the third faction dominate the world. Hanho excitedly said it was very suitable for their city. However, a problem appeared. Sung Woo tried to move it, but could not. He gritted his teeth and said it was too heavy. Li Jiangsu sighed helplessly. Everyone was exhausted. Bringing it back would be difficult. Sung Woo saw that everyone was still hesitating. He calmly took out a huge safe and said this was the moment to use it. He quickly placed the Arahatan war chariot inside. In an instant, the massive war chariot disappeared. Sung Woo could not help but marvel and said it was amazing. Thinking back, if the game was designed like this, why not give each person a private storage space? After dealing with the war chariot, Sung Woo continued saying to look at other items. The father and son Hanho were still continuously collecting gold. After a while, Hanho found a wooden staff. The boy frowned and muttered, "What is this? It looks like a mage staff." His father observed it and guessed it might be a magic staff. The boy still asked again in doubt. He slowly explained it to him. These things were placed beside the wall. His guess was not wrong. This was a lucky staff with quite a special function. Sung Woo laughed and said it was like a production item, then nodded saying it was good but not necessarily something everyone in the city would like. On another side, other players were also collecting many items. Sung Woo let them continue gathering for a while longer. Then he said that over the past few days they had harvested a lot, so it was time to return to the base. At the second base of the Tree World faction, Sung Woo's group quickly returned to their residence. They placed the lucky staff in a corner of the town. It increased production and technology efficiency by 10%, and success rate also increased similarly. The workers complained that now they would have to work even in their sleep. They should have destroyed it on the way back. On another side, Li Jiangsu was happy seeing the amount of medicinal herbs increase since the item was placed there. Sung Woo looked around and suspiciously asked whether the herb gathering group had not returned, wondering if they had deserted. Saying this, he felt a little embarrassed, admitting he had pressured them too much. Hanho heard this and snorted coldly. He smiled awkwardly and waved his hand saying everyone would take a half-day rest. However, it was not a complete rest, because afterwards they would carry out a more difficult dungeon raid, but everyone still looked happy because they had time to rest. Sung Woo frowned and looked at them and said he would deploy the full surveillance team, since this was the weakest point of the border. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanho's father cried bitterly, while Hao mocked and said that he himself had once claimed that ability could observe everywhere. At night, Suantown sank into darkness. In the distance, a person was using binoculars to observe the town. The light from the world tree helped him clearly identify the target. His target was Sung Woo. Immediately after, multiple figures hiding in the darkness began to appear. Black Knight assassin outfit swept across the night sky. A moment later, the group landed on the rooftop of the building. The leader looked toward the distant light and asked if it was the world tree, which could create a barrier and limit the range of activity. The observer raised binoculars again to check, then said they seemed to be temporarily resting. The leader immediately suggested waiting until he left the barrier before moving in to strike and kill him. He then ordered continued surveillance until the target appeared. Immediately, a group of ninjas hidden in the shadows began ambushing their prey. The next morning at the parking lot, Sung Woo had people get into the pickup truck, preparing to leave the town. Lei Jiangsu stood nearby and reported that the large-scale dungeon this time was located within a university campus. According to the results collected from scouts, there was also the presence of many others with the same objective and other groups at the scene. The boss monster was identified as a rare spirit-type entity. Sung Woo frowned upon hearing this and asked if they were spirit worship cultists. He also suggested they could train defense in advance, including physical, magic, and elemental aspects. And who interjected that perhaps he was the only one who used dungeon conquest as training. At that moment, Arahatan San Yu stepped forward and reported that the vanguard team had already set off. Lei Jiangsu worriedly reminded Han Ho that although the place was close, they should still be careful of the outer barrier. Han Ho lightly nodded and said to rest assured if anything happened. "I will immediately pray." Lei Jiangsu frowned upon hearing this with a doubtful expression. The young man lightly smiled and said there was still a way anyway it was time to depart. Lei Jiangsu watched Han Ho's vehicle, a sense of unease rising in his heart as he muttered whether he would be okay. Sung Woo remained calm and reassured him that Han Ho was stronger than he thought and would be fine. At the moment the pickup truck left the town, the ninja group outside had already discovered it. A cold voice said the target had started moving and was heading east along the planned route. He immediately ordered Team 3 to track the target. If there was a summoner, then act, otherwise switch to Plan B. Immediately after, the ninjas rushed after the vehicle. They quickly moved across the high-rise buildings to catch up with the truck. At the intersection, the truck suddenly slowed down. The ninjas also immediately reduced their speed accordingly. At this moment, a man in a blue cloak suddenly startled. Another person asked what was happening. The man scanned the surroundings and asked if they could sense the presence of a third person. This made the other immediately frown. He detected nothing and asked if he was sure. The other frowned and said he could not sense anything, and it did not resemble any beast tracking trace either. The man looked annoyed and said they still had two Yabusa behind them constantly monitoring from a distance. He asked what the other was worried about when they were always being observed and warned like hawks. He continued asking who exactly was following them. The other hesitated, about to speak further, but he lost patience and cut him off, coldly warning him not to underestimate teammates and to stay silent and observe. At this moment, the team leader fell into deep thought. A moment later, he asked if they could contact the Yabusa group. The subordinate was startled upon hearing this and asked if contact was really necessary. He nodded and said there had been no report for 2 minutes, and they could not be contacted. The subordinate immediately panicked and said that was impossible. The team leader ordered Naive to move to point F to check the Yabusa perimeter and report back. At the same time, he warned that even if there was trouble, they must not act and must avoid letting the target notice. Naive frowned and asked if they should proceed with Plan B. The team leader nodded, confirming they would eliminate the vanguard team, infiltrate, and assassinate the summoner. He believed that if they gave the opponent more time, they would only grow stronger, so they needed an early opportunity to approach. No matter how strong the opponent was, they could still eliminate the target in a single strike. They were a unit created by Okada Akira to assassinate targets with overwhelming power, specializing in eliminating entities known as enro within Japanese territory. The team leader declared that failure was not allowed and ordered immediate departure. Immediately after, the entire group rushed toward the truck convoy. Those people below had no idea at all. The team leader was certain this would be their final moment. However, at that moment a loud explosion rang out, startling all the ninjas. The team leader's expression immediately turned ugly, suspecting an anti-aircraft weapon attack. Despite the shock, he still did not allow retreat. As they closed in below, Sung Woo noticed it in time and urgently shouted that enemies were landing. The team leader revealed a cold smile, thinking it was already too late. The smile instantly disappeared as blood splattered onto his face. When he turned back, he only saw streaks of sword light tearing through the wind, his subordinates collapsing one after another. He landed in panic and shouted in disbelief that this was not anti-aircraft weaponry but humans. As soon as he finished speaking, a slow step approached. It was Jisoo, holding two sharp cold swords in her hands. Seeing her, Han Ho joyfully called out that it was Sister Jisoo. The captain frowned in displeasure, not expecting the opponent to be a girl. It seemed Yabusa and his subordinates had all been taken down by her. Lion Minsu, who was part of the ninja operation, had also gone missing, meaning aside from them, everyone else was likely already dead. After thinking for a moment, he spoke coldly, saying he had heard of a samurai chosen to side with the summoner, not expecting such power. He introduced himself as Gato Toma, then pointed his sword at Jisoo. But she only slightly frowned at him and asked in a cold voice, "So what?" Toma immediately roared in anger, saying there were rules here at all. Where was the samurai etiquette before battle? Jisoo snorted coldly, glancing at him and mocking that he was taking the samurai role too seriously. Toma grew even angrier, grinding his teeth as he cursed that they only lost because of ninja ambushes. Appearing before him was her mistake. Jisoo said nothing more and stepped forward. Toma immediately understood it was a signal to attack, and they prepared to surround her from all sides. He arrogantly shouted as he charged, saying the arrogant woman who called them assassins should not expect a one-on-one fight. In his hands he not only held a sword, but also concealed many throwing blades. The sword was only bait. The real attack was his hidden throwing blades. In an instant, a barrage of throwing blades tore through the wind. All of them aimed straight at Jisoo. He believed she was already finished, and the blades were only a cover to finish her off. Immediately after, they all used instant stealth techniques. In an instant, 9 ninjas vanished from sight, making it impossible to know where the next attack would come from. Just as the sword strike came down, Jisoo also vanished. The ninjas cried out in shock, saying, "What happened? Where did she go?" Before they could react, movements rang out behind them, and one by one the ninjas fell. Not long after, the remaining ninjas were also cut down before they could understand what hit them. A moment later, Jisoo reappeared and delivered a decisive strike to finish the last ninja in front of her. Toma froze in disbelief, unable to accept it, wondering if this was the power of a sword saint or even beyond that realm. The surviving ninja trembled and asked the leader what they should do now. He gritted his teeth and replied that they could not resist. There was only one choice left. Jisoo seemed to sense their intent and coldly warned them not to think about escaping. She would spare no one. They did not listen and immediately climbed the wall to retreat. However, Jisoo did not give them any chance to escape. She rushed in and slashed continuously, each one falling in turn. At this moment, Jisoo was like a true death god on the battlefield. Her sword swung non-stop, all ninjas collapsing under her attacks. Only one last ninja managed to escape and jumped to the ground. He frowned and stared at her. He muttered that this was truly a massacre. He was about to surrender when Hanho struck his neck and knocked him unconscious. Hanho quickly ran over to support him, then looked at Jisoo and asked if she was Jisoo. The boy with red eyes worriedly said that where she had been all this time. He had been very worried. Even his senior had sent him to lead a search team for her. Jisoo calmly replied, "I arrived at Sugan a few hours ago, noticed suspicious activity and followed them here." She hesitated slightly, then asked if she would still be able to meet Sung-woo. Hanho nodded, saying he had contacted him and he would arrive soon. A moment later, Sung-woo riding a beast also arrived. He came in front of Jisoo and asked worriedly if she was alright. Jisoo sighed helplessly, saying a lot of things have been happening lately, Sung-woo. Then she recounted the entire incident to him. He frowned and asked if she took this mission after defeating a very strong monster. The mission she mentioned was a hidden quest related to the Great Mountain King. She explained that she met the Great Mountain King while wandering through the mountains. How should she put it? It was like an emoji even giving her a quest. Sung-woo fell into thought, a talking monster that gives quests, not just a boss but also like an NPC. After thinking, he asked what the exact mission was. Jisoo slowly said they wanted her to reclaim the sacred ginseng stolen by the Conquest Guild. Hanho frowned and mocked him, saying it was useless. Jisoo continued that the reward was the final item of the Dark King he was searching for, and it would help her awaken. Sung-woo smiled slightly, saying it was getting more interesting. Clients would like this. Saying that he took out a sphere, this was the inner core of Mount Tebek. Hanho looked at the stats panel and frowned, saying from the description it seemed to have no effect. Sung-woo felt a bit regretful but still handed it to Jisoo, telling her to take it. Besides items, they also help you awaken. In the past, only 4-star classes had this privilege, but everything has limits. Hanho looked at Jisoo and asked how she got here. This area was far from Mount Tebek. Jisoo smiled lightly and replied that the Great Mountain King helped her. He had an item that opens a teleport gate. Hearing that, Hanho immediately exclaimed in shock. He had already heard his senior's dangerous thoughts. Sung-woo thought for a moment, then said, "If he has forced me to this extent, the sacred ginseng must be extremely important to him. The issue is the purpose is still unclear, but since the reward is needed, I will accept it." Jisoo spoke with the two of them for quite a while, then said, "I think I have to go. I have also received an item to return." Sung-woo frowned and reminded her, "Be careful, do not trust them too much. No matter how nice they sound, they are only monsters." Jisoo gently nodded and replied, "I will remember your words." Then she pointed in one direction. Sung-woo followed her gaze and asked, "Are you referring to the prisoner who surrendered in silence?" Jisoo narrowed her eyes at him for a long time. Then she spoke, "He is very dangerous. It is best to eliminate him." As soon as she finished speaking, she said she had to leave and immediately vanished, leaving Sung-woo standing there quietly watching her fading figure. Hanho muttered in doubt, killing a surrendered prisoner that does not feel like Jisoo at all. Sung-woo thought for a moment, then said, "Leave the prisoner aside. I need to see the memories from these corpses. You will find the one behind sending them and make him pay, not allowing anyone to have such arrogant intention." In front of the central mall entrance, Sung Woo looked at the scene and thought, is this the central hall? He observed carefully and concluded there are many ninjas here. The number is double what Jisoo had defeated. There may be even more elsewhere. Toma looked at the warriors and said, Team 1 will move east and head straight to Shugun. Team 2 will carry out missions in the designated area. Everyone looked extremely excited. He roared, the target is the Hunter Guild building at Ga Triongnan Station. We will execute Plan A, wipe out the area and gather at Sung Woo's position. Toma ordered, no need for a specific target, just clear everything so they cannot rebuild the base. He spoke in a cold voice, eliminating traitors as the client's request. Sung Woo realized something. There was someone simultaneously targeting him and the guild. A name immediately appeared in his mind. He froze, so the memory ends here. A flash of light appeared, another piece of memory emerged. Sung Woo was walking among the Ling Kingdom army. Hanho pulled a face and complained, every time Senior does that he looks cool but acts like a frozen machine. Sung Woo replied, that skill is only used when absolute safety is ensured. Sung Woo's eyes lit up, then he struck Hanho on the head. If the opponent is an enemy, the blood seal will activate automatically. Do not mess around. Hanho held his head and cried out, it hurts, my head feels like it is going to split. Sung Woo looked at him and smiled awkwardly. So did you obtain any special information? He replied with a smile, yes. But there is only one thing that needs immediate handling. And that person, Sung Woo added, can be dealt with the way Jisoo mentioned. Sung Woo replied coldly, no, just keep monitoring for now. At the base, Toma's ninja team had already begun action. They reported that the rooftop guards had been dealt with. Kang Huk laughed excitedly. Good, according to the extracted intel, the main base is right under this apartment area. Right beneath us, if the guards are eliminated, the entire system will collapse quickly. He assigned tasks. We will infiltrate through the ventilation ducts, break the upper floor security system, move fast and clean, do not let anyone escape. The ninja team immediately executed the plan. They quickly took down the guards, then broke into the meeting room and rushed inside. Kang Huk looked at everyone and smiled coldly. Greetings, members of the Hunter Guild. The meeting leader shouted, stop, Yamato Guild ninjas. This is a secret meeting with the Evolution Guild. Kang Huk said calmly, I heard you are investigating behind our client. Seems not bad. The meeting leader replied, yes, he was once our client and obtained information through our Japan server. But the ninjas did not listen further and immediately attacked. Kang Huk said coldly, enough, we did not come here to negotiate. They drew their swords and declared, ninjas exist only to eliminate targets. He smiled and said, you are still alive only because of that information. After killing the soul summoner, everything will continue. The man immediately burst out laughing. Kang Huk asked in confusion what he was laughing at. The meeting leader slammed the table and stood up. You want to kill the soul summoner? He affirmed it is impossible. The moment the quest appeared, I knew he is the only one who can resolve the core of the game. The system's hostility is the clearest proof. He cannot possibly be killed by those assassins. Kang Huk muttered, impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed the sword hard into the table. He was furious at their ignorance, truly thinking they are the center of everything, frogs at the bottom of a well. He looked at the meeting leader and said, the world is very vast. Only when you step outside do you realize how small you are. Kang Huk waved his hand and ordered, no useful information obtained, eliminate them all. Suddenly a report came in, Captain. Something is approaching. A monster immediately rushed in and bit through the reinforced door. Sequentially peeled apart each brick, each stone, and carried them outside. The ninjas shouted in panic, what is this? Never seen before. The leader of the meeting spoke, but Kang Huk immediately became furious and growled, how dare you laugh? He rushed toward the leader of the meeting. At least he had to complete the mission. Immediately his sword strike was blocked by the scythe. Kang Huk was forced to retreat, wondering since when the opponent had become like this. The system suddenly announced that all body stats were weakened due to mysterious energy. All attributes decreased by 4 points. He frowned in confusion. What is happening? The ninjas panicked. Why did stats decrease? What is this mysterious energy? Sung Woo coldly looked at them. Do you not know what divine power is? Truly frogs at the bottom of a well. After speaking, he turned to the leader of the meeting. Sung Woo asked if his request had been fully completed. The man replied in confusion that it was not finished yet. He coldly added he needed more information about the Japan server. He wondered what the Japan server was. Sung Woo explained it would be the next hunting ground. Kang Huk angrily shouted, you arrogant bastard, daring to look down on us. But his body trembled under the pressure. Kang Huk was suppressed by the terrifying energy in front of him. He did not have the courage to move, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. The leader of the meeting cut off his thoughts. The Japan server information we understand, sir. Sung Woo raised his hand, casting a spell as if probing the minds of these people. The ninjas panicked and told themselves to act immediately. A few seconds later, they were quickly eliminated. Faint cries for help echoed. The leader of the meeting looked at the scene with satisfaction. Sung Woo used a memory technique but quickly became disappointed. He did not obtain any memories, their levels were too low, so there was no important information. Sung Woo scratched his head and asked how much longer it would take. The leader replied only a little time was needed. In front of him, tea and snacks had been prepared. The leader reported that the main base of the Evolution Guild had been surrounded, so the plan was nearly nullified, and the pursuit team had also been eliminated. Sung Woo thought that the group had probably been discovered and completely lost contact. The man continued reporting while looking at Sung Woo with a strange gaze, making him uncomfortable as if being idolized. Sung Woo asked if the Japan server was planning to attack him. The man confirmed it was correct. He added that in reality the plan was much larger. The leader explained that after the world mission in Kyushu, the Yamato Guild movements became even clearer. It seemed they were forming a unified Kyushu army to invade Korea. It was called the Korea Invasion Plan. Sung Woo sat with his legs crossed thinking, unable to believe the attack plan was so large. He looked at the system board displaying the world mission, involving hostile factions and targets to hunt or protect. Rewards changed according to choice. Hunter faction received 5 million gold each. Killing leader KD-157 gave 500 million gold, while protection had no budget. The mission content revolved around faction conflict and choosing resistance or obedience, and would change depending on progress. Sung Woo looked at the system board and realized the protection option was nearly meaningless since there was no reward. Not only targeting him but also planning to attack the entire server, Sung Woo asked about the Hojiang Guild chairman. He immediately provided the information he knew, mostly rumors from Kyushu and low-level sources. There were signs of a large army moving toward Busan. Sung Woo narrowed his eyes and asked about the scale. The man hesitated in response. According to estimates, they could mobilize about 4,000 troops. Including reserve forces, the number could reach 6,000. Sung Woo was slightly shaken by the scale of 6,000 troops, far beyond initial expectations. The man further explained that the Yamato Guild took over Kyushu through coercion and assassinating those who refused to obey. Sung Woo realized the enemy forces might have suffered few losses, which was a notable point. The man smiled, thinking this strength could also become a weakness. Because of the lack of direct combat, they might lack experience in single combat. He recalled past war. Japanese forces once terrified opponents thanks to Sengoku-era battle experience. Sung Woo listened to the analysis and considered this a rather optimistic viewpoint. He thought even 4,000 or 6,000 troops were not a major issue compared to forces he had faced before. Sung Woo summarized that the core issue was still the number of players in the Japan server. He quickly grasped the information, since this world had become a game. In large-scale warfare, rank and equipment mattered more than numbers. Even Jisoo, who could face hundreds of enemies, could be displaced by special items. Sung Woo realized that instead of direct combat, dungeon raids would allow faster leveling. He remained calm and requested continued information gathering as there were still many unknown possibilities. Sung Woo added another issue that made the Hwajiang Guild president quite curious. He slowly continued, whether it is an item or a means of transport, find the fastest way to reach Busan. Sung Woo was extremely determined in his heart. If Hangang Seok and the Great Mountain King could do it, then there must be a way. After giving his instructions, Sung Woo immediately turned and left, saying this would allow them to respond quickly if anything happened. The guild president then stammered, asking about the payment. He looked at him with a cold, sharp gaze. Saving your life is already enough payment, and you still want money. The Hwajiang Guild president flinched and quickly replied, of course. After that, Sung Woo rode the dragon bone and flew away. The guild members looked up, watching his figure fade into the sky. The Hwajiang Guild president was still immersed in that moment. At the World Tree, where power was continuously erupting violently, Hanho could not believe that Japan was preparing to invade Busan. Sung Woo relayed the information he had gathered, mainly from the Kyushu faction, not the entire Japan server, but still wanted to warn Busan about the invasion plan despite the risk. The boy immediately laughed proudly, saying he could secretly post a comment on an old Hwajiang Guild post in Busan. Hearing that plan, Sung Woo slightly curled his lips. This kid really always comes up with fast solutions. Hanho's fingers kept tapping on the screen and finished it. In a moment, a long comment was drafted, claiming to be Hanho, a member of the World Tree faction, warning the Hwajiang Guild about abnormal movements from the Japan server and urging vigilance. Immediately, the boy's phone showed a notification of a new reply. The Hwajiang Information Room replied, thanking for the warning, saying they were monitoring Japan and had prepared coastal artillery, and firmly stated they would not submit. Hanho looked at the message and muttered, their attitude is quite cold, especially the last sentence, which confused him. Lai Jiangsu calmly explained that they were only maintaining a neutral stance, but misunderstandings were unavoidable. Hanho angrily turned off the phone, saying he had already warned them. Sung Woo could only sigh, hoping they would stay alert. Jiangsu crossed his arms and looked at the map, asking if that was enough. Hanho immediately objected, it is definitely not enough. There are still many ways to bypass the defense. Sung Woo patted the boy's head, telling him not to worry too much, just prepare in his own way. In his mind, he thought, as expected, a new plan was needed to secure victory. At sea, cargo ships were silently moving through the night. On the ships was the newly formed Ninja Unit 3. Okada's eyes were bloodshot as he ordered the entire team to begin the attack on Busan. No more failures were allowed. The ninjas jumped onto kite-shaped flying devices and surged forward. The system displayed enhancement effects for ninja items, supporting infiltration and stealth. The ninja team silently flew through the night sky one by one. Before them were the defensive lights along the city walls. Synchronization skill allowed them to communicate remotely through thought. The ninjas reported that they had approached the coastline. The defensive artillery system was heavily fortified. They continued transmitting. The enemy had invested a huge amount of gold into defenses, but fortunately had not detected them. The entire team received orders to land at a nearby mountain to reduce altitude. The ninjas quickly approached the ground at extreme speed. The landing area was open, making it very suitable for deployment. The team leader asked the map observer about the activation time of the special gate. The magic formation kept glowing continuously. It needed at least 12 hours to fully charge. The team leader imagined the scene of the gate fully activated. The two-way gate only exists for 10 minutes, but is enough to allow a large invading force. After hearing the report, he moved to a higher position to observe. He assumed the Evolution Guild of the Korean server would support the plan and use poison gas to attack Busan. His eyes turned vicious as he ordered a full-scale assault within 12 hours. Completely wipe out the World Tree faction. Masked figures stood among the high-rise buildings. They gently removed the cover of a large device. Outside, the World Tree remained peaceful as if nothing had happened. Sung-woo and the others observed the automatic weapon system. He thought that if war broke out in Busan, they would need a faster way to transport weapons. Sung-woo looked at the preparing team. Although storage space was limited, the number of siege weapons would continue to increase. Someone asked Sung-woo about the massive immortal creature, the skeletal wyvern. That person excitedly said they could install fixed crossbows to increase firepower. Sung-woo was also surprised by that bold idea. In his mind, tactical images gradually formed. Then he came up with his own plan. They could use a strategy of rain-like volleys of arrows and missiles from the sky onto the battlefield. Manhwa got excited, saying that would be total destruction, and even suggested using the lightning god's mace, which made Sung-woo slightly uncomfortable due to the excessive creativity. The system also displayed the boy's idea of undead fusion. Manhwa was extremely excited and wanted to try upgrading the summoning transformation. It seemed everyone shared the same idea. Sung-woo trembled with excitement, feeling as if he was in heaven, while Manhwa kept urging to start immediately. In one corner of the area, there were many shields covered in layered scratches. Inside a reinforced and heavily guarded doorway. Inside was a group of people bound in iron chains. They looked outside when there were no guards. While chaos reigned outside, Ijin panicked at the thought of an impending battle. He closed his eyes, then angrily objected. Did they think they could just ignore the captured members of the disbanded guild? We are also capable individuals and a threat to the soul summoner. At that moment, they heard Suzuki Zen's voice from outside, reporting that the area was in chaos and preparing to enter battle. Chains binding their bodies made strange sounds, while the area still had no guards. Eugene was shocked to see the chain segments broken. He asked, "What are you doing?" A strange light radiated from Suzuki Zen. He rubbed his wrist and said, "This is the time to escape." The door opened. Outside were guards who had already been taken down. A soldier suddenly launched a powerful attack from the enemy side. Kate and Ijin were both shocked by Suzuki Zen's strength. Even though it was a sneak attack, taking down the guards so easily was unbelievable. Suzuki Zen pointed forward and asked, "Is the armory in this direction?" Eugene startled and replied yes. He recalled being dragged by Manhwa with chains. Since he had been pulled around everywhere by him before, he was certain of the location. He thought the other party might be trying to lure him, but he did not believe it. Suzuki Zen's eyes, a red glow appeared. He asked if they planned to take revenge on the organization after leaving here. Kate sighed, revenge. She recalled the guild leader's face and said she was not close enough to the guild to seek revenge against the soul summoner. Guild members were all rude, and the guild leader always believed he was right. Eugene behind her objected that the guild leader had saved their lives, even if he had done both good and bad things, making Kate fall silent. The outside air remained cold, as if sighing at this world where they often met people like this. Eugene looked at Suzuki Zen and asked, "What kind of person is the one you serve? Is he like this?" Suzuki Zen replied that the person he served was not like that, but he turned back to look at the two and said, "People like that are the worst type for him." Around them were guards who had already been taken down, lying scattered. They continued moving. Ijin confirmed this was indeed the armory, a place storing weapons of the captured people. Kate excitedly demanded to take back the hero bow, but Suzuki Zen refused and said he would search for the sword first. When they entered the armory, they saw Sung Woo's group already waiting inside. Kate panicked and asked how they knew and got in here. At that moment, Ijin ran toward Manhwa, answering all questions. The boy smiled mischievously and said it was Ijin who told him. Kate angrily pointed at him and called him a traitor. She accused him of pretending to be innocent while secretly betraying them. Eugene coldly said educated people should not rush into meaningless danger. These words made Kate even angrier, while Suzuki Zen mocked that she should think properly, not blame others or resent herself, then mentioned their relationship. Manhwa happily scratched Ijin's head praising him, while Sung Woo stood beside them stunned because everything had happened too quickly. Sung Woo looked at Suzuki Zen. When his name was called, he startled and asked how he knew his name. Sung Woo searched inside his coat and asked if he was looking for this sword. He pulled out a sword with a red cloth stain on its body. Suzuki-zen stared intently at the sword. Sung Woo threw the sword toward him and told him to take it. Receiving the sword, Suzuki-zen looked surprised. The boy asked what he was doing, senior. Eugene praised it as gentlemanly behavior. Sung Woo seriously replied that he did not want to be seen as a coward and had returned the weapon. Sung Woo ordered Rai to kill him. Suzuki-zen immediately blocked Rai's attack. Hanho still did not understand, thinking that after returning the weapon, there was no reason to kill anymore. The system displayed shifted information. Suzuki-zen lightly evaded the attacks. Even Rai was pushed back. Suzuki-zen skillfully controlled the sword. His techniques forced the opponent to keep dodging. Sharp blade swept across the ground, making a piercing sound. Hanho could not believe it. The weapon was too strong. Suzuki-zen was gaining the upper hand over Rai. Sung Woo observed and realized the weapon was not special at all. He immediately saw the key point. That sword was not a special item, just an ordinary Japanese sword. Hanho recalled how Japanese people infused energy into swords, while Rai was using a boss monster weapon structured by Sung Woo. He could not believe that Rai was gradually losing advantage. Even so, Suzuki-zen was still dominating the battle. If this were just an ordinary Japanese sword, it would have already cracked and shattered from those intense collisions. Sung Woo observed Suzuki-zen's sharp sword techniques, realizing he did not block attacks directly, but used angles and force to neutralize the impact. At this moment, Rai had been knocked backward, proving his swordsmanship was completely different. Hanho gritted his teeth in fear. This was his peak technique. Sung Woo signaled Rai enough stop. He continued summoning more disciples. Suzuki-zen was extremely shocked by the sudden appearance of this force. He slowly lowered his sword to the ground. Surrounded by multiple disciples, Suzuki-zen gave a forced smile and said, "I surrender." Etsu was also restrained. In despair she muttered, "Killing like this is truly cowardly." Sung Woo replied indifferently, "I never said I would fight you one-on-one. This is my ability." The dragon bone hand rested on Suzuki-zen's head while he listened. "From the beginning I had no intention of killing you." Sung Woo looked toward Hanho and ordered him to finish off the remaining enemies. "Jisoo has set an example. You should do the same." Hanho nervously pointed at Suzuki-zen. Sung Woo reassured him there was no need to worry about his safety. Guards knocked down on the ground slowly regained consciousness. Sung Woo said he had not killed anyone. The guards were only knocked unconscious. Suzuki-zen was shocked upon hearing this. Spirit summoner. He stared at Sung Woo, wondering who he really was and what he knew about him. Hanho was still questioning what he saw from ninja corpses and demanded he take responsibility if anything went wrong. Outside, the world tree remained as calm as usual, but monsters continued appearing everywhere around it. They roared violently without stopping. Suddenly a sound echoed. Wyvern Mk2 began flight testing. A group of weaponized wyverns flew across the sky at an altitude of 900 meters, locking onto targets. When the firing command was given, the creatures below panicked as if facing death itself. Some tried to resist in fear, but were quickly suppressed. Immediately after, they were shot down by wyvern firepower. Everyone below cheered excitedly at the sight. Were satisfied with the results. Although there were still some issues, they would continue improving and researching enhancements for the giant creatures. One wyvern even bit the gun barrel while they considered abandoning further integration of the Thunder God staff. Sung Woo pushed up his glasses, looking slightly tired, too cumbersome. Sung Woo clasped his hands as if pleading, "Sergeant, is there really no other way? Please stop this." Suzuki-zen and the others were once again stunned by this power. He looked at Sung Woo and felt that the world tree was extremely strong. He panicked because the real power was far beyond the information. Although the forces were small, their logistics and coordination made them not easy to defeat. Sung Woo handed the remaining matters over to others to handle. At that moment, the system displayed an emergency notification that the Korea-Japan war event had begun. Hanho panicked. Why did such an emergency event suddenly appear? System mission, Korea-Japan war. War type objective is victory. Rewards will be announced later. The two servers have long been in conflict, and the escalation continues. Special rule. Representatives of both servers may alternately choose battle formats. Depending on the choice, they may assist or switch sides. The entire battle will be broadcast live globally on the official channel. Sung Woo asked Hanho if he had checked the Busan community. The boy was flustered, thinking everything had already been handled. Hanho panicked. It seems there is a terrorist attack on the Huajiang Guild. Yongdongpo area was also attacked similarly. They were forced to retreat to rear bases. Chaos was spreading widely. Hanho angrily said the Huajiang Guild was confident they could handle it, but clearly something had happened. Sung Woo confirmed it was an attack by the Evolution Guild in Yamato. The Huajiang Guild was forced to withdraw from its base due to having no other choice. Hanho was surprised that this was called a Korea-Japan war, but in reality it was only a regional conflict while the system was amplifying the event. Sung Woo said seriously that this was an unavoidable trap, and the creator entity was behind the escalation of the war. The phone displayed a global live broadcast of the Korea-Japan battle. The system required selecting combat modes among various options. The Japanese commander smiled upon seeing the system notification. Japan server chose a one-on-one battle format. The system confirmed both sides selected one-on-one. Each side would send a representative warrior. Violators would be punished. The winner would receive rewards. Sung Woo observed his group checking information on their phones. He confirmed the one-on-one mode. Han Ho was shocked, while Kim speculated that Hua Jiang wanted to turn the situation around. Sung Woo became serious, judging that Yamato was very confident in their strength. The system announced that Japan's representative was Yamato, while Korea had not yet selected a warrior. Sung Woo thought about Okada Akira and the plan behind this event. Man appeared declaring himself Okada Akira, the leader of Yamato. He arrogantly said he did not care about the weak, only targeting the Soul Summoner and the World Tree faction. He challenged the Soul Summoner to protect the Korean server, drawing his sword to show his intent to fight. He looked down on those defeated beneath his feet with contempt. The system continued announcing that the Korea-Japan battle was being live-streamed globally with over 13 million viewers. Everywhere, people were watching the screens tracking the progression of the battle. Continuous notifications rang out, confirming a 1v1 battle between the strongest Japanese warrior from the Yamato team and Jiang Heinmin of Korea. Both must arrive at the designated location within 1 hour. All other forms of combat are forbidden. Violations will be executed immediately. At this moment, both the Japanese and Korean warriors were fully prepared to deploy. Sung Woo watched live on his phone and asked in doubt about Jiang Heinmin. Han Ho said that the Ho Jiang guild leader had personally entered the battle. Sung Woo watched the upcoming fight with tension, thinking that Heinmin was ranked 9 on the Korean server and had once participated in defeating a level 5 boss. Although he once built the strongest force in southern Korea, he was now pushed into a dangerous situation. Sung Woo was worried because the opponent was the Japanese cult leader, someone who had defeated countless experts. Before the match, Heinmin could not hide his tension, grinding his teeth tightly. At this moment, the sky had already turned toward evening. The two faced each other with large forces of both sides behind them. Okada lightly brushed his sword across his face, showing arrogance. Heinmin pointed his sword at the opponent and declared himself the Ho Jiang guild leader, and that he would avenge the guild's destruction.
Okada asked whether he was the #1 ranked leader on the Korean server.
Heinmin frowned in confusion upon hearing the question. The opponent did not care, saying he admired his effort in protecting the collapsing guild and would grant him a gentle death. He revealed a sly smile and immediately changed his words, saying his promise was a joke and he was not good at keeping promises. He also preferred to finish opponents slowly, making Heinmin grit his teeth in anger. The system announced the official start of the 1v1 battle. Heinmin had been waiting for this exact moment. He raised his sword and shouted, "Let's begin." He activated skills, defensive armor, enhanced physical strength, and holy arts. Behind him, everyone was excited seeing him use all buffs from the start, believing this was a winning strategy. Okada still mocked calmly, asking if he was done or needed more time. Heinmin replied, "Not yet, only when he cuts down the opponent will it end." Okada sneered, saying it was just an unattainable illusion. Heinmin charged forward with a powerful sword strike. He shouted, "Finish him." The two clashed in direct combat. They continuously exchanged high-speed sword strikes. One strike nearly hit Heinmin, but he managed to dodge in time. The two swords collided, producing violent electric sparks. Heinmin pushed all his strength, trusting in his armor and will. He thought that landing just one hit would be enough, his eyes full of determination. But suddenly a strike aimed at his leg made him stagger. Members of the Ho Jiang guild panicked, worried as they saw the sword could pierce through armor. Continuous rapid strikes pressured Heinmin so much that he could not defend. Okada showed no mercy, delivering a heavy blow that splattered blood. He was surprised that the match ended too quickly, thinking it would last longer. He looked disappointed, calling it too boring. The system announced victory for the Japanese server, granting 30% attack power for 2 hours. Okada confidently declared that if the opponent was watching, they should remember this. He challenged that he would eliminate every single member of the opposing server one by one. The free battle phase was activated immediately after. Okada ordered a full assault. All troops behind him drew their swords, causing the crowd to panic and flee. Sung Woo and his team watched through the screen, all feeling anxious. Han Ho panicked and asked whether this was truly a high-level duel since it ended so quickly. The intelligence room reported an emergency. The liberation forces were preparing to attack Busan and invited Sung Woo to join. Sung Woo hesitated, thinking that with current defenses it would be hard to stop foreign attacks. He replied that he would go to Busan as invited, but was already calculating countermeasures and movement plans. A powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the entire city. Lai Jiangsu reported that a guest had come to see Sung Woo outside. The Ho Jiang guild leader arrived with a suitcase, saying he had completed the request Sung Woo gave. Sung Woo replied that he would depart immediately, thinking he finally had a ticket to Busan. The city gradually sank into darkness. In the meeting room, prosecutor Yun Dangpo demanded full mobilization against the international server pressuring the Korean server. The assistant suggested preparing forces to Busan to support defense together with the Ho-Jiang Guild if necessary. Sung Hun objected, saying they should not intervene because the opposing faction was not trustworthy either. He stated that they were enemies and should not be viewed only from a national perspective. He emphasized that this was a faction conflict and losses could not be taken lightly. Prosecutor Choi calmly replied that this was not the time to argue about that. He said this system had a major problem, as if it intended to destroy the Korean server. Upon hearing this, everyone in the meeting room was stunned. Another girl also agreed, saying that since the world mission appeared, the system had developed many problems. Assistant S continued, recently large-scale missions have triggered a surge of negative behavior both inside and outside the Great Korea server. To survive, we must protect the Great Korea server. Sung Hun spoke up helplessly, so what everyone means is that this cooperation is to protect the Great Korea server. Prosecutor Choi closed his eyes and repeated the requirement that if it is announced the evil faction in UZU has surrendered, then they will participate, and they must be released and properly compensated. He stood up decisively, demanding everyone cooperate to escape this dangerous situation. The entire room immediately responded in unison. Prosecutor Choi could not help but wonder why the system had pushed them into such a bleak situation, looking at the darkened city through the window with a contemplative expression, suspecting it was related to a third faction. The players were forced to cooperate regardless of faction. That was also his goal, but his eyes were still filled with calculation. During the battle, the system suddenly announced that a special faction mission had been activated. The system displayed a special faction mission, Seek Glory Amid Chaos, Assassination Type. Successful assassination targets grant ranking points. When the Korea-Japan War broke out, the Great Korea server fell into chaos. This is an opportunity to eliminate hollow individuals. Fight, execute the mission, violations will result point deductions, reward section cut. Prosecutor Choi continued thinking, even at this point the system was still issuing such missions. This mission did not help him achieve any of his goals. He recalled the past when Sung Woo once smashed the statue of the goddess. He had also said this was the outcome of players without direction. It could hardly be considered a good mission. Thinking of this, Long An was filled with anger and helplessness. Their reputation and status had now become chains binding themselves. The battle continued fiercely. Soldiers could not hide their extreme anxiety. Continuous explosions kept echoing without stopping. A witness in horror screamed that even the reinforced steel gate could not hold. They were being surrounded from behind. Soldiers in the room looked at the chaotic scene, holding their heads in panic, despairing as there was no way out left. A tired soldier said the guild leader was both the beginning and the end of the Ho-Jiang Guild. Because of witnessing that scene, their morale remained gloomy and collapsed. He remembered the moment guild leader Huin Min fell under the attacks of the holy sword Okada. The person beside him still did not give up, clenching his fist, trying to encourage others that it was not over yet. He shouted that they could choose a decisive battle to buy time and find a place to hide since other battles were forbidden. A desperate person asked whether they could escape. Another soldier retorted whether they wanted to all die here. Suddenly a huge explosion rang out, making everyone startled. An explosion spread thick smoke and dust everywhere. They judged that the defensive shield had been broken. Outside, a large force suddenly surged in. Enemy troops swarmed in like ants. Korean soldiers screamed in panic that the base was under attack. A soldier gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, so this is really the end." They discussed that they had done everything they could. The exhausted soldier was initially confused, then realized it was a live broadcast. He said the whole world was witnessing the destruction, his face filled with anger and helplessness. Others still disagreed, saying what could they do if they were weak. The other man replied helplessly that they could only accept it. A gaunt old man objected, saying he could not die under Japanese rules like this. Everyone helplessly asked what he intended to do, whether they should just wait for salvation from the sky. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared outside. Immediately after was a terrifying explosion. Flames and smoke rose, dyeing the sky red. Everyone asked in shock what was happening. Countless arrows appeared in the sky, raining down. Soldiers shouted and raised shields to defend. They panicked, not understanding what had just happened. A streak of light emitted from the arrows. Immediately after, an explosion erupted right in front of the soldiers. When the smoke cleared, many soldiers lay scattered on the ground, crying out in pain for help. Inside the room, the Korean side also asked in shock what had just happened. A blazing light behind the building drew attention. They screamed when they saw strange movement on the roof. They cheered that a divine weapon had appeared, while a vehicle loaded with missiles sped away. A heavy stomp from powerful feet slammed into the ground. Monsters appeared with ferocious expressions. But at this moment Anubis had already arrived in time. Members of the Hojine Guild cheered when they saw him appear. Immediately he unleashed a blue magical energy wave. Haidung stood proudly holding a sharp sword in his hand. At this point it was already late afternoon. A broadcast voice echoed on the official channel. The match was being live-streamed between the Korean and Japanese servers, with over 14 million viewers. Okada sat in front of the screen, smiling faintly with contempt, treating it as a meaningless war. System prediction: Japanese attacking side 64.8%, Korean defending side 34.2%. Sword Saint Okada leaned on his hand watching the screen, saying that even though it was not a betting event, the system still turned it into a gamble. He leaned back in his chair, thinking the large voting gap was proof that the Japanese Tata vehicle had secured a position on the world map, and their reaction was actually quite decent. In the live chat frame, the discussion was extremely lively. I just saw something unbelievable. This was not a movie or anime yet. I was witnessing the scale of samurai like this. Yes, I feel the same. Wipe them out. This martial nation is truly different. They may become future opponents, but right now it must be acknowledged that they are outstanding. I support you all. Continue displaying your strong forces. Okada was pleased reading those comments. He felt the chat channel was truly cheering for his side. Just as he was about to speak further, someone behind quickly stepped forward to apologize to the Sword Saint, saying they had failed against the Summoner and the Hunter Guild, then bowed deeply in remorse. But the Sword Saint was not angry at all. He raised his hand to stop him and said it was fine. After thinking carefully, this result was not bad. He slammed his hand on the ground, his voice full of anger. This was a festival for everyone, so it could not end blandly. It had to end with a grand finale. His face revealed a sinister look, ambition fully exposed. They would make the world know the Yamato Guild by taking the Summoner's head as a trophy. Then he suddenly remembered the assassination attempt on the Summoner had failed, meaning Suzuki Zen could be considered dead. The other person replied that he had been sent to block the retreat route, and while hesitating to strike he was killed by the Summoner. Okada stroked his chin and said he originally intended to kill him after the mission, but now it was better not having to deal with it personally. He had been dissatisfied with him since the previous hunting trip. Now he could be considered the final pawn of the Yamato Guild. At this moment, a guard panicked and reported that Sword Saint. There was a change on the battlefield. The Summoner had appeared. Hearing this, Okada showed no worry, only surprise and interest, then let out a cold laugh. Finally, he has arrived. On the battlefield, most soldiers were injured. Blood spread across the ground. Anubis appeared, silently assessing that despite guerrilla ambushes, the enemy was still numerous and highly motivated. They could not be underestimated. He needed to carefully reassess. Their equipment was top class. Clearly they specialized in monster hunting more than player combat. At that moment, another warning sounded. Toxic clouds were forming in the area. Anubis swung his sword into the sky, releasing a violent surge of energy. Rain began to fall from the sky. Crowd shouted warnings about the rain, urging everyone to put on raincoats immediately. Someone ordered that if undead appeared they must be dealt with immediately, since it was unknown when they might explode. In the chaos, a flock of bone dragons flew in. Everyone screamed in panic, raising shields and using ice magic to freeze their wings. Commander ordered full freezing. Maintain formation, absolutely do not split apart no matter what happens, his expression extremely tense. Anubis remained calm amid the chaos. He realized the opponent had studied him very thoroughly to track him down. Even so, he understood it would only last a few more minutes. The battle became increasingly intense as countless bone dragons kept diving down. The ground forces shouted in panic, summoning undead to block them as they were closing in quickly. Anubis fell silent, sensing the distance was gradually being stretched. The longer it dragged on, the greater the gap became. The clash grew more intense. He judged that if the opponents could not revive, they would suffer one-sided damage, so many chose to assassinate him. The guild continued attacking, using ice magic to freeze the bone dragons. The commander ordered them to be turned into stone even at high mana cost, preventing recovery. Suddenly a massive explosion sounded, causing panic as if it were an earthquake. A gigantic bone dragon crashed down, causing a violent shockwave. People on the ground screamed in panic. Someone judged he had chosen the wrong terrain. The area was too full of buildings for large creatures to move easily. Contrary to expectations, the bone dragon moved flexibly through the buildings. Everyone panicked and thought it was only circling, advising not to waste mana. Suddenly it got stuck at a junction. Everyone was suspicious. It had stopped moving. They panicked, thinking it was blocking the escape route, while bone dragons were preparing to dive from the sky. They grabbed rubble with their claws and threw it down, making the ground forces mistake it for an attack and immediately activate defense. Contrary to the chaos, Anubis calmly raised his sword, cast a spell, and shouted to create a golem. Immediately the stone blocks were crushed. At the same time, Necron Gun appeared and dove down at high speed. Everyone cheered. Necron Gun MK2 had appeared. A Yamato Guild mage saw the two Necrons approaching and thought, this was the summoning weapon of that necromancer from the Korean server. tightened his staff, thinking it looked powerful but was actually fake. The two Necrons accelerated straight toward them. He observed closely. The armor was rough and the structure was not technically standard. The design lacked balance between mobility and required structural complexity. The mages raised their staffs together, forming a magic circle and declaring that this cheap technology could not compare to real power. A blue magical shield covered the entire area. The two Necrons hit it and were instantly bounced back. They laughed mockingly, thinking the enemy only knew how to flee, and that these bulky, underpowered machines were fake. The two robotic entities exchanged signals, then simultaneously confirmed the start. Both simultaneously lowered their hands toward the ground, preparing to lift it. They raised the entire layer of earth and rock and acted in unison. Necrogen Stonewall appeared. The opposite side began to panic, wondering why they were destroying the road's surface. While everyone was still looking that way, toxic water had already risen to ankle level. Sung Woo observed and thought this was Busan, an area mostly located above sea level, surrounded entirely by mountainous terrain. The current strategy was to block the flow so rainwater could accumulate, but if the water rose too quickly it would become extremely dangerous. Younger Tree One spoke up, telling the younger sibling to quickly punish those low-level creatures who dared to insult them. Younger Tree replied briefly as brother. The two simultaneously focused their power and struck the stone wall with Necrogen Heavy Strike. The immense force made the stone wall surge upward like waves, engulfing some enemies, while the rest panicked and cried for help as the water was about to flood in. Outside, the warrior army ordered an immediate rescue of the vanguard that was in danger. Sung Woo in Anubis form stood on Wyvern's back, coldly saying they had done something they should not have done. He ordered Necrogen to destroy the entire barrier. The barrier shattered, and the system announced summon cancellation. Immediately, the entire area was submerged in a sea of water, the toxic current coiling into a massive tsunami. The entire golden armored army was drowned before they could react. The Wyvern riding mages tried to use ice magic to neutralize the rainwater, but if the water kept accumulating, they would not be able to hold it back. The Yamato group swam while taking antidotes, believing they could escape by relying on the player faction. Suddenly behind him a cold gaze appeared that made his spine stiffen, accompanied by sharp fangs. That was a mist fish from Sung Woo's summoned army, continuously attacking the players. Sung Woo landed and said that due to lack of experience, he could not stay calm, and the consequences were inevitable. Han-ho looked down and said the chaos was interesting. They should just clean up the battlefield. The system announced that free combat had ended. A next event selection was required, and the Korean server had three options: Total War, Capture, or Duel. Sung Woo looked up and asked if the time had already ended. The system further announced that the Korean defensive representative had been changed to KO 157. A Flycam drone flew over, slightly surprising him. On the screen appeared Okada along with a voice calling Sung Woo a necromancer. Okada looked with scheming eyes, smiling maliciously and saying there was only one correct choice: to follow his request. He stood in front of the camera and challenged Sung Woo to a duel. He pointed at the screen, demanding to display power before the entire world. Sung Woo asked back in doubt a duel. On the other side, Okada confirmed it was correct. Sung Woo looked on indifferently and asked what nonsense he was talking about. The system announced the Korean server selected Total War, battlefield limited to 1 minute. Every 10 minutes it will shrink and end after 60 minutes. Okada roared in anger, and Sung Woo immediately cut down the Flycam with a single slash. He stood in the shadows with his staff, and said only when the enemy cursed him could they prove their true strength. The battlefield was officially established across the entire Busan region. The announcement that the battlefield would shrink after 10 minutes continued to echo. Sung Woo's eyes turned cold and firm as he prepared for the next battle. At the headquarters of Liberation Forces, several people were on guard duty, and Seok held documents kicked open the door, complaining about the heavy war preparations and worrying about a sudden attack on Busan. He asked if everyone was watching the live stream of the Busan battle. On the screen appeared undead monsters, and he commented that the situation had turned into a horror battle movie. At the Busan battlefield, the undead army was attacking wildly, and Japanese players were screaming in panic. The system announced the battlefield would be submerged in 60 seconds, and all of Busan was gradually sinking below sea level. Sung Woo reported that he had wiped out enemy forces in the north and west. The remaining duration of the Anubis skill was only 14.5 minutes. Sung Woo looked over the battlefield with concern, realizing that facing a holy sword within a time limit was too difficult. He observed everything happening across the battlefield. Sung Woo admitted the opponent was truly a monster. He deployed many undead to block the path, but it only delayed them. All were crushed. Even if he acted personally, it would not make much difference, and if the opponent was on Jisu's level, he could be killed at any moment. Observing the holy sword slaughtering below, as expected, he was extremely dangerous. Han-ho asked if it was okay to ignore a boss like that. Sung Woo believed Okada would gradually tire from continuously dealing with undead if the battle dragged on. Suzuki Zen suddenly interrupted, saying it was a trap. A holy sword like him could not tire and would behead anyone who showed an opening. Hanho turned back in surprise and asked why he was cooperating. Zen smiled faintly and said, because anyone would obey if a sword was held to their neck. Sung Woo continued observing through the undead army and said the situation was clear. Most had already been dealt with except for small groups. He clenched his fist and confirmed that they had won. The system announced the Korean server victory in Total War, granting a glory buff that increased defense by 30% for 1 hour. The free battle will officially begin right now and will end in exactly 1 hour. Members of the Hojiang Guild stepped out only now, feeling relieved as they thought they had been too rude earlier, not expecting a necromancer to appear. The two discussed with each other that perhaps he was truly a good person, and whether they should join the World Tree faction. Now they only needed to take down that mad swordsman. He stood there angrily holding his sword, because Sung Woo had not been mind-controlled and still charged down. The man with the mustache dropped his phone in panic and shouted that it was not over yet, and told everyone to watch the livestream. On the distant screen near the bridge at sunset, warships glided across the waves heading rapidly toward Busan port, carrying troops and weapons. Everyone shared the same question: how many fleets were actually approaching? Sung Woo worriedly thought that the Anubis form could only last a few more minutes. The World Tree faction force was only around 30 people, but all of them were elite mages. Am narrowed his eyes and stepped forward as a representative, stating that he would follow the current commander's orders. The remaining people clenched their fists in excitement, believing that with the necromancer's strategy they had a chance to win and protect Busan. Sung Woo replied briefly and decisively, then pack up. The whole group froze immediately. He observed carefully and realized there was no other choice. They had to abandon Busan and retreat. Sung Woo thought that Hojiang was the largest guild in Busan. Even after defeat there were still about 1,000 survivors. The situation was extremely bad. He continued to worry because the abyss breath from the evolution faction was too strong. Many people had been poisoned, some treated, but others were still critical. As expected, if the area remained under their control, they needed to seek guild support and stretch the battlefield distance. He clenched his fist and said that after holding out for 24 hours and delaying time, they would use this event to launch a counterattack. Hanho realized that full-scale war and hostage-taking or duels would not give them any advantage. Everyone stood watching the city sink into a sea of flames, light blazing in the dark night. Okada and his army were advancing. If that sword could not be taken down, then the war would not end. Even using necromancy to control surrounding monsters to attack, Sung Woo still could not stop him. Manhwa quickly asked Suzuki Zen whether the abyssal demon sword had any weakness, but he had not finished speaking yet. Sung Woo immediately cut him off, saying that the sword would not keep its promise. Suzuki Zen smiled at him and asked whether he knew much about him. Suzuki Zen lowered his head, saying he had no other choice, recalling the past before autumn and all the missed chances. It all began on a certain day years ago in Kyushu, Japan, in a small dojo located in the center of Kyushu called Ito-ryu. Names like Iyu asking Ito-ryu were mentioned in the narration. Hokuzen Ito-ryu and Ito-soden Muto-ryu were only branch names with similarity, not directly related to the real dojo. A man stood speaking to a boy kneeling in front of him about the way of the sword, saying the sword is a weapon for killing, only a tool. He continued explaining that even as a tool, the value of the sword changes depending on the story it carries within Ito-ryu. Some swords were given by wives to husbands with the hope of returning safely. Some were passed from master to disciple for protection. There were also swords given to guardians, carrying expectations of glory and achievement. He closed his eyes and said that although they were all swords, they were treasured because they carried the emotions of others. No matter how well they were kept, swords would eventually deteriorate over time. After many blocks and injuries, eventually they would break, but they could not allow swords to be destroyed like that forever. A sword technique that uses precious weapons without damaging them was what the boy would learn. A simple sword was placed in front of him. The red-haired boy with those unusual eyes was Suzuki Zen. He was taught to analyze his own condition, the opponent, and the sword itself, optimizing skill to minimize weapon damage. Suzuki Zen trained harshly since childhood, carrying heavy backpacks and meditating under cold streams to strengthen his will. Fortunately, he was a genius, quickly surpassing even his father in swordsmanship. But that was not his choice. In modern clothing, he was distracted by a sudden urgent call. A buzz-cut boy pulled him and shouted that they would be late for a date with Haruka, telling him to hurry. Suzuki Zen pointed at the sky and said a game window had just appeared, then left with Kenta. Haruka was a lively girl who had scolded them before for being late to a previous meeting. Today, they went to a manga and anime exhibition and a crowded otaku market area. Haruka was surprised that the place was so crowded. Kenta proudly said that although it was considered a niche culture, it was still the best thing. Haruka worriedly asked Suzuki-zen whether he was fine during training at the dojo with his uncle. He nodded, but his eyes were slightly sad, clearly not truly wanting to stay. In the dojo, his father said he had surpassed him and become a talented successor of Ito-ryu. Even so, he still blamed him for playing with friends and neglecting training. Suzuki-zen interrupted and asked whether swordsmanship was still necessary in the modern world. He compared wooden swords with cars, airplanes, and phones, saying the 21st century belonged to technology. He said that even with harsh training, there was nowhere left to use swords, and the dojo was slowly left with very few people. He looked at his two friends happily playing nearby. He said he had never had the chance to hang out normally with Kenta and Haruka like ordinary people. Suzuki-zen turned away and asked whether his father truly wanted him to inherit this dojo. What the man worried about was not him, but the dojo that had been passed down through generations. He walked straight out the door after speaking, ignoring his father's voice calling after him, saying it was not over yet and telling him to come back for more training. Outside with his two friends, he felt a bit irritated, thinking that even if one was skilled in swordsmanship, there was no way to make money from it. Haruka replied that perhaps his uncle had other plans. In contrast to her, Kenta loudly said that since childhood he had endured harsh training and his body was covered in wounds. In fact, rather than swordsmanship, he preferred culture and anime like me. He placed a hand on Suzuki-zen's shoulder and confidently said the future was still unknown. Instead of inheriting the dojo, let us become true otaku together. Suzuki-zen silently thought that otaku was not a profession. It was fine as a hobby, but you could not live on it. At that moment, the game screen suddenly displayed a notification requesting career card selection. Everyone was in an uproar, unsure if this was an event or a power outage. No one understood what was happening. All three kids shared the same question. But Suzuki-zen still kept his rationality and guessed this was an event. A blinding light suddenly erupted behind him. In front of Suzuki-zen, the appearing cards made him extremely shocked. Cards with different images and star ratings appeared one after another. Suzuki-zen wondered if professions were these cards. Kenta quickly called out to his two friends, saying that legends often had this kind of thing. Hurry and choose a card. Suzuki-zen began to worry. If that was true, then something big was about to happen. Kenta drew a card and the system announced that he had selected a profession card. He chose the fighter card and received a pair of gloves from the system. Wearing the gloves, Kenta continued saying that later he might gain special abilities when hunting. Haruka chose healer and received a staff. The system provided equipment according to profession. Suzuki-zen wondered why he chose swordsman but did not receive a weapon. Could it be that he made the wrong choice? When the card selection time ended, the power came back on. Everyone was in chaos. All were anxious and shocked. They rushed outside, shouting that this was not an event at all. Everyone wanted to escape before monsters like goblins appeared. As expected, everyone stopped in front of the glass door and looked outside. Small goblins were attacking and killing people outside. Everyone tried to calm themselves. Although there were many, goblins alone could still be handled. But not long after, a huge three-toed foot stepped in. A massive creature holding a club appeared and approached. Girls screamed in panic, unable to understand why these things were appearing. The entire city quickly fell into a sea of flames. Sometime later, the scene was nothing but ruins under thick smoke and dust. Inside a building, Haruka trembled and cried. Kenta held his head in despair, saying this was not a beginner tutorial. Suzuki-zen sighed, realizing everyone reacted quickly, because they had seen similar situations in the media before. Even so, monsters were too numerous, continuously flooding areas with many people. Looking outside, Suzuki-zen worried because he did not see any rescue team, thinking they had to survive on their own. Kenta tried to comfort Haruka, saying that at least Suzuki-zen had chosen a good profession. Looking at his broken sword, Suzuki-zen worried whether he could handle the next situation, since even reused weapons were also damaged. He realized he could not use any equipment other than swords. He also could not receive any skill cards upon leveling up. The cards provided benefits but also had many limitations. In this situation, the 5-star sword saint profession was like a double-edged blade. After 5 days of collapse, the number of player deaths kept increasing. Suzuki-zen was forced to make a decision. He sat in a daze, face full of worry, realizing that if he did not decide quickly, he would not survive. Looking at the scattered food, he realized everyone was exhausted and supplies were running low. Suzuki-zen sighed while looking at his two friends. The number of monsters had decreased, so they were more scattered now. The surrounding area had fewer monsters. They could leave without weapons. Suzuki-zen gritted his teeth in internal struggle, thinking about his friends. They had grown up together, so he could not abandon them. Kenta interrupted, telling Suzuki-zen to go out alone first. He shouted, asking what Kenta was saying. Kenta quickly explained he was not abandoning them but going to find help. He said to escape first and then come back to rescue them. Since monsters could not find people, they would begin attacking each other. There were only 3 of them left, so the area was temporarily safe. Monsters were no longer concentrated here. If only the 2 of them stayed, they would try to hold out and wait for Suzuki-zen to return. Haruka also agreed. Suzuki-zen thought this was a ridiculous idea. There was no one alive to find anymore. Everything around was death and burning flames. Even if he found them, would they help when the world was full of casualties? Kenta placed a hand on Suzuki Zen's shoulder, his gaze full of trust as he said he must survive, and Suzuki Zen also understood Kenta's worry in his smile. Kenta's hand trembled slightly on Suzuki Zen's shoulder, feeling that this plan was truly too absurd, at least at the present time. While the two were still arguing over whether to leave or stay, a beast's roar echoed from outside. Everyone simultaneously looked outside and recognized the roar, unsure what was happening out there. Seeing the pack of monsters running in one direction, Suzuki Zen happily said to Kenta and Haruka that someone had come to save them. Then the three children immediately left their hiding place. Then they stopped at a distance, carefully observing the situation. Suzuki Zen asked, "How many people are in the rescue team?" Haruka, holding a staff, replied, "It seems all the monsters around here are running toward that place." Kenta reminded them to move slowly to avoid provoking them. The tip of the sword pierced through the monster's head. It screamed and fell into a pool of blood. That person was Gen's father. He stood holding a sword in the middle of a green aura enveloping his body. The boy froze when he saw his father, and the man tremblingly said, "Are you still alive?" He struggled to speak. "Yes, how could you die at the hands of those monsters?" Suzuki Zen asked if his father came alone, without a rescue team. While the two friends behind were moved by being saved, Suzuki Zen noticed something unusual about his father. Blood began to flow from his mouth. Behind his back was a sword wound piercing through, blood soaking through. He collapsed into Gen's body. Kenta and Haruka rushed over in worry, unable to believe he was still fighting in such a condition. Suzuki Zen slowly lowered his father to the ground, and although trembling he still kept a strong demeanor, showing no fear of the monsters. He reached out and touched his son's face. His greatest fear was never being able to see his child again. Suzuki Zen panicked and said, "Father, are you joking? You said you were fine." Blood still spilled out, and he weakly replied that he was not as fine as he thought. Even when teaching swordsmanship, he always carried fear. Only by doing so could he survive, so he could only pass down sword techniques to his son. His eyes were sorrowful. The world was changing too fast. He did not know if teaching swordsmanship to his son was right, always fearing he was a burden. But he also felt relieved, because at least he had taught his son swordsmanship. His hand slowly lost strength and fell. He tried to look at his son one last time, whispering a prayer of gratitude to the heavens. He believed his son would definitely survive in this world. Then his hand completely fell limp. In the ruined city, Gen's heartbreaking cry for his father echoed. Sometime later, the three children continued their journey of survival. Everything proceeded exactly as his father had said. Suzuki Zen survived in this world thanks to the swordsmanship he learned, perfectly suited to the sword saint profession. Previously there had been many barriers, but as Gen leveled up his stats increased, and even without using skills his physique compensated. Thanks to helping others, Suzuki Zen also gradually gained some reputation. After that he met Okada Arika once when returning, while anxiously calling out to his two friends. That man sat there, smirking and said, "Sword Saint, huh? Someone who saves everyone, but still just a child." Two friends are being restrained, while he sits in someone else's seat and continues speaking. "Everyone already knows you, be careful. In a chaotic world, villains will target famous people more often." Suzuki Zen gritted his teeth, sword still in hand. Jun asked, "Those people are who? What are you doing?" Kenta and Haruka have been knocked unconscious, and are in the hands of two men in black. Okada said, "I only want to become the only friend of this famous guy." Zenego had never thought others could have such malice. In this situation, how far can humans go? He lowered his sword, because his two friends were both his weakness and his strength. A spiked mace slammed down, shattering the surrounding ground and sending debris flying. A massive boss with sharp horns appeared, its body covered in deep slashes. Blood still flowing non-stop. Suzuki Zen was fighting it. He had defeated the boss and made it drop its weapon to the ground. He rushed forward with a long wound on his face, shouting, "Final target." Okada suddenly appeared, kicking him hard in the stomach and sending him flying back. He drew his sword and smiled sinisterly at Suzuki Zen. "You should not hunt bosses alone. I decided we will hunt together, because you said you did not want to harm others when cooperating. Even if I gain more experience from delivering the finishing blow, we are best friends, you understand." As he finished speaking, he beheaded the monster and stole Zen's achievement, rewards and experience. All hidden quests he took everything, even the boy's fame was stolen. Everyone admired and praised Okada under the title Sword Saint. He enjoyed the glory brought by Suzuki Zen. People said he began saving others after the recent collapse. Some were suspicious, but then dismissed it as baseless rumors. Hearing the rumors and doubts, he called his confident Arahata over. Okada ordered, "It is time to say goodbye to that friend." His eyes were cold, his face full of killing intent. Back to the present, the character lowered his head sadly as he recalled the past. Hanho also felt guilty for treating him too harshly, even though he was just a weak boy living for feelings. The boy leaned into Sungwoo's ear and said quietly, "He is like us, but his life is tangled and full of lies." Sungwoo nodded, like a version without a good ending. Thinking back, there were survivors forming small groups while a vampire always hunted humans. They had once been like that. And Ho added, but we also nearly died when hunting or in dungeons. Sung Woo reassured his junior everything will be fine, we will not become like that. Suzuki Zen recalled the assigned mission and told Sung Woo, support the ninja team to eliminate the necromancer then return. This was Okada's final order. He added that Okada would release Kenta and Haruka who were being held. Sung Woo replied, I can obtain information through the memories of the commander of Ninja Unit 1, also the Holy Lamp. Before he could finish, Sung Woo was interrupted and looked forward. He shouted enemies ahead, it was a pack of werewolves. He was worried, because they belonged to the Evolution Society. Hanho looked up and realized something. Senior, look at the sky. In the sky appeared kite-like objects, with people controlling them above. This was a large-scale assault combining aerial ninja strikes and ground infantry forces. Yamato forces coordinated attacks across the entire front, while the Evolution Society operated below. In the air were ninja forces. Sung Woo was worried, because the entire team was surrounded. Hanho panicked and asked, Senior, what should we do? He said many people were still injured, retreating in this formation was very difficult. Sung Woo thought the area was blocked by buildings and mountains, if they hid inside a building, but he quickly realized it was no different from suicide. The group would be trapped and die slowly. Hanho asked, can we use Demon Realm? Sung Woo replied, if we use that, they will not be able to detect us in time. But even so, even if they survive, the members of the Hwarang Guild and the injured victims will not make it. He turned back and ordered, prepare to re-engage immediately. Hanho relayed the order behind them, prepare for battle, they must hold and find a way out. In an instant, a rain of arrows shot up toward the aerial forces. Ninjas abandoned their kites, slashed arrows with swords, and plunged into the battlefield. Upon landing, they reported in unison that they had arrived and would take down the aerial forces on the fortress. They raised their hands and formed seals. System appeared, ninja secret technique, pigeon bomb. A pigeon-shaped bomb appeared with wings and a special fuse. Under ninja mana control, they flew straight toward the archer positions. Sung Woo quickly warned everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion occurred, causing the building walls to collapse and shatter. Sung Woo's face was covered in dust from the recent attack. Fortunately, Min Seok appeared in time, blocking the explosion with his sword, then told everyone to retreat. Min Seok said he would handle this area, and immediately charged into the ninjas. Seeing the spirit army appear, they roared, get out of here, skeletons. He ordered, eliminate all remaining archers immediately. During the stalemate, Ning Siusi raised his hand to use a skill. He shouted, do not enter, then activated Abyss Shackles, creating purple mana chains. The chains tightened around the ninjas and pulled them back. He then used them to slam into the rear forces, creating chaos on the battlefield. Despite heavy casualties being very large, they ignored the opposing side and continued advancing to destroy the fortress and infiltrate inside. Suddenly, Min Seok unleashed a chain that wrapped around the goblin undead. Then he hurled it spinning straight toward the ninja army like a top. Along with the sword in its hand, its body spun like a rotating blade, dealing massive area damage. The spinning object crashed into the middle of the formation, leaving a trail of chaos in its path, like a boomerang. Goblin undead bounced back, causing the ninja group to fall into extreme panic. A man stepped forward, swung his sword, and shouted, stop this childish game. He kept attacking, knocking the sword from the goblin undead's hand and mocking that a skeleton dared to flail around. As he finished speaking, he pulled something from his coat that shocked the entire team, a gun. Gunfire rang out, followed by panic screams. Everyone get down quickly, you coward, how dare you use a gun? Sung Woo said to everyone that it seemed they had blocked the attack on the fortress, but the first defensive layer had nearly collapsed. However, his expression remained worried as he thought the situation was not promising, and they could not hold out much longer. Even though the summoned undead warriors were destroyed, he still used them to observe the frontline situation. He told everyone that their main force had arrived, led by the Sword Saint along with his powerful army. He smirked sinisterly, saying they would finally face each other, Necromancer. Soldiers of the World Tree Society were shocked that despite having destroyed countless corpses, their numbers were still so large. From the sky, ninja forces kept arriving in greater numbers, and the defenders shouted not to conserve arrows and shoot them all down. From above, the ninjas pulled the pins and dropped grenades. The bombs released thick smoke from both ends, covering the area below. These were smoke bombs, the entire ground was swallowed in thick fog. It was an ideal condition for ninjas to act, and the World Tree Society forces panicked that they could not see anything. Everyone be careful. Continuous deadly sounds rang out, along with blood splattering from within the smoke. Hanho cursed loudly, rush in here. Do not touch my teammates. If you want someone, target me. He just finished speaking when Aharada appeared behind him, placing a sword near his head, and saying this is a message from the Sword Saint. He said coldly that the Necromancer would pay with his comrades' lives for insulting the Sword Saint. Fortunately, Suzuki Zen appeared in time, slashing to neutralize the assassination strike and push him back. Having been pushed back, he was shocked, asking Suzuki Zen if he had betrayed them. Just barely surviving, Hanho asked with a laugh if they were on the same side. His question caused Suzuki Zen to hesitate slightly. Harada laughed loudly, interrupting that if they wanted their friends to live, they should kill all enemies. Manhwa frowned, so now they had become enemies. Suzuki Zen was confused because his closest friend was still in their hands. Sung Woo rushed forward saying, "You just said you wanted them alive," but the Sword Saint had ordered them all killed. The plot was exposed and Harada showed clear shock. Sung Woo confirmed that the one whose memory he read was named Gato from Team 1. The Sword Saint ordered them all to be killed because he did not want to keep any dogs. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Zen trembled, grinding his teeth, saying, "How could this be?" Harada sneered that someone who insulted the Sword Saint like him had already been removed long ago, and that his worthless profession could not even use skills. He stomped the ground and launched himself forward. "I think so too." Finishing his words, he used a ninja secret technique and rushed in with a lethal strike of his sharp sword aimed at Jen, but he just stood there, gently swinging a few simple sword motions to block without dodging. Blood spurted from Harada's neck and his sword fell from his hand. He was shocked, saying, "How did he dodge?" Before he could finish speaking, his body collapsed to the ground while his head remained suspended in midair. A strike from Suzuki Zen had finished him. He stood still, overwhelmed with emotion as he thought of his two close friends Kenta and Haruka. He roared in rage, calling the name of the one who had pushed him to this point, Okada Kira. His shout echoed across the battlefield, and that person quickly recognized his voice. He tilted his head back and laughed madly, saying Jen was still alive, and that made it even more interesting. Then more smoke bombs continued to be thrown down to obscure vision. Han Ho was irritated that there was more smoke again, and Suzuki Zen was angry, but needed to stop the ninjas asking where he was. Sung Woo worriedly reminded them not to lose focus as enemies were everywhere. He silently thought he had prepared for the worst case regarding awakening and power, but it could no longer be delayed. After that, a giant golden hand connected to him. A familiar blue flame appeared, burning away the smoke and improving visibility. Jisoo appeared with imposing presence, a sword in hand and blue flame behind her. She quickly relieved the pressure on Sung Woo's group, then asked why she had come here. In the distance, a powerful army appeared with a girl holding shield and sword, declaring the Cross Knights were ready for battle, and Sung Woo wondered if this was a liberation force. In the sky, a radiant golden spear appeared, emitting blinding light. System message: the territory of Tempo has been activated around the area. All allies receive automatic regeneration, and Cross Knight's stats increased by 7%. The bodies and weapons of the Crusader forces, a yellow flame buffing effect of enhanced power appears. They hold guns in their hands and roar loudly, firing in full auto to eliminate all targets. Jisoo stands observing the battlefield from above. Han Ho, still shocked, asks how she got to Busan from there. Jisoo explains that she completed a hidden quest, and when she discovered the battle in Busan, she asked the Great Mountain King for assistance. She turns back with a smile and continues that the person that day gave her an item called the Transformation Stone. Sung Woo recalls that it was the very item that once brought them to Busan. That item was extremely hard to obtain, yet he handed it directly to her. He asks Jisoo whether she brought the Crusader team with her. That is correct. Under the blue protective barrier, Jisoo asks back whether he needs reinforcements. Among those who can help, they are the strongest force. Sung Woo smiles and replies that he is indeed in desperate need of reinforcements. His soldiers are heavily injured, forces are lacking, and enemies are overwhelming from both sides. Massive flame erupts and spreads across the city. The system announces that the free match has ended. Please choose the format for the third match. On the attacking side, the Japanese server is selected first. At that moment, Okada reveals a sinister smile. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. At last, you will not escape this time. I will crush you. Come out, Necromancer, he says while confirming his selection on the screen. Both servers select Duel Mode 3, each side sending one representative fighter. Any violation of rules will be punished. The winning side will receive a power buff. The Japanese fighter is the Sword Saint, while Korea's representative has not yet been decided. After receiving the announcement, Jisoo asks Sung Woo whether this type of match was the one that previously caused the guild leader's death. Sung Woo painfully recalls and confirms that it is true, and the ending was extremely tragic. Jisoo turns back, her eyes confident as she asks whether she can participate in the battle. Han Ho panics and shouts that the opponent is not simple at all. Sung Woo thinks to himself that this type of match suits Jisoo more than him, but he is not sure whether she can win. He has no choice but to trust her. He asks if she is okay. Jisoo calmly replies that this is only a duel where no one interferes. For her, this is an ideal situation. The moment she is selected, she steps onto the arena. She takes out a small item from her bag, smiling as she hands it to Sung Woo and says it is a gift very suitable for him. Looking at the item in his hand, he cannot help but feel that this is truly an excellent gift. This is the Shadow King necklace, which enhances the ability to control shadows within vision range, while also gathering visual and auditory information. The system announces that the successor of the Shadow King has completed a set of hidden quests and received the reward. Jisoo steps forward confidently and declares to choose her as the champion. She will end this battle. The system displays that the Korean champion is KO 339. When the match begins, all other forms are forbidden and violations will be treated as death. When he sees that the opponent is not the necromancer, everything falls outside his calculations. The Sword Saint becomes enraged, his body erupting with dense mana. Everyone silently watches the battle unfold. A tense atmosphere engulfs the arena as the match is about to begin. On the arena, two opponents appear, the Japanese Sword Saint and Jisoo, the guild's outstanding swordswoman. He crosses his arms and mockingly asks who she is, wondering if this is a joke. The Sword Saint repeatedly sneers that he has said many times he wanted to fight the necromancer, not some weak one like her. He continues to ridicule, saying the necromancer does not dare face him directly and only sends others instead. Sung-woo stands outside listening, but does not react. Jisoo confidently replies that battles like this do not require the necromancer to act. She says in a contemptuous tone that she alone is enough. He immediately turns red with killing intent. Dust rises from the ground as a grid-like arena gradually forms. The Sword Saint draws his sword in warning and curses her as crazy, asking if she does not recognize his strength. He observes her, and Jisoo calmly replies that she can see him very clearly. The words make him freeze, his smile fading and his confidence weakening. She releases a surge of blue mana and continues, saying that perhaps he is the one who cannot see clearly. The two face each other like ice and fire. Jisoo taunts that this is only the warm-up. Match begins. Jisoo immediately activates her hunter instinct. If it exceeds 120 seconds, the skill hunting initialization will be activated. Target locked, he falls into a disconnected state, his senses reduced by 50%. The Sword Saint screams in panic, a strong sense of danger surging within him. Part of his senses gradually recover, rising back by about 40%. When he looks down, Jisoo has already vanished from the arena, leaving him stunned. A sudden sword strike rushes in, but he manages to block it in time. He observes and deduces from the footprints, then asks if it is a tracking technique. He laughs loudly and charges forward, admitting she is not weak and demanding she go all out. Two sides continuously exchange moves, their swords clashing with piercing sounds. Jisoo, with one eye glowing red, moves with agility, unleashing powerful slashing attacks. The Sword Saint gradually realizes his disadvantage. Her stats exceed his expectations. While he is distracted, Jisoo delivers a knee strike to his waist, causing him intense pain. He collapses to one knee, and Jisoo mocks him, saying that contrary to his arrogance, his body is weaker than expected. Suddenly a shadow appears behind her, and he wonders if it is tracking her footsteps. The Sword Saint unleashes his ultimate technique, 5 Dragon Blade. Jisoo immediately turned, using the blade and sword in her hands to swiftly deflect all incoming attacks. He rushed in shouting, then sneered, saying it is my turn now. It is not interesting, then mocked whether this is real swordsmanship, telling them not to thrust like a wild bear. Hanho outside immediately became enraged. How could he call her a wild bear? Even if she is as strong as a bear, she is still a woman. Sword Saint pointed the blade toward Jisoo, and continued in a cold voice, now it is your turn, bring out everything you have. Jisoo replied confidently, anything else, if I get the chance I will show you how you will die. He covered his face and laughed bitterly, truly the sharp tongue of boastful fools is unmatched. After only a few exchanges I have seen through you, you are only appearance, strong power, but almost no technique. This is your ending. The two continued exchanging sword strikes without pause. Sword Saint was surprised by her tracking ability, but Jisoo's way of holding the sword made him feel a chill. He smiled maliciously, thinking that learning a few moves from Suzuki Zen was enough, and easily saw the basic flaws in those movements. At the same time, Sword Saint executed the North Star Sword. A barrage of sword energy shot straight at Jisoo, forcing her to constantly lean back to evade. Before she could regain her stance after the previous strike, another sharp slash continued to press in. That was the one-slash-chop technique. She blocked with both hands and was forced backward. He thought the power was insignificant. After blocking, Jisoo suddenly said only 2 minutes had passed, which shocked him greatly. A system notification appeared stating hunting mode had been activated. Jisoo's hunter eyes suddenly burst with intense light. Hunting mode activated for 1 minute, all her stats rapidly surged. Attack power increased by 50, total 60, her body erupted in blue flame, and behind her appeared a luminous image like butterfly wings. Mana light blended with blue flame radiated brilliantly, making everything blinding. Kim Than struggled to defend, continuously wondering in his mind what on earth was happening. He forced himself to block the violent slashes, unable to understand what he was facing. Okada tried to follow Jisoo's movements and realized this fighting style was completely different from before. He realized the opponent in front of him had completely changed, becoming much stronger than at the start. Kim Than quickly fell into a disadvantaged position. He strained to defend, unable to counterattack at all. Okada shouted in frustration the speed was too fast for him to analyze her movements. She kept circling him and continuously launched attacks. In his eyes, the girl, once looked down upon, was now putting him at a disadvantage, something he never expected. He recalled Suzuki Zen once asking whether a swordsman at the peak could cut down a giant elephant. Back then he had asked in confusion why ask such a question. Before his eyes were images of giant monsters. Suzuki Zen explained they had been lucky to enter a hidden dungeon, but if possible they should avoid overly dangerous things. He sighed, saying this was the case when relying purely on swordsmanship to fight. Sword Saint raised his sword, looking at the giant monster, and said with skills even larger targets could be handled more easily. Okada mocked Suzuki Zen, saying instant skill usage without training was something he could never achieve. He was proud of his stats gained from many dungeons through leveling, believing no one could oppose him. Suzuki Zen remained silent but still observed with curiosity. He looked at Sword Saint with a doubtful gaze, waiting for the moment he met a real opponent. Sword Saint tried to retreat, seeking a way out of the encirclement of continuous slashes. However, the newly awakened hunting instinct made Jisoo always stay one step ahead. In essence, he could not escape Jisoo's attack range at all. Constantly blocking attacks pushed him into chaos, nearly exhausted. The sword in his hand was knocked up into the air. His sword hand was bleeding and trembling while Jisoo still slowly advanced with blue flame. Sword Saint began to tremble, unable to believe she could overpower him with pure physical strength. Jisoo coldly replied she had warned him he would die if he continued. Even in danger, he still shouted insults, calling her a brute elephant. Jisoo delivered a decisive slash, severing his head. System notification: KO 399 Korean server wins, receiving 30% attack buff for 2 hours. Jisoo stood proudly, still holding the blade with confidence. The Japanese forces still could not believe what had just happened. The Korean team erupted in joy, believing they had successfully protected Busan. Sung-woo smiled ingratiatingly at Jisoo while Hanho chimed in, cursing the Sword Saint for calling her an elephant. Behind her, the Sword Saint's head glowed and floated into the air. Only the head remained, blood gushing out, eyes bloodshot, full of killing intent. His blood and body began to strangely regenerate from the remaining head. Not stopping there, 2 pairs of radiant wings continued to grow from behind him. He roared, both hands condensing 2 spheres of light, the one who drove me to the dead end. The Sword Saint was enraged, golden eyes glaring toward Jisoo, growling that he would not forgive you. People below exclaimed what was happening. He had become gigantic, no longer human. Sung-woo wondered whether this was a skill or item effect, then stepped out, saying he would handle him from now on. He summoned his army, then confidently stepped forward. Those big guys are mine to handle. Sung-woo's eyes flashed, move forward, I will tear you into pieces. Jisoo immediately warned something was wrong. No, Sung-woo, what is above him is the problem. Something from the sky was crashing down right behind him. There's a rain of missiles coming toward us, targeting us. Quickly dodge. A terrifying explosion rang out, destroying everything below, collapsing tall buildings. There were casualties. The survivors urged everyone to retreat quickly. In the thick black smoke, Sung-woo realized the abyss breath was spreading, increasing his mana. He wondered what the Evolution Association was doing, what scheme this was. They should know this was not an easy opponent. System notified that abyss breath was accumulating inside his body. He transformed into Anubis again, holding a scythe, wondering what they were planning. Whatever it is, today I will wipe you out. The duration of the death god, Anubis states, was extended. Sung-woo was shocked, not expecting the awakening time to increase. It seemed they used much higher grade items than before. He turned and ordered Jisoo to gather everyone for immediate retreat. She anxiously asked about him. Looking at the chaotic scene, Sung-woo replied he would follow after and observe the surrounding area. He thought that if it was the Evolution Association, there would definitely not be only one wave of attacks. On the rooftop of the distant building, the shadows were members of the Evolution Association. They were using large pipes, releasing thick black smoke. He thought they wanted to cover this place with abyss breath, but why could it be that he was not the main target? The system screen appeared. Abyss breath was accumulating. Cooldown time of all skills was reduced. Observing the battlefield, about 500 people from Yamato and Minsu were gradually falling. Okada angrily shouted at the Evolution Association, "What are you doing?" He began to realize something, worried in his mind. Could this be their crazy plan? In the sky, a high-speed cargo aircraft was approaching, leaving a long trail of smoke behind. The aircraft dove down, sweeping past the Japanese crowd and heading straight toward the Sword Saint. The plane slammed into him, pushing him back with intense pain. After sliding, the plane crashed into an obstacle, causing a large explosion. The ground shook violently, breaking apart and scattering everywhere. The Sword Saint was pinned against the wall, trying to shout that the Evolution Association had betrayed them. The plane burned and exploded right in front of the Sword Saint. From inside the wreckage, a massive tentacle emerged. In extreme pain, he still tried to ask what the hell was happening. From the large tentacle, countless smaller tentacles with sharp teeth rushed out to attack. It pierced his body, making him scream in pain. A loud explosion rang out. The Sword Saint's body almost disintegrated, leaving only black smoke and a few feather-like strands. Witnessing this, Sung-woo was stunned, unable to understand what this terrifying creature was. The small tentacles seemed to be absorbing abyss breath. No, what they were absorbing was the soul. Sung-woo, horrified, realized they were devouring souls. After absorbing the Sword Saint's soul, the creature began to evolve. It grew sharp teeth, many eyes, and light wings behind its back. From inside, someone slowly walked out. That was Dr. Du. He looked at Sung Woo and said, "Long time no see, necromancer." Sung Woo was shocked upon hearing that familiar greeting. Dr. Du explained, "This was probably the first time you see me in this form, but you have seen another body of mine before." He asked if he was the leader of the Evolution Association, also remembering he was a doctor in the top 20 of the Korean server. He asked what rank he was in this form. He replied rank was not important. He continued saying that in the end everything is just one. Not only him but also you and the surrounding corpses are the same. The abstract answer made Sung Woo confused. He pointed to the sky, saying everything will merge, that is the end of this game. Sung Woo asked if this was a plan to lure him into the Japanese server. He clapped and laughed, saying, "Do not be so tense, my other body also told you for." Dr. Du said he was researching death, and his other body was Dr. Thousand. He continued that to do so he needed many samples, and he needed fragile lives, so war was inevitable. The doctor raised his hand pointing toward the battlefield, seeing that as the result he had created. He extended his hand toward the grotesque tentacled monster and continued, "I will formally introduce to you, this is Chimera, the ultimate life form born from research into death. A special mission appears, Child of Death Gone Wrong. Eliminate the chimera organism created by the player. Reward consists of special personal skills, however if not dealt with in time it will become harder to handle later. Now is its weakest moment. On Chimera's body more spherical tumors begin to appear from which countless razor-sharp teeth grow. He observed its transformation process. The longer it drags on the stronger it becomes, constantly changing form and absorbing souls to evolve. He imagined its final evolution form and spoke out. Becoming a unified entity, humanity will eventually be devoured by this monster. Dr. Du laughed loudly. That is the most wonderful future. We are approaching the final stage, merging everything into one. He thought to himself he had always researched the power of necromancers. This time he would end him by absorbing everything. Sung Woo drew out the crown, raised it and spoke loudly. Do not misunderstand. Item information, Crown of the Frost King, legendary level. Effect allows use of Shadow King power when enough related relics are collected. The aura covering his entire body radiated oppressive pressure. This was still not the ultimate limit of humanity. System notification, you have met the requirements, you have obtained the power of the Shadow King. Warning, Cooling Asen has begun activation around the surrounding area. Response of the Death God has also been activated, pulling countless souls rising from underground to surround the area. The doctor looked at him with a mocking gaze. Are these not all effects I have already seen? Ignoring his attitude, Sung Woo ordered the summoned monsters to immediately attack, including the Wyvern Swarm, Minseok and the Undead Golem Squad. Warning, Shadow Army has begun appearing around the area. Massive ancient Egyptian warriors begin to appear one after another. System continues to notify as the Hair of the Shadow King. You have learned a new skill, Power of the Shadow King. This skill greatly reduces cooldown of relic-related Shadow King abilities, and Shadow Armor turns controlled Shadow Arts into a Shadow Army. Sung Woo raised his staff high, affirming this was the true peak, beyond all limits. The doctor wavered slightly, unsure what the thing before him was. He smiled and said, "It seems we are not the only ones who have evolved. Every time I meet you it is always impressive." Sung Woo did not want to waste words, directly stating, "I do not know how long you spent creating this, but I will immediately erase it." Finishing his words, he ordered the entire Shadow Army to charge at the tentacled monster. Doctor quickly erected a magic barrier to block the attack. The Shadow Army continuously struck the mana barrier of Dr. Du, but it was almost ineffective. Unable to stand and take the attacks, he controlled Chimera to counterattack by launching tentacles against the Shadow Army. Smaller tentacles extended forward, shooting out like spear tips. It roared a deathly and furious sound. Chimera swept its tentacles across the battlefield. However, with overwhelming numbers, with weapons in hand, Sung Woo's army continuously charged into Chimera's massive bot. In the intense ground battle, a plane suddenly appeared in the sky. Inside the plane, chaotic announcements echoed. The reporter rushed out of the camera cabin and said, "I am live recording the battle with the giant monster." The Japanese ninja team looked up at the sky, realizing the buildings were collapsing. No time to distinguish friend or foe. On Chimera's body more tumors continued to grow, forming blade-like teeth piercing through flesh, causing shadow troops to be continuously taken down. Sung Woo stood observing and commanding, a creature constantly evolving and regenerating after devouring souls. Around too many creatures and corpses. Perhaps this battle would last very long. Chimera's head suddenly exploded, blue souls scattering in all directions. Sung Woo raised his staff and said, "If the opponent cannot absorb souls like me, then it is indeed so." He infused mana, causing it to shine brightly. After gathering power, he fired a magic bomb blast, destroying part of Chimera's body. Immediately after, more tumors continued to grow on Chimera's body. Sung Woo began to doubt, is it still not dead? And it means it still has endurance. A stronger strike is needed. He raised his staff, preparing the next skill. Sung Woo used all souls. Twilight Assault began activation. However, from the gaps, its body continuously regenerated, while around too many deaths made soul energy abundant.
But ignoring everything, he laughed loudly. "Let us see how much longer you can endure."
Sung Woo summoned the Wyvern leader. It rushed in using sharp claws to pin down Chimera's body, then flew high into the sky, but suddenly from inside its body, released a series of small tentacles, shocking the Wyvern greatly. those tentacles wrapped tightly around the dragon's body, while other wyverns also flew in for support. The remaining ones continued to attack. Sung Woo ordered it to be lifted high to prevent contact with soul energy source. Chimera was pulled to a great height, surpassing even the buildings just as the sun began to rise. Sunlight shone directly onto its body. And reaching sufficient height, the wyverns released their claws, letting the monster fall freely downward. The massive body caused Chimera's falling speed to increase rapidly. Upon impact with the ground, its body shattered and blood scattered in a horrifying scene. System notification, mission completed. Reward of 1 million gold for eliminating experiment 455, plus manager title and all stats increased by 1 point. Sung Woo complained to the system that only 1 million gold was too stingy, but there was still another reward. Special mission completed, child of wrongful death. New skill obtained, death sorcerer. The skill allows bone soldiers to be converted into sorcerers, capable of using various charms to enhance power. It can also evolve into a higher form if special conditions are met. Looking at the bone soldiers, he sighed in relief that he finally had proper sorcerers. Sung Woo looked ahead, but Dr. Do had already fled upon seeing the situation turn unfavorable. While he was wondering, Dr. Do's corpse was thrown in front of him. The one who did it was Jisoo, who said he tried to escape by helicopter but she caught him. Even in pain, the doctor provoked the necromancer, saying killing him was useless. Sung Woo asked why, and he said he was only a clone. Therefore, killing him had no meaning either. After dealing with Clone Ava 1, he received an additional 13,000 gold. Jisoo reported that Dr. Yozam 1 had disappeared from the rankings. Sung Woo thought this would not end soon and decided to capture Evolution Society members to trace the clone lead. For now, the war must end first. The sun had risen after a fierce battle. Part of Chimera's body was thrown into a trash bin, where strange sounds came from inside. Suddenly, that part cracked and split apart. Sword Saint crawled out with a ruined body, eyes burning red, cursing the Evolution Society for using him and vowing revenge. Restored his original body and looked around. He angrily cursed that the Evolution Society was more evil than he had imagined. Sword Saint jumped across buildings, muttering that he could not believe them. Standing on the rooftop, looking at the smoke and fire after the battle, he realized the situation had changed and the Evolution Society had failed. While thinking about how to return, a familiar voice came from behind. "Are you planning to escape alone?" It was Suzuki Zen. He drew his sword, preparing to confront him. Sword Saint mocked him, thinking he was dead, so he had been waiting for him. Dan frowned and said legendary skills can only be used once, but he revived through a special skill. He confirmed they had once completed a hidden mission together in the monster city. Suzuki Zen said that was actually his hidden mission. Sword Saint mocked him for hiding it so long, saying there should be no secrets between friends. He drew his sword and asked if Suzuki Zen intended to let him go. Suzuki Zen said firmly that he could not, because this was the moment to end a traitor. Sword Saint thought his attitude was annoying. He had chosen the perfect timing. He drew his sword surrounded by mana, realizing he had very little energy left after revival. Suzuki Zen appeared at the right moment because he knew his exhausted condition after revival. He roared and unleashed a fierce sword energy attack. All sword techniques were easily deflected by Zen. A counter sword aura struck his face and injured him. Sword Saint covered his face in shock, unable to understand how he was blocked without the opponent using a skill. Suzuki Zen calmly said sword aura was just high-speed slashing. Sword Saint rushed forward in anger, shouting that the power gap was unchangeable. Suzuki Zen explained this was a stat-based class rather than skill-based, once considered weak but perfectly suited to him. Sword Saint thought about his body after losing all rewards and power. Suzuki Zen said knowing yourself and your enemy and understanding skills allows you to break them. He confidently declared he had analyzed all of his opponent's skills, and their friendship ends here. Sword Saint desperately clung to hope, saying his friend was still alive. Hearing the word friend, Sword Saint froze for a moment. He used a teleport skill behind Suzuki Zen, thinking he had found an opening. He laughed loudly, thinking the opponent was still as foolish as before, and launched a slash. But Zen had already predicted it, turned and counter-slashed, finishing him instantly. Suzuki Zen glanced at the opponent's corpse. Looking at the blood pool and broken sword, he said this was not swordsmanship, but an automated system optimizing results. At sea, Japanese warships were attacked and sank in a sea of fire. All surviving Japanese forces were forced to surrender. System announcement: Korean server wins the Korea-Japan War. Rewards distributed based on contribution. Sung Woo ranked first, receiving 30 million gold and the title War Hero. All stats increased by 2. A member behind him nervously asked Sung Woo if it was all over. He replied not yet, only the Korea-Japan War had ended. The future was still unclear. The prosecutor ordered a full sweep, searching for all traces of the Evolution Society. He stated they were trying to hide behind mistakes and must be rooted out. Seok assessed that if they were left alone it would lead to terrorism. Kang Hun added that the U.S. Liberation Society understood the situation better than anyone. Air fighters and wyverns continuously swept Busan, scanning every area to hunt remnants of the Evolution Society. Ground mobile motorcycle forces were also deployed to check blind spots from above. System mission notification: Second Korea-Japan War, decisive revenge battle. The counterattack opportunity belongs to the Korean server. If KO Channel 157 abandons the mission, it will end. Counterattack privilege allows direct teleportation into enemy positions. Even into the opponent server, the progress is broadcast on the world channel. Sung Woo considered that target marking and rapid teleportation would be very useful for ambushes. Enemy positions were marked on the map. Players could select a point and teleport instantly there. The map appeared right in front of Sung Woo. Looking at the map, he saw the target was Tsushima Island and wondered if this was where Yamato forces were occupying. Hadn't they said the main headquarters was in Kyushu, he thought. Still, infiltrating directly into enemy formation was not bad. If the front line was caught off guard, they would lose defense and create a chance to counterattack. However, another marked point also appeared on the map. It was Dejong, an enemy stronghold on the Korean server. He thought it might be where the Evolution Society was hiding, and that the headquarters had been exposed through the mission. Hanho asked whether they should attack Tsushima. Sung Woo decided not to attack because their naval forces had been neutralized and invasion capability was unlikely. But the Evolution Society was different. They were like rats appearing everywhere. If they were not eradicated at the root, they would continue to multiply, so they had to be cleared from the inside first. Everyone packed up supplies and loot to prepare to leave Busan. Sung Hun asked Sung Woo if they would return to Suwon. He lightly nodded in agreement. The prosecutor clenched his fist, stating that the Liberation Forces would go all out to hunt the Evolution Society and would not be struck from behind again. Sung Woo thought to himself that he had actually already found them, but could not say it to maintain the element of surprise. He trusted Dong Hun, but the Evolution Society was very good at gathering intelligence, so they might discover it. A surprise teleport attack was best, but it needed to be saved for the right moment. At that time, they could go straight to Tsushima to join the Second Korea-Japan War. Kim said excitedly that it was time to go home, check scores, and start the helicopter. Sung Woo told Jisoo that when they arrived in Suwon, they would quietly split from the group. Familiar faces departed, preparing for the plan to infiltrate the Evolution Society headquarters. Jisoo recalled Gabelle, silently hoping she would not have to face them again. Suddenly someone called Sung Woo from behind. Suzuki Zen stood there smiling, thanking him for everything that had happened. Hanho was surprised. Even though he had been defeated and tied up, he was now giving thanks. It was hard to understand. Suzuki Zen sighed, saying it was fortunate to still be alive. He pointed at the wyvern behind him, saying he had been given transportation to return to the main area. Sung Woo advised Suzuki Zen to find his teammates when he returned, since it was unclear whether those bodies were from before or during the Busan operation. He bowed in thanks for the valuable information. Still, there was hope. If his teammates were alive, they might still hold the Yamato faction. The aircraft headed towards Suwon. The current objective was to completely eliminate the Evolution Society. In the Dejong Forest after returning from Busan. On the map, the Evolution Society base location was clearly marked. Sung Woo observed the map and followed the guidance into their lair. Jisoo said the forest was abandoned, so movement was difficult. Sung Woo agreed, as it made the base harder to detect. He looked at the map and wondered why the location should have been right here. Suddenly Jisoo pulled him down, and they hid behind bushes, signaling for silence. Sung Woo whispered, asking Jisoo if she had noticed anything. Jisoo replied no, but she was sure something was abnormal here. The two extended their hands forward to probe the area. The system warned that they had entered a virtual reality zone, and from outside it could not be observed. Behind the barrier, the Evolution Society lair gradually appeared before their eyes. White light rings appeared ahead. Jisoo judged it might be an invisibility device. Inside were beastmen and players, looking like an old military camp. Chains tightly bound the beastmen's necks, lining them up in rows. Sung Woo wondered if those chains were used to suppress their inner power, or perhaps they had their own internal rules. Jisoo signaled toward the distance to call Sung Woo. That was what they had seen at Paeon Tech, the Evolution Society's experimental subjects. He became angry thinking about the lives sacrificed to create such things. Corpses were used in experiments and turned into even more horrific monsters. Jisoo was furious, saying that even though the world had collapsed, they were still crossing every boundary. Sung Woo decided to inflict maximum damage on them within 1 hour while their firepower was still strong. While moving, Jisoo continuously scanned the surroundings with a hunter's instinct. He spotted bow-wielding guards in the distance and realized the main base could be observed from there. But that was the most heavily guarded area. Sung Woo asked how they could infiltrate. Apart from the ventilation shaft, there was almost no way in. Only the main entrance remains. If we go in, they will immediately detect us and concentrate all forces to attack us. Sung Woo created a layer of white mist and said there was another way, which was to summon Spectre. The spirit swept past, making the guards shudder and wonder why they suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Spectre infiltrated the laboratory. There were many scientists inside. A man with a broken face hugged a box and said it seemed number 1 had also failed. The man in blue next to him wondered whether that was why they issued the highest alert. The man in blue added that number 1 was the one who stole Chimera, and asked whether that monster was already dead. The man holding the box replied that he was not sure but had heard so, and that none of the special forces team sent had returned. The man in blue held his head and said many people had been killed just to create Chimera, and that they were now in conflict with the Beastman leader. Beihulp gave a faint laugh and said that guy had disobeyed Dr. Du and was eventually thrown into prison. The man in blue thought that Dr. Du was planning to eliminate the beast creatures. The man sighed and said it was good, as he was also tired of living alongside those foul-smelling beings. Having overheard the entire conversation, Spectre entered the gloomy building. Inside, the ground was covered with human corpses and beastmen bodies hanging above. Outside, Sung Woo told Jisoo that he would go inside and asked her to wait there for a moment. Jisoo nodded and told him to be careful. The Spectre entity was inside that dark facility. Sung Woo used the Ring of the King of Shadows, consuming mana to teleport into any shadow within a 100-meter radius. As a result, Sung Woo successfully infiltrated the Evolution Society's lair. The laboratory door suddenly opened. A masked man pushed a cart full of corpses and walked in. Sung Woo appeared behind him, covered his mouth, and signaled for silence, demanding that he only nod to answer. He asked whether this was the Evolution Society's main research facility, and the blonde man nodded repeatedly. He continued asking about Dr. Du and the head of the society, and the man also nodded in confirmation. Sung Woo thought he had arrived at the right place, while the man pushing the cart of corpses continued to tremble. He continued asking whether Dr. Du was on the upper floor or in the basement, and the man nodded, confirming almost all of his guesses. After obtaining enough information, he knocked the man out and threw him to the ground. He summoned skeleton soldiers and ordered them to stack the corpses against the wall. He must let them know that he had arrived. After that, he activated Corpse Explosion on the collected bodies. A massive explosion suddenly occurred. Bricks and debris flew everywhere. Guards outside immediately reported over the radio that there was an explosion and requested reinforcements for Tower A area. At the same time, Jisoo and the skeleton soldiers rushed out to attack the guards. In the darkness, only flashes of blades and spreading red blood could be seen, along with panicked screams saying she was too fast. The two quickly cleared the targets and regrouped with Sung Woo inside. Sung Woo continued ordering Cho to open a path to the lower floor. Another corpse explosion echoed. The lower floor was destroyed, causing those below to panic and scream without knowing what was happening. A skeleton soldier poked its head through the hole in the floor to observe below, and it dropped the corpses downward. When they hit the ground, Sung Woo activated Corpse Explosion, causing them to detonate and create massive chaos. He continued moving and realized it was not the final floor as there were more levels below. The three figures continued descending deeper into the lower levels. A system alert announced that the area boss Durahan had appeared, and Sung Woo froze for a moment. He wondered why a boss had suddenly appeared. Jisoo looked behind while Sung Woo observed the front. Inside were monsters trapped in large experimental tubes, wrapped in white chains. He wondered whether those white chains were magical seals. A monster inside slammed heavily against the tube. System issued a quest to rescue the Undead Legion and unseal Durahan, with the reward being its loyalty. A warning appeared that holy power countered him and direct contact would cause injury. Sung Woo let out a slight sigh of relief, glad that he had not fallen into their hands. He called Jisoo, and she immediately rushed forward, slashing the tube repeatedly with her sword. However, it had no effect at all. The chains did not break and were not easily destroyed. They realized the chains were connected to another room and that they needed to go there. When they opened the door, they immediately faced a squad of archers ready to fire and shouted to shoot. Jisoo rushed forward, swung her sword to block and deflect all the arrows. Guards panicked, unable to believe she had dodged all the arrows, and immediately prepared holy magic. Magic circles began to appear. Sung Woo suspected that it was holy magic and that they were only targeting him. But in such a confined space, Jisoo became even more terrifying. The noise shook the ground, dust falling from the basement below, while the upper level was also in chaotic commotion. White wolf beastmen being held captive knelt down, speaking so noisy, it seems some uninvited guests have arrived. Before them was the origin of the white chains wrapped around the test tubes nearby. An item named Treewood Divine Power Unknown Rank Player Made. When fully charged, it can release purification energy for 90 minutes. Jisoo immediately swung her blade and shattered it. Jisoo asked, "If I destroy this, will the seal be lifted?" Sung Woo replied, "Just go back and check." They returned to the previous location of the test tubes. Jisoo continued using sword techniques to strike the chains. She smiled. This time the chains finally broke. It really worked. After that, Sung Woo swung his staff and smashed the test tube. The liquid inside spilled out, revealing a pitch-black monster. In front of Sung Woo was a massive headless monster. Jisoo tightened her grip on her blade and shouted, "Sung Woo, I am starting to crave blood." He forced her to calm down and thought that although the system was annoying, it had never lied. The monster in front slowly knelt down. Area boss Dun Lahan swore loyalty to you, becoming a kin. Special mission Undead Cavalry completed. Special kin reward obtained. Soldiers from the upper floor rushed down shouting, "Second basement floor. Crossbow squad eliminate the intruders immediately." Sung Woo ordered Dun Lahan, "The guard unit is coming. Perfect timing. Prove your loyalty." In the corridor, the soldiers heard dark sounds and panicked, asking what was coming. Dun Lahan's power allowed headless movement, increased critical evasion, removed instant death, reduced damage, and granted curse resistance. Dun Lahan charged forward and unleashed a special damage skill. Soldiers shouted, "Dun Lahan has been released, be careful," but they were quickly taken down. It swept through the entire area at extreme speed. with a weapon in hand, it easily cut down members of the Evolution Society. Not only that, it also used its massive legs to crush enemies on the ground. After finishing, it stood still in place. Sung Woo praised, truly a monster boss, handled everything in an instant. He smiled, nice. Now I am looking forward to the reward on the next basement floor. On the 5th basement floor, a sign read Abyssal Specimen Research Center. Jisoo suspected they were researching immortal creatures. Sung Woo said it might be, and if captured they would become test subjects. Luckily things had changed. Sung Woo saw behind the iron bars were skeletons. At the place where the white wolf knelt, he called Sung Woo a necromancer. Sung Woo stepped forward and asked, Great Guardian Mage, you should not have been trapped here. He replied that when weakened, they exploited him and turned him into a hunting dog. He asked if they were fighting for power, but the men said it was a survival war, not simply power. For them, everything was a matter of survival. Because he could not choose a faction, he became prey for them. Sung Woo asked whether the terrorist incidents in many places were also part of that survival war. The man asked back if he believed it was all system missions given to players. They became monsters because they could not choose another path within the system. After thinking carefully, he realized he had killed 10 people. Blood flowing from his eyes, he painfully said the system was truly horrifying. Even after being turned into villains and led down an evil path, they still could not resist the system. Sung Woo wondered if monsters had always been enemies of players from the beginning, but also said they had accepted those missions themselves. The Great Mage nodded, admitting that even in monster form they still wanted to live, and chose the easier path. He looked at him seriously, accepting the truth and saying there was nothing left to justify. The system had turned them into villains. Sung Woo wondered if he could change things if he were in that position, then thought probably not, because the system itself was the true final villain. The Great Mage proposed helping him eliminate the leader of the Evolution Society. Sung Woo mentioned Dr. Du. The man lowered his head, admitting that person had exploited them. He recalled being turned into experimental tools and used as pawns. Some people did not want to kill but were still forced to participate in order to find a way back to being human. In the end they resisted but became slaves within the system. Sung Woo resolved to capture him no matter what and asked where Dr. Du was. The Great Mage said he was in a secret room on the 8th basement floor and was already prepared to face them. Sung Woo asked if it was another experiment like Chimera. He said this time he worshipped a different energy source, possibly divine light. He advised going down early before it was too late, but the restricted floors were very difficult to pass. Sung Woo asked if there was an easier route. The man nodded but gave a condition. He demanded that after killing Dr. Du, they must not kill the werewolf slaves, because they had once opposed killing players. Sung Woo raised another finger and said he wanted to add one more condition. From now on they must live in hiding and receive no more quests or instructions from the system. The wolfman sighed and said he would definitely die at Sung Woo's hands if he kept doing things like that, and that they would comply. He pointed toward the light and said that if they followed that direction and broke through the wall, they would find a hidden elevator leading straight to the 8th floor. Sung Woo immediately turned around and said he had to hurry. Zorra hurriedly called out, warning that no one knew what Dr. Du was researching, but it was an extremely dangerous monster, and they needed to be careful. Sung Woo replied that no matter what kind of monster it was, it did not matter, as he had already prepared to face an unrecorded life form. After breaking through the wall to find the hidden elevator, they moved down to the 8th floor with the skeleton spirit leading the way. Jisoo observed the surroundings and noted that this was the only path and the air here was unusually hot. He suddenly froze, shocked as the temperature rose too quickly, as if something was approaching. A massive flame surged forward, engulfing the entire underground corridor and rushing toward them. Sung Woo immediately summoned a bone dragon to form a defensive shield. At the same time, he told Jisoo to retreat, confident that fire could not penetrate him thanks to his Dragon Hunter title and dragon armor, which greatly reduced damage. A system warning appeared, signaling that rage was accumulating deep underground. Sung Woo realized the flames were even hotter than the previous hellfire, and even he could barely endure them, despite the bone dragon's protection. Information about the Hellfire armor was displayed, a bound item that increased defense by 50%, greatly reduced fire damage and burn effects, and could not be transferred. It also noted that this was a bound item. Once equipped it could not be traded, and when not in use it would be stored as energy at the player's side. Sung Woo decided to equip the Hellfire armor, and it immediately bonded with him. Flames quickly engulfed Sung Woo's entire body. Jisoo and the skeleton soldiers jumped into the hidden elevator area to avoid danger. They temporarily escaped the wrath from the underground floor. The entire corridor was swallowed by flames and completely melted. Sung Woo stepped out, suspecting whether this was a trap prepared in advance. The system recorded a new effect, increased fire resistance, and every direct attack now carried a burn effect. From within the sea of fire, Sung Woo walked out with confidence and said everything was over. The undead army appeared and moved into the area, and although the flames had weakened, the temperature was still extremely intense. Only after the temperature dropped could Jisoo follow in behind. Min Seok turned back and reported that there was no path ahead anymore. In front of them was a structure resembling a giant mouth formed from multiple objects. Ing Zihawks wondered what it was, while Sung Woo realized it was the source of the flame jets. At this point they only had one choice, to destroy it. Min Seok immediately swung his sword and cut down the obstacle ahead. A flaming skull-like face appeared. The system announced a mission to eliminate the unknown entity and warned of its rage. Sung Woo frowned. Instead of a reward it was hostility, and the system hiding the entity's identity was suspicious. After the face was broken, he wondered if this was the entity Dr. Du once served. The undead scouts returned and reported that there was a large door ahead. The massive door slowly opened. A boy stepped out, politely bowed, and introduced himself as belonging to the special organization of the Korean Administrative Bureau, the Phenomena Response Center. Sung Woo stepped forward and asked who he was. The boy replied that he was a guide. Sung Woo was suspicious, thinking this might be a manipulation scheme. The boy smiled and confirmed there was no manipulation, only a desire to talk. He explained they had sent him to persuade Sung Woo because he was too strong, and Sung Woo realized the boy was not normal. The boy invited them through the door, while Sung Woo realized this might be a clone of Dr. Du. On the way, the boy introduced that they belonged to SPRC, the government's Phenomenon Response Agency. He said the government had predicted this event and knew a mysterious force wanted to control Earth. Sung Woo clenched his fist, realizing they had known in advance but still concealed all information. He was annoyed because it did not help at all, when they'd not even cleared the first half of the game. The boy spoke about the theory that the world was a game, and researchers tried to warn others but higher-ups ignored it. He continued saying that those in power feared change and avoided the truth even at the cost of lives. On the day of the catastrophe, Dr. Du Hai-sung and his research team evacuated 4,000 survivors and built an independent system. Sung Woo understood that this facility had been prepared in advance for that scenario. The boy said everything was to rebuild Korea and replace the old government to serve the game's final objective. Sung Woo asked about superhuman beings, and the boy confirmed that was the goal. The boy explained that Dr. Hai-sung used two special cards, the Mad Scientist and the Archbishop. The two cards resonated and created a starlight-like glow, bringing him closer to the truth than anyone else. Sung Woo suspected that this was the solution to the game. The boy calmly said the game was a test to classify humanity. To pass it, humans must evolve beyond their limits, and the upper layers were experiments and giant test tubes. After explaining, the boy asked what Sung Woo thought, believing that if they continued talking he would understand more clearly. He interrupted, that was not it. What those transcendents looked down on them for doing was not a test, but a form of entertainment for them. He stored that thought and continued speaking. Ignorant villains like you do not understand that disgusting kind of amusement at all. Little Du sighed. In short, he had flatly refused the invitation to join their organization. Sung Woo raised his hand, his eyes full of contempt. Harsh, that is nothing compared to what is about to happen. The door behind him opened, the interior was pitch black, and a magic circle gradually formed. He bowed politely and said, "Very well, I wish you all a trip straight to hell." As soon as it finished speaking, from inside the room a divine spear shot straight toward Sung Woo. He immediately assumed Orin defensive stance, knowing something like this would happen if he refused. Item information showed the mountain goblin had created a shield layer that could nullify 3 magic attacks. Sung Woo stood outside asking where that girl was. The undead replied she had already run inside. Countless holy magic circles appeared on the ground. Min Seok pointed upward and said there was a holy imprint above. From those circles, grotesque prison spirit creatures crawled out one after another. At the same time the door slammed shut. The entrance was sealed by a Sigma magic formation. Min Seo warned they seemed to be controlled. Sung Woo quickly replied, not confirmed yet, but they must be eliminated first. Used a crossbow and fire arrows shooting upward. He wiped out the priests and continuously received gold from killing players. Sung Woo worried. Based on the system, they looked like normal players, possibly manipulated or in a coma state. In the distance, 3 people sat around a table. Dr. Du asked if they had tried evolving them. What did he think? Stood up and continued. For a long time they had dreamed of turning humans into such a being, necromancer. Young Du standing beside him said, "Do not persuade him anymore, that guy is very stubborn." Little Du sighed, "Anything I say is useless, truly troublesome." Sung Woo realized the problem, so it was not only replicas by age group, there were even more. A wheelchair was pushed over accompanied by a deep voice. Middle-aged Du pushed old Du forward. "I am very happy to meet your expectations." The old man trembled, reaching forward and laughed hoarsely. "You are here, the specimen I desired has finally appeared, the perfect life form of my research." He recognized that grotesque smiling old man as the original body of Du Hai-sung, Dr. Number 1000. He and his team faced him. The old man said he would take care of him like the previous finished products, even though they had come to destroy him. Sung Woo gritted his teeth in disgust. The young clones at least knew manners, but the original was truly vile. He kept laughing triumphantly, his face becoming more distorted. From behind old Du, strange tentacles emerged. They spread out and connected to the bodies of his clones. He laughed sinisterly, murderous eyes fixed on him. Sung Woo mocked, "What a beautiful family bond. Is this the connection you speak of?" Suddenly the old man's body mutated, muscles swelled, crushing the wheelchair handle as he declared, "This is evolution." Old Du floated in midair, powered by energy from his clones, muscles bulging. He controlled the priests. Even though their bodies were separated, they still shared one consciousness. Tentacles covered the entire room. He spoke. This is the beginning of evolution. He simultaneously controlled multiple entities. Sung Woo raised his crossbow. You call that evolution? The words annihilation fit better. The old man screamed, you have undead troops, I have puppets. Let us play this game. System issued exclusive quest, Adjutant of Eternal Ashes, eliminate those who cannot rest. Quantity 240, the choice now will decide your fate. Sung Woo fired his crossbow repeatedly at the priests, killing while completing the quest. Min Seok assessed the priests were high level, likely reconstructed and enhanced. Immediately Sung Woo activated a skill, large-scale spirit force regeneration. He counterattacked like a reaper, simultaneously deploying a dark legion across the area. And he ordered all ruses focused on long-range attacks. The skeleton necromancer summoning skill allowed the use of multiple magics and curses. After upgrading it became even stronger. He tried applying it to a skeleton, but a system warning appeared. Low intelligence, basic skills, very limited upgrade potential. Sung Woo froze, low intelligence and hard to upgrade, like a player without physical stamina. Suddenly remembering something, he asked Min Seok, since you are a doctor, your intelligence stats should not be low. Then he used the skill on him. It immediately transformed. Superior intelligence, professional skills, high upgrade potential, and unlocked Death Knight class. Min Seok transformed into a knight, holding a cold sharp sword. Skill information, Dark Demon Sword, channel mana to enhance the weapon, inflict chaotic curses on targets, stronger with upgrades. In front of Min Seok, multiple skill windows continuously appeared. He turned to Sung Woo, saying the new skills were still developing, and it seemed he had anticipated this. Sung Woo looked at Min Seok's fist, stepped back slightly and shook his head, refusing. He showed confidence in his abilities while the skill was still in development. Although his appearance did not seem the same, he had learned a great deal back when he was still in school, while firing ice bullets and spinning shots directly toward Old Man Du. However, the old man remained indifferent, arms crossed behind magic circles. All attacks were blocked right in front of him. The old man looked at Sung Woo with a sharp gaze and asked, "Are you still hiding a skill?" He coldly replied that this was not a skill. At that moment, a sound came from the sealed door behind them. It turned out Jisoo had arrived and shattered the seal. She stepped in and lightly blamed him for not contacting her when things got worse. He turned back with a smile. The door closed too suddenly, but I knew you would come. The old man waved his hand and said there were still other prey, letting the puppets continue playing with them. Sung Woo realized it was the same divine blood arrow technique as on the upper floor, and quickly told Jisoo to handle it, only she could block it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jisoo immediately rushed forward with dual swords, neutralizing all incoming attacks. At the same time, she leapt into the air, assisting Min Seok in blocking an attack from another direction. Under the pressure of the magic barrier, Min Seok could not help but curse in frustration. As expected, the healer was the problem. The magic shield was too difficult to break. While trying to break the defensive formation, a mage on the right began preparing an attack. With no other choice, he summoned a bone soldier to rush out and block the attack for him. Sung Woo realized the opponent not only had a healer but also multiple other classes. If so, they would be surrounded from all sides, and he needed support to reach the target. He summoned Imugi to appear and jumped onto its back. Just as he was about to use Imugi to approach the target, the mage on the left suddenly launched an attack. A magic field exploded violently, knocking the monster down. Sung Woo and Oren quickly jumped away to escape. He landed and slid back, thinking that the opponent could easily destroy Imugi. The damage output was too high, and even the armor could not withstand it. In addition, there was the terrifying calmness of Old Man Du, and the puppets moved with precision as if playing chess. Sung Woo tried to place himself in the opponent's position to find a way to survive, wondering what he would do if he were him. Min Seok blurted out that they used mana. If it was drained, they could win. Jisoo immediately objected. Impossible. Their mana is constantly replenished. There must be a power source. The old man remained floating, controlling the puppets to continuously fire divine blood arrows at them. High-level summoned monsters could still resist, but bone soldiers and weaker undead were continuously destroyed. Bone beads were no exception. The group struggled to defend. It seemed the old man wanted to clear the outside before Jisoo could intervene. Sung Woo realized a direct confrontation was useless. The number of puppets was too large to control. He paused and thought, how is he controlling the puppets? If there are no tendrils, then what is the control mechanism? He recalled that it was very likely he was using a control device, meaning there must be a central machine. He used Yu to summon Spectre and ordered it to find the control machine and destroy it. The old man still enjoyed the battle, confidently analyzing the opponent with superior intellect and believing his strategy was perfect. He defended while launching continuous attacks, even saying he should have done this from the start instead of using a clone. During Spectre's cover inspection process, Sung Woo had found what he needed. There were 6 rooms connected to Old Man Do's body, used to control all the puppets. But destroying them was not easy, the walls were too thick, and there was only one extremely narrow entrance. While thinking of a way to approach, he realized Orin below was just small enough to fit through. Sung Woo immediately summoned it. A giant foot crashed down and shattered the structure, and he rushed toward the old man standing there. The old man recognized Durahan, the one he had once imprisoned and studied, and smiled, saying it finally had something new to play with. The old man stroked his beard and deduced that Durahan was only bait. The real purpose was to create an opening for escape. Old Man wondered why Durahan had a head, lifted Oran and threw it fiercely toward the gap of the room. Only then did the old man realize the real target was the control rooms, not retreating. An alarm immediately rang out, engine number 3 malfunctioning, followed by an explosion inside. After the engine was destroyed, the old man exclaimed that he was targeting the healer class. The old man forced himself to stay calm, still having emergency energy, just needed to hold for about 1 minute. The system reported the factory was switching to emergency energy mode at 34%. Sung Woo became excited. One healer had been taken down, now there was another option, immediately ordering Min Seok to attack. Min Seok swung his sword, creating a straight path of ice toward the old professor. At the same time, he ordered the headless knight Durahan to move along the ice path to attack the target. However, the old man still confidently shouted that he still had many puppets to defend. Durahan unleashed its unique skill, the God Hoof Charge, gathering extreme energy in its hand before launching it forward. The blue magic strike slammed into the old man's chest, knocking him backward. The tendrils snapped apart. Professor Du fell to the ground screaming in disbelief. Seeing the opponent collapse, Sung Woo understood that the weakness of a single army is how easily it collapses when countered. He thought that if it were him, he would eliminate the opponent from the start, not fight in a drawn-out chess-like battle, because the battlefield is not a place for pure strategy games. The old man fell in front of him and bitterly said it was ridiculous to lose to a newcomer. A large flame burned away those who could not resist, while mission progress continuously displayed on the screen. Current progress, 144 out of 40. Sung Woo ordered the Legion to destroy the entire factory. Dr. Du's body reverted into a frail old man, lying weakly and desperately asking if everything he had done would end like this. Sung Woo stepped in front of him and coldly said he did not understand where his confidence came from, hiding in a safe zone and enjoying free experience. Even destroying a clone was difficult. He frowned, eyes full of contempt, and declared this was your end, trash. Insulted and called trash, he immediately erupted in rage. He roared in his fading breath that you could not even live half as well as me. What do you know about what I prepared? He glared and cursed, shouting that people like you understand nothing. I had already planned everything. Nearly exhausted, he still tried to curse, then finally lost breath and collapsed to the ground. Sung Woo drew his weapon and coldly accused him of deceiving survivors, manipulating beastmen, and turning them into test subjects. He angrily said this is how you act after seeing everything in advance. Sung Woo attacked while shouting that if he already knew everything and wanted to guide things, he should have taken more responsibility. The old man trembled and muttered that responsibility only belonged to what was worthy of it, and this world was already meaningless. He said the world had collapsed. What mattered was what lay behind it, not what you could understand. Sung Woo pressed him, asking what else he knew. He replied that it was the real world, but blood still poured from his mouth. The old man forced himself up and continued that an absolute entity was guiding the transcenders, and they were still watching. Sung Woo thought something was watching this place, like a giant eye of some hidden force. He immediately cut off his perception and fell into thought. Was this different from the creator being Imuji had mentioned? At the end of the room, Dr. Du struggled to lift his head toward a strange flashing light. Sung Woo wondered what he was looking at. Was there something on the ground? The old man screamed in panic that they were coming. It was all your fault. I am doomed. The ground shook violently. Jisoo panicked and warned that something was rising. The ground shattered, and a massive entity rose before them. A gigantic black sphere appeared. A streak of light ran down its center. From the crack, a terrifying giant eye opened. System warning. An extraterrestrial entity is suppressing you. All stats reduced by 60%. The old doctor trembled and said it was the real world, an eye with 4 legs connected to the earth. The pressure caused his eyes to burst, blood pouring out as he screamed in agony. His body was crushed and exploded, his final words a plea for mercy. That scene horrified Sung Woo. The corpse had almost vanished, leaving only a small smear of blood. Sung Woo's face was filled with shock and fear. The system warned the entity was staring and emitting killing intent. The eye released overwhelming pressure that engulfed the entire room. Sung Woo feared that power could kill even Dr. Du, and if it hit him he would barely resist it. He gritted his teeth, wondering if it was targeting only Dr. Du because of a contract with him. Cracks like sword slashes appeared across the eye. It shattered, but before disappearing it still cursed that it would kill him one day. Jisoo asked in shock what happened. Sung Woo said they might meet it again very soon. System message, immortal kill mission completed. Obtain God's response skill. Skill upgraded to Master Craftsman level. Sung Woo cancelled the summon, returned to his true form and sighed. Jisoo asked if the Evolution Society was finished. He replied yes and told her to check what they had been hiding. Outside, the Legion and reinforcement aircraft had just arrived. Hanho stepped down laughing, saying those guys were finally taken down. Did you really destroy the entire facility? The boy asked who the final boss of the Evolution Society was, still regretting not unleashing his strongest attack. Two briefly thought of Hanho Kebab and Jisoo Guang Slice. Sung Woo mocked that they looked quite similar, especially in their weirdness. Sung Woo checked the stats, 1914 prisoners, and 491 beastmen collaborators, exceeding handling capacity. He ordered contact with the Liberation Forces since they also hated the society after the Yondang Bo terrorist incident. Although managing prisoners would be difficult, that organization was the strongest in Korea, so cooperation was possible. Sung Woo said after finishing everything he would go to Tsushima Island to meet the doctor. Kim smiled and reminded him that he still knew nothing about Tsushima Island. Hanho showed his phone and reported that someone had already arrived there. He turned back and asked who it was. Tsushima Island was now engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Inside the compartment of a battleship, Japanese ninjas panicked as the ship sank, trying to escape and hide on the island. He was in absolute panic, tears mixing with seawater, despairing as he cried out that it was happening again. From the sky, a point of light flashed, dragging lightning-like streaks that tore across the air. Immediately after, a massive pillar of light struck the ship at sea, sinking it into the deep abyss. The ship began to sink slowly, gradually being swallowed by the dark seawater. The cargo containers on deck fell into the sea one after another in chaos. Many people also jumped in after them, trying to grasp a fragile chance of survival. Sung Woo held his phone watching the broadcast from the island. Hanho asked him whether that was that man. In his mind, that name surfaced. He was rushing straight to the front lines in such a tense state. What was he doing? From the broadcast, a man's voice called out to Sung Woo. "Hey necromancer, are you watching? It's me, do you remember me?" He stood somewhere on the island and continued speaking. "I have heard about you. It seems you are living quite well. It makes me jealous." He narrowed his eyes in discomfort. "Well, I have to wander everywhere dealing with trouble. Where exactly did he go?" Sung Woo recalled the last opponent he had ever faced. He wondered whether he was carrying out a mission related to the Hell Gate. Kang Seok stood on the magic circle. Sung Woo told him he would contact him again soon and send items from Tsushima Island as a reward. Standing in front of the flycam, he replied, "All right. He could see you are starting to grow the world tree. One day I also want to see it. You will show me, right?" He thought about the tree planting matter, unsure whether he cared about the world tree or ambition. His intentions were becoming harder to read. Sung Woo clenched his fist. Right now he still ranked first in both strength and intelligence. His only remaining advantage was the world tree. The system notification stated the world tree had matured. Connection completed. Your stamina has increased. The power of the mature world tree spread influence across the entire region. It opened the opportunity to grant special race traits to residents living near the world tree. Sung Woo was confused. What did race mean? Until now he thought all players were human. The world tree owner can choose one of the races as desired. Each race trait can be adjusted and changed. Fairy race, starlight race, giant race, and a final race that has not yet been identified. Sung Woo sighed. From factions to now races. Will I no longer be human in the future? He thought it might become stronger than being human, but he did not want to give up his humanity. Looking at the notification, the fourth option was still unknown. There were definitely variables. He decided to find out first before choosing. Sung Woo reported that Li Jiangsu sent word the world tree had grown extremely large and 3 new fruits had appeared. Hanho stood beside him in shock. That massive thing was still growing even further. He walked toward the helicopter and ordered immediate takeoff preparation. After a long flight, they arrived at the World Tree location where Li Jiangsu was already waiting. System reward notification. The Korean server has won the bloody war. Rewards distributed based on contribution include 45 million, War Hero title level 2 and +3 to all stats. Hanho excitedly told Sung Woo that the official channels were exploding. The result of the war had shocked the entire world. But what was in front of them was even more shocking. The World Tree had become unimaginably massive with violent roots emerging. The trunk was as large as several buildings combined. The canopy spread wide, almost covering the entire surrounding area. Sung Woo asked Li Jiangsu whether it had changed this much in just one night. He replied the roots had burst through multiple buildings, forcing a city redesign. Hanho's father added that thanks to this, the shield range had expanded to 3 km, making the town area much larger than before. The child turned and asked whether that meant his school area had also become bigger. Sanu suggested he had contacted the Warren Guild to collect items from Tsushima Island and would redistribute part of them. Sung Woo smiled lightly, rebuilding while protecting, and even transporting loot. They were clearly severely understaffed. Li Jiangsu calmly replied there was no need to worry. Gangwado had joined. and more trustworthy workers and assistants would help. 256 players led by a knight summoner advanced forward. A woman in a red dress riding a large bird commanded a Western-style sword army moving towards Shugen. Sung Woo sighed in relief. With this force they could manage for now. Jisoo praised Li Jiangsu for his strong support. He scratched his head and laughed loudly, saying it was nothing while still looking quite pleased. Sung Woo stepped forward and placed his hand on the world tree trunk, deciding to investigate the condition for the fourth race. Upon touch, the interface displayed a notification that the owner could choose race traits. Each option could be adjusted. Notice the content had changed. 3 new fruits had appeared. The fourth option was still not found, meaning the fourth fruit had not appeared either. 4 pillars of light appeared on the canopy, each in a different color. In front of him were 3 world tree fruits neatly placed inside a cardboard box. Sung Woo asked Li Jiangsu whether these were the 3 fruits that had been found. He looked up at the tree and confirmed it while still investigating. Many people were searching for the remaining fruit, but the tree was too large and dangerous. Falling from that height would certainly be fatal. Holding the purple fruit in his hand, he resolved to find the remaining one no matter what. Item information appeared. Second world fruit, fairy race fruit, contains special power. Once consumed it will transform you, and you cannot eat another fruit. Sung Woo considered it. He had always grown stronger through different choices. The remaining fruit might hold even greater power. The system confirmed the world tree had 4 types of fruit, but the last one had still not been found. Sung Woo paused, his eyes brightened. Wait, was the fruit really on the tree at all? The world tree was not a natural entity on Earth. It contained game and fantasy elements. It could not be understood by normal logic. He looked down at the ground and judged that it might be under the tree roots, then ordered everyone to search carefully around the root area. He immediately summoned Spectre, then controlled them to dig deep into the ground to check the area below. After a while, through Spectre, Sung Woo found the green fourth world fruit wrapped by tree roots. This was a mysterious fruit not fully ripened, hollow and unstable. If left to grow naturally, it would become ordinary, but it could be intervened by infusing special energy to change its future and properties. With support from giant monsters, they dug a deep hole into the ground, and Li Jiangsu prepared to go down to inspect. Holding the fourth fruit in his hand, he smiled because this was a completely different type, not limited by race and able to freely choose its development path. System notification: he has completed the mythic mission and activated a new chain quest regarding the origin of the Dragonoid's race, along with 2 ultimate seeds with special evolutionary potential when combined. Sung Woo reported that he had obtained a powerful item, but could not freely choose as he wished. Even so, he was not disappointed because Wyvern once dominated the Korean server, and this was a dragon species that had never appeared before. He called Min-seok, reminding him that the journey began from the 5,000-day mark but had come very far now. The time remaining until the evaluation period was only about 1,000 days. Min-seok raised his sword and said the egg would probably hatch soon. Sue raised 2 fingers and asked whether with the recent boss level they had fought, it was already strong enough. He smiled reassuringly and said just do your own work and everything would stabilize. From high in the sky above even airplanes, a figure riding a griffin appeared with a red cloak fluttering. She was a griffin knight. She waved at the necromancer and said it had been a long time. He happily shook her hand and said welcome. She seemed to have changed quite a bit. Anho looked at his phone and said she was now called the Lord of Gangwado, making Li Jiangsu surprised since they only needed manpower, not titles. Everyone was actively reorganizing the town after the world tree had grown. Anho was demonstrating rank 20 dagger skills to tease the kids. Jisoo was hunting bosses with a small group in the Ice Mountains. Sung Woo controlled the undead army, while Hanho reported a large mining site in Bukhan Mountain and suggested using prisoners to operate. He asked whether they considered him an ally. Hanho said there had been major conflict because they belonged to the Angel faction, but now still maintained a neutral relationship. Dong Yu said the economy had stabilized and would become more important. If only relying on strength they could not keep up. Kim loudly announced that reinforcements from Dejun had arrived. Continuous warnings not to open sealed crates, because inside was the breath of the abyss. Town residents complained about being forced to work continuously, but still had to continue their jobs. System notification: the World Tree area had increased prosperity, increased crafting rate, increased efficiency, reduced costs, and increased rare material discovery chance. Griffin Knight said there was a skilled player building fortresses in Gangwado, and he presented a fairly detailed plan. Open view of Fapthao Fortress. B-rank fortress, cost 30,000 gold per 3 square meters, not including materials, an additional 250,000 gold for a single turret. Sung Woo happily held the blueprint and decided to proceed immediately. The engineer warned construction cost would reach 150 million gold, but Hanho reassured that the budget was sufficient. Total gold currently available was 599 million. Everyone wondered what materials the airplane was bringing overhead. Jisoo quickly jumped out from the airplane. He asked her whether she was not supposed to be hunting in Gangwon. Jisoo said she had a message from the Great Mountain King. She mentioned again the prophetic stone that Kim had given. He confirmed it mentioned the appearance of a lich in North Korea and an undead guardian army. Sung-woo calmly said if it had become a lich, then there was nothing to worry about, but Jisoo confirmed it had already happened. Jisoo worried because a lich had appeared on the North Korea server. There were signs they were spreading southward. Sung-woo worried that the second hell scenario was repeating. Although he thought he had stopped it, it was still happening. If other lich existed, they must be eliminated immediately to prevent them sharing resources. The awakening mission required becoming the first to obtain the godly scythe, but there might be other unique items. While he was thinking, Jisoo asked whether they should go immediately. He snapped his fingers and decided to upgrade first. Nam Duong legendary tier from Imugi dungeon was opened through a gacha mechanism to receive random items. Hanho stopped Jisoo and said she should not open it because of bad luck, making her uncomfortable. System notification: it was possible to exchange 5 legendary items for 1 mythic item. Sung-woo paused, then decided to exchange for a mythic item. Jisoo tried to open it but was stopped by Hanho in time, while Sung-woo asked to hold her back so he would open first. He completed the exchange for a mythic tier item. He obtained the Bihyong fan, which could increase magic resistance and control the souls of the dead. The fan's power changed according to harmony with death energy, carrying the power of one who subdues demons. Sung-woo waved the fan, surprised he had received such a strange item. He now possessed a lick and the Bihyong fan. There was still one unknown item. Needing further collection, he recalled the previous Anubis quest. Even though it is just a handheld fan, it has 3 components, and it might even be stronger than Anubis, though we cannot confirm that yet. Sung-woo turned to the two of them and said that everything was ready. They were still arguing about Jisoo's level of bad luck every time she gacha rolls. On Hanho's cheek was a clear 5-finger mark from Jisoo. The boy asked if they should use a helicopter due to the complex terrain, but Jisoo said there was an easier way. In her hand was a jade green stone, something the Great Mountain King had given her to teleport directly to the mountain. Hanho fell into thought, as if that monster favored Jisoo quite a bit. Everyone decided to set off together, heading to meet the Great Mountain King in the cold northern mountains. They silently walked on the snow, advancing toward the mountain range where the Great Mountain King lived. Hanho shivered and asked if they were sure they had ever been here before, while Jisoo pointed ahead and said the deeper they went, the scenery would change more. The group continued forward in the harsh weather, but the temperature gradually warmed and trees began to appear. Everyone was shocked. This place truly matched the legendary paradise, completely opposite to the initial coldness. Sung-woo sensed the strange atmosphere and realized all these changes were created by the system. They entered the area believed to be the constantly changing lair of the Demon King, so they could not let their guard down. Jisoo pointed at 2 small houses in the distance, saying that was the Great Mountain King's residence. Sung-woo smiled faintly. This place did not look like the home of a Great Mountain King. Hanho also felt slightly disappointed compared to his expectations. In front of them was a slightly chubby tiger holding a rake and watching them. The tiger turned inward and shouted that Lady Jisoo had arrived. A bird pecking at the ground stopped when it heard the sound. The large man was the Great Mountain King, digging potatoes with the tiger, and stood up asking if that was Jisoo. The system displayed area boss Great Mountain King has appeared. He stood next to a bear and a slightly chubby tiger. The Great Mountain King smiled, spread his arms in welcome, and said, "At last you have arrived, welcome." Sung-woo observed carefully and realized this was potato farmland, and at the tiger's feet were potatoes. The Great Mountain King explained that he was just digging potatoes for food, nothing special, so he looked a bit dirty. He stroked his chin and looked at the tiger, saying there were guests, but the pot was broken so they could not cook. The chubby tiger pouted and said it was only lightly covered, yet it got broken, causing the Great Mountain King to scold it for being a precious item and needing more care. Putting that aside, he told them to be led inside. The tiger immediately invited everyone to follow. From the outside, the wooden house looked quite simple and rustic. Inside, everyone gathered around a steaming pot of boiled potatoes. The Great Mountain King said these were freshly dug potatoes, and even bragged that he personally grew them with magic, leaving Sung-woo speechless. The tiger and the bear both praised the potatoes as delicious, while Sung-woo silently observed in confusion. Sung-woo remained alert, carefully observing everything around him. He directly asked if they were monsters, causing the group to freeze. The Great Mountain King calmly smoked his pipe and said that was probably true. Sung-woo reacted that the system clearly classified them as monster species. Great Mountain King said he did not deny it, he just did not like the term. After speaking, he exhaled a puff of smoke. He said seriously that from birth they had been monsters, but their will had always been chaotic, and he had overcome it to reach this point. Sung-woo thought he was denying the monster label and could clearly sense the difference. He smiled and said they belonged to the Tiger Beast tribe, evolved beings with different forms but the same essence. After many battles, they took control of the Silver Corpse Mountain range and stopped the Chuncheon Guild's attack. He said enemy attacks were understandable since they were just following their mission. The Great Mountain King pointed at Sung-woo and said they they were the same, all controlled by the system. Sungwoo asked if they could see the system window. They answered no, but there was a godlike voice that constantly implanted certain objectives into their minds, such as finding places to attack, killing people, and eating human flesh. The Great Mountain King tapped ash from his pipe into a nearby cup. He gave a bitter laugh and said everything was ridiculous. He just wished he could stop it. He pointed his pipe at Sungwoo and said the troubles in the northern region forced them to reveal themselves. Sungwoo asked about the North Korean server situation, and the Great Mountain King replied that it had already fallen. He added that the players there did not react in time and control had been completely lost. The consequences spread to this region and immortal monsters began to pour in. At that time, he and his two brothers observed the situation from the high mountains. He said that was why they needed Sungwoo, because he understood the undead better than anyone else. Sungwoo suspected whether the undead were players, but the Great Mountain King said they were just monsters like them. Sungwoo asked why they'd not stop them. He continued questioning that if they were like them, they should understand better, but he still was not sure whether he should trust this monster boss. The Great Mountain King fell silent for a moment. Then he angrily said that since they also lived here, they had to stop those who came to destroy this place. He added that he understood their perspective, but when standing on opposite sides, discussing the future was nearly impossible. Wang slowly spoke, causing both the tiger and the bear to fall into confusion. The three brothers only wished to live peacefully here and did not want to get involved in battles. The tiger and bear agreed as well. They did not like fighting despite their intimidating appearance. Wang said they were different from other monsters, wondering whether it was due to the will of their creator or just whispers in their minds. He picked up a potato, and those same questions also surfaced in his mind, but in truth it was simply their own choice. Biting into the delicious potato, I only want to live a peaceful life among pots and pans and a few difficult neighbors. Sungwoo observed and wondered if he was really serious or just an NPC in this world, both a boss and a system entity. He reluctantly said, "Fine, if you provide information about the killing spirit, I will investigate and eliminate it." Immediately, a notification screen appeared before them. A heavy pressure suddenly descended upon Sungwoo. A new storyline opened, chaos spread across the world. In many servers, Korean players advanced rapidly, forming a third faction for the first time, and the world tree was rapidly growing. The original chapter revolved around angels and demons, but in Korea both factions were weaker, so the content was adjusted. In this endless hell, success always came from groups. Warning: monster forces from the North Korean server are pouring south, aiming to drain energy from Korea's world tree. The event continues until the Monster King is defeated or the world tree is destroyed. Everyone was shocked by the newly appeared notification. Clearly the Korean world tree region was facing a major threat. Wang wondered if something major had just happened. Sungwoo stood up seriously and asked, "You want to protect this land, right?" He sat and replied as if it was already obvious. Sungwoo added that he still did not fully trust him. He tilted his head and demanded proof. If he wanted to protect this land, then he should help defend the Korean server. Wang gave a low growl, then smiled while staring at him. He threw the potato down and said, "Do not eat it. It was only half boiled," then asked who cooked it. He walked outside, then turned back and said, "Follow me. I will take you to the person who knows about the killing spirit." Between the towering snowy mountains, a cold atmosphere enveloped everything. Wang looked around while Hanho asked if he was sure he knew the way. He smiled confidently. "Of course we will arrive soon. I am Wang." Sungwoo asked if that person who knew about the killing spirit belonged to the North Korean server. Wang confirmed that it was correct. He added that 7 days ago he had saved a wanderer from pursuers. That person had once belonged to an organization serving the killing spirit. Standing in front of the house, Wang shouted for the owner to come out and meet him. From inside, an old man came out yelling, asking what that monster was doing here. Wang looked annoyed and retorted that he was the king of this land and was protecting them. A blonde little girl ran out happily. The blue-clothed girl asked more about the tigers. Sungwoo was surprised to see monsters playing with children in a friendly way. Wang lifted the blonde girl up high, while Jisoo greeted the blue-clothed girl. Hanho said these were the people who had helped Jisoo before. Wang asked where Mr. Lee was, joking whether he had been hung on the mountain. A man named Lee came out wiping his face and apologized, saying he had been working in the backyard and did not know guests had arrived. Notification appeared, warning that excessive language was being automatically filtered. He introduced the information provider as someone from the northern Lai Sung-ho region. This person had once served the killing spirit but had now turned over a new leaf, so they should not be too harsh on him. 3 people sat around the table. Lai began talking about the situation on the North Korean server. Even without players, that place would eventually collapse due to environmental conditions. Lai lowered her head and continued, "When the cards first appeared, all adults were warned not to touch them, and the government even issued strict bans." Sungwoo interrupted, "Wait, if that really happens, yes, the North Korean server is where too many incidents have occurred, even more than the number of players. Sung Woo, worried, looked at Lee Sung-ho and thought a server where NPCs outnumber players would surely collapse. Lee Sung-ho held a glass of water, his hand trembling as he said players who drew cards tried to complete quests, but everything was left unfinished while they were persuading others to follow them. The image of players in North Korea appeared. According to accounts, they were brutally suppressed by the government, leaving no one able to unite and resist. Lee Sung-ho gritted his teeth and continued, monsters once underestimated had evolved from raid bosses into overlords. Even a demon king had appeared. The great king sitting beside him rested his chin on his hand, speaking irritably that new creatures were leading other monster species to invade his territory. Lee Sung-ho sighed in agreement. Yes, Sung-woo, after grasping the situation, became even more worried. This is the worst case. Ordinary players were not strong enough to face monsters and mutants had no reason to help them. Stopping it entirely depended on players. A system notification appeared warning of the tragic end of a city. Lee Sung-ho's words cut into his thoughts, emphasizing the north was a hell of monsters. An image appeared of a black-robed skeleton raising its hand, controlling an entire army of undead. One of the rulers is Lich, Lord of Darkness. Sung-woo asked, only one? Lee Sung-ho replied firmly, only one Lich, but he personally commanded thousands of undead. Terrifying images continuously appeared in his mind. Thousands of undead, though weak, were enough to form a great threat. Perhaps the title Demon King had granted him that power. Lee Sung-ho continued, players on the North Korean server had begun to submit to monsters to survive, and Lich even recruited mages and made them death priests. Images in the prophetic stone appeared again, where he saw players like controlled believers. Prophetic stone had once shown him as a believer, and thousands of undead could also be controlled by such believers. To make sure, Sung-woo asked where Ki-song was. Lee Sung-ho slowly replied, there was a place called the temple where Lich and the death priests resided. Around that temple, bodies were piled up like a mountain. Black crows and undead hovered around the area. Lee Sung-ho warned that the place was extremely dangerous. He should reconsider. Contrary to his concern, Sung-woo showed interest. A residence, it sounds more dangerous than I imagined. At the same time, in the northern server at the temple, black crows covered the temple gate. The atmosphere was extremely eerie. In the center of the temple, a group of black-robed figures stood in a circle, with a coffin in the middle. Suddenly, one of them panicked. He reported to the others that they had lost connection with the undead unit in the southeast. Possibly it had been attacked. The priest angrily said there was still resistance, immediately sent crows to investigate. At that moment, another person also shouted that he had lost connection. This made the priest even more worried. He asked if the crow eyes had seen anything. The priest controlling the crows looked into the reflecting sphere and said loudly that he still had not seen anything. He would scan further. Through the sphere, he saw a man in black clothing covering his face, emitting a dangerous aura. He immediately reported that someone was 20 meters away approaching the temple, possibly related to the lost connection incident. The priest ordered the undead to eliminate the intruder. Do not let him ruin the summoning ritual of the suffering scholar golem. The situation became more tense as a priest holding the sphere ran up and shouted, Master, look. He turned back angrily and asked what was wrong. The priest handed him the sphere showing undead surrounding the mysterious man, and said they were behaving abnormally and not obeying orders. The priest explained that the crows could observe the intruder nearby, but they would be manipulated or destroyed. The master priest immediately ordered that it might be a skill or item. Let him approach, then trigger violent execution. Kill him immediately. He laughed proudly. Anyone who dared to enter here would be burned in hell. No one would survive. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire temple. Violent shock made the priests inside unable to stand steady. After the explosion, the master priest laughed in satisfaction, but the priest holding the sphere panicked and reported that the explosion happened before the trap was triggered. The sphere showed the man still entering the temple, completely unharmed. The master priest angrily roared, asking who set the wrong trap activation timing. The priests looked at each other in confusion and none admitted it. He became even more worried, seeing the man still advancing through the sphere. He ordered poison gas to be used, release all toxins to kill him as soon as he entered the temple. Outside, a series of poison gas canisters were dropped around the man and exploded. The gas spread. The master priest excitedly shouted it was black smoke, breath of the abyss. He saw the man seem to stagger and became even more excited, ordering him to fall. But at that moment the man stood up, his body releasing blue flames burning away all the poison gas. The master priest began to worry, feeling that he was becoming stronger. After all attacks failed, he ordered to awaken that one, since they were no longer opponents. The priest hesitated in fear and asked if doing so might implicate them. The master priest shouted that they must awaken it, otherwise the situation would get worse. All immediately formed an array around the coffin and released golden lightning. Right after that, the coffin lid opened. Violent flame erupted in fury. Lich appeared. He was the embodiment of the Grim Reaper. Then he looked at the priests in anger and asked why they dared to wake him at this hour. Immediately those people knelt down and respectfully said, "Honored Prophet, we are sorry." After calming down, Lich asked what had happened. "If it was only trivial matters, I will turn you into bone golems." He had just finished speaking when a massive explosion erupted, illuminating the entire temple area. Sung Woo, wearing black armor, stepped out of the explosion, his eyes blazing with rage. The leading priest said in fear, "Honored Prophet, there is an intruder. Please punish him and grant him the most painful death." But at this moment, Liz drenched in sweat across his skull, so frightened that his teeth felt like they were about to fall from his skull. At another location, a live broadcast was ongoing. Review episode 4 by reporter Adjutant, with 344,551 viewers. In a land engulfed in flames, helicopter flew slowly through the sky. A camera-equipped drone was live-streaming the scene of a chaotic horde of zombies moving on the ground below. The host said that everyone could see this was the Korean server, zombies piled everywhere, countless in number. Adjutant continued speaking into the radio, asking whether this was the first disaster in the Korean server, and said he would move further north to investigate. Immediately, the live-stream drone flew straight toward the northern city. Reporter Adjutant continuously filmed and broadcast the various monsters appearing in the city. Creatures with sharp fangs riding wild boars wielding knives ran everywhere, goblins and huge armored monsters carrying weapons in chaos, ferocious giant demons with fangs so long they nearly reached their eyes, among them one like a leader commanding the monsters. Reporter Adjutant spoke into the radio, stating that this was the current observation, but it was a sign of an intense war approaching. System notification that viewers donated 1,000 gold. She immediately expressed her thanks. "Even though the Korean server is about to collapse, we will record every moment until the very end." Viewer shouted that they could not stop this disaster and questioned whether it made any sense. "This is clearly the necromancer's fault. Why must weak people like us suffer this?" they called to sue him. Comments on screen continued to rise to 1015. Many argued that the necromancer must take responsibility and should be cut down. Dave Choi wrote that the situation had gone out of control and massive casualties would occur on the Korean server, demanding that he stop being stubborn and cut down the tree to end the crisis. Some others, such as John Bunham, called for a wise decision. While many panicked, saying they were about to die, the debate became chaotic. Some blamed the system, others mocked and suspected it was a personal error. Haeyeon read the comments and angrily said that cowards only hid in corners and caused trouble at a time like this. She raised a flaming fist while saying that this chaotic world needed absolute power to restore order. Lee Jiangsu hurriedly stopped her in panic, saying it was only complaints from children. He turned to Haeyeon and said that negative opinions would never become the mainstream trend. As long as they followed the right direction, everyone would follow. System announcement appeared that the Hunter Guild supported the World Tree faction in resistance, declared a temporary suspension of operations to protect the Korean server, and said war updates would follow. The chairman of the Hwarang Guild spoke, saying the necromancer's influence was increasing, and they must use this method to attract his attention. The next announcement stated that the Hwarang Guild joined the World Tree faction forces, and although they had just gone through the Japan-Korea War and could not contribute much, they were fully aware of the severity of the situation. Everyone called in unison that this was a chance to repay the necromancer, and the entire Korean server must unite regardless of faction. Lai Jiangsu Lian happily said that the Liberation Force might also stand on their side. Hanho added that this was the great unification of the entire Korean server. Back at the temple, Sung Woo was sitting on the ground beside the coffin, silently observing. He looked at the priests and Lich kneeling on the ground. The head priest turned and asked what they should do next, and Lich replied that if they were lucky they might survive. Sung Woo looked at Lich and asked his name. He replied, trembling, that he was Victor. Lich, Victor. He continued asking what his power was. He trembled and replied that he controlled 2,000 low-level zombies, and as a death priest he could summon another 50. Then Seo touched his sword and said that Sung Woo, this man had intelligence, let him cut off his head quickly. He calmly folded his hands in thought, deciding to gather information first while internally calculating that he could extract more useful data. Immediately, Victor was pinned to the ground with 2 swords at his neck. Sung Woo asked whether Demon King was the highest level or if there existed something above it. He trembled, sweat and tears pouring down, saying the Demon King was only a lower rank, and above it was the Emperor, the strongest among monsters. He fell into thought about the name Emperor. Sung Woo looked at Victor and repeated the word Emperor. He further explained that it was the strongest existence among monsters bearing the title of King, and the peak of this server. He slowly stood up and asked whether he had served him before, and if he would follow him from now on. Victor immediately replied in shock that of course he would, my lord. He shouted in loyalty that serving death was his mission, more important than anything. He looked at him and felt something familiar, as if he had understood his nature from the moment they met. A system notification stated that he had recruited Lick Victor, who had independent will and could act outside his influence yet still obey him. He jumped down in front of him and thought that he could not escape control from the moment they met. Placed his hand and transferred a blue light into Victor's head. Victor emotionally burst into tears and shouted that he had been made into his subordinate. Outside the temple, countless corpses rose, the sky turned red, black crowds circled ominously. At Manhwa Paju City, a loud explosion erupted, breaking the northern barrier and causing chaos. Observers shouted for urgent reinforcements. A mage raising a shield shouted angrily that zombies should have come first. Why were these ones here? The captain immediately commanded troops and hunters to hold the line. The observer continued reporting that a large horde of zombies was approaching. Thousands were rushing in. This caused panic. Why was it happening at this moment? The bloodthirsty zombies rushed in, leaving soldiers desperate as they could not stop them. The observer noticed something strange. The zombies were moving very differently. Outside the barrier, zombies were frantically attacking other monsters, both sides clashing in chaos. The zombie numbers completely overwhelming. The soldiers witnessing the scene before them could not believe their eyes. The zombies were charging to attack even the monsters. In the midst of the chaotic scene, the female squad leader could not hide her joy and spoke out in excitement. She immediately gave the order. The time had come. Attack. The monsters' retreat had been blocked. Surround and eliminate them immediately. Soon after, a series of explosions rang out around the barrier. The massive leading monster collapsed in front of the barrier, causing several zombies to be thrown into the air by the shockwave. Immediately they rose again, silently looking toward the opposite base. As both sides fell into a quiet standoff, the zombies began performing strange actions such as forming heart shapes, raising fingers, or joining their hands into hearts. A soldier wondered whether they were on their side, and the captain reluctantly explained they were summons from an ancient necromancy spell, and were quite peculiar. In the sky, Sung Woo arrived riding a bone dragon, with Lick Victor behind him. Sung Woo shouted to everyone that it was not over yet, and to quickly repair the fortress. The Minsu soldiers were moved to tears when they saw Sung Woo appear. Everyone was both emotional and aware of previous misunderstandings. The female squad leader immediately ordered the entire army to return and repair the fortress. She turned to Sung Woo and asked loudly whether he planned to return to the fortress. Necromancer. He turned back and replied briefly that he would head north. Sung Woo stated that defending alone would not lead to victory. The battle had to be ended. He then led the Bone Dragon squad flying straight toward the north. Lick Victor spoke up at that moment. The monster emperor was in Pyongyang, but he had never seen his face. Sung Woo asked why he served that being. Victor said there were rumors that he had evolved by devouring all who resisted when he was still a leading monster. Sung Woo fell silent in thought, realizing that if left like a leading wyvern, they would only grow stronger without control. Lick Victor continued that he was once an ancient dragon, but had now become a salamander with flames capable of melting even stone. Sung Woo smiled calmly with calculation. A fire type, it seemed easy to handle. Victor immediately grew worried. The bone dragon continued flying toward the vast northern mountain range. No one noticed a white stork silently following from behind. Great Mountain King looked at the image transmitted by the white stork and grew furious. Everything was exceeding expectations. It was fortunate there was a scout, but the forces guarding the Imjin River had unexpectedly advanced north. He pointed and gave orders. Golden Tiger recorded while replying that it would be updated. Hanho beside him also acted imposing and pointed along. From behind, Jisoo stepped forward and asked urgently whether they should deploy troops. Great Mountain King sighed and said this was the first time the king appeared. Such a perfect script. The young boy beside him also demanded to be the main character, making Jisoo tremble with anger. Jisoo stepped forward with her weapon, killing intent rising. Stop pretending to be the king and act seriously. Faced with her blade, Great Mountain King and Hanho hurriedly trembled and apologized. In contrast, Golden Tiger was extremely excited, his eyes shining brightly, even wanting to be scolded more because he thought the roleplay was cool. Jisoo grew even angrier and warned that if they delayed they would be dealt with, while the two Golden Tigers behind her became even more excited and kept praising it. On another side, a massive monster wearing stone armor was screaming in panic. Longcoat and Mincio coordinated perfectly. They quickly eliminated one monster after another, not giving them time to resist. On the leading bone dragon, Lick Victor could not help but feel amazed. This power was truly like that of a god of death. Victor looked at Sung Woo with admiration but was told to be silent, and he quickly replied yes in fear. He cautiously asked whether it was safe to go deeper like this. Sung Woo calmly said there was already a plan. Victor happily affirmed that he completely trusted his master. The system announced that Lick Victor's power had slightly increased. Victor excitedly said he had become stronger, while Sung Woo thought that if developed further it would form a very powerful army. A priest on another bone dragon suddenly panicked, drawing attention. He looked at the orb reflecting from the communication tower. A boar-faced monster in armor nervously reported that a force was approaching, more than 10,000 troops. Sung Woo looked at the burning mountain range and asked again about the number. Victor confirmed it was the force ordered by the emperor from Pyongyang. Sung Woo grabbed his collar and calmly said it was time to split the team. He brought him toward the advancing army and said he would face 10,000 troops, causing him to panic and confirm again. Sung Woo ordered Lick Victor to stall for time, while he would go to Pyongyang to face the emperor. He gave his final words good luck. He then threw him down, ignoring his panic and tears streaming nonstop. Golden flames erupted violently, both brilliant and terrifying. A large tower in the city was engulfed in golden flame. In a nearby building, 3 people were drinking water, 2 men looking outside and complaining about the heat. They complained that it was hot like it was caused by the fire lizard, but the woman immediately reminded them to be careful with their words. He calmly said it was a notorious monster, and reminded them it was the messenger of the true emperor. After drinking water, she said the mission was to use the monster on the North Korea server and confront the necromancer from the China server. Someone entered, and all 3 turned around while one reported that the butler had arrived. The butler greeted them and said the emperor was still resting. Everyone needed to wait longer. The man who had been silent suddenly stood up in anger for having waited for 2 days. Butler remained calm and suggested waiting longer, as the necromancer from the south would not be able to reach here. He stated that even if the opponent flew over, they could not face 12,000 troops. The messenger asked in panic whether all forces had been deployed. The butler coldly said that while the emperor rested, the generals had suppressed the chaos, and the necromancer had retreated south. The woman still worried about reports of the enemy approaching, but the butler insisted there was nothing left to worry about. The images of king-level monsters he sketched gradually were meant to reassure the envoys. Then he continued, being possessing power almost like the master, the emperor. Although he is the strongest here, each server has different power standards. Hearing that, the envoys gradually calmed down. The man from earlier, who was angry, coughed lightly and said, "Then we will wait a little longer." The steward clasped his hands and bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, we will pass the message to the master." Before he could finish speaking, a massive explosion shook the ground. The entire group of envoys simultaneously looked toward the building engulfed in fierce flames and screamed in panic. "What is that? What is happening?" From within the sea of fire, Sung Woo stepped out with overwhelming presence amid the screams of the envoys. "Chao Hosu." He swung his staff, creating a golden streak that tore across the sky, while releasing countless orbs like small planets. He said angrily, "I struggled to get here. Where are the monsters? Come out and greet your guests." The orbs that Sung Woo launched flew toward the building. The moment they hit the wall, they exploded violently, light bursting across the sky. Broken wall fragments fell everywhere, accompanied by thunderous explosions. The steward froze so hard his tongue felt elongated, his serious expression vanished. He shouted, "Impossible, master." That is, behind him the envoys moved forward one by one. The building that had just collapsed filled the area with thick smoke. Everyone covered their mouths, coughing violently. The woman in the envoy group covered her eyes and said, "That must be Chao Hosu." The man covering his face turned and asked, "How did he get here?" She replied calmly, "That is not the issue." She lowered her voice, her face turning angry. "I originally intended to kill him, but it seems unnecessary now. We should withdraw first." Elsewhere, Sung Woo slowly walked over the scattered large stones, suddenly feeling an unusual temperature at his feet. Sung Woo looked down and saw flames rising between the cracks in the rocks. This area was much hotter than the others. He became even more certain he has arrived, turned back to Min Seok and Roy and said, "I will take his head myself." Min Seok replied, "You are right, my feet feel like they are being burned." Sung Woo remained vigilant. "The monsters will swarm out to protect him, Min Seok. Hold them back with the team." Min Seok immediately obeyed. "I will definitely complete the mission." As soon as he finished speaking, a pack of gigantic crocodile-shaped monsters rushed in. Min Seok and Rai immediately took fighting stances, ready to engage, prepared to engage the incoming monsters. At this moment the ground beneath Sung Woo grew hotter and hotter. The rock cracks erupted violently and made loud sounds. Finally, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out. The mountain rocks shattered, debris flying everywhere. The boss of the domain, with a terrifying form and golden flame hair, appeared. He pointed angrily and said, "Who dares destroy my palace?" Sung Woo had long awaited this moment. He said, "This place was too hot, so I helped ventilate it. Who would have thought it would become like this?" He immediately turned to Sung Woo and roared in rage, "I do not care who you are." He gritted his teeth, "I will burn you to ashes and scatter you across my bedroom floor." He remained calm and even teased, "Good thing you are not as talkative as the king in my place." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive collision sounded, heat waves spread everywhere. In another place, a peaceful mountain forest scene, lush trees and a clear sky. In the cave, a pillar of light shone down intensely, faintly revealing two figures. Manhwa and Jisoo arrived and were surprised. Jisoo looked around and asked, "Did we not get teleported to Korea?" Great Mountain King, while lighting a fire tack, and said, "I do not have such convenient magic." Vang M tried to explain the teleportation item, but was interrupted. The Great King said, "This cave is where mountain spirits gather. It has a passage that connects teleportation across the continent. Golden spirit veins flow between the mountains, connecting them together." Jisoo lit a blue flame in her hand and said, "It is a bit dark around here. I will brighten it up." Manhwa looked at the two flames and said in surprise, "It is brighter now. Sister, I have been curious for a long time. What is that flame?" Hearing that, Jisoo proudly replied, "This is a playful spirit fire I obtained from a quest in Mount Taibai. It is a unique item." She continued proudly, "It enhances wind system skills and links with many of my other skills." Manhwa looked and said, "So you got a rare item." After a while they arrived at a large lake inside the cave. The crystal clear water created a magical shimmering scene. Manhwa walked while looking around in amazement. Wow, there is a big lake inside a cave. Golden glowing items appeared before his eyes, making him stunned. Is this the entire treasure hoard? Great Mountain King looked around and said, "I remember I stored it somewhere," then casually said, "This is my treasure. Take one item each if you want." Manhwa said happily. Really, he looked at the pile and sighed in relief. Good thing Senior is not here, otherwise he would have fought over it. Jisoo smiled. Indeed, Great Mountain King had found what he needed. He picked up the axe excitedly. Nice. It has been a long time since I held it again. Manhwa rummaged through the treasure pile looking for something cool, suddenly finding a strange item. Immediately Vang M appeared behind him, grabbing Manhwa by the head and said, "You are not allowed to take that bottle." The boy was startled in panic. Jisoo looked at the neatly placed bottle among the treasure and asked curiously. Vang M happily replied, "Yes, that is the lunar orb that Jisoo brought." Great Mountain King turned to the group and said, "That thing is too dangerous for humans. It is condensing mountain energy more and more." He ignored it and pointed at the treasure and said, "Forget it, Jisoo, just choose. Are you that Western brat?" The Great King's words made her slightly annoyed. He continued muttering, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." As he finished speaking, Jisoo had already chosen a sword. System window appeared. Wolfberhart legendary grade. Single sword. Effect: each slash increases strength and agility stacking up to 10 times. Activates Battle Hymn for 5 minutes. Resistance to effects and damage immunity. Requirement: World Tree Citizen. Special identity: warrior title and other unknown conditions. Jisoo read the system notification with some doubt. What is this? Great Mountain King carried his axe and looked at her calmly, saying, "You will not understand yet, you will soon." He turned to Manhwa, who was wearing random gear, and smiled and asked, "You look quite happy. That metal helmet actually suits you quite well." Manhwa performed movements that could hardly be considered normal, like a healer, a thief, a demon god, a case that had never appeared before. After that, the magic system was activated. Daesun Vuong ordered everyone go. The system announces the opening of the mountain path. A streak of lightning cuts across the mountain range at light speed. They move to another area where the mountains are burning fiercely. The system panel appears. You have reached the Uryu mountain connection point. A magic circle gradually appears. Daesun Vuong's group of 5 has arrived at the scene. Manhwa looks around curiously. So fast. We have not finished cleaning up the aftermath and already arrived. Daesun Vuong, carrying the spear kite, says sorry for not informing in advance, but we are not only dealing with an emperor boss. His eyes glow golden as he looks into the distance thoughtfully. Jisoo asks what the real world is. Dai Vuong explains it is a mysterious transcendent entity. If an incident occurs, it will appear. It is an unidentified humanoid entity with eyes but no mouth, made of fire. On Sung Woo's side, a blade rushes in at extreme speed. It heads straight toward him, but Sung Woo manages to dodge in time. The salamander advances, gripping the sword handle fiercely. He rushes forward and roars, "I will tear you apart and burn you to ashes." The clash between both sides creates an explosion not too large but extremely destructive, shocking Sung Woo. The salamander is thrown back, but still does not give up. He roars Fire Star. A barrage of fireballs flies toward Sung Woo. He calmly defends and counts 2 more times. Immediately, the surrounding fireballs explode, startling the salamander. At the right moment, Sung Woo shouts and fires a purple chain binding the sword. A lock appears and the sword in his hand disappears. The situation causes the salamander to panic and scream. Sung Woo disarms him and takes a boxing stance, asking, "Do you like boxing?" System information appears. Link chain heroic grade. When weapons collide 5 times, it triggers a seal for 5 minutes. Without hesitation, he rushes in with a continuous barrage of attacks while shouting loudly, "Knee, neck," then finally a straight punch toward the boss. The punch lands directly on the face, knocking him backward with a heavy sound. After the punch, Sung Woo rotates his wrist and calmly says he might craft more weapons after sealing. Salamander kneels on the ground, clutching his face, and screams coward. The system continues. Sunset breakthrough. Energy bands rush in and bind him completely without any gap. Sung Woo continues throwing several punches, leaving the salamander only able to scream in pain. He says the feeling of hitting a boss is pretty satisfying, causing him to gradually acknowledge Sung Woo's strength. He weakly resists, wipes blood, and asks what the strong want territory or treasure? Sung Woo replies decisively, your bones. The answer makes him freeze. Sung Woo points to the ground. If you die, keep the bones neat. The salamander looks up and asks again, you want my bones? Immediately he erupts with power, burning away the restraints and roaring. Giant shadow covers almost Sung Woo's entire view, but he still observes calmly. After the transformation is complete, he becomes a massive fire dragon. The salamander roars into Sung Woo's face, fight me with full power. The system announces the regional boss salamander has appeared. Sung Woo laughs happily. This is how it should be, leaving the boss frozen. He says this is the true monster form, incredible. The salamander, enraged, gathers fire in his mouth and says he understands the situation. He unleashes a pillar of fire, roaring that this is his true power now. Sung Woo quickly dodges to the side. He takes out a fan with colors as vibrant as peacock feathers. System information appears. Baehyang fan mythic grade. Increases and decreases magic resistance by 15%. It allows control of the souls of the dead. Power changes according to necrotic connection level. When Sung Woo opens the fan, countless spirits rise from the battlefield. The system continues. Maximum necrotic link achieved. Immune to physical damage. Able to control weapons of all ranks. Sung Woo snaps his fingers. Ghosts, 2 souls slowly appear. The system activates formation synergy. 6 effects are unlocked. Synergy effect level 3 increases movement speed by 30%. He begins arranging forces, preparing the ghost squad for battle. From link chain, bone weapons fly out one after another. Then 2 legendary weapons appear, enhancing physical power, fire resistance, and fire damage. Dongchen will create a flame that appears 1 minute earlier. The description shows the item is not fully glowing and needs additional conditions to reveal its true power. Weapons controlled by Sung Woo simultaneously aimed at the area boss. He said confidently, sorry, besides the core of the weapon, there is still another useful thing. That man did not care. He crawled over rocks and used his fire tail to whip at the ghosts. He said, I do not know what you are trying to do, but it is useless. Everything will be burned away. Ghosts struck by the fire tail were not harmed and even gradually returned to their original form. At this moment, a series of bone weapons shot straight into the salamander boss face, making him roar in pain. The salamander immediately flew into rage, releasing a massive flame that seemed to burn everything to ash while shouting at the brats. No matter how he tried, he could not stop the attacks from the bone weapons and could only defend helplessly. He angrily looked towards Sung Woo and shouted, fine, as long as I kill the one who created them, everything will end. As soon as he finished speaking, the area boss bared its fiery mouth and rushed straight towards Sung Woo. Meanwhile, Sung Woo remained calm, observing as if testing information. He understood the opponent knew nothing about him and continued calculating. Thinking so, Salamander continuously threw small rocks towards Sung Woo for a relentless attack. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately stepped back to dodge all attacks. Seeing Sung Woo continuously evading, he grew even more furious and shouted, enough. Then he gathered all his strength to release an extremely large flame toward Sung Woo. Confident in his flame, he believed no one could withstand it, and that Sung Woo would surely die. Flame hit Sung Woo armor but caused absolutely no damage. Under salamander shock, Sung Woo walked straight into its mouth and said, you think I was dodging because I was afraid of fire? This made him completely confused. Sung Woo created dozens of small bombs and said, just keep your mouth open like that. A system notification appeared, magic energy bomb. In an instant, the area boss exploded and screamed in pain. While the bombs had not fully activated, Sung Woo jumped out of its mouth. Immediately after, the bombs detonated one after another, destroying his body severely. At this moment, the system announced you received 28 million gold for defeating the area boss Salamander. The system continued displaying you received the title Soul Hunter, fire resistance increased 20%, soul control increased 20%, endurance increased 2. Looking at the system information, he wondered, even if the stats are not optimal, it is still stronger than Great Mountain King. Right after that, the system announced the title Emperor Slayer. All stats increased 3. Damage to bosses increased 10%. Chapter 4 Recorded World Expansion. Update will follow later. At this moment, Sung Woo raised his head, looking at the white shadows floating in the air, and called out ghosts. He ordered them, go find the spectators watching us. There is definitely someone observing. Immediately, the ghost swarm flew away. In his mind, he thought he did not know who it was but needed to determine their purpose. Suddenly, Sung Woo noticed something strange in the salamander remains. He picked up a burning stone and said, this is even better than the fire spirit he obtained after defeating the great fire spirit in PA. System information appeared, high-grade fire spirit, legendary rank, crafting material, a manus condensed with extremely powerful fire energy. A sudden shockwave appeared, making Sung Woo confused. Dongchen, is it an earthquake? No, this is the same shockwave he felt earlier. Sung Woo began to worry as he sensed something rising from underground. As expected, an unknown black spherical object rose from the ground. It took the form similar to a giant eye in the real world. He was immediately suppressed. The system continuously warned of an unknown existence observing him. He is overwhelmed by an extraterrestrial being, all stats reduced by 50%. Sung Woo looked at the object with worry. It could turn Dr. Do into a corpse, and with this strong debuff it was not an opponent he could handle now. A series of demon-shaped gates appeared in the air with system warning, Demon Realm Invasion Alert. Seeing this scene, he could not help but wonder a destruction-level dungeon was opened so quickly. Without hesitation, Sung Woo immediately turned and fled, thinking it could not be stopped and he had to retreat. The map displayed that the area had been completely surrounded. The area was sealed by a mysterious force, city controlled directly under Pyongyang. When Sung Woo reached the edge of the seal, he was blocked and became even more confused. It was sealed. Are they trying to kill me? As expected, the hell gates were rapidly approaching and expanding. He could only bitterly say damn it. From the gates, numerous monsters with grotesque, terrifying forms crawled out. They rushed straight toward Sung Woo. He had no choice but to turn back and swing his weapon in despair. I am done for. Suddenly from the ground, massive tree roots rose up blocking the monster attack. Screams echoed everywhere. Seeing the monsters being quickly dealt with by the roots, Sung Woo could not help but be shocked. Tree roots. After that, other monsters were also swept away by the roots one after another. At the same time, a person appeared standing on the giant roots in front of him. That person raised a cigarette and said, "Alright." It was Daesun Vuong. He sat on the roots holding a pipe and said, "Appearing at the right moment is my specialty. Today I will take control of this place." Daesun Vuong slowly stood up holding an axe and looked toward the real world while speaking to Sung Woo. "If only you had let me handle it and lived peacefully. But since you have already confronted it, I will have to use a bit of strength." Then he rushed straight toward the real world while shouting a warning, "You better look away." But the real world created a barrier blocking Daesun Vuong attack, making Sung Woo shocked. This is as a defensive shield. However, as if already calculated, he immediately poured all his strength into his fist. He continuously threw punches that shattered the defensive barrier, roaring angrily, "Disappear." The direct punch struck Thuk Gyeoi, causing him to be extremely shocked as space seemed to panic. Could it be unable to suppress Daesun Vuong like it once killed Dr. Du? Daesun Vuong poured all his power, shouting loudly, "This is the command of a king." Soon as the shout ended, he unleashed an extremely powerful punch straight toward Thuk Gyeoi. In an instant, a system notification appeared stating that world power had expelled the alien creature from the dimensional space. Sung Woo stood below, both admiring and worried. He had expelled Thuk Gyeoi, but the Kwaijioi gate still had not closed. Outside, Min Seok and Rai continuously destroyed low-level monsters flooding in. The system continuously issued rewards. You received 5,000 gold for killing a low-level alien monster. Sung Woo quickly regained his focus and shouted, "We must close the Kwaijioi gate before the monsters pour out completely." He looked at the expanding Kwaijioi gate and worriedly said, "If leaders appear in large numbers, we cannot resist. We must handle each gate one by one." Looking around, dozens of identical Kwaijioi gates made it impossible to distinguish their levels. Monsters poured out in chaotic, uncontrolled waves, making it even harder to identify which gate they came from. The roaring monsters rushed in chaos. Sung Woo struggled to figure out which gate they originated from. His army was gradually overwhelmed and destroyed due to the overwhelming numbers of monsters, making Sung Woo even more worried. "We cannot prolong this. We lack troops, need more allies to resolve the situation." A flash of light appeared, instantly sweeping away countless monsters. Jisoo and Hanho suddenly appeared from behind the battlefield. Hanho, now a muscular and powerful warrior but still childish, jumped out and shouted, "Senior, we are here." Min Seok and Rai stood among the piles of destroyed monster corpses, eyes fixed forward in full alert. The Hellgate was tightly sealed by the World Tree branch of Daesun Vuong. The system reported that the Kwaijioi gate had been closed. Hanho, about to show off, had to stop as the moment had completely passed him by. Sung Woo looked at the World Energy-infused branch and thought he did not expect the Kwaijioi gate could be closed so easily. Daesun Vuong jumped down and said the Mountain Aura branch can close the gate if the bearer holds the Guardian God title. Praise me quickly. Sung Woo looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Who exactly are you? Did you know this would happen?" Daesun Vuong laughed and replied he could roughly predict it. After becoming the master of the mountain, he discovered a creature eroding the land. It was a massive entity deep underground, silently eroding all the land of Thuk Gyeoi. He angrily said their goal was to devour all living beings and even absorb souls, like an endless hunger. Daesun Vuong, while handing a weapon to the golden tiger, said he tried observing Thuk Gyeoi because it did not like him and wanted to see its reaction. He awkwardly corrected himself, then wondered whether to poke his head or eye out, leaving Sung Woo helpless. In the end, he clearly explained, "I am a god, specifically a deity from another world. A golden light entity with the shape of a living being. Extraterrestrial entities are controlling Earth from a distance." Sung Woo looked at the branch in his hand and thought it might be better to treat it as a deity governing the Kwaijioi. Because Hell is related to Hangang Seok, this game may be a multi-faction war, not just Earth alone. The three main factions are Thuk Gyeoi, Earth, and a man named Hangang Seok. Daesun Vuong looked at where Thuk Gyeoi once hid and said it is a world trying to devour other worlds, possibly a causal link created by the system. He mused that even the system wants a fair battle, so it created balance rules to limit direct interference. Manhwa asked if they would try to destroy the system. Jisoo replied like past evolution they would use puppets, because they cannot act directly. An image of an old frail man in a wheelchair being pushed by a doctor appeared. Jisoo said even if North Korea collapses, they will still continue intervening. Daeson Vuong took out an item and said if it continues like this, they should let them see it directly to understand everything more clearly. He took out a special white stone and asked if they knew what it was. Sung Woo immediately recognized it as a prophetic stone. The system notified that the prophetic stone was connected to the catastrophic ending of the world. A burst of light erupted. Sung Woo was pulled out into outer space, looking around in confusion. He looked at the giant Earth in front of him, panic rising intensely. Earth after the apocalypse still existed, but its light was isolated under an engulfing darkness. Sung Woo noticed something strange at the edge of the darkness, as if something was hiding there. A human-like face appeared within the darkness, its dull eyes terrifying him. That face slowly opened wide with a mouth full of tongues. The system warned that Earth had lost control. Thuggeoi was approaching. Entity slowly devoured parts of Earth piece by piece. Sung Woo gritted his teeth in panic. Humans and everything are gradually disappearing. He stood alone in the vast universe, overwhelmed by hopeless despair. The system stated this was the future if all world power was destroyed and dispersed. Light flashed again, pulling him back to reality. Sung Woo returned to reality, trembling as he stared at the prophetic stone. He looked at Daeson Vuong, anxiously asked, "This is too bad. How can we stop this from happening?" Daeson Vuong formed mountain energy and said to look from the enemy perspective. What is the best way to destroy it? He pointed and said undead are tools of spreading destruction. They can break the energy of this world. Sung Woo thought the evolution faction should also study this, and Daeson Vuong praised them for doing very well in stopping it. He raised 2 fingers and asked, then what is the second method, the one that can directly confront Thuggeoi invading this land? He thought for a moment, then gave an unclear answer related to the world. Hearing exactly what he wanted, the great mountain king immediately pointed in praise. Correct. When I found it, you took good care of it. Now you understand why the real world wants to kill you. He controlled Vine like tendrils to pass his pipe, while explaining that the world power has 3 branches in the Korean server, one of which is protected by him. Sung Woo asked about the other branches. He just shook his head and sighed, I also do not know. Sung Woo became even more certain this is both beneficial and harmful. Beneficial, because it can be protected. Harmful, because it will continuously attract monsters. In Sung Woo's mind appeared a vision of fighting thousands of monsters to protect the world tree. The great mountain king leaned in and said, protect it well, it can save the world but also destroy it. Suddenly a voice interrupted, apologizing for the interruption, announcing ranking information related to the ownerless sword that now has an owner. The sword in Min Seok's hand glowed. The system notification confirmed the conditions had been met. At the same time, multiple colored light streams appeared around Sung Woo. System information appeared. Sword of the Sovereign Divine Grade, dual-handed sword. Increases physical strength, reduces 10, armor penetration 20%. Also the key to Dragon Awakening and symbol of dragon control. You are the owner. A skeleton soldier appeared holding a black egg emitting strange green energy. Sung Woo asked the system about the dragon egg. The system replied it would hatch after 47 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. He tried to touch the egg but stopped. If the dragon hatches, how should it be raised? He had never raised a pet or been a dragon rider. Sung Woo looked at the egg thinking, Hyeon might know about raising beasts, or it could be given to someone else. Hanho, seeing this, immediately advised against it. He calmed himself, then told everyone to go back. Jisoo pointed in a direction and asked Sung Woo how to handle those people. She looked at the injured man and said, 2 escaped, 1 was captured. Sung Woo nodded. Keep him detained and interrogate later. Focus on the main task first. Back in the city on a bright day, but as noisy as a construction site, at a large workshop in operation, Lee Jiangsu spoke with Sung Woo about the high-level architect profession of Ganghua. That person said this profession can automatically build, and raising walls is very easy. Sung Woo looked at the construction site and asked about development status and whether manpower was sufficient. Lee Jiangsu recalled the earlier monster escape scene and said things were fine now, just let them assist. Sung Woo responded indifferently. He looked at Lee Jiangsu's management and felt reassured. He did not need to intervene. Focusing on the main task was enough. After a while, in front of the world tree, soft sunlight covered its trunk. The black dragon egg lay on the grass between extending roots. Sung Woo looked at the egg and the world tree, thinking if it hatched it would complete the myth quest condition of species origin. System notification showed world progress phase 1 had reached 41%. He felt worried, but the tree was still in early stage. Unknown how many stages remained. It would definitely take a long time to grow. For now, he should focus on raising it. Hyeon removed her glasses and spoke in surprise about dragon food. She who kept pets said she had once fed them minced monster meat. Maybe dragons are the same. Do not take Stormy from us. Sung Woo took notes seriously. Hyeon Jan reminded that nutrition status would be notified and pets could also become destructive. She had experienced it before. Sung-woo carefully recorded it. After thinking, Sung-woo decided they needed experts. He pointed behind and said they had already brought experts. A short man with 2 disciples appeared. My-on confidently said he would build a sturdy nest since he had seen Stormy, female chef Hanho's mother, was introduced to prepare food for the young dragon, ensuring soft and easy to digest meals. She even teased Hanho, saying he must raise the little ones better than her son, startling him. Sung-woo looked at the dragon egg with determined eyes. After all preparations were complete. Everything is ready now, hatch quickly and serve me. People gathered more and more, everyone curious and discussing. They heard the egg is about to hatch. Can we watch from a distance? Lei Jiangsu stopped them, saying this could be dangerous. Unrelated people must step back. The system began activation. It is definitely about to hatch. And who joked it felt like watching bomb disposal, wondering if it would be okay. The 2 behind him told him not to talk nonsense. The egg began to crack. Sung-woo said it is opening. The egg burst and everyone was shocked. What is that? A small creature appeared on a tree branch. Everyone immediately recognized it as a baby dragon. Everyone exclaimed it was cuter than expected. Sung-woo thought the egg hatch explosion was too violent. Its personality seemed dangerous. The system displayed creature information. It was a black dragon larva. It had learned magic from its master. Sung-woo wondered if it had learned his magic, meaning their side now had 3 members. The mother of Hanho happily said it was time to feed. When the food was brought over, the little dragon looked at it blankly. After a few seconds, the food was kicked straight into Hanho's face, making him flinch. She was extremely shocked. Oh my god, look at that. This kid is not easy to deal with. Hanho replied indignantly. The dragon you are worried about is like the one that just hatched. Sung-woo immediately took out a huge fragrant chicken drumstick, saying it was snake chicken, something no one could resist. The little dragon slowly approached to sniff it. Everyone watched nervously, wondering whether it would eat it. It seemed to like the meat. In just a few seconds, the fried chicken was stripped down to clean bones, as if it had been completely drained. The system explained this was the subjugation ability of the black dragon cub. Everyone was shocked with eyes wide and mouths open. This was a new deboning technique. It could even become a boneless cooking invention. Then the scene shifted back to the base. The fried chicken from earlier was now only a bare dry skeleton left. Jisoo observed and said it turned food with bones into dry bones. Hanho asked blankly if this was an exorcism technique. Looking at the pot of food beside her, she said it was good that it calmed down after eating. The little dragon was brought in front of Sung-woo. He asked blankly if he should hold it. As soon as he held it, all information about the little dragon immediately appeared. He helplessly thought everything was more difficult than he had imagined. Looking at it, he despaired, realizing he did not even know how to raise it, like taking care of a child. In the future, it could become a powerful ally, but for now it only knew how to turn chicken and fish into familiars. Hanho asked if he had thought of a name yet. Sung-woo was being dragged along by the dragon cub, still not fully recovered. Hanho complained it should not be entrusted to him, picking up a dragon without naming it. Sung-woo tiredly asked back if he wanted to try. Hanho excitedly said he would give it a cool name. Jisoo immediately stopped him. The group waited to see what would attract the little dragon's attention. Looking out the window, he realized it was staring at the flock of birds outside. Suddenly, the system announced the activation of Dragon Control Skill. The skill paralyzes creatures below its level within its range. Immediately, the flock of birds outside was completely taken down. Sung-woo wondered in shock whether it had just unconsciously activated a skill. Looking at it in amazement, he thought this dragon would be very useful in the future. In the evening, a report came that the hostage in Pyongyang had died. Sung-woo was struggling with the pet when Jiangsu reported it was suicide. No information could be extracted. Afterwards, the two walked outside while talking. Jiangsu said the target was a spy. Hanho had searched and determined it might be Chinese. Hearing this, he simply replied to let it go. In his mind, he thought of directly extracting information from its memories. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared. Sung-woo was pulled into the memory of the dead. Before him was a cold, snowy field, unlike the Korean server. Two men talked about going to Siberia, wondering why they were in such a place. A woman said they were hunters. She further explained hunting, making them suspect the emperor was expanding his territory into remote regions. Another person said the emperor did not care about this. Sung-woo observed and understood this was part of that person's global conquest plan. He realized they were subordinates of the self-proclaimed emperor invading the Chinese server. The leader said orders from the great general. Manji troops had been deployed to Korea. Not only Russia, they also intended to ally with the monster king of North Korea. The Korean server was in major turmoil, needing to drive out Manji forces and counterattack. Sung-woo thought everything was being pushed toward a global-scale war. Suddenly, the blizzard intensified. The three struggled against the snowstorm, warning that one wrong step would be dangerous. Strange silhouettes appeared in the distance. It was a giant polar bear watching them. All three instantly froze in tension. Sung-woo wondered whether it was a bear humanoid or a monster evolved from a beast. A middle-aged masked man appeared together with a pack of bears. They recognized him as Drit, rank 1 on the Russian server, the demon king of Siberia. Blizzard grew even stronger. The man mocked them for smelling bad, making the other side angrily respond. The captain went straight to the point, saying they had a proposal. He coldly said he understood. Humans always have ambition. State your goal and reward. And the scene returned to the present. Manhwa asked if Senior was done, whether aliens were invading. Sung-woo excitedly replied yes, and it was even an acquaintance. Scene shifted to a large building. Dong-hun slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Calm down." The system displayed a special personal mission notification. Do not repeat the mistake. The system still did not stop, continuing to report that the special mission had failed. All members were punished for failing the special faction mission. Dong-hun gritted his teeth in anger, blaming himself for trusting Minsu and the Alliance just because of their angelic appearance. The system kept repeatedly announcing the failure. Dong-hun was enraged to the extreme, thinking that if this continued he would have to cancel the contract. He was almost ready to give up, thinking everything was over, but suddenly the system sounded again, announcing that a high-level player from the Angel faction had been dispatched. Command was issued: follow the orders and eliminate the target. The adjutant hurried in to report an emergency situation. He reported that a group was approaching the northern border from an overseas server, likely outsiders. With a serious expression, she said they called themselves the Angel faction, possessed the 6 radiant statue, and demanded to meet the commander. Dong-hun gritted his teeth, thinking it might be people from the Russia server who had planned everything in advance. The adjutant further reported that border forces were swept away by a blizzard. 50 squads and all outposts had been destroyed. Dong-hun felt completely shaken upon hearing this. They actually managed to do that to elite forces. He cautiously replied it was hard to assess precisely. It would be best to meet them directly. He clenched his fists, thinking from China, Japan, now Russia. He understood that without alliances, all of them would be swallowed by external forces. Everyone around also began to worry. Dong-hun decided to go find Sung-woo immediately. This was a war against an enemy who had already made the first move. He thought he should bring his scythe to be ready for battle. Scene shift to the city center. On the way, Li Jiangsu asked if they were foreigners. Sung-woo replied yes. There was a black man and 2 white women, claiming to be from the US server. A tall man suddenly confirmed they were from America Server 1, the east coast of the United States. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe they had crossed the Pacific to get here, wondering how they arrived. Li Jiangsu looked at him suspiciously. They should have been building their army, why risk coming here? Man reached into his bag and said they arrived at the coast 3 days ago, and were very impressed by the world tree. He introduced himself as Jonathan Ketchy, leader of Foreign Affairs Team No. 1 of America Server 1. Li Jiangsu greeted him back, introducing himself as the leader of the World Tree faction. The two shook hands in a tense atmosphere. He directly asked if he could meet Sung-woo. Li Jiangsu refused, saying it was not possible now. He asked again if Sung-woo was absent. He explained Sung-woo was handling important matters and needed more time before meeting them. He remained cautious, wondering how he knew Sung-woo was not here. Perhaps he had ulterior motives. Jonathan Ketch decided to wait nearby, contacting them every 12 hours. Li Jiangsu asked his purpose for coming. He said he wanted to unify the world, establish an international peace organization, and meet the hero of the Korean server. Li Jiangsu watched him leave and thought an international organization sounded good but was currently impossible. Peace was still far away. A helicopter was flying in the sky. Sung-woo on the plane read the news about Russia attacking the border, and then demanding negotiations. Finding it hard to understand, the adjutant said the commander believed this was not negotiation but forced surrender. They entered a snowy mountain region. The commanders had been frozen by ice magic. That was the last report. Sung-woo frowned and asked about their life and death status. The adjutant was worried, still unclear, hoping it was only a temporary effect. They were building something in Mount Arahat-on-San, while Seoul suddenly experienced a sharp drop in temperature. Mount Arahat-on-San had transformed like Everest, impossible to approach. Sung-woo thought he might have guessed who was behind it, possibly Russian hunters, and who trembled from the cold, complaining about the low temperature. The adjutant reported the temperature in the area had dropped to -25 degrees, and was still falling. Hanho hugged the dragon and asked if Darkfire could endure it. Sung-woo asked back in confusion what that was. Hanho excitedly said Darkfire aka Fire Dragon, the name he gave it. It possesses great power. Are you not impressed? Sung-woo facepalmed helplessly. Jisoo suggested giving it a Korean name for suitability. After a while the plane landed. Sung-woo observed everything covered in ice. The adjutant said it would be very difficult to leave. Han-ho thought the ice age had returned. Sung-woo believed this might be the enemy's objective. The adjutant nervously reported they already knew we were coming and wanted to negotiate. She warned they were not simple. Sung Woo calmly said they still had to move forward. He approached and instructed that if they were being monitored, check if the Crusader team was still alive, and strengthen reconnaissance. Immediately after, the space fell into silence for a brief few seconds. Hanho behind them wondered whether going alone like this was right. In a place full of ice statues, at least Jisoo should come along. Jisoo was still holding the dragon tightly, making those around her worried and telling her to adjust her grip before she squeezed it too hard. Sung Woo observed and thought that if they knew he was carrying a baby dragon, they would definitely target it. Raising a dragon really was not easy. Suddenly a woman stepped forward and greeted them. "Hello, welcome." He looked around and realized they were Siberian hunters. Wondering where their leader from before was, he noticed the red bear that had accompanied them before. The Skoden skeleton looked quite impressive, making him want one as well. The woman, seeing herself ignored, raised her voice. "Hey, what are you looking at? There is a beautiful woman right in front of you." Sung Woo calmly asked if she was in charge. She coldly replied that she was not. She then introduced herself as Titania, chairwoman of the eastern branch of the Siberian Hunters Association. Their Tsar had already arrived. Sung Woo thought of the major forces and coldly asked what the negotiation terms were. She asked in surprise if he intended to negotiate directly, not curious about the reason. Typical impatient Korean. Titania stated the price of 200 million gold, saying a client had already paid to take his head and destroy the Korean server. She asked how much he could pay to stop this 200 million gold war. Sung Woo's face darkened. How much had they been paid up front? From behind it spoke up asking how much she wanted. Titania replied 300 million if they withdrew in silence. Another 300 million if they wanted the target eliminated. Total 600 million gold. Seeing them silent, she used psychological pressure. "It seems you have no money. Better run before the Tsar awakens." As soon as she finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She flew up high saying there would soon be a few more stone statues. Sung Woo thought she had frozen the entire expedition team. Realizing the situation, he spoke. "I have a more reasonable proposal." He said directly, 200 million gold. "I will let you live." Tanya angrily shouted, "Is this guy insane?" Sung Woo's aura exploded violently. He threatened that if they did not retreat, instead of ice statues there would be her skeletons. A spinning strike shot forward at extreme speed. Immediately after, flames burst out within the attacking wave. Sung Woo stood on the battlefield with overwhelming presence. Titania asked in shock if he was necromancer. How could he use firepower? He did not answer, only thinking that his hell armor might be generating heat due to fire resistance effects. The system notified that a high-level fire spirit stone was resonating and activating a special effect. Sung Woo exhaled lightly. With this, there was no need to worry about the snowstorm. Titania remained arrogant. He is harder to deal with than expected. Cannot let him act freely. The surrounding group grew excited. This is truly a complex species of humans. Must be eliminated before the Tsar awakens. Hanho behind reminded his senior that the opponent was very strong, but Sung Woo calmly replied, "When have we ever feared the weak?" Without further talk, Titania launched a freezing attack straight at the group. Many Skuden creatures were instantly frozen, but immediately after, another wave of power surged in. The enemies became even more excited for the battle. Sung Woo still stood still analyzing. The combination of ice and ranged attacks far exceeded normal magic. He observed and realized the bone soldiers that were frozen could not regenerate. The opponent did not intend a quick assassination. Seeing the continuous assault, he understood this was a war of attrition before his full recovery. Only then did Sung Woo raise his spear. "But I do not only control bones." System announced that from now on he could also control souls. The enemy panicked, shouting he is recovering. "Stop them." A dazzling surge of energy struck right before their eyes. The previous commander also began to worry. The situation was changing. One man angrily cursed Alexel as an idiot and threatened punishment. A barrage of arrows flew in, warning that archers and ghosts were hiding. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, causing panic on the enemy side. "What are those?" An object was falling from above. Titania quickly used ice to neutralize it. Her allies sighed in relief. But immediately after, everyone was horrified as the falling object was a zombie. Victor appeared, bowing his head and reporting, "Your loyal subordinate has arrived." He reported that he had turned all bone monsters in the Korean server into zombies. Sung Woo was satisfied since it was faster than expected. Seeing the situation worsen, one man quickly used the radio. He shouted asking what the reconnaissance forces were doing and called for Nicola to respond. In another corner, a sword covered in blood lay silently. Jisoo was confirmed as the one who acted. Even though everyone tried to stop her, she continued. She was the last member of the reconnaissance team. The battle continued intensely. Titania encouraged everyone not to panic. It was just zombies. Sung Woo coldly thought that their belief in still having a chance to win annoyed him. Then he called Salamander. A ferocious creature immediately appeared, roaring loudly toward the opposing side. Titania was determined not to lose. She intended to use ice to freeze the opponent together with the blazing fire erupting. Sung Woo continued calculating. Its fire had weakened since becoming a familiar. But even so, it was still enough to face a mage. The remaining issue was still unclear. Immediately, a giant red bear appeared in front of him with a hungry gaze, but within a few seconds the bear was easily taken down. Thanks to that, Sung Woo received more gold from the recent victory. He happily said he finally obtained the skeleton he wanted. The opposing faction, unable to fight back, began using dirty tactics, taking women and children as hostages. But Sung Woo did not waver. He calmly clasped his hands and said to put down weapons and surrender. The evil god Hanho appeared. Titania was struggling to defend at this moment, telling herself she had warned that mad emperor before. Suddenly something spun through her ice blocks. It was a scythe. The situation seemed beyond plan. She quickly created another layer of ice shield. Before she could regain her senses, a punch appeared right in front of her. Titania was knocked away before she could resist, completely losing her direction. Sung Woo smirked and said he wanted to finish in one strike, but she was tougher than expected. Her bones were not that fragile. She could no longer hold on, panicking and saying they must awaken the emperor before it was too late. Just as she finished speaking, a man and several giant red bears appeared in front. Noticing the signal, Titania immediately ordered that he had awakened. Everyone retreat. Arahat and Sanhuang finally appeared, angrily saying to Titania he had told her not to awaken him before sunset. Titania angrily covered face, saying they were about to die. Look at the situation. But he still kept a cold expression, only saying the situation was still better than before. Arahat and Sanhuang looked ahead and said that is the Grim Reaper symbol. It looks interesting. He will hang him at the gate. Sung Woo calmly replied he also thought so, but he is a bit small. Can he transform? Suddenly someone ran quickly toward him. It was Jisoo. She worriedly said Sung Woo, Mai's Yu has disappeared. After hearing that, he looked down and saw his pet crawling up from underground. Sung Woo thought that this kid had evolved and learned to mimic skills. Arahat and Sanhuang also saw it and asked what that beast was, a perfect size for him to crush. Hearing the provocation, Min Seok immediately turned back and looked at him with a sharp gaze. System-activated Dragon Force Control skill, paralyzing high-level creatures and those with low intelligence. Emperor's bears suddenly trembled. He asked in confusion what was wrong with them, whether they had consumed something strange. Hanho behind him smugly said to put down weapons and pray. They are not Mai's Yu's opponent. Arahat and Sanhuang scratched his head and said these giant undead were really troublesome. He shouted loudly to crush that weak thing immediately. Min Seok growled in anger, staring straight at him. System suddenly warned that Gu Lin Tyson's skill was activating. Sung Woo was surprised, thinking it had learned revival of ancient spirits, but where did it get the energy to maintain it? Immediately the small skeletons from before began reappearing. Seeing the provocation, Arahat and Sanhuang angrily shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing?" Sung Woo still did not respond. System continued displaying notification of a newly activated skill. Min Seok hid behind Victor in confusion, asking what this was, whether he was a god of magic, but he still did not give a clear answer. System continued signaling that a combined synchronization effect had been activated. Sung Woo remarked that this was combination effet. Zhao Huang, who had been angry from earlier, growled, saying, "Do you think I am a joke?" He did not say anything more and focused his energy, preparing to strike. A blinding light appeared. The surroundings erupted violently. The air became suffocating. He unleashed his strongest move, Sahuang Ba. Sung Woo still stood still with no intention of counterattacking. He silently thought that this guy was insane to dare touch his summoned creature. Arahat and Sanhuang in the Sea of Flames said he was misunderstood. They only followed him to survive. Around him more giant beasts appeared. He only trusted himself. He was different from those who relied on summoned armies. He obtained everything through his own strength. Sung Woo asked whether he wanted to fight, then told Jisoo to take Mai's Woo away. He analyzed that he was trying to distract with summoned beasts to launch a surprise attack. Hearing the contempt, Zhao Huang angrily moved forward, saying he was too arrogant. He said he thought he was worthy of his attention. Everyone quickly entered a defensive stance. Arahat and Sanhuang jumped high, preparing to attack. He gritted his teeth, full of killing intent, as if wanting to swallow Sung Woo immediately. After unleashing his skill, he muttered that it was only a prey. Even if it was a bit tougher, it did not matter much. Sung Woo's close teammates had already fully shifted into a defensive stance, ready for battle. Suddenly a surge of power struck and sent him flying, causing everyone to panic and shout out, "Senior Sung Woo." But he quickly regained his composure and gave the order. That man was already trapped here. Surround him immediately. Jia Huang continued swinging his arms without pause, preparing another attack. He used his familiar skill again, his own mana bomb technique. Immediately a massive energy sphere appeared, its terrifying danger clearly felt just by standing near it. Sung Woo had been focusing his energy and controlling the giant spear in his hand. But no matter how he was attacked, Jia Huang remained completely unharmed, making him suspect immunity to damage. Sung Woo gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking what kind of monster defense this was. Even mana bombs were useless. Seeing him silent, Jia Huang sneered and said, "What is it? Out of moves, you were supposed to be strong. He laughed loudly with arrogance and mocked him to tear and bite like a strong one would. Suddenly something struck his face directly, producing a clear impact force. It was the arrow Sung Woo had just fired from a long distance. Xia Huang grew even angrier, clicking his tongue. What a nuisance, he should have been dealt with from the start. The system immediately warned that a summoned magical beast had been detected in the area. Titania panicked and ordered Arahan San Huang, the hell-powered beast she was controlling, to retreat and hide immediately. Just a few seconds, a large number of massive magical beasts appeared behind Xia Huang. They carried an extremely fierce and dangerous aura. Roaring sounds echoed continuously across the battlefield. Everything was beyond calculations, Sung Woo thought silently, a demonic cultivator, so this was why he was so dangerous. System warning, your body is being affected by a mysterious and extremely dangerous energy source. The entire team members were in extreme anxiety over the worsening situation. Sensing the advantage, Xia Huang mocked them. Why are you still standing there? Are you scared now? He then immediately rushed forward, trying to grab Sung Woo. Sung Woo was surrounded by countless dangers, the situation extremely critical. But at that moment, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared in another position. His figure appearing in mid-air shocked everyone. Xia Huang laughed in disdain, trying to run. It is already too late. He did not hesitate and directly attacked Sung Woo's bone beast form. Sung Woo leaned back to dodge, thinking he had found the weakness but needed a decisive, stronger strike. He quickly calculated what skills he could still use at this moment. The system suddenly suggested the bone weapon creation skill. Xia Huang continued laughing arrogantly. Where would you run? Are you out of tricks already? Without replying, Sung Woo raised his hand and activated the bone weapon creation skill. Instantly, a giant hand appeared right in front of Xia Huang. Sung Woo calculated silently. He could only defend one direction at a time. Before he could react, Xia Huang was crushed by the giant hand. Sung Woo continued his relentless assault, knowing this alone was not enough to bring him down. He could not defend in time and could only scream for it to stop under the continuous pressure. Sung Woo did not stop, continuing to combine bone weapon creation with stone-throwing attacks. Perfect coordination completely overwhelmed the opponent, forcing him to pay the price. Sung Woo ordered Victor to release all supporting zombies. Victor immediately obeyed despite his worry. Xia Huang still remained confident, saying this level could not break his defense. Suddenly a voice rang out, summon release, causing the enemy side to freeze completely. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted violently across the battlefield. Victor's team continued providing strong support from the rear line. Sung Woo observed and thought that using explosions to drain oxygen around him would see how long he could last. Victor broke out in cold sweat asking about the situation, while Hanho angrily shouted that the opponent was using resurrection magic. The two girls on the team also noticed something strange. Even after such a massive explosion, he was still alive. In the sea of flames, countless pairs of red eyes appeared. Xia Huang slowly spoke from within the flames and smoke. He said that a failed hunter becomes the prey, then stepped out together with the magical beasts. He smiled faintly with hidden meaning, never expected to fall into this situation. This is getting more interesting, necromancer. Sung Woo immediately recognized the three-headed black dog, Sever, so this is his divinity. He began to feel uneasy, silently thinking the situation was becoming very dangerous. Looking at the dense flames raging violently below the battlefield, he also paused to observe the situation around him. He still felt uneasy and worried in his heart, not sure what those attacks were, but if they hit it would definitely be dangerous. Sung Woo had just landed and thought the opponent might have suffered damage from the explosion. If he could find an opening, he could deliver a finishing blow. While he was thinking, a blinding light suddenly flared up ahead. That light immediately drew Sung Woo's attention. He wondered what it was. Immediately after, another explosion erupted. Along with it, a giant foot gradually appeared in the scene. It turned out to be Kang Seok-han, walking forward with a cane, saying that because of hell energy he appeared. It turned out to be only the Holy Dynasty faction. He stood at a distance and mocked, saying the one carrying the 4-star card of the Hell Sanctuary and the disgusting energy from the north. Hearing this, the other side became furious and questioned who he was. He did not answer, but continued questioning whether they were receiving support from the Angel faction and using hell power. The atmosphere became tense. Xia Huang hesitated and asked what he was talking about. Kang Seok immediately replied not to pretend ignorance. He said Sebarat was right behind there. You were no longer an ordinary god. Hearing this, Xia Huang gritted his teeth and asked how he knew. Kang Seok smiled coldly, his eyes sinister as he said he would become the master of hell, the future demon king. Sung Woo was astonished, wondering if Kang Seok-han was the demon king. He immediately thought, so that is why he got involved in a series of hell-related missions. For all of these caused by those forces, he possessed the ability to control beings from hell. Arahat San Huang now also realized. He said, you are the top 1 Korea server player, the one who destroyed the Japan server island. His gaze at Kang Seok was full of hatred. While while admitting he had seen him on television and knew he was dangerous, but seeing him in person was still shocking. Butterfly stood beside him mockingly saying, instead of keeping your reputation, why not run away for safety? Arahadan Sanhuang erupted his aura saying he knew he was strong but not enough to be in his eyes. You are truly foolish to approach me without any plan. He immediately gathered power, a blinding light appearing in front of him. Without fear, he recklessly unleashed fierce flames attacking the opponent. Kang Seok remained completely unmoved. He said, no matter how you try, it is useless. I am faster than you by a breath. Arahadan Sanhuang was injured, blood flowing, but anger overpowered pain. He roared that he was the strongest player in Siberia and could not be looked down on. He quickly calculated, thinking the opponent was just a mage who could be taken down in one strike, and planned to break the spell with a turtle formation counterattack. While thinking, suddenly lightning struck down from the sky onto Xia Huang. In seconds his body was charred. Kang Seok coldly said, you are lucky to still be alive despite being useless. He continued mocking, but that luck was about to end here. Arahadan Sanhuang screamed in despair. Kang Seok's eyes were full of killing intent. He said, your game is over. Despite heavy injury, Arahadan Sanhuang still refused to surrender. A fragment of angel wing appeared in his hand. Immediately a blinding light descended onto the ground. Butterfly angrily said no, he escaped. Kang Seok calmly replied he expected that. Once tainted with hell, it is hard to kill completely. Butterfly disliked his calm attitude, saying he should have been killed immediately. Kang Seok confidently said he cannot stop my plan. Butterfly kicked him and scolded him, saying it was just an excuse for letting him escape. At this moment Kang Seok turned his head toward the back. Spoke, you have watched enough. Incomplete one, I did not expect to meet like this. He looked at Min Seok and said first the world tree, then continued saying you are lucky to have those items, while I am only accompanied by a noisy kid. Sung Woo asked in a friendly tone how he came here. Kang Seok replied he did not know Sung Woo was here, he came for a quest and sensed hell energy. Sung Woo continued asking about the Demon King. He laughed and said it was just a childish name. Kang Seok turned away saying it could be considered a hidden saint. Sung Woo continued asking if that was why he came to hell. He continued asking whether after completing the quest one could become a demon king. Kang Seok hesitated saying it was a long journey, he had already grown tired and just wanted to end everything. Sung Woo thought, the Demon King is just a title, even dangerous beings are seen as evil karma. More importantly, what is his purpose? Then he asked what benefit becoming a Demon King has. Continuous questions were raised, whether hell monsters are invading Earth, whether becoming a Demon King can stop them. Kang Seok said coldly, you have seen the world-swallowing creature. Butterfly angrily said that giant eye is very dangerous. He continued explaining, if we do not act the world will be swallowed. Even if it is stopped, we will still face angels or demons. He looked straight and said they are all invaders, so what should we do? Sung Woo answered, we need independent forces not relying on external factions. Kang Seok agreed saying that is the right direction. This is a world where the strong survive, and he is also walking that path. After speaking he became slightly confused, wondering if he had just been praised and whether he should consider Sung Woo an ally. Butterfly continuously warned. Kang Seok detected another signal, this time appearing in the southeast direction. After that Kang Seo turned and left. This damn mission felt like it was opening a gate to hell somewhere on the other side. He slowly walked toward his magic symbol. Before leaving he also said it would be better to spend more time discussing this in detail. Is there a chance? Sung Woo replied, we will have a chance if we are still alive. Kang Seo gradually disappeared, then said, alright then, do not die until then. Adjutant spoke, the master has finished all matters Sung Woo. The rest is left to you. I will go check the Crusader team. Scene shift back to the base. The soldiers had detained the Siberian hunters and were escorting them into the prison. Jisoo reported that all Siberian hunters had surrendered. Adjutant added that the Crusader freezing curse had also been activated. Sung Woo replied, then I am relieved. After that he turned toward the swordsman as if he still had something to say. Dong Hun stepped forward and knelt. Sung Woo, even though you helped us, I still have to bring bad news. He nervously admitted that yesterday he broke an angel stone statue. Someone from the angel faction did it. He said he had received a curse from it. In 11 hours an angel will descend at Jonyungbo Station. Looking outside he said the upper race will descend and judge all of Seoul. Sung Hun's face was full of guilt, while Han Kang Seok was fighting in hell to become a demon king. The opponent would surely face a day like that someday. Sung Woo stayed silent, then said with hidden meaning, I wonder if angels have bones. He thought about going to their place of origin to fight them. Han Ho trembled, while Jisoo said the temperature was dropping continuously, and the situation was extremely abnormal. Adjutant, after researching the Russian group, came to report. Through interrogation they discovered that what was planted in Nam Arahatan San was frozen seed. It was a strategic weapon capable of freezing an entire area by dropping the temperature to an extremely dangerous level. Sung Woo asked whether the temperature would return to normal if it was destroyed. Adjutant replied yes, but only if completely immune to the cold. Normal resistance was not enough. Sung Woo pondered, realizing they were not strong enough against the cold, but there was still another way. They could endure extreme cold thanks to the aura of Salamander. Sung Woo ordered the mission to be completed quickly before the angel descended. Adjutant immediately commanded all forces. Call the helicopter immediately, we move at once. Amid the violent blizzard, a helicopter tried to approach but could not get near the tower. The surveillance team reported an emergency situation. Sung Woo and Minseok were flying in the sky. Despite the strong wind, both moved faster than the storm itself. Someone reported the target was right below the snowy tower area. Temperature there was around -259 degrees, close to absolute zero, enough to freeze human lungs instantly upon inhalation. Sung Woo said he was fine and ordered everyone to retreat. Everyone immediately complied. Everyone worriedly discussed whether the mission would succeed, even considering withdrawing from Seoul. In the middle of the snowstorm, warm flames suddenly appeared. It was Sung Woo with two giant ghost shadows following to assist. He realized visibility was almost zero. Without the ghosts guiding him, movement would be impossible. After a while, he reached the central frozen area. System warning. To disable it, the ice core must be removed from the tower. Sung Woo said this was frozen seed. Indeed, they used a large-scale item. He realized that even with salamander aura, it was very difficult to approach. He ordered the two ghosts to pull the object out, but as soon as they rushed in, they were frozen. The system warned that a powerful magical source was blocking access to the Supreme Soul. Sung Woo sighed. Indeed, frozen seed, something extraordinary. He burst out flames to save the two ghosts, then continued forward. Sung Woo held a stone in his hand and said this was the only hope, Fire Soul Crystal. In front of him was a massive block of ice. He rushed toward the ice core even as his body burned under the extreme cold. The system warned he was enduring extreme cold. He tried to advance, but feared he would not withstand it if he continued. Sung Woo realized that even standing near the core was dangerous. Touching it would certainly mean death. He used all his strength to activate the stone in his hand. It was too late to retreat. The fire spirit crystal was the only decisive move left. The ice spread violently. Sung Woo continuously unleashed firepower to resist. However, the attacks were almost ineffective. The temperature kept dropping rapidly. Even so, he did not give up. If he froze here, everything would end. The final flame erupted, breaking through the ice layer, and he survived the trial, still alive. The system announced the ice core had been disabled and cold resistance increased. He rested on the ice for a moment. After that, Sung Woo decided to take a gamble. This was a chance worth risking his life for. Information about the ice core continued to appear before him. Sung Woo held the crystal stone, feeling it would be something very useful. At night, he returned to the base. Dong-hun said there was something abnormal about the current stone wall. It had 4 gates and was forcing them to only take quests that benefited the angel faction. He was uneasy, restless, and unable to calm down, and even if they destroyed the statue, they still could not leave this place. The system notification appeared, "You have committed an unforgivable sin. The angel of judgment will soon descend." Dong-hun also agreed, slamming the table angrily and saying he was right. Sung Woo, going up to the upper clan never ends well. Sung Woo advised Dong-hun to build his own force. Not only the angels but other factions were also targeting them. Sung Woo added that things were even more complicated than that. There even existed far more terrifying beings. He seemed to realize that above everything there was still an entity watching, the creator itself. Even if they could stop things for now, without understanding the true purpose, they would still be puppets in its hands. The system suddenly activated a special mission called the Guard Mission. Sung Woo realized this was a mission that only appeared when Hell and the Demon World Path were opened. He thought that if the mission was correct, the upper clan was no different from monsters, and the Guardian God title existed to protect the land from outer space forces that Rai used. Sung Woo sternly ordered all people capable of controlling water and fire to gather, as many as possible, preparing to receive a waterfall for uninvited guests. That day, everyone gathered at the rescue area. Trucks and ambulances were all deployed. The adjutant reported that all fire trucks and nearby water tanks had been mobilized. Even fire helicopters were filled with water. She looked puzzled but still asked where Commander Sung Woo was and why all this water preparation was needed. Dong-hun replied that it was best not to ask now since they were on the angel faction side and information could be exposed. He thought to himself that if the upper clan looked down on beings in this world, they would use the players themselves to manipulate everything. Even though the enemy was stronger, they still chose to stand up against the upper clan, and as long as they stayed vigilant, there was still a chance of victory. When Bing Minsu gave the order, the entire scenario officially started. Everyone immediately prepared themselves. The system countdown to judgment made Dong-hun even more terrified as the number gradually approached 0. It began. The sky lit up with strange streaks of light like energy tearing through space. Light appeared within the dark and cold void, a source of light, terrifying power capable of crushing humanity. A giant golden foot slowly appeared. The system announced that the angel of judgment had descended. Everyone immediately fell into panic. That was the angel. The angel's form was extremely terrifying, only a hollow eye behind layers of cloth, black wings contrasting with its heavenly aura. The players trembled in fear, unable to believe this was the angel they once worshipped. It looked more like a monster. They immediately attacked without hesitation, using everything including water and magic to counterattack. All simultaneously unleashed water and firepower, trying to evaporate and neutralize its power. The angel spoke coldly, "Sinners of the mortal world, kneel and listen to judgment." Sung Hun in flame armor rushed into battle, urging Sung Woo to hurry as time was running out. The angel declared it would finish everything. Even while attacking, most were overwhelmed by psychological pressure from its superior power and collapsed. Humans fell one by one. Desperate and helpless, the female mage tried to rally everyone to stand up. She screamed in panic as everyone was collapsing, demanding they wake up. The man beside her continued ordering water fire, saying not to stop. She angrily asked how long they were supposed to continue. Everyone was about to die, but the man said there was no retreat, only battle. Huge explosion rang out, throwing massive boulders into the air. Suddenly a figure known as the Iron Man hero appeared, saving the situation. And strange creatures suddenly appeared, welcoming them to their world. The battle became chaotic as strange beings disguised as humans and angels clashed violently. The angel roared in rage that those dark beings could not compare to him. Another responded that he was not the true opponent. That person threw a crystal and said to look at this. It was an activated ice core. The temperature dropped sharply. A blizzard formed covering the entire area. The ice core exploded, releasing a destructive cold wave spreading everywhere. Meanwhile, humans continued spraying water to resist. The angel's fury fully revealed its true nature as it roared in humiliation. The ice core became a lethal strike aimed at the descending entity. It was power like an ice age capable of erasing all life. The adjutant asked if it was over, but Dong Hun knew it was not finished yet. He shouted for them to keep spraying water. If the ice melted, it would reactivate and could even break through the frozen layer. Sung Woo sensed a chance of victory. They had successfully locked the target's movement. He ordered full force, finish it in one strike, mobilize all weapons for total attack. Everyone worked together, preparing containers of monster corpses, concentrating firepower to eliminate the target. Thanks to their coordination, the ice core remained in a sealed state. Helicopters circled the area for observation. The system announced that the weapon had been fully enhanced with magic bombs. This opened the opportunity for Sung Woo to unleash a full-scale strike toward victory. This is the ending for humanity and angels, not some disgusting monster. After everything, he unleashed Fire God like a destructive level explosion, something never seen in human history. Reward was over 35 million gold from the system, along with the title Angel Slayer, increased magic resistance, immunity to stun and electric shock. At the same time, the system helped Sung Woo reach level 23. He stood firmly on the ice, recalling his last level up inside the demonic pirate cave. The biggest gain was the information that higher races were no different from monsters, making the destruction of the real world feasible. The system announced mission completion, granting permanent divine awakening as an additional reward. His level increased by 1 rank, also receiving active and passive demigod skills of the same tier. Sung Woo was pleased with his team's results, receiving an additional 30-minute buff and +5 stats, easing future concerns. The system also unlocked a sub-condition to eliminate the Judgment Angel, granting a special judgment emblem to him. He gained additional power of Death Controller along with 4 unexpected emblems, including Demon Manipulator and Executor of Judgment. At the same time, a 3rd judgment emblem requirement was added, surprising him. He wondered if such difficult rewards were a new form of divinity. Sung Woo looked at the reward floating before his eyes, unable to hide his shock. It had a completely different form from Anubisa. He clicked his tongue and decided not to think further, directly taking it, believing he would still have a chance to obtain the Judge Mask in the future. And Sok and the others cheered excitedly. The connection with the Angel faction had been cut. They had regained their original power. But before they could celebrate, the adjutant immediately gave orders that dampened the mood, instructing them to move quickly to begin recovery. The system continued to issue a new notification. The information made Sung Woo sigh as he looked at the enormous skeleton beneath his feet. Creatures from outside the world cannot become familiars. What a pity. He fell into thought. Even the demon realm was the same. Beings from outside the world seemed to follow different rules. Sung Woo touched the skeleton and said, "But that does not mean I gain nothing." The system displayed items: unknown grade higher race bone, harder than metal and highly responsive to magic. Next was angel bone spear increasing 10% damage. And finally full gold armor increasing 30% defense, with 20% shield. The final item was a large golden armor set. Information: heroic grade angel armor, full body type, increases defense by 30%, accompanied by angel bone shield that increases defense by an additional 20%. Sung Woo generously asked if anyone wanted to equip them, but Jisoo and Han Ho both refused since they already had sufficient weapons and their demon god gear was complete. She looked at the baby dragon sleeping in her arms, sighing in relief that Min Seok had been asleep throughout the battle. This was also what always made her hesitate, because she did not want to be separated from her teammates. Sung Hun slowly walked forward from behind, admitting he had been wrong to choose the angel faction. He gritted his teeth in pain, realizing that only at the end of the game could one know the truth. Sung Hun looked at the ruined scenery and asked in a trembling voice whether they could end this game. Sung Woo confirmed that no game is endless, the creator designed it so it can be ended. Dung Hun stammered, asking if he could accompany him until the end of the journey. Sung Woo without hesitation took his hand and agreed to go together until the game ended. A familiar figure with wings appeared in the sky flying toward them. Manhwa and Jisoo looked up in shock, recognizing Hazen and wondering what had happened in the town. Hazen rushed in, reporting urgently, "Necromancer, players from America have appeared." Sung Woo shouted in panic, thinking the town had been attacked. His strong reaction confused her. No, they only wanted to meet him to talk immediately, the summoner. A big question arose in his mind. He wondered why she was rushing to find him, whether they had been attacked. Her eyes shone brightly and her excited voice said all of them had been killed. Hazen reported what he knew. A battle broke out after the ship they used to arrive suddenly exploded, and the Coast Guard saw the killers fleeing. Sung Woo frowned with worry, wondering whether this was an attack targeting American envoys. He truly did not understand what was happening in this period. He did not hesitate and immediately rode a flying beast toward the military. Upon landing, Sung Woo immediately asked about contact with America. Jeongsu replied that there was contact, but not an official meeting. The man opened the car door while walking and explained that the recent attack made the diplomatic situation sensitive. The scene had been sealed off. He could enter to inspect. Suddenly remembering, he added news from China. Server 1 had overwhelmed Server 2 and unified the entire country. Sung Woo looked out of the car and nodded slowly. So everything had reached this stage, where the leader controlled assassins and monsters to unify the server. He bit his lip tensely, thinking that if the server stabilized, they would become the next target. The car quickly returned to the empty town with no sign of people. Hanho stuck his head out of the car and said in shock that the Americans had created this. Before them was a gigantic ship hovering above the rooftop. Lei Jiangsu widened his eyes in shock, saying this was not a sea ship, but a true seaplane. He led everyone toward the meeting point, explaining the ship seemed to have been hidden in the clouds and fell after the explosion. Kim reported they had found a circular chamber in the engine room, likely the place where the item enabling flight was installed. He worried that the item level was still unknown, but it was certainly valuable. The attacker might have taken it. Lei Jiangsu said there might still be similar seaplanes. Sung Woo thought this organization followed a technological path different from the Evolution Society specializing in biology. Looked up at the giant ship, speculating that despite the accident, America still led in technology. System displayed item information: Dwarf Class 3 flying ship, self-made by players, unknown level. Can fly high, support large-scale use. Load capacity 40 tons, up to 55 people, max speed 35 knots. File shows it belongs to Ruby, access restricted. Unauthorized interference may cause death risk. Damaged state, no energy source remaining. Jisoo finished reading and marveled at the long information. Hanho beside her also worried that touching it could cause serious trouble. Sung Woo ignored the discussions and assessed the situation. Though stability was unclear, the strict control details made him suspect they were not simple. He reported finding a total of 42 bodies, no signs of intrusion, possibly internal conflict. Sung Woo checked the scene and saw the bodies were too damaged to revive or extract memories. Follower judged they came from very far away and had no enemies in the Korean server, possibly hiding their identity. A scene of fierce war appeared in his mind, making him uneasy. Possibly this was civil war. Who agreed and suggested that among American players there might have been conflict and they erased traces themselves. Sung Woo froze, thinking that possibility was entirely plausible. At this moment, Jisoo suddenly shouted, "Sung Woo, evacuate everyone immediately." Immediately he signaled an emergency retreat. Jisoo had detected something. Everyone quickly moved away from the seaplane. Jisoo closed her eyes and focused sensing, and said there was continuous small movement inside the ship compartment. Scraping collision sounds rang out repeatedly, making everyone feel uneasy. Jisoo confirmed it was a swarm of creatures. System warning stated this was a damaged box containing poisonous lethal bugs activated within 5 meters. It could release 3,000 insects. Repeated exposure would cause death even with high defense. Sung Woo looked at the giant box emitting toxic gas and realized it was a deadly trap. He snapped his fingers, both curious and tense, thinking it was a terrifying weapon. Jisoo gritted her teeth in anger, saying if they had discovered it later, many people would have died. Sung Woo suddenly asked Jeong-soo to find a white wolfman from the Hunter Guild. In his mind, a plan emerged using someone who could read object memories from the Evolution Society to trace information. Under his order, soldiers returned the box to its original original position, keeping it unopened as it was. Time passed and night covered the building and everyone had been fully evacuated. Inside the ship where no one noticed, a deep voice called Johnny to wake up. Parker looked at the bound man and mocked that he did not expect the Central Park hero to be so miserable. Johnny panicked and asked where he was. He panted and questioned his subordinate whether he had betrayed him. He sneered, saying betrayal only happens when there is shared intent. They were never on the same side. Parker loudly declared this was a large-scale operation targeting hostile forces after the recent battle. He disdainfully said he did not know why Chairman Love wanted to maintain relations with a small figure, but Admiral Parker had a different plan. Parker told Johnny that recently they were interested in building an East Asian garden floating above the city. Johnny was stunned and asked where they planned to take the world tree. He snapped his fingers and said bingo. Johnny angrily cursed their madness. Johnny remembered Chairman Love had once valued a Korean hero who resisted other races and did not side with them. He believed that person would be a key figure in rebuilding humanity. Johnny angrily thought Admiral William Parker was preparing another meaningless sacrifice. Both sides argued fiercely. Parker insisted it was not heroism as they called it. He explained that that tree could not belong to Earth. It was an unknown destructive weapon capable of destroying Washington. Parker pointed to the troops behind, saying they always prevented future disasters. He declared this was a potential threat affecting the Central Order of America, and it was their duty. His followers believed America must control everything. They believed the summoner was a hidden danger that could break the system, placing America at the center. Johnny tied up, panicked, and begged Parker to stop. He firmly said, "We will declare you and the messenger spaceship have been destroyed by an Eastern terrorist group with exclusionary ideology. Admiral Parker will receive support from the Provisional Parliament." Outside at this moment was complete chaos. Smoke and fire from bombs and shells covered everything. Explosions continuously echoed and destroyed everything. Parker continued that they would deploy the dwarf battleship here. "I wonder if that monster can withstand this barrage of bombs." Johnny shouted in anger, "This is not a path to peace. Think it over again." Parker glanced to the side as if noticing something. Both of them looked up at the ceiling in shock and saw a strange layer of dust and smoke spreading. Johnny stammered, asking what that was. He looked around cautiously and said, "Why is there something like this here?" Suddenly large cracks appeared across the ceiling. A piercing cracking sound rang out. The entire floor below collapsed. Parker immediately raised a shield to protect everyone, straining while asking if it was an explosion. A soldier nearby panicked and replied, "There is an enemy. We need a better observation point." The soldier pointed to the sky and shouted, "There is light." Parker was lifting up chunks of rock. Parker turned back and quickly denied, "It was not me." A soldier behind immediately shouted. A massive dried skeleton appeared. Nicrogan appeared. He easily lifted huge boulders as if they were nothing. The soldiers exclaimed in panic. Sung-woo appeared like a god and said he had found it. Parker thought in shock. "Necromancer, how did he find this place?" Under everyone's shocked gaze, he pointed directly at Johnny and shouted, "Johnny, you came here as a diplomat." Guardian Great Mage drew his gun and said the stone controller was the culprit, and that white man was also behind the massacre on the ship. Parker kicked Johnny in the neck and sneered, saying, "On what basis do you conclude that? You stormed in here. What evidence do you have?" He also stated that the werewolf organization was a dangerous group that had driven away even man-eating monsters. He continued, saying, "This man is Jonathan Ketch, the representative you have met." Johnny trembled with blood flowing from his mouth, and Parker continued asking, "What else do you know?" His soldiers aimed their guns at Sung-woo. Both sides stood in tense confrontation. Sung-woo floated in the air while he and his allies stood on rock formations. Parker said there had been a rebellion against Junie leadership. Jun replied that it was just a complicated family conflict. Parker said in a serious tone that we have suppressed the rebellion and are investigating everything. Currently we are interrogating him. He continued, saying to maintain relations. "Let us forget what happened today." But before he could finish, an attack rushed straight toward Parker and his group. Sung-woo transformed. He said this situation is troublesome. He grabbed Parker by the neck and lifted him high, saying, "Do you think I came here to talk diplomacy? You should know me better." Parker tightened his grip and made a choking sound. While holding his neck, he said, "I am just an Eastern terrorist. My hobby is slaughtering foreigners who invade my territory." He stared at him and asked, "Is this not the script you all wanted?" He replied with difficulty that torture is useless. "You are just wasting time. If you want, then just kill me." The Guardian Great Mage exhaled and said through the comms that we are not doing useless things. "Do you think we found this place through torture?" Sue appeared, casually dragging two downed soldiers in both hands. She said to Sung-woo that they had suppressed all players inside the building. Two hiding in a corner peeked out, thinking that the other side must be very angry. Returning to Sung-woo and Parker, he was chained by the neck with tears streaming down. He said, "I will not kill you. From now on, those who are exploited in this political war will be you, not us." Outside, the guards continued suppressing the players. Kim raised his thumb in satisfaction and said these are the items found inside. The system interface displayed a list of items. After hearing the effects, Sung Woo said he would keep them. And what about the injured diplomat? He turned and asked, "You are a healer, right?" A subordinate replied, "Yes, I just checked him." He turned to Johnny and asked, "Why did you come from the United States? Tell me the real reason, not diplomacy or friendship." Johnny replied that even though the world has changed, the US server is still stable at a certain level. Looking towards South America, he added that region is not like that, especially the Amazon. Sung Woo was slightly surprised and thought of the Amazon, the tropical forest known as the lungs of the earth. What kind of problem is happening there? Johnny explained that it is not a region the Brazilian players can control. Sung Woo immediately understood. Thinking of the Beast Army, he realized they may have been left unattended, so their numbers exploded, and it is very possible that a Monster King has been born. Parker added that from the South American battlefield, monsters are threatening North America. The goal is to form a global alliance and take action. Sung Woo turned and said, "Then according to you, it seems the goals are not the same." Johnny said that once stability is reached, war and struggles for power erupt again. That is what humans always do. Johnny recalled the image of a man speaking before a crowd, mentioning Chairman Love. Even though he had a strict leadership style, he lacked solid backing. That was a major issue. Looking at the battlefield ruins, he said fake news about the messenger spaceship incident had been sent to Washington. President Love would try to maintain his position, but it would affect parliamentary decisions. He asked if Johnny could contact the US server community. Johnny replied that all communication systems had been destroyed. He added that if such a major plan existed, they must have also destroyed their own communications. He looked at Parker, who was tied up, and asked Sung Woo if restoring the ship would allow them to return to the United States. But the answer was that they could not cross the Pacific. Johnny recalled the chaos in the Pacific, saying the ship could not withstand magical storms and attacks from flying monsters, so they needed the messenger spaceship. Johnny clenched his fist and said it had been completely destroyed and could not be repaired without a dwarf technician from the Union. Lei Jiangsu appeared and said, "We have finished repairing the spaceship." A massive spaceship with complex structure was gradually activating in the sky. Lei Jiangsu proudly said, "Successful takeoff, test completed." Johnny looked up, frozen in shock. Johnny stammered in disbelief that such an advanced ship built with countless magic engineering techniques could be repaired in a single day. Johnny turned and asked everyone, "What did you all do before this?" A cook, an engineer, a pink-haired technical student, and an elderly long-bearded graduate researcher all appeared. All of them had previously been separated from the spaceship. Kim sighed in relief and said, "We did not force ourselves. In fact, we tried dismantling the weapons on the ship and reversed the manufacturing process." The battleship suddenly appeared along with a detailed information panel displaying its equipment and operational stats. This weapon type has highly flexible customization, thanks to the application of many different kinds of spirit stones. Kim assessed that disassembling it could cause trouble since this was not equipment crafted by players, so the group stopped, while the engineer shouted that they were making a mistake, insisting only overwhelming firepower could protect them. Sung Woo held the glowing yellow crystal stone in his hand and said that if spirit stones were needed, then the useful thing here was this high-grade fire spirit. The engineer immediately flew into anger and demanded to take it. Kim held her back to stop her, while the female engineering student calmly suggested they test it first. A male college student also chimed in jokingly, saying he just wanted to try it a little. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of light erupted. Immediately after, a surge of energy was released and formed a massive explosion. The three of them looked up at the ship. Li Jiangsu muttered that it was insane. With the current shield system, it could be pierced in a single strike, leaving Johnny beside him, completely speechless. Johnny suddenly pleaded, begging the summoner to return the messenger spacecraft to them. He continued begging, saying he would go to the US server to stop Admiral Parker from taking control of the parliament as soon as possible. Sung Woo turned back and asked in a cold voice, "Return it to whom?" He pointed at himself and told Johnny that the Union was not the enemy. The ones they faced yesterday were traitors and invaders. Sung Woo lightly tossed the small warship in his hand and said they had defeated this invading force. Therefore it belonged to him, or more precisely, it was their spoils of war. He turned to question Li Jiangsu, noting that some parts could still be used for repair, even if only about 2%, making Johnny think this was outright appropriation. Sung Woo placed a hand on Johnny's shoulder and said that using old laws to claim ownership in this world was no longer reasonable. He emphasized that those rules were outdated and no longer applicable. He turned away. Johnny admitted he was right, but Chairman Love wanted such an era to return, while he thought this was an age of chaos. Johnny looked at Sung Woo's back through the glass and thought that someone like him could survive in a barbaric age, and that they needed him to rebuild civilization. That evening at the base, the atmosphere became tense. Hanho rushed in panic and reported that something major had happened. Strange, unidentified shapes appeared in the sky like unknown warships. A massive dark entity continuously radiated a terrifying surge of energy. Hanho said with a serious expression that everything was spiraling out of control, urging everyone to try harder. Min Seok. It turned out everything was just a story the boy had told earlier. Sung Woo calmly asked what was happening, and Hanho reported that a fleet had appeared on the southern coast. Hearing this, he became suspicious due to the timing, especially right after internal information had been leaked. Johnny explained that Admiral Parker had taken control of Congress and the military, and everything might have been planned since the messenger ship explosion. Sung Woo frowned and wondered how they crossed the Pacific so quickly, unless they had portal technology similar to Japan. Johnny said with a grim face that they might possess Wubu's top-secret item called Transline. He explained it was a teleportation technology that allowed portals to be opened to preset coordinates. Sung Woo said with a cold gaze that whatever it was, now that they had arrived, Gupu was the enemy. Johnny suggested they secure victory first to stabilize everyone's morale. Suddenly, intense bursts of firepower erupted around them. Everyone began to panic under the sudden attacks. Sung Woo's group monitored the entire situation through high-tech screen systems. Lei Jiangsu said in shock that the video was recorded 3 hours ago, and there were only about 7 warships launching a heavy bombardment. Sung Woo frowned and assessed that they were not striking the World Trade Center directly, but instead attacking from the south first. There was a possibility that Admiral Parker intended to disable the entire server system. Hanho's father gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, while Sung Woo agreed that although civilians would be affected, this was necessary preparation time, and ordered more warships and siege weapons to be deployed. Johnny worried that this was not the full strength of the Guppy fleet, but Sung Woo said this was only their elite force. He further explained that Transline, no matter how strong, could not move an entire fleet, and their goal was to paralyze the southern region and open a super gate. Everyone gradually understood the situation, while Hanho's father remained angry and insisted on increasing firepower. Jisoo said Admiral Parker's fleet was extremely powerful and had once been used to wipe out thousands of armored monsters. She added that activating a super gate required time to accumulate energy, so if they opened multiple gates, their side still had a chance. Sung Yulix asked Jisoo whether she had obtained the time-space stone from the Great Mountain King, and she replied that she had received one and was keeping it. Jisoo further explained that in exchange they had to purchase 1,000 bags of potatoes from the other side. They could also pay using other types of food as substitutes. Sung Woo held the stone and said that despite their small forces, they would immediately head to the target station. Hanho stood nearby excited and agreed that they could not delay any further. The scene shifted to an area sinking into chaos, where the ground was gradually covered in lava. On a ship, 2 men observed and said that this place had become as ruined as Philadelphia, yet still held a strange beauty. One revealed that they had broadcast in Korea to weaken enemy morale as part of Admiral Parker's strategy. Thanks to that tactic, Philadelphia quickly surrendered, and although there were objections due to civilian casualties, Parker still considered it a necessary trade-off in war. 2 of Parker's subordinates discussed that he always treated war as numbers, and they did not expect such a bold decision, though his political rise had already been predicted. They mentioned the Lick Summoner, a madman who obeyed no one, who had slaughtered the entire crew and shot down the messenger ship. About 6 hours remained until the super gate was complete, and the next plan was to attack Busan, and at that moment something mysterious appeared behind them. A shadow was rapidly approaching, causing both of them to become alert and wonder what was descending from above. System warning, attention, confirmation boxes being opened. Immediately, an assault beetle shot out. Within seconds, the ship of the 2 men standing there exploded into dust and ash. Sung Woo, piloting the war steed, cheerfully said, "Another ship added." Outside, the crowd witnessing it switched to defense, reporting the enemy fleet. World Tree faction flying ships had appeared, all ready for battle. Immediately, numerous warships assembled, quickly forming battle formation. Seeing strange light in the distance, they panicked. White Cloud Lion Bone soldiers. They were planning to attack us, truly courting death. They were seeking death. Inside the ship, a middle-aged man calmly seated felt the high energy from the messenger ship and thought they did not know this ship had a defensive shield. Right after, a terrifying force struck the ship's shield. The operators inside became extremely anxious. The shield had shattered what they fired. Around them, thick black smoke enveloped the area. System warning, ultimate spirit art has been activated. People on site faced terrifying energy flows but could not identify the attacker. In an instant, the ship continued to be destroyed, and the one responsible was Sung Woo. The number of ships on the water also gradually decreased significantly. In the control room, everyone panicked, continuously calling Lam Duck respond. No response, they reported to superiors. No response, Sir Admiral Parker. Screen suddenly showed the signal returning like a faint hope. Lame duck was moving. I will try contact. However, Parker coldly ordered, shoot down, do not let it escape. Before reacting, the operator had a gun pointed at his head. He ordered immediate shoot down before counterattack. Immediately all forces received the order to target Lame duck. Immediately Lame duck was hit by numerous electric beams violently. Seconds later the target exploded instantly. Suddenly blood splashed from somewhere. The previous operator died on the spot. Another person immediately replaced him, continuing the order, full force eliminate Lame duck. One by one other ships continued to be destroyed. When the mission was nearly complete, everyone cheered, Lame duck is falling. Parker, sitting in the chair, angrily scolded, fools, do you think beasts controlled by humans are simple? The controller is 100 times more cunning than you. His face full of killing intent, he declared, from now only keep what has value. Sung-woo and Min-seo were still striving to attack. Min-seok, seeing his determination, broke out in cold sweat. System notification, full power effect successfully activated. Unnoticed, he almost cried, should I continue? This is nauseating. Sung-woo turned and retorted, just random system item, biologically humans do not have such feeling. Min-seo immediately argued, biologically I also cannot handle this, you also do not care, hurry leave here. Immediately both rushed forward at extreme speed, down 2 ships, 5 remaining, eliminate one by one. It seemed the mechanical systems on the ship also began to activate. Seeing continuous energy output, Sung-woo thought, the warship is slower than Wyvern, only need careful bombardment. However, something was aiming at his war steed. He was shocked, not a miss but being guided. Strange devices appeared in the sky. Sung-woo worried they had accidentally fallen into the targeting range. Immediately a blinding beam shot down at the protagonist's position. The villain side rejoiced, take down that summoner. When the light faded, Sung-woo's team remained intact. He said coldly, thought you would celebrate early, but you are too eager. Without hesitation, he activated the Bone Soldier creation skill. Immediately, bone soldiers appeared in large numbers. They continuously attacked the ship's shield. Seeing the shield breaking, the enemies panicked. Soul Summoner still alive, fire. Smoke is covering the target. Another beam flashed, destroy that massive bone construct. But what was destroyed was the villain side along with the corpses in their hands. A huge explosion continued, this time far more violent than before. Sung-woo sighed, this ship is too sturdy, brute force alone is not enough to bring it down. He clenched his fist, mana gathering, try this high-pressure explosion. The ship burst into flames, everyone panicked, corpses began to swell. System reported, 11 corpses activated high-pressure explosion, 29 seconds until detonation. The ship gradually sank into a sea of fire, risking complete collapse. Sung-woo and his teammates prepared the final assault. Master and I are unmatched, only 3 ships left. Another ship, the atmosphere became dark and heavy. The people there began to panic when hearing that Pittsburgh ship number 7 had been taken down. Impossible. Until now, no ship had been damaged. Parker immediately opened fire on those complaining. He had ordered to bypass the Buffalo Wall and open fire. Was that order not that difficult? He looked cold as ice, useless bunch, fall back. Suddenly he remembered something. Also order the Hyperspace Gate project team to withdraw. He issued a threat saying, you are not so useless that you cannot handle that task. The man broke into sweat upon hearing it, and replied quickly, understood, I will go immediately. Outside, the villain faction forces were struggling to fight. Jizut jumped down to report, the base had been captured. Sung-woo approached Hen-no, boasting of achievements while the seniors handled the squad. We had taken the gate and set an ambush to deal with them before they noticed. Jisoo also commented, it was so easy it was suspicious. Sung-woo asked about the gate's status. The two reported it was 97% complete, only a little more mana was needed. Sung-woo reported, books and items were fully prepared. He replied, then everything is ready. Johnny was still shaken, truly terrifying, even Admiral Parker's entire fleet had been defeated. He looked up in disbelief. Gupu may have received news of defeat. Even if Parker did not report, losing contact alone would make them alert. Jisoo said they were likely in chaos. Hanho was excited, this might be the perfect time to attack. Sung-woo said in a stern voice, the main Gupu base in Washington, now we will move there. The next day, the sun was high. The loudspeaker announced that after docking they must maintain level 2 readiness. A man grumbled, what kind of training this is, making them wait for hours just to prepare. The man turned to ask his friend David if he knew what was going on. David replied he heard that the Admiral's fleet had been sunk. The other man also showed interest. It was indeed so. The Philadelphia team only suffered 1 loss. That person was AA, and 9 admirals committed suicide. In just half a day it became like this. The man began to speculate. He thought Admiral Parker had already ended the war. He added, he thought a lucky rookie from Asia could compare with the Admiral. Perhaps that man only found a rare treasure and kept it for himself. Conversation ended. A gate appeared as the commander was activating it. Immediately from within the gate, huge vines shot out. Seeing vines pulling everything around, everyone panicked. It is pulling us in. Quickly avoid that strange tree. Inside the gate something began to emerge. Not good. Something is crawling out. It turned out to be Sung-woo along with his code. The loudspeaker continued announcing full fleet readiness for total combat. Sung Woo was holding a hammer in his hand. The thing inside the gate kept emerging. Everyone was in uproar. It was about to appear. We must board the ship and catch it the moment it appears. It seemed that thing was trying to pull the entire giant ship. Sung Woo realized the world tree was too strong, capable of wrapping even a warship. The system displayed information about the world tree vines. He moved closer, warning the gate would disappear in 7 minutes. They must act quickly. Inside the gate, everything seemed to be sinking like a molten lava. Johnny reported anxiously, the fleet had been dealt with, but ground troops would arrive soon. Sung Woo took out his phone. I have contacted my friends and identified the location where the chairman is being held. We need to rescue him quickly. Everyone immediately set out for the next journey. Hanhu joked, having arrived in post-apocalyptic America, are we now international students destroying the world? Sue noticed, what is that building? Johnny introduced it as the Dwarven Forge. Here they produce all kinds of magical weapons and flying ships. Jisoo asked if dwarves were a small race. Sung Woo thought quietly. Even we have turned into dragons, so the existence of dwarves is not strange. Johnny explained it was just a name. That place was Luzenhurst, with 100 smiths working in harmony, so it was called that. He continued introducing as they passed areas. That was Gupyu's special prison camp. However, this place was rather loosely guarded. Upon arrival, they saw many people scattered on the ground. Minsu allied forces had arrived earlier. Suddenly a man happily called Johnny's name. He walked up and patted Johnny on the shoulder, glad he was still alive. Johnny forced a smile and said he was lucky to be helped. A middle-aged woman stepped forward. Captain Katie, you have worked hard. Johnny said, President Love, I did not do much. I myself caused trouble, but the truth is gradually emerging. Everything will change. President Love replied, everything has already changed. She looked at Sung Woo with gratitude. I do not know how to thank you. Sung Woo silently thought she might be using words to calm things down. She looked at him with a sparkling gaze, thinking material compensation would be more appropriate. Sung Woo gave a faint smile, like a good person in a decayed world. President Love made a serious request. Come with us to the capital and tell the truth. They then moved closer to the bodies scattered on the ground. Everyone witnessing the scene was extremely shocked. President Love was stunned. Impossible. The elite forces protecting the capital. Jisoo said they were very weak, not to mention their levels and skills were too low. Sung Woo looked around thinking, this is the downside of abusing squad-level power. If they only rely on destruction, there is no way to develop other than killing. Without further delay, everyone continued on their way, but Sung Woo kept thinking, this could be an opportunity to strike at the core of Gupu. During the ongoing meeting, camera lights continuously flashed, capturing images of the speaker on the podium. Suddenly, the meeting room door swung open. A group of people walked in together. Immediately, a shout rang out, who dares interrupt the meeting? Security unit. Entire meeting room erupted in anger. Many people loudly questioned who allowed those bone soldiers into this sacred place. Traitors. Chairman Love roared, his face distorted with rage. Everyone maintain order immediately. The shout ended and the entire room shook. Everyone immediately fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Then she turned to Johnny and said that Captain Kiss of the messenger crew, once thought to be dead, was actually still alive, and the necromancer was also here. Listen carefully. At this moment, a person stepped up in front of Johnny and in shock asked if that was really Captain Ket. What exactly was going on? Johnny immediately exposed that Chairman Parker had conspired to seize control of the Provisional Parliament. The information had already been reported to Chairman Love. Everyone listened clearly. Then Chairman Love stepped onto the podium in the center of the room, in front of countless cameras and the crowd, and began to reveal the full truth. The exposed truth shocked everyone to the extreme. Some could not believe it. Others clenched their fists behind them and angrily called Parker a bastard. Arthur Gordon gritted his teeth in fury. He rushed forward, muscles bulging, roaring that they should not be deceived. How could they know whether Jonathan Ketch was real or fake? He pointed straight at Johnny and questioned whether this could just be copying magic, insisting Dominic Love must have been deceived. Sung Woo asked softly who those people were. Johnny replied they were Parker's most loyal right hand. Arthur Gordon clenched his fists tightly and said through gritted teeth that Admiral Parker was still alive, rebuilding forces at the Japan server, and would soon take revenge on Korea. Do not give up hope. Dominic Love Flick looked at him and reminded Arthur Gordon that it was useless. All past sacrifices had become meaningless. His words made him even more agitated, claiming that if they still clung to humanism they could not revive America, and would only become dogs at the necromancer's feet. He struck his chest hard and declared that even in decline, America was still the greatest and freest empire in history, and could not lose its dignity and freedom. Sung Woo looked at his endless speech, and wondered in confusion who allowed him to speak. Johnny explained that he was the Admiral's right hand, top 7 of the Arthur Gordon server, famous for great strength but a hot temper. Arthur Gordon angrily pointed at Jonathan Ketch and cursed him for daring to speak with those destroying freedom, saying he had no pride as an American. Sung Woo silently thought he had been talking about himself. Jisoo, who had been watching for a while, felt irritated and released killing intent, saying his pride did not match his ability. Arthur Gordon immediately shouted back, "You little brat." His companions quickly tried to stop him, but Arthur Gordon had already lost control, raising his fist and shouting for them to shut up. He shouted, "Surge attack," and charged straight forward. Jisoo calmly blocked the punch with one finger and said indifferently that top 7 was only this much, too weak. She swung her hand and sent Arthur Gordon flying to the ground, followed by a painful scream. She then pointed her sword at the remaining people and asked if anyone else wanted their attitude corrected. The subordinates stood frozen in fear and did not respond. Sung Woo stepped forward and said that considering the war crimes you committed on our land, a reasonable compensation should be discussed. The scene shifted to Dominic Love's office. She sat at the desk and told Sung Woo's group that she would provide compensation as requested, but asked whether they were willing to cooperate in investment. Sung Woo glanced back thinking about manpower investment and war compensation plans. Han Ho behind him softly said it sounded like political mercenary contracts. Sung Woo smiled and said that as long as the price was reasonable, they would side with them. He then requested to tour the fleet and the dwarf repair workshop, causing everyone in the room to stare in shock. Leaving the room, dusk fell and dyed the entire city red. Sung Woo's group walked along the road. Han Ho remarked it felt like observing an ancient civilization. Jisoo said it felt like looking at the pyramids. Han Ho continued asking what that pillar of light was. Johnny replied that it was blessing magic. He had just received information from someone beside him and explained that it covered the entire building, and depending on the item it activated different kinds of blessings. Sung Woo observed the surroundings and thought that although it was not as good as the world tree, they were creating their own blessings, and in terms of production it was far superior. They passed the forging area where blacksmiths were hammering metal continuously. They stopped before a massive and magnificent scene that made everyone gape in shock. Hudson shouted loudly, scolding subordinates for being careless during forging and ordering them to focus and work properly. Tighten their minds. Sung Woo asked if they were not dwarves. Han Ho said they looked like strict old men. Johnny whispered that it might not be that simple. At this moment, Husk looked toward them and suddenly recognized Jonathan Ketch. He immediately jumped down from the observation platform and said that anyone bringing people in without permission would be thrown into the furnace. Johnny raised his hand to explain that something was happening outside, but Husk irritably said he did not care about the outside. As long as the workshop was not taken over, it was fine. He angrily said that the fleet they had painstakingly built had been destroyed, and he did not want to receive guests anymore. Sung Woo politely introduced himself as not from Wubu and had come here on an external contract order. Husk stared and asked whether he was the one who destroyed the fleet and came with that group. Then he signaled and asked whether that guest had money. Sung Woo smiled and replied more than he expected, silently calculating that as long as there was money, everything could be bought. After that, everyone sat in a small reception room to talk. Husk introduced himself as the workshop owner, responsible for production, management, and training blacksmiths. He glanced at Sung Woo and said previous clients all wore Washington suits, so what did he want to order? Sung Woo said he needed a stable place to obtain items, and Husk replied that since this was a private workshop, there was no better place. Sung Woo worried about affecting others, since even a small temperature change could affect results. Husk, while looking at his phone, laughed and said he liked that answer and told them to stay here. A strong movement caught attention. Sung Woo saw metal being transported by an automatic machine. Husk smiled and snapped his fingers, and all the metal immediately floated in the air. After finishing the arrangement, he said the adjutant zone cost 100,000 gold and additional fees applied. Sung Woo silently concluded that this old man was not easy to deal with and agreed. In front of the spatial gate, he raised his hand to summon skeletal soldiers as support. A robot-like entity slowly appeared, causing Husk to widen his eyes in shock. The old man briefly thought of the ice shard, then when the skeletal soldier stepped out, he exclaimed in fear, "What in the world is this? Truly something impossible." After regaining his composure, he crossed his arms and mocked it as the most disgusting thing he had ever seen and wondered how it should be dealt with. Sung Woo took out a gun and suggested creating a small handheld version of a similar firearm. Husk immediately grabbed his collar and yelled that he was crazy. Turning that thing into a personal weapon was no different from making pistols out of plutonium. Sung Woo lowered his head and asked again whether he could not do it. He pushed the old man away and said he would leave because there were better craftsmen in Korea, which made him hurriedly stop him and say wait. He affirmed that in the Husk workshop nothing was impossible, only the production process was very troublesome, leaving the workers behind silently complaining. That night, under the sky, the full moon shone brightly. Below, Sung Woo was sitting across from Dominic Love drinking tea together. She commented that this place was extremely complex, with 3 servers creating racial diversity and many factions. Everyone had overcome difficulties to form an alliance and had now connected with the central servers Canada, Japan, and even Korea. She slammed the teacup down in frustration, saying she thought everything was fine, but America was still not ready. She stated she would not give up because the world was changing in an instant. She looked at Sung Woo, hoping for global cooperation, which which made him feel everything was too complicated and unpredictable. He raised his head and asked whether the biggest issue right now was the monster in the Amazon forest. She confirmed it, then asked whether he had brought the young dragon, and Sung Woo replied correctly. Dominic Love said there was an adult dragon existing in the Amazon. Sung Woo quickly set down his teacup and asked in shock whether someone had really seen the dragon. Dominic confirmed it and said that the creature seemed to still remain in the Amazon. Brazil had once been a gathering place for many large guilds, each group having about 10 players above level 20. Sung Woo was shocked, saying that in Korea only he and Sung Hun had reached that level, then asked whether the information was accurate. Dominic seriously confirmed it as true, as monsters continuously poured out from the Amazon dungeon. She said they had to hunt monsters every day to survive, and Sung Woo also felt it made sense after hearing it. He thought silently that they were different from the East American region, where the environment was relatively easier. Dominic added that the Amazon had wiped them out just a week ago. An alliance of 13 guilds with 2,800 people had moved toward Rio de Janeiro to eliminate the Amazon monster source. Sung Woo leaned back, saying they must have endured its wrath. She refuted, saying it was not just wrath but revenge. Brazil and South America were burned in a single night, with flames lighting up the southern sky. Witnessing that, they received a mission notification, a disaster mission with horrifying creature objectives and unknown rewards. The system announced that a dragon had destroyed South America, was now dormant, but would return in 48 days to attack North America. The dragon would destroy North America, then fall back into sleep and later target other lands. This was a hidden mission from the Brazil server. Sung Woo silently realized this no longer anyone's isolated problem. The next day, Husk reported that what he needed had been completed. The workers were pushed to exhaustion, and Husk complained that he had nearly gone insane from the pressure of the manufacturing process. He handed over the requested gun and asked whether the result was satisfactory. When holding the gun, the system information appeared: a handcrafted weapon with single and burst fire mode, 50 rounds per minute, cooldown 1 minute. Husk pointed toward the target, saying he would set up aim practice targets. The gun was raised and the first bullet was fired. Husk stood nearby smoking, muttering that even though he made it himself, he still found it unsettling. Sung Woo was very satisfied and exclaimed it was excellent. He proudly said Husk creations could only be excellent or extremely excellent. The system announced the world season had begun, opening an era of war and peace between global servers. Husk read it and exclaimed in shock, world season. He worried that this was basically pushing servers into mutual slaughter, and that Sung Woo would become extremely busy. Another announcement appeared declaring new rules to promote interaction between servers. Each server would select a representative through voting, granting them authority to form alliances and cooperate with other servers. It allowed war declarations between servers, with battlefields chosen by the aggressor, and losers could become colonies and lose control. Sung Woo nodded in agreement. The next morning, gentle sunlight shone into the familiar building. Dominic Love stated that the meeting had greatly influenced global development and expanded the boundaries of the world. Sung Woo ignored it and thought the system was escalating global conflict further. Images of warships and helicopters appeared in his mind, and he thought the colonial era had returned. A notification appeared: Egypt server declared war on Sudan server. The match would be broadcast globally in real time. Hanho worried, saying war had just begun, while Jisoo asked Sung Woo whether they should take action. Next notification: China server 1 declared war on Korea with global live broadcast. Hanho was shocked at how fast everything was happening, and Jisoo said it was to gain initiative. Sung Woo fell into thought, saying this development was not surprising, only the timing was earlier than expected. Hanho worried about the dragon. Jisoo asked what they should do, and Sung Woo replied that once war was declared, it could no longer be avoided. He silently resolved to take advantage of the war to develop his forces, as the reward could become the key to defeating the dragon. On the podium, Dominic Love clenched his fists, forcing down his emotions, saying that preparing to resist the dragon had already been exhausting, and now, with war added, he only hoped Korea could preserve its glory. Sung Woo asked whether they could provide any additional support in the current situation. She lowered her head and replied that Minsu also wanted to help but was unable to, as they still had to handle nearby servers and unresolved internal issues. Sung Woo understood the situation, then immediately opened a return gate leading back to the World Tree. He turned to his teammates and said he would contact them again after the war ended. Through the glass window of the building, the dense sounds of warships moving across the sky could be clearly heard. Lai Jiangsu looked at the tablet report, stating that 7 repaired warships and 2 newly added ones made a total of 9 warships. Looking at the convoy transporting equipment, he judged these were siege weapons, supplies, and battlefield logistics equipment. Including Sung Woo, the entire World Tree force was fully prepared for war, and now it was the next step. Sung Woo issued a stern order that this time it was no longer just defense. He bit his lip and thought, even if they repelled the invasion or launched a counterattack, it would only delay the next assault. As Hanho and Jisoo whispered nearby, Jiang Su said that the Warang and hunters had responded, and the Liberation Forces and Central Command were preparing for war. Not only major factions, but many national organizations also responded, even sending gold and supplies. Uncle Lai laughed and said the declaration of war had stirred everyone, while the person beside him replied that the nation always unites in major events. The system announced that player 157 had been selected as the representative of the Korea server, with authority to decide server-wide policy. Hanho excitedly said this was a new title, while Jisoo teased that the burden had also increased. Sung-woo frowned and clenched his fist, saying this was not glory but a heavier responsibility than he wanted. The system continued to warn that the China server had taken the initiative. The war would begin in 24 hours, and the representative could choose to surrender, but would become a colony. Sung-woo tiredly read the information and sighed. Since it was unclear what the opponent would choose, he could not decide immediately. A young man nearby said the initiator would choose the most advantageous battlefield. Mr. Lai worried they might be dragged into China. Sung-woo thought he could not keep speculating and asked Li Jiangsu for more information. Suddenly, a person sitting in front of the screen turned around, his face full of shock. Li Jiangsu checked the data and reported that 9,000 troops were gathering in Beijing, and reinforcements might arrive. In addition, the Kyushu coalition in Okinawa was operating like pirates and had been recruited by China, while Admiral Bacon's fleet in the Yellow Sea was also moving after a deal with a container ship. Mr. Lai nearly collapsed after hearing this, while Li Jiangsu added tiredly that Siberian hunters might also join the war. Sung-woo remained unusually calm, saying this might be an opportunity to eliminate all enemies at once. He thought that not only must they be eliminated, but also drained completely, otherwise they would soon be swallowed by the dragon. At this moment, a notice appeared before everyone showing the battlefield plan from the enemy side. The plan divided the battlefield into Sugon, Seoul, and Busan, each split into 3 zones, fighting simultaneously, with victory granting control and opening portals between battlefields. Hanho asked again about the meaning of dividing the battle. Li Jiangsu simply replied it was exactly as shown. He further explained that winning 2 zones would give a major advantage to defeat Sung-woo. Jisoo worried that splitting forces into 3 would be disadvantageous, while Hanho was frustrated by the difficulty. A new announcement appeared. The cross-selection battlefield would begin in 12 hours, and force lists would be exposed to the enemy. The man with glasses worried that exposing the roster was dangerous. Sung-woo silently cursed the unfavorable situation. Everyone fell silent, sharing the thought that they could not handle it alone. They were forced to cooperate with Hwarang, the Hunter Guild, and Liberation Forces to deal with it. At night, Sung-woo stood alone on the temple roof, silently looking down at the city. He thought they had come this far, but the situation was still too severe, and the war was becoming more urgent. Someone below shouted that someone wanted to meet Sung-woo. He looked down slightly annoyed, wanting to be alone, but still asked who it was. The person handed him a strange object and said he would understand once he accepted it. Sung-woo looked closely and saw it was an incomprehensible potato. 2 messengers left after finishing their task, saying they would let them continue talking. Sung-woo frowned and coldly asked what this person came here for. The man emitted a strong aura, saying that if the homeowner did not guard the house, then what was the point of being here? He continued, warning him to be careful of the eyes watching around them. The system displayed a broadcast shutdown notice. Sung-woo said coldly that no one was monitoring here anymore. The man smiled awkwardly and replied that caution was better, because he was about to tell something very important. He gestured while speaking, confidently saying his 6th sense was very sharp. Sung-woo only casually said that the story sounded quite interesting. He revealed he had lost sleep after hearing the voice of a god, making Sung-woo startled and ask about the content of the divine message. He frowned and said not to rush, they might win, but there was also a chance of being killed by the dragon. The image of a giant dragon's foot appeared in Sung-woo's group's minds, and he said they would die under the dragon's hands in the future. Sung-woo asked whether this was a prophecy and whether the future could be changed. He said that if they wanted to change it, they should offer the general's statue and Admiral Parker's flag to the World Tree, then suddenly stopped. He laughed foolishly and wondered what would happen next, making Sung-woo angrily shout that he was insane. He panicked and quickly explained that the deity only spoke, and then disappeared. No one knew for sure. He added that the key factor for victory was luck before facing the dragon. He raised his hand, declaring that his subordinates in the forest would assist, and he would become a blessing for them. Elsewhere, the night enveloped the entire city, and a heavy atmosphere spread across it. In a large room, a lavish banquet table was already set. 3 people were waiting for someone to appear. At that moment, someone walked in and lowered his head to report, "General Sin Liang has arrived." He then walked in with overwhelming presence and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Sin Liang, General of the Empire." He glanced at Boris with a badly injured face and said, "Sir Boris Siberian Hunter, I heard your shooting range had issues, but you still look very strong." He then turned to Admiral Parker of the United States and said that although the fleet was split in 2, It was an honor to meet you today. The last was Elder Miyamoto. He said Lord Kyushu would soon rebuild his organization and they were always ready to support. Jin Liang pulled out a chair and sat down casually, saying everyone here shared the same goal. He smiled sinisterly and said the necromancer of the Korean server is the target everyone wants to kill, right? Boris slammed the table in agitation and claimed he had never lost to him and nearly tore him apart, but was interrupted by others, causing chaos. Miyamoto looked down at his teacup, admitting Sword City had failed and most of its forces had been wiped out. Admiral Parker coldly declared he would erase the necromancer and reclaim the stolen warship. Xin Liang said this was an ambitious plan, and with the right to declare war in the world season, it would surely come true. Boris asked whether that troublesome guy would join the war. Xin Liang replied it still needed further consideration. He recalled that the leader of the Korean server was not interested in the event. His real target was something else. A terrifying image appeared in everyone's mind, making them think of hellish power. Boris said excitedly that last time he mentioned a different dimension of hell. Next time he would definitely kill him. Xin Liang said in a serious tone that the intelligence team had tried to track the target. They got no results. He wiped out all our troops within 2 hours and completely dominated. No deeper investigation was possible. He said the Empire considered the target the top threat, because the unknown is always the most dangerous. He recalled that Boris once knew the target pursued a different dimension of hell. 3 hours ago, level 3 Hellgate opened in Tunguska, Siberia. Boris asked in panic whether he had already gone to Siberia. Xin Liang confirmed level 3 gates were rare and they were only fortunate enough to control it. One obsessed with hell would definitely rush in, even knowing it was a trap. Boris laughed loudly, saying take him to the battlefield and he would finish the opponent immediately. Xin Liang judged Boris was too arrogant, but still asked what support was needed to gain absolute advantage. Boris demanded no weak healers be sent, only the highest level team. He commented the tactic was simple but effective. According to reports, this was close combat. He thought if not for that opponent, the result might have been different. With healers, it would be more certain. He agreed and ordered the necromancer to be eliminated. The rest would be handled by them. Miyamoto asked whether the emperor would not participate directly. Xin Liang confidently said the army was strong enough. No need for the emperor to act. The scene shifted to Sung Woo and his group waiting for orders. Han Ho looked around in surprise, asking whether all these people were on their side. His father frowned, saying he had never seen such a large force and felt it was strange. Lei Jiangsu reported guilds and alliances from many regions totaling thousands of members. Even survivors from Pirate Island came to repay their debt. He shook hands with them, thinking they had once been controlled but came at the right time, not just for personal gain. When all forces gathered, the formal meeting began. He said in a low voice that there were about 12 hours left, and they needed to properly divide the forces. Sung Hun suggested using the Sugun Wall for defense, and Sok worried that a concentrated attack would be very dangerous. Everyone debated whether to split forces or concentrate them. He thought there was no perfect solution. The system announced the battlefield selection phase would begin soon. Sung Hun said it was time. Adjutant called he to prepare. The system requested selection of the first battlefield and assignment of missions. Closed his eyes, thinking. He knew there was no more time. Forced to decide and choose a position on the map, a black screen appeared on the broadcast. In the studio, the director signaled the host to begin. Reporter Adjutant began a live broadcast of the Korea and China battle with tens of thousands watching. She analyzed the map, saying the 3 battle points were Sil, Sugun, and Busan. Under cross-selection rules, both sides had to reveal troop numbers and deployment positions. A colleague worried that revealing first would put them at a disadvantage. The reporter reacted strongly, saying the system was biased and they had to speak up. She angrily said that if they fell behind they would lose and could not remain neutral now. The announcement began in Sil and she was startled by the very small troop count. She read the information, Jizu with 100 elite troops and the Great Mountain King. The reporter was shocked that China had the Great Mountain King and 4,000 allied troops. She angrily said they had invaded too many times. The colleague said large forces were gathering at Sugun. She quickly became excited again, judging this was a full-scale offensive with 9 alliances and many heavy weapons. She silently resolved, taking advantage of war to build up her forces, as the reward could become the key to defeating the dragon. On the podium, Dominic Love clenched his fists, suppressing his emotions, saying that preparing to resist the dragon was already exhausting, and now war had been added. He only hoped Korea could preserve its glory. Sung Woo asked whether they could provide additional support in the current situation. Dong Hun stood behind and asked whether he could really handle it on his own, whether anyone needed to stay and assist. Sung Woo replied that for the plan to succeed he had to fight alone. Lei Jiangsu suddenly said in excitement, "Look, China has begun deploying troops." Screeching wind sounds rang out. Beams of light from above grew increasingly blinding. Within that light, a faint silhouette of a soldier gradually appeared. As the light faded, fully equipped troops appeared on the ground. Shouting echoed through the space. Sung Hun doubted whether merely holding out like this could lead to victory, and was told to minimize casualties and prolong time as much as possible. A spatial gate opened. The system announced the gate to Busan had been activated. Sung Hun asked before leaving if there was anything to pass on. Sung Woo stepped into the gate, firmly stating that they would definitely win. Before disappearing, he turned back and agreed to meet at the enemy base. After that, Sung Woo appeared on the rooftop of a building. The system reported the 6th selection of the China server at the Busan battlefield. At the same time, the enemy force list was updated. Sung Woo realized they were dividing their forces very cleverly. He analyzed the formation consisting of archers, assassins, ice mages, healers, and knights, all of which countered his Hell army. In his mind appeared Boris, the commander of this battle, and the cult priest, both of whom would definitely join if seen. The system warned that the battle would begin in 12 hours, PK was disabled, and any attack would result in instant death. Sung Woo snapped his fingers and summoned Bone Soldiers. As soon as it appeared, it declared loyalty, then was immediately recalled. The repeated summoning and recall continued. Bone Soldiers begged to stop due to confusion. Dusk fell, sunlight stretched across the entire city. The system announced that the war had officially begun. Boris Hineng appeared and declared, Death Spirit Swordsman, your time has ended. A subordinate behind him frowned and asked what the warning of morning light pulse DK 30 minutes earlier meant. The radiant light left him in extreme shock. An explosion had just occurred on the ground nearby, originating from that light source. Sung Woo's Bone Soldiers said this was ultimate destructive power. Sung Woo thought this skill had difficult conditions, but the change in war timing made it easier to trigger. The system temporarily upgraded the Corpse Explosion Technique to Ultimate Level. Corpse Explosion Technique Ultimate Level consumes mana and triggers explosions from corpses as catalysts. Damage greatly increased, releasing Abyss and Hell Breath. If interrupted during accumulation, it becomes nullified. Morning Light Pulse DK grants Death God power to corpses within a 10-kilometer range. After 30 minutes, causes a massive explosion and turns corpses into zombies. Sung Woo realized this skill was difficult to activate, but the current conditions had unintentionally been met. He imagined Boris reading the warning and panicking at the spreading area of effect. But even just the name of the skill alone was enough to make opponents unable to defend easily. He looked at the corpses scattered across the ground, Abyss breath covering the land. The corpses exploded, energy spreading across the sky. If you are still alive, sink into this poison. Sung Woo raised his hand and death aura erupted. The system warned that a toxic death cloud was forming in this area. Television broadcast signal was lost. The reporter panicked as the screen suddenly shut off. The reporter wondered why Seoul was still normal. Reporter A immediately sent a drone to the outskirts of Busan for inspection. Suddenly, the broadcast signal recovered. The devastated scene shocked her. Busan was covered in abyss breath. Screams echoed as a group of zombies appeared on the screen. Facing them were Sung Woo's Bone Soldiers. The reporter concluded this was the real massacre. The reporter recalled Sung Woo, initially thinking the other side would win, but the Death Spirit Swordsman struck first. She excitedly said this battle would definitely belong to them. Scene shifted to Seoul, which was still relatively intact. The Tiger reported enemy forces advancing from the north. The Great Mountain King asked in response. He said coldly that humans would dare act so openly. He ordered a retreat according to plan. The giant tiger also relayed the order to all troops. Heavy footsteps echoed across the ground. The enemy grew frustrated at repeatedly losing track of them due to constant retreat. The Great Mountain King, while running, thought their forces were deployed throughout Seoul, relying on perception and energy detection. Yet they still managed to evade 4,000 enemy troops in a direct confrontation. Tiger behind reported that 12 soldiers had fallen. Jisoo said they were tightening the encirclement around them. Grand Mountain King moved while replying that many had already fallen, and it might be better to appear directly to reduce their numbers. He gripped his sword tightly and told Jisoo that was not the focus of the operation. This force was not something easy to defeat. A simulated map appeared. He warned that even a slight delay would result in complete encirclement. Attempting to break out would only increase casualties. The leading tiger suddenly roared, signaling incoming enemies. Jisoo also felt pressure from the front. Looking at the enemy line ahead, Grand Mountain King said they had to break through the encirclement. There was no other choice. A soldier holding an explosive weapon shouted to avenge Sword Saint, die. Immediately after, continuous violent explosions rang out. Taking advantage of the chaos, they charged forward to confront Grand Mountain King's group head-on. After breaking out, Grand Mountain King ran while asking Jisoo whether she knew them. She replied that she had taken down their leader. The tiger with a bandaged head burst into tears, saying more people had died and their forces were less than half. Jisoo's expression became serious. She closed her eyes and sensed that they were advancing from all directions with no escape except death. Grand Mountain King insisted they still had to hold on. It was the only way. Jisoo replied then they would prolong survival as much as possible. Grand Mountain King turned back asking about a location. Jisoo explained they needed an enclosed space. Even if trapped, it could buy more time. He asked what could create it. After thinking, he said a sturdy building might work, but it would not last long. Jisoo said that was the longest they could hold, otherwise only fighting to the death remained. He let out a heavy sigh and accepted reality. He gave a forced smile, saying this might become their graveyard, so make it magnificent. death was not necessarily the end. At Sugun outside the barrier, bombardment continued nonstop with waves of attacks. Seok gritted his teeth, saying enemy airships were bombarding them. Kang Hun asked where their airships were. The commander's voice rang out, stating their range was longer and their firepower and accuracy were superior. It was unbelievable how fast they had improved. Hanho shouted in anger that American technology could not possibly lose. There must be a conspiracy. Dong Hun told them to focus on defense. Hanho gritted his teeth in frustration at having to endure the assault for too long. Outside the barrier, bombs fell like heavy rain. The barrier began to crack and someone shouted in panic that it was collapsing. A huge explosion sounded and the barrier broke. A gap appeared. Immediately after, enemy warships poured in through the breach. Admiral Parker coldly ordered to accelerate and burn that damned world tree to ashes. In the observation room, reporters monitored everything on screen. The reporter said the situation was extremely dangerous, and Seoul could collapse without change. Looking at the ruined walls, she judged Sugun would not hold much longer. Continuous explosions never stopped. She concluded even a single defensive direction was already too difficult. The screen suddenly displayed a disconnected message. Back to Sung Woo, it was raining and Boris had been knocked down vomiting blood. Walked up and grabbed him. Boris was weak but still cursed. Sung Woo angrily asked why he had returned here. This area was even harsher than his Siberia. In the city, the sound of bombardment continued without pause. Xinliang sat in his carriage quietly observing the situation. He recalled Boris, who was considered the strongest in solo combat and could even defeat millions of soul mages. But he could not place full trust in him. There was always a possibility of failure. Therefore, he deployed holy knights and healers to assist, even if only to extend the time needed to destroy Sugun and Sil. He believed absolute superiority could not lose. While thinking, a soldier ran up to report. The screen showed a ruined city and news that Busan had completely exploded. Xinliang stood up and shouted. The soldier reported Busan had been wiped out and Dongmin Su was also eliminated. He sneered, thinking the Republic of Korea was tougher than expected, but difficulty only made the game more interesting. He sat down and said he would shift to a war of time. He declared they must eliminate the enemy before they arrived, conquer the nation, and uproot everything. Even if this battle was won, the opponent would have no more chances left. A notification appeared stating the Korean server won the Busan battle, and they could join another battle after 5 minutes. Sung Woo read it in shock. 5 minutes. Looking at the screen, he thought 5 minutes was more than enough to die in this war. He gritted his teeth, realizing a more terrifying truth lay behind it. A thought emerged in his mind that anyone could die. A skyscraper was tightly wrapped by massive vines. Inside, Grand Mountain King and Jisoo observed. The bombardment had stopped after more than 10 minutes. Grand Mountain King said they realized the attack was time-consuming while they could not afford to waste time. Jisoo suspected why they stopped. He replied they were testing another method. She closed her eyes, sensing and heard faint footsteps outside the building. She immediately reported that ninjas were approaching. Grand Mountain King then said, "Jisoo, forgive me." With a face covered in bruises, he forced a strained smile and said he was keeping the building stable, with no choice but to sit there in an arrogant posture. Jisoo calmly replied that there was no need to worry. He did not need to stand up or do anything further. Immediately after, the assassination group rushed inside in full force. Hassan Vuong shouted loudly that the enemy had broken through the defenses easily and was flooding in. Everyone must fight as if there was no way out. The two tigers answered in unison. When the ninjas appeared, Jisoo and the two tigers were already waiting at the entrance. Realizing they were approaching from the front, the ninjas charged forward, throwing bombs at them. One tiger immediately warned Jisoo that a bomb was coming. The bomb collided and exploded immediately. Using the smoke from the explosion, Jisoo slipped inside and suddenly counterattacked the ninjas. She moved like the wind, striking cleanly and quickly taking down her opponents. System displayed Ulfber heart absorbing 51 units of enemy blood, temporarily increasing strength and speed by 5. Predator instinct activating after 120 seconds. Her tired eyes looked at the screen, thinking silently that if she were pushed back here, everything would end. Another group of ninjas suddenly appeared behind her, shouting to kill that woman and tear her into pieces. Jisoo continued fighting, sharp sword arcs sweeping through and neatly cutting down enemies. The system reported Ulfber heart absorbing 71 enemy blood, temporarily increasing strength and speed by 7. She told herself she had to keep slashing without stopping. The ninjas changed their plan, ignoring Jisoo and rushing inside to kill the one who created it first. They did not expect Jisoo to still block the entrance, with two tigers standing guard in front. The tiger roared fiercely, questioning who they were targeting and declaring no one was allowed to pass. Enemy blood was fully absorbed by Jisoo, the system activating battle song for 5 minutes, granting immunity and no sensation of pain. She kept fighting continuously despite exhaustion, her will reminding her to be careful. Although she felt no pain, her wounds had not healed. A notification appeared: you are invited to an unknown location. To accept, you must complete a special state and open a recognized gate. Sue froze, rereading the system notification repeatedly, not understanding what unknown location meant. While she was thinking, more ninjas rushed in, their numbers increasing so much that she wondered how many had been deployed. Without time to think further, she swung her sword and charged back into battle. The leader panicked and ordered full force. Team 4 must not stop because there were only 3 people ahead. While fighting, Jisoo thought that if this was a narrow corridor, she could hold them off all day. Even if they flooded in, their movement would be restricted. The ninjas began forming a human cannon, shocking her. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred, sending many of them flying. Jisoo was also slightly affected and realized they were using their own allies as bait for the attack. She reminded herself to stop the enemy, the system notifying her that she was getting closer to the recognized gate. Sung-woo looked at the system countdown and realized he was about to be transported to another battlefield. The system required a battlefield selection, Seoul 1 or Seoul 2, while time was extremely short and many people had already died. Sung-woo thought of his teammates and resolved that if they were in danger, he would not let the invaders go unpunished. The battlefield shifted to Suwon, a place engulfed in a sea of flames. Undead worriedly asked Hanho if he was okay with a dagger. He replied that he was not weak. They said that even so he still needed some enhancement. The system announced the weapon was coated with paralyzing poison, applying a slowing effect when striking enemies. After receiving the weapon, Hanho immediately rushed into battle as enemies hurried to stop him. Hanho called himself the Gatekeeper, while an undead wondered about the red dot on his forehead. Someone mentioned a movie and thought it was a sniper sight, causing Hanho to panic and look around. He quickly realized it was a sniper shot from a warship, while the other thought it was just a movie effect. It was long-range fire from a warship, immediately followed by artillery firing. The wall below was blown apart into pieces. Cursing erupted violently due to the bombardment, even with allies still present. A hand beneath the ground moved slightly. Hanho's mother cried out. His father called for him in pain. While Hanho coughed blood and apologized for not being able to continue, he forced himself up, realizing the enemy was targeting his allies. If he left, they would be in danger. His whole body trembled, but his will kept him standing firm, determined to protect everyone and this place. He decided to fight alongside the undead until his last breath. Xin Liang appeared with his army and coldly said there were still survivors. A subordinate asked if they should retreat after the bombardment, but he confirmed there would be no more bombing waves. He explained naval artillery had limits. If there were more, they would have continued firing instead of stopping. He ordered the opening of 2 spirit ritual artifacts and declared he would personally enter the battle. The subordinate reported only 4 high-tier items remained. Using 2 would worsen the situation. He shouted to open them. The 2 items released invisible energy that made the opponents wary. The opposing side realized in shock that they were extremely rare high-level spirits. Explained these were spoils after defeating Spirit Master Li Wei on Server 2, impossible to resist. Xin Liang raised his hand and ordered all forces to eliminate the enemy. The battlefield descended into chaos. Li Jiangsu ordered a retreat. Hanho's parents desperately searched for their son in the sea of flames. The floodwaters rose rapidly, engulfing the entire area in chaos. Xin Liang raised his hand, signaling. The gate was open, ordering the fortress to be lowered. On this side, Hanho collapsed on the ground, barely breathing, shielded by a death spirit. A soldier shouted for the general to look over. Xin Liang was shocked, wondering whether he had just endured that attack. System message appeared. Korean server victory. Busan battlefield unified. Glory reward granted to the Korean side. All stats temporarily +10. The death spirit beside Hanho sighed in relief, finally saved. Hanho gritted his teeth and said word by word he was still alive. Xin Liang regained calm and shouted to stabilize the soldiers' morale. Even with the death summoner joining the battle, they still overwhelmed them. Be careful of mines during the siege. He frowned, calculating destroying Busan was not simple. The enemy must have prepared for a long time before the battle. He decided to use overwhelming numbers to hold the enemy and uproot the world tree, waiting for reinforcements from Seoul to secure victory. Spatial gates suddenly appeared in the sky, drawing all attention. Above it, the death summoner was advancing. Xin Liang glanced upward at the airstrike. They were ready, immediately ordered fire to maintain defensive formation. But from the spatial gate, something surprising appeared, a stone from space. The gate expanded. The stone turned out to be an entire building falling down. Someone shouted that the madman had thrown a building scatter. The building fell and immediately exploded violently. The vision grew hazy. A figure was approaching. It turned out to be the Great Mountain King. He turned back asking if Dai-su was okay. The death summoner had reached Su-jun. Rest and recover, she forced herself up and said it seemed the plan had succeeded. Fox behind sadly said their child had died. collapsed in a pool of blood, whispering that perhaps it had reached its limit. Tears flowed down. It whispered its final words, asking forgiveness for not being able to go with you to the end. The Great Mountain King paused, then replied, "Well done." His hand trembled as he gripped the sword, thinking of children who only ate potatoes, hoping they would live better in the next life. Anger surged. He asked Jisoo what to do next, his hands itching to act. Jisoo said, exhausted, that they had regained the situation. They would not sit and wait for death. They must counterattack. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Jisoo warned they would be bombed. This place would not hold. Retreat quickly. Two immediately broke through the door and jumped out. As soon as they got outside, missiles were already waiting to detonate. A terrifying explosion occurred, affecting both the Great Mountain King and Jisoo. Below, cheers erupted. They had bombed them. The enemy could no longer stand. Kill them. Even while injured, Jisoo forced herself up and challenged them, wanting to kill as many enemies as possible. She charged into battle. The system announced she received 14,000 gold for killing a player. Watching each enemy fall, she resolved to minimize the enemy forces approaching Sungwoo. Her strong will made her more resilient, but also caused her body to gradually exhaust and suffer severe injuries. Countless swords simultaneously pierced her. Jisoo coughed blood and was heavily injured. She fell surrounded. The ninjas mocked and looked down on her. Exhausted, Jisoo told herself she could not fall here and had to keep pushing to kill more enemies. System message: you have entered an unknown land. Jisoo stood up, her body completely healed, a banquet surrounding her. She confusedly wondered where this was. Could it be a banquet? A man seated in the center of the banquet said sternly to be silent. A new soul had just arrived. He pointed at Jisoo, saying she had fought fiercely. Before death she had killed many and never stopped fighting. She wondered if this was an illusion after death or a chance given by the system. The man stood up, planting a trident into the ground, and said she was worthy of carrying a destiny of continuing to take lives. He asked if anyone objected. If not, she would receive this burden. Jisoo thought she would fight again. Her eyes burned with determination. Take me back. I still have many enemies to destroy. Scene shifted to Sugun. This place was engulfed in a sea of fire. On the ship, people said many enemies had escaped. Look, that building had just fallen. The building sank into flames and gradually collapsed, then exploded violently. In the control room, Admiral Parker angrily said the Death Summoner had infiltrated with bone soldiers. The enemy had boarded the ship. He ordered them to eliminate all of them immediately. A subordinate reported that Allied forces Minsu were being pushed back. The enemy had taken the bridge. Sungwoo forces continued advancing, sweeping away everything in front of them. Parker commanded from above, ordering them to fight at all costs, even if it meant sacrifice. He observed the battlefield below with a worried expression. Subordinates were defeated one by one, crying for help in despair. Behind him, guns kept firing. He shouted that even if the United States collapsed, this bridge must be held. He went almost insane, firing wildly at both enemies and his own troops. The monster in front, despite being hit repeatedly, remained completely unharmed, filling him with terror. He panicked, saying bullets were ineffective. Then what could possibly pierce it? He thought there were too many undead. Guns alone could not solve this. He stepped forward and challenged, "Dwarf, I will face you directly." She suddenly realized something unusual, widened her eyes and said that person's name was not in the list. Or did they not actually exist at all? Without letting him finish, a bullet pierced straight through Admiral Parker's head. Immediately, Sungwoo calmly stepped in and asked, "Are you done?" He saw the other party hand over a small statue. Sungwoo slightly surprised. An angel. The system announced that he had obtained an enemy faction item, Angel Stone Statue, a blessing item from Minsu, which could be exchanged at the Allied faction emblem for special rewards. Sungwoo carefully observed it and thought this was the same kind of stone statue the Great Mountain King had mentioned, so he already had one. On another battlefield, the fight between the Minsu Allied faction and Xin Liang was still ongoing intensely. Soldier reported that the situation was leaning in their favor, but the general coldly replied it was not the time yet. He ordered them to hold the formation and wait for reinforcements from Seoul. As long as they gained a buff advantage, they could counterattack. In his mind, he only thought they must hold on. As long as they endured, they would win. A massive water current surrounded them. He roared and poured all his rage into crushing the enemy. Raging water stream immediately rushed forward uncontrollably. The soldiers panicked and ran, screaming as they were pulled back by the water current. Xin Liang raised his hand, declaring this was the power of the continent. Only the emperor could resist this heaven and earth. Even so, the water flow continued its fierce assault without stopping. The system announced that the high-level water spirit under his control had been stalled due to a critical malfunction. He widened his eyes in shock. What? Looking at the water current in front of him, he muttered that this was impossible. A dragon's silhouette appeared in the sky. He panicked, thinking what could freeze a high-level water spirit. The one behind this was Sungwoo. He held a new gun emitting a strange energy spreading everywhere. A Xinliang soldier looked up in horror, unable to believe he was controlling something like a monster with a gun. They panicked and admitted defeat, saying this battle could not be won. Xinliang immediately ordered a retreat, survive first and deal with it later. While running, he thought if he gathered forces from Seoul he could turn the situation around, but before he was assassinated. He fell, looking at the wound with paralysis effect, shocked to realize it was a magic dagger. dagger. Han Ho landed from above, proudly saying the shot was perfect, then mocked the opponent a few times. Xin Liang screamed in rage, completely unable to understand what the other was saying, only feeling humiliation and chaos. Han Ho laughed loudly, mocking him for being like a thug at times, a priest at others, now a killer and already captured. The Minsu faction erupted in joy, shouting that they had won. But a stern voice warned it was not over. They must immediately move to Seoul to eliminate the remaining forces. Sung Woo put away his gun, saying it was almost over, only the Seoul battlefield remained. He fell into thought, worried whether Jisoo was still safe and could only rely on a miracle. In another city, dust covered the entire space. Then multiple spatial gates opened simultaneously. The system announced that the Korea server had won at Busan and Suwon, granting a server-wide buff of 15 stat increase. Han Ho exclaimed in shock, "What is happening?" He was stunned seeing all enemy forces wiped out in a single strike. Han Ho ran while asking if this was real, when a familiar voice sounded ahead. The Great Mountain King sat smoking a pipe and laughed, saying he was too late. He jumped down in front of Sung Woo, mocking that he had failed the role of protagonist and was no longer cool. He raised his thumb and laughed loudly, praising someone else as very impressive this time. System warning, you are facing a god. Han Ho was horrified and asked Jisoo if he was a god, while he had nothing at all. Sung Woo was also surprised, sensing a familiar energy from the two tigers beside Jisoo. Great Mountain King explained they were linked to death. Vankiri was a death messenger, and Inherja was a warrior who had experienced death. The view shifted to the television station headquarters with modern broadcasting equipment. In the studio, everyone celebrated the server victory, the atmosphere erupting. The reporter stated that the Death Spirit swordsman had made a major contribution, and Jisoo also played a key role in Seoul. The fan excitedly declared they would follow Vankiri, while the reporter said the battle was not over. She emphasized that the fight would not end here. Someone asked if they were about to attack the China server. The reporter excitedly replied yes, but the decision belonged to the Death Spirit swordsman, and she believed he would achieve victory in the counterattack. After the battlefield, the dead were collected and handled by allies. Sung Woo isolated himself in thought, feeling as exhausted as if he had touched the boundary of life and death. The system announced that his title had entered Phase 3, all stats increased. He reviewed his stats, Strength 57, Divine buff up to 82, Death Spirit Swordsman Dark Mage class level 23, detailed stats and equipment were listed. Reward for victory 300,000 gold. The Korea server received the right to launch an active counterattack on the China server. They could choose the battlefield or end the war within 48 hours, with a full server counterattack buff increasing stats and speed. After reading it, Sung Woo frowned, thinking the reward was too small for tens of thousands of lives lost, just an excuse for the war to continue. Sung Woo lay in the forest, his hand under his forehead as he thought. He wanted that emperor to pay the price, but it was not the time yet. Scenes of bloody and fiery battlefields surfaced in his mind. Sung Woo thought that brutality was no small matter, and he only hoped everyone could rest in peace. How long must we continue fighting like this? The more he thought about it, the more unfair it felt. Sung Woo bit his lip and wondered why everything had turned out this way. Then he gradually sank into a heavy sleep. The next day, Li Jiangsu reported on his tablet that he had checked everything but found no small stone statue. It might not exist. After hearing it, he immediately thought it was highly likely that the item was in Beijing, since it was important but not directly useful for combat. While walking in the forest thinking about fragments of memory, a voice suddenly rang out from above the trees. Great Mountain King appeared above and said that if he kept overworking like this, he would die early, not from battle but from exhaustion. Sung Woo looked up and said, "Talk to me." He was slightly surprised, then asked about the so-called stop broadcasting matter. Sung Woo replied coldly that no one was watching. Great Mountain King asked why they were meeting in the middle of the night. Sung Woo immediately mentioned the Viking and Jisoo divinity. His expression became more serious, and he asked directly whether he had done it on purpose. Great Mountain King pretended innocence, but Sung Woo pointed out that the Viking sword was a requirement for divinity, and he had given it to Jisoo. He laughed loudly and said the world was full of coincidences. The more one tried to connect things, the more chaotic everything became. Sung Woo did not believe it and questioned him again about that coincidence. Continued asking whether this world was created from random chaos. Great Mountain King asked back whether it was fate instead. Sung Woo strongly refuted it, saying it was not fate but a deliberate arrangement being manipulated. He questioned who was behind everything and who he really was. Great Mountain King admitted he was also searching for that answer. He held his head and spoke of a strange voice in his mind, like a divine revelation, but of unknown nature. Sung Woo grew impatient and demanded a clear answer. He shook his head and said he did not know, but suddenly a severe system error occurred, and the connection to the guest server was cut off. Great Mountain King's expression changed. Sung Woo asked if he was alright, even mentioning Angel. He regained his composure and said Sung Woo having many doubts was understandable. He warned in a serious tone that their current actions were ignoring a very great danger. Sung Woo did not care and only asked who he was. Great Mountain King gave a faint smile and said he could not reveal it. Sung Woo was about to ask further but stopped and thought about the biggest question in his heart. A person who had died and revived in a game-like world, he always wondered who he really was. Memories of the past surged in. He wondered whether before and after revival he was still the same person or if it was all just an illusion. Great Mountain King calmly said he was simply himself. No need to worry too much. He said this world was like an invaded living organism, and they were trying to liberate it, including him in the plan. But there was no time left to explain. He said to listen to an important piece of advice. Sung Woo asked about the advice. He said someone would come for him. He paused and then coldly said to kill them. Sung Woo was deeply shocked and questioned why he should kill for such a ridiculous reason. Great Mountain King laughed and said he was only giving advice. Whether to believe it or not was up to him. Before disappearing, he emphasized not to forget it. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Connection had been restored. Great Mountain King knelt down holding his head in pain. Sung Woo hurriedly asked if he was alright, and he said his head felt like it was about to explode. At this moment, Li Jiangsu ran over, shouting Sung Woo's name loudly. Sung Woo turned back and thought to himself where he had appeared from and whether he was someone he needed to kill. He dismissed that thought and asked what was happening. Li Jiangsu reported that Sung Hun and the Crusader Knights were here due to an emergency situation. Sung Woo was startled and wondered if the person he needed to kill was Sung Hun, while Li Jiangsu felt everything was like a system joke. He immediately stood up and ran, forcing his emotions aside to prioritize the situation in front of him. From a distance, he saw a group of people gathered. He believed Great Mountain King was not speaking nonsense and there must be a reason. Sung Woo approached. The leader of the group spoke and asked if he had arrived. While Li Jiangsu was busy reporting on the Liberation Army situation, a group that said they were arranging matters in Seoul suddenly came to visit, so I let them wait outside the barrier. Sung Woo said, "Good." Dong Hun said coldly, "Sung Woo, please open the barrier. I have important information to discuss." Sung Woo carefully observed his expression and felt something unusual. At that moment, a notification appeared, warning that the spell Great Pillar Soul had begun in the target area. Then a large number of spirits suddenly appeared, causing panic among everyone. "What is happening? They are attacking." Manhwa shouted, "Predecessor, please stop." Dong Hun stood still without dodging even as he was hit. He then touched the wound that had just been struck, thinking, "My face is torn just from a weak skeleton attack." In the classes he knew, Cross Knight was the most group defensive-oriented profession. He looked at Sung Woo and asked why it was not activated. Seeing the other party remain silent, he thought, "Sung Woo, what is happening?" Manhwa poked his head out anxiously. "You are injured. Let me use holy magic to heal you." He refused. "No need, there are more important matters." Suddenly Sung Woo swung his sword horizontally at him. People behind shouted in shock, "Predecessor, are you crazy? Sung Woo, what are you doing?" However, right after that, Dong Hun turned into a statue and gradually dissipated. System notification: you received 1,000 gold for neutralizing a high-level clay statue of a player. After Dong Hun was taken down, the others were also affected and automatically eliminated. The scene left everyone in disbelief. A group of disguised subordinates immediately rushed in after revealing their true forms. Sung Woo realized the situation. That effect was like a scattering bomb. They were splitting up and heading toward the World Tree. Determined to stop them, he drew his gun and activated Winter Hunter scent dispersal mode and shouted, "Everyone fall back." Immediately after, an ice wall was erected to block them. Sung Woo said, "Contact Yi Dongpo immediately. Tell them not to accept anyone from outside. All sudden arrivals are imposters." Manhwa asked who caused this. Jisoo added, "It is clearly from the China server, right?" Sung Woo replied, "Probably, but not certain." Sung Woo fell into thought and silently decided he needed to check immediately. He activated his skill and the system notified that he could verify fragments of the dead's memory. He floated in a strange room, looking at the two below, and thought, "This is the second-ranked person of the China server. Give me useful information." But they remained silent without communication, only looking at each other. Sung Woo focused on the old man in front of him and sensed the strange atmosphere. The old man looked into his memory and said, "Hello." The old man stroked his beard and said, "I greet you. Will you not greet me back?" Sung Woo realized it was Eye of God. The old man said, "They know you are reading information from the dead, and the all-powerful emperor has acknowledged it." The old man said, "Do you think you can block the emperor's blade? A great nation with intelligence, army, and territory far beyond a small one like you." After speaking, he struck out with a palm, pushing Sung Woo out of the space, warning him to give up. If he resists, he will be eliminated. If he begs, he will become a slave. Immediately after, a blinding light burst out. Sung Woo was pushed back to reality, grinding his teeth in anger. Manhwa asked what he saw. He replied, "Call dog, I need white leaders' support again." The city returned to calm, no more battles remained. After the battle, the high-level statues were taken for research. In a room full of statues, Sung Woo said the clay statues looked like dolls, at least 4 to 5 star level. He thought of the emperor's power. The 5-star profession is usually the leader of a group, but if the server has many 5 stars under the emperor, what then? Lei Jiangsu entered and said, Sung Wu, someone has come. He asked, white leader. Lei Jiangsu replied, no, it is an elf female mage from China server 2 named Levi. Everyone went outside the city wall where a figure was already waiting. Sung Wu stepped forward and asked, are you Levi? The person leaned on a cane and panted, yes, I am Levi. Sung Wu doubted, not an imposter. He asked, you came all the way here, what is the reason? She shouted, I did not come by choice. I just want you to check if there is any surveillance eye. Sung Wu frowned, surveillance eye, stop broadcasting. He understood what she meant. Sung Wu replied, there is none. She sighed in relief, really, that is good. He told me to be careful of that eye. She handed over a statue, the great one, you have received a blessing from God. Sung Wu thought, another clay statue. Sung Wu took the statue and invited her in for tea. He thought, it seems the second statue has arrived naturally. Is the mysterious helper starting to act more aggressively? In his mind appeared the image of the giant serpent emoji on Buken Mountain, showing the goal is to collapse the system. He looked at Levi, are you also a pawn of the helper? Then what is your real purpose? Levi replied, I do not need to bring down the emperor. That land is not mine, I am only surviving. I once temporarily controlled server 2. He continued, I want to reclaim what belongs to me. The spirits I had tamed, I want them back. Sung Wu relaxed his guard. Spirits in Beijing. Levi sipped tea, yes, they were sealed with magic. Sung Wu thought for a moment and said, we will soon attack the China server. I will give you a chance to save the spirits. With the goal achieved, she handed over the statue and said, then that is good. When you touched the statue, the system immediately displayed a notification, and you received an enemy faction item, Demon Statue Blessed Egg. This is a special reward only for high-level demon faction characters, and can be used to exchange for a faction emblem. Sung Wu held the statue preparing to leave. Before going, he asked how to approach the entity known as the Evil God. Levi replied that he already knew. It was a system error. She recalled and said that she had once been defeated by the Emperor's forces, had to summon the Spirit King to escape, and at that time the system had a glitch. Sung Wu felt curious and asked about the Spirit King. She smiled and explained that it was the most powerful spirit a summoner mage could call through an extremely rare special ritual. The evil god had possessed the Spirit King and told her to find Sung Wu if she wanted to overthrow the emperor, and also to bring an item taken from the General Sin residence. She carried it through a life and death battle. Sung Wu opened the door and said, this item must be very valuable. I will check it right away. At this moment, Sung Wu was standing in front of the world tree. The system suggested the player use spoils from the enemy faction to exchange for rewards. Faction item, 1 priest emblem, 2 general emblems, or 3 judge emblems. Sung Wu stared at the emblem in his hand and wondered if this was what he needed. The item information stated that this was a special faction judge emblem. The owner could designate allies and judge targets, reducing all enemy stats by 90% for a short time. This was a power achieved only through special accomplishments, allowing the user to maintain the role of faction order enforcer. At the same time, the system notified that he was qualified to obtain the new divinity, Yama, from the title Law Enforcer of Biryan. Receiving the new information, Sung Wu smiled, thinking he was about to obtain 2 divinities. Before he could feel happy, a warning appeared. His current level was not sufficient to contain 2 divinities and he must abandon one. To possess more divinities, he needed to reach level 25. Sung Wu angrily complained that this was a disaster. He did not know how long it would take to gain 2 more levels from level 23. Thinking about the coming war with military weapon convoys, he understood that hunting was nearly impossible now and he had to complete everything before the war erupted. The scene shifted to a warehouse. The guardian mage checked and said the device was not working because someone had interfered remotely. Sung Wu was not surprised and only asked whether it could be broken. The old man explained that the mind control art was not physical combat, but a struggle of the spirit. He warned that a mistake could destroy the mind and lead to death. Sung Wu continued asking what if he wanted to look inside. The old man understood and pointed at the subject, explaining the extreme method. Sung Wu must personally enter the world of consciousness and attract his attention, while he could only slip in when there was a gap. Sung Wu thought for a moment and agreed to begin. Immediately a burst of light erupted. Sung Wu appeared in a familiar room. The man saw him and mocked that 2 people had arrived again with useless hope. He laughed loudly and said the general's memory had merged with him, so he could control this place at any time. Sung Wu landed in front of him. The man asked whether he had come to accept the offer. Suddenly Sung Wu flipped the table over. The man startled and shouted, asking what he was doing. Sung Wu did not answer and continued rampaging, then threw the motionless body of Sin Liang into him, causing him to curse at Sung Wu. He fell down and said this place was only an illusion and could not harm him. As soon as he finished speaking, his wig was blown away, causing his expression to change drastically. He sat back in his chair silently while Sung Woo awkwardly raised his hand in apology. Immediately after, he erupted in rage and shouted to drive him away. A strange power appeared again, but it was no longer effective as before, causing him to panic. The guardian great mage appeared behind him and said this place was no longer under his control. He retreated in shock and asked Sung Woo what he had done to make him lose focus like that. Sung Woo remained silent and replied that he had pulled off his wig. A roar demanded to release him, but the guardian great mage warned of the consequences of losing control over this place. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and bit the opponent's neck. The system announced that the memories of the dead had been released and secrets began to be revealed. After biting, he wiped his mouth and said Sung Woo would see more through the mind control art. The scene changed and 3 familiar figures appeared before Sung Woo. Sin Liang told his subordinate that with this force the glory battle formation would definitely belong to them. The other men also confidently said nothing could stop the great army. He said with satisfaction that fortunately there was no need to use that terrifying weapon. Sung Woo looked around searching for it. He discovered a giant black skull like a building. That was the demon gate. A voice asked whether the emperor could control such a terrifying thing. Sin Liang replied that the emperor had made a pact with the leader of the demon gate, so the creature inside would serve them when summoned. Sung Woo was filled with anger, thinking the emperor was a traitor who had received blessings from the real world. Guardian Great Mage asked whether he could defeat those things. Sung Woo replied that it was very difficult unless the main gate was sealed. He said if the sealing key from the Mountain King tree could be used it would be best, but approaching it was extremely difficult. Sung Woo sighed, feeling it was almost impossible to imagine victory. The system activated an exclusive quest, destroy the demon core, reward divinity increase or unlock a new class, designed to stop the invasion from foreign forces. As a guardian deity, his duty was to prevent disaster. Each demon gate led to a world. At the center was the demon core. Destroying it could change the fate of both worlds. If the demon core was destroyed, all demon gates would be closed. Sung Woo understood that he had to destroy the demon gate, but needed a way to infiltrate it. He remembered the demon gate scroll obtained from the pirate group. Item information: demon gate second layer, special grade, type magical scroll. Its effect allows opening a portal into the demon gate for 36 hours, creating a linked passage to collect rare items, but it also carries risk as it could become an exit route for others. If it is a level 43 dungeon, he could quickly reach level 25. An idea flashed in Sung Woo's mind. If it was a dungeon around level 40, he could quickly reach level 25. Back to the present, he opened the scroll and looked at the 2 people opposite him. Levi stepped forward and asked whether Sung Woo had ever entered a demon gate before, saying he looked like an inexperienced necromancer. Sung Woo asked in surprise whether she had been inside before. Levi rubbed her forehead and said she had almost died there. She went on to say that when I was isolated during her infiltration to rescue the spirits, I risked my life running into the demon gate those bastards opened. Even thinking back still sends chills down the spine. Sung Woo asked curiously whether he intended to go destroy it and what exactly that place was like. Levi said it was a dark ruin like a labyrinth, with no ecosystem other than corrupt creatures, and it was impossible to determine direction inside. She concluded briefly that it was easy to enter but very hard to escape. Hanho immediately asked how she managed to get out. He answered seriously that she summoned the Spirit King. I could only evade most of his skills thanks to Eye of Insight. Jisoo stepped forward and asked whether she meant under Insight. Levi replied that it was like a mini-map still visible even when nothing could be seen. After hearing everything, Sung Woo felt uneasy. He asked whether she could summon the Spirit King again. She waved her hand, saying it was very difficult. The summoning conditions were complex, and she was still on a 30-day cooldown. The man leaning on his hand said a mini-map then. So they needed someone with pathfinding skills. He had never heard of anyone like that. Sung Woo also thought such a skill was not useful in a modern city, let alone survival. People like that would likely have died long ago. Within 48 hours after entering the demon gate, they would be expelled. It was a time-limited mission. Without a guide, it was nearly impossible. When everything fell into deadlock, the Guardian Archmage spoke. He knew someone with that ability. He continued, but that person was not a player. Sung Woo asked if it was a beastman. He nodded that yes, he was one of the first 4 beastmen, possessing predator territory perception skill. This ability was not as strong as the Spirit King, but could sense everything within a certain range. If he guided them, they would quickly find the heart of the demon gate. Sung Woo immediately asked where he was. He replied Jeju Island. Jisoo exclaimed Jeju Island. Why was he there? He explained that when Zuko turned them into slaves, he was the first victim, severely injured, and he helped him escape to Jeju. Due to disappointment in wrong choices, he disappeared. If they found the cabin in the Halasan Mountains, they could meet him. They would find him thanks to his skill. Sung Woo thought they only had 3 days before the battle. By then everything had to be resolved. After the meeting, everyone quickly set off to Jeju Island. Hanho stood at the ship railing saying that was Halasan. By the way, was Jisoo's family also in Jeju? Jisoo gazed into the distance and asked if returning home after a long time felt happy. She replied not really. She barely remembered the place. Sung-woo changed the topic asking about Jeju's situation. Han-ho replied there was almost no information, only internal rumors, said a group of extremists worshipping monsters had taken control. While speaking, a moving object appeared ahead from Jeju direction. About 20 flying targets. The entire team prepared for battle. When they approached, they recognized hippogriff eagles. Kim shouted in panic whether they should attack. Sung-woo replied no, let some land on the deck. Immediately several riders on hippogriffs landed on the ship. Sung-woo observed them and silently noted their eyes. Looking closely at their bloodshot eyes, he realized they had lost sanity. They looked at them and said outsiders. The leader pointed to the sky warning they had violated sacred ground, ordered them to turn back before it was too late. Beyond this boundary was the sacred lake of Sacred Mountain, domain of the sleeping god. Sung-woo thought sacred land. Maybe they were monster worshippers. He politely raised his hand saying they meant no harm and asked permission to pass and would leave immediately after finishing their task. They shouted, refusing to listen. This was a place of worship, not somewhere they could enter freely. Hanho cracked his knuckles asking if they knew who they were. The man interrupted saying they had abandoned phones. Children of the devil, get out. Sung-woo thought brainwashed, not like people who once lived in civilized society. Just then someone recognized Jisoo. That person happily said it was her Jisoo. He was Kang Tetsu, a high school classmate, asking if she was pretending not to know him. Jisoo only gave a brief greeting. The man said beyond here was the lake on Sacred Mountain. Jisoo asked if they were still alive. He laughed, saying in the holy temple those without faith could hardly survive. He became unhinged, saying he had burned down that gym room. He continued saying her family always acted noble because of sports background, but she also hated her own family. He asked whether she was an illegitimate child. Hearing this, Jisoo's face darkened. The leader laughed, mocking how such things still existed. Kang Tetsu smiled, saying her family was famous. Her father ran a Hapkido dojo and changed lovers like clothes. Sung-woo could no longer tolerate it, drew his gun saying he did not want to hear more. Leave or die. They panicked and jumped onto hippogriffs. Sung-woo noticed they had a protective barrier around them. He said they had backing. Jisoo replied she would handle it. She rushed forward using white leaf panels as stepping points to leap into the air. In midair, she unleashed an attack, shattering the barrier into pieces. Sung-woo observed Valkyrie power exceeded expectations. Damage reached ultimate level. Jisoo turned back and threw Kang Tetsu to the ground. He screamed, what had she done? Jisoo said coldly they had just met and already leaving so soon, no regret. Stammered Jisoo. He panicked, eyes blazing red, saying they had angered the god and would be sacrificed. Hanho tightened his staff, saying his condition was severe, needed herbal medicine or other methods. Sung-woo said there was a more certain way. He raised his scythe, saying he would show them the god they worshipped did not exist, God Slayer. From afar, a group approached. Sung-woo ordered all aerial units prepare locked targets and fire. Immediately, a series of explosions rang out. Enemies kept increasing. Hanho reported they had taken down many targets, but reinforcements kept coming. Sung-woo summoned monsters. System warning, supreme necromancer activation in the area. A dragon began to appear. Sung-woo said leave the rest to him. He turned to Jisoo and said find the black lion in the sky. They would end everything in one decisive strike. Before they could make a move, those people were thrown into panic by the overwhelming aura of the dragons. They screamed and retreated back to their base. Sung-woo watched the fleeing group and thought that Mount Hala was the target, and that all obstacles had to be eliminated before finding the black lion. However, during the pursuit, the scene before him shocked him. A barrier had appeared. Hanho clung to the head of a dragon and shouted. It seemed this was their base. Sung-woo judged that the forces here were quite numerous. Hanho immediately checked his phone, but the system reported it could not connect to the Korean server. The signal was disrupted due to regional interference. He gritted his teeth in anger, realizing they had taken control of the entire island in this way. I, envoy of the modern Minsu civilization, will put an end to this oppression starting today. Before leaving, Sung-woo told Enho to focus fire on the upper barrier area, while he would break through from the air. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force was gathered and directed straight at that shield. After that, he shouted and immediately rushed forward. Inside, when the barrier was destroyed and the restricted area was invaded, the people panicked and screamed, calling it the punishment of demons. After that, they fell into chaos, taking out supplies, some eating and drinking, while shouting divine tears and calling for a murderous attack. Sung-woo observed and realized they were not brainwashed but controlled by poison, forcing him to eliminate them. On the ship, the remaining people prepared to fight. Discovering a group group of enemies at the edge of the mainland breaking through the barrier. An armed group exploited a gap in the shield to infiltrate, seeing it as their only opportunity and targeting the hostages. Sung Woo noticed this and thought that the followers had not fully taken control of the island. Both sides clashed, but the followers were quickly overwhelmed as the opposing side flooded in to annihilate them. A man holding a shield tried to resist but was overwhelmed. He shouted for Jaimin to be careful. Manhwa floated with Sung Woo and panic-stricken said that man was not simple. If he held a sword, he might be mistaken for Jisoo. Sung Woo replied it was still unclear but beneficial for both sides. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Someone shouted an earthquake warning. In the distance, on the mountain peak, a beam of power shot straight into the sky. On a nearby platform, a madman danced while praying to the supreme god, hoping to wipe out the invading demons. A heavy beast foot stepped down onto the ground. A monster silhouette appeared. Followers immediately knelt. The system reported that the nine-tailed fox boss had appeared. Followers became fanatically joyful, believing they were meeting a god before death and praying for punishment upon evil. Sung Woo entered combat mode, suspecting the worship of the nined fox as a god and thinking the hallucinogenic poison might have been created by it. He clenched his fist and called out to a worthy opponent, "Come out and face the nine-tailed fox." Immediately after, a giant summoned dragon appeared. It rushed out, launching a direct attack at the nine-tailed fox. However, the nine-tailed fox was quickly restrained by Adjutant Seok using chains. He shouted that he had captured the target. Sung Woo's dragon cooperated, tightly wrapping around the nine-tailed fox, causing the followers to rage and curse their god. Sung Woo asked loudly if they still had not come to their senses, and if so he would eliminate the root completely. He ordered all creatures to attack and annihilate them. Nine-tailed fox was surrounded by beasts, resisted briefly, then collapsed. The system announced that 750,000 gold had been obtained from hunting the boss Kumiho. The followers cried in despair, holding their faces and calling out for their god. Sung Woo landed, looked at their crying faces, and coldly asked if that was all. He walked forward and asked if they had awakened, but they only trembled in silence. Sung Woo continued speaking, saying their god had been defeated. The nine-tailed fox was nothing but bones. The system displayed, legendary nine-tailed jade artifact increases mana by 300. When charging magical energy, it can lock onto a target within a 20 km radius for 60 seconds. Then open a teleport gate within 10 km, cooldown 24 hours. Sung Woo held the glowing gem and said this was the fox stone from folklore legends. He examined the gem closely and thought it had appeared at the right time. It would be useful for destroying demon lairs. Sung Woo stepped forward and looked at the surviving group in Jeju. They still retained their sanity, unlike the fanatics. As Sung Woo passed by, a girl immediately rushed forward and kicked a follower in the face, cursing him as a bastard. The man weakly resisted, but she kept punching and scolding him for oppressing the elderly and using drugs. Sung Woo asked in confusion, and Manhwa beside him explained that it might no longer be needed, as the deluded had been awakened. Then the girl gasped, wiped her sweat, and apologized for losing control in her madness. She asked about the situation in the outside world, and Manhwa paled as he said everything was in chaos with no time to rest. She handed over a stick and said this was a radio signal jamming device. The system displayed, heroic-grade mysterious tower, disables communication within a 5 km range, expandable when multiple towers are connected. She explained these were placed all across Zizu Island. Sung Woo angrily broke the stick, and she said they could not be destroyed completely due to believers and monsters guarding them. A man named Levy Lady was running in panic after Miru burned his head, calling for a necromancer to help. Manhwa angrily defended Miru and Sung Woo also called Miru closer. Miru flew over and released something that made Sung Woo freeze. System reported, a new black lineage is being born, absorbing artifact energy, 4 hours remaining until completion. It struggled to lift its head. Sung Woo panicked, and Manhwa asked whether they should cut its stomach open. Elsewhere, Jisoo and the guardian great mage stood in front of a house observing the inside. She crossed her arms and asked whether the black sorcerer was here according to the clue, and the other confirmed it was. Jisoo looked around and commented that the area was full of items, and the great mage said they had almost completely cleared the monsters on the mainland. Suddenly a monster appeared from afar. She immediately detected it, but the area was still full of demons. It looked at the approaching monsters and spoke as if seeing a strange snail. Without hesitation, Jisoo shot into the air, continuously unleashing sharp slashes to eliminate the monsters. Then she landed lightly and said it was done. The guardian archmage turned back and said he would go inside to check first. After quite a long time, the two finally managed to enter the house. He advised placing a hand on the ground to sense through ability and confirmed that the person was with surviving locals, not a cult group. Jisoo praised the guardian archmage for locating the position so quickly and asked how he did it. He turned back and replied it was his specialty, but cooperation with a spiritual expert would be more effective. At this moment, Jisoo slightly tilted her head, hesitantly asking whether he could help her find more people in the future. The guardian archmage stepped forward and placed a hand on Jisoo's shoulder to comfort her, saying he somewhat understood her situation, and that with more time he could help more. In the distance, a huge spaceship was rushing toward the city. Ship number 3 was approaching. Sung Woo slowly stepped forward and asked the guardian archmage whether he had found Black Lion. He paused, hesitating without clearly answering, only mentioning him. Then the guardian archmage pointed toward the girl who had just been rescued and said that person was with her, and asked how she came here. The girl was startled and almost screamed, then stopped and asked who they were looking for. The girl ran up to Jisoo, pointed at her and shouted whether she was Jisoo. Jisoo hesitated slightly, looked back and called the name Annie. Jisoo happily grabbed the girl's hand and exclaimed that she was still alive. Sung Woo spoke in surprise. Hanho beside him could not hold back and shouted in disbelief, also saying he smelled Jisoo's scent on the sister. The girl happily looked at Jisoo, saying she thought she was gone and was very glad to see her again. Then she asked her sister what about the others. The girl calmly tilted her head and replied that they were not easy to defeat. Everyone was fine, only Ji Jun lost a finger but was basically okay. Suddenly Sung Woo gently interjected, apologizing for interrupting, but this was not the time to talk, asking whether Black Lion was with her. The girl looked back blankly and replied that she thought she knew who he was referring to. Various spaceships appeared in the sky, preparing to guide the way. Elsewhere was a small training camp located on the edge of the city forest. The lion sat on a chair, lightly stroking his hair and saying that was the case he would cooperate actively. Sung Woo, standing in front of it, was surprised and said that as a former member of the Evolution Society, he did not expect him to agree to cooperate. The lion admitted he had realized his mistake. The one-eyed lion raised a sharp claw with determination, saying that he once made selfish choices in the name of his race, but wanted to atone by helping everyone. He stepped forward and asked the lion whether it could detect any object anywhere at any time. It closed its eyes and thought, then replied not completely accurate, but within a certain range it could sense objects. The surroundings became strangely quiet. A deep voice said he once felt the world tree approaching, with power enough to sustain even a demon gate, and could locate positions from very far away. Sung Woo turned away but still looked back and told them to open the demon gate immediately. There was no time left. He quickly reported that all preparations were ready. Mages successively opened spatial gates using magic. They used fast transit gates built 2 hours ago to bring more forces to the capital, in order to stop monsters from breaking out. A scene of raging flames and dark spatial gates appeared. The issue was that after the monster horde, the gate guardian would immediately appear. Sung Woo turned back and told Jisoo to stay here. She seriously asked whether it was okay not to go together. Sung Woo calmly said they needed her, but she should stay to protect people outside the demon gate. Jisoo nodded seriously in agreement. Spaceships one after another took off into the sky as the demon gate was about to open in the area. Everyone acted urgently as time did not wait. Suddenly Jisoo's sister ran over, raised her fist and said she wanted to help. Even if not strong, she would support in some way. A strange gate slowly opened amid raging flames. The system warned that the second-level demon gate was about to open and the Jeju area was sealed off. Sun Gu stood firmly looking forward and said they would use long-range firepower to hold the enemy, and if they broke through they would rely on Jisoo. She replied not to worry. Jisoo's sister looked at her admiringly and said she looked very strong, completely different from home, and like a hero. Jisoo recalled a difficult childhood, once a child under heavy pressure and strict control in a martial arts family, constantly punished and rigorously tested. The girl gently touched her chin and murmured that if father saw her now he would be proud that she left the family and still lived well. Jisoo looked at her sister behind her and thought Annie was not entirely bad to her, even though they were half-sisters. She recalled the past and realized the family once tried to care, but she still felt like an outsider rather than a real member. Jisoo slightly curled her lips into a bitter smile, thinking that her stepmother once encouraged her, while her biological mother was weak in health, and she was told she inherited illness from her mother. The system continuously warned that the first invasion at the second-level demon gate had officially begun. From the darkness, monsters began rushing out. The girl looked at Jisoo worriedly and reminded her that she did not need to prove herself, to be careful since she had been weak as a child. Jisoo turned back calmly with sharp eyes and said Annie was the one who needed to be careful and warned she might be in danger here. The girl raised her fist shyly and said Jisoo's sister was not weak, and she did not understand Annie. Jisoo stepped forward, saying in a life and death game a genius might not survive. Jisoo advanced and said effort alone was not enough to get through. Her sister asked what else was needed. Jisoo drew her sword tightly in her hand and softly said she was not completely sure herself. Monster waves rushed up continuously. She swung her sword confidently, saying she could do well now, feeling she had gradually adapted to this hellish place. The flames below still burned fiercely, while of the spaceship continued advancing, ready to go deeper. The spaceship shot straight through the blazing red gate, with flowing magma shaking violently around it. A flash of blinding light burst out and exploded. The surrounding space was pitch black. The spaceship drifted aimlessly. It was not night, but thick darkness enveloped everything. Sung Woo shouted anxiously, asking if anyone could see anything. Han Ho at the controls panicked, seeing nothing. Equipment had stopped working, unable to determine direction. In the pitch black space, the spaceship floated uncertainly for a long time. About 20 minutes passed. He looked at the bright screen and noted it was still dense darkness. The lion said it could guide the way, but visibility was poor, so speed was very slow. Jiangsu broke into a sweat, saying they could not increase speed because they did not know what was ahead. Lady Levy angrily said visibility here was like the bottom of a dark sea. Something suddenly appeared ahead of the spaceship, causing everyone to shout in shock that there was an object in front. The spaceship was about to collide with an object, and everyone shouted in panic to avoid it and prepare for impact. Immediately after, the spaceship crashed straight through a tall building, creating a violent explosion. Everyone was stunned. Han Ho screamed in fear, seeing a huge building in the demon nest, unable to understand where this place really was. Sung Woo struggled to open his eyes and thought it was once a modern structure, although now only ruins remained, but he was completely certain. A warning suddenly appeared on the ship's display screen in front of them, and a rushed voice rang out, making the situation tense as expected. Outside, only a deep black void remained. Below it, a ruined cityscape with collapsed skyscrapers scattered everywhere. Sung Woo froze as he looked outside, muttering to his senior. Han Ho and Lei Jiangsu also stood frozen, mouths agape at the scene before them. From afar, he recognized a familiar structure, the tower in Seoul, and that area was Gangnam. He turned to Lady Levy and asked. She replied, asking what it felt like entering the demon cave. Lady Levy touched her forehead and said it was too chaotic to remember clearly. After a moment, she suddenly seemed to realize something and froze, quietly saying that it might be Shanghai. The spacecraft continued forward. Sung Woo wondered in confusion whether this place was really Earth. Lady Levy immediately looked up and objected in panic. Impossible. This must be another space. Shanghai and Seoul in the real world could not be destroyed like this. Sung Woo stared outside in thought, wondering why the demon cave resembled Earth so closely. Just then the lion behind him spoke. It said gravely that it sensed a massive fluctuation deep underground, like a heartbeat spreading across the entire world. Sung Woo turned and asked where it was. The lion immediately pointed west. Receiving the guidance, Sung Woo became even more certain that it was the center of the demon cave. In the distance, a flash of light appeared, and he immediately ordered everyone to move west at full speed. Han Ho looked outside and muttered that this place was becoming more and more like their hometown. Li Jiangsu also wondered why such a world similar to Earth existed. At that moment, a report came from the spacecraft saying a massive object was appearing ahead, its size shocking everyone. From the aerial view, they saw a faint ancient structure. Sung Woo asked if it was Ziwidu, and mentioned there was something else. In the distance was the silhouette of a giant tree. The spacecraft immediately accelerated toward it, the world tree. Sung Woo's expression changed, stammering in disbelief. Why was it here? Lady Levy also asked in shock what was happening. Sung Woo said seriously that he knew where they were. Han Ho quickly asked if he had been here before without telling them. In Sung Woo's mind appeared the image of a massive ancient tree. He frowned, thinking this was a bad ending in the meteor prophecy, the second worst outcome. He turned to ask the lion if it sensed anything from the world tree. It closed its eyes and confirmed the tree had been dead for a long time. When it opened its eyes, its gaze reflected only the ancient tree, but it still sensed a terrifying energy deep beneath, causing fluctuations. Someone suddenly shouted that directly under the roots there was a huge pit, large enough to land or send a messenger down. Sung Woo stood at the door observing and said it felt like something had pierced through this place. Han Ho nervously asked what it was, but he decided they had to go down to find out. Before they could act, thousands of strange objects flew in at extreme speed from afar, closing in on the spacecraft. Countless red-eyed creatures rushed in to attack, causing panic as everyone activated defenses and quickly raised energy shields. Sung Woo ran back inside and ordered Li Jiangsu to head toward the world tree vines, aiming for the deep pit to escape at maximum speed. Lady Levy also joined in support. Lady Levy admitted she had lost many high-level souls, but would still fully assist as the server leader. Han Ho also decided to join the battle. Sung Woo looked at Lady Levy and asked about those creatures. She replied she had never encountered them in the demon cave before. Before them appeared two identical doors as if waiting wide open, making it unclear which was the real path. Sung Woo narrowed his eyes and thought each floor might be a separate world, though there was no proof it was not unreasonable. He immediately turned and ran, proposing a theory as if part of the data had been erased. Lady Levy panicked and followed, asking what would happen if it was erased. Sung Woo hesitated without answering. Han-ho worriedly said that whether the ending was good or bad, players could still be erased if the game ended. The boy added that any game would eventually be forgotten if players lost interest. Sung Woo transformed his body into another form, thinking they could only trust the entity that wanted to destroy the game itself. A system warning rang out about a massive dark summoning about to occur in the target area. Everyone nearby panicked, searching for its owner. System panel displayed item information: World Tree Vines mythic grade, capable of binding and pulling objects with immense force. He swung his hand, releasing power, beginning to form bone weapons in preparation for battle. Lady Levy stood behind observing, and asked what he intended to do with it. Sung Woo replied that it was a tool to gain experience and gold, and also help survival. Outside, monster hordes kept charging despite being hit by firepower. Artillery was nearly ineffective. Their main goal was leveling up. Everyone fought with full force from above. Sung Woo said they needed to reach level 25 to unlock the Yama Divine equipment. They could not rely on bombardment alone. After a while, a massive spherical shield covered the entire spacecraft, but it was only a temporary defense from spirit energy. The system continued announcing an effect: stats of intermediate creatures reduced by 25% due to special effect. Because of this, incoming attacks were repelled upon hitting the shield. Sung Woo said this was the timing he had been waiting for. He immediately ordered the newly created bone monsters below to rise and counterattack. Giant bone branches emerged from the shield and rushed into the battlefield. The system continuously reported 85,000 gold gained from killing interdimensional creatures. System confirmed once again that he had obtained 85,000 gold after defeating intermediate creatures from another dimension. Han-ho looked at the scene in shock, while Lady Levy angrily asked why he said there were 6 arms but only used 4. A creature rushing into the gap was instantly blocked by a thrown dagger. The situation grew tense as endurance limits were nearly reached. The boy immediately transformed into a giant form and joined his hands, saying he would block them. Han-ho jumped toward the shield, saying he was trying to hold them back, but might be attacked from another direction. Upon hearing this, the girl blushed, got goosebumps, and shouted that his way of speaking was terrifying. The system continued reporting that a high-pressure explosion had been activated across multiple creatures. 29 seconds remaining. Sung Woo urged everyone to hold on. The bone squad he created also rushed into battle without stopping, fighting with full force. Sung Woo grew increasingly tense, his eyes widening as he waited for the decisive moment. Bone monsters that reached the shield disintegrated and fell downward. The invading creatures also gradually disintegrated upon touching the shield. Bone weapons continued to be created nonstop. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, light spreading across the entire area. The system reported again. He gained 85,000 gold after eliminating intermediate creatures from an external dimension. Sung Woo felt a surge of power. His body seemed to change completely. His level rose to 24, and he clenched his fist, having reached the required milestone. Those falling monsters still refused to give up. Continuing to chase closely, they accelerated to maximum speed, determined not to let them stop. As Sung Woo's power increased, the system immediately notified that the soul condensing stream infused into the weapon had reached its maximum level. The sword in his hand radiated immense power, making him think he wanted to retain as many souls as possible, but he could not hesitate now. Right after the prayer ended, thousands of swirling spherical objects rushed forward at high speed, heading straight for the spacecraft. Han-ho tried to hold him back and shouted that they were about to catch up. Sung Woo turned and ordered the kid to cling beneath the world tree. He moved like the wind, shooting out of the spacecraft and rushing straight into outer space. A green flame of power erupted, forming a bone weapon, while the gate behind gradually closed. Inside, Li Jiangsu ran around urging everyone to hurry onto the ship, using every method to seal the entrance without delay. Sung Woo looked at the lion and asked the position of the demon cave center. It closed its eyes to sense, and said it was right beneath them. The lion looked down and said it could only determine direction, not see the path, so they had to open the way themselves. A man shone a flashlight downward and shouted in shock that there was a passage, but it was too deep and narrow. Sung Woo immediately turned back and ordered special equipment to be deployed for descent. Although it might not be the entrance, they had no other choice. Above, the shields built by everyone were being shattered by monsters outside. If they did not go down, they would be destroyed. Sung Woo walked while thinking about the thing that had pierced the world tree. Then suddenly a small light appeared, causing him to stop. As everyone lowered ropes into the deep pit, Sung Woo said in a stern voice that there was reflection below. Prepare to descend immediately. Outside, those waiting were extremely shocked. Who were these people? System notification: Demon Cave Floor 2 first wave completed. Next wave begins in 20 seconds. Ahead are extremely difficult opponents. Jisoo, in a different state, raised her hand, leaving everyone stunned. Their defensive ability was nearly immortal. Groups of various identities gathered, including merchants and powerful mages. They were fully armed and ready for battle, while those strangers still had unknown identities. Jisoo's sister silently admired that thanks to strong teammates she had developed and become so confident. She clenched her fist, thinking one sword was not enough. Then Jisoo suddenly told her to step back. The girl instinctively stepped back and asked why. Jisoo said in a serious voice that he had arrived faster than she expected. System warning: mini-boss gatekeeper of Demon Cave has appeared. A massive black creature slowly emerged from the gate. Its giant foot stepped down, shaking the ground violently. This made Jisoo's sister and everyone else terrified. What is this thing? System warning: spatial pressure is suffocating. All stats reduced by 50%. The monster stretched out its hand, tentacles like tree branches extending and moving continuously. She jumped up without hesitation. Seeing Jisoo rush forward, she shouted a warning to be careful. At the same time, power activated. The invisible stream was completely nullified by his sacred state. As she rushed forward, it dragged many energy streams rising along with it. Jisoo's determined gaze looked upward. Memories of childhood and resentment resurfaced in her mind. She recalled her insecure past. Despite trying, she was always inferior to others and had left her family in her second year of high school. She charged at the monster without hesitation, but now she had surpassed many limits with Sung Woo, completely different from the past. The people behind warned Lady to be careful. There was still another enemy. She continued her attack, while others also rushed in to coordinate the assault. Flames of battle erupted, launching a fierce counterattack against the entire enemy force. Below, the group hurriedly defended and shouted that it was impossible. Jisoo's sister tried to resist, but could not counterattack. She landed on the ground, elegantly swung her sword, and declared only they were strong enough to fight. The support group immediately rushed in. Massive ropes shot forward, launching a direct attack at the monster. The Great King jumped up and shouted that they were fighting on their own without reporting, calling it betrayal. He jumped down, bowed his head, and said he would block this monster while Lady and the other two handled the other side, then moved quickly. The alien monster continuously fired tentacles and roared, while Jisoo and her teammates dodged the dangerous laser beams. The two others rushed in to attack both sides of the monster's body, declaring they were no longer weak. The monster quickly regenerated and counterattacked, shocking them. Jisoo from behind rushed in, unleashing sharp slashing strikes, maintaining continuous pressure. She stepped back and believed she could cut it down thanks to her sacred state and awakening process, making her stronger. Suddenly, the monster's body was split in two, blood and fluid spraying everywhere violently. Jisoo passed through it and coldly said that if it only had lasers and tentacles, then this was the end. Jisoo continued slashing straight into the ground, her sword path extending so the monster could not react in time. The Great King stood on the monster's body. The system reported that Wave 2 of Demon Cave Floor 2 had completed. The next wave would begin in 20 seconds. Jisoo's sister stared in shock and stammered that she had completely changed from before. She replied that at the training hall she did not know how to improve because she had to endure pressure every day. Jisoo thought of Sung Woo in her mind, believing that merely existing was not enough. She had to surpass her limits like him. Sung Woo's group stood at the edge of the pit observing below, feeling as if they were looking at prey. Like Jiangsu looked down the stairs and wondered whether it was created by humans, or if some entity lived below. Sung Woo led the group and said it was probably not created by demons, otherwise there would be no need for stairs, it might be someone else. The flickering light above kept drawing attention, making everyone wonder what was inside. Han Ho looked at the glowing gem and asked if someone had been inside the demon cave before. Sung Woo replied they had just been there. Sung Woo fell into thought and felt that the demon cave might not just be a dungeon, but more like a second Earth. After that, Sung Woo turned to ask the guardian great mage whether he could see memories inside this item. The mage gently took the item from him and observed it for a long time. After a while, the guardian great mage slowly closed his eyes and said the memories were very faint but definitely belonged to someone. The item kept emitting light. He murmured that it had likely existed for a very long time, leaving only scattered and faint fragments of memory. Chaotic images of a fierce battle appeared. Sung Woo silently looked down and thought there must have been a massacre war between the attacking and defending factions. The huge deep pit was submerged in darkness as if it had existed for a very long time. It was likely created from that war between intruders and the warriors protecting the world tree. Countless images kept appearing in Sung Woo's mind across different stages, as if they could not stop the back engine 2 of the prophetic stone, making him wonder how the battle ended. Li Jiangsu came forward and reported that there was a corpse ahead. Sung Woo was startled and asked in shock, "A corpse?" At the bottom of the deep pit was a skeleton skeleton with shimmering light. Everyone looked down cautiously and said it seemed like a trap and anyone caught would be in danger. Seeing the item below, Hanho rushed forward, but Sungwoo quickly stopped him and shouted that it was not allowed. Suddenly, magma erupted violently from the bottom of the pit, so hot that it terrified everyone. The boy turned pale and stepped back, murmuring that it was a trap targeting greed. Sungwoo wiped his sweat and said the trap struck at human curiosity. Looking down at the magma from above, he thought it was the power of something that could devour the world. Levi stepped forward and looked down, saying if the intruder had gone so far then he must have carried very powerful items. Sungwoo replied that it was possible. From the magma, a scythe or strange object slowly emerged. A Death Knight skeleton with a strange aura appeared, making him think that if he obtained it he could gain another legendary scythe. Without time to react, Sungwoo jumped straight into the magma, causing everyone to shout in shock, asking if he was crazy. While diving down, he reassured everyone that he had endured this flame before. Sungwoo's body plunged straight into the burning magma. The magma trembled violently and erupted intensely. In a transformed state, he gradually became visible, making people think the necromancer had died here. System warning: to obtain this item, you must witness the target's death. Hearing this, Sungwoo immediately reacted. He declared that he had witnessed that death. The system continued to warn of conflict with the Death Scythe, unable to apply additional effects, requesting removal of related items. He collapsed helplessly and muttered that he might need to hand the scythe to a subordinate to handle it. The system continued warning that the target was not capable of handling the item. Everyone above the pit looked down anxiously and shouted in panic that something was wrong. They discussed not knowing what level was required or whether it should be given to Victor, a high ranker. Hanho sighed and complained that Sungwoo should quickly check the item. Lai Jiangsu quickly complied and began searching for information. They then found information: a legendary ring-type item, increasing one-handed weapon attack power by 20%, and converting mana, it increases critical rate by 50%. Master-level skills increase hand speed by 300%. Sungwoo was surrounded by system windows, holding a book and hesitating. He opened the book, excited as if he had inherited an ancestral legacy. The system continuously notified increased follower limit and death perception. Death feedback effect increased additional ownerless life force. When using necromancer magic, additional bone mages can be summoned. Hanho wore the glowing ring and proudly showed it off. Sungwoo helplessly told him that if he did not take it off he would break it, while Hanho casually said as usual he was the only one who cared about him. He turned back to talk about the green flame, but was interrupted by an urgent message from the ship. On the battlefield, defensive shields kept breaking. Enemies flooded in, then suddenly opened gates and disappeared. Hanho asked where they could have gone. Sungwoo guessed it might be Jeju Island. He decided to continue moving forward and could not turn back, but he worried about Jisoo fighting behind him. Outside, everyone gathered in front of the active flame gate. A messenger flew in reporting that Jisoo had reached rank 3. Jisoo's family was shocked that she had reached national rank 3, while she calmly confirmed it had just happened. The Korean server ranking board displayed top player levels. The list included names such as Dangpo and Choijun with their respective ranks. Jisoo's eyes sparkled, thinking that if she rolled gacha she could get stronger teammates. She believed her current items would help her grow stronger and stronger. Sungwoo came forward reporting that his level had also increased and both were progressing very well. During a rest moment, the teleport gate opened again, signaling the third invasion from the second floor demon nest. Everyone was horrified hearing that the new attack wave arrived too early. Flying monsters poured out and launched fierce attacks, causing the defense faction to panic. The ship was protected but still pierced by countless attacks, the battlefield falling into chaos. Jung-hun ordered a full assault, leading troops toward the monster gate. He led the Legion to block the dungeon entrance, trying to prevent monsters from spreading, while ground forces supported with firepower. Despite efforts, they were pushed back. They called for continued resistance to prevent any escape. Jung-hun gritted his teeth, determined to hold the line even knowing it was a sacrifice needed to avoid greater casualties. However, just as Jung-hun was still unsure how to respond, Jisoo in her armor rushed out and cleanly cut down all the enemies. But their forces were still too weak. He turned in shock and instinctively called out to Jisoo. She looked at the fallen and said they were brave warriors who had sacrificed themselves. Jung-hun lowered his head, gritting his teeth in regret over his own helplessness. Jisoo calmly replied that she would take in those who had fallen. At that moment, a spatial system panel appeared, a surge of power erupted, and the fallen soldiers began to rise again. Valkyrie is receiving the souls of the warriors who are qualified. 18 warriors have been reborn as Inherja under your command. The maximum number of subordinates has been reached. She spoke in a stern voice, her gaze firm as if reminding them that if they truly wanted to protect something to the end, they must not give up even in death. Under Jisu's guidance, the soldiers simultaneously charged forward and slaughtered the monsters. The spatial system continuously rang out, displaying a synergy list of 3 divine stage 2 soldiers, requiring more than 20 subordinates with divine intelligence. Effect activated, 70% vitality increase, 50% status resistance, shield equal to 150% of vitality, 4 stage 4 invisible entities, 35 movement speed increase. Manhwa looked up in shock and asked if they were really teammates. Dong-hun seriously replied that they once were, but now they no longer feared death. Not far away, Jisu's sister stood stunned, stammering without words, asking what exactly she had gone through. She calmly split a monster in 2, while the system announced she reached level 22, unlocking an exclusive Guardian qualification quest. Rewards include permanent divinity or class change. The system announced this was a battle against monsters invading from another dimension, and if the leader was defeated, Guardian qualification could be obtained and a warning sent to the invaders. The quest required eliminating the overall boss commander after the second wave within 24 hours. Failure would prevent obtaining the Guardian title. Jisu smiled faintly, thinking of the Guardian title Sung Woo had obtained, realizing she was also approaching that level. Inside, Sung Woo's group advanced deeper into the ancient ruins. Judging they had reached the lower part of the world tree, Hanho looked around excitedly, while a teammate cautiously judged this was a man-made base created by the fallen, not a natural structure. The group stopped before a bottomless abyss. Hanho said the depth could not be measured, possibly the heart of the nest lay below. Sung Woo ordered the wyvern to be used for descent, everyone preparing to move. They rode dragons down. Hanho remarked that it felt like traveling in a submarine. Lai Jiangsu also said it felt like sinking into a dark ocean. Sung Woo warned there might be traps, then suddenly discovered traces on the wall. A huge claw mark appeared before them, deeply carved into the cliff face. Sung Woo widened his eyes, judging this was the trace of a giant creature. He continued controlling the dragon downward, and thought that a guardian might have fought here before, and the ground had now appeared below. The group landed, Sung Woo remarking that a major battle had taken place here involving siege weapons. Suddenly, from behind a rock, a giant robot appeared and shouted, "Seigneur." Sung Woo narrowed his eyes in confusion, thinking it was a golem, but something felt wrong. Lady Levy stepped forward and confirmed it was a high-grade steel golem, even superior to her own, controlled by a master from Mongolia. Sung Woo startled and turned around, seeing Miru using shadow teleportation. Unsure where it had gone, Miru quickly rushed toward a massive pile of bones, shocking everyone. Guardian Archmage examined the skull and found abnormal traces, raising suspicion about the cliff's owner. Upon inspecting the skeleton, Sung Woo was shocked to realize it was a dragon. He calmly deduced this was not an ordinary monster, but related to a dragon knight. Hanho confirmed it was an adult dragon, but it was dead. Sung Woo immediately realized something more important. This dragon might have been hunted by a fallen or a guardian. He quickly ordered a full area search, suspecting clues about how the dragon was killed. System displayed item, supernatural noose, unknown rank. This is a crafted item. Effect unknown, its power source has vanished, so its function is disabled. A long rope appeared, found near the wing bones, drawing everyone's attention. Hanho judged that the dragon might have been bound by world tree vines, and the claw marks could be from its fall. Sung Woo said this could only happen in a confined space. Guardian Archmage imagined the dragon struggling in despair while bound, still trying to protect something before falling and being attacked. Sung Woo asked in shock about protection, then Lady Levy suddenly called out, discovering something else. System announced item Ascalon Mythic Sword increases stats and has extremely strong dragon slaying effects. Sung Woo looked at the sword and realized this was an unexpected advantage against dragons. However, he remained calm, deducing this was the price paid for the dragon protecting something. Lei Jiangsu found a massive door and reported it to Sung Woo, who guessed the dragon might have been guarding it. Teammate said special conditions were required to enter, but Sung Woo decided to deal with the dragon first and check later. System continued announcing that special conditions were required to revive or open the door, related to ownership qualification. He realized that only a dragon knight's signature weapon or a ruler could open it. Sung Woo thought carefully, then asked if there was any ownerless sword among the items, trying to find clues. Lei Jiangsu checked the data and confirmed there was no such weapon in the collection list. Sung Woo touched the wall and realized the dragon knight might have passed through here, leaving traces behind. The system announced this was a space sealed by powerful magic, only those qualified could open it. The stone gate slowly opened, the system confirming conditions were met and unlocking the Guardian Hall. Sung Woo asked in shock what the Guardian Hall was, then immediately warned everyone to prepare for battle. A burst of light erupted, the system announcing entry into the hidden area of the Guardian Hall. Sung Woo was enveloped in light, slowly opening his eyes to observe the surroundings. Before them stood a massive glowing bookshelf. Sung Woo muttered that this place looked like a giant's library. After that, he turned back and told them to investigate this area and not let their guard down. But everyone saw something nothing and ignored Sung Woo's words, heading in another direction. Lady Levy looked at the anomaly and panicked, shouting to the necromancer that it was not books but cocoons. Jiang Su moved closer to check inside and was horrified, shouting that there were people inside, making him ask in surprise if they were players. Inside the cocoons were imprisoned people, still breathing through air bubbles. If nurtured through the roots, they could still be alive. She froze, looked around, and said the necromancer had once said this place was a world that had ended in some way. Right. Everyone stood among thousands of cocoons, horrified to realize that far too many players were imprisoned as if sleeping in a world of extinction, possibly waiting to awaken. Sung Woo led the way toward the large gate, warning everyone to prepare for battle and thinking that what they were searching for was likely inside. As the gate slowly opened, the system announced that they had entered a hidden stage named the Cradle of the Champion. The group continued forward, as if stepping deeper into a hidden layer within another hidden layer. Upon entering, enormous roots appeared everywhere, making everyone wary and treating the entire area as dangerous. The center was a massive glowing cocoon, constantly shining, and everyone was shocked to recognize the object right in front of them. Hanho stepped back cautiously, while Sung Woo approached and sensed a very strange aura emanating from it. Inside the faintly visible cocoon was a silhouette, and the pressure it emitted made him feel as if he were facing a being beyond dimensional space. Suddenly, Sung Woo froze as the system announced that the 31st World Champion, the World Devourer, had appeared. Immediately after, the roots exploded, water surged violently, and the World Devourer gradually emerged from within. From the water, a man slowly stepped out and said, "Necromancer, I did not expect you to make it this far." The World Devourer fully emerged, his cold and oppressive voice echoing out. Sung Woo paused slightly and asked who he was. He looked straight ahead and introduced himself as a player, a guardian, the Dark Lord, and the World Devourer. Hanhu said in shock that he was a guardian, while Sung Woo gritted his teeth and thought this might be the ruler of the World Tree. The World Devourer raised both hands and said that in their world he was an evil god, but in his own world he was a savior. His voice echoed across the area as he spoke of defeating invaders and using their energy to maintain this place. He declared that all final player energy was being collected and used by him. Sung Woo frowned and asked if he was using people from their world as a life source for that system. He faced him directly and said that if they had been dragged into this death game, at least everything should be made clear. Sung Woo looked at the sword beside him and realized the man had no intention of negotiating. He immediately drew his weapon, confirming this was a life or death battle where the rules forced them to kill each other. The system warned that a grand summoning technique had begun in the target area. He declared he would take everything and stand at the end of the game to witness the final truth. The system continued to warn that a death reaction was spreading across the area. A warning stated that the Dark Army had risen within the target area. Lakers mocked, saying it was only him this time, while Min Seok asked if Victor had summoned them just to deal with this one person. The system continued issuing warnings that the death reaction was spreading across the battlefield. Min Seok and other entities appeared, ready for battle in transformed states. The system voice continued to sound, signaling that the grand summoning technique was being activated. Jiang Su grabbed his weapon and ran to organize formations, preparing to support the rear lines. All forces surrounded the World Devourer, determined to bring him down with full strength. He gave a faint cold smile, raising his sword and saying it was all useless because they could not win. The single wave of his hand, he unleashed a massive wave of fire that burned through the surrounding space. He warned the necromancer that in this world only he held the right to determine life and death. His body erupted in flames as he declared he was level 43 and the master of this nest. Sung Woo calculated the power gap and realized the opponent far surpassed him in level and ability. He released an overwhelming pressure, declaring that everything would become nourishment for him. Sung Woo's teammates were forced down by the pressure, collapsing together and crying out in pain for help. Sung Woo immediately unleashed protective power, trying to keep everyone safe. The system confirmed he was qualified to face divinity and boosted support effects for the entire team. A teammate sensed the dramatic change in Sung Woo and was shocked by his new power. The World Devourer transformed into an energy dragon, declaring he had devoured and absorbed the power of the dragon and the World Tree. The energy dragon charged forward in a violent attack, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Sung Woo struggled to defend and realized a single strike was enough to overwhelm the situation. He deployed defensive techniques and long-range magic to keep distance from the opponent. A massive explosion erupted again, with smoke and flames covering the entire area. Everyone panicked as Lady Levy prepared to deploy large-scale magic to provide support. The system warned that the Dragon Seal skill had activated, freezing all beings below the user's level. She froze, sensing the suppression effect and being unable to act temporarily. All weaker beings were overwhelmed by pressure and collapsed together. Sung Woo immediately ordered them to create an opening and focus all firepower to take down the World Devourer. But he easily shattered all defenses with a single sword strike. Sung Woo used a rapid movement skill to close in behind him, slightly surprising him. The system continued to sound, as the effect of vengeful spirits was infused into the weapon, maximizing combat power. Sung Woo rushed straight toward the target that was flaring with intense red light as if about to explode, determined to grab it at all costs. On the opposite side, the World Eater paid no attention, coldly stating that everything was useless. Sung Woo paused his attack on the monster, shifting to closely observe the opponent and wondering if this was an invincible state. Seeing the opponent's expressionless face, he judged that it could not last long. Then the man continued, saying to give up. Even if he escaped, he would die. Sung Woo broke into a cold sweat at the mention of the Demon Nest Gate in Beijing, worried that even if he escaped there would be no future. He showed determination, but quickly realized the difficulty, wondering how he could possibly win in this situation. When Sung Woo let his guard down, the World Eater immediately rushed in to attack, making him realize he needed power far beyond his current level. Minseo rushed in just in time to block it. Sung Woo quickly stepped back and called him in the tense moment. The World Eater suddenly froze as he sensed something from the sword in Sung Woo's hand. He immediately snatched the sword, coldly saying that something like this was not meant for someone like him to use. His terrifying gaze pressed in on Minseo and asked if he knew what the sword was. The man, though trembling, said he did. Despite shaking, Minseo insisted that it was the sword of the defeated, a tool for both worlds. The World Eater grew furious, saying he had sacrificed so much just to properly use this sword. He recalled a past full of failure and escape, but believed that one day everything would change. He lost control and roared that everything must be sacrificed to exchange for the future of the world. The sword tightened. A voice echoed, saying no one understood the price paid, demanding it be dropped immediately. Sung Woo told Minseo to throw the sword over, but he hesitated and asked again in confusion. He could not hear clearly and blurted out, "What?" Sung Woo raised his sword, mocking the opponent as a failed example and explaining why the world had reached destruction. He recalled the Knight of the Dragon, who did not flee but entrusted the future even in the face of death. The World Eater's gaze became even more terrifying. He ordered them to come closer and repeated what was just said. Min Seok was about to move but froze, while Sung Woo said he did not want to do this but had created an opening. He carefully observed everyone, then suddenly shouted and told Min Seok to catch it. System notification: Subordinate Death Knight has met special conditions and evolved into Lick state. Min Seek held his staff, feeling power surge in and stammered, asking what kind of energy this was. Space erupted with energy. System announced synergy effect activated through teamwork spirit. Synergy list appeared, recording power from the Book of Revelation and Lich group conditions. Exclusive skill upgraded to Supreme Tier, unlocking the chance to randomly obtain special authority of an Apocalypse Knight. The World Eater roared, asking, "Who are you?" He frowned in confusion, continuing to ask what Sung Woo had just done. Sung Woo realized this was the first time he showed an emotion other than anger, then asked back if he was confused. World Eater looked at the erupting energy and said this was a transcendent skill. He did not expect Supreme Tier was not the highest. System displayed skill information: Power of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Transcendent rank, passive form. Synergy skill activated for 60 minutes, unlocking command over Apocalypse troops and multiple buffs from the Book of Revelation. Powers such as War, Famine, Plague, and Death sequentially activated, greatly increasing strength and range of influence. The World Eater realized something was wrong, shocked by the synergy linking the death powers. He roared that this synergy could not exist, while Sung Woo judged this was almost impossible within the system. He analyzed the battlefield, realizing that combining even the Death Scythe from the collapsed world was nearly impossible. Sung Woo mocked him, saying he claimed to have seen the end of the game, but did not understand its nature. The World Eater confidently declared his level completely overwhelming, and that Sung Woo could not win. Sung Woo smiled and said level was not everything in this game. At his feet, a summoning magic circle appeared, activating Apocalypse power. The system requested selection of summoned army, including many units, but conditions were not met to call higher tier forces. The enemy sensed the mana and was shocked by the scale of the massive magic circle. Sung Woo ordered the summoning of the Punishment Battalion from the Apocalypse. Ground cracked, space trembled violently like an earthquake. Everyone panicked as the structure collapsed. The World Eater rushed down, roaring and calling Sung Woo in an angry voice. System confirmed the Punishment Battalion from the Abyss had been successfully summoned. Sung Woo gained command of the Apocalypse army with numerous soldiers, archers, knights, and ancient priests. Below, many people were swept into the air, witnessing chaos as if a land of death was opening. System confirmed a Tinkinum zone has become a death sanctuary. Space layers overlapping and power effects increased. Every minute, the area will randomly spawn up to 5 ownerless zombies of various levels. The World Eater silently observed, assessing the changing situation. Sung Woo smiled and asked how it was now. "Still think you cannot win," then prepared to counterattack. Immediately, a swarm of vampires rushed in to attack the World Eater. He shouted and activated Dragon Breath, creating a violent storm of energy that tore through space. Pressure spread everywhere, countless glowing eyes appeared within spatial cracks. The World Eater broke through the shield and counterattacked, but Sung Woo realized he was no longer as dominant as before. He observed him gasping for breath. Clearly his stamina was decreasing. Sung Woo wondered how a level 43 could become exhausted so quickly in such a short battle. As he expected, that man's body was completely abnormal. After thinking this, he and the weapons shot forward, shouting loudly like a rallying call of Beyond fans. Very quickly, all weapons simultaneously rushed toward the World Eater. Sung Woo judged that these irregular attacks would distract him and expose openings. Immediately after, energy streams erupted violently. This was a combined strike of legendary and mythic weapons meant to overwhelm the opponent. He roared angrily, "You common rabble." Information appeared. The weapons had been sealed due to the warrior's combined strike. Instantly, the World Eater's weapons were locked down. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" Sung Woo thought he had stripped away his only weapon. It was over. But he said coldly, "High level does not mean everything goes as you wish." Having lost his weapon, the World Eater fell into extreme rage, grinding his teeth. He roared, "Very well, then it ends here." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a massive strike onto the ground, creating violent tremors. The earth cracked apart with piercing screeching sounds. In an instant, everything was engulfed in a sea of raging flames. He lamented, "I once did not want to bring demon creatures to avoid contamination, but now I have nothing left to lose." Sung Woo smiled faintly. The leader of demon creatures who once imitated humans had finally revealed his true nature. His powerful aura exploded, completely suppressing the man's firepower. He shouted loudly, "But that is your mistake." Notification appeared. You received 5,000 gold for hunting an entity from an outer dimension. Low-level creature. You absorb death. All skill effects increase by 1%. Continuous notifications appeared. You absorb death. All skill effects increase by 1%. You absorb death. All skill effects are increased by 1%. The World Eater saw this and roared in unwillingness. "This is an absurd connection." Sung Woo sneered, "You have been asleep for too long." He said, "Between you and me there is a complete difference. You have lost your instincts. You should have gone to retrieve your lost items first." He asked bitterly, "You only know how to use such dirty tricks." Sung Woo smiled inwardly. That is a compliment. If he has no trump card left, I will end this. Wait, the attacks from the deep pit suddenly stopped. What is happening? From beneath the flames a giant hand emerged, as if something was entering. Notification appeared. The second commander boss of the demon nest has appeared. A gigantic monster rose up, slamming the ground and causing a shocking explosion. Sung Woo quickly jumped high. Admin Sok judged that everything was abnormal. Boss Thitchjiap believed that if it had firepower like the gatekeeper, the situation would change. Sung Woo immediately ordered, "Stop it." The monster swung its arm, unleashing a violent attack. A huge explosion erupted with blinding light. He thought simple physical attacks cannot affect the army of death. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and spewed a sticky green liquid. Sung Woo frowned in discomfort. The liquid poured out like a river, sweeping everything away. He realized it was acid, severely affecting resurrection ability. Sung Woo said in contempt, "You are playing with such disgusting toys." The World Eater replied, "Do you think I like it?" His eyes turned cold. "To survive in this hell, you have no choice but to become the king of hell." He turned to the monster. "This is the worst creature created by the apocalypse. It was not born to be hunted, but to become the hunter." His face darkened. "The balance has shifted to my side. Necromancer, you are skilled, but this is the limit." He replied, "Actually, I just got a new friend, and you know that person very well." Information panel appeared. Sword of the Ruler, mythic grade, dual-handed sword. Increases all stats by 6%, pierces 30% defense, increases dragon slaying and damage against dragons. This is the key to awakening the black dragon and the red control emblem for dragons. Due to the previous owner's achievement, it has been renamed. The wall immediately cracked apart. Sung Woo said, "But do not turn this into a tearful reunion scene." Ground collapsed, and a massive dragon skeleton appeared. Notification, you have proven your qualification. A great entity has become your subordinate. The World Eater was startled. What is that skeleton? He replied, take a look at who is the real hunter. The dragon skeleton opened its mouth, releasing a powerful sound wave spreading everywhere. The monster screamed in pain, then flames erupted and burned it. It was quickly torn apart by vampires. The guardian great mage commented that the bones were strong enough to withstand acid. Sung Woo praised, beautiful, even more beautiful as just bones. Notification, you received 45 million gold for defeating the second commander boss of the demon nest. The World Eater roared, impossible, what did you do to get this far? Sung Woo asked, is this where you landed after victory? World Eater transformed into another form. He realized the invincibility skill was still active. Sung Woo analyzed, it is created from dragons, so dragons are the weakness. He is slowing down significantly. He unleashed a storm of furious attacks. Sung Woo judged, he weakened from the moment he left his cocoon. He suffered in pain, blood flowing continuously, but still screamed that he had won and reached here. Notification, shadow movement skill. The spear pierced straight through the World Eater's body. A cutting aura sliced through his body. Sung Woo declared, "World Eater, you have failed." He fell to the ground, blood spreading everywhere. He descended and called out to him. Sung Woo said coldly, "Whatever story you have, it has no meaning to me. You have definitely lost." He opened his unfocused eyes, whispering in pain, "I have lost." He said, trembling, that he had no other choice. Only this way to escape the nightmare game. He grabbed Sung Woo's clothes and told him to protect the world, his people, and everything. Tears fell as he gave a bitter smile. "Take revenge on those who caused all this." With his last breath, he said, "Check the ceiling above it. The World Eater has been eliminated. You received 4 to 3,000 gold for killing a player. You received 1 billion gold for defeating the space predator, the World Eater. You completed the exclusive quest duty of the third guardian deity. You may choose a reward, permanent divinity advancement, or a transfer ticket. You reached level 25, meeting the requirement to unlock multiple divinities. You can use the divinity Ayama." The armored bot system reported that the sword of the ruler Miru had evolved. Information indicated that the ruler's sword met the special dragon slaying condition and was granted a new name. Sung Woo looked at the sword and wondered, "So I already have 3 dragon slaying items?" Weapon information displayed: Synergy List 43, Hidden Expedition Line, Weapon Synergy Classification. Equipping 3 or more dragon-slaying weapons increases damage against dragons by 200%, increases breath resistance by 200%, and increases draconic pressure resistance by 200% for the user. The aura currents coiled and gradually stabilized. Sung Woo turned back and said preparations for the expedition were progressing very smoothly. Scene shift to Beijing. The demon gate suddenly twisted as if violently wrung, shocking everyone as they exclaimed that it was shrinking. A man shouted in panic that the demon gate had disappeared, that it was their strategic weapon, asking what was happening. An officer ran up to report, "Commander, demon gates in Zone 2 and Zone 3 have closed." Others also show signs of disappearing. The Supreme Commander panicked and ordered, "His Majesty must already know. Quickly contact the Jinyuai Admiral Eunuch." At this moment, the Jinyuai Admiral Eunuch entered and said in a stern voice, "Base Commander, are you still working this late?" The Supreme Commander trembled and replied, "Sir." He panicked and realized the Jinyuai Admiral Eunuch was the second in command, and his appearance meant the situation was extremely serious. The Supreme Commander stammered and asked, "His Majesty also already knows?" The Admiral Eunuch replied, "Yes." Contact with that world was suddenly cut off, so he was investigating the cause. He looked into the distance and said, "From the beginning the Demon Gate was only a backup plan. They could fully suppress the enemy with overwhelming power." The Admiral Eunuch said in a low voice, "The conquest plan for Korea had already been prepared. Even if General Sin was defeated, it was within expectations." He looked at the strategic chessboard and considered the undead army troublesome, but compared to the main forces, their numbers were insignificant. In the end, with that in hand, victory was assured. Outside, light began spreading across the space. A system announcement appeared. A sacred power was covering the entire target area. The Jinyue Admiral Eunuch said the white light Holy Pearl was a massive artifact that turned the area into a holy land. As long as the city was covered in sacred power, there was nothing to worry about. The Supreme Commander asked if the Necromancer did not intend to destroy it from the beginning. He scoffed and replied, "If you can do it, then try." The light spread like flowing water. The Admiral Eunuch explained the barrier around the Holy Pearl could resist grand magic from thousands of mages, enough to block city-destroying attacks. His gaze turned sharp. A sinister smile appeared. If the enemy tried to destroy the Holy Pearl, they would exhaust themselves and eventually offer all resources and lives. Next system announcement: Demon Gates will be sealed for 60 minutes. Everyone held their heads in pain, continuously groaning from intense headaches. Hanho panicked and cried, saying it felt like an exam paper being exposed. Sung Woo could only sigh helplessly. He looked around thinking that if there were stronger dragons escaping would be even more urgent. Li Jiangsu asked if they should return. Sung Woo replied there was still work to do. They would head to the Hall of Divine Guard. Hanho asked in shock, "Are the lights in the compartment still not off?" He replied that the World Devourer and its energy source had been destroyed. The boy asked worriedly if those people were dead. Sung Woo coldly said there was no need to save them, as they had lived by absorbing the world's life force. This system, the two worlds could not coexist. Sung Woo tensely thought someone must have manipulated it from the beginning. Looking at the glowing monument of the World Devourer, he thought this might also be a final trial, as it was merely a piece in the system. Sung Woo concluded that if it continued, their world could become a new demon realm. Suddenly, Li Jiangsu pointed at the ceiling and shouted that there was a passage above. He ordered, "Hanho and I will check that space. You go ahead and prepare the escape route." Jiangsu. After speaking, both immediately moved up to inspect the area above. Hanho walked while fearfully wiping sweat, asking if those were trap marks on the corridor wall. He explained they were traces of fire-breathing creatures. Sung Woo thought that if the World Devourer was dead, then these things should also disappear. Then the boy panicked and pointed forward. Ahead, a brilliant light appeared like a planet. Sung Woo exclaimed that it must be a rare item. Information display: World Tree Essence, Mythic Grade, Unknown Type, Mysterious Effect containing immense power. He touched it and wondered if this was the essence used by the king of the great mountain range, and whether what the world devourer was seeking was the world essence. Following thoughts connected, the mythic quest for draconian evolution was being hindered. Perhaps this could help the world tree grow. Hanho behind them excitedly called out that he had found a chest. Sung Woo looked back and smiled. Indeed, he had a good sense for treasure. Information showed the chest was sealed by powerful magic. Only marked beings could approach it, requiring high-level unsealing. The boy put the chest down and said, in short, it should not be opened without a key. Sung Woo told everyone to withdraw if they were done collecting. Lai Jiangsu shouted loudly, "Can we leave right away?" He thought again. From the moment they entered, they had already moved very deep. Then he stopped and said there was still one thing to confirm. Information appeared: Heaven Calamity Arrow, mythic grade, arrow type, immense power, but cannot be used alone and requires a complete weapon set. Sung Woo looked at the arrow and asked, was this what created the hole in the world tree? The arrow burst with energy, and the system confirmed the god-slaying set was complete. Next information: Heaven Calamity Bow, mythic grade, bow type, ordinary people cannot draw it. Requirement: strength above 100 to draw the string, self-generated arrows, sunfall skill causes large area explosion at the impact point, cooldown 10 days. God-slaying activates when fired with the Heaven Calamity Arrow, piercing all defenses and causing massive destruction, cooldown 10 days. Sung Woo held the arrow, slightly confused but thought that as long as he could draw it nothing would be indestructible. System announcement: Demon Gate will be sealed. He shouted loudly, retreat immediately. Sung Woo looked up and thought it was time to choose the reward. First, make Yama's divinity permanent. Demonic deity appeared, along with a notification stating that permanent divinity was granted by the god Yama. Information on Ayama's skills and powers: demigod rank, including both passive and active abilities. No cost, each day only needs 1 hour receiving divinity to obtain Ayama's power. All stats increased by 10 and exclusive skills can be used. His hand clenched. He wondered if combined with Lich State all stats would increase by a total of 65. At this pace, lifting 1,000 Jin would not be far, he thought. Sung Woo stored the cards and upgraded the reward skill. The Poison Cloud creation skill had advanced from basic to expert. The corner of his lips curved slightly into a faint smile. Good. With what he had achieved, he had taken nearly everything from the Demon Gate. The next point to enhance his power was the Chinese server. A loud explosion rang out. Smoke and flames erupted violently. Screams followed. It is rushing down here. Everyone move quickly. At this moment the monster appeared. Information displayed: first commander of the Demon Nest. Demon Nest monster swung its rope in a powerful attack targeting ship number 3. Damn it. Suddenly Valkyrie, who had seemed dead, reappeared and swung his sword to block the Demon Nest's violent strike. He landed and called out Jisoo. A shocked voice rang out: Valkyrie is still alive. Valkyrie thought that direct combat would be very hard to win. He asked whether she could use mountain essence from the crashed ship to supply mana and restore the barrier. The Great Mountain King responded that amount is only enough to sustain it for a short time. Valkyrie said then they should time it correctly and execute it. He quickly jumped back to evade all the Demon Nest's whip strikes, thinking that at least those wooden whip attacks could still be barely avoided. At this moment the Demon Nest opened its mouth and spewed a stream of green liquid like a spring, dangerously acidic on contact. Valkyrie panicked and Herja hold the barrier, crossed his 2 blades, aimed at the opponent's wooden whip, and unleashed a decisive strike. Immediately continuous slashes poured down onto the Demon Nest's body. Valkyrie flew high to observe the weakening Demon Nest and realized its defeat. He should have cut off its head. Suddenly a massive explosion erupted, releasing intense firepower. Immediately after, a giant foot from the explosion stomped straight down on the Demon Nest's head. He wondered in shock. A massive bone arm appeared. So who is its owner? Information displayed: you received 3,335,000 gold for killing the Demon Nest commander monster. A surge of power erupted violently. Lai Jiangsu asked worriedly, Jisoo, are you okay? Jisoo replied with relief but still hesitated. What is that? Could it be a new boss? From inside, Sung Woo and a giant bone dragon flew out. Everyone exclaimed in shock. A bone dragon? The necromancer has succeeded. Someone asked about him. Who exactly is he? She confirmed he is the one who always wins. He looked down and thought that no matter what happens, he is always the winner. The demonic gate was now spinning violently and roaring nonstop. Sung Woo thought to himself, the Demon Nest has been cleared. Now it is time to start a new battle. Notification displayed: an active counterattack opportunity in the China server war has been granted to the Korean side. If chosen, they can select the battlefield and events. With server authority, you can end the war immediately, but will receive no further rewards. He placed his hand on the screen and decided being attacked without counterattacking is not his style. Information appeared: the Korean server has declared a counterattack on the Chinese server. The battle will be broadcast globally through official channels and counterattack effects are activated. Hanho turned and said it has started again. Jisoo replied they were prepared. Giving the opponent time would be disadvantageous. In the sky, a large number of flying cameras rose to record. Sung Woo clenched his fist and declared, I represent the Korean server, and this message will be delivered to all players in the world. The broadcast began. People discussed, is this the Korean necromancer, that famous guy? Let us see what he will say. He said that since the mysterious game phenomenon appeared, the world has been pulled to the brink of apocalypse. Sung Woo clenched his fist firmly. Now we must prepare for the end of everything. He asked, what do you think this game will last and how will it end? Below, many opinions erupted. What are you saying? How could we know the intentions of that force? Someone reacted harshly. This is divine judgment caused by human wrongdoing. On the screen, Sung Woo calmly replied, I know. He continued, the world is heading toward the worst ending, and I will do everything to stop it. Sung Woo thought to himself, that is the end, we must stop it at all costs. Everyone listened closely as he spoke about forming a global organization centered on the world tree to protect the world. He emphasized that a unified global governing body is needed to prevent the apocalypse. Sung Woo raised his hand and declared, this is a warning. We will do everything to protect the world. He said in a low voice, I hope you make the right choice. This is both a declaration and a test for all humanity. After it ended, everyone began opening portals and leaving. Lady Levy praised the necromancer. I did not expect to become a spectator, but your achievement is impressive. She declared she would help unconditionally after being inspired and finding her purpose again. Before Sung Woo could respond, Hanho laughed loudly, saying he always waits for capable people like this. He found her to be like a saint. Lady Levy said there were still allies in Chinese server too, and they would support when the war breaks out. Another person said the Beastmen Alliance would also continue supporting the necromancer. He held Sung Woo's hand and confirmed he would fight alongside him, giving everything to correct the mistakes that had been made. Haeyeon asked Jisoo whether her family in the adjutant region was still alive and whether she planned to return. Jisoo replied coldly that she had no plans to return until everything was over. She clenched her fist, winked one eye in response. You are probably very important for the upcoming battle, so I cannot tell you to avoid fighting. Haeyeon proudly said that our family and even our father would be extremely astonished by you. You are a hero in their eyes. She continued encouraging, so do not die. You must show those weaker brothers and sisters that you have become stronger. Lei Jiangsu announced, the super-dimensional gate has fully opened. We set off. The ships moved in a line. A voice spoke, Sung Woo. We have just received contact from the council. He looked at the phone report. The servers of the United States, Canada, and Alaska have agreed to form the Minsu Strategic Alliance. All support us, aiming to save the world and achieve victory. Lei Jiangsu looked up. However, we also have some bad news. He reported that the Kadio gang from the Mexico server is currently attacking and seems to be plotting something. Jiangsu assessed, according to Jonathan Ketch Appendix, they seem to have become subordinates of the dragon. The adjutant asked whether he meant they worship the dragon like the Kumiho on Jeju Island. He replied, the dragon has destroyed South America and fallen into hibernation. A regional mission to become followers seems to have been issued there. Sung Woo said a smart monster using players is something we can easily see. That is why we need a control agency. He fell into thought, his eyes gradually darkened. The one who brings the world to its end is not monsters created by the system but perhaps us. The world of the World Eater has also ended due to the war between Fallen One protectors. The Vampire Lord, Dr. Emperor, and many forces may appear in the future. Suddenly Miru screamed loudly. Hanhong asked if Miru was sick. It roared and released a foul breath that made Sung Woo frown in discomfort. Announcement, the Black Dragon Hatchling has completely absorbed a mythic item. Black Dragon Hatchling has inherited and created a new skill from the absorbed item. Skill information, name World Eye, special rank, passive and active type. Consumption, opening World Eye, allows seeing through information, removing exploration obstacles, creating a 20-kilometer real-time position map lasting 20 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour, nullifies mazes, senses hidden space within 300 meters, breaks traps and absolute seals. Cooldown 30 minutes. Lin was slightly surprised and thought that it was the skill from the previous world possessed by the Spirit King, but it had even more effects. At this moment Miru screamed again and rushed toward Hanho, causing him to say, what is it this time? Miru's eyes shone brightly as it moved toward the box. Hanho asked in confusion whether it was the box they dug up from the demon lair. Announcement, the seal's been lifted, relic of Hephaestus. Jisoo judged that Miru had opened something that even Hanho could not. Hanho thought irritably whether he now had to compete with Miru as well. Sung Woo guessed it had broken the first layer seal with World Eye. Announcement, entering the Hephaestus forge. He picked it up and praised it as excellent. Hanho urged him to hurry and asked what he saw, saying he was very curious. Sung Woo realized that the reason the World Eater asked to inspect the Guardian's Hall was not because of the essence of the World Tree, but it was the space of the god Suzuki Zen. A vast gilded space appeared. He wondered whether items could be crafted or upgraded here. Announcement, do you want to enter this pocket space? Transfer to the Hephaestus forge and maintain overlap state with the real world. These things must be checked personally, Sung Woo said to go in. Hanho excitedly asked where he was. In an instant he arrived at another area. Sung Woo observed the surroundings and judged that this was the storage area of the World Eater world items belonging to those in the cocoons. It was stored in a huge warehouse so that when they awakened they could use it. He wondered who they were meant to fight against. Sung Woo thought it must be the system, and accordingly the World Eater also opposed the system. Information using the Hephaestus Anvil increases success rate, adds bonus effects and raises base quality by 300%. After reading it he compared it. It was not as good as the system modification of the thinking server. Sung Woo closed his eyes, pointed and said, "Nevertheless, our blacksmith will like it very much." As the owner he felt satisfied. He looked down the corridor and smiled lightly. Countless items from the cocoons lined both sides. He would make good use of their legacy. Sung Woo laughed brightly. Now he was the richest person in the world. Information: the door is protected by powerful magic. Only marked entities can approach. It cannot be broken by other means. Suddenly his face turned pale, his gaze grew dark and terrifying. Flames erupted. Sung Woo quickly explained to wait. He received it from the World Eater, understand. He said angrily, "What do you mean? Given then taken back, the owners are all dead." Announcement: marked entity absent for a long time, forced removal selection. 1 Hephaestus key, 2 grave robber challenge, once every 24 hours. Sung Woo calculated option 1 was impossible. There was no easy path, only option 2 remained. Suddenly a strong light shone down, causing him to pause. Announcement: Golden Guardian, protector of the forge, has appeared. Immediately a muscular giant appeared. Sung Woo smiled lightly. Hanho supreme or not? Good, this challenge is not too complex. Summon it. Information: a special force controls the space. Skills are currently restricted. He was slightly surprised. Information continues: this is a divine land controlled by a separate divinity. Other divinity cannot be used. Golden Guardian stomped down. The shockwave made Sung Woo dodge quickly and curse inwardly. Damn it. It turned and smiled sinisterly. Sung Woo smiled lightly, saying only using the body. Immediately transformed, drew weapon and shouted, "Death God." Sung Woo rushed to attack, thinking he could still use items and buffs to win. But at that moment the Golden Guardian bent a finger. He used its finger as a weapon and charged towards Sung Woo, making him pause. He was knocked backward, realizing he could not win through exchange of moves. It was faster than expected and could even regenerate. Sung Woo realized there was no other way while the Golden Guardian showed a smug smile. Suddenly behind the door a burst of light flared up, making Sung Woo curious. The light felt familiar, as if pulling him closer. I have to go there, thinking that he leapt from his high ledge and jumped down, laughing loudly. Supreme Han-ho, wait a moment. Notification appeared: the seal of the door has been removed by the marked entity. Sung Woo had just landed when the door opened. Energy erupted violently. He shouted, "Weapons! I need a weapon with destructive power surpassing even death." A sword imbued with intense flames appeared before him. He wondered if this was an ancient weapon. System notification appeared: item information, Crimson Dragon Spear, unknown rank, player crafted type. Dragon hunting effect reduces target movement speed by 30%, also applies pressure on lower level enemies. This is the strongest weapon, made from dragon bones with superior durability. Thanks to Hephaestus power, runes carved by a great mage on its body set effect activates when using 3 Crimson Dragon bone equipment pieces. Looking at the shimmering items, Sung Woo thought the door truly was the treasure vault of the World Eater. He recalled the World Eater who once slew a dragon and possessed the divinity of Siegfried in a complete state. Even death and revival might not guarantee victory against him. Sung Woo turned back toward the door where a golden guard was peeking in and calling out. He raised the Crimson Dragon Spear and shouted, "You cannot keep rushing into dangerous places like this." A powerful strike was unleashed, causing him to collapse. In a roaring explosion, a notification quickly appeared. He received 1 gold for defeating the Forge Guardian, the Golden Guard. The 13th secret treasure was forcibly opened. Sung Woo realized a new room could be opened each day like a daily quest. He returned to normal state, a trace of blood at the corner of his lips, speaking softly about the dragon equipment of the last survivor, the World Eater. Immediately his equipment was changed, power surged across him. He thought it was time to switch gear. System notification appeared about Crimson Dragon armor, unknown rank, player crafted. When equipped it exerts pressure on lower level targets. The armor made from dragon scales and magical metal has superior durability. Thanks to Hephaestus power, great mage runes engraved on its surface set effect activates when using 3 Crimson Dragon bone equipment pieces. Item information, Crimson Dragon bracelet, unknown rank accessory, player crafted. When equipped it exerts pressure on lower level enemies. Magical accessory crafted from dragon teeth with high durability. Thanks to Hephaestus power set effect not yet confirmed activates when using 3 Crimson Dragon bone equipment pieces. A red bracelet appeared on his wrist. The Crimson Dragon King set was completed. System information continued: Crimson Dragon King skill, special grade active, requires at least 3 Crimson Dragon items. Depending on the set the skill changes: a breath of fire from the Crimson Dragon spear activates, turning a 100-meter radius around the spear into a lava field. Molten armor activates, creating a fire vortex around the user. The Crimson Dragon bracelet summons 10 dragon tooth soldiers and allows control over them. After reading, Sung Woo smiled. Defeating a few Chinese masters was easier than he thought. On the other side, 3 people were looking down at the scene below. Han-ho asked with a confused gaze, "You know I love you, right, senior?" Sung Woo stuttered, "Wait, Han-ho, we have not finished arranging things yet." System notification item: Teleria, the shoes of Hermes. Mythical rank shoes allow temporary intangibility with a 10-minute cooldown. The shield of Achilles also appeared mythic rank, creating a holy barrier when infused with mana and granting immunity to all status effects within its range. Jisoo thanked him, saying he always gets good items for them. The kid happily said with this she would become even more invincible. Sung Woo reminded Han-ho to rush into dangerous places. Byung-soo rushed in, reporting urgently US servers will send reinforcements. The super spatial gate is about to open. Spatial gates opened and many spacecraft appeared. System notification: Alliance list includes 3 invincible fleets requiring over 30 massive spacecraft capable of opening a jump gate for 100 kilometers with a 24-hour cooldown. Everyone was confused. What is happening? Why are there so many spacecraft? Should not ground forces be left behind? Johnny stepped down and greeted him, asking if he was doing well. Hudson joked about the quality of life after using their items. Sung Woo replied, "We have upgraded them many times." Hudson laughed, saying he truly was a skilled businessman. Hudson said, "Since you have seen the Alliance, you should bow." Sung Woo replied coldly, "The one who should bow is you." Sung Woo approached and asked quietly, "Do you know about the power of Hephaestus?" He turned and asked, "Do you want to follow me?" Hudson became excited and wondered if he should give up. The two quickly went inside. He looked at the screen and was surprised. Impossible. How could it be this easy? Sung Woo was suspicious. "It seems you are seeing something different from me." Hus smiled softly. He said firmly, "Any data I come into contact with differs from other players. This is the attribute of my profession." Continued, "This is even more shocking than a bug software still running." The screen displayed ability to craft legendary rank equipment, create special effects, and increase the chance of producing rare materials. Hudson grabbed his shoulder. "I will not waste this opportunity. With the fleet brought here, I can complete my divinity." Sung Woo calmly asked, "Are you on a divinity quest? What divinity is that?" Hudson replied, "I am not sure. Even the gods of creation in the East and West differ. Perhaps it depends on the items I create." Sung Woo seriously asked, "Then can I research this place with my workers?" Hudson immediately agreed, "Of course." Sung Woo added, "But everything you create belongs to me." Hus commented, "Indeed, a businessman, you always grasp the key points." A massive tree appeared. System notification: The World Tree Phase 2 is developing 11%. Sung Woo's expression turned tense, realizing this would greatly affect the World Tree. Item information: World Tree Essence, mythic rank, unknown type, hidden power within. Husk said if it reaches the next phase there will be major changes. Currently long-term technology is more important than individual power. Sung Woo gathered his strength, telling himself he must reinforce the infrastructure today. System notification requires using items as nourishment for the World Tree Phase 2. Immediately afterward, a violent surge of power erupted at the top of the massive tree, creating an explosion that shook the entire area. Notification appears: The World Tree has entered Stage 3 maturity. The entire city trembles violently. You have been linked to the World Tree and your stats have increased significantly. The World Tree at Stage 3 maturity is currently at 55% growth. Sung Woo gradually felt relieved, his lips forming a faint satisfied smile. It had grown beyond expectations. Perhaps the next stage would be completion of the World Tree. In the sky, helicopters were circling and flying at high altitude. And Seok looked at the flying airships in confusion and asked, "Good grief, where did those airships come from?" Sung Hun replied, "We are still using helicopters." Dong Hun asked, "The World Tree has also grown larger, right?" The adjutant responded in disbelief, honestly showing confusion. It felt somewhat unsettling. Sung Woo stepped forward. She asked if he had arrived, then asked Sung Woo, "How did you develop so quickly in such a short time? What is the secret?" He replied in confusion, "Who knows, maybe everything turned out this way, because I had to deal with all kinds of damn things constantly causing trouble for me." Et frowned and said, "If that is your secret, I do not want to learn it." Dong Hun spoke, asking if everyone had gathered. Sung Woo turned back and replied, "Yes." The Warring Guild chairman raised both hands, face full of excitement. Everyone was confused and powerless. A powerful voice echoed, "Fighting against the disaster pushing the world toward the apocalypse is the formation of a single center." Valkyrie flew high, looked at the demon pit disintegrating and concluded it had failed. He should have cut off its head. Suddenly a massive explosion erupted, fiery energy spreading violently. At that moment, a giant foot from the explosion slammed down onto the demon pit. He was stunned, wondering whose skeletal arm this could belong to. It could only belong to one person. But who? Notification appears: You have received 335,000 gold for defeating the first Demon Lair commander boss. A surge of power erupted violently. Lei Jiangsu asked Jisoo, "Are you alright?" Jisoo sighed in relief but still wondered, what was that? It was not a new boss. From inside, Sung Woo and a massive skeletal dragon flew out. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "A skeleton dragon! Success! The necromancer has done it." He looked up and asked who exactly he was. She affirmed he is the man who always wins. He looked down and said no matter what happens he is always the winner. Demonic gate continued to spin violently, roaring with tremor-like sounds. Sung Woo thought the demon lair had been cleared and now they had to begin the battle again. System information shows the Korean server has been granted the initiative to counterattack the Chinese server in war. If they choose counterattack, the battlefield and events will be determined by them, or they can end the war without additional rewards. He pressed his hand on the screen and said, "Being attacked and doing nothing is not his style." System information appears. The Korean server declares a counterattack on the Chinese server. The battle will be broadcast live on official Channel 9. Counterattack effects activated for all players. With initiative, they can choose battlefield and deployment method. Hanho turned and said, "It is starting again." Jisoo replied they were prepared because delaying would be disadvantageous. In the sky amid fiery energy, drones gradually took off. Sung Woo clenched his fist and said he is representing the Korean server and delivering a message to all players worldwide. As soon as the broadcast began, discussions erupted. "What is this? The Korean necromancer. He is very famous. Let's see what he will say." He said it has been a while since the mysterious game-like phenomenon began dragging the world into the apocalypse. Sung Woo clenched his fist firmly and said now they must prepare for the ending. He asked how long people think this game will last and what the ending will look like. Murmurs erupted, saying it was nonsense and no one could know. "Idiot. This is the judgment of God. The actions of fallen humanity have..." On the phone screen, Sung Woo appeared with a cold expression. In his mind, he kept thinking the world was heading toward the worst possible ending, and he must do everything to stop it. Sung Woo thought that was the ending and they had to do everything possible to stop it. Everyone listened as he announced the formation of a global organization centered on the World Tree to protect the world. Sung Woo emphasized a global control agency, stating a unified force was needed to prevent the apocalypse. Sung Woo raised his hand and warned this organization would do everything to protect the world. He said to all watching players to make wise choices. He saw it as both a declaration of war and a global test. Then people began activating teleport gates. Lady Levy praised, saying she did not expect to become a spectator like this. He did well in the demon lair. She swore she came to regain spirit, but would now support him unconditionally. Sung Woo had not responded when Hanho laughed loudly, saying he always waited for capable people. He looked at them and remarked, "She seemed like a saint." Lady Levy said she still had people in Chinese server too who would support when war breaks out. Lion also spoke, "The necromancer, the Minsu Beast Alliance will continue to assist." He grasped Sung Woo's hand and said they would fight together using all their strength to redeem their mistakes. Aeon asked Jisoo if their family was still alive in the adjutant area and whether she would return. Jisoo coldly replied she had no plan to return until everything ended. She clenched her fist, adding she might be very necessary for the upcoming battle, so she could not avoid it. Aeon proudly said their family and father would be shocked. She was a hero. He told her not to die and to show everyone she had become stronger. Lei Jiangsu reported the super-dimensional gate was fully open and they were setting off. The ships lined up one after another and moved into the journey. A voice sounded, "Sung Woo, we just received contact from the US. He looked at his phone, reporting that the US, Canada, and Alaska servers had agreed to form a strategic Minsu alliance. All servers declared support for us, the World Tree faction. After just winning, Li Jiangsu looked up, but soon there was some bad news. He reported that the Katio gang from the Mexico server was attacking and was suspected to have some scheme. Li Jiangsu assessed, according to Jonathan Ketch Appendix, that they seem to have become subordinates of the dragon. Hanho asked back, "You mean they are worshipping the dragon like Kumiho on Jeju Island?" He replied that the dragon had destroyed South America and fallen into hibernation, while a regional quest to become believers seemed to have been issued. Sung Woo said that a Minsa-ruled monster using players was obvious, so a controlling agency was needed. He stared, lost in thought. The one bringing the world to its end was not system monsters, but humans ourselves. The world of the World Eater also ended in the war between Arahatan, Sanga, and the guardians such as the Vampire Lord, Dapper, and many others. Such existences may appear in the future. Suddenly Miru cried out. Hanho leaned over and asked, "Miru, are you sick?" It groaned and released a foul stench that made Sung Woo frown in discomfort, while a notification appeared. The Black Dragon Juvenile had completely absorbed a mythic item. The Black Dragon Juvenile had inherited a skill from you to create a new skill. Skill information, name, Eye of the World, special rank, passive and active consumption type, allows seeing through the world. This skill solves solves exploration obstacles, creates a 20km map, marks in real time lasting 20 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown, disables mazes, senses hidden space within 300 mm, and dispels traps and absolute seals with a 30-minute cooldown. Jin wondered in shock whether it was the previous skill of the World Spirit King, but it seemed more diverse than hers. At this moment Miru cried out again and rushed into Hanho, making him say, "What is it this time?" Miru's eyes lit up as she moved toward the box, leaving Hanho confused. It was the box dug up from the demon lair. The notification showed the seal had been lifted, Hephaestus relic. Jisoo judged that Miru had opened something even Hanho could not, making him bitterly think he still had to compete with Miru. Sungwoo thought to himself that it had broken a first-tier seal using the Eye of the World skill. Notification appeared, entering the forge of Hephaestus. He picked up the item and praised it excellent. Hanho urged, "Hurry up, I am so curious." Sungwoo affirmed that the World Eater checking the roof of the Guardian's Hall was not for World Tree essence, but it was the space of the god Suzuki Zen, a vast golden-plated dimension. He wondered if items could be crafted or upgraded here. The notification asked if he wanted to enter the pocket dimension, move to the forge of Hephaestus, and sync with the real world. These things must be checked personally, Sungwoo said excitedly and moved out. Hanho asked excitedly where he was going. In an instant he arrived at another area. Sungwoo observed and realized that among the furnaces was the storage of World Eater items, likely belongings of those in the cocoons. They were kept in a massive warehouse to be used upon awakening. He wondered who they were meant to fight. Sungwoo thought it must be against the system. In that sense the World Eater were also opposing the system faction. Information from using the Hephaestus anvil showed success rate and effects significantly increased, base durability increased 300%, but still not as good as the server Hudson repair. Sungwoo closed his eyes and pointed out that their blacksmiths would like it and felt satisfied with his role as owner. He looked down the corridor and smiled slightly, where countless shelves of items were stored, planning to make good use of their legacy. Sungwoo smiled brightly and said he was the richest man in the world. Information appeared. The door was protected by powerful magic, only marked entities could access it, and it could not be broken by other means. Suddenly his face turned pale and hollow, his eyes darkened. Flames erupted. Sungwoo quickly explained, "Wait, it's not like that. I got it from the World Eater." He angrily said it could not be given and taken back, while the original owners were all dead. The notification stated that the marked entity had been absent for a long time. If forcibly kaiju choose, use Hephaestus Master Key or the Tomb Raider Challenge. The challenge could only be used every 24 hours. Sungwoo calculated and knew option 1 was not possible, leaving only option 2. Suddenly a bright light shone down, making him freeze. Notification: Golden Guardian, the protector of the forge, has appeared. A massively muscular giant immediately appeared. Sungwoo smiled faintly, confirming this was Hanhu Ultimate Trial. Notification: a special force governs the space, skills are restricted. He was briefly shocked. Next notification: this is a divine land, other divinity cannot be used here. The Golden Guardian stomped down, shaking the ground. Sungwoo dodged and cursed, "Damn it." It turned back and smirked. Sungwoo thought it would fight only with physical strength. He immediately transformed, swung his weapon and shouted, "Death God." Charged in, thinking he could still win using items and buffs, but the Golden Guardian bent one finger. Then it counterattacked directly like a weapon, making him pause. His entire body was thrown back. He thought he could not win by trading blows. It was faster and could regenerate. There was no other way. Suddenly a beam of light appeared behind the door, making Sungwoo feel curious and strangely familiar. He decided to rush toward it, ignoring the battle. Hanho called out after him. Notification: the door seal has been lifted by a marked entity. The door opens. Power surged. Sungwoo shouted that he needed a stronger destructive weapon than Death God. A sword combined with powerful firepower appeared in front of him. He wondered whether this was a weapon forged from ancient dragon bones. The system panel displayed detailed item information: Crimson Dragon Spear, unknown rank, crafted by a player, used as a thrown weapon. Dragon hunting effect reduces target speed by 30%. Ultimate weapon made from dragon bone, durable thanks to Hephaestus power and Archmage enchantments, activates when a full set of 3 pieces is equipped. He looked at the shimmering items inside, silently evaluating them. He realized this was the World Eater's treasure when the door had just opened. He thought about the World Eater, who once slew dragons and bore the divinity Siegfried. If in complete state he was strong enough to make he unable to win. He turned back toward the door, seeing the golden guards peeking through, and immediately called out, "Hanho Ultimate." He raised the Crimson Dragon Spear and said it was impossible to recklessly rush into such a dangerous place. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful frontal slash, sending the opponent flying as its head was blown off in a violent explosion. Notification appeared: you received 1 gold for defeating the Forge Guardian. The 13th secret treasure was forcibly open. He realized each day could open one room like a daily quest. Afterward, he returned to a normal state, the corner of his lips still stained with blood, softly mentioning the World Eater equipment. Immediately, that equipment was switched onto him, aura erupting. He decided to change equipment, the Crimson Dragon Armor interface appearing. Crimson Dragon Armor unknown rank, crafted by a player. It pressures weaker targets, made from dragon scales and magical metal, engraved with Archmage spells, activated when a full set of 3 Crimson Dragon Bones is equipped. Crimson Dragon Bracelet unknown rank, accessory crafted from dragon teeth, exerting pressure on weaker enemies reinforced by the power of Hephaestus. The Crimson Dragon set effect activated when more than 3 pieces were equipped. A red bracelet appeared, completing the Red Dragon Lord set on his hand. The skill panel appeared, Red Dragon Lord special tier active skill requiring 3 Crimson Dragon items. Skill changes according to equipped set. Activation creates a 100-meter radius shockwave centered on the spear impact point. Crimson Dragon Armor wraps the user in a violent vortex of flames. The Crimson Dragon Bracelet allows summoning Dragon Tooth soldiers, up to 10 units, directly controlled. After reading it, he smiled lightly, realizing defeating the Chinese server boss was easier than expected. Turning back, the 3 people were looking down at the scene below the floor. Han-ho nervously asked if he really loved her, while he awkwardly replied that things were not settled yet. A notification appeared, Talaria the Shoes of Hermes, a mythic set consisting of Talaria shoes allowing temporary gas form with a 10-minute cooldown, and Akil's shield granting a holy barrier immune to all status effects. Jisoo thanked him for always providing equipment support. The boy excitedly said he would become even more invincible, while Sung-woo reminded him not to rush into danger. Ji-young-soo urgently reported that the US server would send reinforcements and a super space gate was about to open. Space gates opened as massive fleets appeared, system notifications continuously displayed. The allied list included 3 invincible fleets and over 30 giant ships capable of opening 100-kilometer jump gates with a 24-hour cooldown. Everyone looked up in confusion, unable to understand why so many ships appeared and worrying about ground forces. Johnny stepped down to greet them. Husk asked whether their quality of life had improved after taking all their items. Sung-woo replied that value had increased many times, and Husk praised him as an excellent businessman. Husk demanded Sung-woo kneel, but he replied that the one who should kneel was him. Sung-woo asked quietly about the power of Hephaestus. He suggested Husk follow him, causing the man to shout in shock. The 2 of them entered the interior area together. He looked at the screen and said he could not believe it was this easy. Sung-woo suspected Husk saw things differently from him, and the man laughed softly, saying that was normal. Husk explained that everyone sees differently based on profession attributes, even when interacting with the same item. He added that this phenomenon was even stranger than a system error. The screen displayed legendary equipment crafting capability, special effects creation, and increased rare item drop rate. Husk confirmed he would not waste the opportunity, bringing multiple fleets here to receive rewards and study divinity. Sung-woo asked if he was on a divinity quest, and what kind of divinity it was. Husk replied that he was not sure, because divinity changes depending on crafting items between Eastern and Western creative systems. Sung-woo suggested conducting research with the workers, and Husk immediately agreed. Sung-woo added that all items he made would belong to him. Husk commented that he truly was a businessman, always focusing on the key point. A giant world tree appeared, the system showing 2 development at 11%. He became tense, realizing this situation could greatly affect the world tree. Item information, world tree essence, mythic rank, unknown source of power. Husk warned that the next stage would bring major changes, and that technology was more important than individual strength at the moment. Sung-woo decided he had to strengthen infrastructure and build a more solid foundation. The system announced items being used as nutrients for World Tree Stage 2. Immediately, energy erupted violently, shaking the top of the massive tree. The World Tree reached Stage 3, and the entire city trembled violently. You are now linked to the World Tree. Your personal stats have increased significantly. World Tree Stage 3 is developing at 55%. Sung-woo felt relieved and smiled at the rapid growth, believing the next stage would be completion. In the sky, helicopters continued to circle above the area. Seok looked at the ships in shock, wondering their origin while everyone else still relied on helicopters. Dong-hun asked whether the World Tree would continue to grow larger. Adep and Adjutant worried, feeling everything was becoming increasingly unreal and frightening. At this moment, Sung-woo stepped forward. The girl asked whether he had already arrived, and was curious about the secret behind his rapid growth in such a short time. He replied in confusion that he did not know. Perhaps it was because he had to constantly deal with all kinds of damn troubles targeting him. Adjutant frowned. If that was the secret, she did not want to learn it. Dong-hun spoke up, asking whether everyone had gathered completely. Sung-woo turned back and replied briefly that they had. Behind them, the Horang Guild chairman raised both hands high, his face full of excitement. Everyone fell into a state of confusion and helplessness. A powerful voice echoed, stating that the war against the catastrophe pushing the world toward apocalypse would require a single command center. Immediately after, Sung Woo stood on the podium, leaning close to the microphone, and thanking everyone for their support in this large-scale war. He signaled that they still had 6 hours to choose the combat mode, and would first share information with the expected forces of the Emperor. Lady Levy appeared embarrassed, awkwardly admitting that she could not face him directly in a normal way. She observed and realized that his 2 subordinate generals were as strong as expected, along with an extremely large army of terracotta soldiers. Military strength was nearly equivalent to the necromancer. Sung Woo pondered as he heard Lady Levy say that he could create unlimited combat puppets instead of resurrecting. She said in a serious tone that those things might still be produced and stored underground in Beijing at this very moment. It judged that delaying the attack would not be beneficial. Deng Hun said it would only give the enemy more time to strengthen their forces. The Guardian Archmage asked whether they would truly choose Beijing as the battlefield. Sung Woo fell silent and thought. The most notable figure was the one called the Emperor. He had a severe counter property against corpse control abilities. He analyzed in his mind that skills such as resurrection, corpse explosion, or bone creation were almost useless against him since he was not a living being. His eyes grew tense. He believed he could win, but if all predictions were wrong and the worst case unfolded, it would be extremely dangerous. Item information appeared. Resurrection scroll at designated point. Special grade. Effect allows resurrection at a chosen location upon death. Sung Woo tightened his grip on his clothes, thinking that he still had one more chance. He looked at the people around him discussing and thought he might not be able to protect them if the situation went out of control, so he had to win at all costs before it was too late. World announcement appeared, cleansing the Black Lord, designated at the Brazil server, Amazon River Basin area. Everyone was stunned, including Sung Woo. Li Jiangsu stammered asking what was happening, what the Black Lord was, and Sung Woo quickly realized it was Han Kang-suk. Johnny hurriedly explained to the allies that he was not sure what the Black Lord was, but the Amazon area had become a dangerous hotspot, the place where the dragon existed. Sung Woo thought in confusion about what Han Kang-suk was planning. He looked at Johnny, who was continuously explaining the situation to everyone. He speculated that the fleet might move because the dragon was in hibernation, and they could return to defend the mainland if needed. Sung Woo frowned in discomfort. Controlling the dragon was also important, so they could not stop them at this moment. Jiangsu suggested taking 10 minutes to reassess the situation. He assessed that fragments such as the Black Lord, Hell Angels, and demons still contained many unresolved matters. Sung Woo closed his eyes and thought, if the demon nest was a collapsed parallel world, then what remained and what was Han Kang-seok's true objective? He doubted the claim that this was an independent force outside angels and demons, whether that was truly real. Standing before angels and demons, Sung Woo wondered whether the most important thing was if that entity truly helped protect the world. Johnny handed over documents reporting that agent in South America had just sent news of a new disaster mission announced in the region. His face was full of worry as he confirmed this was a disaster-level mission. The mission involved 2 Black Lords, war or submission mode. Objectives and rewards were unclear. The dragon in the Amazon returned to its nest and entered hibernation. During that time, the Black Lord appeared and allied with the dragon, building a castle on top of the nest, opening hell gates and summoning creatures to flood out. The 2 rulers planned world conquest targeting North America first, preparing a 14-day war, and anyone who did not leave would become a target. Everyone was shocked to learn that not only the dragon existed, but it had allied with the Black Lord. Sung Woo confirmed this was definitely an enemy. He said the plan would not change after dealing with the Chinese server. They would continue confronting the Amazon dragon. Jiangsu admitted the difficulty had increased greatly, but said his plan was correct. Sung Woo said recalling the fleet would not solve anything. They needed evacuation and to keep the gate open. He raised his hand, declaring they must win to gain more power, then deal with the Amazon disaster. System notification displayed sword and shield mode, dividing forces into 3 legions. The Spear Legion increased attack. The Shield Legion held fixed defense. The Bow Legion provided mobile support and cyclical movement. Combat effects were clearly configured according to force ratios. If one side takes more than 70% damage, the entire legion becomes disabled and the opposing side wins. Deng Hun said dividing Spear, Shield, and Necromancer forces was the optimal strategy after discussion. Guardian Archmage assessed that if battlefield rules were properly used, they could minimize losses and achieve victory. Afterwards, everyone asked where the battlefield would be placed. Sung Woo decided to choose Seoul as the battlefield. Dong Hun objected, saying the place would be heavily destroyed. Adjutant also worried about damage to the headquarters. Sung Woo looked at Jisoo and said they would not lose to the enemy. His gaze sharpened as he asked whether it could be ensured that the enemy would not break through the defenses when troop movement was restricted. The other person admitted it could not be guaranteed and asked again why the headquarters was chosen as the battlefield. Johnny said worriedly that the barrier had been penetrated before, and even though the world tree had grown, it still needed reinforcement methods. Sung Woo said these abilities were the key to strengthening the defense line. Item information appeared. Aegis Shield Mythic Grade. Creates a barrier when mana is infused at the start of battle. Medusa effect activated, causing petrification within a 50-meter range. 2 shields appeared. Sung Woo read the information of the Mythic Grade items. Akil's Shield Mythic Grade creates a holy barrier and grants immunity to all status effects for targets inside. Han Hu saw the shield being taken and shouted angrily, asking why his items were taken while everyone else was also confused and did not understand what was happening. At this moment, Sung Woo proposed that a 4-star architect and a 5-star blacksmith work together to build a fortress wall with the two of them as the central command. He held the shield and asked in confusion what this was for. Sung Woo said they did not need a wall in the traditional sense, only an indestructible structure and a large-scale weapon system to secure victory. Hearing this, Master Hudson asked in shock whether it was really possible when they only had 24 hours to prepare. Sung Woo smiled lightly and told everyone that the lives of all of them depended on this, and it should be understood in the simplest way. Hearing this, his expression immediately changed, his face sinking with deep worry. A blue notification appeared. The battlefield had been set and would begin in 12 hours. Force lists were kept secret. Construction was operating at full capacity. Lai Jiangsu asked Sung Woo that there was a 2-kilometer gap between the barrier and the fortress wall. He believed the most effective defense was to align the fortress wall and barrier at the same position, and also add supporting trap systems. Sung Woo nodded slightly and instructed that when placing traps they should bury monster corpses deep underground so enemies could not detect them. Suddenly, Master Hudson cursed loudly. "This is the first time I have been so exhausted." He looked at the black floating object like a stream of energy and asked what it was. He angrily replied that it was exactly what he had requested. Notification appeared. "You have witnessed the aura of a masterpiece. Mana and vitality recovery plus 20%, all stats plus 1. The item creates a resonance effect with the fortress wall, inspires within a 1-kilometer radius and activates automatic turrets, firing petrification beams every minute." Description states even the creator does not fully understand it. Sung Woo praised Master Hertz for working perfectly as always, while Han Ho kept shouting that he wanted to use himself as material for making the shield. On the other side, a notification sounded. The Korean server has declared war. The chief eunuch said this was expected. The opponent's strategy was only a diversion. The overseer asked about the preparation status of Minsu forces. The chief replied everything was complete. An unprecedented army with a scale of 100,000 people were ready for battle. The admiral eunuch sipped hot tea, worried about the white holy light sphere possibly being destroyed. The guard confirmed the holy barrier system had been reinforced in multiple layers, and even the Busan explosion did not affect it. The admiral eunuch concluded that the necromancer would be eliminated, all subordinates would collapse, and victory would be offered to the emperor. After speaking, he showed a sinister and eerie smile. Sung Woo's gaze remained firm. The war preparation process had been completed. Strange humming sounds appeared in the sky. Everyone simultaneously looked up to obs. The system displayed an official channel with tens of millions of viewers worldwide. Lai Jiangsu looked at the flying drones overhead and said their side was now live streaming. He suspected the enemy was still hiding forces. Henho panicked, asking if there was more than this. Sung Woo confirmed this was not their full strength. Dong Hun stepped forward to observe and discovered the enemy also had high-grade golems. Lady Levy confirmed those were reinforcements from the Mongolian Golem Master faction, specialized in ranged army units. She added they could summon giant flying horses and possessed skills that could pierce defenses. Johnny confirmed this was a force trained to counter even large fleets. Dong Hun roared, "Shield Legion assemble. We will absolutely not let them break through this time." He clenched his resolve, admitting he had suffered too many failures, but this time he would surpass his limits. He told himself that at the very least he must succeed in holding the defensive line this time. Sung Woo turned to call Jisoo, reminding her that both the emperor and he were commanders with many subordinates. He realized the enemy had a weakness similar similar to his own. If the emperor was taken down, the entire army would be paralyzed. Jisoo asked if it was an assassination. Sung Woo said it was not easy but possible if they seized the timing of direct confrontation between both sides. Sung Woo ordered in a stern voice for Levi to locate a high-level soul. That was why he was assigned to the Legion. Lady Levi flew up in a powerful current of energy, stating that once the soul was recovered it would reveal her true full strength. A blue notification appeared. The war had officially begun. In the sky, warships rushed forward at extreme speed. Supervisor shouted that this was a massive fleet, but there was no need to worry. Continue the advance. The Legion had reached the Luhong region, only a few kilometers from the fortress. The guard reported the fortress had been spotted and warned there might be an ambush, also confirming the necromancer appeared in the Shield Legion. The Admiral Eunuch sneered, saying everything was going according to plan and the Shield Legion was a massive trap. All soldiers looked up at the sky observing the situation. The Admiral Eunuch fanned himself and asked if this was all the enemy forces. Perhaps there was no need to use the white holy light sphere. He raised his hand, ordering that regardless they must crush the enemy's spirit and begin the attack. Notification displayed holy power is spreading across the target area. Immediately a violent surge of energy erupted. Waves of heat energy spread throughout the space. Everything was engulfed in blinding golden light. The Admiral Eunuch laughed loudly, comparing the scene to a rice field before a storm. Reporter Adjutant commented on broadcast that the necromancer's army seemed to have been disabled. He suspected the light sphere was the cause and wondered if there was a way to destroy it. Another admiral said the emperor had prepared everything and was certain of victory as the surviving elite of Chinese server 2. He laughed coldly, saying the emperor had all information and could reconstruct the necromancer's weakness using holy arts. Adjutant shouted that there might be spies, while Valkyrie suddenly attacked Jisoo, possibly shifting the situation. A powerful beam of light erupted, blocking the attack. The Admiral Eunuch continued, insisting the emperor knew everything, including the enemy's subordinate ranks. Inside, Sung Woo drew his bow. Green energy gradually gathered. The enemy was surprised to see him using a normal bow. He released his hand. The arrow shot out like tearing through the wind with immense force. Two streams of power collided, creating an explosion that shook heaven and earth. Admiral Eunuch turned back and scolded the fool. The white light sphere had erected a defensive barrier. Immediately, the entire space erupted in continuous explosions. Red flames burned fiercely and thick black smoke rolled across the sky. Adjutant reporter clenched her fist and asked Gong whether he had once said knowing the enemy and knowing oneself leads to 100 victories. She shouted that in Korea there is a saying, try cursing the emperor, bastard. Life is meant to be experienced. Sung Woo exhaled softly. Bastard finally reached the threshold of power after awakening his mind and launching a counterattack. He looked at the arrow, thinking this power was too great. Even using an invisible arrow instead of a 1,000 Jin arrow was extremely difficult to control. Imperial troops screamed in panic, no way, run quickly. Notification appears. The Apocalypse Battalion from the Abyss has been summoned. Sung Woo stood in the center and ordered to wipe out the enemy forces. The general outside looked at the phone screen in horror. What is happening? How did it become like this in just a few minutes? He immediately commanded everyone to move. He must report to His Majesty the Emperor at once. Li Bei immediately reported. General Li Beijian bowed his head. There was an urgent matter to report to His Majesty. System information appears. The body shrinks due to an unknown energy source. All stats decrease by 4 points. The great being cut off the words, if you wish to meet the Emperor, show the proper etiquette. That man began searching Li Bai thoroughly. He thought this was not the time for a body search. Doing so on the battlefield was incomprehensible. Great Marshal looked at the command box and ordered, go inside. Notification appears. You have entered the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huan. The entire Li Bai group was immediately transported to another space. A man standing on the steps said, General, I know what you intend to say. He paused. Yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor's face darkened as he ordered the chief eunuch is still alive. Hold out as much as possible even if secret techniques must be used. He turned and stated that only after capturing the enemy city could the plan proceed smoothly. Li Bai clasped his hands to accept the order. He would relay the secret technique. Admiral Eunuch heard the news on the phone in shock. What, using secret techniques here? He threw the phone down and laughed loudly in delight. Perhaps this was the only remaining option. Admiral Eunuch turned back and shouted, no need to retreat, gather. I will convey the Emperor's order. A general sneered, as expected. If it is the Emperor's order, it must be obeyed. He lifted a large stone and declared the need for blood and souls of 100 people. Since loyalty means their souls belong to the Emperor. Volunteer offerings. Admiral Eunuch's eyes turned red, blood flowing down his cheeks, looking extremely grotesque and terrifying. System notification appears. You have used an ancient spell of unknown origin. Admiral Eunuch, under crushing pressure, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Others screamed in panic. The ancient spell has been activated by sacrificing those on the list. Blood continuously poured from his body. Admiral Eunuch pointed. Enunciated target attack has been designated. System continues, attack target established, number of targets 157, objective is elimination. In the sky green wraith-like souls floated everywhere. He ordered the wraiths from the holy white light sphere sacrificed from 33 priests. Unleash all resentment on him. They immediately spiraled into a vortex rushing toward Sung Woo. He said coldly he originally wanted to keep this secret, but they played their trump card first. System notification appears under Minsu realm order. The souls of the dead are summoned immediately. A newly summoned soul appears behind Sung Woo. Waves of soul power surged toward him. Admiral Eunuch laughed in satisfaction. That is right, you cannot escape these cursed souls. A deep teleportation gate suddenly appeared. Chains shot out binding the floating souls. He saw this and was stunned. What is happening? System notification appears. Minsu realm order has been issued in the target area. In front of Sung Woo, steel pipes appeared neatly arranged behind like a massive structure emitting an overwhelming aura. He declared all vengeful souls have been controlled. He originally tried to keep this secret. The chief overseer shouted loudly, but they have already played their trump card first. The scream echoed everywhere. Sung Woo raised his hand coldly. Everyone retreat immediately since it has come to this. System notification appears. I will collect and wipe them out from that line of souls. A violent aura erupted. Energy surged into the soldiers' screams echoed across the battlefield. Sung Woo said coldly under Minsu realm order the souls of the dead are summoned. The emperor is likely within the strongest shield battalion. He slightly startled and thought, does he not always keep the adjutant for himself? Then the battalion he is in is. The defensive layer shattered like a glass cup struck hard. General screamed in terror. The barrier is broken. Not enough mana. Cannon fire and mana streams fired continuously. He shouted connect new mana tanks to the barrier. Mana streams surged causing massive explosions across the sky. Shells from warships kept coming. The general urgently said deploy defensive barrier, replace mana batteries. This is technology from Algia 2, the strongest base on the continent. Advanced continental technology erupted. A massive explosion, sounded flames and black smoke billowed. We have pierced the world tree barrier. Commander shouted troops advance. Johnny reported enemy golems are installing siege weapons. Summoner soldiers were pierced by energy. Lightning debris scattered everywhere. Continuous bombardment rained down. Explosions erupted violently. All warships fired simultaneously to overwhelm by numbers. The sky enemy forces kept rushing forward. Screams echoed while maintaining distance and retreating under defensive pressure. Sung Woo thought those are Mongol ghost cavalry in spirit form charging forward. Sung Woo proposed that a 4-star architect and a 5-star blacksmith join forces to build a fortress wall, using them as the central command. The shield bearer asked in confusion, what are we doing? Sung Woo said they did not need a literal fortress wall, only an indestructible structure and a large-scale weapon system to achieve victory. Master Hudson asked in shock whether it was really possible when they only had 24 hours of preparation left. Sung Woo smiled lightly and said all their lives depended on those people, nothing more. Hearing this, his expression immediately changed, his face sinking with worry. A blue notification appeared that the battlefield had been decided. It would begin in 12 hours. Forces were kept secret. Construction was working at full speed. Lai Jiangsu asked Sung Woo that there was a 2 km gap between the barrier and the fortress wall. He believed the best defense was to align the fortress wall and barrier together, and also add supporting traps. Sung Woo nodded and instructed them to bury monster corpses deep underground to avoid detection. Master Hudson shouted in exhaustion and asked what that floating black object was. He angrily replied that it was exactly what he had requested. Notification appeared, you have witnessed the aura of a masterpiece. Mana and vitality recovery plus 20%. All stats plus 1. The item creates synergy with the fortress wall, forms a 1 Kier aura, and installs turrets that fire petrification shots every minute. Sung Woo praised Hertz for perfect work, while Hanho kept screaming that he wanted to be used as crafting material. Another voice rang out, the Korean server has declared war. The chief eunuch said this was expected. The enemy was only creating a diversion, then asked about Minsu troop preparations. The chief eunuch replied everything was ready. An unprecedented army had been assembled. 100,000 soldiers were ready for battle. The Admiral Eunuch worried about the white holy light sphere. The guard confirmed the multi-layered barrier system had been reinforced and black turtle energy had been infused. Even the Busan explosion could not break it. The Admiral concluded the necromancer would be destroyed and all subordinates would collapse, then present victory to the Emperor. He revealed a cold, mysterious, and sinister smile. Sung Woo's gaze remained firm. The war preparation process was complete. Strange humming sounds echoed in the sky. Everyone simultaneously looked up. The system displayed an official global channel, with nearly 9.9 million viewers watching. Lai Jiangsu looked at the drone footage and said their side had officially gone live. He suspected the enemy was still hiding forces. Hanho asked in panic if there was more than this. Sung Woo confirmed this was not their full strength. Dong Hun realized the enemy also had high-level golems. Lady Levy flew over and shouted, calling the necromancer. Sung Woo asked if all of those were Earth soldiers and how many there were. She replied that they were produced in massive numbers and were still being manufactured. Sung Woo tensely thought that prolonging the situation would be disadvantageous. The tide was shifting toward the enemy. Sung Woo asked Levi if he had recovered. He replied that his soul was heavily corrupted and could not be restored immediately, but he still wanted to fight to take revenge on the Emperor. The Emperor coldly thought he would crush everything and leave only ashes behind. Immediately, powerful energy streams were launched. A massive explosion erupted, and strange luminous threads appeared at the same time. Sung Woo shouted a warning. Levi also reported the risk of being controlled if touching those threads. A gigantic stone wall and a concrete humanoid suddenly appeared. Everyone was horrified to realize the enemy had learned a new skill, able to turn surrounding objects into soldiers. Sung Woo gritted his teeth, thinking this was the worst counter because they could not turn them into subordinates. Lady Levi released her aura, controlling spirits to attack the enemy. The streams of energy rushed directly at the stone giant, continuously striking it. Notification: you received 3,000 gold for killing a normal grade clay soldier. The stone giant was shattered into pieces. The system continuously notified additional gold received from normal and elite clay soldiers. Another 3,000 gold was recorded from killing a normal clay soldier. Lady Levi seized the opportunity. This is the moment. Wipe them out as much as possible. She closed her eyes, showing excitement as if she had waited for this moment for a long time. The enemy general became furious and ordered the troops to focus on destroying the fortress wall instead of engaging the necromancer. The unit shouted loudly that they must eliminate them quickly and push inside. Jiangsu shouted, "Statue, appear now." A massive guardian statue erupted, radiating overwhelming power. Information: the guardian statue grants admiration effect, increases all stats, increases defense and magic resistance by 100%, and grants a 200% holy barrier. The guardian statue activated periodic petrification beams, its light falling like snowflakes. Two powerful beams like projectors fired straight forward. They pierced through the enemy formation like two energy blades. The eunuch panicked, looking at his hand, and stammered, unable to understand what was happening. He ordered not to let it fire, immediately attack and destroy it. Shouts rang out, but it was already too late to activate the barrier. Jisoo swung her sword continuously, slashing through the enemy army without pause. The enemy roared, demanding her elimination at all costs, but they had to close in first. A man laughed contemptuously and insulted the opponent as an idiot, believing that even with confidence in speed he could not escape because he was already surrounded. A violent explosion suddenly erupted and shot straight toward the girl. Bombs simultaneously surrounded the area, accompanied by continuous loud shouts of bombs. Immediately the bombs detonated in succession, creating violent shockwaves, and the sky lit up in a sea of fire. The general froze and looked at the crimson scene, stammering in disbelief. The Iron Cavalry should have been supporting the siege earlier. Behind them discussions erupted. Many suspected Valkyrie was too strong. Even the corpse-controlling mage exceeded expectations. The risk of failure became clear. The gates were still slightly open. People poured out one after another. Screams echoed everywhere, yet their side continued to deploy reinforcements. A foot stepped down heavily, affirming that as long as they held out, the Emperor would continue. The battlefield was in complete chaos. Waves of explosions kept crashing down, and the space was submerged in a sea of fire. Sung Woo raised his hand, mana swirling in his palm, thinking that the underground monsters had been secretly infused with his mana. He called out Salamander, thinking there was no way that thing could kill the Emperor, determined to end him personally. Immediately after, he leapt high into the air. Sung Woo rushed straight toward the Emperor, a notification appearing that the ghost bombardment skill had been infused into the weapon earlier than expected. A torrent of power crashed down on the Emperor, continuous explosions echoed, and he believed the attack had landed. Even though it was blocked by a barrier, he believed the next strike would be enough to finish him. The Emperor raised his hand, releasing radiant energy like bolts of lightning. Sung Woo released a flashing surge of aura and shouted, "Winter Scent Hunter." He swung his sword down with furious eyes, declaring this was the end. The Emperor's head was split in two, blood splattered across space. Sung Woo noticed the ground flickering crimson and sensed something was wrong. A massive explosion suddenly erupted, blasting him violently backward. Sung Woo looked back and blamed himself for being careless, realizing the Emperor had set up a concealment barrier in advance. He startled himself, wondering where the Emperor's true body was. Space began to twist as threads coiled into a vortex sweeping across the battlefield. Sung Woo immediately sensed danger and considered retreating, a notification appearing that Sunset Raid had begun. He looked down in suspicion, wondering whether this wind was being controlled by that woman. Sung Woo quickly realized it was not the Emperor but another entity. Suddenly heavy rain poured down and the sky shifted from blazing fire to a terrifying darkness. Blue ring of light appeared high above, releasing thunderous lightning strikes. He judged that the opponent controlled wind and water, and being in the enemy base he had to retreat as everything reset to the starting point. The Emperor looked up and said it was a necromancer mage, but more dangerous than expected. He immediately changed plans and ordered the city wall to be taken before the opponent could use more schemes. The emperor ordered him to be handed to the female subordinate for handling, saying she could make him stop breathing if commanded. He refused, saying he would handle it himself since the world was watching and his subordinates only needed to follow orders. Spears were planted as the emperor treated war like ruling an empire. Everything had to follow his will. System notification appeared. A mythical clay artifact was releasing a special energy. Information continued to appear, relics summoning Guan Yu Yunchang and Lubu Fengxian. He ordered the advance toward the city wall, determined to prevent the opponent from crossing his boundary. Lady Levy cursed softly. Even after massive destruction, the situation remained unchanged. Sung Woo realized he was advancing toward the wall. He concluded the opponent had changed strategy and intended to strike the wall while attacks continued to pour in. Lady Levy asked whether they should stop it. Threads once again surged violently, spreading across the entire space. She asked in confusion whose skill this was. Sung Woo replied it belonged to the woman controlling clouds, wind, and water. Lady Levy recognized her as the one who had sealed her spirit in a ritual, a subordinate of the emperor with divinity. A great voice spoke that the necromancer mage was not allowed to pass here. He smiled faintly, saying the enemy was stalling and he needed to uncover the opponent's divinity to deal with it faster. Suddenly she asked in a cold voice whether he had two divinities, Anubis and Iyama. Sung Woo was startled, realizing she could see player abilities, while Lady Levy panicked as her plan was exposed. The great entity unleashed a strike, declaring that the so-called useless death god dual divinity holder would be useless against him. Threads of power erupted again, attacking everywhere, explosions covering the sky. He realized even invisible souls were being dragged in, meaning his divinity was still effective. The great entity laughed savagely, saying the sacred dragon power granted by the emperor was not an ordinary divinity. Sung Woo softly mentioned dragons, causing her to laugh and believe he had exposed his weakness. He calmly said that if the opponent was skilled at gathering information, then they should understand his information was the most important. Armor appeared as he smiled lightly, saying the enemy had turned themselves into a rabbit before the hunter. System notification synergy effect activated with teammate 4. Damage against dragons increased by 200%. Resistance to breath and fear increased by 200% when 3 dragon-slaying weapons are equipped. She became enraged, deeply provoked, and declared she would show him who the real hunter was. Threads of power continued to erupt violently, spreading across the battlefield. Lady Levy warned that the necromancer mage was stronger than before, and if souls were used they would be bound. Sung Woo shouted from behind, "Levy, fall back. Only I and my subordinates will advance." At this moment his group looked as small as ants, completely contrasting with the massive threads of the great being surging before them. On the warships amid heavy rain, energy attacks were continuously unleashed in fierce bursts. Immediately, a series of massive explosions erupted violently across the battlefield. Jiang Su shouted orders. Part of the enemy force had been destroyed, but reinforcements kept coming. If they closed and the defensive line would break, continue firing. He kept issuing orders. Eventually, the enemy reached the walls. The climbing puppets were immediately knocked down. Suddenly, a gigantic hand rose up, and on its palm stood the emperor. Exclamations echoed everywhere. "What is that? What are those hands?" The energy threads on his body shone intensely, while a warning rang out that he was controlling them. "Do not let yourselves be bound." A massive statue immediately appeared, releasing overwhelming pressure that covered the battlefield. His eyes burned brightly, filled with killing intent. 2 powerful beams of light shot down. Screams echoed. The unit troops panicked and fled. Sun Gu turned back, asking if that was the emperor. Han Ho replied it was fake, impossible to believe. The kid said the statue's support effects had disappeared, and Seok gritted his teeth. No, perhaps the enemy had become stronger. Dung Hun leapt up and attacked, shouting they must bring down the emperor no matter what. Jisoo spoke up, "I will do it." He raised his hand, "Then I will make my move." Dung Hun roared to destroy the statue and protect the wall. At this moment the statue lifted its giant leg. A stomp landed, creating a terrifying shockwave that spread across the battlefield. The armored legion shouted, "Everyone evade. We will destroy it with firepower." Under the rain the battle became extremely fierce with relentless waves of attacks. Sung Woo watched the slash flying toward the warship, wondering if it was a spear throw. He looked at the moving statue and realized it was more dangerous than expected now that it was acting like a true enemy. Husk and the blacksmiths had reinforced it too well. Han Ho's eyes lit up as he began moving. Item information appeared. Heroic grade demonic dagger can release a phantom blade mimic. Cooldown 10 seconds. Sung Woo charged straight at the statue. A massive explosion erupted with rocks and debris flying everywhere. Further item information appeared. Legendary death speed ring. Increases one-hand damage. Increased dagger critical rate. Activates burst speed for 1 minute. The kid shouted excitedly, "I got it back, my kills." The statue asked in shock where that shield came from. He thought to himself it was itself. Sung Woo said the wall was formed from multiple linked skill items. Destroying the armor would allow penetration. Kang Hun hesitated, saying it was a goddess statue, but Ansok and Suho both agreed it must be destroyed. A warning sounded. The statue was about to unleash a petrification attack, its eyes glowing fiercely. Sung Woo flew high and struck down, shouting spear cross. Hanho asked in shock if it could be blocked. He assessed it was a light attack and tried to buy time before the next petrification wave. Suddenly a massive spear-like object descended from the sky. The kid raised his shield, shouting defense Achilles. Seok rushed out to block it, gritting his teeth as he held it back. He kicked out hard and roared, "We will break the helmet first." Hanho roared, "It cannot use petrification anymore." Sung Woo called out to Hanho, "Aim for the head." Hanho kept attacking relentlessly. Seok seized the opportunity and landed a heavy punch on the statue's head, impact echoing out. At the same time, he unleashed an energy attack, spear cross. The entire battlefield sank into chaos under the rain. Sung Woo landed after the attack and panted heavily. A thought flashed, the Necromancer and Valkyrie have pushed me off the ranking, but I can still defend the wall for as long as I want. Suddenly, generals with glowing red eyes appeared and stared at Sung Woo. The massive threads continued to surge forward violently. They formed a solid defensive wall. A voice laughed, "Useless, you cannot break through." Sung Woo said, "Perhaps you are ordered to stop me, but I have no intention of passing through." Said calmly, "I let my subordinates handle the dangerous work first." Two beams of light erupted, breaking the vortex defense. The great being was startled. "What is that?" In the sky, a swarm of vampires dove down like arrows. The great being swung its hand into the vortex and roared, "Nothing can pierce the holy dragon wind." The armored boss charged forward, saying it can be broken, even the holy dragon. The great being, enraged, unleashed an attack toward the armored boss. System notification, Roy rushed up to assist. Senior, hurry. At that moment, Roy charged into the thread vortex, breaking the defense as blood splattered everywhere. Sung Woo thought he had summoned a shadow army hidden in the clouds. The enemy did not expect him to use subordinates as shields. The great being collapsed, blood spreading across the ground, screaming in pain that he was cruel. Sung Woo raised his sword, smiled, and said he liked collecting bones. This time it might be a good harvest. Eda shouted stop, but Sung Woo did not hesitate, driving his blade straight down. System notification appears, you have received 23,000 gold for killing a player. Next notification, La Evitan inactivity completed. Dragon slaying condition triggers a new effect. The sword absorbs massive mana. System window opens, synergy level 4, hidden lineage Vian train. Weapon synergy requires equipping 4 or more dragon slaying weapons. Damage type plus 300%. Breath resistance plus 300%. Dragon pressure resistance plus 300%. Experience in gold gain plus 200%. Special drop rate plus 100%. Extremely overwhelming upgrade effect. After reading, Sung Woo muttered in confusion that increasing special drop rates turns hunting into a gambling game with life on the line. Lady Levy rushed over excitedly, asking if he was done. Finally, she could use spirits. He asked back if she could control the entire water zone. He looked closely and judged that this was harder than creating water with spirits, but still possible. Sung Woo replied, "Really, eh?" Then told her to come closer. Levy asked in confusion why and what suddenly happened. System designates target player as Envoy of Yama. Skill, Envoy designation, supreme rank, consumes 10 mana, selects a player or subordinate with intelligence as Yama Envoy. Up to 5 targets. Can control up to 20 hunted souls per envoy. Can revive envoy once. Cooldown 49 days. Levy pointed at herself, stammering, asking if she was becoming a subordinate. Sung Woo reassured her it was only to increase forces. System allows reading fragments of the dead's memories. His hand opened, and massive streams of information appeared. A voice echoed in his mind, "The Emperor made a mistake trying to stop me through your closest ally. The woman's divinity is Ying Long. The Emperor is hiding a secret weapon." He looked at the flames burning in the rain and wondered if the Emperor's hiding place was there. Sung Woo ordered Levy to wipe out all terracotta soldiers. From above, streams of force descended like light threads, whipping down violently. They surged like a spider web straight toward Jisoo. Continuous explosions covered the sky in debris and smoke. Countless energy bolts fired like trap wires everywhere. Voices shouted to retreat from the siege weapons. The Emperor appeared from above, golden energy covering the space. Sung Woo wondered how many times this situation had repeated. Even while forcing forward through the barrage, the energy threads made approaching nearly impossible, but he still did not give up. Energy threads clung to the airships like invisible cables. Sung Woo realized he was controlling all of them. Ani also discovered the airships were under control, making them hard to shoot down due to protective shields. Surrounded, he cursed, "What kind of monstrous power is this?" Seok panicked and ordered to save the commander. "Quickly destroy those dolls." A massive explosion sent everyone flying. Sung Woo muttered about the enemy's strength. He realized this was not something ordinary players could handle. They were forced to fight these 2 dolls. One enemy rushed in and stabbed his arm, causing blood to spray. Sung Woo screamed in pain. Another raised a spear, preparing to finish him upon seeing the opening. The Emperor released overwhelming power across the battlefield. Hanho rushed in to block the attack, saying he had finished charging the barrier and returned to assist, mocking the opponent as just a puppet. Sung Woo shouted, but Hanho was knocked back. After dealing with Hanho, the Emperor turned to look at him. Sung Woo thought they could not win with Hanho alone. Even with a few impressive moments, his combat strength was not that overwhelming. Manhwa suddenly awakened, summoning a shield to block all attacks, shocking Sung Woo. He warned the enemy and claimed to have 6 arms, making Sung Woo unable to believe his eyes. He panicked seeing the chaotic moving arms, unable to understand how a human could do that. Manhwa roared, challenging the enemy to attack harder. Item information: Achilles shield, mythic rank, vitality plus 10, defense 100%, magic resistance plus 100%, curse immunity plus 50%, status immunity plus 50%, creates holy barrier when mana is infused, grants full immunity to effects inside. Manhwa laughed loudly, saying the enemy was too close and mocked obeying the enemy. Sung Woo saw the Emperor's spear get stuck and was surprised, while Manhwa laughed as if he had predicted it. System notification: you have received 30,000 gold for killing an heroic terracotta soldier. Surrounding rocks shattered. System notifications kept appearing. You received an additional 30,000 gold for defeating a heroic terracotta soldier. Manhwa exhaled lightly, confirming the target was eliminated. Sung Woo judged him strange, but as strong as expected. He called out to Manhwa. He turned back, asking what. A massive beam of light fell from the sky, causing a violent explosion. The entire space was covered in blinding blue light. In the smoke, Manhwa appeared with strangely glowing red eyes. He said he had endured the earlier airship bombardment, then asked if he could still provide protection. Blue beams continued raining down, creating a chain of explosions across the battlefield. Sung Hun panicked, asking if the guild leader and Manhwa were dead, and Seok confirmed they were the strongest force and could not be taken down. From within the energy threads, a surge of force erupted. Another explosion echoed, smoke covering the area. The overseer reported that 3 airships had been retaken. Johnny was shocked, not understanding what was happening. And Seok frowned. Kang Hun also could not believe this overwhelming power. Everyone exclaimed in shock, not understanding why Manhwa was so strong and how this could happen with a 1-star class. Manhwa was no longer foolish, his gaze firm, silently realizing his path had begun the moment he chose a 1-star class. Divinity was believed to only appear in 4 or 5-star classes, yet the young boy shifted his gaze toward Jisoo, a 3-star hunter who had finally obtained divinity. Manhwa calmly explained that divinity does not depend on the star level of the main class, but is obtained by completing an attribute of a certain god. This is an hidden path, full of difficulty and chance. The young boy asked what the orthodox path to obtaining divinity was. Sung Woo asked back in surprise. What? There is such a thing. System notification appears. Congratulations, you have met the condition to obtain a permanent divinity. Personal defense exceeds 2,000. Defense genius. The young boy clasped his hands and affirmed that this was the act of pushing a condition to its absolute limit. Manhwa began speaking confidently. My class is thief and priest, but I focused entirely on defense because I did not want to die. I kept investing into defense continuously and completely. And that is how I obtained divinity, or rather broke the game system. The young boy looked at him in shock, unable to believe such a method could also obtain divinity. System notification appears. You have received the power of the Northern God. Permanent divinity effect. When divinity is activated, you enter state 8. All stats increase by 10. You can use Absolute Defense Master, Master of Yin Energy Field, and Master Transformation skills. The Emperor, observing from afar, also had to admit that this insect was indeed an unexpected variable. Sudden warning appears. HQ incarnation activated in target area. Immediately 3 magic circles simultaneously appeared. Lady Levy cursed. Damn it. Sung Woo immediately realized that even Levy's energy waves were weakening. He observed the surroundings and noticed terracotta troops. Even so, there were still many surviving players, but relying only on water without support to break through was too much. She turned back and said softly that she could not go any further. Sung Woo reassured her to hold on a little longer, just stall until reinforcements arrive. At that moment, a figure dropped from above. He said softly, he has arrived. Han flew in and reported loudly, my lord necromancer, I have brought the item you requested. Sung Woo nodded in satisfaction and declared, good, the battle with the Emperor begins now. Everyone immediately entered combat readiness. Surveillance drones continued flying overhead. Reporter adjutant asked where did the necromancer suddenly disappear to. Another journalist noted he was farther from the battlefield than during the intense fighting. Exclamations erupted upon seeing a terracotta soldier. She asked in confusion, what is a terracotta soldier doing here? The journalist awkwardly replied he was not sure. Perhaps it was protecting something important. Suddenly a surge of golden energy-infused attack erupted. The strike slammed into the armored boss, causing him to roar in pain. The soldier appeared. Reporter adjutant immediately identified it as an heroic terracotta warrior, possibly Xiang Yu from historical records, said to rival Guan Yu and Lu Bu. On the opposite side, someone shouted in protest, rival? Do not make me laugh, that is Overlord Xiang Yu, the strongest in Chinese legend. The atmosphere grew tense with heated arguments. Sung Woo thought as expected that guy would protect the Emperor. He ordered Min Seok hold him down. He quickly said he would go take down the Emperor as fast as possible. The armored boss immediately accepted the order, understood. Sung Woo looked toward the chest and confirmed the target. The Emperor was there. Thinking so, he rushed straight toward the chest without hesitation. System notification appears. You have infiltrated the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, classified as intruder, but not forcibly expelled. Sung Woo observed the inner space and thought it was uncomfortable. Going alone without subordinates meant great risk. The Emperor spoke. You have made a mistake by stepping into my domain. He believed Sung Woo must have a plan to dare enter such a dangerous place, but that very thought was a mistake. System information continues. This space is a divine land governed by a specific divinity. Here you cannot use other divinities. After reading this, he realized this place was identical to Hephaestus' forged space. The Emperor continued, the one who uses death as his final weapon has walked into death itself. You will end in defeat. Sung Woo smiled faintly. Is someone watching, or are you just too afraid to show yourself and only dare to talk? Immediately, countless terracotta soldiers surrounded him from all sides. The Emperor arrogantly asked, what else can you do? Your summoning power is sealed while I have an entire army. Sung Woo laughed coldly. Sorry, but this is not my first time in a space like this. Skill panel appears. Red Dragon Lord. Special rank. Requires at least 3 Crimson Dragon items. Skills include Fire Domain Breath, Boiling Armor, and Dragon Fang Soldier Summon. He released Overwhelming Aura and activated the skill. Even in this special space, he could still use Dragon Fang Soldier Summoning. Immediately, Dragon Fang Soldiers appeared, mouths spewing fierce flames. They charged into the terracotta army. Sung Woo thought these were bone guardians formed from dragon bones, high-tier undead. The battle quickly erupted violently. Clashes and explosions shook the space continuously. He looked at the Emperor's wrinkled old face and wondered, is that really the Emperor? The Emperor smirked. Necromancer, just a trivial trick. Sung Woo turned to adjutant and said, an old man trying to manipulate everything from the shadows. I will give him a new experience. He raised his spear high and shouted, an experience called death. Outside, the armored boss was continuously being violently attacked by Xiang Yu. The armored boss roared in anger, realizing the plan had begun to deviate severely. It looked toward the chest and realized it could not retrieve the transported item, meaning it could not bring subordinates to the Emperor's location. Minsu was forced to use thrown vials. Thinking this, the armored boss roared, explosion kill. A violent explosion erupted, thick black smoke covering the area. It hesitated to use all monsters in its inventory here, but there was no other choice left. The armored boss swung its hand, activating a magic circle, determined to complete the mission given to Sung Woo. It silently hoped everything was not yet too late. Armored Fort assessed that our fate depends on the battle between Sung Woo and the Emperor inside the 2 puppets, seeing which side disappears first. Adjutant was stunned, surprised to see the clay soldiers gradually collapse onto the ground. He wondered if they had completely stopped functioning. Li Jiangsu on this side shouted that the necromancer had taken down the Emperor's true body. The general shouted that it was impossible, that was absurd, do not be deceived by the enemy's words. A report voice rang out, sir, the clay soldiers are starting to move again. Clay soldiers that had just fallen now stood back up and moved again, following the Emperor's will, but part of them were heading toward another location. And Seok shouted loudly that they were definitely heading toward the necromancer. Stop them immediately. Manhwa raised both hands and shouted to Jisoo that the other hand was moving. It seemed the Emperor puppet was trying to retreat. Jisoo leapt up, silently realizing the situation had changed because of Sung Woo's ambush, causing the Emperor puppet to try returning to its true body. She turned and shouted to Hanho to stop it, help her break those threads. The kid was emotionally moved to tears, saying that Sister Jisoo was finally no longer alone like Passenger 1 who had disappeared. At this moment, a gigantic spear plunged straight down, aiming at the massive hand in front. A shout rang out, Black Demon Tail attack, and the hand was immediately pierced violently. Jisoo seized the opportunity and flew up, silently praising that this was the opening. She immediately slashed a powerful strike directly at the hand. In her mind, she thought she would cut down the Emperor puppet with a single blow. Suddenly, the Emperor reappeared, and Jisoo immediately realized she had been tricked. A notification appeared, you have been bound by Glepnia. Her entire body was restrained by energy threads and could not move. They were like a spider web, and Jisoo was the prey caught in a trap. She shouted that she could not escape and called for Hanho to help. The Emperor declared this was a trap that once bound Fenrir in Norse mythology, not easy to break. Hanho below unleashed stabilizing power on Adjutant, telling Jisoo not to worry, he was here with HQ Vinity. The kid transformed into a divine dragon and rushed forward, shouting to save his sister while gripping the massive hand. He suddenly panicked, wondering if he should not only save her but also jump in as well. Johnny ordered the entire fleet to prepare bombardment, while surveillance reported enemies and allies being dragged into chaos. A hesitant man said they might not die, because it was defensive divinity, but the Guardian Archmage immediately intervened to stop it. He said in a stern voice that instead of bombardment, why not use the items already placed on the ship to achieve the goal of binding the necromancer? At the same time, tentacles suddenly shot up from the ground, attacking the ships. Hanhu immediately realized they were vines of the world tree. A shout rang out ordering the entire fleet to disperse and avoid the movement of the giant hand. The kid looked at the scene in panic, seeing the hand gradually disappearing to an unknown place. Suddenly a figure rushed down and shattered the entire chaotic situation. Sung Woo appeared coldly and declared it was over, saying the giant statue and the enemy army were essentially finished. Emperor spoke, indeed a spirit master, but all your schemes are already exposed. A notification panel appeared along with a warning about the hand of the oppressor he activated. Compared to you, I have not even used a single move yet. He paused briefly and thought. The giant hand controlling objects had quickly withdrawn from the fortress wall. Immediately after, energy beams shot out at extreme speed, attacking in all directions. They rushed forward fiercely, aiming straight at the Jiang Long soldiers. He thought to himself, the flame of the Dragon Fang soldiers carries Crimson Dragon power. Even the Emperor's control threads cannot surpass it. He still did not stop. The Emperor smiled slightly. So my first move was blocked. Sung Woo silently assessed that if he made a mistake the situation would immediately reverse. At this moment he spoke again. This is the second move. Half of the clay soldiers have already attacked your village. Sung Woo raised his weapon and mocked. Just ordinary dolls, is this your second move? A massive explosion erupted. The Emperor laughed loudly. A necromancer throwing a spear. Are you out of options? Warning panel appeared. Breath of the fire realm is forming in the target area. Immediately streams of firepower erupted violently. System notice. You received 3,000 gold for defeating a mid-level clay soldier of the player. Flames erupted violently across the battlefield. System notice. You received an additional 3,000 gold for killing a mid-level clay soldier of the player. Notifications kept appearing. You received 3,000 gold from eliminating a mid-level clay soldier. Sung Woo spoke. Fine then, talk. Just the two of us. The Emperor said angrily. I still have many dolls, but now we are evenly matched. Perhaps you have the advantage in physical strength. If only this was not my domain. Another warning appeared immediately. Warning, gaze of the oppressor has been activated in the target area. Warning information. You are affected by the gaze of the oppressor. All physical abilities are severely reduced. If prolonged, you will be susceptible to mental control. Sung Woo was instantly suppressed, his jaw clenched as he let out a groan. The Emperor laughed loudly. This place operates under my power, here you cannot win. His body was lifted into the air, he chuckled, interesting play, soul summoning. But Sung Woo cut in sharply. You are laughing too soon, activate boiling armor. System activation, boiling armor of Crimson Dragon armor. His body instantly surged with power, covered in Crimson Dragon armor breaking through the Emperor's energy beams. Sung Woo struck downward, causing an earth-shaking explosion. The Emperor remained unharmed and sneered. Is that your ultimate move? I am starting to get bored. He immediately fired energy that tightened around his neck and said coldly, do you still not understand? In this domain nothing escapes my sight. The Emperor glanced at the approaching Dragon Fang soldiers and mocked, or perhaps you are just afraid to admit it. If you intended an ambush, you should have aimed for the head, but it is useless anyway. Suddenly Sung Woo raised a box and shouted, no, I'm not ambushing, come in. System notice, you have entered the Forge of Hephaestus. A burst of light spread across space. The Emperor panicked. Where is this? Sung Woo replied, a new arena. He said, here neither of us can use divinity fairly. This is an ideal arena for us. The Emperor quickly realized, from the beginning you deliberately dragged me here. Sung Woo replied, correct. To leave, place your hand on the anvil and say escape. His face twisted, blood spurting in bursts. The Emperor held his face in pain and screamed curses. Sung Woo said coldly, I often deal with old enemies, so fighting old men has become my specialty. He continued striking the Emperor's face and laughed, unfortunate, this is combat not war. A reporter shouted in protest, this is cruel. Another tried to stop her, but she continued, even knowing he is the enemy, I still find it hard to accept hitting an old man. Inside, attacks rained continuously on the Emperor. The reporter commented the duel between two commanders is physical, but the gap is too large. Sung Woo thought, combat levels hard to compare, but the Emperor's stats cannot be this low. He held firm against countless attacks, then began counterattacking in rage. He realized his movements were not good enough and told himself he must overwhelm the Emperor in later mission. The Emperor still covered his mouth and roared angrily, savage, shut up. Sung Woo said, as I thought you have never truly used your body, only lived arrogantly like a king. Suddenly the Emperor lowered his hand and roared, sword technique. Even in this domain skills and items can be used. Placed his hand on the marker and shouted return, prepare to go back to my domain. System notice, using the Hephaestus anvil increases success rate and bonus effects and raises base stats by 300%. Sung Woo stood still confused. What are you doing? The Emperor shouted escape, and he realized he could not trust the enemy's words. He gritted his teeth, spitting blood and cursed, damn fraud. Sung Woo jumped up and said, if you want to remain king, then keep your territory steady. System notice, you received 29,000 gold for defeating a player. Sung Woo sighed in relief, finally defeated the Emperor. Suddenly, a golden soul-like energy erupted from space. He realized it was the Emperor's soul. The soul flew upwards. Sung Woo watched it. Where is it going? Does he still have a hidden move? He got angry. This old man is persistent. Then I will finish him for good. And Sok and Sung Hun were still fighting the clay soldiers. They shouted, breakthrough. They are in chaos now. General behind shouted, hold on, when the Emperor returns victory will be ours. A soldier pointed and shouted, something is flying toward us. It is the Emperor's soul. Everyone immediately shouted, Your Majesty. Soul immediately entered the hollow of that rock. He cursed angrily, damn necromancer, I did not expect you to dare pull such a trick. System notice, your soul has merged into a clone clay soldier. The Emperor's radiant presence filled the entire space. He smiled faintly. Luckily, I prepared 3 clone dolls. I lost in the duel. He stood back up, but I will still win this battle. The blue notification kept flashing, warning, the gaze of the oppressor has been activated in the target area. Mr. Su exclaimed in shock. What, he already escaped? Manhwa asked in confusion. Could Sung Woo have lost? Impossible. System panel appeared. You are exposed to the gaze of the oppressor. All physical energy is severely reduced. Warning, prolonged exposure will lead to mental suppression. Immediately after, the gaze of the oppressor erupted with a powerful aura. A scream echoed. My body cannot move. Han Ho clasped his hands and shouted, Your Majesty, I am speaking here. The Emperor's eyes shone brightly, self-reproach. Yes, everything should have been simpler. I should not have held back. I should have gone all out from the beginning. He declared, now is the time to recover our losses. His words made everyone freeze. Suddenly in the sky, a blue energy burst spread across space. From within that aura, Sung Woo rushed out fiercely, shouting, He is here. The necromancer has appeared. His eyes were cold and furious. I had to chase you because you ran away without a word, forcing me to use the return skill of the linked world tree. The Emperor chuckled and pointed. Yes, I lost in the hand-to-hand duel, but this is not your arena. The final victory will still be mine in this war. Sung Woo looked straight ahead. Have you restored your divinity? Your confidence is impressive, even though this is not your domain. The divinity of Yama appeared. His voice echoed. You are just a puppet playing on my field from the start. System notice, divinity, Yama activated. Summoning the gate of the underworld in the target area, the gate began to appear. The Emperor panicked. What is this? What are you doing? Warning, the gate of the underworld is opening in the target area. The gate slowly creaks open. Your name has been recorded in the book of life and death. He exclaimed in shock, What? You have entered the underworld. The Emperor's body was swept up by the current and dragged inside. Sung Woo spoke coldly, Old man who calls himself Emperor, I also possess a domain. He smiled faintly, Welcome to my world. This is the final battlefield. The Emperor knelt in panic. How is this possible? Your domain covers the entire world. He analyzed, the tomb of Qin Shi Huang or the Hephaestus vault exist only as items. They cannot form a domain that invades reality. Sung Woo narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. Cannot exist. Do you think what you know is everything? You are deceiving yourself by thinking you understand this world. The Emperor screamed, How dare you oppose the ruler of the continent? Sung Woo replied, Do you really think you are an emperor? Sung Woo continued, All of us are just players dependent on the system. No one naturally becomes a ruler. I do not want to rule like you, but to control, I will establish a control organization instead of satisfying personal ambition. Sung Woo added, Without control, there can be no organization, and without organization, there is no way to resist those who manipulate us like puppets. The Emperor raised his hand and shouted, Damn domain, where is my divinity? Sung Woo mocked, Are you feeling unfair because you lost in a battle of wits? Sung Woo said coldly, From the very beginning, you had no chance of defeating me. The gate is already fully open. System information displayed, skill gate of the underworld activated, soul consumption maintaining world master effect, recording book of life and death to forcibly pull targets into the underworld. He declared coldly, It is time to everything. The Emperor panicked and pleaded, Wait, I know it is too late, but we can still talk, right? He spread his arms. You need power for the control agency. I can be more useful than hundreds of others. The Emperor quickly changed attitude. Think bigger, Sung Woo asked, something greater. Sung Woo refused. Sorry, I do not negotiate with fools who are already dead. Ask again after you die. Sensing the surge of aura, the Emperor shouted, Wait, Sung Woo said in a low voice, Punishment for sins. System notification appeared. Punishment for sins has begun in your underworld. The Emperor's entire body was struck by energy, spreading throughout him. All of his subordinates were eliminated. Drones continuously flew high, recording the entire battle. Official channel broadcasting Season 9. The adjutant reporter raised her hand. It is over. The battle has ended. She ordered the Emperor's gag removed and said, The Emperor has been defeated in the underworld. An official outside angrily shouted, Stop. The reporter replied, You said the Emperor would win, but the result is completely different. The journalist asked, The battle is over, but we still have other matters, right? She nodded. The reporter looked into the distance. The Amazon castles and the Dark Lord in the Brazil server are still existing. She wondered if this was the beginning of a new war for the World Tree Control Agency. Beneath the fireworks filling the sky, everyone celebrated the victory. Lee Kang-soo reported, We have captured 5441 prisoners of war. Levy is controlling Beijing. From Beijing, the Emperor's main base, we have seized key facilities and item warehouses. Sung Woo said, the World Tree faction will recover losses quickly. Jiangsu replied, do not worry about that. He said, we have spent a lot, but after victory the benefits are far greater. Hanho smiled, that person is my senior. Jisoo asked, how much did we earn? Jiangsu laughed, it is Sung Woo. He looked into the distance and declared, I will become the richest player. From now on we just print money. The information board displayed the list of Colony 1. China Server 1 accounted for 50% gold income with a total of 151,200. China Server 2 was 10% with 34,500,000. China Server 3 was 10% with 31,200,000. Time passed into a later stage when everything had become peaceful. Li Jiangsu exclaimed, what we invested 1 billion gold, wasn't that too large already? Sung Woo looked tense. There was no guarantee of victory in the next battle, so maximum investment was necessary. Call Master Hudson. He thought that magic technology would become increasingly important. Let's see how you stop a wealthy bookworm like that, even if you are a dragon. Master Hudson stepped forward with an unhappy expression. You are assigning me another task again. Recently every time I am called my heart keeps pounding. Sung Woo looked straight and asked, I will not beat around the bush. Can the divinity of Hephaestus or other blacksmiths be achieved in the near future? Husk touched his chin and thought, this is making my heart race again. I think I have found part of the method. He assessed that whenever a legendary item or masterpiece is created, a notification appears indicating progress toward an undefined condition. Perhaps that is a sign of achieving divinity. He praised, very good, then continue crafting and quickly reach divinity. Husk asked, I am fine, but do you know how much gold it costs? He said that just operating the Hephaestus furnace costs from 100,000 to 1,000 gold. Each hammer strike costs 1,000 gold. Sung Woo interrupted, I will give 1 billion, no 2 billion for research. He was shocked. What? He looked at Jisoo and said, I will continue investing. Help me create items when he reaches divinity. Item information board showed Glebnia mythic grade. Type lasso. Effect, when wrapped one full circle it can bind a target with magic. If its strength is below 250, it cannot escape on its own and requires more than 3 mages to dispel. Arm of the lightning. If the right arm is sacrificed the item will automatically activate to bind the target. Sung Woo instructed, modify it into a weapon that can bind a dragon's wings and bring it down. The attendant supported him and shouted, Sir, please breathe. Husk collapsed. I am about to die. The other complained, I already told you to exercise. He thought, now we must prepare for the dragon hunt and the punitive expedition against the Black Lord. Outside, all workers were busy with their tasks. You have witnessed the aura of a masterpiece. Received illusion blessing for 30 minutes. Health and mana recovery increased by 20%. All stats +1. Sung Woo looked up and asked, are you saying this building is a masterpiece? Lei Jiangsu proudly replied, on the outer wall we engraved Sung Woo's achievements. Han Ho laughed loudly. He thought in confusion, these are really my seniors, are they trying to kill me with embarrassment? He pointed at the elevator. Architectural skills are improving. Magic elevators can build an entire city in 1 month if materials are sufficient. Warang Guild chairman raised his hand in greeting. Welcome to the International Media Center, esteemed necromancer. He introduced, this place monitors 24 global servers and updates news at the fastest speed. This is my design, the most important area. The Warang chairman pointed at the machine. This is the global community posting system, allowing messages from the World Tree faction to spread worldwide. Sung Woo ordered, send a message to join the interim committee immediately. He thought this will be an opportunity no one can refuse. He placed his hand on the screen. This is the first international meeting since the game began. No one with sufficient authority can miss the opportunity to establish the governing body. The world will gather on the Korean server. He smiled slightly. Australia, Mongolia, Russia, Laos. 23 servers have already responded. Sung Woo said that is correct. Han Ho noted the servers were gathering unusually fast, while he thought the system was waiting for this phenomenon. At this moment, we may be directly confronting the system. The Warang chairman was startled. What is going on? He quickly turned back to report, we have just contacted the Brazil server. Black Lord Lotai said he will join the interim committee. Sung Woo wondered what Kang Sok was plotting. The Warang chairman said this is a message to the necromancer. He frowned with a heavy voice. I will go there with the dragon. Do not forget the enemy is absolutely angel, demon and insect race. The Warang chairman assessed, those who are about to be declared war against are not ordinary players. Them 2 hours ago they opened the gate to the sky. Prepare for the final war. Sung Woo listened in silence with full focus. After a while, everyone gathered in front of the monitoring screen. He thought the world was being divided in 2 factions. Angels and demons were in fierce conflict like the main script. For system observers, this was not something desirable. Li Jiangsu reported, many servers have left the absolute race faction before they began rushing actions. Sung Woo sank into thought, if they form a governing body, they would not be able to do anything, but the system is breaking all plans for peace. He asked, has anyone investigated the gate appearing in the sky? He replied, we already have data from Rome, Washington, and Seoul. System announcement, 3 regions have spawned teleportation gates in the sky. A new event is about to begin. Lei Jiangsu reported each region has a blue gate appearing in the sky. He looked at the screen. In Mumbai, India server 2 has a red gate. Jiangsu tensed, there are 2 types of gates, blue and red, likely representing angels and demons. He asked for more server data. He replied, players belonging to the Absolute Race faction have received missions to attack each city one by one. Sung Woo frowned, so the interim committee must be postponed. In his mind, all peace plans collapsed. He immediately ordered maintain contact with Black Lord Lo Tai. They have more important information than us. Su asked, can we cooperate with Kang Seok, the Black Lord? Sung Woo answered immediately no. From the beginning I did not trust him. There was just no reason to oppose him yet. He thought, whatever the goal is, he is building an alliance involving dragons to carry out punishment. Jisoo said, if he wanted cooperation he would have chosen players instead of dragons. He is not a trustworthy person. Scene shifted to Seoul. System announcement appeared. A new event is about to begin. Start time of World Season 2 has been activated. Global announcement, 2 supreme races have decided to judge the world after 48 hours. Players must choose submission or battle. Large-scale violent events will occur across all servers. Sung Woo murmured, just as expected, everything has begun. Information board appeared again. Choose 1, participate in battle. You will face the invasion of the Absolute Race, starting at a single city battlefield. When defense succeeds, you can move to other battlefields still under invasion. Rank 1, mythic item boxes. Rank 2, 2 mythic boxes. Rank 3, 1 mythic box. Rank 4, 10, 10 legendary boxes. Rank 1100, 2 heroic boxes. Rank 1, 1, 1001, 1 heroic box. Rank 1, 1, 1, 3000 spirit essence item boxes. Basic reward upon victory, 100,000 gold. Kang Hun shouted excitedly that the rewards were insane, while Enseok remarked that there were too many mythic grade items. The adjutant looked toward the gate and judged that even if they chose to fight, linking between servers was impossible. Dong Hun affirmed this would be an intense competition. No one would be allowed to retreat. He stood silently, thinking that he could not escape the board set by the system. He had defeated the Emperor and left a strong impression across all servers in the world. But what if he dropped in the rankings? Everything would become disastrous. Sung Woo turned and said they would start over. Either way, they were preparing for war. He said there were 48 hours left before the invasion, and they would mobilize all resources. After that, everyone entered a state of preparation for the invasion. Sung Woo entered a grand hall filled with many items. He turned to the 3 and said the most important items of the World Tree faction were stored here, and he had a question for them. Sung Woo held a spear and requested selecting elite individuals capable of using top-tier equipment to form a special assault unit. Haeyeon asked in surprise if it was her. She was happy but worried she was weaker than the other 2. She suggested choosing Hanhu instead, since he was already a prominent elf. He stated directly that he did not want a team based only on high level and strong equipment. Dong Hun asked whether the special assault unit was for special missions, and what the target was. Sung Woo handed over a phone and said the time was approaching, telling them to see for themselves. On the blue gate, dense mana light continuously spread across the space. Haeyeon stammered, asking what it was. He replied it was one of the targets of the special assault unit. Sung Woo spoke about airborne mobility strategy using hippogriffs. Jeju Island would also participate, and they would ride bone dragons to fly. He asked if they understood the mission. The information board appeared, requiring a choice between fighting or submitting to the Absolute Race. Sung Woo did not hesitate, of course, fighting. A blue notification appeared. You have chosen to fight the Absolute Race. They will descend upon this land and hunt you. Battle rules: 1. When invasion begins, you are transported to the nearest city battlefield. 2. Successful defense unlocks 3 additional battlefields for movement. 3 points. Normal angel or demon kill 1 point. Officer rank 10 points. Commander rank 50 points. Successful city defense 100 points. Looked at the map and envisioned 3 routes. Starting from Seoul, he could go to Taiwan, China, or Japan. Best to finish quickly, then circle the region to collect more Minsu. Sung Woo thought that 100 points from successful defense would be enough to push players on his side up the rankings. At this moment, warships continuously passed through teleportation gates. Lei Jiangsu observed and said the WPU fleet was returning. Even though it was no longer theirs, its departure still made him somewhat nostalgic. He jumped down from the roof and said Master Husk's team was building them, and they already had an aerial squad. In the sky, Jisoo and her team soared across the heavens. Sung Woo thought if Aon led the flying team and Jisoo handled reconnaissance. Dong Hun shouted that mages and crusaders were ready for magical defense. Sung Woo continued, thinking Dong Hun would decide whether to attack or defend from the center. Soon it looked up and asked whether with the World Tree team and the special assault unit they would not be overwhelmed in the air even against the Absolute Race. Haeyeon urgently reported that the necromancer had a new skill. Sung Woo asked what the new skill was. She replied, flying flying command, obtained through continuous formation flight. Aeon said this skill allowed hippogriffs to coordinate better with Stormy. He said he had raised Stormy since it was young. The hippogriff sensed new power, just as its master expected, and it would become the ruler of the skies. Suddenly, a nurse rushed over reporting an urgent matter that required the necromancer's attention immediately. In another area, golden guards were lying scattered on the floor. Master Hudson sneered and said he called him because there was good news. He said they had opened another treasure vault and obtained valuable items. The way to handle it was to use items to defeat it. Husk asked about the revival technology of golden guards and whether it could be combined with golem technology to create something better. Sung Woo thought about AI and asked about AI, believing he would not lose control of it. Loyalty was the priority. He asked what items were in the vault. He presented an hourglass, a time attribute item. Information displayed: name, time support, unknown grade, mythic type, description, a time equation that cannot be solved, usage method unknown. Husk looked at the glowing hourglass and believed it could enhance items, reduce cooldowns, or extend skill duration. He asked whether it could work with this item. He sighed and said it was related to divinity. It could not be placed on an ordinary anvil. Hudson said they could try it on a special anvil, although the risk was very high. Metal clashing sounds rang out, energy erupted. He said it was working, but his heart was not ready. He held a hammer and said the fusion cost was 120 million gold. Sung Woo panicked and told him to stop touching it. If it exploded, they would all die. A violent burst of light erupted, energy spreading everywhere. System notification: the death item has been upgraded and a new effect activated. He shouted success. Husk said the materials and facilities were excellent, but the most important thing was a skilled technician. Sung Woo thought if it failed, danger was already very close. Information board: summon death awakening skill initial stage, active. Summons the death scythe for 3 hours per day and enters lick state. Death domain increases subordinates plus 50, all stats plus 10, mastery increases 20%. After the summon ends, primordial death appears and can be used for 1 minute, consequences unknown. Sung Woo judged this was a major success. Duration tripled and power increased over time. He felt a dangerous energy from primordial death and hoped he would not have to use it soon. Time passed, but the teleport gates continued to rotate without stopping, and Seok confirmed they must directly confront the angel race. Kang Hun asked if preparations were sufficient. He thought if they could not stop the angels, everything would end. But entities like angel judges should not appear in large numbers. The general reported that a group of looters had been cleared and corpses collected under orders. A shout rang out, "Look at the sky, the super spatial gate, they have arrived." The sky, warships and helicopters flew in chaotic formation advancing forward. Kang Hun stammered in shock, asking whether the World Tree Fleet was this massive. And Seok looked up, face tense, seeing spaceships, helicopters, and dense hippogriff formations. He explained that it was essentially a flying aircraft carrier-type battle group. Inside the warship command room, everyone had gathered. Sung Woo spoke. The plan was simple. They would defend Jongno as quickly as possible, then join Allied forces Minsu. After that, they would advance through Southeast Asia, India, the Middle East, then Europe to maximize successful defense points. That was the overall objective. And Seok crossed his arms, saying that disabling the enemy as quickly as possible was the key. Kang Hun asked back whether they could do it and how. Sung Woo replied quickly with overwhelming firepower. He asked in surprise whether that was all. He replied that after the last battle their firepower had grown drastically and was more than sufficient. Sung Woo said this was an endless firepower system thanks to unlimited gold support. They would see it in this battle. He looked at the spatial gate somewhat impatiently. They were ready, but the enemy still had not appeared. This time Lee Jiangsu reported by phone that everything had started monitoring on the system. Sung Woo was doubtful. It seemed the angel faction was not ready since they opened late, thus they would lose points. Han Ho added that once they were ready, they would immediately attack, so they could not strike first. The other person replied it was not certain, so they should not take risks. Suddenly, Su shouted Ron had fallen. The boy asked in shock whether it was less than 5 minutes since it began. In Ron's space, the entire area was engulfed in a raging sea of fire. The guardian angels were lifting bodies into the air. Han Ho looked at the phone, reporting they were being completely wiped out, and continued updating the situation. Due to factions splitting and chaotic fighting or submission, the outcome was already clear. Sung Woo said it was their turn. Prepare to move out. Green alerts appeared, signaling the angel descent forces had begun at the target area. Powerful pillars of light shone down. He wondered what those light columns were. From above, countless angels rushed down. Screams echoed. All of them were angels. Li Jiangsu ordered to concentrate all firepower. Han Ho shouted to use the new cannons immediately. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted violently in the sky. Powerful artillery strikes created blazing golden flames covering the sky. Debris from the explosion shot everywhere, causing the angels to retreat in chaos. Li Jiangsu excitedly said said the effect of the new chain explosive shells was astonishing. Hanho continued ordering more fire. Sung Woo thought these were World Tree enchanted shells with great destructive power and 40% defense penetration. Mana batteries from the Chinese server kept the artillery system running continuously. He ordered battery replacement and rapid reloading. Sung Woo was satisfied with the destructive power. The endless firepower strategy using Korean technology combined with Chinese server support was operating efficiently. Hanho reported 1 minute left. He replied it was time to deploy something even stronger. Immediately mechanical rings appeared, stacked on top of each other and aimed into the sky. A mechanical trebuchet made from World Tree vines and creature tendons was prepared to launch the ultimate summoning bomb Victor. The order rang out, target the gate where angels appear, open fire. Blue mana beam pierced through the angel formation, rushing straight toward the gate, leaving them stunned. Energy exploded, shockwaves spreading across the battlefield with a deafening roar. Sung Woo looked at the screen with numerous reward notifications for killing regular angels and officers. He thought the plan had succeeded. Many angels were still gathered deep inside. In the chaos, someone shouted that the enemy main base had been destroyed. Now only the remaining forces needed to be cleared. Sung Woo was satisfied. The Special Forces achievements shown, once again crushing the invasion of the Korean server. Switching to the Taiwan server, Captain Tran shouted not to let the angels approach. Someone pointed at the gate, reporting the barrier had been pierced, ordering non-combatants to withdraw into shelters. The situation was chaotic. People said desperately they could not hold on, but Captain Tran still demanded to hold a little longer. A scream rang out as the enemy attacked. The commander only managed to call Tran's name before being struck. Cries for help echoed everywhere. People panicked, saying they must leave the city immediately. Before he could react, Captain Tran was lifted by an angel. He cursed in anger. Subordinates could only raise their hands in despair. From the gate, a figure rushed out, startling the angels. A lightning-fast strike took down the enemy and rescued Captain Tran. Jisoo appeared with a loud shout, the Korean server forces. He told Captain Tran to stand up. Everyone was still waiting. He asked whether they should retreat to support the Chinese server. Jisoo replied that Sung Woo had already cleared the Chinese server. Now they were gathering forces to advance further. The scene was devastated, smoke and flames covered everywhere. Someone reported the last defensive line had collapsed. Survivors were retreating toward this side. Commander gritted his teeth, cursing. Those traitors deserved to die. They had once left the demon faction under an agreement, but betrayed them at a critical moment. The future was uncertain. At that moment, a voice came down saying, "I have found you." Giant monster appeared, mockingly looking down with the scent of weakness and despair. The demon worshipper laughed, mocking Guyan, saying it was the first time seeing him so miserable. He should have chosen the right side. He had his leg pinned under a rock, angrily cursing the bastard. He repeated the mockery that they should follow the world tree for humanity's future. So where were they now? The monster raised its sharp claws, preparing to strike down and finish Nguyen. Just before it could act, a massive object fell and crushed it. Demon servant panicked and shouted, "What is this situation?" Nguyen also covered his head and wondered what this is. Is it a turtle? Hanho appeared and smiled to reassure the assistant. "Do not worry, everyone. I am here, HQ loyal Hanho." The boy startled and blurted, "Senior, are everyone still alive? There is someone injured here. I have saved him." Nguyen Tran Dan waved his hand and said, "You are the one who injured him." After that, Sung Woo's troops also appeared and attacked the demon faction. Nguyen looked up in shock. Where did so many soldiers come from? Someone behind pointed and shouted, "That is the World Tree faction." Sung Woo appeared and declared, "No, now it has become an allied force of human Minsu." He stepped up to Nguyen, asking, "Are you the server commander here?" He nodded yes. Sung Woo seriously said, "Then I ask only one thing, will you join us?" Nguyen immediately smiled and replied, "Of course." Thus they cleared 7 servers. The absolute race made a mistake. They believed this was a chance to regain initiative, and also a good chance to eliminate remnants. Sung Woo and his team traveled the world, gathering forces and eliminating remaining followers. After this battle, the control agency would be completed. Switching to India server 2, the sky was covered with thick dark clouds. The server commander of India stood there and said, "The gateway to heaven has opened. Everyone looked to the sky and worship." Before them an angel appeared. He said, "Servants of God, the long-awaiting attendants have waited for you." The angel replied, "You are truly praiseworthy." He was proud of having overcome disaster and receiving salvation from the gods. Even when facing nonsense from the so-called World Tree faction, they still waited without yielding. The commander added that in Mumbai, there was no faction conflict. The angel said that was commendable, and from now on would regard them as his sword and shield. Everyone shouted, asking for power to purify the world. At this moment, someone dropped a phone. Emergency alert appeared. The general asked what it is in such a critical moment. A subordinate whispered that the World Tree had defeated dozens of players from server factions and the Absolute faction. The angel immediately asked, "Do our servants have a problem?" He said there were rumors that outsiders were causing chaos here. The commander felt suspicious about the god messenger, but still had no information about the World Tree. He asked, "How will you punish them?" The angel replied, "We will not stop. We will advance and place all worlds under our feet and rule them." The commander commander stammered, "The reason I ask is," but inwardly he felt doubt, because the answer did not match the plan. Suddenly a vortex appeared behind the angel and rushed forward at extreme speed. After the attack, Sung Woo coldly mocked, "A god messenger cannot even see an attack right before its eyes. It is hard to believe anyone trusts this." A sharp surge of mana suddenly appeared. The death scythe in Sung Woo's hand slashed out a cold line, cutting through the angel's body. He spat blood and gritted his teeth, asking, "Who are you?" A dissatisfied voice echoed as the sacred body, before it could finish speaking, was burned in unbearable pain. The Indian commander widened his eyes in shock. "The necromancer has arrived." He mocked that their reaction was terrible. Sung Woo looked over in suspicion. So is this the leader of the angel faction? He realized that from the beginning they were likely not living beings, but a hive mind system controlling multiple individuals. Sung Woo declared the start of a fishing operation, driving the angels into the World Tree net. A net was immediately deployed along with an order to close the gate. The bomb inside was about to explode. A pillar of light from above shone down on the Indian commander. Sung Woo pointed upward and asked, "Are these called messengers of God? They do not even realize we are approaching." He dragged the scythe forward and said, "They are just monsters serving the game's storyline." The commander shouted angrily, "Heretical monsters." The commander loudly insisted, "They were chosen by God to end this trial, and you have made a grave mistake." Sung Woo delivered the finishing blow and said coldly, "I understand what fools would think." He looked at the distorted, fearful face and said, "Either keep power or choose the easier path and submit to something terrifying." He declared he can choose a solution without hesitation and will eliminate all excess as flames engulfed everything. System notification congratulates you on defending the Mumbai battlefield. India Server 2. All participants received 100 points and 20 servers were defended, triggering a hidden event. Sung Woo thought about the hidden event as a large crack appeared in the sky along with an anomaly warning. Notification: you can enter the hidden stage Angel Hall exclusive mission. Mission opens a counterattack to destroy the Angel Hall reward divinity. An awakening mission. Destroying the gate can disable the invading world and teleportation gate. Sung Woo frowned. Is the spatial dimensional punishment not title related to the World Eater? He wondered whether he would become a World Eater, a being that devours worlds to save his own world. Sung Woo's eyes were filled with ambition. He rejected that fate but still needed power. He looked at Keenus, the path leading to the Angel headquarters, moving closer to the end. Notification appeared, entered Angel Hall. He warned everyone to move carefully. The entire team advanced in formation, maintaining high alert. A blinding light appeared before everyone. After passing through the mission rift, they saw a strange white desert. The entire team was ordered to stay alert. Someone wondered which direction they should go. There was no signpost. Sung Woo replied, "There is a way," then activated a special power. With that eye. System information: World Eye special level allows seeing through the world, creates a 20 km map, real-time positioning, detects mazes, hidden spaces. Within 300 disables traps, and seals cooldown varies. He continued, "We need to establish a starting point to use skills and set a clear direction. If used now, it will only produce a counterproductive map." Lion spoke, "In the northeast I sense a massive energy source controlling the entire world from there." Jiangsu said happily, "The best supporter in the world." Hanhoku continued, "Just stand still and focus." He was confused. Fighting was his specialty, but from above someone reported, "Sung Woo, there is something underground." He immediately realized it was an angel slayer, meaning the angels were fighting something within their own territory. Also see a structure like a building in the distance. Sung Woo realized this was the right time to generate a map. On the screen appeared information: Black Dragon juvenile form is creating a master level map for this area. He looked and thought, it felt like viewing a miniature map in a game. Looking at the house icon marked with a cross, Sung Woo wondered what place this was. Detailed area information appeared. Location: Sacred Cradle of the Angel Faction. Purpose: production of angels. Distance from current position: 1845 kilometers. He felt satisfied. The information was more detailed than expected. Lei Jiangsu warned in shock, "There is something else here." Looking below, he added, "There is a strange airship, not like ours, more like a balloon craft." Han Ho wondered why there was an airship here. Could another server outside the United States have arrived? Sung Woo pondered, any intruder entering the core of the supreme race must be. At that moment, a massive explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. He recognized it as the Sacred Cradle. Sung Woo immediately ordered all units to move to the explosion site. Upon arrival, the scene was devastated, smoke and dust filling the air. Dong Hun said anxiously, "There are two large craters like traces of a powerful attack. Angels are pouring out." Haeyeon exclaimed, "They are in chaos." Jisoo worried, "It seems one of their leaders has been attacked." Lich attacked while looking pleased, "Kill shot, my lord. I think I just got stronger." System notification: Lick Victor slightly increases power. You can use Void Sanctuary. A massive shadow appeared behind Sung Woo. Power of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. War has been activated. Select summon unit. A1 Prisoner Battalion can be summoned. A2 Gigants available. A3 Sealed Entity cannot be summoned due to insufficient rank. Sung Woo was shocked. Gigantus. Every time this appears it gets used. Angels continued flying out from inside. They scream, meaningless creatures dare invade our cradle. You are nothing but dust in the vortex of fate, nothing more. Looking at the airship, he thought, so even lowlings like these have reached here. Are the ones who came earlier inside that building. The lion turned back and said, 2 angel judges. Sung Woo appeared. Adjutant, calm down, situation has changed. He drew his bow and declared, Skydome Hall is a suitable place for brutes like you. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow pierced through an angel's head. They still stood firm, mocking, lowly beings dare challenge our sanctity. How ridiculous. Sung Woo replied, just with arrows you think you can destroy us, as expected, not easy to deal with. 2 judge angels descended. Our turn. A voice filled with doubt said, no, not yet. At the same time, system announcement, Sun Collapse activation. Arrow creates an energy storm. A massive explosion in the sky accompanied by announcement. You hunted a high-ranking angel and received 60 million gold. The remaining one angrily raised its hand. A lowly creature dares. System reminder, your bow has run out of energy. Temporarily disabled, cooldown 24 hours. Sung Woo thought silently, damn, should I use the in and arrow now? At that moment, a golden energy appeared. A pillar of light descended from above straight onto the angel. The person who appeared had a familiar face, Han Kang-zi-uk. Sung Woo's expression immediately turned serious, his eyes freezing as he recognized the familiar figure, Han Kang-zi-uk. So the Demon King has arrived first. A chill ran down his spine as he saw Isabella and that woman. At the moment of eye contact, his pupils contracted as if seeing a dragon. Kang Seok and she walked side by side, killing intent spreading like toxic gas. Were they entering the sacred cradle? Sung Woo slowly raised his head, passing over the hovering angels. It seemed he had arranged everything and left the cleanup to us. His gaze darkened, energy fluctuating strongly, meaning he was searching for something before us. Without hesitation, Sung Woo moved. We need a small force into the sacred cradle. Li Jiangsu lead the fleet to clean up and encircle the area. Everyone immediately entered combat readiness. Those coming with me will be Han Ho, Jisoo, Dong Hun, Levy. Total of 5 people. More would not change anything. Air fell silent for a moment. The opponents were the Demon King and a dragon. He regained calm, eyes sharp. Li Jiangsu, go to the forge and deliver my message to Master Hudson. The item I requested before, although untested, now is the time to use it. The vast and majestic scenery was almost suffocating, Hanho remarked. This place is enormous. The structure above is only a cover. Lady Levy slowly spoke, voice uncertain. This structure does not look like the bottom of the Demon World tree. He pondered, it may not be related, but this underground space feels similar. The sky above was blood red. Strange creatures flew and observed. If something was devouring worlds in that tree world, then what is this below? At that moment, a vast structure appeared ahead, divided into honeycomb-like sections on the ground. Trembling child crawled up, face pale. What is that smell? Are angels being burned down there? Dong Hun tried to stay calm and said, it feels like an attack has pierced the cradle. Whatever it is, the firepower is terrifying. The entire lower area had been completely burned to ashes. The attack had pierced and spread into the cradle, wiping out all angels inside. Each heavy step still carried lingering heat. There might still be a few surviving angels trying to flee, but the 2 waves of attacks had nearly eliminated them all. Sung Woo's expression turned serious. Now only dragon breath remained as the final option. The group approached the cave entrance. He hesitated briefly, having once seen the World Eater use it. But the power of an adult dragon was on an entirely different level. The space suddenly shook violently. Jisoo narrowed her eyes, her sharp hearing catching a distant sound, like the clash of battle. Sung Woo frowned, thinking the opponent was trying to seize this place before them. He quickly connected the clues in his mind. If Kang Seok came here, it must be for the World Eater mission. He likely received the mission earlier. Sung Woo gave a low order, send the shadow ahead for reconnaissance. Adjutant Minsik and Victor stay behind for support and ambush prevention. Their steps gradually slowed, steady but full of caution, not missing any sign. He froze, eyes widening in shock as a sudden notification appeared on the screen. Her subordinate shadow has been eliminated. Sung Woo sensed something ahead. She tilted her head slightly, eyes piercing the darkness, and said it was human. A figure stood blocking the path, sealing the entire passage. Bolo stood there with arms crossed arrogantly, saying that finally the necromancer group and Vankiri had arrived. The rest were just trash. Hanho immediately flared up in anger, shouting not to look down on them, asking if he wanted to be taught a lesson, while Jisoo calmly said she was not alone. Her voice lowered, eyes alert. There were still 2 people behind her. Ray smiled coldly, his voice charming yet dangerous, saying this player was very formidable. Sung Woo's eyes darkened with suspicion. Were the Mexican group not cooperating, and where was Kang Seok? He laughed arrogantly, saying their royal body was busy. They would have to wait until he finished dealing with it. Sung Woo said coldly that he also had urgent matters. They should get out of the way. Bolo sneered with a provocative tone, asking how they could come to meet the queen without knowing anything. He spoke slowly word by word, reporting that the queen had a message, not for battle. Grand Babona exchanged glances, while Sung Woo thought it was just stalling time. Sung Woo froze when he saw Jisoo step forward. Jisoo. Two shadows erupted with dense killing intent, enveloping the entire space. Sung Woo observed in a tense state what had just attacked her. Judging from Jisoo's reaction, she had likely been targeted before they advanced. Paulo exhaled in discomfort, his sharp eyes glancing back. Babona was starting, the battle had begun. Ray smirked in satisfaction, saying she had gone mad and was ready to kill them all. Sung Woo thought calmly, there were only 3 enemies in this confined space. They could overwhelm them quickly with numbers. At that moment she unleashed a chain of sword slashes, sharp cuts tearing through space. Jisoo turned pale, breathing heavily. Sung Woo, avoid it, these black blades were made of darkness. Babona stood still, killing intent spreading densely. Yes, nothing ever goes smoothly. There is always someone obstructing. A strand of dark energy pierced through space, locking onto its target. He immediately counterattacked, but Jisoo was being pushed back under pressure. System warning, a large-scale soul summoning art is being activated in the area. A slightly moved her lips, eyes mad, rise again, storm. The space twisted violently, a chilling roar echoed, necromancer, kneel. Violent soul energy surged forward like a sweeping storm. Gray sneered, saying this Asian girl was not an easy opponent. Even the space itself seemed stirred by her power. Lady Levy turned pale, shouting she was a high-level wind mage, but could use multiple elements, very difficult to deal with using physical weapons. Sung Woo rushed forward to counterattack, eyes fierce, saying she was controlling souls to Spirits quickly emerged like a thin mist covering the area. A raised his hand gathering soul energy and growled, were they trying to use souls against a mage like him? So the rumors about him being skilled in Minsu were likely false. Bolo laughed wildly, asking if everyone was having fun without him, saying his perfect body would also join. He broke through the defensive line with overwhelming force, shaking the opponents. The enemy retreated in shock under his monstrous physical strength. Bolo kept attacking continuously while mocking them, saying this muscle was not for the weak. Hanho crossed his arms and sneered, saying the size of his muscles was enough to tell whether he trained seriously or was just a powerless addict. Golden mana light exploded. He screamed in pain, face distorted, threatening to kill him and ordering him to shut up. Sung Woo changed expression and immediately rushed in to counterattack. Ray laughed coldly, saying the wide-range wind attacks of a high-level mage in such a confined space were tipping the balance in their favor. He frowned under heavy pressure, thinking that if there was sustained damage like abyss breath it could turn the situation, but getting close was too difficult. System display item, Chaotic Crystal Sea Demon Bloodstone Tears, Legendary Orb Type, Effect, Increase 500 mana, Mana Recovery 250%, Absorb 3% mana and HP when attacking. The space continued to tremble violently, smoke and flame shrouding everything. A shadow stepped out of the sea of fire, carrying a heavy aura, Hanho. Hanho's entire body trembled as he tried to speak, saying, "Senior, please do not mistake him for any imposter." Paulo shouted in anger, asking who he was calling an imposter. They were the royal squad appointed by the Demon King. Bibona stood still, killing intent spreading, eyes fixed on Paulo. Gritted his teeth in annoyance, saying he had already told them not to drag him into childish matters. At this moment, Victor spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, his appearance turning chaotic. "The master is in danger. I, Victor, will reveal the power of evolution. Poison domain." Gray's eyes immediately turned white, his voice bitter. "Are you creating a toxic cloud behind us? Things becoming troublesome." He immediately launched an attack in a berserk state. "You have underestimated my magical control ability. Let me return the favor." Ray froze, panicked. I was immediately restrained, sharp chains tightening. He was shocked. "What is this?" That man calmly controlled and mocked him. "Truly blinding yourself makes you look like a joke." At that moment, Sung Woo tightened his weapon and rushed up. This was the opportunity. The system immediately announced, "Your weapon has been switched to Wraith Bombardment mode." He shouted a warning, the arm behind his back bulging with muscle. "You cannot escape. Send my regards to the Royal Squad lady." Paulo's face changed, startled. "Are you not a mage? You crushed my 4 arms in one strike. Truly impressive." Victor spoke in a hoarse voice, his demeanor growing more insane. "If you still have energy to boast, prepare for the next move, drug addict." An immediate system notification appeared. The underworld decree has been activated in the area. All souls have been controlled. His eyes turned white. He roared in panic. He is directly controlling souls to execute Wraith Bombardment. Paulo struggled frantically. "Ray, remove this from me." Ray was also controlled and helpless. "I'm worried too. Ask Babona." On the other side, Babona was fighting fiercely, gritting her teeth. This side is 3 against 1. Behind him, Jisoo suddenly appeared, gripping weapon, rushed into chaotic encirclement. Sword slashes caused Babona pain and she cursed. "Bastard." She turned cold and mocked. "Is that all you have?" Sung Woo eyes darkened, killing intent spreading. "I have grasped your skills, Royal Squad." He spat blood, eyes white. "Too bad, you will disband from today." 2 remaining trembled before blade dripping blood. "Your lives now are only a choice. If you want to live, open that door." Suddenly a straight beam of light tore across space. Isabella appeared with a dark aura, her voice cold. I said I did not want any noise. Perhaps I was too lenient. She stepped forward heavily, her eyes sharp as knives. Why is Paulo's head here? Weren't you able to persuade him before? She immediately became tense, her voice lowering. What should we do? I am not in mood to talk to something like this. System warning activated. Long Yi warning. Low-level beings will be paralyzed. Space trembled violently as if being crushed. These fools have become too arrogant. Kang Xiao spoke in a deep calm voice. Isabella, that's enough. He is my guest. He looked at her with a calculating gaze. Kang's the world seed is in your hands, the thing that can turn you into a world eater. Killing intent burst out. Isabella laughed coldly. Guest, if I kick him out, is he still a guest? Sung Woo fell into thought, so he obtained it first. His face paled, worried, truly wild. Reconnecting it is not simple. Kang Xiao calmly spoke. Long time no see, necromancer. He spoke calmly but firmly. Sorry I came first, but I cannot let you take this mission. Sung Woo responded calmly. I understand, that is not what I intended. Sung Woo spoke slowly with clear implication. The invaders of our world even defeated the angel leader, so I understand. His eyes sharpened, but declaring war on the whole world and attacking allies is unnecessary. He avoided eye contact, hesitating. Yes, sorry, a bit sudden, but I do not intend to harm you. Sung Woo cut in. I am busy and I believe you can handle that part. Kang Xiao smiled schemingly. You understand? Sung Woo fell into thought. He is not going to fight me. Sung Woo said decisively, then tell the truth from now on. His brows slightly furrowed. Honest? Sung Woo spoke seriously. If you do not want to fight, then explain what you are doing. Killing intent from Kang Xiao rose, his voice cold. Fine. No other choice. Isabella interjected. If you are going to do it, then hurry. She became frantic and arrogant. I will not be patient for long. If we become enemies, I will burn everything. Sung Woo still stood there, his gaze cold. He stated firmly, my goal is to avoid destruction. I want to become a world eater to save this world. I need your help. Sung Woo immediately asked, save from what and how? He replied, the game is a disaster for us but entertainment for others. Kang Xi spoke in a low voice, to save the world we must satisfy them. I know who they are and how to do it. Sung Woo was suspicious. You know the operators? I cannot believe it, he responded heavily. This is not my first time. Sung Woo was stunned. What? Kang Xiok laughed coldly. I have played this game before. The city lay in ruins like an apocalypse, you see. Not only one world has been destroyed like my homeland. Sung Woo paused in thought. World eater starting from another world. He continued, I have experienced everything. And know it is the truth. Kang Xiok pleaded, believe me, necromancer, I have failed many times, but with you it may be different. Heavy footsteps echoed. Sung Woo wondered whether he should believe this absurd thing. But if it is true, a sudden voice rang out firmly, he is lying. The Guardian Mage confirmed, do not trust him, necromancer. I checked the memory from the strange spaceship. He sighed calmly, a memory reader of objects, interesting. The other man said angrily, he is using you for his purpose. He wants to destroy the world. The Guardian Mage gritted his teeth. He will benefit if the world is destroyed. He is no different from those who created this game. Killing intent surge. Kang Sioxi asked coldly, necromancer. He was angry. They are standing with those who attacked the Japan server, yet you still trust them. Kang Sioxi became almost desperate. I have fought alongside you many times, so tell me, who do you trust, me or them? He stood still amid the shaking space, dust covering everything. Sung Woo frowned. He wants me to choose a side, and uses such a threat. He paused in alarm, so what is Imuji's reaction? His gaze changed completely, his whole body filled with killing intent. He wondered whether he should trust Kang Seok, and the supporter through that device also seemed to be forcing him to follow their will. In Sung Woo's mind, he quickly calculated his own possibilities, but at the very least they could still infiltrate the system. To prove the promise of breaking the system, they showed him a system that had once collapsed. If he disliked this supporter, he only needed to cut off all connections. Kang Seok looked straight at him, his voice cold as steel. Lich Summoner, answer, who do you trust? And what about me? Sung Woo clenched his fist, his gaze firm. The only thing he trusted was what he could control. He curled his lips, his voice full of mockery. I see. Kang Seok's gaze instantly changed, killing intent erupting violently. So I am not to be trusted. The Guardian Archmage was quickly swallowed in a sea of fire, a piercing scream echoing out. He slowly withdrew his hand, his expression provocative. He did not understand why they'd given him mind-reading ability. It only made everything more boring. Faced with Kang Seok's madness, he decisively made a decision. There was no other way but direct confrontation. Suddenly a light like a gate appeared ahead. Sung Woo froze, suspicious, a spatial passage. He dashed forward like the wind, his gaze slightly wavering. He knew from the start this strike would likely fail, and the most important target to be wary of was. Sung Woo quickly stabilized himself and locked onto the target ahead, the dragon Isabella. She froze as blocks of ice flew in. Babona screamed in horror upon seeing Isabella being swallowed. Ray immediately ordered, Babona, kill them. Sung Woo immediately provided support, his voice firm. We will hold them so you can deal with Kang Seok. Both sides clashed in battle, spiritual energy erupting and shaking the entire space violently. Sung Woo frowned, his gaze icy. Have you colluded with the one behind the system? Kang Seok replied calmly. Yes. He carried clear killing intent, his voice taunting. This game was a massive casino, and he had already joined hands with the gamblers. Kang Seok continued with his insane ambition. The reward for destroying 3 worlds was all he wanted, and this was the 3rd world. 1 month later, both of them launched a counterattack at the same time. He curled his lips in mockery. Lich Summoner, in the end we are just pieces in this game. Kang Seok's eyes darkened, full of arrogance. Becoming a player-favored character was perhaps the best choice. He spoke slowly, carrying ambition. He was not sure whether players truly immersed themselves in characters, or whether they were only attracted to the storyline, but in any case it was hard to leave the characters they had become attached to. Kang Seok reached out his hand, his voice full of implication. Think carefully. I am giving you a chance. Sung Woo frowned in anger, being controlled by the system and turned into a tool to destroy worlds like this. He moved at an invisible speed, determined to end this game that had dragged on far too long. Sung Woo froze upon hearing the explosions ahead, a question rising in his mind. What should he do? Hanho lay collapsed, his breathing weakening. His fake death ambush plan had failed due to the rapidly changing situation. He woke up in shock from a loud noise. Is anyone there? They are attacking this place. He calmly observed his surroundings. Are you trying to destroy this place? Behind him came trembling from the cold. Isabella roared in fury, flames erupting. I will kill all of you. Violent blaze shot forward at terrifying speed. It was dragon breath. Move away. The ground shook, water poured from cracks. The collapse happened too fast, as if the foundation had been destroyed. The space was covered in thick smoke, almost suffocating. Sung Woo shouted, Hanho. He answered in panic. I am coming. He gave a firm order. Everyone gathered toward Hanho. System alert. The manifestation of the black tortoise entity begins in the designated area. Sung Woo remained calm. Both sides were isolated, but at least this was a brief chance to breathe. His face turned pale. He immediately ordered, Hanho, we must leave here immediately. Hanho panicked. My black tortoise entity is activating. Entity rushed forward, sweeping up dust and debris, as if it had just broken free from a seal. Sung Woo froze at the vortex ahead, then immediately ordered, that is Kang Seok's wind, all fleets attack immediately. The violent wind swept away everything in its path. Sounds of collision and collapse echoed continuously across the battlefield. He raised his head, his gaze filled with doubt. Was this really the power of a human? Spirits and monsters slowly closed in on the target, but the battlefield had expanded, making it easier to summon forces. Sung Woo, his gaze firm, rushed forward. Let's end this, Orin, support me. A sudden counterforce made him stop. To face the Queen of Darkness and the Dark Lord, you must step over us. Gray froze as the system announcement sounded. The hunt officially began. A struggled, wildly sneering, you think these things can hold us? Sung Woo calmly looked toward Isabella, decisive. This dragon was the greatest threat and must be taken down first. A massive fist shot straight toward Sung Woo. Weak humans, you are too arrogant. He was blasted away, intense pain surging through him, blood spilling as his ribs trembled from the impact. Sung Woo curled his lips. At least she had fallen into the trap. Isabella panicked. What are you smiling at? She was immediately restrained, energy chains tightly binding her entire body. He mocked. How does the feeling of the trap taste? Isabella struggled in pain. What is this? He looked on coldly. Glebner, this is a trap specially prepared by Zenhurst for you, along with Han Kang and Kang Seok. Sung Woo fell into thought, his voice calm as if speaking in a silent space. System alert, the gate of the underworld has opened in the designated area. On the screen, continuous notifications appeared. The player's name had been recorded in the Book of Life and Death. Entering the underworld, Kang Seok walked heavily, his aura gloomy. So you mean those bets are placed on you? His eyes darkened, killing intent spreading. Tell them to withdraw immediately and shift the bets to me. Sharp blade slashed straight toward Gray. Jisoo's gaze turned cold, her voice decisive. Surrender, I will not repeat myself. She slowly said through clenched teeth. The Lord of Darkness was dragged into the underworld by Sung Woo, and even the dragon was taken down by Gray. Jisoo frowned, her eyes ruthless. No one can save you now, surrender. The hovering warships let out shocked voices. Did he really subdue that dragon? Master Hudson calmly observed, still operating well even without testing. Isabella struggled wildly. I will kill you. She was tightly bound by layers of vines. He ordered to tighten further and bring her to a special prison upon return. He walked slowly, his voice heavy. So we still need to subdue the Lord of Darkness and his pet as well. Hanho replied, yes, that too. The boy said excitedly, can you make an item for me? Husk asked back, what is it? He replied, to fight the Lord of Darkness. Husk sighed, this guy is crazy too. Hanho begged with red eyes, please make me a giant butterfly net. Husk sighed helplessly, this one is even crazier. Sung Woo fell into thought, dragging Kang Seok into the underworld greatly limited divine power, but Kang Ziok looked around calmly. This place is disgusting. He showed almost no concern. He swung his sword decisively, forcing Andis to retreat in fear. Soldiers trembled, not daring to advance. The holy power in the attack was too strong. He pondered whether skills or items, they all carried divine aura. Perhaps he had prepared unexpected weapons. Sung Woo unleashed a powerful strike. Unfortunate for you, try to block this. System notification, punishment order for sins has been activated in the underworld. Kang Ziok froze. I cannot endure this place any longer. Streams of spiritual power shot out like arrows, locking onto the target. Immediately, a sea of flames erupted, smoke and dust covering everything. Space trembled violently from the destructive force. He stood behind the sea of flames, breathing slowly and coldly. Kang Ziok's face turned pale. I knew you would be a troublesome opponent. I should have eliminated you earlier. Sung Woo calmly replied, I kept you alive because you are useful for handling my problems. Blood dripped down drop by drop. You did quite well in those tasks. You even handled the Evolution Society and the World Eater for me, right? Sung Woo said calmly, you already planned everything. But do you still think you can win when you are about to die? Kang Ziok laughed lightly. Everything is within my calculations. You do not know what my subordinates are doing. Sung Woo paused. Subordinates. He laughed coldly. I am the Lord of Darkness. Do you think I have no army? He stepped onto the battlefield. Right now my subordinates are eliminating the demon race. The plan has already started earlier than expected. He continued, I changed the plan to strike the core directly with a small force, and you are just bait. Everything is still within calculation. Kang Ziok raised a seed. This is a world seed I obtained from hell. With it I will become the Lord of Darkness and rule the world. Sung Woo fell into thought. World seed. Does the World Eater mission require this item? If that is the case, the demon base must definitely have it. The necromancer commented, you did well. Behind him, demon wings spread open. You are only lacking experience, and you will no longer have any chance. System notification. The invasion of the Lord of Darkness has begun. All defenses and territories will be weakened and erased. His eyes burned red, veins bulging. Even your world will collapse. Sung Woo looked up calmly. Space is cracking. Everything is beginning to collapse. System confirmation. The player's underworld territory has been erased. Jisoo was shocked. Sung Woo is being pushed back. The Lord of Darkness boss has appeared. He looked forward firmly. It is not over yet. I can still injure him. Spiritual power erupted, space shaking violently. Sung Woo gripped his weapon and unleashed a barrage, nether spirit piercing strike. A scream tore through space. In the smoke, he vanished, flickering in and out. Where did he go? Sung Woo suddenly closed in on Kang Ziok. System display shadow step has been activated. He continued unleashing consecutive nether spirit piercing strike techniques. Sung Woo drew his gun, eyes wild, not yet finished, go all in on the final strike. A sea of flames immediately swallowed the entire area. Outside, Jisoo and Jung Hun were shocked. What is happening? Gray cried out in panic. Great Lord of Darkness, please save us. Everyone pointed weapons at Isabella. Do not come closer or the dragon will be killed. Butterfly mocked. The true nature of humans has finally been revealed. Kang Ziok gave a cold order. Gray smiled sinisterly while looking at Isabella. Lien hesitated. Sorry, Lord of Darkness, we cannot control them. Isabella turned pale, sweat pouring down. We need a high-level dispel spell or it will be too late. Han turned decisively, calmly waved his hand. Just take her with you. Ray replied quickly, understood. The girl quickly stepped forward. Kang Ziok said in a low voice, I have opened the gate. Let's go. Her eyes widened in terror, her whole body trembling slightly. Master Host curled his lips in satisfaction. Do you think the greatest blacksmith has no countermeasures against theft? Isabella gritted her teeth, her eyes shocked. How dare you? Seeing that his eyes darkened, he said calmly, there is no other choice, we leave first. She froze, her voice trembling, don't leave me behind. Kang Ziok suddenly paused and stood still. Did you forget something? Manhwa suddenly appeared with a provocative stance. The Seoju senior team has 3 people including me. Show me some respect, we have been together since the start of the game. From boss raids to dismantling the vampire plan and Lang Shugwon. The boy was painfully knocked back by his kick. Kang Ziok warned sharply, looking urgent, respect me, I am not even sure if I should do this anymore. The gate is closing, hurry up. His eyes darkened, he growled uneasily, no. Manhwa tightened butterfly, the corner of his mouth curling in satisfaction. The butterfly night capture plan succeeded. Just ignore me and have a pleasant journey. Manhwa shuddered slightly under Kang Ziok's ice-cold gaze, the #1 player of the Korean peninsula, the one who became the Lord of Darkness after conquering Hell, an evil entity seeking to destroy the world. The boy pondered silently, should I confront someone like that? It is best to only act within my own limits. Manhwa laughed in delight while imprisoning Butterfly in the cage. That is why I pushed the risk to the seniors and focused on this instead. The boy tilted his head in dissatisfaction. You cannot call us the 4 guardian generals of the parasite Dark Lord like that. Thukung also glared angrily. Is there no better term for teammates? Manhwa's expression changed, he gritted his teeth. I already have divinity. Why am I being treated like this? One who once saw me as trash. Butterfly struggled wildly. Even so, he was indeed a failure. Isabella trembled all over, her breathing heavy. Sung Woo frowned. It seems she does not only hate the World Tree faction, but also Kang Seok. He turned coldly. This is a beneficial situation. A living dragon is far more valuable than dragon bones. Sung Woo affirmed, the most important thing is to prevent the Dark Lord from obtaining the final world seed. The Guardian Archmage immediately agreed. He lifted Butterfly and asked, "Can you read its memories?" Butterfly cursed wildly. His gaze fell over the girl. He murmured, "This is the second time I have been used by that guy. It might hurt a little. Please understand me." Space froze. Everyone looked helpless. Guardian Archmage's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, "I have finished reading it." He leaned closer to Sung Woo, his voice carrying hidden meaning. "The memory we need is..." He suddenly gave a loud order, "Everyone gather. We move toward the Dark Lord right now." The scene shifted to mountains and forests. Potatoes were harvested decisively at the perfect timing. Golden potatoes were transported after harvest. Murmurs spread. Why does the king only eat potatoes? Yet he still eats the unripe ones happily. I have only evolved into a guardian warrior with him. How would I know? Anyway, the cave is over there. He paused in suspicion. "What is this smoke?" he quickly asked. "What is going on? Go check it out." Inside, the cave was plunged into silent darkness. The two panicked. "Your Majesty." Great Mountain King turned back in confusion. "What is it?" Kokvang hesitated. "What is your appearance?" And stood arrogantly and declared, "This is a modern product called a gas mask. If you inhale deep cave air, you will be paralyzed." The two trembled in panic. "Toxic gas, save me." After putting on the mask, Kokvang asked, "What exactly are you doing?" Great Mountain King replied firmly, "Something extremely dangerous." He gripped the wine jug tightly, his gaze sharp, the peak-level wine containing the death essence of the mountain. Kokvang panicked. "Are you going to drink it?" Great Mountain King snapped, "Do you want to send me to the next world?" He spoke heavily, his posture almost frenzied. "Only one person can fully appreciate the essence of death. Only that person is qualified to drink it." Scene shift. We will invade Amazon when the teleport gate opens. The Vanguard is ready to open the gate immediately. Sung Woo observed coldly. "No need to worry about the supreme race anymore. We must stop Kang Seok before he collects enough world seeds and devours the world." He looked over. Fortunately, the method to do it is inside the Dark Lord Castle. Butterfly continued struggling violently. "I will never open the teleport gate." And Ho laughed coldly. "Really? I am curious what you are, item or creature. Maybe insect spray would work on you." He squeezed the insect spray bottle in amusement. "Want to continue experimenting on human evolution? If not, then open the gate." Sung Woo pondered. Without the Lich Summoner, they would have been destroyed at the evolution conference. The girl still resisted. "That is the Dark Lord's territory. You cannot destroy it." His eyes wavered. "Maybe that is true." Kang Seok revealed a cold smile. "World seeds appear only briefly but contain the power sustaining the Dark Lord. To him it is the most important thing." He helplessly rubbed his forehead. "So that means he will soon return if we attack the castle." Butterfly trembled. "I surrender." "Fine, I will open it." A dark red hue spread across the entire space. A massive barrier gate appeared. Before them lay endless mountains and forests, truly the vast domain of his. Light from the castle blazed brilliantly. That was his place, looking more like a forgotten ancient ruin than the domain of the Dark Lord. Dung Hun suddenly spoke, firmly stating that the World Tree faction's teleportation fleet deployment had been completed. Immediately, the fleet appeared densely in midair. With a stern expression and resolute voice, all forces had fully assembled. All preparations were complete. Sung Woo moved through the air with pride and gave a decisive order. "Arahadan, flatten the castle of the Dark Lord." The space seemed to sway. Exhausted groans echoed repeatedly. "I feel dizzy. Hey Gray, can you check my neck?" Gray immediately changed expression and questioned sharply. "If it was too difficult, you should have run away. Why rush in like a fool? Babona, what happened?" Babona's face turned pale, eyes filled with panic. "The World Tree has reached the Amazon, my Lord of Darkness. We are in serious trouble." Someone urgently spoke in panic. "Should we open a teleport gate back to the castle?" Kang Seok remained calm, signaling to handle the immediate tasks first. His eyes were full of confidence and arrogance. "The castle barrier is very thick. We also have enough personnel guarding it, so the castle will not be easily breached." Kang Seok slowly spoke with a heavy tone. "If I obtain the World Seed and become the World Eater, I can easily deal with those small fries." Behind him, someone hesitantly spoke up. "Lord of Darkness, I think even you cannot predict this situation." He froze, eyes filled with panic. The Bone Dragon and the Red Dragon, those two dragons. Kang Seok's eyes were filled with fury and killing intent. "Isabella betrayed us. Why, she should have already been dealt with." Streams of spiritual energy shot forward like arrows toward the warship. He gasped in shock, completely helpless. "This barrier is more difficult to break than any we have ever encountered before. I am certain this is a form of authority." He fell into silence, wondering whether it could block the 1,000-pound bow, but it is currently recovering. Sung Woo's lips curved slightly in satisfaction upon seeing a shadow pass by. Fortunately, that girl has joined our side. Isabella continued to spew flames violently. Behind him, Han-ho muttered in amazement, saying it was somewhat unexpected that she joined their side. Dong-hun frowned immediately. She seems to harbor deep hatred toward Kang Seok. The boy whispered provocatively into her ear, I am not sure why she is cooperating with him, but the greater the trust, the deeper the pain when betrayed. He observed calmly and thought deeply, I am not sure I can control that girl, so I used the Hudson chain. Sung Woo silently calculated every step. It was an item that could be activated remotely, allowing control of the Dragon Slayer blades around her. Although it could not kill immediately, it would definitely cause severe injury. Jisoo tightened her grip on the twin swords, eyes cold and sharp. She was riding the dragon's back while observing all movements. Water fragments appeared, signaling the barrier was being broken. System notification echoed. The mission to conquer the Dark Lord Castle Labyrinth has begun. He gave a firm order, voice decisive. Very well, keep attacking continuously until they retreat. Sung Woo gritted his teeth with a crazed expression. Go all out with everything. The screen broadcast scenes from the Amazon forest where the Dark Lord's castle was located. Reporter Minsu introduced it as the place where the World Tree faction launched its decisive assault. She raised her hand and called, no need to say more, attack the abandoned base. Ignore where the Lord of Darkness is. Perhaps this should be considered a plan to wipe out the base after checking the world seed. Suddenly another reporter brought breaking news. A player was sending global messages through the official channel. She immediately turned back, wondering who it was. Looking at the screen, she quickly realized it was the official channel, and the reporter beside her also confirmed it was a live broadcast. Everyone was stunned when they saw the face appear, the leader of the Korea server, the Lord of Darkness Kang Seok. He coldly warned, as the leader of the Korea server and Lord of the Dark Castle in Amazon, I warn the entire World Tree faction. Kang Seok narrowed his eyes, killing intent thick. I will kill all of you when I return to the castle. No one will survive. Everyone fell silent, frozen in place. He continued, giving the final choice. If you want to live, there is still one way. Kang Seok clenched his fist and gave the condition. Kill that necromancer and prove your loyalty to me through that action. The adjutant could no longer hold back, grinding her teeth in anger. She loudly criticized this as a revenge declaration against the World Tree faction and also a declaration of war. The adjutant analyzed that this could be an opportunity to form a new faction called the Lord of Darkness. She emphasized that from the beginning of the game, all actions of the Lord of Darkness had always been mysterious. In countless events, the necromancer had once fought alongside players in many crises. The adjutant smiled confidently. I believe he is the real answer, so I will start a somewhat biased program. The scene shifts to another area engulfed sea of flames. Suddenly a new quest and notification appeared, shocking everyone. Hidden quest, conquer the castle of the Lord of Darkness, clear the target dungeon. Hidden quest appears, seize the castle of the Lord of Darkness, split forces into attack and defense teams. The attack team enters the maze for conquest inside. The defense team holds the teleport gate to the Sugon faction and prevents enemy invasion. Failure ends the quest. Sung Woo frowned while reading the notification when someone suddenly panicked and pointed at the sky. A massive gate had appeared. The two quickly deduced that it was a gate leading to Sugon. The backstab plan failed because of a single quest. He stood in front of the notification board, realizing this could be the final battle, deciding the fate of the world against the Lord of Darkness. Sung Woo analyzed the castle terrain. The maze inside was extremely complex, not suitable for large forces, so the main force would be the defense team. He quickly gave orders. The attack team will consist of the strongest warriors and exploration specialists. Sung Woo shouted in satisfaction, the ideal formation is ready. Everyone take position. Everyone proceeded inside one by one under orders. Someone ran over to report a red glowing door has been found. It seems to be the entrance to the maze. A worried voice asked back, should we really go in there? The Lord of Darkness might not even be inside. Sung Woo looked troubled and turned to Han Ho. If someone invaded your territory, how would you react? Han Ho replied that he would panic and get angry. Sung Woo then decided that entering now would make the opponent experience the same feeling. Han Ho no longer hesitated, immediately rushed in. Sion, let's go, do it now. Inside, the system announced this was a hidden stage of the Dark Lord's castle in the labyrinth. All players were randomly scattered at the gates. Sung Woo gritted his teeth and looked up. What is this? In the labyrinth, someone hurriedly reported. Lich Summoner Sir, everyone has disappeared. Where did they go? He quickly realized the labyrinth was playing tricks, not only targeting us. The man emphasized, according to the spirit at the end of the corridor, there is a door engraved with number 4. Sung Woo wondered what number 4 meant. Behind them, someone panicked and reported, Lich Summoner Sir, we can communicate, but our forces were split into 3 groups immediately upon entering the labyrinth. He immediately felt rising anxiety. Sung Woo calmly analyzed. Han Ho, Sung Hun, and 121 players are in the same area. The most durable front line is Han Ho leading, while Jisoo, Chen, Ji Long, and 1 or 9 other players were split into another group. He faced a serious problem. It was hard to treat that dragon as an ally, but Jisoo still had the Dragon Keeper control device. Sung-woo turned back and urgently ordered, to avoid being slaughtered by the dragon, keep moving forward. Suddenly he stopped, sensing something unusual. Sung-woo noticed the walls were turning into stone statues, as if watching their movements. He became highly alert. Those gargoyles, they did not attack even after the door opened, but he could not let his guard down. Sung-woo looked around and realized the arena was circular. It was a Roman-style arena. Immediately a warning appeared. Hidden boss Petros has appeared. It appeared in the center of the arena. Chuckling, "Welcome adventurer to the 4th gate, my domain, the Dark Castle Performance Evaluator." Petros laughed slyly. "You have entered the gate with the lowest survival rate in the labyrinth. Truly unfortunate." Sung-woo asked back in surprise, "This gate is like in a game, clear it to move on." It immediately confirmed, "Yes, you are quick to understand." Petros declared the rules. "Here is a one-on-one battle, only one participant. Total 3 battle rules. I guess single combat would be boring. You plan to summon monsters, perhaps Bone Dragon." Petros sighed, "Too easy to predict? You will likely call a giant monster." To prevent the arena being destroyed by a massive skeleton, additional summoning restriction rules were added. The system displayed the list. Petros explained banned categories include humans, animals, plants, machines, and non-physical entities. Push out the corresponding statue. The chosen creature type will be banned from summoning. The system announced the opponent selected banned type animals. Petros raised an animal emblem. "This is my choice." It analyzed, "I have observed you for a long time. I thought you could be a world tree ally, growing like a rising stock. But now you refused. You will plummet like bankruptcy. Opposing the Dark Lord is no different from self-destruction." It asked contemptuously, "Now that you have no trump card, what can you still do?" Sung-woo calmly replied, "I also choose animals." Petros was shocked. "Wait, listen to me." He pointed upward. "Focus. I will introduce my fighter. Legendary fighter, the greatest giant warrior." Goliath appeared. System announced opponent champion is giant warrior Goliath. It warned Goliath is extremely strong in melee. What can you use against it? Orcs or Bulahan are not on the same level. Sung-woo was silent for a moment. Petros lost patience. "Are you going to fight yourself? Crazy, such an unthinking tank." He replied, "Do not judge before seeing everything. I am still growing stronger." System suggested summons, prisoner battalion, gigantus or sealed entity level insufficient. After selection, Apocalypse Gigants was summoned from the abyss, shocking Petros. "Impossible." A powerful army immediately appeared. Petros criticized, "Impossible, you are cheating. This did not exist before." Sung-woo smiled coldly. "Let's see who is David and who is Goliath." When both sides were ready, announcement sounded, "Round 1 begins." Isabella observed from behind, watching World Tree factions scattered in the labyrinth. She gritted her teeth in anger. The Dark Lord threw her into battle and forced her to clean up this dark labyrinth. She covered her face, unprecedented humiliation and rage spanning thousands of centuries. She paused. Ancient memories flashed of eras and experiences she once had. She remembered awakening in a tropical forest, then slaughtering surrounding players. She wondered why she always felt anger, as if her emotions were being controlled. A voice in her head urged destruction and conquest, making her confused. Jisoo said, "Isabella, we must go now." She thought Jisoo was strong, but could still be killed instantly if she wanted. But she gritted her teeth and chose to obey because refusing meant death. She turned back and smiled lightly. "No need to kill anyone. I do not want that either." She felt irritated at being commanded, telling herself she was the one who decides life and death. She smiled maliciously, declaring actions driven by emotion, kill or massacre as she wished. No one can decide for her. Jisoo narrowed her eyes and asked back, "Isabella, are you truly acting on your own emotions?" She could not clearly understand, so she asked again what had happened, then calmly questioned what the other party wanted, and why they had cooperated with the Lord of Darkness from the very beginning. Isabella widened her eyes, feeling confused. Was that anger? Why was she having such emotions and actions? Only then did she realize something was wrong. These emotions and behaviors seemed to have no reason. Jisoo continued, mentioning something else. "Isabella, I know a being similar to you." She began pointing out 2 similarities between both sides. He also mentioned ancient memories that could not be recalled, like an emotion embedded within him. She held her face in frustration, unable to understand a vague memory that could not be recalled. Jisoo patiently and calmly explained, step by step, that everything had been distorted. The monsters they were facing were not human beings. Isabella could no longer endure it and interrupted loudly, "Stop." She still turned back with a thoughtful expression, emphasizing that it was the system. The more she listened, the more irritated she became, repeatedly demanding it be stopped. In the end, Isabella raised her head, revealed her power, and shouted, "Stop right now, damn it." Transition to another tunnel. A group of people walked out complaining nonstop, "Damn it." They thought going abroad would mean no more trees, yet this place was still like hell, full of trees. Tigers had come out completely soaked and exhausted. Their fur made things even more miserable for them. The king, why do we have to help them to this extent? The great king stood on a high cliff and honestly admitted that he did not really know. Hearing this, they all turned back to criticize him, saying it was irresponsible. What did you mean by saying you did not know why we were putting in full effort to help them? He turned back looking extremely irritated. Right now someone kept appearing in his mind. The great king closed his eyes and summoned power. Bring the mountain people, expand your influence, kill and consume the weak, become stronger, spread slaughter. In his eyes there was only one goal, kill humans, the players. The great king folded his arms and smiled arrogantly, and I simply do the opposite, because I act according to what I feel. Seeing smoke and flames rising in the distance, the great king easily concluded that the battle had begun. He stood watching, then quickly ordered the tigers, hurry up. The voices telling me to kill players continue, but we will do the opposite and support them. Petros remained standing in place dazed. Sung Woo was almost certain of victory now, as the giant race had been imprisoned in Tartarus after their defeat to the Gigantes gods. He looked extremely confident and strongly declared that he would defeat the clown champion in an instant, then take the skeleton of that one. Then Dungu did not forget to tease back, you are not smiling anymore, you are a clown. He looked dejected and reluctantly admitted he was not in the mood to smile. But he quickly saw through the intention, you are trying to stall for time, waiting for the Dark Lord to return. I will move to the next gate. He panicked and stammered, trembling, wait, I will really die. The system displayed a notification. The fourth maze gate is now completed, 2 out of 7. Sung Woo moved forward and quickly guessed that the second gate might have been cleared by Hanho or Jisoo. The person in front quickly pointed and urged, this way, the door is already open. Scene shifted elsewhere, sharp screams echoed. Hanho was extremely terrified by what he had to face. Fire traps above and poisonous spikes below. Acid was dripping down from both sides of the walls. The boy brushed everything aside and shouted to everyone, who are we? Ignore everything and just charge forward. Another person quickly reminded him to be careful before entering. Hanho arrived and urged, the final maze path has been found, break it. The system sent a congratulatory notification. The second maze gate has been completed. The boy clenched his fist, full of pride in himself. This is divinity. Could he feel this unusual power? The person behind quickly warned, Hanho, do not be careless. We still do not know what will appear next. Hanho turned back and curiously asked where Senior and Jisoo had reached. The other person quickly reported that Sung Woo had passed the first gate, and Jisoo had cleared 2 gates and was currently at the 3rd gate. Hearing this, the boy became suspicious. Wait, how could she be faster than Senior? The other person replied in confusion, I am not sure, but it seems that girl is slaughtering everything. Scene shifted to the front of a completely dark tunnel. As soon as they entered, they kept complaining, what is this place? So damp it might be polluted water. My spirit says it does not like this place. A perceptive one turned back and noticed, Death Spirit Master, there is a pool of water over there. The water kept rising and then splashing upward. The system quickly announced, hidden stage creature Basilisk has appeared. It stuck out its tongue like a snake and greeted the small intruders. Welcome, you are unfortunate to step into the 7th gate. The rules here are very simple. One person panicked and shouted a warning, the water is rising. Basilisk flicked its tongue and explained the simple rules. You only need to defeat me and escape the room before drowning. Of course, that is almost impossible. Suddenly it widened its eyes, showing strange surprise humans. The basilisk asked in confusion why humans were looking at it like that. Sung Woo raised his hand, winked, and praised it. Good. You are not as good as Emogi, but still decent. You will be useful. Immediately after that, it was suddenly attacked. Realizing this, the basilisk turned back intending to scold. How dare you? He simply explained that this was not the Roman arena, so there was no rule that only one summon could be used. Sung Woo looked at its teeth with interest. So these are poison-spitting teeth. And he made a decision, blow them up, go. Sung Woo looked over the basilisk body and commented that skin and bones were not the only useful things. The host would be very pleased. He briefly explained, item can summon Dragon Fang troops, Dragon Chain Bracelet. If this is connected to it, it will definitely create something useful. Suddenly someone ran over in panic from behind. Death Spirit Master, there is news from outside. That person quickly reported important news. They said the Dark Lord has appeared. The Master has finally returned. Monsters kept gathering in increasing numbers. Sung Woo became extremely worried and continued commanding the army. More are coming. All units fire together. He shouted loudly while reminding and boosting morale. If the line is broken, everything will end. Defend the gate leading to Shugon. Hutch nervously looked up at the screen and complained, they just keep coming nonstop. She quickly explained and hypothesized that the Demon Lord's subordinates were not infinite if their numbers kept decreasing. Immediately after that, she looked at the screen and saw they had stopped. The 3-layer barrier was gradually cracking. A massive energy presence had appeared here. He gritted his teeth and shouted in tension, damn it, the Demon Lord is here. She quickly commanded, fleet artillery aim directly at the Demon Lord. She looked at the screen with a dark, intense expression. No matter what, it was impossible to imagine stopping the Demon Lord without Sung Woo. She looked up and quickly realized the issue. If he can use it continuously without limit, then it might not be such an overpowered skill. She gritted her teeth, growing more and more panicked. If that was true, they would be annihilated in an instant. Husk behind her asked back where he would attack first. She was also voicing her speculation. The one who had been attacking the Demon King for a long time was Sung Woo, an extremely terrifying existence. But perhaps, suddenly someone turned back in panic to report the Demon King was moving toward this direction. Man quickly inferred his intent. It seemed he wanted to clear the field before dealing with everything. He immediately ordered the activation of the housewarming gift that had been prepared. She turned back anxiously, reminding Master Husk, "Please succeed, just artillery alone cannot stop it." He initially looked confident, then emphasized, "Who do you think I am? Don't worry too much. If we fail, then we all die together." Suddenly a streak of light shot in. "It's here." A powerful lightning bolt struck down, sweeping everything away. After a while it completely dissipated, leaving no trace. Everyone looked at each other excitedly. It succeeded. A large amount of mana had been charged. The mana battery was full. Another order was given: immediately use the newly charged mana to attack, while reinforcing the defensive shield. Husk laughed arrogantly, asking back whether he would be taken down by the same attack multiple times. He smiled and emphasized that without feedback after confirming the issue, he would not be a true engineer. She happily responded that they had overcome the danger of the entire fleet being sunk. She encouraged them to hold out until Sung Woo broke the Demon King castle. If they could hold on to the end, victory would belong to them. The people behind sighed and complained. They had caused a huge trouble. Even though the Demon King had been resurrected for the third time, this was the first time they had seen something like this. Looked down below, eyes wide in shock. It was the first time he had seen technology like this. Kang Seo-UK stood frozen, unable to believe magic technology had developed to that extent. In the previous game it had only reached the level of simulating firearms and gunpowder weapons. He understood the issue. It could no longer develop further and had once been destroyed by him. Even as a technique, raising it to this level required resources, manpower, time, and protective power. Kang Seo-UK refocused, his gaze sharp. He had left him alone for too long. Perhaps something strange had been created, or he had been too overconfident. Suddenly he widened his eyes while looking down below. Kang Seo-UK seemed to realize something. At the Demon King castle, someone was approaching. He muttered that the guy was faster than he expected. Then Kang Seok ordered the troops to split into small units to break the World Tree faction formation. Two of them quickly rushed off to find targets. That swordsman was his. "I will go find the kid," and he chose another direction. "I will push straight into the center and clear the path." The door slowly opened at the command. Kang Seo-UK turned back and noticed something strange, a shadow. Something was rushing in endlessly. Finally he realized it was a necromancer. Kang Seo-UK slowly reached his hand inside. "You were waiting for me here, but inside the Demon King castle there are many paths." A giant hand suddenly shot out, startling him. What was that? He angrily questioned the necromancer. "What have you hidden in here?" Massive black monsters simultaneously appeared. After a moment he realized they were Dragon Fang soldiers. Kang Seo-UK felt confused. There were necromancers in the previous game too, but they did not possess something like this. At this moment Sung Woo appeared to clarify the situation. Han Kang-seok had expended a lot of mana elsewhere. His power was still great, but it had become exposed. He pushed straight forward. There must have been accumulated damage from Minsu's attacks. Now he could finish off the Winter Scent Hunter. Only now did he realize the position. "So you are there, necromancer." Kang-seok was immediately caught in a surprise attack. He was forced to draw another weapon, a revolver. The system suddenly announced the Twilight Raid has begun. Sung Woo also could not believe it. He still had a hidden secondary weapon never used before. "Kang Seo-UK, you have been pushed to this point." His eyes blazed as he gritted his teeth, daring to follow me. Kang Seo-UK immediately unleashed a massive barrage of lightning. "If you want to be burned, then try enduring it." Sung Woo realized, just as expected, whoever lasts until the end depends on remaining mana. The system activated notification. The boiling armor of the Red Dragon has been activated. The firepower immediately pushed back the lightning. Kang Seo-UK was hit by a strong recoil that caused blood to spill out. He said coldly, "Necromancer, you prepared many things, but so did I." But he still had not finished. "My gift is not done yet." The system continued updating. Power of the King of Shadows. Hearing this he was startled. Shadow power. Sung Woo rushed forward violently with his weapon, Han Kang Seo-UK. He did not give up easily. "Get lost, necromancer." Something appeared behind Kang Seo-UK. Even though blood was flowing from his mouth, he still smiled. Sung Woo said coldly, "The Basilisk Fang Bone Fragment is the real gift." The Basilisk Fang Bone Fragment pierced straight into Kang Seo-UK. He touched the wound, thinking, "What is this?" Kang Seok thought, even after many hellish game runs, this was the first time seeing something like this. How did it come to this? He told himself. The moves kept appearing beyond prediction. This guy is completely different from the players he had faced before. Kang Seuyuke pondered, an uncontrollable variable that experience alone could not handle. He said, have your strength and mana both been exhausted, necromancer? I did not expect you to be this troublesome. This is a situation I have never encountered in previous games. But before he could finish speaking, something pierced Kang Seok's chest, making him look down in shock. Kang Seok choked on his words, clearly feeling the breath of flame domain enveloping him. System board alert, caution, the breath of flame domain is gradually forming in this area. The necromancer fell silent. You won't even give me a moment of rest. This time I'm surely doomed. System notification, you have died. Kang Seok floated in midair, vaguely wondering what was happening. Kang Seok thought, I have been defeated and finished off by the necromancer, truly a difficult opponent. Continued analyzing, but this is not the first time, right? Kang Seok thought, he will definitely destroy this world. He continued, if I destroy this world, they will be forced to accept me as the reward of the quest. Kang Seok fell into thought, I will integrate into the society of the game administrators. He told himself, they are no different from us. They will surely want an obedient puppet like me until they grow tired of it. System notification, with the death of the original body as nourishment, you will be reborn as Demon King. System display, you have earned 28,000 goldfold for defeating a player. Kang Seok wondered, so this is the end. He reasoned, no, something is still wrong. Even with full preparation, he should not be defeated so easily. The necromancer's body seemed to be gradually recovering. In the end, it reformed into a complete mass. Kang Seok said softly, as expected, it is not over yet. System appeared, boss monster True Demon King Tran has appeared. He asked Isabella, is this the lowest floor? She replied coldly, yes. Kang Seok thought, it seems I have spoken less than expected. He thought to himself Isabella was like the king of the great mountain range, with a voice that always urged him to kill. He continued, sometimes she said there were other voices appearing in her mind. Mak Wang wondered, in this game space there also seemed to exist strange voices. He pondered, if the king of the great mountain range is just a normal monster, it should not have such memories. Perhaps they possess special intelligence. Isabella asked, have you existed in this world from the beginning? Jisoo was surprised, do you completely know nothing beyond this game? She said, we are just living ordinary lives. Isabella thought, sometimes living in peace, sometimes fighting. Then suddenly the game began. She continued, looking at this game, my purpose of existence may only be to obstruct you. Jisoo replied, yes, if following the assigned quest, then that is it. Isabella shouted angrily, then why must I feel so confused? I should just kill you. These thoughts should not exist. Jisoo asked, is there a voice controlling you? She fell silent. Jisoo said, if so, try to go against it. Someone once sought freedom that way. On the other side, Golden Tiger and Big King rushed forward to attack. Isabella whispered, freedom and purpose of existence. Jisoo stared ahead as if noticing something unusual. She shouted loudly, something is coming. Jisoo was shocked to see someone appear. She exclaimed, Levi. Jisoo asked urgently, weren't you with Sungwoo? The man spoke. Jisoo, thank goodness. Demon Witch appeared. Oh my, are you trying to stop me so that the Demon King and the Summoner fight each other? Everyone has gathered here. The person in front stammered, Lady Isabella. He continued, please wait a moment. I will free you from them. Mage Master shouted, you must get past me first. A voice came from the human girl, you have let your guard down. You have been hit, look at your feet. Jisoo exclaimed in shock, shadow. The man continued, Bibona will take you away. If you survive, we will meet again. System warning, you have fallen into the encirclement of darkness. She was dragged into the dark night. Jisoo thought I was tricked. I did not even notice when it happened. Is this the skill of a top assassin? A flash of intuition brought hope. Light darkness is also strange, Kang Huk said. You know, I have really wanted to meet you. The wound on my side from your stab still hurts until now. He shouted angrily, you bitch, I will tear you into pieces. The Demon King appeared before Kang Huk in a blinding flash of light. He told himself it is different, completely different from when transforming in the Minsu realm. Demon King stood still, as if considering something. A huge white symbol glowed against the red flames and golden hue, spreading energy everywhere. He thought, those symbols and power do not belong to the Demon King. They feel like the authority of a god. The Demon King continued thinking, if I knew which god it was, I could find a way to deal with it. But there is no time now. He muttered, first I must find an opening, or use Heavenly Thousand Kill, or even consider Primordial Death as a last option. System display, skill Reaper summon, time domination, awakening tier 1 active, no cost. Summon the Reaper's Scythe for 3 hours daily, gain Reaper domain power, increase maximum 5 subordinates, all stats plus 10, mastery effect increases 20% per hour. When the summon ends, Primordial Death will be triggered. No one knew what would happen. The Demon King thought that this ability was still unclear. Clearly the opponent was trying to hide something. Necromancer spoke, are you going to keep trying to run away like that? He exclaimed, moving through the darkness. Demon King considered, at this rate before finding an opening he would be captured. He looked in shock at the large flames, the fire erupting violently. Demon King called out loudly, Red Dragon Isabella. He reasoned there was no one holding the dragon's collar, so what had happened to Jisoo? Demon King said. Isabella is fine, unharmed. Suddenly her body radiated a brilliant red and gold light like flames. Demon King was speechless in shock. He exclaimed in shock what Isabella had attacked him. He watched debris scatter everywhere, pondering why in the end. He wondered inwardly, could it be that inside that dragon's mind there was also a voice, telling it to follow him and kill the player? She shouted, dragon breath, a blazing surge of energy erupting around Isabella. Violent light tore through the sky then shot straight down to the ground. The Demon King told himself, they have swarmed already. With that heat even he would struggle to endure. He wondered, didn't it know the collar had been removed? She spoke, the collar is still here. Isabella said, there is an older and longer one than the one she is wearing, a collar even she did not know about. She said therefore she decided she would no longer be used as a tool. He thought Minsu strongly opposing the system, like the king of a great mountain. In the sea of fire a voice echoed, Necromancer, don't let your guard down. She continued, that guy won't die so easily. The Demon King's arena created by his power remained intact. Smoke and dust swirled thickly. Embers flickered in the dark, a desolate scene after the explosion. Two brilliant points of light in the mysterious night. Dong Hun shouted, damn, they are swarming from that side. A person beside said, there is light in this corridor. It might be an exit. A loud shout, monsters, all troops prepare to fight. He thought, the monsters used to rush out mindlessly from the walls. Now they know to wait. From some point, their behavior changed. Kangku shouted, enemy forces are trailing behind. He continued, monsters are also coming from the left corridor. Kang Hun shouted, this is a hunt, not something monsters could devise. Jisoo said, they have stopped already. The monsters seem to be probing for movement. The giant spoke, brat, glad to see you again. Hanho said, you the drug addict who has lost his strength. He said angrily, what do you know to speak nonsense? The boy smiled slightly. That anger was the clearest proof. Hanho said, Ion Sword Warrior Dengbo. I will deal with this drug addict who has lost everything. He recalled Hanho used to hide behind the Necromancer, someone who created atmosphere, but was hard to trust in strength. Dong Hun thought, yet he did not know since when Hanho had become more reliable, perhaps so. He ordered Crusader forces block the enemy, the rest focus on breaking through the exit. The giant looked at Hanho with contempt. He said, are you planning to fight me alone? Have you forgotten when I knocked you unconscious? The boy replied, that was to gain momentum. No, how can you gain momentum while lying down? Hanho continued, I have thought of a way to deal with someone who specializes in defense like you and found a solution beyond the shield. He laughed loudly, fine, whatever it is. The giant stepped toward the boy while speaking, your head will be crushed. Hanho calmly said, that method is. The boy continued, the achievement of Minsu's weapon is artillery bastard. The bullet flew straight into the giant's face. Hanho said proudly, using direct firepower attack, this is the correct answer. He shouted angrily, with only 4 iron pellets if you think you can break my body. The boy smiled slightly, this is rapid fire shorty. The giant said angrily, if eyesight and reflexes are trained through battle then these things. He looked at Hanho's hand in confusion. Another bullet hit the giant's face, he grimaced in pain. Boy looked at the collapsing giant with satisfaction. That's how it should be. He muttered, could it be that a monk wielding a shield is a 4-star class? A noble paladin? I didn't expect you to have such a valuable class. The boy replied, no, I'm a thief. He angrily pointed at Hanho and shouted, don't lie with a human head. How can such a mixed combination exist? The boy muttered, it's true, so annoying, invisible. He looked around searching and wondered, where is he? Is he really a thief? Hanho spoke from behind, am I really being judged like this by a hopeless fool? The boy said, mortals cannot understand. From now on don't call me mixed. Call me omnipotent, dealing damage, tanking, and healing. Blinding sunlight shone down onto the ground. Great King held a telescope standing beside the golden tiger. System notification, warning a hell spatial gate is opening in this area. One person spoke, a bad omen seemed imminent. There might already be changes in the Demon King castle basement. System mission disaster report, the arrival of the Great Demon King. This event causes him to lose control, destroying the world. Players can swear allegiance to survive under his rule and unlock a fated choice. The girl said that something like this has appeared in the world again. Now it has become too obvious. She continued, the most important thing is survival in this hell game. Is there really someone who would willingly put a yoke around their own neck? The two stood amid a vast sea of fire. The resurrection merchant spoke. What is this? He thought about the warrior privilege. In the Demon King trope, warriors often appear. But is this an ability to assist against the Demon King? And what are the conditions? A loud shout, the Demon King castle is preparing to collide. The young man shouted, requesting reinforcement. A voice said, the ground is collapsing. Isabella speculated that he was absorbing power. The Demon King was devouring the hell dimension itself. Loud warning, the ground is being torn apart. Tim said everything is still continuing. It's coming, the hand has appeared. Group stood there in stunned silence watching. System display, the Demon King world-class monster has fully appeared.